At the Pokémon World Championship, Ash achieved victory. However, was this journey truly flawless? What if we were to commence anew from his genuine growth in the Sinnoh region? What might transpire if he were to return to that continent after his triumph? The Lake of Rage incident? Would he be forcefully subjected to a narrative demise by Darkrai? This time, everything is destined to be different. The Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, I have returned. Chapter 1. Sinnoh, I have returned. Before the port of the Sinnoh region, a vessel departing from Kanto is poised to dock at its destination. Flying above the sea, numerous wingulls and polypers reflect the distinctive charm of the Sinnoh region. At this moment, perhaps due to the prolonged wait on the ship or the excitement of witnessing the scenery of a new region, the passengers remain oblivious to the unusual presence of a young boy. The boy, adorned with a red cap and clad in a blue hoodie, leans against the railing, his head bowed, obscuring whether he is lost in contemplation or merely savoring the essence of the new region. Simultaneously, a yellow rodent rests upon his shoulder, gazing wide-eyed at the unfamiliar land, seemingly eager to showcase its prowess alongside its master in this realm of uncertainty. What? The boy, taken aback, rubbed his weary eyes and then widened them, surveying the surroundings of the ship, which felt both alien and familiar. A ship? Where am I headed? The youth known as Ash furrowed his brow, his mind racing with recollections of recent events. It seemed he had just defeated the champion, becoming the Pokémon World Champion, and was now walking towards the award stage amid the cheers of his friends, Dawn and May. Yet, it was evident that he was aboard a vessel bound for an unknown region, and he was devoid of 5 Pokeballs at his waist. Pikachu. The Pikachu perched on his shoulder heard Ash's murmur and anxiously patted his cap, questioning whether his master had dozed off. Just moments ago, Ash had expressed indignation at being defeated by Gary's Electivire, vowing to excel in Sinnoh and seize the championship. Now, he appeared to be afflicted with amnesia. It's nothing. I just zoned out for a moment. Don't worry about me, Pikachu. Once we reach the shore, how about I treat you to some ketchup? Although perplexed by his current predicament, Ash gradually pieced together his situation from the wingulls and polypers soaring above and the sailors announcing the new region. While this was quite reasonable, he couldn't help but feel that he had experienced this too many times before. Ash silently expressed his emotions, realizing that since Pikachu felt pain when it patted him, he must have been reborn, or more accurately, transported. He returned to that vibrant yet regret-laden region, Sinnoh, perhaps having encountered Arceus, or traversed time alongside Celebi, or witnessed the incredible powers of unknown totems. He was not particularly surprised by his transmigration. It is merely a pity. After striving alongside everyone for so long, I finally reached the pinnacle of the world, yet I could not lift the trophy with them. Gazing at the nearby continent, Ash whispered in a tone only he could hear. Previous journeys had their reasons. Rotom sought to amend the hotel owner's regrets. Celebi was for that young boy. But what is the purpose of this one? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his attention was abruptly drawn by a commotion on the ship. Oh, to be fair, I truly cannot find a fitting term for this creature's call. A completely purple monkey dashed forth, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it approached Ash. Ambipom, Pika. Both boy and mouse stared in disbelief at the appearance of the Ambipom, but the monkey seemed unperturbed by their astonishment, swiftly leaping onto Ash's other shoulder, using its long tail to snatch off Ash's cap and don it upon its own head. You previously stole the crown and nearly caused us great worry, and now you are mischievously pilfering my hat. Ash chuckled as he teased the Ambipom. He felt a surge of joy upon seeing this long-missed companion. If not for an accident, perhaps it would accompany him in the future, witnessing his growth. Pika. Pikachu also chuckled helplessly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Ash's remarks. You must have sneaked aboard. I truly cannot handle you. Once we disembark, I must quickly tell Professor Oak that your Pokeball is not in my possession. Setting aside the reasons for his transmigration, Ash chose to take each step as it came. After all, in this region filled with regrets, how many fewer mistakes would he make if he were to re-experience it? Ambipom, Garchomp, Torterra, and that despair-inducing Latios. Chapter 2. This time, I shall prevail. The vessel gently docked at the shore as the announcement echoed across the deck. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Apom, disembarked with a sense of familiarity, setting foot upon this cherished land once more. Sinnoh region, here I come. Pika, Apom. Inhaling the unique aromas that belonged to Sinnoh, Ash adjusted the brim of his cap and shouted alongside Pikachu and Apom. The surrounding crowd merely smiled, occasionally offering words of encouragement to the passionate youth. For who among them had not once traversed this path? Let us go. This time, we must emerge victorious. The victory of the Lily of the Valley Conference awaits us. Patting Pikachu's head and Aipom's tail, Ash commenced his journey towards the town. His pets, well acquainted with their owner's fervent declarations, knew that a lack of confidence and enthusiasm would not characterize their beloved trainer. Indeed, it was precisely these qualities that endeared him to them. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals and a feline were perched in a hot air balloon, observing with binoculars, specifically Ash, Pikachu, and of course Aipom. Finally spotted Pikachu. And this time, that little brat has brought another Pokémon along, exclaimed Meowth, who was distinctly different from others of its kind as it gazed at Ash. All right, in that case, we simply must capture Pikachu and present it to the boss. Jessie's confidence was palpable as she straightened her posture. Let us act swiftly. For this mission, I've specially developed a mouse trap insulated against electricity. Once we capture Pikachu, the spring mechanism will retract us right back into our balloon. Meowth proudly produced the trap from seemingly nowhere. Indeed, with the little brat's main force absent, and lacking the presence of that first and second girl, not to mention the absence of the big guy, he stands no chance against us if we move quickly. Echoed James and Jessie's enthusiasm. It was evident they had deciphered Ash's tactics and were poised to catch him off guard. Oh, what a hassle. There are no telephones nearby. It appears my shoulders will bear an additional burden for a while. Scanning the vicinity and finding no public phone, Ash sighed at Aipom, who remained blissfully cheerful, seemingly pleased with its own cleverness. Wait, Pikachu, Irontail. Upon hearing a familiar mechanical sound, Ash swiftly commanded Pikachu to unleash its iron tail upwards. Though unaware of the unfolding situation, Pikachu trusted Ash implicitly and leaped into action, executing Iron Tail with precision that struck the claws of Team Rocket's trap, causing it to shatter. What? How could that brat be so clever? Our ambush was flawless. Meowth lamented. It's not my fault your skills are lacking. We lost such a golden opportunity, and the materials we invested in are ruined. You really are a fool. Say that again. It was your idea to strike now? Which made the little brat aware something was amiss. This is all your fault. Jessie and Meowth erupted into a quarrel, their bickering intensifying. Ah, the familiar flavor of chaos. Ash observed the arguing Team Rocket and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In truth, without these three lively characters, his journey might lack a certain joy. Though their intentions were dubious, their genuine love for Pokémon had fostered several collaborations in the past, leaving Ash uncertain whether they were ultimately foes or friends. All right. Since this is our first appearance in a new region, how about we do that? As he watched the trio nearly dismantle their balloon, James promptly suggested. That is a great idea. Let us treat it as our first step forward. Makes sense. Meowth agreed. Sonnence. Huh. With that tone, it can't be good, Ash. Feeling a wave of dread wash over him, thought to himself. I heard someone say it can't be good. Suddenly, they approached at a speed akin to light. Wind, earth, sky, meow, the perils that blanket the world. The darkness that resonates through the cosmos, bearing the names of angels and demons. Anyone who hears it will be captivated by its echoing allure. Jessie, James, Meowth, we are the protagonists of this era. We are invincible. Team Rocket, Sonnence. Every time I change regions, you change your lines, Ash remarked, wiping his brow in exasperation. Pika, what is so strange about it, little brat? It's just like how you change outfits and girls every time you arrive in a new region, Jessie quipped, her expression unperturbed. Yet, how could that not be noted? The most outrageous aspect was how he managed to blow up a bicycle in every region, forging connections with Misty, May, and Dawn in the process. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Aipom, Swift. Ignoring the trio's banter, Ash decisively commanded Pikachu and Aipom to fend off their adversaries. Hey, that's against the rules. You can't attack while someone is speaking, came the complaints, but as Pikachu emanated a familiar yellow glow and Aipom's tail sprouted golden stars, Team Rocket's hot air balloon exploded, soaring away, leaving behind a familiar exclamation. What an annoying feeling. Pikachu. Strange. Has Ash learned to seize the initiative? When did he grow a brain? Chapter 3, Twinleaf Town. Well, the matter is resolved. Let us find a town to rest for the night. After sending Team Rocket flying, Ash stretched and patted Pikachu and Aipom on the head, signaling that they had done well. Pika, Aipom. With agreement in their expressions, Ash slowly retrieved a map from his bag, searching for the nearest town. However, the hushed whispers of his two companions were particularly amusing. Pika, Pikachu, did you see that? Ash can read a map? Aipom, it's truly unbelievable. He is such a directionally challenged individual. Upon confirming that the nearest town was Twinleaf Town, Ash folded the map and was about to call for his companions to move when he witnessed a rather comical scene. Hey, you two. Though I have no idea what you're discussing, it's certainly isn't anything complimentary about me. He closed his eyes in annoyance and began to walk forward. Pika Pika. Apom. Realizing they had crossed the line with their teasing, both pets took their places on Ash's shoulders, raising their little hands to gesture him forward. Yet, within Ash's heart, a ripple of emotion stirred. Twinleaf Town, the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, the prodigy who had achieved second place from the onset of her journey, the one who frequently cheered him on, allowing him to experience the same treatment he once received from Gary. But that thought is not entirely accurate. However, the companionship during gym battles and the journey to the World Championships would undoubtedly remain etched in his memory. Thus, having lost no time to Team Rocket's interference, he wondered if he would encounter Dawn again and travel alongside her. Shaking his head, Ash brought his thoughts back to the present. After all, fate is a curious thing, and he should take each step as it comes. As his musings settled, the outline of Twinleaf Town gradually materialized before him, a tranquil initial city, destined to nurture countless elite trainers just as Pallet Town had. In this somewhat bustling little town, a few discordant voices echoed. Xiaowang, please help me pay the electricity bill this month. You're traveling tomorrow, so it's a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with the route, said Kaizi, gazing at the bill in her hand as she called out to the upstairs. Honestly, you're already 10 years old but still lost in daydreams. But the girl, immersed in her own fantasies, suddenly became aware of her mother's summons and promptly responded from upstairs, although her tone suggested a reluctance to assist. After all, she was on the verge of completing her vivid vision of participating in a grand competition. There's no but about it. If you don't train diligently, you won't become a top coordinator. Kaizi replied with a knowing smile, her voice rich with the counsel of an elder. Xiaowang understood that if she didn't comply, she would likely be subjected to a barrage of nagging that would keep her awake all night. Thus, she swiftly donned her yellow backpack, seized the bill from Kaizi's hands, and headed to the convenience store. Is everything all right? This child is always so scatterbrained. But surely paying a utility bill won't prevent her from returning home, Kaizi murmured as she watched Xiaowang's departing figure, shaking her head and continuing to prepare dinner. Thank you, Professor Okido. I'll bring along my Apom for this trip. Please help me transfer its Pokeball, said Ash, observing the Apom clinging to his collar and protesting against being left in the backyard, speaking into the phone with Professor Okido on the other end. Haha, that's no trouble at all. Just be sure that Kurigane doesn't find out. She has been quite troublesome lately. If she discovers you're taking another Pokemon with you, my lab might just be torn apart. Professor Okido chuckled in response, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Yes, it might be a hassle for Bulbasaur too. With a crackle of electricity beside the phone, Apom's Pokeball materialized in Ash's hand. After ending the call, he promptly recalled Apom. After all, having a Pikachu on his left shoulder and Apom on his right would soon tire him out. Pikachu seemed quite satisfied with its position, relishing the absence of any competition for Ash's shoulder. All right, I'll buy you a few extra bottles of ketchup. You must give it your all in the upcoming gym battles. Ash affectionately patted Pikachu's head, retrieving several bottles of ketchup from the shelf next to the phone, which caused Pikachu's eyes to gleam brighter than ever. Wow, have you learned to sparkle? Ash teased, observing Pikachu glowing with excitement. After paying and placing the ketchup and newly purchased Pokeballs into his bag, just as he was about to head to the Pokemon Center for the night, a familiar yet ludicrous voice caught his attention. Oh no, did I forget to grab the money from the table? Looks like I have to make another trip back. Oh well, it's nothing, just a few more minutes. At the checkout counter, a blue-haired girl was rummaging through her bag. Upon realizing she hadn't found the money, she felt disheartened for barely a few seconds before quickly rallying, patting her chest as if to say it was no big deal. Xiaowang was taken aback. While Ash's pupils widened slightly, he had not expected to encounter her here. It seemed that the time he had wasted with Team Rocket in his previous life had been too long. This time he hadn't even needed to wait for the Yamabuki Research Institute to meet her. Just as Xiaowang was about to return home to retrieve her money, Ash's voice reached her ears. Are you in trouble? I can help you with the payment. Huh. Surprised that a stranger would speak to her and offer assistance, Xiaowang tilted her head. Before her stood a boy of similar age, wearing a gentle smile, unfazed by their unfamiliarity. Really? That would be so helpful. Xiaowang's azure eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded him. No problem at all. I've been traveling for quite a while, so I can cover this small expense for you. That way, you won't waste time going back and forth. Pika? Did Pikachu just have a moment of clarity? However, contrary to what Pikachu believed, Ash was merely seeking an appropriate opportunity to converse with Xiaowang. After all, the memories of their past travels together and the encouragement during world competitions were precious to him. What else could this be but a profound friendship? Poor Ash. His emotional intelligence seems to have been entirely devoted to Pokémon. He remains oblivious to how many girls he has unknowingly charmed. Chapter 4. Please let me travel with you. Oh, so you came all the way from Kanto to this place, Ash? Xiao Wang exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. Earlier, Ash had helped her pay the electricity bill, which had sparked her interest and fondness for this boy. Moreover, being of the same age meant their conversation flowed effortlessly. Yes, I began my journey in Kanto and traveled all the way to Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that he had returned to the past. He had yet to explore Kalos and Alola, so how could he claim extensive travel experience? Yet, the girl before him, blissfully unaware, simply marveled, "That's incredible. I can't believe you made it to the top 8 in the Pokémon League. I haven't even received my starter Pokémon yet." Watching Ash gently stroke Pikachu, Xiao Wang couldn't help but display a look of admiration and longing. Speaking of which, Xiao Wang, since your mother is a top coordinator, is that the path you envision for yourself as well? Casually gesturing, Ash replied. He couldn't ascertain whether in this timeline, or in this version of the past where he had altered certain events, Xiao Wang's aspirations and background remained unchanged. Of course, I have always aspired to become a top coordinator. There's no doubt about it. Xiao Wang confidently patted her chest and stood tall. But Ash, I didn't think you'd know about coordinators and the Grand Festival. I assumed those focused solely on Pokémon League competitions wouldn't pay much attention. That is indeed true. After all, the paths of training and nurturing are distinctly different, and one cannot effectively pursue both without losing focus. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, adjusting the brim of his cap. Because one of my partners in Hoenn, despite having a gym leader for a father, chose to start from scratch in the Grand Festival. Reflecting on May's growth, he couldn't help but smile. Did she succeed? Xiao Wang asked, intrigued. Unfortunately, while she didn't debut at the pinnacle, achieving top 8 in her first attempt was quite impressive. I see. It seems the Grand Festival is even more challenging than I imagined. Observing the girl deep in thought, Ash found himself momentarily lost in contemplation. Securing second place right out of the gate? Is that remarkable talent? Or has she simply been heavily influenced by her mother from a young age? One had debuted with top 8, another with second place, while he himself had confirmed his goals during his journey and also secured second place. Compared to them, he felt his own talents were lacking. He had to admit that during his first league experience, he was quite immature, allowing his disobedient Charizard to create a scene, and subsequently losing due to his ignorance of the Pokémon in the new region. His journey had been fraught with regrets. Yet he bore no grudge against himself. He simply had not been skilled enough, which motivated him to train tirelessly, believing in the bond between Pokémon and himself, ultimately leading him to stand at the pinnacle of the world champion. Ash. Noticing the boy lost in thought, Xiao Wang waved her hand to check on him. I'm fine. I was just reminiscing about some past events. Ash shook his head, determined to return without regrets, this time at the Lily of the Valley conference. Yet, could this also serve as an opportunity for Dawn to clinch the championship? I am eager to hear your story. Is traveling truly as fascinating as it seems? The girl gazed intently into his eyes, her own sparkling with anticipation, as if beseeching Ash. Although she had heard tales from her elders, the inexplicable sense of familiarity with the boy before her and their shared interests ignited her curiosity about his adventures. Of course, after departing from Pallet Town, we encountered a flock of Spearow. Seated on a chair in a convenience store, Ash began recounting his experiences, from his mischievous Pikachu to triumphing at the Orange League and dominating the battle frontier. He shared his journey tenderly, stroking Pikachu's soft fur. Meanwhile, Dawn rested her chin on her hand, listening intently to this captivating narrative. Tick-tock. Time slipped away gradually, and their bond deepened, with Dawn shedding her initial reservations. In Ash's presence, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His maturity and gentle treatment of Pokémon made her wish to linger in his company a while longer. All right, it's getting late. You should return home for dinner. Ash, with his straightforward demeanor, ushered her away, a characteristic that made her chuckle at his earnestness. Wait. As she watched him rise, she realized how much time they had spent together. Curiously observing Dawn's slightly bashful expression, Ash wondered what she would say next. Although this may be sudden, I'll be heading to the Yamanashi Research Institute tomorrow to receive my starter Pokémon. Can we travel together afterward? Taken aback by Dawn's unexpected request, Ash paused momentarily. Please, let me journey with you. I wish to learn more about Pokémon from you. I hope you can accept me. The girl clasped her hands together, bowing to Ash in earnest supplication. Of course, that's absolutely fine. I'll be visiting Professor Yamanashi as well, so let us set off together tomorrow. Ash smiled, embracing her request. Traveling once more with a familiar companion was indeed a source of joy. Chapter 5. Absolutely, without a doubt. Wonderful. With a reliable partner like you, our journey will surely be smooth sailing. Dawn exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she looked into Ash's sincere, beaming eyes. The prospect of traveling with someone so passionate about Pokémon filled her with a reassuring sense of security. It's getting late, and I'll accompany you home. Encountering wild Pokémon at night could be dangerous. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Ash noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock. The length of their conversation had slipped by unnoticed, and he realized that Aunt Keiko might soon come looking for them. As they discussed Pokémon and their future aspirations, they swiftly arrived at Dawn's home. My mom is a top-notch coordinator, but she is also very understanding. Don't worry, she'll surely like you. Dawn assured Ash with conviction. However, a moment later, her confident smile vanished. Wait, I didn't just forget my money. I didn't even bring my keys. Ash stifled a laugh, suppressing the urge to facepalm at this quintessentially Dawn moment. No worries, it's just a matter of the keys. Comforting herself, Dawn began knocking on the door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing the aroma of dinner along with Keiko's exasperated voice. You forgot your keys again? And the utility bill is sitting on the table, unmoved. You've been out for so long. Surely you didn't think you'd find the money just by searching? Keiko looked at her daughter, who was attempting to charm her way out of trouble with a sheepish expression. However, her gaze was soon drawn to the young man standing behind her daughter. Is that a boy? An unfamiliar boy? Excuse the interruption, miss. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. And this is my partner, Pikachu. Pika. Both Ash and Pikachu awkwardly introduced themselves, the scene reminiscent of a first meeting with a parent. Hello, but... Keiko greeted them with an awkward smile, then pulled Dawn closer, whispering in her ear to inquire about the situation. You didn't forget to pay the bill and brought him home to collect the payment, did you? Keiko's imagination ran wild as she suspected her daughter's potential folly. Of course not. I would never do that. Dawn's face flushed crimson. Realizing her mother was conjuring up ridiculous scenarios, she hastily interrupted. That is not it at all. As the mother-daughter duo engaged in their hushed conversation, Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. Just as they contemplated breaking the silence, Keiko finally recognized Ash's identity. I sincerely apologize. My daughter may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, and I appreciate your understanding. Keiko bowed to Ash, expressing both her embarrassment and gratitude. If you don't mind, would you like to stay for dinner? Keiko was quite taken with the youthful, yet composed boy before her, and having learned about his extensive travel experiences through Dawn, she was eager to get to know him better. If it's not too much trouble. Before Ash could finish his sentence, Keiko had already ushered him inside. Had Aunt Keiko ever been this welcoming? Although he had received her kindness before, this was his first face-to-face meeting, and he felt a bit apprehensive. Yet unbeknownst to him, his prior kindness towards Dawn had already earned him a significant amount of favor in Keiko's eyes. To assist a stranger in an unfamiliar region, particularly with a substantial sum of money, spoke volumes about his character. Although it could feel awkward to be a guest in someone's home on a first meeting, the dinner proceeded remarkably smoothly. Perhaps Ash's past travels and experiences caring for Pokémon captivated both mother and daughter, as laughter echoed around the dinner table. So your first Pokémon was Pikachu? Keiko mused, glancing at Pikachu, who was happily licking Ketchum with squinted eyes. I never expected this seemingly mature boy to have such adorable and clumsy moments. Indeed, I had originally intended to choose Bulbasaur, but I got so excited that I couldn't sleep and ended up arriving late. Ash scratched his head sheepishly, even as a world champion. Recalling his past blunders still embarrassed him. But that is fate, I assent it. I have no regrets meeting Pikachu. To me, he is my best partner, my ideal starter Pokemon, and we will never part. Pika. Hearing Ash's heartfelt words, Pikachu puffed out his chest with pride. It too cherished this boy who would protect it with his life. If it hadn't been for its own stubbornness, Ash might not have been chased by Spearow on his first day. How wonderful. Your friendship is truly enviable, Dawn and Keiko remarked, gazing at the playful duo with admiration. This meal allowed Keiko to see Ash clearly. He was indeed a gentle boy who adored Pokémon and cherished his companions. Though he constantly claims to be well cared for by his companions, has he not also become a beacon of light in the eyes of others? Optimistic, diligent, and gentle-hearted. With such a partner accompanying him on his journey, it is certain that their travels will be filled with joy. However, as she hesitated, her expression turned serious as she gazed at Ash. But, could I trouble you to travel alongside my dear Koharu? I hope you can look after her during the journey. This statement left Ash, Koharu, and Pikachu momentarily stunned. In fact, I had already mentioned this a few hours ago, Koharu whispered, tugging at Keed's sleeve, and besides, I can manage just fine on my own. You saying you can manage is usually a sign that trouble is on the horizon. Keed sighed, recalling how Koharu had always insisted on being fine, only for complications to arise. Rest assured, Auntie, perhaps it is I who will need Koharu's care. Observing this amusing yet familiar scene, Ash couldn't help but smile. Indeed, there were times when, after losing a match, it was Koharu who comforted him, and during gym battles. She often served as his cheerleader. Perhaps he was the one in need of nurturing. Chapter 6. The day of departure in the early morning. Sunlight bathed the land of Futaba town, enhancing the serene beauty of this tranquil little town. As if the warm sun were bestowing blessings upon a certain girl within its confines, wishing her a smooth journey. However, within a certain house, the inhabitants paid little heed to this peaceful scenery, as a cacophony shattered the tranquility. Koharu, it's time to come down for breakfast. If you keep daydreaming about your grand competition, you'll miss out on claiming your Pokémon. Keed called out loudly from upstairs, for today marked the day of their journey. Yet this child seemed blissfully unperturbed. Coming. There's still plenty of time. Besides, Ash is late too, and he's still got Pikachu, so it'll be fine. After tidying her hair and donning her familiar white cap, Koharu finally made her way downstairs. By the way, where are Ash and Pikachu? Haven't they woken up yet? Noticing the empty table, Koharu turned to Keed, surprised that they too could sleep in. Keed couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? They've been up training for ages. They should be out front doing their morning exercises by now. If only you were a bit more composed like Ash. Huh, they're that dedicated? Koharu slowly approached the window and opened it, and sure enough, she spotted Ash conducting a special training session with Pikachu and Apom. Apom summoned countless shadow clones to unleash Swift, while Pikachu skillfully discerned the real one, then unleashed Thunderbolt. Outside, Ash, bathed in the early morning sun, commanded the two Pokémon, the golden rays illuminating his face, making him appear particularly earnest and mature. Apom created multiple copies, all launching Swift towards Pikachu. However, Pikachu was equally formidable, dispersing the clones and the Swift with a single Thunderbolt. As only one shadow remained, he charged towards it with Quick Attack and Iron Tail. When Iron Tail struck Apom, instead of a cry, there was merely the sound of a puff as the shadow faded away. Pikachu soon realized this was a ruse and quickly looked up, noticing a powerful focus punch soaring towards him. Pika, not one to back down, he propelled himself with his tail and countered with Iron Tail, resulting in a fierce clash that ended with both Pokémon landing on the ground, panting heavily. Alright, that's enough for today. Ash clapped his hands, signaling the end of the morning practice. Fantastic job, Apom. You've utilized the moves I taught you exceptionally well. Pikachu, you have quick reflexes, but you must pay attention to the details during battles. You could have performed even better this time. Ash knelt down to review their recent match, emphasizing that only by grasping every detail could they excel in battles. Wow, this training is more thrilling than any competition I've seen. Koharu marveled at the scene. After all, making it to the top 8 in the Pokemon League was no small feat, showcasing Ash's remarkable commanding skills. Keed nodded approvingly. A trainer should know when to play and when to train, patiently helping their Pokemon identify their shortcomings. That is the essence of a true trainer. Thank you for the meal. I'm full now. After breakfast, Koharu and Ash bid farewell to Keed and prepared to head out. As Koharu was about to leave, Keed suddenly asked, Wait, Koharu, what about the things you need for your journey? I'm all set, the girl exclaimed, pulling out a suitcase from the side, indicating her ample preparation. Well, ample is one way to put it, but who takes a suitcase on a journey? You'll probably be crushed by it halfway. Keed exclaimed, What have you even packed? It's just clothes. Do you think you're going on vacation? She rummaged through the suitcase filled with assorted clothing and accessories, her forehead creased in frustration. But these are essentials, Koharu protested, but before she could finish, Keed forcibly shoved a yellow backpack into her hands. This is more than enough. Your mother used to travel with just this. Still unconvinced, she glanced at Ash, so please keep an eye on her. My child is full of quirks, and I worry about her being on her own. Don't worry, Auntie, we'll do our best. Though he felt a bit helpless, Ash smiled reassuringly, acknowledging Keed's request. Well, I've seen people travel in luxury cars, and Koharu's just taking a suitcase. It's not that big of a deal. After some time on the road, she'll learn what she needs to know. Chapter 7. Troubles abound. I'm so tired, and it's so boring. This is nothing like the adventure Ash described. Koharu yawned, her fatigue evident. Why haven't we encountered anything interesting yet? Observing the girl beside him, who had only just set off from home, yet had already complained about boredom nearly half a dozen times, Ash rubbed his forehead and offered some sage advice. Hey, you've only been on the road for less than 2 hours. When I first encountered the Spearows, it took me nearly a whole day. Adventures don't unfold that quickly. Do you think you're Giratina, able to summon events with just a word? Honestly, you're only 10, like me. Yet you act so mature, Koharu retorted silently, though she knew he was right. However, why did Ash always seem to carry himself like an adult? So contrary to his youthful appearance? Ash chose not to respond further. After all, he couldn't very well divulge that he was from the future. By the way, do you really know where the Yamanashi Research Institute is? As they passed various stalls and shops, Ash questioned, shouldn't it be easier for newcomers to find the Research Institute? How have we been wandering for over an hour without arriving? In contrast to Ash's doubts, the carefree girl was much more composed. Don't worry, I was born and raised in Futaba Town. There's no way I could get lost. With that, Koharu pointed at a building not far away and exclaimed, look, it's right there. No problem, no problem. Without waiting for Ash's reaction, she dashed ahead. It's worth noting that this girl had initially planned to travel by bicycle, only to be chastised by Keed for being too indulgent. She was told that walking would allow her to encounter a plethora of wild Pokémon and natural wonders. Ultimately, she was persuaded to relent under Ash and Keed's insistence. After all, it wouldn't be polite for Pikachu to accidentally unleash Thunderbolt on a bicycle and destroy it again. That was a mistake from his past that he could not afford to repeat. Incorrect. It was Miss Joy who repaired Xiaoxia's bicycle, while Xiaojiang's bicycle was salvaged by his time-traveling self. As for Xiaoyao's apology, should we blame Shalebi? Or the unknown totem? Or perhaps Dialga? They didn't reflect on their mistakes when they were sent back to Hoenn. Just as Ash was preparing to follow, he heard a girl's startled exclamation. Yes, yes. I'm so sorry. I took a wrong turn. Xiaojiang, blushing deeply, dashed out from the building, evidently mortified. If nothing else, that must be the restaurant. Built with such style, she ran in without even a glance. Ash felt exasperated. He never anticipated that he would be so directionally challenged. And yet there was someone even worse. If only that elder were here. If you hadn't pulled me along, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself so badly. How could you blame me? You insisted it was fine and dashed right in, just as the two were on the verge of an argument. An elderly gentleman with a white beard and a serious demeanor approached them. You must be the trainers here to receive your starter Pokemon. I am Professor Yamaki, and I will escort you. Professor Yamaki glanced at Xiaojiang and scrutinized Ash and Pikachu. So you are Ash, the one Professor Oak mentioned. Pikachu is well cared for. Its fur is quite sleek, yet you must strive harder in the future. Yes, thank you, Professor. Ash bowed to Professor Yamaki. Though the professor had a sharp tongue, he showed great concern for trainers, insisting on no errors. I appreciate your assistance, Professor. Xiaojiang also replied respectfully to Professor Yamaki. The youth of today truly lack experience. Getting lost, even while walking, the professor remarked as they made their way to the laboratory. Upon opening the doors of the laboratory, one would expect to find 3 adorable starter Pokemon patiently seated on the table. However, it appeared that something had gone awry. Chaos reigned within the lab. Equipment lay strewn across the floor, and Pokemon food was scattered everywhere, while 2 researchers were laboriously cleaning up, leaving only a Turtwig calmly munching on food. The researchers, under Professor Yamaki's watchful gaze, did not dare to raise their heads. What on earth happened? Where are the Chimchar and Piplup? And what of all this disarray? We apologize for our negligence. Chimchar and Piplup clashed over food, and the startled Starly and Staravia fled due to the sudden commotion, one researcher explained, nudging the Turtwig on the ground. Well, this is quite the predicament. We must retrieve the Pokemon first, Professor Yamaki mused, feeling a headache coming on from the unforeseen incident. Leave it to us, Professor. We'll go find Piplup and Chimchar. Please trust us. Ash said earnestly, knowing that time was of the essence. If they encountered higher-level opponents in the wild, it would be more than just a matter of losing the ability to battle. Then I entrust this to you. Perhaps sensing the confidence and composure in Ash's eyes, Professor Yamaki finally nodded, signaling Xiaojiang and Ash to search together. Chapter 8, Starly and Piplup. While they intended to search, wandering aimlessly in the forest seemed daunting. Observing the tangled trees and the occasional scurrying insects, Xiaojiang began to regret joining Ash. He had imagined that staying with Ash would provide a sense of security, but now, wandering aimlessly in an unfamiliar forest left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Well, I suppose we needn't worry too much about Starly and Staravia. Flying-type Pokemon generally have a strong sense of direction. Even if they're startled, they will likely return to their trainers after a while. That leaves Piplup and Chimchar, which are relatively easy to spot in the woods, given their visibility. Ash assessed the situation, fully aware of Starly as a master of flying types, thus setting his sights firmly on 2 of the starters. Starly, To facilitate their search, Ash released his A-Palm to swing through the trees. After all, being high up offered a better vantage point. However, as A-Palm swung about, it accidentally collided with a flying Pokémon, resulting in a noticeable bump on its forehead. Starly, A-Palm. The two Pokémon immediately began to tussle, displeased by the obstruction in their paths. A-Palm, what are you doing? What Pokémon is that? Ash exclaimed, watching the commotion unfold between the monkey and the bird. Instantly recognizing the Pokémon involved, it was Starly. Since it was a solitary encounter, it confirmed it was not the one from Professor Yamaki's lab. Good. He pulled out the upgraded Pokédex given by Professor Oak to record the new entry, and Ash resolved to catch it. Ready for a battle? Well, the flying type can assist us in finding Piplup and Chimchar. Plus, given the current situation, A-Palm might feel competitive. So let's do this. A-Palm, I want you to capture this Starly. Hearing Ash's command, A-Palm immediately ceased its aimless scratching, leaping onto a branch to prepare for battle. Shadow Clone. Multiple images appeared among the branches, momentarily bewildering the wild Starly, which looked around for the real one. Aerial Ace. One of A-Palm's shadows launched colorful stars towards Starly. But Starly, realizing the attack, soared high into the air and countered with a dive attack. Its judgment skills are impressive, but let us focus on a powerful attack. Ash thought, recognizing that this Starly quickly grasped its opponent's movements and understood that Aerial Ace was unavoidable, using the momentum of its dive to enhance the power of its counter. The two Pokémon clashed in the air, evenly matched, but Starly appeared to wear a smug grin, its wings glowing as it attempted to knock A-Palm out of the sky. However, at the moment Starly's wing struck A-Palm, it froze. Sensing the power of the focus punch dissipate, along with its own wing that was about to hit A-Palm. It's too late to realize now. Give it your all with focus punch. Ash revealed a knowing smile. The morning's practice with his misdirection tactics was clearly paying off. While they were evenly matched, Ash noticed the faint glow of Starly's wings and signaled A-Palm to use Shadow Clone, successfully confusing the opponent. Starly, seemingly channeling all its earlier frustration into its tail. A-Palm delivered a focus punch that sent Starly crashing to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Excellent. Go, Pokeball. Ash retrieved an empty Pokeball from his belt and threw it at Starly. After shaking a few times, the ball settled steadily on the ground. I've caught Starly. Pikachu chimed in. Starly. Ash struck a familiar pose, celebrating the arrival of his new partner alongside Pikachu and A-Palm. This scene was closely watched by Xiaojing, who was utterly captivated. That was impressive. So swift and decisive. Your rhythm and command were overwhelming. Xiaojing exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had witnessed Ash's style earlier that morning, he hadn't anticipated its sheer ferocity in battle, showcasing immense pressure. Now isn't the time for admiration. Come forth, Starly. Ash released Starly from the Pokeball and took out some healing ointment from his bag to tend to its wounds. Please, can you scout the skies for any sign of Piplup and Chimchar? Starly, charmed by the trainer's skill and kindness, nodded eagerly before soaring into the sky to search. All right, let us remain still for the time being. The most terrifying aspect of the forest is the risk of becoming lost by wandering aimlessly. Ash explained to Dawn, acknowledging their lackluster sense of direction. Even in Kanto, he had managed to lose his way several times, despite having Brock as company. This was certainly more daunting in an unfamiliar forest. However, the situation appeared far from optimistic. As the mist thickened and an unidentifiable chorus of insect sounds filled the air, Dawn instinctively inched closer to Ash, tightly gripping the hem of his shirt, overtaken by the eerie atmosphere. What on earth is that? Dawn quivered, pointing a trembling finger at a swarm of insects emerging from the fog. The ominous sound they made suggested that their intentions were far from friendly. Oh no, we might have inadvertently wandered into Ariados territory, Ash said gravely, observing the red figures materializing from the mist. This group, adorned with long tentacles and sharp fangs, was none other than the notorious Ariados, a common villain among Pokémon. Pikachu, use a less powerful Thunderbolt to paralyze them. Ambipom, lead the way, Ash commanded, understanding that remaining stationary would only result in being encircled by Ariados and ensnared in their webs, destined to become their lunch. Although venturing forward might lead them astray, it was indeed the most prudent and unavoidable course of action. The duo, accompanied by their Pokémon, began to sprint ahead until they reached a lake. The path forward blocked by water while the relentless Ariados pursued them from behind. This is awful. If this continues, Pikachu, prepare Thunderbolt. Ambipom, get ready for Swift. Ash's lips curled into a grimace as he glanced back at the ever-growing horde of Ariados. Utilizing Thunderbolt in such a confined space posed a risk of harming both himself and Dawn. Though he had been electrocuted numerous times, and was nearing immunity. Whether Dawn could withstand it remained a mystery. Pikachu's cheeks began to emit electricity, seemingly aware that they needed to eliminate the spiders to escape this predicament. Just then, a bubble beam erupted from the fog, cutting through the mist and striking the Ariados, forcing them to retreat several steps. Basil, a short, blue penguin, emerged, hands on its hips, evidently proud of its recent valiant act. What perfect timing. Pikachu, use Iron Tail on the ground. Ambipom, unleash Swift. Ash called out, ignoring the Baisel's attempts to bask in glory. Pikachu's Iron Tail struck the ground, sending a shower of dirt onto the Ariados, while Ambipom's Swift unleashed a barrage of damage, making it clear that the opposing Pokémon were not to be trifled with. The Ariados exchanged wary glances. An all-out assault may very well result in their defeat, prompting them to gradually retreat until they faded from sight. That was close. Dawn exhaled a sigh of relief, slowly sinking to the ground. I will never complain about boredom again. That was truly terrifying. By the way, Ash, why did we wait for Basil to attack before we struck? Well, Thunderbolt has a vast range, and if not executed properly, we could be harmed as well. Also, Iron Tail and Focus Punch could easily be ensnared by the Ariados webs. If we were caught, it would spell disaster. Basil arrived just in time, distracting our adversaries and allowing us to launch our attack while they were preoccupied, Ash explained, smiling at Basil, acknowledging its timely and crucial intervention. Wow, that's impressive, Dawn exclaimed, lifting Basil and affectionately stroking its round head. Basil stood proudly with its eyes closed, basking in the praise. As the sounds of a nearby Murkrow echoed through the air, Ash realized it seemed to have located another lost companion. Let's go, Dawn. After we find the Monferno, we should hurry back. Ash glanced at the synchronized Basil and Dawn, feeling uneasy about leaving these two overly confident companions alone for too long, and beckoned them to follow. Wait, Ash. Dawn, cradling Basil, gazed in awe at a pink apparition that briefly appeared by the lakeside, though it was but a fleeting moment. The dreamlike vision was etched into her memory. Amulet coin. Ash's pupils dilated as he caught sight of the pink mushroom that vanished in an instant, astonished to have witnessed the amulet coin's existence. Is that the name of that Pokémon? Indeed, quite a stroke of luck. Chapter 9. I look forward to our future together. All right, I know you're the best. Dawn chuckled, affectionately patting Basil, who strutted with an air of self-importance. After emerging from the forest, Basil had exhibited this behavior on multiple occasions, which suited Dawn's character perfectly. The duo shared a delightful conversation on their journey home. Meanwhile, Ash was accompanied by a Monferno, which seemed to recognize the mischief it had caused earlier and now obediently followed Ash, refraining from causing any further trouble. However, their return journey was soon interrupted by an unexpected event, though it was not entirely unwelcome. Toot toot. A speeding delivery truck suddenly halted beside them, and through their puzzled gazes, a familiar figure emerged from the passenger seat. Ash, it's really you. I heard from Professor Oak that you were coming to Sinnoh, but I didn't expect to see you so soon. A boy, carrying a large backpack and squinting his eyes into a friendly smile, threw his arm around Ash's shoulder, greeting him warmly. Brock. Wait, how did you end up here? Ash exclaimed in surprise, recalling that he had encountered Brock in a similar manner in his past life. But the reason for this meeting eluded him. Was he searching for him, or was he feeling down? Well, actually, Brock wore a triumphant expression and whispered to Ash, I'm out here enjoying a romantic drive with this lovely lady. He gestured to the woman driving the truck. Speaking of which, you've already met another girl. The first time I met you, it was with Misty. The second time was with May, Brock remarked, glancing at Dawn standing behind him. I wonder if Pikachu fried this girl's bike, and that's why she's chasing you for compensation? Absolutely not. We just happened to meet and realized we got along well, so we decided to travel together. It's better to have someone to look after you, Ash retorted, exasperated by the bike thief label. Hello, I'm Dawn. Dawn shyly waved at Brock, surprised to meet him so soon after hearing Ash speak of him. She was uncertain how to respond, especially since she had overheard their previous conversation. After all, Ash was the one her mother had entrusted to help her. Hello, I'm Brock, aspiring Pokémon breeder. Brock greeted with a smile, then patted Ash on the shoulder. So, Ash, I wish you both a smooth journey. I must continue my romantic drive. With that, he prepared to board the truck for his love escapade. However, before he could climb in, he was interrupted by a phone call from the woman. Hello, darling? What, darling? Brock was left utterly stunned, the shock comparable to his experiences at Professor Oak's. Sorry, Brock, my lover just called, so I can't continue driving you. But you've run into your good friend, so it's all good. The driver waved apologetically at Brock before promptly shutting the door and speeding away. Ash observed the distraught Brock with a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of their previous encounter at Professor Oak's. Woe is me, my love. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Gang transitioned from weeping to a spirited exclamation. Forget it. It matters not. Let us embark on our journey together, Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang. With a resigned smile, Xiao Ji acquiesced. By the way, is this little chimchar your latest capture? Its tail flames are quite vigorous and healthy, Xiao Gang remarked. Observing the chimchar that was squatting at Xiao Ji's feet, he then glanced at the Pachima beside Xiao Guang, noting its minor injuries. As a seasoned Pokemon caretaker, Xiao Gang discerned their issues immediately and inquired curiously about the situation. Actually, it's a bit of a story. The trio explained as they walked towards the Yamanashi Research Institute, with Xiaoji recounting the events leading up to their arrival. From encountering Team Rocket to traveling alongside Xiao Guang. You are quite stubborn to have followed us here, Xiao Gang remarked, crossing his arms with a frown, as he rummaged through his backpack for healing supplies to tend to Pachima. Here, eat this fruit. It will aid in your recovery. Watching Pachima devour the fruit, Xiao Guang gazed at Xiao Gang in admiration. You're amazing. Xiao Ji told me you excel at caring for Pokemon, and your cooking is top-notch. I can't believe we're traveling together now. It's nothing, merely a matter of experience, Xiao Gang chuckled modestly. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. Yamanashi smiled at the trio, expressing his gratitude. Now, Xiao Guang, please choose your starter Pokemon. He indicated the 3 Pokemon before her, encouraging her to make her first significant decision. I've actually made up my mind on the way back, and we have quite the synergy, Xiao Guang said, her eyes brightening as she looked at Pachima. So, it's decided. Please take good care of me, Pachima. With that, she gently embraced Pachima, and they exchanged warm smiles, creating a heartwarming scene. Excellent choice. Here is your Pokédex and Pokeballs. May your future journeys be prosperous. Dr. Yamanashi presented the starter kit to Xiao Guang, wishing the group well on their adventures. However, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, you received a call and a package earlier. It seems to be from your mother. As he opened the package, he discovered new clothes, pants, a cap, and a backpack, identical to what he had worn in Sinnoh. How thoughtful. All the necessary gear. Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang marveled. Donning the fresh attire, Xiao Ji adjusted his cap, embracing the familiar sensation. This time, everything will be different. I must achieve victory at the Lily of the Valley Conference. I look forward to your guidance on this journey. Xiao Guang, Xiao Gang. Pikachu extended its paw upwards, and Xiao Guang momentarily hesitated, instinctively reaching out to clasp hands with Xiao Ji in agreement, leaving Xiao Gang to watch with a smile as their friendship blossomed. Chapter 10. The most formidable rival upon exiting the Yamanashi Research Institute. The reincarnated youth strode confidently towards the location of the first gym. However, just outside the doors, he encountered a familiar figure, clad in dark attire with purple hair and a frosty expression. He radiated an aura that starkly contrasted with Xiao Ji's gentle demeanor, a clear indication of his desire for solitude. Shinji, Xiao Ji's pupils dilated in surprise. To his astonishment, he not only ran into Xiao Gang, but also encountered this individual, who could be deemed his most formidable rival. A master in both Pokemon training and strategy, Shinji had previously trounced Xiao Ji's less experienced self with his superior tactics. It was precisely Shinji's prowess that had compelled Xiao Ji to grasp the intricacies of strategy and ultimately achieve revenge in the Sinnoh League, breaking into the top 4. As the youth pondered quietly, Shinji's gaze fell upon him. It's you? Shinji rarely displayed interest, but his expression suggested he was intrigued. I observed you capturing a Muckaroo in the forest. You seem like a worthy opponent. But is a Muckaroo of that caliber truly worth your effort? Xiaoji responded, right off the bat. I'm met with familiar banter. Reflecting on their previous encounter during the Elite Four training, he noted how Shinji's demeanor had softened considerably, leaving him almost nostalgic for the transformation. Observing the boy's calm demeanor, Shinji raised an eyebrow. Not only do you lack a diverse repertoire of moves, but you also seem out of sync with your opponent's rhythm. What value is there in capturing such a feeble creature? Just as Xiao Ji was about to retort, Xiao Guang, unable to contain her indignation, interjected. How can you judge others' Pokemon and methods so casually? Who are you to criticize Xiao Ji's Muckaroo? Having absorbed Xiao Ji's teachings along their journey, Xiao Guang shared his belief that with effort and dedication, no Pokemon is inherently weak. Did I even engage you in conversation? Shinji scoffed. To possess such misplaced confidence with only a starter Pokemon, what a hopeless individual. His words, rather than constructive, seemed to carry a tinge of condescension. What did you say? The girl exploded with anger. All right, let us cease this here. Realizing the situation was escalating, Xiaoji awkwardly chuckled and gently pulled Xiao Guang behind him. After collecting his thoughts, he addressed Shinji earnestly. Pokémon require love and care to thrive. I believe there are no weak Pokémon. Only trainers whose skills do not align with them. Every Pokémon can shine when nurtured with affection, and it is my duty to guide them to unleash their potential. Even if I lose in the future, it's my responsibility, and I don't foresee us being inadequate. Xiaoji's sincere and confident words left Shinji momentarily speechless, shaking his head in disbelief. TCH, to hold such notions, you must be quite inept. Shinji regarded Xiaoji coldly, his repeated head shakes betraying his disappointment. Since you are so confident, how about a Pokémon battle? 3 against 3, we'll proceed directly to the next match after. 3 against 3? The familiar challenge momentarily stunned Xiaoji. Indeed, unlike the randomness of a 1-on-1 battle, and less taxing than a 6-on-6 encounter, a 3-on-3 contest demands a trainer's deep understanding of their Pokémon and the manifestation of strategy. Surely you have 3 competent Pokémon, right? Of course, I accept your challenge. Pikachu. Xiaoji and Pikachu responded with enthusiasm, eager for a battle after several days in Sinnoh without one. Moreover, facing an opponent with differing philosophies, he saw no reason to decline. The best explanation is always victory, letting strength do the talking. May I borrow your arena, Dr. Yamanashi? Shinji courteously bowed to the appearing researcher, who merely nodded in response. He too was keen to witness the prowess of these 2 newcomers, one a promising young trainer favored by Professor Oak, and the other a boy he believed held great potential. Their clash would undoubtedly be a thrilling spectacle. How arrogant! Who does he think he is? The previous conversation left the girl still seething with indignation, and she tugged at the boy's hem, striving to suppress the lingering fury within her. Ash, you must prevail. Teach that arrogant fellow a lesson. Absolutely, absolutely. Don't emulate my example. For the moment, Ash was remarkably adept at lightening the mood. A mere utterance of his familiar catchphrase instantly quelled the girl's ire. However, the dissipated anger merely gave way to persistent unease. Can he really do it? The opponent exudes a contrasting aura to Ash, and his strength is undoubtedly formidable. The girl sighed with worry, biting her lip in distress. Have faith, trust in him. Feeling the reassuring pressure on her shoulder, May looked up in surprise to meet Brock's earnest and solemn gaze fixed upon the battlefield. I've traveled with him for so long, yet when I saw him today, I was momentarily taken aback. Brock observed Ash standing confidently in the arena, his cap tilted forward, exuding self-assurance. Unlike the carefree demeanor from their Hoenn journey, his tone and approach to challenges reflected a maturity far removed from that of the reckless child he once was. Yet, somehow, that fervor and passion remained unchanged. Trust him. His growth during this time will surely bring us delightful surprises. Shall I take on the role of referee? After softly voicing his thoughts, Brock paused briefly before raising his voice to volunteer to the 2. Not necessary. The response came in Shinji's cold tone. It's a 3-on-3 battle. Once one side is unable to continue, they will send out another Pokémon until all 3 matches are concluded. Murkrow, come forth to battle. It's settled. You're the one. As 2 beams of red light flashed, the silhouettes of 2 Murkrows soared into the air above the grassy field, each calling out to bolster their own spirit. Is this truly the case? Ash focused intently, exhaling deeply, using the striking visuals to stimulate his long-dormant sympathetic nerves. The same Murkrow, this time, will not be defeated. Return, Shinji commanded decisively. Unlike the other Murkrow, Shinji's Murkrow had learned the move Return at this stage, a testament to its remarkable talent. As Shinji's Murkrow ascended, it radiated a brilliant light, charging forcefully toward Ash's Murkrow. Dodge with quick attack. Don't let it escape. One side opted for a temporary retreat, while the other pursued relentlessly. The 2 Murkrow darted through the air, each refusing to grant the other an advantage. However, just as Shinji's Murkrow was about to close the gap, use wing attack to counter, Ash commanded, timing his order for the moment when the opposing Murkrow began its ascent. The sudden shift in strategy proved effective, as Ash's Murkrow, its wings gleaming, executed a spinning wing attack that struck the enemy preparing for an aerial assault, disrupting its return. Did I get outmaneuvered? Shinji frowned, taken aback by the unconventional approach of his opponent. Shadow Clone. Just as Shinji's Murkrow adjusted its stance to launch a second attack, it found itself confronted by countless illusions of Ash's Murkrow, rendering its strike ineffective. Finish it with wing attack. Look behind you, Return. Upon noticing a shadow emanating a brilliant light behind his Murkrow, Shinji swiftly altered his strategy. However, Ash had anticipated this move. The Return executed by Shinji's Murkrow successfully struck the enemy behind it, but in an instant, Ash's Murkrow vanished. The speed of the Shadow Clone combined with Quick Attack was no less than that of a lightning-fast maneuver. Ash chuckled, shaking his finger with confidence and pride. I've used this tactic with my Swellow in the Hoenn League. This flawless execution of a technique that rivals Quick Attack can effectively confuse and mislead the opponent. As the powerful gust of air surged from above Shinji's Murkrow, Ash's Murkrow's wing attack crashed down, sending it plummeting from the sky to the grass below. Dirt sprayed up. And amidst the chaos, the sight of Shinji's Murkrow with swirling eyes was vividly captured by all. Yes, we won the first match, May exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. So composed? In stark contrast to the girl's exuberance, Brock murmured softly, observing the lopsided state of the battle. The execution of techniques and the grasp of the situation exuded a sense of calculated precision. After all, in the past, Ash would have charged in recklessly at the start, only to devise unexpected strategies after realizing he was outmatched. But today his play was remarkably decisive, as if the rhythm of the entire match lay firmly within his grasp. Chapter 11. Complete Domination. Useless creature. Well done, you've worked hard. The tone and phrasing of the words uttered upon releasing a Pokémon stood in stark contrast. Post-match, their evaluations of the Pokémon were polar opposites. One was marked by extreme severity, while the other brimmed with gentle praise. Observing the starkly different personas on the field, Brock furrowed his brow. Indeed, their temperaments were utterly opposed. Dr. Yamanashi nodded in agreement, stating, Ash is tender and meticulous with his Pokémon, whereas Shinji is strict and fierce. Such contrasting styles will undoubtedly influence the state of their Pokémon. Perhaps, this divergence is what leads to varying philosophies in Pokémon training and combat styles. Chimchar, prepare to battle. Similar to Charmander, Chimchar's rear was ablaze, its expression serious as it fixed its gaze on Ash. It understood that since Shinji had sent it out, victory was imperative, and it must be achieved with absolute superiority. Otherwise, it would face the wrath of Torterra's unyielding plants and Electivire's thunderbolts. Tylo, you're up. The two monkeys stared at each other, an amusing sight. However, Shinji paid no mind to such trivialities, swiftly commanding Chimchar to unleash Ember. Meanwhile, Ash directed Tylo to utilize Shadow Clone. Unleash Ember on all the clones, Shinji calmly instructed, having learned from the previous encounter that the same strategy could not fail a second time. Chimchar surveyed its surroundings, releasing flames until only one clone remained, then opened its mouth wide to unleash a powerful stream of ember towards Tylo. Charge in. To everyone's astonishment, Ash directed Tylo to rush forward and confront the flames head-on. What is he planning? Shinji murmured under his breath, utterly bewildered by Ash's reasoning. From the earlier Murkrow's evasive maneuver against return, to now Tylo's inexplicable decision to charge at Ember, he felt he was losing control of the match's tempo. Use Focus Punch while spinning. Just as Tylo approached the flames, its tail glimmered, propelling its body forward in a spinning motion. The spinning Focus Punch effectively dispersed the Ember, leaving Chimchar helplessly watching as its flames were nullified, only to be struck firmly by the Focus Punch. Get up, Flame Wheel. Chimchar, wincing in pain, rose and leaped, enveloping itself in flames to roll toward Tylo. Wait until he gets closer. Ash's lips curled into a slight smile. He sensed that his unexpected assault had rattled the opponent. Once Shinji realized that long-range attacks could be countered, he would undoubtedly seek to engage in close combat, playing right into Ash's hands. Now is the moment, jump with your tail. In the fleeting moment before the fire wheel could crush its target, the long-tailed monkeys leapt into the air with its tail, deftly evading the fiery assault. Do not let it escape. However, to everyone's surprise, the fire wheel rebounded from the ground and charged directly at the long-tailed monkey. Focus on a powerful strike. Shinji overlooked a critical detail in terms of aerial time. The long-tailed monkey had ascended first, resulting in its position being marginally higher than that of the little flame monkey, an advantage that Ash intended to exploit. With the momentum of its descent, the long-tailed monkey executed a concentrated strike from above, smashing down onto the fire wheel, thereby shattering it and delivering a heavy blow to the little flame monkey. Now, unleash the final high-speed star. Sparks flew. Both Pokémon adjusted their stances mid-air, unleashing their signature moves. As the smoke from their collision dissipated, the long-tailed monkey elegantly flipped backward, while the little flame monkey lay sprawled on the ground, faintly glowing with fatigue. Why? Noticing that the long-tailed monkey had emerged unscathed from the explosion's shockwaves, Shinji was momentarily taken aback. Regardless of the power of their moves, one would expect the long-tailed monkey to have sustained some damage from the residual blasts. Yet, at that moment, the long-tailed monkey appeared unusually invigorated, even exhibiting the energy to perform several acrobatic flips, showcasing its prowess with an air of playfulness. It dawned on him. During the instant of the move collision, the long-tailed monkey had utilized a shadow clone technique. Beside him, Brock clenched his fists, realization washing over him. Ash's Pokémon are all remarkably swift. The long-tailed monkey is indeed capable of such a feat in an instant. Well done, long-tailed monkey. Ash praised as he embraced the approaching long-tailed monkey. Your training over the past few days in aerial maneuvering and the speed of your shadow clone technique has yielded impressive results. What an astonishing reaction time. The girl, whose hands had previously rested beside her skirt, now unconsciously clenched them into fists. A peculiar shimmer illuminated her eyes. And as the brilliant gaze shared between the boy and the long-tailed monkey reflected in her cerulean irises, a wave of excitement and joy rippled through her. Was it admiration? Or perhaps envy? Regardless, at that moment, she felt her heart race wildly due to the boy's battle prowess, the tension in her clenched fists mirroring her exhilaration. Yet, unbeknownst to her, no one noticed this, as all eyes were fixated on the impending final battle on the field. Silently, Shinji recalled the little flame monkey, casting several glances back at it as he returned it to his belt. Is it still unable to unleash that power? He murmured, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the Electabuzz, which was eagerly bouncing on its feet, ready for battle. Electabuzz, let's go. Shinji's gaze shifted momentarily toward the battlefield, signaling it to take the stage. Pika Pika. Ash chuckled, observing the impatient Pikachu tugging at his pants with a pitiful expression. After recalling the long-tailed monkey, he crouched down to affectionately ruffle Pikachu's head. All right, I'm counting on you, my friend, he said softly. Pika. Receiving Ash's encouragement, Pikachu nodded excitedly, launching itself onto the grassy field with enthusiasm, bounding toward the waiting Electabuzz. A flash of electricity. The moment Ash issued the command, Pikachu vanished in an instant, its white afterimage shimmering with brilliance as it approached the Electabuzz. Hold your ground. Shinji's pupils constricted in shock. He could hardly fathom Pikachu's incredible speed. He had thought the long-tailed monkey had reached its limit, yet this Pikachu's velocity was even more terrifying. Darting forward with the swiftness of lightning, a green glow erupted as Pikachu's quick attack collided with the barrier. Thunderbolt. Light wall. While one side launched an unrelenting offense, the other maintained a steadfast defense. Pikachu's powerful Thunderbolt struck the Electabuzz, causing a golden barrier to shimmer with electric currents, casting a radiant golden hue across the grass. Impressive power, Shinji remarked, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he noted the intriguing nature of this battle. Brick break. As Pikachu approached, Electabuzz's arm glinted with white energy, ready to strike. Both Shinji and Electabuzz realized that if they continued to play defensively, the opponent's formidable strength would dictate the course of the battle, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail glimmered with white light, engaging in a fierce contest against Electabuzz's right arm. Yet the contrasting expressions of determination on Pikachu's face and Electabuzz's strained demeanor were stark. Thunderbolt. Hold your ground. The close-range Thunderbolt was once again thwarted by the light wall, and Shinji exhaled slightly, contemplating a brick break to regain the upper hand. However, Ash's reaction was quicker, calling out for a quick attack first. Electabuzz's white glowing arm couldn't execute brick break before being interrupted by Pikachu's quick attack, resulting in a sharp collision that sent Electabuzz flying. Stabilize your body and use brick break. Shinji thought in frustration, questioning why every move seemed anticipated by his opponent. Whether it was the light wall or the defensive maneuvers, he had failed to gain the advantage, and even his attempt to call for a brick break had been foreseen. Close in and use quick attack. Pika. Noticing the exhausted state of Electabuzz's brick break, which had diminished in both speed and power, Ash seized the moment as they drew near and commanded Pikachu to execute the final move. Now, Iron Tail. True to form, the quick attack propelled Electabuzz once more, and Pikachu's dazzling Iron Tail struck fiercely against Electabuzz's forehead, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Chapter 12, A Noisy Morning. Thank you for your encouragement. We will strive diligently in the future. After bidding farewell to Professor Yamanashi, the trio finally embarked on their journey, though the girl remained irate about recent events. Honestly, what is he so smug about? She fumed, her cheeks flushed with indignation from the boy's condescending tone. Despite Ash's victory, he appeared overly self-satisfied. Indeed, in their first battle of this life, Ash had decisively outmaneuvered Shinji with exceptional strategy and flawless adaptability. Yet, although I lost, your command and decision-making skills are commendable, but blindly believing in the so-called tedious bonds and friendship strikes me as utterly ridiculous. The art of Pokémon training lies in the relentless pursuit of perfection and self-discipline, allowing one to remain composed in any situation. Despite his defeat, Shinji remained unchanged, his sharp tongue and icy demeanor intact. This nearly exasperated the girl beside Ash, prompting her to vent her frustrations throughout the journey, as if to alleviate her unresolved anger. However, Ash paid little heed, having endured her rants many times in his previous life. As he recalled the somewhat discordant image of the two Pokémon, he couldn't help but chuckle, walking ahead with his head tilted back, gazing at the pristine white clouds. Things will soften over time, won't they? The young boy whispered softly, the sense of relief in his eyes illuminated by the golden sunlight, making his brown orbs radiate with an extraordinary brilliance. All right, Dawn, it's perfectly fine. It's just one battle after all. We will undoubtedly face many more in the future. I am confident that Shinji will agree with me and ultimately make the best changes. Observing the map, Brock raised his gaze in astonishment, taken aback by the mature tone and the distinctive aura emanating from the boy before him. It was indeed hard to fathom what he had endured just months ago. He would not have spoken in such a manner. To speak through battles, to entrust the answers to the process of combat. Looking at it now, you have not only adhered to your initial ideals, but have also become remarkably composed and level-headed. Ash scratched his cheek awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. After all, it would be erroneous to say he had not matured, after embarking on numerous journeys and adventures. Ultimately hoisting the trophy of world champion was undoubtedly a testament to his growth and transformation. Meanwhile, his three Pokémon were diligently training along their journey, a task that Ash had assigned to them. By leaping from branch to branch while remaining vigilant of external distractions, they were honing their focus, enabling them to notice details in battles that others might overlook. In higher stakes confrontations, only by attending to the minutiae could one find the key to victory. Much like his previous battle against Cynthia, where he had utterly failed to notice the color of her Spiritome's attack. A grave miscalculation that resulted in his valiant Pikachu being forced out of the fight. This had become one of his regrets, one that he often revisited even before the finals against the champion. Had he remained calmer, not swept away by fervor, perhaps the outcome against Cynthia would not have been so perilously close. Hey, Bujin, our first battle was a resounding success. Just as Ash reminisced about his Pokémon, Dawn's jubilant exclamation suddenly reached his ears, startling both him and Brock, who was intently studying the map. Dawn leaped with joy, enthusiastically high-fiving Bujin, both radiating sheer excitement. From a distance, it became evident that she had skillfully utilized Bujin's flying attributes to strike down a wild Bounsweet, rendering it incapable of battle. Bujin, Bujin. Bujin proudly thumped its chest, exuding an air of invincibility, but upon catching sight of its fallen opponent, it quickly realized something was amiss. Bujin. It urgently pointed at the Bounsweet, which was scrambling to escape into the grass, panic and impatience evident in its voice. Oh no, we won but didn't catch it. Celebrating too early. Wait, we need to catch it. Dawn frantically rummaged through her backpack for a Pokeball, eager to throw it. The exhilaration of her first victory had clouded her mind, and as she held the Pokeball tightly, it trembled in her grasp. With a swift motion, she launched it, the ball soaring gracefully through the air and landing with a crisp thud. However, it struck Ash instead. Despite his body being trained through countless Thunderbolt sessions, he staggered from the impact. Well done, my lady. A true super twin leaf, able to topple a super rookie. Dawn sighed in regret, watching the Bounsweet escape while lowering her hand that was poised to throw the ball again. It's all right. Next time will definitely work. No problem. What are you doing? Dawn's carefree demeanor left Ash utterly flabbergasted, causing him to spring up in agitation, exclaiming, I was so far from the Bounsweet, and you still hit me. What were you thinking? I'm just trying to catch a Pokemon. I'm still a bit inexperienced, she replied, sticking out her tongue, then waved dismissively at Ash, attempting to play it cool. I promise I'll be more careful next time. Sorry, Ash. Upon encountering a charming girl apologizing, it was only natural for a substantial portion of Ash's anger to dissipate, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. However, hey, throwing a Pokeball isn't about being familiar or not. I suspect you did that on purpose. Hey, what do you mean on purpose? I did well for my first battle. It's your fault for not paying attention. You should VE stood farther away. How can it be my fault? You can't hit innocent people with a Pokeball. Despite being a world champion, Ash's emotional intelligence when dealing with girls remained commendable. Brock, witnessing the sudden quarrel between the two, broke into a cold sweat, pulling at his mouth corners as he observed the bickering parties, wondering how they had escalated so quickly. It seemed that compared to his previous squabbles with Misty and May, their disagreements had not been as rapid. Remarkably, in just the first day, they had already bickered several times over trivial matters, surpassing the frequency of disputes he had observed between Misty and May. All right, enough arguing. How about we leisurely enjoy some lunch before continuing our journey? No. Yes. The two, in perfect synchrony, turned their heads away, each wearing a defiant expression. Both clenched their jaws, unwilling to concede. Ash, remember when you were chased by a flock of Spearow on your first outing, and you couldn't even control Pikachu? HMPF. Bujin and I had a flawless synergy in our first battle. Admit that I'm slightly stronger. That was just an accident. Plus, Pikachu and I are closer than ever. No one can separate us. Weren't you just arguing about how poorly you threw the ball? Brock muttered, tired of the back and forth. Now it was about who had better synergy with their Pokemon. How the topic had shifted was beyond him. Shut up. Their synchronized shouts startled Brock, momentarily leaving him speechless. Well, without discussing Pokemon synergy, it seems you two share quite a rapport. Not at all. Look how in sync you are when speaking. Why are you mimicking me? No, you're the one mimicking me. It appeared that their quarrel would persist into the night. You two indeed share a remarkable rapport, but, in the serene afternoon, perhaps it would be better to pause and relish the enchanting melody of the insects, calming our hearts, wouldn't it? Chapter 13. Inner thoughts. Allow me to introduce myself to the three of you. My name is Shangji, a wandering minstrel who delights in the beauty that nature bestows upon us during my travels. As footsteps approached, the gentle timbre of the speaker grew louder, revealing a figure clad in attire reminiscent of nobility, with long hair partially veiling his profile, and a harp in hand. He exuded the essence of a refined gentleman and a musician. Ash collected his thoughts, gazing at the poised and tranquil Mr. Shangji, preparing to speak. However, the gentleman merely shook his head gracefully, and then lightly tossed a pokeball. Amidst the birds chirping and the insects' serenade, a gossamer mist floated softly in the air, with trees standing sentinel beneath the azure sky. The elegant gentleman spread his arms wide, embracing the sunlight as golden beams, akin to fine sand, filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the released Flababy. The two gradually bowed, commencing a performance that belonged solely to them, harmoniously entwined with the enchanting sounds of nature and the tranquil ambience, which eventually calmed their restless hearts. Have you recently returned from a journey? Indeed, I am currently traveling. Soon, having forged a friendship, they gathered together, engaging in lively discussions on various topics. However, my companions and I remained preoccupied with a singular dilemma: the choice between the Pokémon League and the Pokémon Showcase. How does one choose when both paths hold such allure? One avenue brilliantly showcases tactical prowess and the might of Pokémon, while the other eloquently expresses one's understanding of techniques and the unique traits of Pokémon. It's indeed a conundrum. Undoubtedly, the Showcase is the superior choice. Upon hearing about the Showcase, the young girl instantly became intrigued with Mr. Shuji's elegant performance. It was only fitting that one should display their talents on the stage of the Showcase. Oh dear, this could be problematic. Although their previous tension had eased, the underlying conflict remained unresolved. With one person championing the Showcase, the other, fervently invested in battles, was likely to reignite the discord by advocating for the Pokémon League. Yet, contrary to Brock's expectations, the young boy before him did not impulsively dismiss the girl's opinion. Instead, he quietly clenched his fists, gazing at the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves onto his fingers. As he subtly attempted to form words, it was evident he was carefully considering his response. Mr. Ash, do you perhaps have something to share? Well. The boy lifted his head, revealing his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Why abandon one dream? Since both are integral to us, why not pursue them together? What I mean is, Ash gently scratched Pikachu's fluffy head perched on his shoulder, explaining in a soothing tone. Why not give both a try? If we forsake either, wouldn't that lead to regret? Pursuing both grandeur and strength is not mutually exclusive. Rather, they share commonalities. Do they not? His voice remained calm, his demeanor composed, devoid of any impulsiveness or personal emotion. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would be difficult to fathom that such wisdom could emanate from a youth. Mr. Shuji chuckled softly. I initially believed I was the one guiding these two quarreling youths. Yet unexpectedly, he slightly rose, plucking a few strings on his instrument. I find myself greatly enlightened. If one cannot choose, then let us embrace the challenge and try everything. In the moment of flipping a coin, we often entertain a thought. Ash spoke quietly. However, if one desires both sides, how does one choose? Thus, my answer to you is, do not choose. Let circumstances decide for us. Such philosophical musings resonated deeply within Brock and Dawn. This maturity and composure birthed a different emotion within them. He has truly matured. He is no longer that impulsive boy. Ash is truly impressive. Why was I so childish as to argue with him? The former reflected a sense of relief and appreciation for his companion, while the latter manifested as a feeling of shame that arose after a moment of calm contemplation. However, unlike Brock, who quickly reconciled his thoughts, Dawn found herself lost in reflection. Why did she feel an inexplicable familiarity upon meeting Ash? Furthermore, why was it that her emotions seemed uncontrollable, leading to frequent disputes? To her surprise, she found a strange satisfaction in witnessing Ash's struggles. How infuriating! In comparison to Ash's maturity, I truly am too childish. So, was this what Ash referred to as feelings the other day? Was this friendship? Mr. Shuji smiled as he prepared to extend his hand toward Ash. Well, for me, we shall surely meet again in the Sinnoh League. The boy grasped Mr. Shuji's outstretched hand and turned to the conflicted girl beside him. Dawn. Ah, yes. Realizing the moment, she quickly shook her head and clasped Mr. Shuji's hand. I, too, will await you at the showcase and even at grand celebrations. Observing the blush that crept onto her cheeks from the brief lapse, Ash found himself momentarily taken aback as he turned his gaze to her. Despite having traveled alongside Dawn for so long and communicated with her frequently, he realized he had rarely taken a moment to truly observe her. But what was the sudden surge of emotions today? The birth of friendship often entails disputes and contradictions, and it is through such cycles that bonds are forged. As he gazed at Dawn's fair visage, his heart inexplicably raced. Why did their friendship evoke such extraordinary feelings within him? Perhaps this signifies a friendship deeper than before. The boy nodded thoughtfully. Even as a world champion, he remained that naive fool when it came to matters of the heart. As evening descended with the calls of the Murkrow, night swiftly enveloped the surroundings. After dinner, Ash assigned evening training tasks to his 3 Pokémon, urging them to enhance their speed and reflexes. Once the tasks were distributed, he settled beneath a tree, adjusting his attire and hat, quietly observing the training of his Pokémon. Ash. What's up? Is there something else on your mind? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Ash lifted his gaze, reflecting on the girl's slightly troubled expression and her hands nervously twisting her skirt. No problem, shall we go? Okay. The pair walked side by side toward the nearby forest, leaving Brock with a knowing smile. Chapter 14, Night Talk. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the ground and rendering the forest enchanting under the night sky. Beneath this ethereal moonlight, the boy and girl walked side by side along the path. The girl glanced downward, occasionally preparing to lift her lips, as though organizing her thoughts. The boy, however, walked quietly with his arms crossed, occasionally surveying the Murkrow resting on branches and the hanging bellsprout. Unlike the girl who was contemplating how to apologize, Ash's mind remained preoccupied with the events of the day. Perhaps Mr. Shuji would excel at both. Ash gradually quickened his pace, musing over Mr. Shuji's prowess, the thrilling semi-final match with Dawn, and the fervor of the first round at the Lily of the Valley Conference. Mr. Shuji is indeed a formidable opponent. Ash. What is it? Noticing Dawn waving at him, he realized he had been lost in thought, shaking his head to regain focus. I'm sorry. The girl took a deep breath, clasping her hands together and bowing deeply. Ash tilted his head, clearly surprised by her sudden apology. What's wrong? Why the sudden contrition? Upon hearing this, the girl stiffened, then shocked, raised her gaze to meet Ash's bewildered eyes. It was my fault this morning. I mishandled the Pokeball, and it cost. Oh, so that's it. Ash exhaled in relief, smiling as he helped the girl back up. It's all right. I had my shortcomings this morning too. I shouldn't have been so harsh. Moreover, had Xiaowang not mentioned it, I might have genuinely forgotten this trivial matter. Wait, hold on. The girl sighed deeply, only to realize the absurdity of her words the next moment. What do you mean by trivial? I pondered for quite some time and meticulously organized my thoughts before I could finally apologize to you. Is this truly a trivial matter? The atmosphere, which had just moments ago softened, swiftly transformed into a dispute, as both parties glared at each other with unwavering resolve. Then, with a sudden burst of laughter, they both found themselves chuckling at the angry expressions on each other's faces, barely suppressing their mirth as they continued to inquire, "What are you laughing at?" "I am." This delightful and harmonious atmosphere instantly dissolved the previous tension and confusion as Xiaoji rubbed his nose and continued to walk forward. After all, disagreements are a common occurrence during travels. It is the most natural way to express oneself. Therefore, venting one's frustrations is undoubtedly preferable to bottling them up alone. The boy came to a halt, slightly lifting his head to gaze at the radiant moon above, then turned back to the contemplative girl with a smile. Right? Indeed. It reminded me of that night when I shared my travel experiences with Aunt Kaisi. Back in Kanto, every time we quarreled, I was always the one at a disadvantage. Xiaoxia would inevitably retaliate, and it would take days for things to settle down, to the point where it seems I've grown indifferent to it all. His tone grew lighter as he reached up to touch his head. It's a bit hard. It must be the result of Xiaoxia's rigorous training. Next time, I'll call back my Squirtle and challenge it. If it cannot defeat me, I'll make it train harder. Xiaoxi. The moonlight cascaded over the girl's shoulders like a warm stream, illuminating Xiaoguang's azure eyes with an enchanting hue. She slightly tilted her head, gazing earnestly into Xiaoxi's eyes. Actually, I've always been quite curious. The first time I laid eyes on you, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth, yet upon searching my memories, I realized we had never met before. Thus, I've been pondering whether we have truly crossed paths somewhere before, or if it is merely. Xiaoguang paused, withholding the final lingering doubt as she observed the boy's silent demeanor, shaking her head before quickening her pace to catch up. In our future travels, I look forward to your guidance, Xiaoxi. Yes, please guide me as well, Xiaoguang. Xiaoxi smiled softly, nodding in quiet agreement to the girl's response. Furthermore, as they walked forward, Xiaoxi slightly lifted his hand and brushed his fingertip against the tip of his nose. In our journey ahead, there may be many occasions for disagreements, so I hope you. What if after each argument, I come to find you for a late-night chat? How does that sound? Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. See, Xiaoxi also said that sometimes expressing our innermost thoughts is far more comforting than keeping them bottled up, right? Indeed. And tonight's late-night chat has been quite fruitful. Xiaoxi has taught me so much, hasn't he? That is true. So, in the future, whenever we quarrel and neither of us is willing to back down, could we perhaps have a private conversation at night? That seems quite reasonable. The boy nodded absent-mindedly, struggling to find fault or omissions in Xiaoguang's words. He stared blankly in agreement, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Moreover, you aspire to become a top-notch trainer in the future, right? Then battles must not be overlooked. During our late-night chats, I will diligently impart my Pokémon battling knowledge to you, Xiaoguang. Consider it a recompense for our quarrels. This logic, indeed, seemed to pose no issues whatsoever. So it's a promise? The girl chuckled softly, her melodious laughter mingling with the evening breeze and the sounds of chirping insects in the forest. She blinked, turning her body to face the boy, gently raising her hand. Yes, no problem. Let us strive toward our respective dreams. Clap. With a crisp sound of their hands meeting, both erupted into laughter. And this unique first late-night chat between them sowed an extraordinary seed deep within their hearts. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the night, akin to a beautiful poem, bestowing upon the bond between the boy and girl a blessing that was uniquely their own. Chapter 15, Squirtle. The following morning, Xiaoxi and his companions continued their journey towards Celebration City. Or, more accurately, they were running. Why, you may ask? Just moments ago, an unexpected tentacle had snatched Pikachu from Xiaoxi's shoulder, and upon looking up, he saw the familiar duo along with their cat, perched triumphantly in a hot air balloon. Gazing down at him, "What are you doing? Why are you stealing Xiaoxi's Pikachu?" Xiaoguang questioned the arrogant Team Rocket. "Hey, wait, don't ask that. Saying such things will." Xiaoxi quickly attempted to cover Xiaoguang's mouth, fearing they'd trigger a scripted response. "No, it seems they have already caught on," Brock sighed, exasperated as he watched the impending performance of Team Rocket. "I hear someone asking what you were doing." They arrived at lightning speed. "Wind, earth, sky, meow." Oh no, I really didn't want to hear those lines. Both Xiaoxi and Brock felt a few black lines appear on their foreheads. They had probably heard it nearly 1,000 times by now. However, for the girl who was hearing it for the first time, it was quite intriguing. Team Rocket? What are they here for? The dramatic entrance complete with an opening line was novel to her. Since they have stolen my Pikachu, they must be an evil organization that robs others of their Pokemon. Xiaoxi explained while chasing after the hot air balloon. Though sometimes they do good deeds, most of the time, they are quite bothersome. Hey, don't say that. We have never done such things," James shouted, poking his head out in protest. If it were true that Team Rocket would help elderly ladies cross the street, it would be incredibly embarrassing if anyone overheard. That's not the point. You took advantage of my moment of distraction to ambush me. How despicable, Xiaoxi shouted, realizing that while he was contemplating his plan for Xiaoguang, his shoulder felt remarkably lighter. What an honor. Well, let us put the chit-chat aside, Musashi said with a grin, exuding an air of authority. Farewell, Meow. Not so easily, Mook. Xiaoxi unfastened Mook's pokeball from his belt and launched an attack at the ropes binding Pikachu's cage. Oh no, to prevent Pikachu's thunderbolt. We used electric-proof materials on both the inside and outside of the cage, but they could easily break under external attacks. Meowth exclaimed, horrified, as they observed Mook rapidly closing in on them. We have no choice. Use Fong Cage to block Mook. James immediately commanded. attempting to deploy the fawn cage to thwart Mook. However, ow ow ow, what are you doing? Attack Mook. The fawn cage clung to James just like the previous victory bell, proving that sometimes deep emotional connections can lead to troublesome situations. Due to James's exaggerated movements, the balance of the hot air balloon was disrupted, causing it to plummet rapidly. Fortunately, Mook swiftly utilized its shadow clone technique, avoiding a collision with the balloon. Pikachu, Xiaoji called out, quickening his pace as he watched the direction in which the hot air balloon was drifting. Mew, the Squirtle hidden in the grass, upon seeing Pikachu trapped in the cage, dashed forward and bit through the bars, freeing Pikachu. Ecstatic, Pikachu embraced Squirtle, expressing profound gratitude. Hey, what are you all doing? As Musashi regained her composure, she was met with a sight that sent her blood pressure soaring. How could one take advantage of another's moment of respite for a sneak attack? Such treachery. Pikachu chimed in, wiping the sweat from its brow. We are indeed the villains, but you mustn't emulate our ways. Naya nodded sagely. Muku, the serious-looking grass turtle glared fiercely at Team Rocket. What do you think you're doing, intruding upon someone else's territory? Naya translated the grass turtle's words. Allow me to be your adversary, you band of rogues. How despicable. How audacious. Musashi and Kojiro clenched their fists in excitement. Fawn cage, smash. Ugh, what the? You've disturbed my slumber, causing great displeasure. Naya observed the grass turtle deftly evade the fawn cage, sensing an ominous aura. Sure enough, with a resounding crash, Team Rocket was sent flying. They were dispatched so swiftly. It felt good at first, but now it's rather annoying. As they watched Team Rocket streak across the sky like shooting stars, the grass turtle nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Satoshi finally noticed them. Are you alright, Pikachu? Well, it seems my worries were unfounded. Your expression is one of schadenfreude. Pikachu jubilantly hopped onto Satoshi's shoulder, gesturing towards the grass turtle. Pika, Pikachu, Pika Pika. Ah, I see. This grass turtle came to your aid? Understanding Pikachu's words, Satoshi took out his Pokédex to record the grass turtle's information. Wild grass turtles are indeed a rarity. Brock marveled. Since it's wild, this is an excellent opportunity for capture. Just as Koharu prepared to retrieve a Pokeball, Satoshi intervened. Sure. Koharu looked quizzically at her hand, which was grasped by Satoshi's, tilting her head in confusion. What's the matter? Satoshi silently urged her to observe the grass turtle's expression. It was then that Koharu realized the creature still bore a fierce and serious demeanor, perceiving them as foes. Muku, the grass turtle shouted and charged directly at Satoshi, viewing the trio as intruders in its domain. Wait, grass turtle. An elderly voice interrupted its charge. An old woman stepped in to halt the grass turtle's advance. Regardless of the circumstances, it is quite unfriendly to attack a trainer. Muku, the grass turtle glanced at Pikachu, expressing its grievances to the old woman. You mean they intended to take Pikachu from you? Were you protecting Pikachu? The old woman furrowed her brow at the grass turtle's words. If they seek to steal a Pokemon, that complicates matters. However, Satoshi refused to allow any misunderstandings. He opened the Pokédex to the certification section, presenting it to the old woman. I apologize. My name is Satoshi, an officially recognized Pokemon trainer by the Pokemon League. This Pikachu is my partner. Chapter 16, Familiar Companions. Familiar Scenes. Satoshi explained his identity and the recent actions of Team Rocket to the old woman, who finally understood the situation. Indeed, the grass turtle had misjudged the intentions of the trio. With a smile, she turned to the still vigilant grass turtle and elucidated the circumstances. Trusting the elderly woman, the grass turtle's expression shifted from suspicion to remorse. It approached Satoshi, bowing its head in apology, hoping its actions had not angered the trainer before it. It's quite all right. You were merely concerned about Pikachu's safety, Satoshi reassured, gently patting the grass turtle's head. He recalled a past life where, due to his and Koharu's recklessness, they had commanded a Pokemon to attack a grass turtle, inadvertently injuring a nearby Oddish and causing him to faint from sleep powder. Since it was a misunderstanding, the grass turtle should apologize to everyone. The old woman addressed the trio, offering, as a gesture of goodwill, would you like to rest at my home for some afternoon tea? Is there food? Koharu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She tugged at Satoshi's sleeve. Satoshi, there's food. Shall we rest for a bit? Well, I am a tad weary, so we would be grateful for your hospitality. Satoshi, glancing at Koharu's eager face, bowed in thanks to the old woman. After all, they were guests, and it was essential to show proper courtesy and respect. Yet, it was not solely for rest. Satoshi observed the familiar gaze and demeanor of the grass turtle following him. It could only be his old companion, despite the rebirth. He felt elated to reunite with his friend, wishing to spend more time with it. Ms. Yakina looked kindly upon the three children. having understood their goals and backgrounds during their journey. How delightful. In her youth, she too had been filled with such spirited ambition. Outside the wooden cottage, Satoshi and his companions leisurely savored tea and cookies, the gentle aroma of the tea providing solace from their travel fatigue. Koharu cupped her warm tea, blowing gently across the surface before glancing at the grass turtle, which was playing with Pikachu and the tail whip Pokemon. Ms. Yukaina, may I ask about this grass turtle? She had initially wanted to pit Pachman against it, but if the grass turtle was indeed Yukina's Pokemon, that would lead to a mix-up. This child, Yukaina said, gazing affectionately at the grass turtle, is my friend. I found it in the forest, hungry, and brought it home for a meal. Since then, it has kept coming back to my house. This child is very well behaved, always caring for younger Pokemon and adept at resolving any unfortunate situations. How impressive. Koharu marveled at the grass turtle, reflecting on the bond between humans and Pokemon, which always evokes emotion, regardless of time or place. Familiar, isn't it? Brock inquired, noticing Satoshi's nostalgic gaze. Indeed, Satoshi replied with a smile. It resembles Bulbasaur, both guardians of their companions, both grass-type Pokemon. But I didn't expect you to remember. Of course, Miss Mizuki was so gentle and considerate. Brock exclaimed, tears welling up. The previously heartfelt atmosphere shattered by Brock's outburst. Hey, don't cry here. It's rather embarrassing. Satoshi chuckled, pushing Brock's shoulder. Initially touched by his recollection, he realized it stemmed from admiration for a beautiful older sister. Ugh, hearing that made me even more emotional. Brock cried harder. I apologize for the spectacle, Koharu said awkwardly to Yukaina, regretting her lack of decorum during their first encounter. Haha, it's quite all right. Youth should be spirited, that's what makes it lively. Yukaina smiled warmly, finding joy in the lively company. She had grown accustomed to solitude. And now the presence of others brought her happiness. Observing Brock's relentless tears, Satoshi silently scoffed, then waved at the 3 Pokemon nearby. All right, Pikachu, Tail Whip, and Mukuru. It's time to train. Playtime is over. We must not neglect our training. Even an extra hour each day can yield significant progress, especially since today's morning training was interrupted by Team Rocket. Don't stop, don't stop. Satoshi shouted to the slightly fatigued Mukuru from below. Keep up the speed. Just 2 more minutes. Tail Whip. Don't slow down between switching between concentrated strikes and shadow clones. During the match, a moment of distraction caused the shadow clone technique to go unused, resulting in defeat. Pikachu, while executing a quick attack, ensure that the power of Thunderbolt remains undiminished, balancing speed and strength simultaneously. Observing his 3 diligently trained Pokemon, Ash nodded with satisfaction. The little ones had indeed put forth great effort, likely motivated by their recent victory over Shinji, which instilled in them a newfound drive for training, allowing them to push themselves harder. All right, let's call it a day. Tomorrow, I will conduct individual battle training, focusing on the finer details during combat. You've all done wonderfully. Ash smiled as he sprayed them with recovery potion, gently tending to the minor wounds they had inadvertently sustained. Oh, the Turtwig looked on with a hint of envy at Ash and his Pokemon. Recognizing the formidable strength of these 3, coupled with the gentle warmth of this sunny young boy. His training was strict yet reasonable, and after the sessions, he would play joyfully with his Pokemon without restraint. Turtwig yearned for that. It aspired to grow stronger and to explore the world beyond. Even though life here was comfortable and delightful, its ultimate goal had always been to become stronger, for only then could it protect those around it. What's the matter, Turtwig? Hikari inquired, noticing the Turtwig lost in thought in the corner. Are you longing to travel with Ash and his Pokemon? Although I will miss you dearly, it is indeed time for you to see the world. She lovingly patted Turtwig's head. There is little you can learn here. By following this boy, you will acquire greater skills and become more powerful. And you are still young. You deserve a life of your own, so choose what you wish. Oh. Turtwig gazed reluctantly at Hikari, lowering its head in silence for a moment. Ultimately, it chose to approach Ash. Ash had already sensed Turtwig's intention. He would not force Turtwig to accompany him. If, in this time and space, it preferred to stay with Hikari to guard this wooden cabin and its friends, he would respect that choice and let it go. Oh, Turtwig pointed at Ash's Pokemon and then at Ash, its gaze resolute as it called out. Do you wish to join me, Turtwig? Oh, Turtwig nodded and took a step back, filled with determination and a fighting spirit as it stared at Ash, seemingly testing whether Ash was worthy of having it. Brock observed Turtwig's behavior and made his judgment. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Dawn said confidently, fully trusting in Ash's abilities. Excellent. This is the spirit we need. Ash smiled at the spirited Turtwig. Now, Longtail, it's your turn. Mukuru, Pikachu, you two watch closely. Pikachu. though somewhat discontented with not being called upon, found it quite interesting to learn battle tactics from the sidelines. Chapter 17. A New Companion, New Training. Oh, Turtwig shouted, charging towards Longtail with determination. Known for its speed, it displayed an impressive shadow as it teleported right before Longtail in a flash of exceptional timing. Such incredible speed. Brock furrowed his brow. This Turtwig was of a high level, and the force of its charge appeared formidable. However, despite its speed, which was innate, it still fell short against Longtail, who had undergone systematic training under Ash. Shadow Clone. As Turtwig advanced, Ash waved his hand. He had full faith in Longtail. After days of intense training, today presented the perfect opportunity for a test. Sure enough, at the moment Turtwig collided with Longtail, it missed entirely, facing instead a circle of shadow clones surrounding it. Hee. The shadow clones of Longtail wore mischievous smiles, beckoning to the bewildered Turtwig to come and find the real one. Faced with Longtail's teasing, Turtwig was momentarily flustered. It had never encountered such a situation before. No trainer had taught it how to skillfully use its abilities in special circumstances, so even with its high potential, it struggled to unleash its full strength. High-speed star. Ash commanded Longtail to attack without hesitation. As Turtwig's back clone wore a smug grin, its tail beginning to shimmer with radiant light. Sensing the chill behind it, Turtwig swiftly turned and unleashed a leaf blade to interrupt Longtail's casting. Noticing Longtail's stunned expression, Ash focused intently. Turtwig's reaction speed and situational awareness had significantly improved compared to its past self. Speaking of which, Ash had noticed a remarkable growth rate in Muckaroo and Longtail during their training over the past few days. It was not that this was a bad thing, but it felt as though they had already possessed a foundation, which had been forcibly scaled down to their current level. As a result, their training felt more like a simultaneous recovery and enhancement exercise. While Ash pondered, Turtwig opened its mouth and bit down on Longtail's tail, executing a combination of leaf blade and bite seamlessly. Longtail bared its teeth at Turtwig. How could it be hit twice by a wild Pokémon? It felt somewhat embarrassed. Now, unleash a concentrated strike. Given Turtwig's lack of combat experience, it found itself immobilized at such close quarters, while Longtail could still attack with its tail. With a look of surprise on Turtwig's face, Longtail's concentrated strike sent it flying, landing with a shake of its head, astonished by the immense power of the blow. Charge in. Ash directed Longtail to engage Turtwig at close range. Turtwig, still oblivious, assumed Longtail wanted to clash head-on and charged forward. Just as they were about to collide, Longtail spun, deftly evading Turtwig's charge from above. In that moment, Turtwig began to doubt why Longtail's techniques were always so peculiar. Shadow Clone was one thing, but was there such an extraordinary method to evade a signature move? Shaking its head, it resolved to dampen its charge and attempt to bite Longtail's tail again. However, concentrated strike. Ash called out the offensive command the moment Turtwig turned, leaving it no opportunity to open its mouth. In a perfect position, Longtail utilized its aerial maneuver to deliver a powerful concentrated strike to Turtwig's back, causing it to tumble helplessly to the ground. Turtwig, unwilling to yield, attempted to rise, but having endured two powerful concentrated strikes, its stamina was insufficient to support it. Give it one last high-speed star. The radiant light emanating from its tail remained unbroken, and the high-speed star decisively extinguished Turtwig's hopes of standing up, leaving it sprawled on the ground, unable to battle. Excellent. Now go. Pokeball. The Pokeball struck Turtwig precisely, enveloping it in red light, and it settled without so much as a shake. Ash approached slowly, retrieving Turtwig's Pokeball. I've captured Turtwig. Pika. A truly magnificent capture. Celebrated with great enthusiasm, brought smiles to both Dawn and Brock, who reveled in Ash's excitement along with his Pokémon. Come forth, Turtwig. Ash released his Turtwig to administer medicine for its wounds, gently stroking its head as he spoke. Please take good care of me from now on. Turtwig emitted a joyful cry, recognizing the prowess of the trainer before it. With his adept command and nurturing of Pokémon, it felt assured that growing under his guidance would surely bring a fortunate future. Chapter 18. The Enchanted Forest, Second Confrontation. On their journey to Jubilife City, Ash and his companions pondered above a cascading waterfall. Look, a waterfall. Shall we take a detour down? Brock suggested, analyzing their position on the map. Indeed. Traversing through the nearby forest should lead us to Jubilife City shortly, Dawn confidently assured, patting her chest, her pride as a local resident of Sinnoh evident. However, just as they contemplated veering into the adjacent woods, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush. Could it be a Pokémon? Dawn wondered, glancing towards the foliage. only to be met with disappointment as Shinji emerged, clad in purple with an Electrike at his feet. "Hey Shinji, are you also heading to Jubilife City?" Ash waved. Despite Shinji's typically aloof and sharp tongue, Ash still cared for his well-being. "That's none of your business," Shinji retorted coldly, casting a glance at Ash's Turtwig. Since yesterday, after deciding on the training for his Piplup and Turtwig, he and Dawn had been allowing the two Pokémon to adapt outside while sneaking in training sessions during their rest. Turtwig noticed Shinji's gaze and, with an adorably vacant expression, opened its mouth. "Humph, it doesn't appear very bright," Shinji scoffed. His critical eye as a Torterra trainer particularly discerning, and he regarded the naive Turtwig with disdain. Infuriated by the insult, Turtwig felt an urge to charge at Shinji. Eli, Electrike, also fierce, pounded its paws, signaling that if Turtwig dared to advance, it would retaliate against Ash as well. "All right, calm down." Ash gently patted Turtwig's head, signaling it to relax. "Since that's the case, Shinji, how about a Pokemon battle?" "As you wish," Shinji waved dismissively, but promptly retrieved his Chimchar's Pokeball, indicating his acceptance. "Honestly, I thought he might change after so long," Dawn muttered discontentedly about Shinji's behavior. "No need for a referee then. It will be one-on-one. And the battle is lost if either Pokemon is unable to continue," Shinji declared, eyeing Ash's Turtwig as he explained the rules. "No problem. All right, Turtwig, tackle." Turtwig charged forward, aiming to bite Chimchar, but Shinji frowned, surprised at the speed of Ash's Pokemon. He instructed Chimchar to use Dig to evade. With such swiftness, how will he train it after it evolves? Shinji pondered, his thoughts racing as he continued to issue commands, determined not to let Ash dominate again. "Flame Wheel. Get ready to absorb it." Chimchar emerged from behind Turtwig, launching a flame wheel that struck Turtwig hard, the double effectiveness causing it to cry out. "Is it for a reason?" Dawn speculated. Having trained alongside Ash for a while, she began to decipher his strategies. "Now is the moment. Don't let it escape." Turtwig. Turtwig swiftly adjusted its position, biting down on Chimchar, rendering it immobile. Leaf Tornado. The combination of Turtwig's bite and Leaf Tornado was executed flawlessly, inflicting damage on Chimchar despite Turtwig's own wounds. "So that's the tactic?" Shinji mused, initially expecting Ash to rely solely on speed, but realizing Ash had begun cultivating Turtwig's tank-like attributes from its early stages. Just as their battle intensified, a tentacle snatched both Chimchar and Turtwig. "Who?" Shinji exclaimed impatiently, glaring at Team Rocket, who were the culprits behind the disruption. "Did I hear someone asking who?" They exclaimed gleefully, eyeing their bounty with delight. "Chimchar, use Ember," Shinji commanded, showing no leniency as he ordered Chimchar to attack the cage. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Turtwig is still inside," Ash shouted angrily. "Turtwig, Leaf Tornado." Unfortunately, Turtwig couldn't retreat into its shell like Squirtle, so Ash had to rely on its Leaf Tornado to hasten their escape. "What are you doing? That unknown brat has no respect," Musashi yelled as the cage began to crack. With relentless high-intensity attacks, the cage soon shattered, prompting Shinji to order Chimchar to launch Team Rocket away. As the flame wheel collided with their balloon, it soared into the distance, leaving behind the familiar refrain, "How annoying." "What a pity." Launched within 5 minutes of appearing, Ash remarked as he rushed to catch Turtwig and Chimchar, embracing them mid-fall as they plummeted toward the waterfall. "Ash!" Dawn and Brock shouted from the shore, astonished by Ash's impulsive bravery. Even Shinji's typically icy demeanor softened slightly. Without a moment to ponder, they dashed forward. "Noctowl!" Ash called out, tossing a Pokeball midair. "Psychic!" Noctowl reappeared, skillfully stabilizing Ash and his Pokemon in midair before gently lowering them to the bank. "Phew!" Ash sighed in relief. "Thank you, Noctowl. And you too, are you alright?" "Chimchar." "Turtwig." Both Pokemon nodded, while Chimchar gazed enviously at Turtwig and Ash, wishing its own trainer would exhibit such reckless courage for its sake. "Ash, are you all okay?" came the voices of the trio arriving a moment later, forcing Chimchar to retreat to Shinji's side. "Come back." Shinji silently recalled Chimchar and moved toward the forest, indifferent to Ash and the others' reactions. "I can't believe you brought Noctowl." Brock marveled, gazing at the soaring bird. "Noctowl." Dawn pulled out her Pokédex, documenting this familiar companion of Ash's, noting its peculiar coloration differing from the usual Noctowl. "Did you capture this Pokemon during your previous journey?" "Yes, I did. I noticed on the map that we were nearing the enchanted forest, and Noctowl's keen senses will help prevent us from getting lost," Ash explained, extending his arm for Noctowl to perch. "It's rare for you to think of these things," Brock praised, impressed by Ash's growth. "Not just in battling skills, but also in travel experience." "Wait, Ash, you actually know about the enchanted forest?" Dawn exclaimed, surprise and admiration lighting her eyes. Being a local Sinnoh resident, she understood the dread this place evoked, as the shimmering light of the Stantler often ensnared travelers in illusions, making the enchanted forest seem perilous. Well, I've heard of it, Ash replied. After all, in his past life, he had nearly swum through illusions in this very forest with Turtwig and had encountered the terrifying Ursaring. This time, he was determined to be well prepared. He had no desire to relive that spine-chilling experience. Chapter 19, Ursaring. Indeed, there is a sense of enchantment in the air. Upon entering the enigmatic forest, Xiaoguang gazed at the swirling mists around him and spoke, "Beware of the antlered deer. Gazing at it for too long may ensnare you in an illusion." Xiaoji occasionally surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the enigmatic forest was indeed an unwelcoming place for newcomers. What if a child, brimming with excitement upon receiving their starter Pokémon, charged in recklessly? The combination of the antlered deer and the round bear would surely drive anyone to madness. Internally grumbling, Xiaoji commanded his Noctowl to utilize its ability to see through illusions. With this extraordinary skill, the only remaining threat was the fearsome round bear. Noctowl fixed its gaze on the nearby underbrush, calling out to Xiaoji, as if sensing something amiss. Before Xiaoji could utter a word of caution, Xiaoguang hastily parted the grass, only to be met with a sudden flash of red light. The round bear let out a deafening roar, glaring ferociously at the trembling group before it. Roar! As the bear's arms began to radiate a white glow, it unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiaoji and his companions. Noctowl, use confusion. Xiaoji quickly yanked Xiaoguang aside. Realizing the child's audacity, while Xiaojiang had already fled, Xiaoguang remained curiously fixated on the round bear, oblivious to the looming danger. The agile Noctowl deftly evaded the bear's attack, and, with a glint of golden light in its eyes, seized control of the bear's arm. Well done. Now, use hypnosis to put it to sleep. Observing the subdued round bear, Xiaoji decisively instructed Noctowl to initiate the hypnotic spell. Exhausting it to the point of incapacitation would require considerable effort. As Noctowl's eyes continued to spin, the bear's initially fierce expression began to fade into drowsiness, eventually collapsing into the grass in a deep slumber. Phew! Xiaoji wiped the sweat from his brow, then beckoned Xiaojiang and Xiaoguang to proceed. Aren't you going to capture it? Xiaojiang inquired, glancing at the slumbering round bear, recognizing that this was an opportune moment. No, its strength is formidable, but its speed is average. Which does not align with my style, Xiaoji replied, tipping his hat. After traveling for so long, he was acutely aware of his preferences. Swift attacks were his forte. Although tank-style Pokémon were indeed valuable, they did not suit him, and nurturing his Turtwig into a Torterra would adequately compensate for the absence of a tank in his team. Capturing another round bear seemed unnecessary, especially since it was likely that Shinji would be the one to capture it in the end. A style similar to Torterra's. It's rare that those two would get along. Finish it. Leaf Blade. As he observed the panting, antlered deer, Xiaoji commanded his Turtwig to execute the finishing blow. However, it was not Leaf Blade that emerged. Turtwig opened its mouth and launched a verdant energy ball, striking the antlered deer and rendering it incapable of battle. Energy Ball. Xiaoji exclaimed in delight, marveling at Turtwig's rapid learning of a new skill within just a day. At this rate, the day of evolution might not be far off. Boga. Pachima also raised its small hand excitedly, proud of its training partner's progress. All right, we must be nearing the exit. Gazing at the long-awaited sunlight ahead, Xiaoji felt a sense of relief. Although Noctowl's ability to see through illusions had been invaluable, they had encountered numerous antlered deer and wild Pokémon along the way, all of which had contributed to Turtwig's and Pachima's experience. In truth, Xiaoji hadn't intended for Pachima to engage, but the little fellow, inspired by Turtwig's diligent training, had developed a competitive spirit and began training on its own. Hey, Xiaoji, isn't that? Xiaoguang, inhaling the fresh air outside the forest, remarked. While the forest had been quite cool, the damp air could become uncomfortable over time. She noticed a purple figure flipping through a Pokédex ahead and subtly tugged at Xiaoji's sleeve. Following her gaze, Xiaoji's expression sharpened as he recognized the figure. Noticing us already? Huh. Shinji smirked, his tone laced with surprise. I didn't expect you all to arrive so swiftly. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Xiaoguang retorted defiantly. However, Shinji offered no reply, his gaze fixated on Xiaoji. The previous battle was far from over. Would they continue? Was it to be Turtwig against his Monferno once more? Let's discuss that after the last match. Monferno has sustained some injuries, Shinji remarked, glancing at Monferno's Pokeball, recalling the earlier battle where he had pressured Monferno to face the round bear. Then let us begin anew, Xiaoji stated, signaling Turtwig to step forward. Pikachu. Pikachu watched dejectedly as Turtwig eagerly charged into battle, feeling somewhat neglected after spending recent days training and battling with other trainers. All right. I promise you'll be in the next gym battle, okay? Xiaoji affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head. Round Bear, prepare to battle. Roar. The Round Bear was ready to cheer. But upon spotting Xiaoji, its roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a piercing glare. Shinji glanced at Xiaoji, questioning, "You were the one who put it to sleep, weren't you?" It seems particularly enraged upon waking. Xiaoji offered an awkward smile, justifying his actions as well-intentioned. Arm thrust. Jump. The Round Bear, seemingly seeking to avenge its dignity, launched a fierce attack at Turtwig, who nimbly leapt to evade the strike. Leaf Blade. Xiaoji calmly assessed the situation. Surprised that the opponent would test the Round Bear's strength using Turtwig, he decided it was time to abandon the tank-style strategy they had practiced. Are you joking? That muscular brute's arm thrust could easily knock you down. Leaf Blade struck the Round Bear head-on, forcing it back a few steps. Muscle up. The Round Bear's muscles swelled, significantly amplifying the power of its next move. Watch its movements. Arm thrust. Shinji, realizing Xiaoji's strategy, understood the need for caution. If he was allowing Turtwig to charge forward, it was undoubtedly a ploy to exploit its agility and counterattack. Spin. What a naive thought. Charge Beam. Anticipating Turtwig's rotation, Shinji commanded the Round Bear to focus and unleash a Charge Beam. Energy Ball. Follow up with Grass Knot. A triumphant smile spread across Xiaoji's face. How could he possibly be unprepared against such a large opponent? The Energy Ball mitigated part of the Charge Beam's force. While Turtwig's strength could not rival the Round Bear's enhanced might, the residual impact was manageable. The Round Bear, however, was less fortunate. Tripped by the Grass Knot and fell to the ground with a painful wail. Bite. Turtwig seized the Round Bear's arm, denying it any respite. Curse you. Shinji clenched his teeth, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The Grass Knot had completely derailed his strategy. It's over. Energy Ball, Leaf Blade. A flurry of combo moves rained down upon the Round Bear, which, despite its bulk, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Gasp. Turtwig panted heavily, acknowledging that the power behind that Charge Beam had been formidable. Had it not been for the Energy Ball's intervention, it might have been Turtwig that succumbed. Shinji silently recalled the Round Bear, recognizing his tactical blunder, unworthy to chastise his Pokémon for the defeat. Chapter 20. The fateful encounter between Bad Frog and Xiaojiang. Not far away, a Meowth emerged from a convenience store, carrying a large pile of items in its arms. By the way, doesn't the store clerk ever get startled by a talking Meowth? It grumbled in dissatisfaction about the actions of Musashi and Kojiro, exclaiming, "How outrageous! To use the pretext of setting a trap as a reason to summon me out alone. This is utterly exhausting." Suddenly, a deep, muffled grunt emanated from behind, startling it considerably. "What is it? Why are you staring at me?" It turned to face the miscreant frog that was intently gazing at it, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down its forehead. However, it soon dismissed the odd creature, realizing that if it did not hasten to the gym as preparations, yet another opportunity to capture Pikachu would slip away. "You've returned. Did you manage to buy everything? Who is this fellow?" Musashi inquired, snatching up the items in its possession while casting a puzzled glance at the miscreant frog trailing behind. "It's a miscreant frog," Kojiro, well-versed in various Pokémon, remarked. "While it may not be particularly rare, why has it chosen to accompany you?" The miscreant frog continued to grunt, seemingly expressing its own perspective. "What? It claims to be bored and wishes to tag along to see if there's anything to do?" Musashi and Kojiro exchanged glances, a plan forming in their minds. "In that case, why not let this miscreant frog battle? This way, we can avoid raising any suspicions from the little brat." "Indeed, that makes perfect sense." They both displayed mischievous smiles, albeit with a rather foolish appearance. Meanwhile, having exited the bewildering forest, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Jubilife City, currently intrigued by the peculiar structure before them. "A temporary gym? Ash, how does this differ from the gym you intend to challenge?" Dawn stared vacantly at the inscriptions on the building, nudging Ash's arm. "Well, don't ask me. I have no idea," Ash replied, straining to recall past experiences. However, the multitude of events during their travels made it impossible to remember every little detail. "Why don't we go inside and take a look?" Brock suggested, pulling open the large door. What greeted them was the disguised Team Rocket and the miscreant frog, who were quietly conspiring. "Have we interrupted something? May I inquire what this place is?" Dawn called out. The sudden shout startled Team Rocket, who were deep in their dubious dealings, as they encountered someone looking to scam them. "Ah, this is a temporary gym. You can battle us, and the winner will receive a commemorative prize." Kojiro hastily waved his hands, pulling out badges they had crafted themselves. It was impossible to discern that these were merely caps pieced together. Ash, upon seeing the makeshift badges and the grunting miscreant frog, immediately recalled something. Isn't that Brock's nemesis? Recently, Brock's infatuation has become increasingly rampant. Without Misty and May to restrain him, he has begun to let himself go. Ash couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Brock, who appeared utterly bewildered. Dawn, why don't you give it a try? Ash encouraged, patting her back, eager to witness the fruits of her training. Team Rocket presented an excellent opportunity. Wait, so suddenly? Dawn felt a bit shy, as this was her first relatively formal battle. Despite Piplup having trained alongside Ash for a considerable time, she still felt a twinge of fear. Her greatest concern, however, was the potential embarrassment before Ash. If she performed poorly, she would be too ashamed to face him. Contemplating her inner turmoil, she was pushed onto the battlefield under the guise of practicing for the upcoming Grand Festival, all while assessing her current state. With a sigh, she retrieved Piplup's Pokeball. Piplup, charm up. As light radiated forth, a blue figure appeared on the battlefield, Piplup striking a confident pose, ready for its first battle. Team Rocket, however, was far from calm. What? Piplup? That's not what we anticipated. No worries, we can defeat Piplup and then challenge the little brat. Kojiro's rapid thinking was commendable, honed from their frequent mischief. After orchestrating their plan, Kojiro assumed the role of referee. This will be a one-on-one battle. The match concludes when one side's Pokemon can no longer fight. Now, let the battle begin. Miscreant Frog, use Poison Sting. Musashi launched the first attack, her target not being Piplup, but rather seeking to swiftly create chaos for Ash. Piplup, use Peck. The two Pokemon clashed head-on, but it was evident that Piplup possessed significantly greater strength. Having regularly engaged in tussles with Turtwig, this battle felt like a mere warm-up. The Miscreant Frog was quickly sent flying by Piplup's Peck, causing Musashi to panic. Get up. Use Revenge. Don't give it a chance. Use Bubble Beam on the ground. Having learned a few dirty tricks from Ash, Piplup's Bubble Beam struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, obscuring the Miscreant Frog's vision and thwarting its revenge. However, the Miscreant Frog's instinct was remarkably strong. Once the dust settled, it swiftly retaliated against Piplup, leaving Dawn quite astonished. She cast a slightly flustered glance at Ash in the audience, who confidently nodded at her, signifying she was doing well. This encouragement calmed her nerves considerably. Piplup, take this opportunity to unleash Bubble Beam. Given the close proximity of the two Pokemon, the Bubble Beam quickly hit the Miscreant Frog, sending it flying. Continue using Bubble Beam. However, Piplup did not comply. Instead, it began to gather an immense amount of water in its mouth, forming a swirling water column that sent the Miscreant Frog soaring. It's Hydro Pump, Brock exclaimed, rising from the audience, realizing this battle would significantly benefit Dawn, allowing Piplup to learn a new move. The Miscreant Frog was sent crashing towards Musashi, resulting in a direct impact that caused her to stumble out of hiding. Musashi, so that means... Dawn gasped, covering her mouth as she watched Musashi rise painfully. She had a vague suspicion about the referee and the short individual. However, before they could utter their opening lines, Ash in the audience could no longer contain himself. He was eager to skip their theatrics. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. With the familiar crackle of electricity, Team Rocket was sent flying once more, shouting about how annoying it was. Observing the shooting stars that were Team Rocket, the Miscreant Frog frowned, displeased that it had finally found something to do, only to have it snatched away. After clearing up the remnants, Brock patted the Miscreant Frog, stating, "All right, it's time for you to leave. Don't let any bad people deceive you." The Miscreant Frog stared at Brock, seemingly comprehending, yet also appearing confused. "Let us assume you understood," Brock chuckled helplessly. But the atmosphere shifted dramatically when they noticed a girl approaching with a giant pincered scyther. "Ah, a beautiful lady. The moment I laid eyes on you." "Wait, what?" The Miscreant Frog displayed a peculiar expression and sprinted to Brock's feet at an alarming speed. "Huh? Miscreant Frog?" Brock looked perplexed, and amidst his bewilderment, he noticed the purple glow of the poison needle intensifying in the girl's hand. I'm paralyzed." The Miscreant Frog surveyed its handiwork, nodding in satisfaction before diving into Brock's waist pouch, where his Pokemon ball lay. "Huh?" Dawn stared in shock at the Miscreant Frog's actions. So, this Miscreant Frog had become Brock's Pokemon for its own amusement. Perhaps it was merely for entertainment. Ash wiped the sweat from his brow, responding with a wry smile. Chapter 21. The confrontation sparked by Hair Pokemon, Bubble Beam. Early in the morning, the voice of Xiao Wang resonated through the forest as her Bugion unleashed its ultimate move against Ecurlia. The events leading up to this moment began several hours prior. As dawn broke, Ash emerged from his sleeping bag, nodding with satisfaction at the sight of his Pokémon diligently training. He realized he had grown somewhat lethargic lately. Although he still rose at around 6, his Pokémon had already begun their warm-ups and were engaged in battles amongst themselves. All right, everyone, Ash gently clapped his hands. I understand your desire to grow stronger, but there's no need to overexert yourselves. You might injure yourselves. Pika, Pika, the 4 Pokémon joyfully responded, surrounding Ash in a warm embrace. It was precisely because of Ash's kindness and consideration that they were motivated to become stronger in order to protect him. What about Meow Meow? Ash inquired, glancing at Xiaojiang, who was mashing potatoes at the table. Did she run off to train alone? Oh, she went to scout the forest, Xiaojiang replied, pointing towards the woods. Perhaps she was concerned about our doubts regarding the journey last night, so she set out early to find an exit. Once again. They're looking out for me, Ash said bashfully, scratching his head. Although his Pokémon claimed they adored him for his tenderness, it was he who frequently found solace in their companionship. To repay your expectations and efforts, Xiaojiang chuckled. The joy of traveling with Ash lay in this warmth. It compelled him to mash the potatoes with increased vigor, ready for the next step in their meal preparation. However, the next moment brought a shriek. My hair. A piercing scream from Xiao Wang's tent startled them, nearly causing them to tumble to the ground. As Xiao Wang's desperate cries echoed, her words shifted from the initial confusion of waking to a state of alarm. Why did my hair become like this after just one night? Hey Xiao Wang, what are you doing? Ash rubbed his head and approached the front of the tent. Surely, it wasn't necessary to shout over a hair issue. Don't come near. I absolutely cannot let Ash see my messy hair. Such trivial matters hardly warranted such a fuss. Sigh. Pika. Pikachu looked at Ash, bewildered, as a comb was tossed from the tent and landed nearby. You're not allowed to come over. You're not allowed to look. After throwing out the comb, Xiao Wang hastily pulled at the tent flap, fearful of revealing her disheveled appearance to Ash. Wearing a hat should solve the hair problem, right? Not at all. You just don't understand, Ash. The girl huffed, smoothing her frizzy locks. When her hand finally tamed the last rebellious strand, she stared at her reflection in the mirror, convinced it looked fine now. But then, smack. In the next instant, her hair exploded into a chaotic mess once again. In despair, she clutched the mirror tightly, exclaiming. She rummaged through her tent, discovering that the only useful comb had already been flung away. Bujian. In response to Bujian's suppressed laughter, Xiao Wang chose not to scold it, but instead felt a smile creep onto her lips. An ingenious idea took root in her mind. Bujian. Bubble Beam. Using Bubble Beam inside the tent, Ash was utterly astonished as bubbles floated out. This is so typical of Xiao Wang, Xiaojiang chuckled helplessly, glancing at the newly joined Buoying Frog. We are always so noisy every morning. Buoying Frog remained indifferent, staring blankly at Xiaojiang, its thoughts elusive. Just then, Xiaojiang's hand slipped, causing a potato to tumble to the grass. He glanced at Buoying Frog and asked, Could you please help me pick that up? Buoying Frog looked at the potato, then scoffed disdainfully, swatting it away with a swift motion. The potato arced gracefully through the air, fortuitously heading straight towards Ash, who had just stood up. Ash, watch out. Too late. The potato struck Ash squarely on the head, causing him to fall back to the ground almost instantaneously. See, now there's no problem. And in an ironic twist, the girl, having just finished using Bubble Beam on her hair, stepped on the potato that had fallen in front of the tent, losing her balance and tumbling down. Ouch. Wait, that doesn't hurt at all. She paused to assess the situation. It seems I don't feel any pain. Did you not notice that I was gone? Ash, now serving as an unintentional stepping stone, cried out in pain. He strained to lift his arms, propping himself up to alleviate Xiao Wang's weight. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice you. Realizing the boy beneath her was speaking with a tone of deep sorrow, Xiao Wang felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and shyness. She quickly smoothed her skirt and stepped aside. Gently extending her hand, she helped Ash to his feet. Are you all right? I'm fine, but your Bubble Beam was used on. Ash's voice trailed off as he caught sight of her glistening hair. Humph. Look at how smooth it is now. Xiao Wang proudly puffed out her chest, showcasing her shiny, sleek locks. Indeed, the results are quite impressive. Xiaojiang and Ash nodded in agreement. Therefore, Ash, you should try it too, Xiao Wang suggested, glancing at Ash's somewhat tousled hair. No, that's all right. A hat will suffice. Just as Ash reached for his hat, he noticed the red object dangling from the tail of the mischievous long-tail monkey. My hat. Long-tail monkey, bring it back. Naturally, the playful long-tail monkey didn't comply, scampering away with a laugh, leaving Ash with no chance to give chase. Pika. However, Pikachu was quick to understand the situation. It immediately activated Quick Attack combined with Volt Tackle, teleporting to the long-tail monkey's tail. After catching the hat in its mouth, Pikachu leapt into the air, performing a graceful 360-degree spin before landing perfectly on the ground. Pika, Pika. Pikachu returned the hat to Ash, gesturing for him to offer praise. This scene was quietly observed by a Pokémon hidden in the grass, which took the opportunity to inch closer to Pikachu while Ash was busy complimenting it. Pika, Pika. Feeling Ash's affectionate strokes, Pikachu squinted its eyes in delight, but when it sensed a curious touch on its shoulder, it turned its head inquisitively. At that moment, a Kirlia shyly grasped its hand, gazing up with admiration. Pika, Pika. Noticing the adoring gaze of Kirlia, Pikachu awkwardly wiped away a bead of sweat, then glanced at the dazed Ash and the ecstatic Xiaoguang. Is that Kirlia? Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled with wonder as she knelt down, hands clasped, silently admiring Kirlia, her affection nearly bursting forth. And thus, the scene unfolded as previously described. Chapter 22, Capturing Kirlia. Bugion Bubble Beam. The clash with nature was imminent. As Ash and Brock discreetly stepped aside, quietly observing Dawn's inaugural capture battle. Following the capture of a Budew, a bubble floated toward her, and Buniri unleashed an ice beam, freezing the bubble's midair. Subsequently, a dazzling dizzy punch shattered all the ice fragments, scattering colorful glimmers that momentarily captivated the audience, showcasing a flair for the grand competition. The young boy gazed at the swirling stardust, his tone imbued with astonishment and wonder. This hardly resembled a mere wild Pokémon. It bore the hallmarks of a creature meticulously trained by Dawn, utilizing Ice Beam to blockade the bubble beam, followed by a spectacular finishing move. Was undoubtedly reminiscent of the templates he often witnessed during the girls' training in his previous life. Buniri was truly impressive. Dawn, equally astonished, looked upon her slightly bashful Buniri, which occasionally glanced at Pikachu, eager to demonstrate its prowess. I can't let you escape now. Piplup, Whirlpool. Dawn pondered momentarily, shaking her finger at the returning Piplup while calling out the next command. A whirlpool formed as Piplup hurled a massive vortex towards Buniri. As the girl's finger twirled and Piplup nodded subtly, the boy seemed to grasp something profound. Buniri, it squeaked, dispersing the whirlpool with a dizzy punch. Just as it sought Piplup's whereabouts, a blue figure suddenly emerged from within the vortex. Bang! At that moment, the tip of Piplup's beak glowed white, delivering a surprise peck that landed perfectly on Buniri, responding to Dawn's earlier gesture. Excellent, young lady. It seems you've learned to follow my lead, albeit in a rather foolish manner. Whirlpool. Upon witnessing the success of her move, Dawn urgently commanded to maintain pressure. Buniri. The whirlpool struck Buniri, ensnaring it and preventing it from executing any skills. Deliver the final bubble beam. Mimicking Ash's enthusiasm, Dawn waved her arms and excitedly shouted. The bubble beam drained Buniri of its remaining strength, and as the whirlpool dissipated, only an exhausted Buniri lay on the ground, its eyes resembling those of a sleepy mosquito. This time, I'm certain of success. Dawn reassured herself, taking a deep breath and carefully grasping a Pokeball. With a gentle yet firm motion, she flung it behind her head, propelled by sheer determination. Bang! The throw was immaculate, producing a beautifully arced trajectory as Buniri was captured within the ball. After shaking 3 times, it finally stilled. Did I succeed? The girl exclaimed in disbelief as she picked up the Pokeball. Rest assured, this was a flawless capture. You did splendidly, Dawn. Ash approached with a smile, patting her shoulder. Absolutely, absolutely. I've captured Buniri. Piplup, this is a significant improvement over Budew. Suddenly, amidst the celebratory applause, Ash realized something was amiss. Hey, don't mimic my gestures. Who says this is your move? It looks more like you're imitating me. It was undeniable. Despite their late-night discussions, they would inevitably bicker over trivial matters. Oh well, all things considered, the outcome is quite favorable. Brock sighed, reflecting on Dawn's battle style. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Ash's influence lingered within her approach, her arm movements, the encouraging tone directed at her Pokémon. Even the manner in which she tossed the Pokeball echoed Ash's distinctive flair. Could this be a result of their conversation that fateful night? Come forth, Buniri. Dawn released her newly captured Buniri, allowing Brock to tend to its wounds. However, the moment it awakened, it seemed restless, gravitating towards Pikachu as if seeking solace. Looks like Buniri is quite fond of Pikachu. Dawn chuckled at the sight. To fall in love at first sight. Could this be what they call love at first sight? In response to Dawn's musings, Ash and Brock offered starkly contrasting reactions. Indeed, the bonds between Pokémon can be rather intricate. They too strive for love with all their might. Love at first sight? Is this a rare Pokémon? Ash jested, eliciting a bemused expression from Dawn. If someone were to fall for you, I wonder how difficult that would be. This is wonderful. Is this what you feels like? Brock reflected nostalgically upon the complicated relationship between the two Pokémon. When will my romance arrive? Humph. The mischievous Krogunk scoffed, turning away dismissively, uninterested in Brock's lamentations. After a brief interlude, Dawn prepared for the grand competition's rehearsal. Piplup, execute Whirlpool, then follow it up with Bubble Beam. The shell of the Whirlpool was pierced by the Bubble Beam, emitting twinkling starlight that radiated outward, yet the performance was far from over. Use Peck. The Peck attack shattered the bubbles surrounding the starlight, leaving Piplup standing proudly on the grass. Its silhouette accentuated by the shimmering stardust and the mist created by the burst bubbles. As a newcomer preparing for her first competition, achieving this level of readiness was commendable. Reflecting on Dawn's confidence, Ash glanced sideways, noting the vibrant stardust complementing the girl's azure hair, which danced in the gentle breeze, showcasing an essence of youthful exuberance. Hey, Ambipom thinks it's wonderful too, thank you. Upon noticing the suddenly emerging Ambipom, Ash lowered his hat slightly. Oh, I see, that's interesting. It was evident that Ambipom seemed particularly intrigued by the grand contest. In his previous life, he had heeded Dawn's advice to entrust it to her. Yet ultimately, it chose to leave him and Dawn for the Pokemon ping-pong game, signifying a distance that would inevitably lead to their estrangement. Ash raised his head, gazing at Ambipom with a mix of emotions, though its mischievous antics had caused considerable trouble during their journey. It was precisely those moments that brought laughter to an otherwise monotonous trip. Ambipom, are you genuinely interested in the grand contest? It seems I should find an opportunity to converse with you. Chapter 23, The Gifted Watch and Pokemon. With Buniri captured, Ash and his companions successfully arrived at their first large city, Jubilife City. As one of the major cities in the Sinnoh region, Jubilife boasted luxurious shopping malls and well-equipped Pokemon centers. The renowned Pokemon watches also originated from the department stores here, making the city a veritable pilgrimage for trainers. Finally, we reached the city. I can't wait to take a shower and then lie down for a rest, Dawn exclaimed, wiping away imaginary tears as she beheld the cityscape gradually revealing itself. Yes, I need to coordinate with Professor Rowan regarding the current arrangements for the Pokemon, Ash contemplated. Turtwig was growing at an astonishing rate, transitioning from struggling to keep pace with him to now constantly seeking additional training after their sessions. This had taken Ash by surprise. Thus, it was essential for an experienced mentor to guide it. Otherwise, they would soon encounter a bottleneck in its development. In addition to Mucur, training the majestic Noctowl in resilience would indeed be a splendid endeavor. After we take a moment to recuperate at the Pokemon Center, let us venture forth to the department store. A spark ignited in Dawn's eyes. They would sell Pokemon watches, which are exceedingly popular. Well, that sounds splendid. I also need to replenish my food supplies, Brock remarked, patting his backpack, which had seen considerable depletion over the past few days. Then I shall leave it to you. Brock, I have a few matters to attend to. For Ash, his thoughts were singularly focused on the specialized training of his Pokemon. The notion of a Pokemon watch held little intrigue for him. Rather than wandering through shops, it would be more productive for him to select perfumes. Nevertheless, shopping seemed the better option. No problem, no problem. Ash can concentrate on his endeavors, he murmured apologetically. Hello, your Pokemon has fully recovered. Nurse Joy said gently as she returned the Pokeballs and Pokédex to Ash and Dawn. Moreover, I have secured your entry into the Pokemon Showcase and the Pokemon League. After a brief respite, Dawn and Brock opted to head to the department store, leaving Ash alone to inquire with Professor Oak about the status of Bulbasaur and Noctowl. Noctowl is perfectly fine, but Bulbasaur's situation is a bit precarious. If it doesn't manage the order in the backyard for an extended period, that group of Pokemon could dismantle it. Therefore, we must resolve this swiftly and allow it to return home promptly. Come on, Turtwig, don't hide. Keep a close watch on Bulbasaur's condition. Ash urged. Mucur, don't slow down. Keep pace with Noctowl. Ash was diligently focused on the tank training of Turtwig and the speed training of Mucur, knowing that having his seasoned companions would lay a solid foundation for his new allies, as they possessed invaluable experience of their own. After enduring an extensive training session, Mucur and Turtwig lay exhausted on the grassy expanse, signaling their unwillingness to continue. The intensity of Leaf Blade and Vine Whip had been unprecedented for one, while the other had never encountered such extraordinary speed and terrifying tenacity. Let us call it a day, Ash chuckled, patting their heads. Thank you all for your hard work. Now rest well. As Ash settled down cross-legged, he gently stroked Pikachu's head, his face radiating joy as he observed the Pokemon relaxing together. For Pokemon congregated, absorbing knowledge and battle techniques from their two elder companions, while the younger ones nodded obediently. How impressive. In the midst of Ash's reverie, a youthful voice chimed in from behind. Big brother, are you a skilled Pokemon trainer? The boy's gaze was filled with anticipation, tinged with a hint of admiration and longing. The familiarity of those eyes caught Ash off guard. In this boy, he saw a reflection of his own past self. That sense of admiration, expectation, and passion made him chuckle softly as he turned to face the boy. Well, I can't say I'm particularly impressive, but I am indeed a trainer. What is the matter? Could I ask you for a favor? Huh, what is it? My name is Tyrion. It turned out that his father was an executive at the Pokemon Watch Company, and he was seeking a talented trainer for assistance. The Pokemon Watches to be released today had no issues in terms of performance and features, but there was one significant problem. The battery system had malfunctioned today, causing a complete shutdown. Upon hearing his father's lament about the need for a powerful electric-type Pokemon, Tyrion ventured out alone to seek a capable trainer with electric-type Pokemon. This is my Shinx, but it's still young and not very adept at using electric-type moves, Tyrion said, holding his Shinx with a sense of helplessness. So, big brother, I'm counting on you. Well, I don't have anything pressing, but Pikachu. He glanced at Pikachu, knowing that they would need its electric power for this task. Pika. Pikachu confidently thumped its chest. Is that all right? Good. Then Tyrion, please lead the way. With Pikachu's agreement, Ash gestured for Tyrion to take the lead. Really? Thank you, big brother. Upon arriving at the company, a plump middle-aged man rushed forward, scooping Tyrion into his arms, his face etched with concern. Where have you been? You had me worried sick. Oh dear, I shouldn't complain at work. You must have overheard me, right? No, I found someone to help Dad. Tyrion shook his head. This big brother has a very strong electric-type Pokemon. Oh. The middle-aged man looked at Ash and Pikachu behind Tyrion, apologetically stating, I truly appreciate you coming out for my son at this late hour. He doubted that anyone who treated Pokemon with kindness could harbor ill intentions. Not at all. We are more than happy to help, Ash replied modestly, scratching his cheek. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Pika, please, follow me. The man introduced himself. I'm Tyrion's father, Dayton. The power supply system had failed due to a lack of electrical input, and injecting a powerful electric-type move could effectively resolve this issue. The trio arrived at the power supply system, which was flashing lights, clearly indicating a malfunction. Pikachu, I'm counting on you. Use Thunderbolt. Ash patted Pikachu's head. He had unwavering faith in Pikachu's electric prowess, especially after witnessing its Volt Tackle defeat a nearly full-strength Regice. Pikachu. The torrent of golden lightning surged forth, steadily coursing into the power supply system. In no time, the flickering lights began to stabilize, and the error sounds ceased. What incredible power! Tyrion exclaimed. Shinx, you must aspire to be like Big Brother S. Pikachu. The father and son duo looked on in awe, astonished by the immense power contained within Pikachu's petite form. Shortly thereafter, Ash walked toward the Pokemon Center, holding 3 Pokemon watches in his left hand and a Pokeball in his right. He silently reflected on Dayton's words. I cannot thank you enough, Ash. You have truly alleviated a significant problem for me. Without your assistance, the release of the Pokemon Watches tomorrow would have been postponed. So please, accept these as a token of my gratitude. Dayton gratefully handed Ash the completed Pokemon Watches and a Pokeball, stating that these 3 were identical to those set for release. Additionally, this contains a Cottonee, a descendant of my old partner. I can no longer travel. Keeping it here would squander its potential, so I entrust it to you for the Sinnoh League stage. Ash hesitated, having declined several times, but ultimately succumbed to Dayton's insistence. Just as he prepared to return the Pokemon, Dayton had already departed. I truly didn't do anything that significant. Gazing at Pikachu, who was eagerly fiddling with the Pokemon watches on his shoulder, Ash chuckled and secured the Pokeball to his belt, knowing that once a promise was made, it must be fulfilled. Pika. Under the serene gaze of the luminous moon and the scattered stardust, a boy and a mouse ambled back to the Pokemon Center. As the sensing gate detected Ash's information and swung open, a voice echoed, Ash, where have you been? Oh, it's nothing serious, Ash replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Seeing that the boy was unharmed, Misty let out a sigh of relief. When Brock and I returned, your absence was palpable. We couldn't find you anywhere outside, and we feared you might have encountered some trouble. Well, it wasn't anything troublesome, my apologies, Ash said. By the way, what about the Pokemon Watches? Sigh. There were too many people, and we couldn't secure a pre-sale spot, she lamented, her gaze dropping slightly, her tone tinged with disappointment. Such a hot item. The pre-sale is already pushed back a month. A month? Ash echoed, slowly realizing the gravity of the situation. He glanced at the 2 remaining watches in his hand, admiring their intricate dials and buttons. No wonder there's such a fuss. Such advanced technology, if delayed, could lead to significant repercussions. So, Pokemon Watch. Ash, you. Misty exclaimed, her eyes widening as she caught sight of the watch in his hand. Trembling with excitement, she looked up at him, fear evident in her voice. Listen, we. With a heavy sigh, she thumped her hand on Ash's shoulder. We should consult Miss Junsha. Robbing from others' companies is not an acceptable behavior. I mean, Misty, your thought process. Ash groaned, swatting her hand off his shoulder. It's not like that. He then recounted the marvelous events of the day to Misty and Brock. What a coincidence. Sometimes. It may just be that serendipitous, Brock mused. I suppose you're just fortunate, Ash. A radiant smile blossomed on Misty's face as she joyfully accepted the watch Ash handed her, adeptly fastening it around her wrist. The shimmering dial and exquisite buttons sparkled under the soft glow of the lights, exuding a sense of grandeur. Does this count as a token of some sort? Chapter 24. Will you still walk with me? The following morning, as the faint light began to break on the horizon of Jubilife City, the grand stadium at the heart of the city was steadily preparing for the day's magnificent tournament. Considering the competitors' readiness, the event was scheduled for a midday start. Thus it wasn't necessary to rise at such an early hour. However, up so early, Ash, who had already begun his morning jog outside the Pokemon Center, looked astonished at the yawning Misty. He glanced at his watch, noting the time. Just past 6. Haha, I was too excited. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Misty wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, sheepishly trailing behind Ash to commence her morning training. She had rehearsed her first-round performance with Pokemon numerous times, thus shifting her focus to the second evaluation. The second evaluation, which involved a dazzling Pokemon battle, could be simplified to this. As long as I am strong enough to render your Pokemon unable to battle, your elegance won't matter. Soon, the two stood ready at the battle arena outside the Pokemon Center for their training match. Pachima. Peck. As Ash's tail-armed Pokemon became entranced by her swirling attack, Misty eagerly sought to press the advantage. That's too naive. Shadow Clone. Ash shook his head, realizing Misty had completely underestimated the reaction speed of his Pokemon. How could that happen? She exclaimed, disheartened as her peck was interrupted by the Shadow Clone. Swift. The shadow above began its assault. Unexpectedly, however, the powerful Swift attack didn't materialize as anticipated. Instead, the tail-armed Pokemon Swift transformed into a cascade of shimmering stardust, creating a stunning meteor shower that assailed Pachima. Ash was momentarily speechless. While the move had indeed become spectacular, the collisions had significantly diminished its power. Hey, what are you doing? Ash dashed forward. Although it was a friendly match, this was too much. Well, it is indeed quite flashy, Brock observed, stroking his chin. It seems it was inspired by Pachima's dazzling moves. Wait, does that mean your tail-armed Pokemon wants to participate in the dazzling tournament? Misty's expression shifted from confusion to exhilaration. She affectionately ruffled Pachima's head, then turned her gaze to Ash, who appeared rather conflicted. But Ash couldn't help but adjust the brim of his cap, grappling with an unsettling emotion. Has the day finally arrived? This matter must be addressed. I need some time. I wish to have a heart-to-heart with it. He sighed deeply. Taking a seat on the ground, he opened his backpack, retrieving a carefully packaged item and handing it to Misty. Misty, time is passing. You should quickly change into your outfit. Aunt Keiko just sent your clothes yesterday. Wait, I thought Mom had sent them to the front desk at the Pokemon Center. Misty exclaimed in surprise, accepting the garments from Ash, which included a complete outfit and accessories, with hair ties and a neck ring. I just didn't trust that you wouldn't misplace them. Hey, I can handle such things. Misty protested. Who forgot their keys on the very first day out? As Misty's expression darkened, Ash hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, no worries. Just go prepare. Shall we head out then? Misty said, slowly tucking the package into her embrace, pointing toward the Pokemon Center. Sure, after I'm done, I'll find you at the Pokemon Center. Noticing a shift in the atmosphere, the tail-armed Pokemon curiously observed Ash, sensing a tension in his expression. Do you truly enjoy the dazzling tournament? Ash asked, cradling it in his arms. Looking earnestly into its eyes. Do you like the dazzling tournament? It seemed somewhat intrigued, but remained uncertain about its true feelings. Well, it's not a grave matter, Ash replied, loosening his cap and softening his tone. However, my ultimate goal is always the Pokemon League and becoming a Pokemon Master. If you have a passion for the dazzling tournament, I won't impose my will upon you. Following me, I can only participate in a few dazzling tournaments to satisfy your wishes. We cannot persistently pursue this path together. Do you grasp my meaning? In a flurry of concern, the tail-armed Pokemon gripped Ash's hands tightly, not wanting to part from this gentle boy. Then, I wish to ask you, Ash slowly tightened his grip on the Pokemon's small hand, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a ball. This is a Pokemon ping-pong ball, if I recall correctly. Ash smiled gently. A few days ago, you were captivated by it when you discovered it, weren't you? The tail-armed Pokemon nodded eagerly. I see, I understand now. The youth, lost in thought, gently placed the ping-pong ball on the ground. You truly possess a wide range of interests, don't you? Just like when you seized the crown. Once it was truly within your grasp, the initial excitement faded away. Here lie 3 paths before you. Choose without concern for me, and follow the deepest inclinations of your heart. Ash set before it a dazzling Pokemon ball adorned for the Grand Festival, a regular Pokemon ball, and finally, that ping-pong ball, awaiting its selection. I have always been this way. I respect your choice. So, do you still wish to walk alongside me? The long-tailed Pokemon fixated intently on the 3 spheres before it, ultimately making its choice. Therefore, do you still desire to stand with me on the stage of the World Championship? Ash smiled as he received the Pokemon ball from it. Well then, we must continue to strive for the future. The long-tailed Pokemon excitedly nodded and dove into Ash's embrace. Is that you, Ash? You've returned. Oh, we truly understand each other's sentiments now. Constantly rubbing the Pokemon ball of the long-tailed Pokemon in his hands, Ash delicately placed it at his waist, proclaiming, "We shall participate in this grand festival, but it may only be this time." He steadied himself, lifting his gaze to reflect the image of a girl clad in a lovely pink gown, adorned with a vibrant blue ponytail, in his eyes. Indeed, Aunt Keiko has quite the skilled hands. Humph, my mother has always been exceptional, came the reply. So, have you spoken with Aunt Keiko on the phone? You wouldn't tea. Ash's expression froze. Ah, I was just on the phone with my mom. I completely forgot. The boy, left standing awkwardly, shrugged. Accustomed to the boisterous manner of Dawn. I'm so sorry, Mom. Dawn clasped her hands together, bowing repeatedly in apology to Keiko, her mind racing after just encountering Ash. It's been a while. Thank you for taking care of Dawn all this way. Oh, not at all. It is I who should be grateful for Dawn's care. Ash slightly bowed to Keiko, expressing his gratitude. I must trouble Dawn quite a bit since I am also participating in the Grand Festival. You're participating too, Ash? Keiko's eyes brightened. Then, Ash, please keep an eye on her backstage. She just told me it would be fine. And then you. Wait a moment. Dawn, where's your neck ring? My neck ring? No problem. I placed it in my pocket. Dawn patted her pocket, but when her hand met only empty air, she stood there, stunned. I clearly put it in my pocket. Where could it have gone? At that moment, a voice called from behind. Is this it? Meow? Accompanied by a cat-like sound and a somewhat androgynous voice, Ash turned, momentarily taken aback by the owner of the voice. Chapter 25, The First Grand Festival. A fate sealed by a handclap. Ah, this is it. Thank you. The girl, relieved upon spotting the familiar accessory in the other's hand, gently reached for the neck ring and bowed graciously in gratitude to the orange-haired girl clad in a somewhat androgynous outfit. It's nothing, as participants in the Grand Festival. It's only right that we help each other. The girl, Xiaowang, smiled, and her companion, a Meowth, let out a gentle meow. It's a Meowth, Dawn exclaimed, recording the familiar Pokemon in her Pokédex. My mother has one too. Your mother used to be one as well? Indeed, my mother is a top-tier coordinator. How impressive. I'm Xiaowang. I look forward to working with you. I'm Dawn. Likewise, I look forward to working with you. The bond of friendship between the girls swiftly formed. Before long, they were chatting animatedly, resembling close friends who had known each other for ages. Dawn confidently declared her intention to defeat Xiaowang and secure her own triumphant debut, igniting Xiaowang's competitive spirit. Well, a little confidence for your first grand festival is quite beneficial. Observing the two converse, Ash tilted his head, pondering aloud to Pikachu perched on his shoulder. But could too much confidence be a disadvantage? Pikachu looked momentarily bewildered. Brock was equally speechless. The two exchanged a knowing glance, donning expressions of utter disbelief. The flying type against the rock type. Pikachu against Onix. Not to mention you broke my family's sprinkler system. Oh right, not only did you fail to reimburse Misty for her bicycle, but you also didn't compensate for my family's sprinkler system. As this rather nostalgic black history was brought to light, a faint blush crept onto the boy's face. Ahem, that was were it not for you breaking our sprinkler system and the substantial cost of repairs. What would you have to win with? Brock regarded Ash with disdain. I even suspect you misread the type effectiveness chart before heading out. Pika. Pikachu vigorously nodded in agreement. Hey, that was in the past. Don't bring it up. Their banter helped ease the tension for the anxious Dawn and Xiaowang, who soon burst into laughter. By the way, Ash, are you challenging the league? Wiping away tears of laughter, Xiaowang recalled something and frowned at Ash. Then, as a Pokemon trainer, are you also participating in the Grand Festival? To fulfill this little one's wish. Ash gently rubbed the material of his Pokemon ball. Though it may not sound proper, Pokemon battles and the Grand Festival are indeed vastly different. I hope you take this seriously. This is no trivial matter. It's not just a game. Xiaowang's tone was filled with seriousness and critique as she shook her head and then departed towards the stadium. Preparing for the imminent Grand Festival. As one of the primary cities in the Sinnoh region, Jubilife City hosted the Grand Festival on a grand scale, showcasing the participants' impressive abilities, with their teamwork and synergy truly remarkable. Especially notable was Xiaowang, the first to take the stage. The performance exhibited by her Meowth was nearly flawless, characterized by her calm direction and the Pokemon's composed display. One could hardly believe such a performance came from a newcomer. And there was an old acquaintance, Musashi, dressed as the sweet and charming Lena, who utilized Kojuro's Weezing to deliver an abstract performance. Though the reasoning behind it was unclear, having Weezing latch onto her own body earned her a commendable score. Contestant Dawn, please prepare. When the call finally came for Dawn at the backstage registration area, Ash halted his forward motion. Didn't Dawn go on first in the previous life? But it matters little. She would take the stage sooner or later, wouldn't she? Moreover, Huff, the girl before him, was bubbling with excitement and nerves, nearly unable to contain herself. Allowing Dawn to go first would ease her pressure. Being a newcomer thrust onto the main stage could be quite overwhelming. No problem, no problem. Ash encouraged, patting Dawn on the back. No problem at all. Just watch, Ash. The girl waved her fist, expressing her confidence. And her performance did not disappoint. The bubble beam executed by Pachima was extraordinarily beautiful, and the powerful peck combined with it created a dazzling display of light as the bubbles burst, casting a brilliant glow. The mist and twinkling starlight upon Pachima made it appear especially resplendent. This prompted Brock backstage to nod repeatedly. He instinctively recalled Ash's private remarks about Dawn. She truly possesses remarkable talent. She is undoubtedly a gifted contender. Once she overcomes the common pitfalls of newcomers, I believe her potential will be astonishing. As a first-time participant in the Grand Festival, she radiated confidence and vitality, a trait characteristic of a true competitor. Perhaps this is what one means by a contestant suited for grand events? Yet, there remained a hint of stiffness. Before the television, Kaiser wore a gentle smile, slightly nodding as she stroked the head of her beloved Meowth. She resolved to continue her efforts, eagerly anticipating her second performance. Is it time to take the stage? Pikachu will be entrusted to Brock. As the last image of Ash's face lingered on the big screen, he shook his head and gently placed Pikachu into Brock's arms. He then proceeded to walk slowly toward the passage leading to the stage. Ash, Dawn, you performed splendidly. Yes, Ash, keep up the good work. The two, drawing closer together, raised their hands in unison, and their high five echoed through the backstage. Next up is the contestant from Pallet Town, Ash Ketchum. He has previously participated in the dazzling competition in Cherry Grove Town and emerged victorious. Let us eagerly await his performance. The announcer's voice resonated in Ash's ears, accompanied by the murmurs of the audience and the discussions among the judges. The young man calmly walked to the center of the stage, gazing at the throng of spectators before him, yet feeling no tumult within. Perhaps it was due to his experience in the dazzling competitions, or perhaps it was the poise cultivated during the World Championships. With an air of composure, he adjusted the brim of his cap, and from his clear eyes emerged the Pokeball adorned with a shimmering ribbon. Shadow Clone. Swift. Focus Punch. Under his decisive commands, multiple clones of his Ambipom unleashed a barrage of swift attacks that collided with one another. Yet, instead of the expected starry explosions, they layered upon each other to form a colossal star. With a powerful Focus Punch, the star shattered, cascading an exquisite meteor shower. Ash stood quietly on stage, basking in the golden rain, listening to the audience's gasps and fervent cheers. How splendid! Was this not the same resplendent sensation he felt after defeating Dan? When he was showered in golden rain, Dawn stood entranced, a peculiar glimmer in her eyes. She quietly absorbed the praises from her companions, as the tranquil sea within her began to ripple. Chapter 26, Ash vs. Dawn. Although Ash's performance left a lingering impression, the first round of evaluations came to a close. Following a brief intermission, the big screen illuminated with the cards of the advancing participants. As the trainers' faces appeared on the cards, Dawn, May, and Musashi all breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces were prominently displayed among the advancing members. Ash gently raised his hand, pinching the tip of his cap to lift it slightly, allowing him to better see the photos on the list. Instinctively, he began searching from the last displayed image. But after a prolonged search, he found nothing. until he spotted his own face featured first on the list. Hooray, I'm in. He had successfully passed the first round. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in their advancement. Wonderful. Dawn placed her hand on her chest, exhaling deeply. Congratulations. Unlike Ash and Dawn's composure, one was accustomed to grand spectacles while the other already bore a ribbon medal. For Dawn, as a newcomer, the mere wait for the results had her heart in turmoil. Congratulations, Dawn, but do not forget that the second round is a battle showcasing your prowess. I know. No problem, she replied, her tone brimming with resolve. If only it truly were that simple. Observing the girl updating her mother, Ash smiled, bending down to affectionately ruffle Ambipom's head, praising its efforts and hard work. Now, let us present the matchups for the second round. Please look at the big screen. As the cards rotated, the participants for the second round appeared before the audience. Dawn and Musashi would compete against several passers-by, but naturally, the spotlight was on the two exceptional performers. Ash versus Dawn. Both were outstanding in terms of Pokémon training and the dazzling effects displayed in the first round. The palpable gap between them had both the audience and contestants eagerly anticipating their clash. Let us have a good match, Dawn. Ash smiled, extending his hand to express his respect. After all, the dazzling competitions and league tournaments were distinct entities, and he had much to learn. Thus he intended to take Dawn seriously. However, Dawn did not reciprocate his handshake. Are you still planning to participate in the Sinnoh League? Huh, yes. Ash felt an inexplicable pressure, as if he had faced a similar situation before. In that case, I hope you understand that gym battles and dazzling contests are fundamentally different. I will reveal the answer in this match, Dawn explained, furrowing her brow. She could not comprehend Ash's dual pursuits and firmly believed that the gym battle mindset did not apply to the dazzling competition. Caught off guard by her pressure, Ash awkwardly withdrew his hand, pinching his nose. It's fine, let us just focus on our match. Noticing the concerned expressions of Dawn and Brock, Ash cheerfully encouraged. Let us do our best, Ambipom. In truth, he was not merely putting on an optimistic facade. In Ash's mind, regardless of what his opponent said, completing a match would always lead to heart-to-heart exchanges, and he believed he could respond to Dawn's doubts with his strength. Soon, the highly anticipated match, Ash versus Dawn, commenced. The two stood on the battlefield, both feeling quite indifferent, treating this match as a regular training session. In the first battle, Ash will face Dawn. The match concludes when one side exhausts their points within 5 minutes or incapacitates the opponent's Pokémon. The time limit is 5 minutes, with no pauses. Let the match begin. As the announcer articulated the rules, both sides withdrew their Pokeballs. Let us go, Ambipom. You're the one. Meowth. Ready, go? With their respective thoughts in mind, the two Pokémon elegantly took their places on the battlefield. The opponent's tail is incredibly agile. Ash recalled how he had been outmatched in his previous life by dazzling moves. This time, he began to contemplate his tactics. What he aimed to achieve, as in his past life, was to showcase his unique battle style to Dawn, even if it was not suited for the dazzling competition. He wanted to provide the audience with a thrilling experience and evoke a profound sense of excitement. He approached the dazzling competition with utmost fervor, never underestimating it. Ambipom, charge in. Hey, why not dodge? Dawn watched in astonishment as Meowth remained passive alongside Ash. If Meowth had chosen to leap and evade, perhaps its nimble body and speed could have diminished Ash's points. Yet, what Dawn desired was far more than that. Wrap it with your tail. Calmly observing the approaching Ambipom, Dawn seemed to have discerned her opponent's brashness. On the field, Meowth skillfully ensnared Ambipom's tail, causing Ash's points to plummet. Throw him out. Shadow Clone. Ash blinked, having understood Dawn's style from their first exchange. So that is how it is. By employing an unexpected tail, she transforms the direct assaults typical in gym battles into her dazzling competition style. Quite a clever strategy indeed. Yet oops. As the long-tail monkeys swiftly unleashed their shadow clones, Meowstic found itself unprepared, caught off guard by the multitude of manifestations before it. With astonishment, it gazed at the monkey ensnared by its tail, then at the surrounding duplicates, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Concentrated strike. Clearly, the countless shadows had shattered both Xiaowang and Meowstic's composure and focus. In their pursuit of elegance, they were no match for the boy who had honed his skills through years of intense battles. Some lessons are truly learned only through relentless combat. For instance, despite the ability to create clones, the long-tail monkey remained ensnared and unable to escape its predicament, merely dispersing a few shadows. Watch out. It's right in front of you. Unleash your fury. Xiaowang, realizing the impending danger, was already too late. Before she could call out her ultimate move, the long-tail monkey began to exert force with its tail. Concentrated strike. The attack broke Meowstic free from its binding, landing a harsh blow to its face, causing the elegance it had maintained to crumble in an instant. What? Xiaowang watched in disbelief as Meowstic was sent flying, having thought she had grasped the opponent's strategy, only to find that hesitation in battle is a fatal blunder. Longtail Monkey. High-speed stars. Seizing the moment of confusion, the longtail monkey's tail radiated a dazzling light, brilliant stars raining down upon Meowstic like a meteor shower. Quickly recovering, Xiaowang commanded, Frantic Claw. With the experience of major competitions, she sprang into action. Meowstic darted at the longtail monkey with lightning speed, launching a fierce assault with its claws. Concentrated Strike. The longtail monkey swiftly adjusted in midair, using its tail to block the incoming attack. Evenly matched. Observing the two equally formidable Pokémon, Ash recognized the high caliber of Meowstic. Too naive, keep wrapping it with your tail. As Meowstic's spring-like tail swiftly ensnared the longtail monkey's tail, immobilizing it in midair. The frantic claw struck and inflicted damage. Both Pokémon adjusted their positions as they gently descended to the ground, preparing for their next assault. Iron Tail. Concentrated Strike. The two Pokémon once again engaged in a fierce struggle, equally matched. Continue to wrap it with your tail? Xiaowang chuckled, instinctively believing the boy had not learned his lesson, allowing Meowstic's tail to remain unchecked. I want to give you the chance. High-speed stars. Just as Ash anticipated the moment the opponent would retract its iron tail to ensnare, he seized the opportunity to command the longtail monkey to counterattack. The timing was impeccable. Before Meowstic could react, the high-speed stars struck true, sending it hurtling away once more. Enduring the full brunt of the concentrated strike and high-speed stars, Meowstic's stamina had nearly reached its limit. Finish it. Concentrated Strike. Propel yourself with your tail. Until the very last moment, Xiaowang attempted to bewilder her opponent with her flamboyant moves. Reluctantly, she lifted her gaze towards the airborne Meowstic, only to lower her eyes slightly to observe the movements of the longtail monkey. However, what she first noticed was the boy's calm eyes and the longtail monkey, which had already vanished from sight. What? At the moment Meowstic launched into the air, the longtail monkey leaped with tremendous force directly above it. Merging the full might of its concentrated strike, it ruthlessly smashed Meowstic down, creating a deep crater in the battleground. In that instant, the outcome was clear. The elegance and flair she had always prided herself on were overshadowed by Ash's commanding abilities and quick reflexes, leaving her with little room for retaliation. As Meowstic's eyes glazed over, the three machines at the judging table lit up with disapproving symbols. Meowstic has lost its fighting capability. Contestant Xiaowang's score is reset to 0. Congratulations to contestant Ash for advancing to the next round. Come back, Meowstic, you've worked hard. Xiaowang absent-mindedly recalled Meowstic, watching the boy who held Longtail Monkey close. Unable to suppress a bitter shake of her head, she had intended to impart a lesson, only to be taught a lesson in return. What a decisive and sharp style. In the backstage, the girl sitting on a chair stood up excitedly. Xiaowang was undeniably formidable, yet she could hardly find her rhythm against Ash. Though it appeared like a gym battle style, Brock nodded. To showcase such a style in a dazzling competition is also a form of elegance. Chapter 27. The Fateful Showdown. The First Satin Ribbon Medal. In the backstage, Ash was feeding Longtail Monkey Pokemon food while applying ointment to its scratched areas. You did wonderfully, Ash. Although it felt a bit like a gym match, it truly was a passionate battle. Xiaojiang and Xiaoguo approached Ash from the audience to congratulate him. No. It was all thanks to Longtail Monkey. Its efforts have paid off. Ash gently patted Longtail Monkey's head, which was grinning widely as it playfully donned Ash's hat. I will not lose either. The girl, filled with confidence, clenched her fists, cheering herself on. I will definitely meet Ash in the finals. No doubt about it. Don't underestimate any opponent. You must give it your all. Of course, of course. However, when Xiaoguo said no problem, shouldn't it be a question? Huh. Xiaowang. Just as he was bantering with Xiaoguo, he noticed Xiaowang approaching with a serious expression, prompting Ash to stand up immediately. You've taught me so much. Thank you, Xiaowang. Meowstic's tail had me in quite a predicament for a while. I was just then. The expression of solemnity that had adorned her face melted into laughter as she shook her head, extending her hand. There's no need for modesty. I was completely outmatched by Ash. Your on-the-spot reactions and judgment skills are truly formidable. It is I who should be thanking you. Really? You've changed my perspective on gym battles and dazzling competitions. Xiaowang spoke slowly, loosening her grip. Only with solid strength can one showcase elegant moves to become even stronger. Let's continue to work hard and win together. I will. The awkward relationship between the two transformed into friendship at that moment. each having learned something that had eluded them in their previous lives. Subsequent matches unfolded one after another in an orderly fashion. While thrilling, they paled in comparison to the duel between Ash and Xiaowang. After all, the strategic thinking from beginning to end and the combat's visual appeal were indeed exceedingly high. Thus, in the third round, Xiaowu defeated Musashi with her fluffy ears, while Ash advanced to the finals with the long-tail monkey in a dominating manner. Their first official clash was about to commence. Taking a deep breath, the girl positioned before the curtain placed her palm over her heart, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Ash, who was tightening his gloves and adjusting his hat not far away. Ash is a formidable opponent. No matter what, I must express myself fully. Just as Ash had taught her those strategies. With each deep breath soothing her nerves, she gradually opened her eyes. A pair of familiar hands clad in black gloves appeared before her. Please guide me well. Yes, I will give my all to showcase this performance in my own way. So, Ash spoke gently. I believe that giving my all in this match will lead to a battle without regrets. Yes, I will. Clap. The elevated palms of the two participants intertwined in the air, creating harmonious notes that alleviated the tension in the atmosphere. With a resolute gaze, they observed each other as they descended to the battlegrounds platform, accompanied by the host Lillian's introduction. Vulpix, charm up. Tylo, you are the one. Their familiar companions emerged onto the battlefield, both wearing solemn expressions. Even the best of friends must showcase their own strengths in the arena, as giving their all to one another is the utmost respect. Icicle Spear. The girl, fully aware that in close combat her Vulpix could not match Ash's Tylo in strength, opted for a long-range Icicle Spear to deplete the opponent's energy from the outset. Aerial Ace. The brilliant stars collided with the icy blue Icicle Spear, scattering sparkling starlight across the sky. Thus, both side scores diminished slightly. Focus Punch. Without any leniency, Ash immediately commanded Tylo to close in on the opponent the moment the move concluded. Dodge. Realizing her power was insufficient to compete, the girl urged her Vulpix to leap out of harm's way, yet she made a grave error. In the next moment, Ash's calm voice effectively locked Vulpix's movements. Don't let it escape, jump. Given that Vulpix's leap, aided by its tail, was still inadequate compared to Talos, it could not hope to match its jumping prowess without any assistance. Rather than evading an attack, it inadvertently presented an opportunity for Tylo to strike. With nowhere to flee in midair, Focus Punch struck Vulpix with tremendous force. Stay calm, there's still a chance. As Vulpix's descent accelerated, the girl quickly realized that if she could leverage external forces, perhaps she could level the playing field. Then let's unleash hypnosis. Utilizing the force of gravity, she aimed the move at the grounded Tylo, which was primed to attack. This hypnosis might just hold the potential for a comeback. In response to her strategy, Ash commanded Tylo to meet the challenge with Focus Punch. The two clashed violently in midair, their evenly matched powers revealing a tumultuous expression on their faces. While being evenly matched is not necessarily bad news for either party, it is not particularly advantageous either, as a lack of breakthrough could lead to a loss of momentum. However, for Ash, this equilibrium presented an opportunity. Double team. The art of misdirection has always proven effective. As Vulpix touched down, it became bewildered by the multitude of clones surrounding it. This must end now. Tylo, positioned directly above, wore a triumphant smile as it unleashed a charged Focus Punch towards Vulpix. Dodge. Vulpix reacted swiftly, leaping to the right just in time to evade Tylo's powerful Focus Punch. As the move forcefully struck the ground, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the audience's view of Tylo's status. In that moment, chaos ensued within the mist. Dodge. Bang. Countless brilliant stars emerged from the smoke, striking the unsuspecting Vulpix and rendering it unable to continue fighting. With 3 crosses lighting up on the scoring machine, Vulpix's score was entirely wiped out. The winner of the grand competition in Jubilife City is Ash from Pallet Town. Oh, I lost. The girl sighed, tinged with regret. She had indeed put forth great effort. Yet the defeat was thorough. As the boy raised his hands in jubilant celebration towards the audience, Tylo gracefully leaped onto his head, and they exchanged smiles, reveling in the victory of the grand competition. Now, Ash, please come forward to receive the symbol of your triumph, the Jubilife ribbon. Wonderful. The Jubilife ribbon. I've got it. Amidst the audience's thunderous applause and the cheers from his friends, Ash proudly lifted the ribbon medal. This was his first celebration of triumph in a grand competition. Yet it might also be his last. Chapter 28. Reflection and Summary. As the grand competition in Jubilife City came to a close, everyone returned to their normal lives. Those who needed to eat did so, those who needed rest retired, and those who needed training prepared for the next challenge. Simultaneously, the competitors learned from their experiences, refining their skills for the next event. When night fell upon the Pokémon Center, the once bustling hall was now deserted, with the lights in several rooms on the second floor dimmed. After a day filled with the hectic pace of the grand competition, exhaustion had settled in, making early rest a sensible choice. Except for one. "I'm sorry, Mom, I lost." Beside a telephone booth, the girl spoke with a quivering voice, her tone tinged with a hint of hoarseness and confusion as she faced Keiko. Despite her mental preparation, when it came time to accept her defeat, her emotions seemed to choke her voice, preventing her from articulating the truth. "That isn't a sentiment you should express to me." Keiko gazed intently into the girl's eyes. "You should be conveying that to your Pokémon, shouldn't you?" "Oh." The corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her response was laced with a touch of sobbing. "No crying." Observing the girl's near tearful expression, Keiko spoke sternly. "You ought to learn from Ash's mindset. Losing in a match should prompt reflection and analysis, not mere tears." "Oh, I understand." Wiping away the moisture that had yet to form tears, the girl answered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Though she endeavored to hold back her tears, the strain was evident, coloring her face with the marks of emotional upheaval. When faced with setbacks during your journey, you should confide in your companions. You cannot simply turn to your mother for solace every time you stumble. Keiko sighed, her heart aching for the girl. Yet, for the sake of her growth, these lessons were necessary. Only through experiencing adversity can one reap the sweet fruits of victory. If she does not let go, her daughter will not progress far. "Yes, I understand. I'll hang up now." The girl slowly extended her hand and placed the receiver back on the wall. The return to the serene solitude of the Pokémon Center deepened her feelings of loneliness. Xiaowang. Just then, Ash and Brock, who had been searching for her, noticed the despondent girl by the wall. However, observing her inability to emerge from her predicament, Brock swiftly halted Ash, suggesting they allow her some time to collect herself before approaching her. "Ash, as someone who has experienced losses, you now view them with a clear perspective. I hope you can help her, please." Brock furrowed his brows, concerned by the girl's forlorn demeanor as she sat in the corner, feeling utterly lost. The resemblance between their defeated expressions was striking. In Xiaowang, he could see the echoes of Ash's early defeats. "All right, then Pikachu, Piplup." Ash readied to summon his Pokémon to provide comfort, believing their presence would be beneficial. But in the next moment, Brock seemed to anticipate this and swiftly scooped the two Pokémon into his arms, distancing them from Ash. "If you won't let me bring them, then I won't." As Ash observed this peculiar display, he couldn't help but smirk, quietly leaning against the wall while casting a sidelong glance at the girl, who was sighing and deep in thought. Her demeanor darkened as she lowered her head. With each passing moment, it seemed she was coming to some realization, shaking her head. She clenched her fist. "No, it's all right. Next time I will definitely, huh?" Dawn tightened her fist, ready to make a vow, but upon lifting her gaze slightly, she found the light before her obscured by a shadow. The dimming halo sparked her curiosity, prompting her to raise her eyes. "Ash." Realizing there were still tears unbidden in her eyes, Dawn awkwardly turned away, unwilling for the boy to witness her sorrow. "Dawn." Ash looked at Dawn's slightly reddened eyes with a puzzled expression. "Did you get sand in your eyes?" "Ow." The sudden shift nearly caused Dawn to stumble. "No. I'm just still feeling bitter about the grand festival." "Well, honestly, you shouldn't dwell on it too much, after all. It was your first time participating in such a formal competition." Ash smiled gently, gradually settling beside Dawn, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Just like what Brock said today, I sent out Pikachu for my first gym challenge. Our synergy and skills were lacking, leading to a rather disastrous first gym battle. Yet, failure did not deter us. We trained diligently and grew step by step. Thus, even now, I have evolved from that initial novice." The boy spoke softly, recounting his past, sharing his experiences with the girl beside him. Who could have predicted that the child from those days would now possess the prowess of a world champion? "But everything's fine, everything's fine," Ash said with a warm smile. "You performed splendidly today. Honestly, if you actually did defeat me, I would find that hard to believe." The once tender atmosphere was instantly shattered by Ash's boastful words. Dawn's expression, previously filled with emotion and uncertainty, quickly transformed into one of annoyance and discontent. She glared at Ash's infuriatingly smug face. "How rude. What do you mean hard to believe? It's as if you're invincible. You're not a world champion or anything. And how would you know unless you try? You see, you just said it." Ash scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I'm not a coordinator either, so when you grow and face me at a major celebration, perhaps I might find myself on the receiving end of your prowess." This wasn't mere jest. He was relying on experience and levels to maintain an advantage. Once Dawn began to focus on her Pokemon S levels and strengths and developed her own style, even he might find it difficult to predict her next move. The element of surprise in the Grand Festival could be quite formidable, and Dawn possessed a natural affinity for such unpredictability. Although, I do feel regret that I won't be able to battle you in the Grand Festival afterward. Dawn sighed slightly, but even if I face May, I'll surely be led around by the nose. What I long for is to grow a bit faster. I want to catch up to May. That's the spirit. Ash chuckled, observing the girl who was now fiercely shaking her fist, ready for a challenge. Indeed, her delicate yet carefree nature was quintessentially Dawn. So, she pivoted, imploring Ash, "Please be a bit tougher on me from now on. I want to become stronger, and I am willing to strive for it." "Ash, can you continue to guide me on the details of Pokemon battles?" "Of course," Ash replied, beaming with satisfaction. It was heartening to see Dawn regain her spirit so quickly. "Starting from now, during our nightly talks, I will help you review every battle and the details you might have overlooked. For instance, if today you let Buniri," Ash patiently explained the mistakes she made during the battle, like how she had engaged in a jumping contest with Apom and ended up taking a concentrated hit. Resolving such errors would surely prompt her to think ahead in future battles. As the clock's hands moved forward, it chimed 10 o'clock, signaling the late hour for the young duo. "Time flies. Is it already so late? Well then, let us call it a day. Tomorrow we should set off for Orberg City. Also, remember what Ash promised me," Dawn winked. "Don't worry, we'll both work hard, striving toward our dreams together," Ash declared confidently, raising his arm with determination. "So, Dawn, there's no need to fret. I believe you can absolutely surpass May. It's definitely possible." "Huh." Dawn paused, looking at the boy before her, his words echoing in her mind. As a means of reconciliation, I will diligently assist Dawn in her reviews. "What are you laughing at? Why did the ball have to hit me on the head? Everything will be all right. I believe in you, Dawn." In that moment, her heart, racing with excitement and determination, seemed to momentarily halt before it surged even more intensely. Dawn shook her head, furrowing her brow. What was happening? Why was her heart racing so fast? Chapter 29, The Fossil of Orberg. "Let us go, Dawn," Ash called out from the doorway, tossing his hat back while shouting into her room. "If we don't leave soon, we won't make it to Orberg City." "Huh, I'll be right there." Lost in her reverie, Dawn cautiously placed a delicate ribbon back into her backpack. She gazed at the two exquisite ribbons, whispering softly, "You two will surely be my talismans." After a lingering glance, she zipped up her bag and prepared to depart. This peculiar behavior stemmed from the previous night. Speaking of which, having this with me serves no purpose. So Ash seemed to have realized something as he walked back to his room, pulling out a ribbon from his pocket, deciding to give it to Dawn as a good luck charm. "Huh, is it really okay?" Dawn hesitated, staring at the ribbon metal resting in her palm, ultimately shaking her head and pushing it back. "It's too precious. I can't just accept it. Besides, it was not something she had earned through her own efforts, and she felt unworthy to accept it." "It's fine. It's just like the ribbon your mother gave you on the day you set off." Ash looked earnestly into her eyes. "I hope you can continue to do your best in the future and never lose confidence." The girl from a past life had faced repeated setbacks that nearly led her to abandon the Grand Festival. This time, he wished for Dawn to maintain her confidence. No setback should defeat them. "Can I ask you one more thing, Ash?" Dawn tightened her fist and exhaled deeply. "Could you please sign this ribbon?" "Huh." Caught off guard by Dawn's unexpected request, Ash tilted his head in confusion. If it were for Mikuri, signing would be no problem. "But I'm just a regular guy. Please. That way, every time I see it, I'll think of you, Ash." "No, wait. What do you mean by thinking of Ash?" Dawn realized her words had slipped out unbidden. How could she unconsciously say such a thing? She quickly shook her head, rephrasing her thoughts. "I mean, it will remind me of your training, yes, your guidance. That way, I can remain calm." Yet, the racing of her heart painted a faint blush across her cheeks. She frowned, utterly perplexed by her inexplicable feelings. Ultimately, Ash signed his name at her earnest request. Just like the first ribbon given to Xiaoguang's mother, it does not count among the 5 prestigious ceremonial ribbons qualifying for grand celebrations, but serves quietly as a talisman watching over her. With unrelenting haste, the trio finally arrived at the city of Heijin before dusk. "Let's go, Pikachu. For our first badge," Ash exclaimed, his fists clenched as he gazed at the silhouette of Heijin City emerging before him, rallying himself with fervor. However, this soon attracted the awkward glances of the two individuals nearby, who hastily distanced themselves, indicating their unfamiliarity with this exuberant boy. "Hey, come on, that's unnecessary." Ash looked speechlessly at the two retreating figures. "And Xiaoguang, weren't you just as vocal in front of Xiaoguang? That's completely different." "How so?" "Just last night. You were still." "Ah, shut up. Don't say another word." realizing Ash was about to unearth her embarrassing past. The girl quickly shook his shoulders and pushed him towards Heijin City. Indeed, the prowess of a super true newcomer and super Shuangya is well-deserved. Meanwhile, Brock, standing at the crossroads with a map in hand, could only watch helplessly as this lively duo moved forward, eventually putting the map away and jogging to catch up. I'll leave it to you three then. Ash looked contentedly at the Pokemon he had released, nodding at Torterra, Ambipom, and Pikachu. The three Pokemon cheered jubilantly at being called upon, while the remaining Munchlax and Cacturn could only display expressions of regret. Don't be so downcast. There will surely be opportunities next time. Ash smiled reassuringly at the two disappointed Pokemon. You two can train together today, Cacturn. Keep a close watch on Munchlax's speed and find the right moment to counterattack. Munchlax, maintain your speed and try not to get hit. After arranging the training and gym battle plans for his Pokemon, the trio began their journey towards the Heijin gym. However, just as they were about to enter the gym, a familiar figure reappeared before them. Shinji? Ash exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the violet-haired boy exiting the gym. Have you completed your gym challenge? No, mister. Piao Tai is currently away for work. I will challenge him once he returns, replied the long-haired middle-aged man beside Shinji. Are you here to challenge the gym as well? Yes. I'm Ash from Masera Town, and this is my first gym battle in Sinnoh. Coming all the way from the distant Kanto region is no easy feat. The middle-aged man chuckled. Once Shinji's scheduled match is finished, it will be your turn. Mr. Piao Tai is quite formidable. The first gym here is also rock-type. Brock remarked, admiring the rock decorations adorning the walls. What's wrong? Xiao Wang inquired curiously, having overheard Brock's seemingly random exclamation. Well, every time Ash travels, the first gym he challenges is always rock-type. Thankfully, he has Torterra this time. In previous instances, he had to rely on type advantages to push through. Ignoring the hushed whispers of the two behind him, Ash shook his head and followed the middle-aged man toward Mr. Piao Tai's workplace. However, glancing at the three familiar figures not far away, Ash was suddenly engulfed in confusion. With their striking red and purple hair, along with the incongruous petite Meowth. Despite their work uniforms, could they really be Team Rocket? Perhaps forced by circumstances, they had resorted to working for money? Oh, naive boy. Weren't you and Pikachu the ones who got hurt by the robots they built with that money? As the rocks were being transported out of the mine, Mr. Piao Tai's figure finally came into view, clad in work attire and a yellow hard hat that made him look particularly spirited and handsome. At that moment, he placed his hands on an excavated fossil, gently closing his eyes to commune with it. He and Daigo probably get along quite well. Welcome to our era, soon. You shall awaken, Mr. Piao Tai murmured softly, as if calling upon the life within the Pokemon egg. Alright, do remember to transport it safely back to the research facility. After finishing his communion with the fossil, Mr. Piao Tai turned his attention to the nearby workers, instructing them to ensure the fossils were returned safely to the research center. Mr. Piao Tai? Ash approached, having quietly observed. It was rather impolite to interrupt someone during such a significant moment. Hello, I'm Ash from Masera Town. Here to challenge the gym. It seems I have two challengers waiting for me. Mr. Piao Tai rubbed his helmet, feeling somewhat apologetic for his unexpected absence. What are you doing? Xiao Wang curiously looked around at the diligent workers. This area is rich in Pokemon fossils. Reviving them allows fossil Pokemon to reappear, such as Aerodactyl. Ash and Brock shivered in unison, exchanging resigned glances. Aerodactyl, truly an old acquaintance. Had it not been for Team Rocket blowing up the dumb mountain, they might never have been attacked by Aerodactyl. Alright, work can pause for now. Mr. Piao Tai wiped the sweat from his brow and beckoned Ash. Let us head back to the gym. I want to see your strength. Chapter 30, The Steel Gym Battle. Kabutops has lost its fighting ability. Electabuzz emerges victorious. Thus, the victor of the battle is challenger Shinji. With Kabutops utterly exhausted, Shinji claimed his victory in the first battle, showcasing Electabuzz's remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. His battle strategy has improved quite a bit, Ash murmured from the audience. Thank you. After receiving the steel badge, Shinji slightly bowed in gratitude. He then cast an emotionless glance at Ash in the audience. Now that it's over, let us see what you're made of. Surprised by Shinji's sudden assertiveness, Ash pointed at himself in disbelief. In the past, I had to insist he stayed, right? Although he lost the match in the end and was mocked, it was precisely this sense of dissatisfaction that fueled his determination to keep striving. Alright, let us get ready. Pikachu. Pika Pika. Seeing Pikachu so spirited, Ash couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to turn and high-five Xiao Wang, he paused momentarily. Where did Xiao Wang go? Just as he wondered and glanced toward the audience entrance, a striking pink figure appeared on the field. Xiaoguang, clad in a cheerleader outfit, looked youthful and vibrant as she adjusted her hair, trying her best to relax her expression to avoid appearing too stiff. However, when she tentatively lifted her head, her gaze met Ash's surprised eyes. Their hearts raced in unison, causing Xiaoguang to fluster. Why is my heart racing again? It's just cheering for Ash in front of others. What am I so nervous about? Moreover, why did it always happen when she met Ash's eyes? The girl took a deep breath, forcing a smile to soften her expression. You can do it, Ash. I'll be here with Bojiman cheering for you. The faint blush on her cheeks made her look exceptionally adorable, and her trembling voice, filled with shyness, undoubtedly showcased the most charming and vibrant side of a youthful girl. This elicited envious and knowing glances from everyone except Shinji and Ash toward Ash. No problem, thanks. Ash chuckled, nodding appreciatively. He then leaned in to complete the high five with Xiaoguang, filled with fervor as he strode toward the battle arena. The following commences the battle between the challenger Ash and the Steel-type gym leader, Piao Tai. The competition is structured as a 3-on-3 match, continuing until one party's Pokémon is rendered incapable of battle. Furthermore, only the challenger possesses the authority to substitute Pokémon. Now, let the contest begin. As the referee's flag descends, both sides' Pokémon materialize onto the battlefield. Arise, Onix. Turtwig, you shall be my choice. Faced with the rock-type Onix, the youth has dispatched Turtwig for his inaugural gym match in this life. This choice serves not only as a homage to its valiant moves in a past life, but also to assert a formidable presence in this current battle. Leaf Blade. Shield yourself with Rock Throw. As a seasoned gym trainer, Piao Tai has encountered numerous novices employing grass-type Pokémon against him. Thus, even in the face of a disadvantageous move, he is well prepared to respond. However, the reality took him by surprise. Ash, who has diligently trained Turtwig's strength, is acutely aware of Leaf Blade's potency. Hence, he opted for this decisive move to establish momentum right from the outset. Leaf Blade sliced through the falling rocks like a knife, striking Onix with considerable force, eliciting a pained cry. Such remarkable power. Piao Tai adjusted his glasses, astonished that Ash's Turtwig, still in its unevolved form, possessed an attack strength approaching that of a Grotle. Tackle. Bind it with your tail. The second round of close combat erupted in an instant. Piao Tai aimed to ensnare Turtwig as it approached, intending to conclude the match with Rock Tomb. However, Ash's thoughts were equally agile. Spin around. The girl gasped in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. Days prior, she had shared this elegant battle strategy with her friends, but it had yet to be executed. Little did she expect it to manifest today. Watching the unfolding scene with keen interest, her expression grew animated. Just as Turtwig was about to be ensnared, it began to rotate, deftly evading Onix's binding attack. Sensing their synergy, Ash subtly raised his gaze, giving a thumbs up to the excited girl wielding a cheering pom-pom. Unleash Leaf Blade with all your might. As Turtwig descended, a flurry of leaf blades erupted, their slicing sounds piercing the air. Rock Tomb. Piao Tai gritted his teeth. In response, he resolved to use Rock Tomb to thwart the opponent's assault, compelling Turtwig to evade. While running, execute Leaf Blade. Observing the descending rocks, Ash couldn't help but shake his head. His opponent was underestimating the situation. Meanwhile, Turtwig nimbly dodged while unleashing Leaf Blade, the powerful attacks systematically cleaving the falling rocks to pave its way forward. Finish it. Strike with your utmost force using Tackle. With the last rock severed by Leaf Blade, Turtwig's final attack connected decisively with Onix, and simultaneously, it reached Onix's side. The full-force tackle completely drained the last vestiges of Onix's stamina. Onix has lost the ability to battle, and Turtwig claims victory. Thank you for your hard work. Rest well. Piao Tai took a deep breath, recalling Onix. He shook his head thoughtfully, a sense of foreboding beginning to stir within him. From start to finish, he had gained no advantage. Moreover, being pressured from the outset was not a favorable sign. At the very least, his mentality was beginning to falter, suppressing his guilt over the misjudgment and command. Piao Tai exhaled heavily, preparing to send forth his next Pokémon. Return, Turtwig, you've done well. Ash retracted Turtwig. Having resolved to allow all three Pokémon a chance to battle, he would not renege on his promise. Geodude, step forward. Aipom, you shall be my choice. The second round of combat is poised to commence. Geodude and Aipom, both in their initial forms, must utilize their strengths with agility to sway the match in their favor. Given that both sides can swiftly amplify their advantages once established, the first to seize the initiative will hold a distinct upper hand. Use Swift. Rock Throw. As the dazzling stars collided with the sturdy stones, an explosion ensued, engulfing the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Both Piao Tai and Ash remained silent, patiently awaiting the dispersal of the fog. However, once visibility returned, Aipom's numbers had inexplicably multiplied. Shadow Clone. Piao Tai was not overly surprised. In that case, Earthquake. The most effective strategy against Shadow Clones is to launch a full-scale assault. An Earthquake, an exceptionally powerful area attack, could effectively rectify the current predicament. Execute a concentrated strike on the ground. At that moment, all clones coalesced into one, revealing Aipom's true form before Geodude. The concentrated strike triggered a minor tremor, rivaling the opponent's might. Roll. Move a little closer. In the audience, Shinji seemed to predict the unfolding scenario. A similar scene, featuring Aipom, was now confronting an approaching attack. He pursed his lips, sighed deeply, and rose from his seat. Hey, where are you going? In this match, it's unnecessary to watch any further. Huh. Unable to grasp Shinji's deeper implications, Dawn furrowed her brow, pouting in dissatisfaction. As Shinji's form vanished from the audience, Dawn snapped back to reality, resuming her enthusiastic cheers for Ash and Aipom. Now's the time. Concentrated strike. As the moment drew near, Aipom's agile body executed a backflip. The concentrated strike struck Geodude from behind, interrupting its roll and slamming it against a stone pillar, rendering it immobile. Finish it. Unleash the most powerful Swift. With a flawless execution of moves, Ash's strategic use of concentrated strike ensured that the outcome of the match was all but predetermined. Geodude has lost the ability to battle, and Aipom claims victory. Chapter 31, The Coal Badge. Geodude has lost the ability to battle, and Aipom claims victory. The referee raised Ash's flag, declaring him the victor of this match. Hooray! Dawn cheered excitedly from the stands, vigorously waving her pom-poms, shouting encouragement. Go Ash! No problem, go Ash! Piplup! Buniri! Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Piao Tai silently recalled Geodude. From the onset, this match had been dominated by the youth before him, who seemed to anticipate his every move. Moreover, he gazed into Ash's calm, unperturbed eyes, instinctively evading his own gaze. So tranquil, truly too tranquil. There was no discernible emotional fluctuation. Piao Tai shook his head, casting aside his negative emotions, and quietly retrieved his last Pokeball. Kabutops arise. Fully restored. Kabutops stood resolutely on the battlefield, its fierce gaze fixed upon Ash and Aipom, seemingly intent on reclaiming its honor following the previous defeat. However, Ash opted to substitute Pokemon once more. Return, Aipom, you've worked hard. Pikachu. Is it finally time for the grand finale? Ash crouched down to pat Pikachu at his feet, declaring, Then it shall be you, Pikachu. Pikachu, brimming with excitement, dashed onto the battlefield. It has been far too long since he last engaged in a proper battle, and recently, an insatiable itch for combat has taken hold of him. Today, to forego a thorough fight would be an affront to the patience he has exhibited over the past few days. Thunderbolt. With a knowing smile exchanged between the boy and his Pikachu, he called forth the most familiar command. As the chaotic lightning radiated from Pikachu, the dazzling current of Thunderbolt began to pierce through the rocky terrain before them, aimed directly at the Shirelden. Tackle. As a Pokemon trained by a gym leader, Shirelden possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Unyielding, it braced itself against Pikachu's electric onslaught, retaliating with powerful momentum in an attempt to collide with its adversary. In a flash of lightning, observing the approaching silhouette, Ash too chose to charge forward. He was eager to witness Pikachu's current speed and strength. Who would emerge with the upper hand? Even if one were to contemplate the situation, the ferocity of the lightning flash could hardly rival the tackle. However, Ash noticed the subtle quiver of Pikachu's tail, and his heart steeled with determination. As both Pokemon clashed simultaneously, the formidable energy they unleashed shattered the surrounding rocks. Kia! Shirelden let out a defiant roar, confident in its ability to deliver a crushing tackle against any foe. Surely, it could not be subdued by a mere rodent. As it channeled its energy, Shirelden emanated a brilliant white light. Witnessing the Shirelden bathed in this extraordinary glow, Ash's excitement was palpable. An evolution? His pupils dilated slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Was he destined to face this hurdle once more? In his previous life, his second challenge had been against a Rampardos, and now, here he was again. Was this fate? As the white light dissipated, a robust dinosaur, comparable in size to a velociraptor, materialized before the spectators. After it let out a thunderous roar to release its immense power, its bloodshot eyes locked intently onto Pikachu. Had it evolved at this moment? Brock, arms crossed, scrutinized the battle's dynamics. After evolving into Rampardos, its strength was now unparalleled by Shirelden. Rampardos? Dawn, puzzled, retrieved her Pokédex to document the data on Rampardos. Her eyes shimmered. And then, with a blink, she radiated renewed confidence. No matter whether it was Sheldon or Rampardos, Ash and Pikachu would surely find a way. Pikachu. Gazing at the colossal opponent before him, Pikachu's fighting spirit intensified. Indeed, this was the way to battle. Only by confronting increasingly formidable foes could it ignite its competitive spirit. Excellent. This was the essence of the thrill of combat. Ash paused momentarily, and when he resumed speaking, his exhilaration infused every syllable. Pikachu, unleash Iron Tail. Mind Tackle. The clash of Iron Tail and Mind Tackle sent shockwaves through the arena, scattering debris. Even after evolving, could they truly be evenly matched? Mr. Piao, I believe you've overlooked a crucial point. That is, while Pikachu and Rampardos may currently be unable to execute close-range moves, let us not forget, Pikachu still possesses long-range attacks. The boy's words shattered Mr. Piao's complex thoughts. Just as he prepared to issue a command for evasive maneuvers, Thunderbolt. With practiced ease, Pikachu unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt. The wild lightning struck Rampardos with a thunderous roar. Close in, use Quick Attack. Ash discerned Rampardos' disadvantage. Engaging close range was a desperate gambit. Yet, Mr. Piao recognized that a direct confrontation would only lead to further depletion, culminating in a snowball effect. Thus, execute Iron Tail. To Mr. Piao's astonishment, Pikachu's speed was nothing short of extraordinary. In the fleeting moment before Quick Attack collided with Tackle, Pikachu executed a backflip in midair, delivering an Iron Tail strike to Rampardos' head. Primal Force. Thunderbolt. The simultaneous commands erupted as Thunderbolt and Primal Force clashed, engulfing the arena in a cloud of dust. Once more, Primal. Observing the smoke yet to yield a cry of despair, Mr. Piao realized that the battle was far from over. He intended to command Rampardos to unleash Primal Force once more to restrain Pikachu's movements. But, Pika! The resounding clash echoed as Pikachu, illuminated by the radiance of its tail, soared from the smoke, propelled by the force of its strike against Rampardos. Then, with a resounding thud, Pikachu delivered a final Iron Tail, sending Rampardos flying out of the smoke. Kia! As Rampardos plummeted from the sky, it crashed down upon a massive boulder. Its eyes now glazed over under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Rampardos had lost the ability to battle, and Pikachu emerged victorious. Thus, the victor was Ash from Pallet Town. We did it. Yes, we won. Despite the evolution, why? Dawn stared blankly at the concluded battle, perplexed as to why the evolved Rampardos had seemingly gained no advantage, even falling short of Sheldon's effectiveness. He has seen through the strategy. Brock spoke slowly, noting that Mr. Piao's reliance on close-range attacks was a consequence of his newfound strength. Ash had anticipated this, deftly countering each attack while showcasing Pikachu's speed. Truly remarkable, he has become strategic. He is indeed the most gifted challenger I have ever encountered. Mr. Piao couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. It had been ages since he felt such overwhelming pressure. It had been so long. Had he truly only faced 3 leagues? Given a little more time, perhaps he could truly defeat Miss Cynthia. Watching the lively Pikachu, Mr. Piao mused. Furthermore, perhaps this Pikachu could indeed earn the title of Slayer of Garchomp. He reined in his lofty thoughts and began to approach Ash to offer his congratulations, presenting him with the Coal Badge, a symbol of victory from the Black Gold City Gym. Excellent. The Coal Badge, I have obtained it. Whoa, Pika Pika. With the first badge from the Sinnoh region in hand, Ash and his Pokémon struck their familiar poses. Congratulations, Ash. That was a splendid first gym battle. Thank you. The boy replied with a smile. Then, noticing the empty spectator stands, he inquired, "Where's Shinji?" That guy, Don scoffed. Left the moment he saw the Tylo waiting for the Onyx to approach. He said something about not needing to stick around, and I have no idea what he meant. Ash chuckled awkwardly in response. That was indeed a rather Shinji-like move. Chapter 32. Mew and Aerodactyl, Familiar Evolution. With the Coal Badge secured, this signified the completion of all tasks in the city of Black Gold, and naturally, there was no reason to linger any longer. Moreover, forward, I must triumph in the next grand festival. Dawn was brimming with enthusiasm, ready to embark on their next adventure. Thus, after concluding their gym battle, they prepared to rest at the Pokémon Center that evening, setting out the following day. Mew, Quick Attack. Cacnea, Protect. Nearby the Pokémon Center, Ash was diligently engaged in his special training. In this lifetime, Mewcur, although its evolution took a few days longer than before, has solidified its foundational skills. Thus, the urgency for evolution has dissipated, for their relentless training has always been aimed at becoming stronger rather than merely evolving. As Mewcur unleashed a dazzling electrical attack against the iron wall, Cocodoro wavered slightly. Concurrently, Mewcur, sensing the momentum, ascended at an astonishing speed, propelled by a powerful gust. Continuing its assault on Kokodora. Is Mewker continuing to utilize electric shock? Observing the distinct speed and impact in the air, Ash gradually comprehended Mewker's newly acquired technique. This current was indeed a wing return. Splendid. You've learned a new skill. Moreover, Kokodora is also making commendable progress. You have all done splendidly today. Ash gently patted the heads of his two Pokémon, subsequently cradling them in his arms as he sought out his training partner, Dawn. Well done. The synergy is remarkable. Dawn, training nearby, beamed at the perfectly synchronized Pokémon and Jigglypuff, feeling the exhilaration. Let's do it again. Jigglypuff, execute. Quick dodge. Wait, what do you mean dodge? Distracted by the boy's hurried words, Dawn retorted with dissatisfaction. What do you mean dodge? You need to use Ice Beam. It's not a special move. I'm telling you to dodge quickly. Huh, Dawn, be careful. As Ash saw a sudden yellow beam descending from the sky, his pupils contracted, and he rushed forward, shielding Dawn and their Pokémon beneath him. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The clash between Thunderbolt and the destructive beam in the air generated an immense cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a fully gray Aerodactyl emerged before them. What Pokémon is that? The girl coughed a few times and, with Ash's support, managed to rise. She gazed at the roaring dragon above, coupled with the destructive beams crashing down. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Why is Aerodactyl here? Reviving fossil Pokémon, such as Aerodactyl. Recalling the words of Piao Tai and the others from the previous day, Ash murmured, could it have escaped after being revived? So, do we have a past life connection with Aerodactyl? Why is it everywhere we go? Ash pulled the dazed Dawn along, urging, let us go find Mr. Piao Tai. A wild Aerodactyl attacking the city poses a significant risk to residents if not handled properly. Thus, seeking the gym leader was the most prudent course of action. At the Black Iron Mine, Piao Tai and his staff observed the Scyther and ancient armor with grave expressions. They never anticipated that not only Aerodactyl had escaped, but several other fossil Pokémon as well, complicating matters greatly. Bashful Dragon, Mind Headbutt. Piao Tai commanded the evolved Bashful Dragon to prepare for an attack. Suddenly, several mechanical tentacles emerged from nowhere and snatched away Bashful Dragon and other fossil Pokémon. What? Piao Tai stared in shock at the colossal robot that had appeared. Who are you? I heard, and came at wind-like speed. After introducing themselves, Team Rocket, in their robot, triumphantly declared, since that's the case, we shall take these fossil Pokémon. As whimsical as ever, they prepared to make their escape, truly in line with their usual antics. However, at that moment, Mewker suddenly unleashed a powerful gust. Using Wing Return to shatter the tentacles and allow the fossil Pokémon to land safely. What? You little brat. Musashi glared furiously at the approaching trio, infuriated. We were just about to make a perfect getaway, and this happens. Kokodora, Rock Slide, Pokémon Bubble Beam. The two shouted their moves in perfect harmony. And with the simultaneous emergence of rocks and bubbles, Team Rocket was sent flying by the overwhelming attack, forcibly logging off with a grunt of annoyance. Mr. Piao Tai, are you alright? Ash helped the fallen Piao Tai, inquiring about their injuries. And what about Aerodactyl? Well, it broke out after shattering the protective glass casing. Piao Tai nodded, gradually standing up with Ash and Dawn's assistance. What is next? Gazing at the spiraling Aerodactyl above, the boy adjusted his cap. To immediately use high-level techniques like Hyper Beam and Destructive Beam right after revival. This Aerodactyl is truly formidable. Mewker, Wing Return. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, cover it. But little did they know, this Aerodactyl was exceptionally clever. It quickly spotted Ash, who was commanding the Pokémon, and immediately charged up in midair. Hyper Beam formed instantly. And Aerodactyl swiftly evaded Mewker and Pikachu's Thunderbolt, diving straight towards Ash. Ash stood dumbfounded as the Aerodactyl suddenly attacked him. Wait, why can it attack its trainer? Does the Aerodactyl family have a vendetta against me? Ash. Without regard for their precarious situation, Dawn swiftly tugged Ash aside, and they barely managed to evade the attack. Pokémon. Jigglypuff. Realizing the attack had failed, Aerodactyl immediately shifted its target to attack Jigglypuff and Pokémon. Dawn, noticing this, recalled the techniques she had previously devised and which Ash had helped develop, directing Pokémon and Jigglypuff to spin in the air to dodge Hyper Beam, leaving Aerodactyl momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Pokémon and Jigglypuff adjusted their positions, kicking Aerodactyl to restrain it. Ash, quickly. Seeing Aerodactyl restrained, Dawn gestured for Ash to finish it off. Alright, Mewker. Wing Return. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Mewker surged towards Aerodactyl with tremendous force, its body gradually enveloped in a white glow as it surged forward. What is this? Indeed, it was evolving. The experienced Brock watched with satisfaction as Mewker soared at high speed. As the white light faded, Muker evolved into Muckbird, executing a powerful wing return that decisively defeated Aerodactyl, denying Pikachu the chance to claim the final blow. It's over. As Ash watched Aerodactyl being captured in a Pokeball by the researchers, Dawn could not help but collapse onto the ground. Had nothing exciting happened since their arrival in Black Gold City, all merely a prelude to today's chaos? The next day, bidding farewell to Piao Tai and the archaeological staff, Ash and his companions set off towards the venue for the next grand festival. Speaking of which, it seems Mr. Piao Tai had intentions of entrusting Aerodactyl to Ash. Dawn pondered, recalling Piao Tai's conflicted expression, perhaps as a form of gratitude. But it could also be due to the difficulty of explaining to the Black Goldstone Museum if he entrusted it to Ash. That must be why he appeared so troubled. Meanwhile, the boy, understanding everything, simply shook his head, tightening his grip on the Pokeball that belonged to Piao Tai, and chose to remain silent. It rightfully belonged to the museum and should not be mine, should it? Ash smiled. Moreover, if he were to take that Aerodactyl, he might have to stay vigilant even while sleeping at night. Chapter 33, The New Troublemaker. The Black Gold Badge, the turmoil of fossil Pokemon. After completely resolving the series of troubles in Black Gold City, Ash and his companions finally set off, journeying towards the city of Yuansheng, where the next grand festival would be held. That day, as they traveled across a vast expanse of grassland, Brock took out his cooking utensils to prepare lunch. As Ash continued to accompany his Pokemon in intensive training, they all planned to indulge in a nap on the spacious lawn after lunch, reveling in the gentle breeze of nature. However, among the trio, the young girl was utterly captivated by a tiny, white squirrel, observing it as it nibbled on its food. Chima? The little squirrel turned around, revealing an irresistibly adorable smile, playfully chuckling at Dawn. This elicited an entranced expression from the girl, her heart fluttering with delight. How cute! Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at the small creature, her affection for it unmistakable. Meanwhile, after finishing his training with Pidgey and Cacnea, Ash returned to the vicinity of the lawn. Noticing Brock engrossed in a play while holding a teacup, he rushed over and patted him on the back. What is going on, Brock? What are you watching? Upon focusing his gaze on the girl with starry eyes fixated on the lawn, Ash quickly realized, it's Dawn. Brock nodded towards her direction and quietly finished the last sip of his coffee. The girl had been watching the little squirrel for an entire hour, crouching without a hint of discomfort, showcasing her remarkable patience. Hey, what's that? Ash pulled out his Pokédex to document Pachirisu's data, noting it as an undeniably charming Pokemon. Yet, he vividly recalled how this very Pachirisu had once left him feeling incapacitated during their first journey. This mischievous creature loved playing pranks, rivaling Alice's Electrike in its antics. Alright, it's decided. Unable to resist any longer, the girl was tempted by Pachirisu's adorableness, declaring, I must capture you. Should her attempt fail, she might well find herself awake in the middle of the night, slapping her own cheeks in frustration. Basil, Buniri. In her fervor to ensure a successful capture, Dawn unabashedly commanded her two Pokemon to corner Pachirisu. One could say she had been thoroughly influenced by Ash. Yet, a certain oblivious boy questioned, is that really how you capture Pokemon? His words immediately drew a disdainful glare from Pikachu perched on his shoulder, who voiced its discontent with a few annoyed cries. Pika, Pikachu, Pika Pika. Have you forgotten about the time you challenged Pidgey and got knocked away? Ash chuckled awkwardly, scratching his cheek, having understood Pikachu's sentiment after their long companionship. All right, Brock, let me assist you. Eager to divert attention from his own past blunders, Ash decisively shifted the conversation to Brock. I'm hungry too. Shouldn't we start preparing lunch? Brock, glancing at the time on his Pokemon watch, nodded, though he hesitated, worried about leaving Dawn alone in her current predicament. After all, on the field, Basil and Buniri were tirelessly chasing Pachirisu, weaving around the lawn in circles. However, the little creature was far too energetic, skillfully evading them, while causing the two Pokemon to collide, nearly sparking a quarrel. No problem. Ash echoed Dawn's catchphrase, adding, our location isn't far. We can keep an eye on her. Even after witnessing this familiar scene, Ash couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow upon seeing it unfold again. Hey, this really resembles how I used to capture Pokemon. As Brock set a beautifully arranged lunch on the table, he looked quizzically at the now empty lawn, wondering, where did she go? She didn't really chase Pachirisu off to another place, did she? Ash shook his head, pointing to the disheveled girl who was finally returning. She's back. No worries. Can you really call that no worries? Brock mused, assessing her hair, which was a frizzy mess, her cheeks charred from electricity, and her overall disheveled appearance. Despite this, her capture seemed to have been somewhat successful. What are you doing? I caught Pachirisu. Dawn exclaimed triumphantly, though Ash couldn't help but laugh at her condition. Is it funny? She retorted. No, not at all. Sa. Too. Sure. Wait, calm down. A shriek escaped, causing the Pidgeys resting on branches to flutter away in fright, quickly retreating into the distance. Seriously, you were a bit rough, weren't you? Ash grimaced, touching the scratches on his face. I explicitly said it wasn't funny. No amount of Meowth's frenzied clawing compared to the girl's ferocity. Humph, your face doesn't seem to agree with that statement. Dawn proudly turned away, though she worried whether she had been too harsh. Yet, upon seeing Ash's smug expression, she felt perhaps she had been too lenient. That was excessive. It appeared her earlier nervousness had indeed been justified. Remarkable. To battle such a lively Pachirisu for so long and still succeed is impressive. Observing Ash, Brock couldn't resist the urge to smirk, resorting to his past compliments for Ash to avoid sharing a similar fate. Exactly, no worries. It seemed those encouraging words had effectively soothed Dawn as well, as she beamed with satisfaction. With a hint of anticipation in the air, she released Pachirisu from its pokeball. Its pristine white fur immediately dispelled her fatigue and dissatisfaction as she excitedly embraced the soft creature, rubbing her cheeks against its fur. Look how kawaii. Observing the mischievous grin on Pachirisu nestled in Dawn's arms, Ash sensed that something was amiss. Jima? With their simultaneous screams, Ash couldn't help but shake his head. What? You're wondering why I didn't scream? Please. Our Pikachu's electric shocks have made me immune to such things. Do you really think this little Pachirisu can stand against our humanoid Pokemon? It's quite the troublemaker. Ash calmly adjusted his hat, concluding amidst Pikachu's bittersweet smile. Although its electric power is nowhere near Pikachu's, it's still quite uncomfortable to be shocked. The young boy shook his slightly numb hand, providing a most objective assessment of the electric discharge. This doesn't require evaluation. Oof, your hair. Ash. Chapter 34, Hunter J. What a splendid shiny Pokemon, truly a rare treasure. You should be grateful I can preserve your beauty forever. Just as the shiny Gardevoir attempted to teleport to escape its impending capture, it was swiftly located. A high-tech, black petrifying laser surged towards it. Continuing their journey towards Verdanturf Town, Ash and his companions arrived at a breathtaking sea of flowers, in front of a quaint little house surrounded by a kaleidoscope of blossoms. It was clear that the owner must be an exceptionally gentle soul. How beautiful! Dawn's eyes sparkled at the vibrant floral display. It smells so lovely. It makes one want to roll around on the lawn. Yes, indeed. It truly makes one feel that way. Wait, what are you saying? As he observed the youth before him on the verge of collapsing onto the grassy expanse for a nap, Xiaoguang immediately called out, You mustn't lie down. What if the master of this flower sees you? Pikachu. Just as their attention was captivated by the mesmerizing bloom, a colossal silhouette soared above them, accompanied by a resounding sound of air being sliced apart. Gazing up at the enormous Pokemon gliding through the sky like a giant salamander, Xiaoguang was astonished and quickly retrieved his Pokédex. Wait, is that a Gyarados? It looks incredibly powerful. And isn't there a person sitting atop it? The mere presence of a Gyarados was already extraordinary, but the addition of a rider was utterly bewildering. Ash was momentarily startled, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently on the broad back of the Gyarados. At that moment, he spotted a woman clad in a black trench coat, adorned with sunglasses and sporting short blue hair. Is it her? Hunter J, a person more repugnant than any nefarious organization. To even label her as disgusting would be an affront to the term itself. Even Team Galactic and Team Rocket operate with their own principles when committing misdeeds. Yet Hunter J is the epitome of shamelessness, devoid of dignity, solely to trade Pokemon for profit. Let us follow her. Go. As the group arrived, they coincidentally witnessed the unfolding scene. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The black petrifying laser was shattered at the brink of impact by the Thunderbolt, resulting in a fierce explosion that enveloped the area in thick smoke. Hunter J furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the suddenly appearing Pikachu. In that moment, her avarice and desire, previously directed at the shiny Gardevoir, shifted to Pikachu. Oh, has my endeavor been interrupted? Observing the Gardevoir now liberated, Hunter J remained undeterred. Her interest piqued. She had been thwarted before, yet had ultimately succeeded in acquiring the Pokemon she coveted. What do you intend to do with others' Pokemon? Xiaoguang glared at her with discontent, quietly retrieving his Pokeball containing Bogeman. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Ignoring Xiaoguang's inquiry, Hunter J coldly issued her command. Her aim was indeed the Gardevoir, but now it appeared that this Pikachu was equally enticing. If she could defeat them, perhaps she could sell it for a handsome price. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As the Gyarados soared high, Pikachu's Thunderbolt valiantly penetrated the Hyper Beam, striking the Gyarados with force. Now Iron Tail. At the moment the Thunderbolt ceased, the Iron Tail swiftly struck the Gyarados' head, sending it plummeting from the sky. The ground bore the weight it was never meant to endure, as the Gyarados' considerable mass displaced vast amounts of soil. Oh, a Pikachu of such high caliber? And it can execute Steel-type moves? It seems to hold considerable collectible value. In response to the Gyarados' predicament, Hunter J remained unfazed. Instead, she gazed at the formidable Pikachu before her with delight, her greed almost igniting into fervor. If capturing the Gardevoir was unattainable, then seizing this Pikachu would be an even better alternative. Come now, I shall take your Pikachu, she declared to Ash without a hint of courtesy, dismissing his protests entirely. To her, even the most powerful Pokémon merely represented a numerical value, regardless of their innate talent. Once captured, they would merely translate into a substantial sum. Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. Despite the shamelessness of her actions, Ash felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. This time, he would ensure she would not succeed. Once again, Pikachu's Thunderbolt pierced through the Flamethrower. It was evident that due to Ash's anger, Pikachu's special move today bore even greater potency than usual. Xiaowang, take her away with Brock. But, no problem, trust me. The boy's confident tone sent ripples through Xiaowang's heart. She looked at the strong Gyarados before her, and then at the Pokeball containing Bogamon in her hand. Her resolve solidified. They would return safely. Tonight's review would be crucial. Yes, we surely will. This dialogue, laden with the bravado of protagonists, caused Hunter J's expression to darken instantaneously. What is this? Which fool would not be terrified upon encountering me? These two brats bore expressions of utter indifference, even engaging in playful banter. It was the first time she felt belittled by mere children. Moreover, even if this Pikachu were exceptionally trained, it was still merely an electric rat, not worthy of her full attention. Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt. The Hyper Beam aimed at obstructing Xiaowang and the others was once again pierced by the Thunderbolt. As the smoke dissipated, Ash slowly raised his head, his calm, piercing gaze fixed intently on her. To willfully disrupt the bond between trainers and Pokémon, all for the sake of monetary gain. Do you truly consider yourself worthy of being called a Pokémon captor? Anyone can engage in verbal sparring. Hunter J, her expression devoid of emotion, commanded. Just watch as I capture your Pokémon. Gyarados, string shot. The Gyarados lurking behind the trees revealed itself, preparing to ensnare Ash with its silk. However, it was promptly struck before it could even begin. But it's a classic case of a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Having anticipated her ambush, Ash had stealthily released Kakadora behind him, ready for a counterattack. As soon as the Gyarados materialized, it unleashed Rock Slide and Headbutt, causing the little insect to tremble violently. What? Realizing her surprise attack had failed, Hunter J now discerned something was amiss with the boy before her. Even when faced with champions, she had confidence in her ability to launch unexpected strikes and seize their Pokémon with her petrifying devices. But why was this boy? Why did he possess such acute awareness? The chill in his eyes deepened, rendering her hesitant to maintain prolonged eye contact. The sense of dread he exuded was truly unsettling. She raised her wrist, intending to use her petrifying beam to capture Pikachu. However, just as her wrist twitched, Aerial Ace. The Muckaroo circling above suddenly dove down, swiftly destroying the device in Hunter J's grasp. The beak's sharpness even tore through her clothing, blood oozing from the gaping tear in her trench coat. Who are you? Witnessing her device's destruction and feeling pain for the first time, Hunter J could no longer contain herself. She had never heard of such a young powerhouse within the league. Could he be their secret weapon? Yet, why had she not heard of him at all? As a Pokemon hunter, what did she rely on each time she harmed trainers and seized their Pokemon? Ignoring her inquiries, Ash shook his head. With your level of command, you think you can disrupt our bond? You are unworthy. Pika. Buku. But, oh. Chapter 35, Kakadora. You think you can sever the bond between us using mere technology? You are unworthy. Ash emanated a chilling aura, flanked by 5 Pokemon who stood resolutely by his side. With unwavering glares, they advanced step by step towards Hunter J, embodying the fierce spirit of camaraderie between Pokemon and humans, companions, not mere commodities for profit. TCH. As she beheld the remarkable youth before her, Hunter J instinctively recoiled. Yet, the pride of a Pokemon hunter compelled her to force out a few scornful words through clenched teeth, dismissing him as nothing more than a brat, likely inexperienced in significant encounters. Moreover, how could she, who questioned her command skills, gauge her own prowess? What made her presume that her current team of unevolved Pokemon could best him? As a seasoned hunter, she had faced countless challenges, and in this moment, she steeled herself. She had dispatched many foes with ease. These seemingly feeble Pokémon posed no true threat. Rock Slide. Unfazed by her psychological tactics, Ash remained composed. Did she think she could instill doubt in him? He would demonstrate his strength until she conceded. Without technology, Hunter J was merely an ordinary person. Just as the airborne Salamence was pinned down by Kukadola's Rock Slide, it struggled to escape, only to be met with Pikachu's merciless Thunderbolt. Roar. Despite its high level, Salamence was exhausted from the relentless onslaught. As it lay on the ground, panting to regain its composure, bang. Kukadola's headbutt offered no respite, flipping it over with force. As Kukadola's spirit soared, a radiant light enveloped it. Has it evolved? Ash stared in awe, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. When entrusted to him by Doton, this Kukadola had already shown promise. Little did he know that after enduring so many trials, it had finally evolved. As the light faded, a fierce-looking Kudora stood before him, glaring at Hunter J, its powerful legs preparing to launch a final assault. Seeing Kudora charge forth, Hunter J's eyelids twitched. Clenching her teeth, she noticed Salamence's energy had plummeted and fumbled for a smoke bomb in her pocket. At that moment, she uttered no further taunts, merely casting a complex gaze at Ash for what seemed like an eternity. It was as if she wished to etch his image into her memory before she abruptly hurled her arm forward. Don't even think about running. Cough, cough. Despite Ash's quick reflexes, the smoke bomb detonated in an instant. The pungent fumes forced him to cover his mouth and nose as he coughed violently. Murkrow, use Hurricane to disperse the smoke. With a powerful gust, the dense fog began to clear, revealing an empty lawn. The youth raised his head, watching as Salamence became a mere black dot in the distance, silently vanishing from his sight. Given Salamence's speed, it shouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. Perhaps it was possessed of a teleportation ability. Shaking his head, Ash pondered that if the adversary could have such a rare Pokémon as Salamence, it was not surprising that she might possess one capable of teleportation. Capturing her would indeed be a formidable task. But Kudora scampered over, nudging Ash's pant leg, seeking recognition for its efforts. Hey, you've worked hard. Patting Kudora's now broader back, Ash praised, your fundamentals are solid, and your strength has grown immensely. However, when he opened his arms, he realized he could no longer encompass Kudora's entire form. But, no, don't do that. Perhaps sensing Ash's struggle to embrace it, Kudora playfully leapt onto him, its large head affectionately rubbing against the boy's cheek, eliciting a chuckle from him. Hey Ash. Oh, I'm here. Upon hearing the familiar voice of a girl, Ash raised his hand as high as he could, waving towards the distant dawn to signal his presence. Seeing Ash still had the energy to frolic with his Pokémon, the girl's anxiety finally eased. Then it seems tonight's review is on track, right? Don't worry. You still have a wealth of knowledge to absorb. I want to let you off the hook. TCH, I was so worried about you. Yes, thank you, Miss Dawn. One could only say that after the crisis was averted, they remained unequivocally themselves, bickering like the beloved rivals they were. Chica blushed as she interrupted their playful banter, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for rescuing her and Sinedo. Both she and the child had little experience with battles, and the thought of capture was too dreadful to contemplate. Chica bowed repeatedly in thanks to Ash and the others, catching the two bickering friends off guard and rendering them momentarily bashful. You mentioned Brock? Well, it's nothing. Beautiful Miss Chica. It's merely my duty. Now that the danger has passed, why don't we? Earlier, due to the urgency of the situation, Brock had little chance to succumb to his usual afflictions. Now, devoid of peril, his true nature swiftly surfaced. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was swiftly incapacitated by a mischievous Frogadier's poison, only to be dragged away by his pants. How embarrassing. Hey, why don't we just leave? Pikachu? Boca? Listening to their unified complaints, Pikachu and Boca disdainfully shook their heads. Their own bickering before outsiders was hardly exemplary. It's fine. Chica laughed awkwardly before inviting the trio over to her home. Thank you for your hospitality. We should be on our way now. After a hearty meal and refreshment, Ash prepared to depart for Gardenia Town, having lost nearly an entire morning. With everything settled, he expressed his gratitude to Miss Chica. Well, it was just a small favor. I didn't expect to receive so many gifts. Observing the bounty of berries and specialized Pokeballs in his backpack, Ash felt a tinge of embarrassment. Those are bait balls, heavy balls, and insulator balls, very rare Pokeballs indeed. Brock, having witnessed the world in Johto, couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 36, A Rival or a Romantic Interest. This was Ash's first encounter with Hunter J in this lifetime. Perhaps it was due to having endured so much. Or perhaps it was because of his growth. The confrontation lacked the torment of his past life and instead felt almost dull in its predictability. Although he hadn't captured her outright, he now possessed sufficient confidence for future encounters. Moreover, she might even feel intimidated upon seeing Ash again. Surely, she could not fathom why a mere 10-year-old boy could be so formidable. Simultaneously, on their continuing journey, they encountered a request from a young lady at a cake shop, who wished for Pikachu to impersonate her beloved Candy to soothe an elderly lady's longing. Although this Pikachu is Ash's partner, isn't it? As the restless youth gazed at the starry sky from his balcony that night, the elderly woman gently ruffled his hair. Truly remarkable, you are. The strength of your thunderbolt and your overall condition are simply perfect. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were still. Ash lowered his head, a hint of guilt washing over him. It's quite all right, such a kind-hearted child. Thank you all. Indeed. The issues that my grandmother discovered in her previous life will undoubtedly be unveiled in this one as well. His Pikachu exhibits a significantly lesser proficiency in the control of electric type moves compared to that of the Gyumi, a skill that is not easily attained in a mere day or two. Hence, when he suggested to his grandmother that a stroll would do her good, he inadvertently stumbled upon the evolved form of Gyumi, now a Raichu. Not only had it undergone evolution, but it had also mastered the powerful move, Volt Tackle, which would greatly assist his grandmother in shattering those berry trees. This revelation evoked a sense of wonder in Koharu regarding the genuine friendship between Pokemon and humans, causing her to shed quite a few tears. Despite the myriad of trivial events along the way, they managed to reach Verdanturf Town before the deadline. The town, once devoid of vibrancy, now flourished with an air of excitement due to the upcoming Pokemon contest. In a nearby open space beside the Pokemon Center, Ash's Pikachu was diligently teaching Pachirisu the art of generating electricity. The little squirrel had yet to master the technique, occasionally resulting in Koharu's hair becoming a frizzy mess. Pika Pika, Jima. Under Pikachu's patient tutelage, Pachirisu finally released a perfect blue arc of electricity. This thrilled Koharu immensely, prompting her to embrace Pachirisu tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Pikachu. We'll surely secure the ribbon now. You've worked hard, my little teacher." Ash crouched down to affectionately ruffle Pikachu's head, acknowledging their teacher-student bond. "Doesn't that relationship mirror yours?" Brock remarked meaningfully, though it seemed to transcend mere mentorship. "More like what?" Ash tilted his head, pondering if it resembled the bond of like-minded friends. Koharu furrowed her brow, involuntarily recalling the moments spent in Jubilife City. "Oh no, why is my heart racing again? And why does my face feel so warm? What could this possibly mean?" Jima. Fortunately, Pachirisu interrupted her daydreams, its bright eyes sparkling as it implored for recognition of its efforts. Do you want a puffin?" Koharu retrieved the pink puffin she had recently learned to make, only to quickly retract it, declaring, "No way, I've already eaten enough today." She shut her eyes, ignoring Pachirisu's pleading gaze filled with stars. "Don't be ridiculous. After all that I ate this morning, I can't afford to gain weight." Pachirisu pouted in dissatisfaction, and a faint blue arc began to crackle in the air. Bang! The free hair-raising service had been delivered to the trio once more. Not again. Koharu, accustomed to her electrified hair, could only resignedly pat down her disheveled locks, attempting to restore them to their original state. Well, for a normal person, that was indeed a bit too much electricity. Ash stated with a stoic expression as he adjusted his cap, maintaining his composure. "You speak as if you're some sort of superhero." As they dealt with their various hairstyles and outfits, an ill-timed voice broke through. "Two lights?" That oddly familiar moniker, accompanied by an irritating tone. Koharu paused, scanning her surroundings in search of the culprit who dared to invoke her embarrassing past. "It's definitely you, Two Lights." A boy of Ash's age approached with a smug expression, casually resting his head in his hands as he ambled closer while unabashedly calling out Koharu's nickname, seemingly unfazed by her increasingly displeased demeanor. He was practically broadcasting their close relationship, as if daring her to confront him. It really is you." Koharu charged forward, confronting the boy named Kenji. "Don't mention my past." All right, I got it, Two Lights. "You," she retorted, "don't get so worked up, you might actually shine if you're not careful." Kenji teased, pointing at the two Pokemon at her feet. "You even caught a Pikachu and a Pachirisu? Truly the sparkling duo." "That is not it," Koharu huffed, rolling her eyes as she nudged Ash's shoulder. "This Pikachu belongs to him." "Hello, I'm Ash, and this is my partner, Pikachu." Ash introduced himself politely, bowing slightly. Kenji was a nostalgic rival for Ash. Although he recognized the boy, their temporal divergence meant that Kenji had yet to know him. "I'm Brock." Also one of their companions, Brock stepped forward to introduce himself, feeling an odd sensation as he regarded the boy. Childhood friends? Or perhaps unrequited feelings? I travel with them. Koharu's expression brightened at the mention of Ash. Ash is amazing. Thanks to his Pikachu, my Pachirisu learned to generate electricity. And furthermore, this is Ash's second time competing in the Pokemon contest, and he has already grabbed a ribbon. Koharu proudly patted Ash's shoulder, showering him with compliments. Traveling together? And so impressive? Kenji became momentarily speechless at the unexpected praise, a surge of unidentifiable emotion swelling within him. He observed the girl's natural smile, and suddenly, his gaze toward Ash shifted, tinged with something unsettling. I must tell you, Two Lights has more than just a few embarrassing stories. So sleepy. Kenji continued to recount Koharu's childhood misadventures. Ash, already aware of these tales, stifled a yawn and leaned his head on his hand in silence. Perhaps he was mistaken. But Kenji's gaze seemed peculiar. Was it pride? Or perhaps boasting? Yet what was there to boast about when it came to childhood indiscretions? Just like with Shigeru, they seldom spoke of their shared pasts with outsiders, let alone take pride in them. Perhaps it was just a misjudgment. Ash shook his head, redirecting his focus to Team Rocket, who were nearby. Speaking of which, Musashi certainly dressed well. Had he not been reborn, he would have never recognized that the sweet Musashi was indeed Musashi herself. It became clear that she had deceived him for so long. The rewards of being reborn were indeed plentiful. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, Koharu slammed her hand on the table. A mix of embarrassment and irritation flashing across her face, interrupting Kenji's storytelling. With a furtive glance at Ash, confirming he was oblivious to the situation, she sighed in relief. All right, I want to mention it, even though you have plenty of tales. Kenji concluded his recounting with a mildly irritating expression. As the elder of the group, Brock furrowed his brow, glancing between Kenji and Koharu. This is indeed strange. Then he looked at Ash and Koharu. Much better. It wasn't merely a matter of perception. Kenji's behavior was reminiscent of juvenile antics. Sitting behind the girl he liked and tugging her hair to gain her attention often resulted in annoyance rather than affection. Therefore, if Koharu were more like Kasumi, she would have likely slapped him already, possibly even throwing in a retort about speaking ill of her. After Kenji released his Prinplup from its Pokeball, he finally noticed Ash's distracted demeanor. In that moment, the pride from his earlier stories vanished, and he defiantly challenged Ash. So, how about a Pokemon battle? Ash shifted his gaze away from the antics of Team Rocket, silently observing the Prinplup, Pajimon, Prince Bo, and the majestic Emperor Napu. What a nostalgic evolutionary chain indeed. Yet, compared to Kingo's Prince Bo, what left a more profound impression on him was undoubtedly Asun's Emperor Napu. Standing there, devoid of combat awareness, the spirit of perseverance truly did justice to his efforts. Well, that's settled. He nodded in agreement. After all, a lack of enthusiasm in battle indicates a troubled mindset. Kingo, you should really think this through, all right? Out of sympathy for his childhood friend, Xiao Wang quietly suggested, Ash is quite formidable. You might not stand a chance against him. Kingo could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious protest that interrupted Xiao Wang's following words. It's fine. Just consider it a pre-match adjustment. And mark my words, Prince Bo and I will definitely grow stronger. I hope so. The girl sighed, already silently feeling sympathy for Prince Bo in her heart. A formidable rival? More like a romantic rival, it seemed. Xiao Jiang, observing the two boys, teasingly glanced at them. At least Xiao Wang's feelings towards Ash were undeniably peculiar. After all, he had gone so far as to don a cheerleading outfit solely for a boy. Moreover, he unabashedly praised Ash in front of acquaintances, and at times, their interactions even led the girl to blush. He saw through it all. This was certainly no ordinary friendship. However, as Xiao Jiang watched the spirited and battle-ready Ash, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 37. Kingo, struck by adversity. One-on-one, the battle concludes upon losing combat capability. Alright, let's do this. Even if Kingo's heart was tumultuous with frustration, Ash's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. In fact, it was as if he could not discern Kingo's emotional state at all, let alone guess why he was upset. As Kingo distanced himself from Ash, he turned back and sent forth his eager Prince Bo Pikachu. No, you can't. Ignoring Pikachu's eager gaze, Ash waved to the Pokemon basking in the sun. Turtwig, you're up. After all, the opponent was still a novice. Should he send out Pikachu? This child might never escape the shadow of electric-type Pokemon for the rest of his life. Not Pikachu. Kingo couldn't help but furrow his brow, silently observing Pikachu's forlorn expression before crossing his arms in dissatisfaction. He had anticipated a showdown with the opponent's starter Pokemon to assert his strength to Xiao Wang. But now look. This cheerful, grinning Turtwig was increasingly displeasing to him. Alright, I must win decisively. He cast a glance towards the girl standing at the sidelines. instinctively giving a thumbs up to indicate his prowess. Yet, what met his gaze was the girl, her eyes brimming with admiration for Ash. She seemed entirely unconcerned about Prince Bo, her full attention devoted to Turtwig and Ash's performance. Damn it! Kingo gritted his teeth in frustration. Prince Bo, use Peck. He eagerly initiated the attack, seemingly channeling his sorrow into strength. Facing a grass-type Pokemon with a flying-type move was undoubtedly a sound choice. However, as he watched Prince Bo charge forward in a daze, Ash was taken aback. Is he really just going to rush in like that? No secret techniques to conceal his main attack? What about a grass knot? After observing for a while, he realized that Kingo lacked any cunning. This Peck was utterly mundane, devoid of any strategy. So, was this direct approach merely a means to gift him an easy victory? Sure enough, Prince Bo stumbled halfway through his charge, tripped by the grass knot. Even from Prince Bo's cries after falling, one could discern that the damage from that grass knot was quite significant. Is that so? Ash smirked. Leaf Tornado? How to put it? Has the opponent really been traveling and training properly? With two powerful leaf tornadoes striking down on the fallen Prince Bo, he was swiftly rendered incapable of battle. Clean and straightforward, it was embarrassingly simple. Ugh. Witnessing his Prince Bo defeated in mere moments, Turtwig let out an excited cry. As its excitement surged, a radiant white light enveloped it, and before long, the larger form of Grotle stood proudly in the arena, eagerly stomping its feet to relish in the strength that evolution had bestowed upon it. Kingo. This was utterly disheartening. His carefully nurtured Prince Bo had fallen so swiftly. Not only that, but it had also unwittingly served as a catalyst for his opponent's evolution. Well, if it were merely a defeat, it would be manageable. Just a bit of adjustment was all that was needed. The caveat being Xiao Guang's subsequent remarks. No worries, Kingo. The first comforting words, accompanied by the girl's radiant smile, perhaps lacked immediate impact. However, after all, it's Ash we're talking about. It's only natural you can't beat him. Kingo's expression instantly darkened. Moreover, there is indeed a significant gap in strength between you and Ash. Kingo's complexion began to pale. So don't be disheartened. And wait, why are you running away? Goodbye? That's quite strange. The girl pouted, puzzled by Kingo's abrupt departure. She had merely stated a few facts, so why did Kingo suddenly seem so odd? Am I being too harsh? Xiaojing shook his head, glancing at the two youths, who appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, they seemed to have a closer connection. Ugh. As the newly evolved Grotle stomped its feet, reveling in its newfound strength, it felt a surge of warmth in its head. When it lifted its gaze, it was met with the boy's smile. Grotle? Well, it's nothing significant, Ash replied, shaking his head as he sat cross-legged on the ground, exhaling slowly. He pointed to the nearby arena, saying, I understand what you're thinking. How about trying to dash over there? Ugh. Grotle nodded, pushing off the ground with its legs to gain momentum. Then, like a sprint, it flew forward. But it was merely a fleeting moment. As it entered the running phase, its speed plummeted dramatically, becoming far inferior to what it once was. Grotle froze, pausing in its tracks, staring blankly at its enlarged feet. At that moment, it was engulfed in doubt. Its previously unwavering confidence and speed had suddenly vanished. Actually, I understand your thoughts. Ash gently rubbed its head, speaking in a soothing tone. In the past, I had you endure damage repeatedly, trying to avoid solving your opponents with sheer speed. But I can sense that you still cherish swift, aggressive attacks, and are unaccustomed to a tank-like style. He had long since realized that even when he had trained Torterra to emulate Shinji's tactics, it never found joy in it. However, after learning to climb rocks, it had rediscovered a sense of confidence akin to its former self. Thus, he would no longer subject his Pokemon to training that made them unhappy. Just a little. I want to force you, Ash continued softly. If you are passionate about speed, I want to compel you to adopt a tank strategy. After your evolution, I have ways to allow you to execute swift strikes, though it won't be as fast as before. For instance, climbing rocks. If utilized well, this could unleash a remarkably effective impact move. For Grotle, who is enamored with speed, it is undoubtedly the best technique to regain its former confidence. So, what do you say? Are you willing to trust me? The youth slowly extended his hand, and we, adhering to our distinctive styles, executed an entirely unique approach. I shall undoubtedly transform you into the most extraordinary Turtwig. Clearly, the Turtwig, already nestled in the young boy's embrace, provided the most fitting response. All right. Put me down, exclaimed Xiao Guang. It's time for you to make some adjustments with your Pachirisu. If Pachirisu can master the sensation of discharging electricity and maintain this state, there should be no issues. Great. No problem at all. The girl nodded, setting off towards Ash, leaving Brock with nothing to do. He bitterly shook his head, seemingly empathizing with Kenji's feelings. This is frustrating. Perhaps such feelings will only increase in the future. The delinquent frog beside him raised an eyebrow, entirely unable to comprehend Brock's words. Soon after, Xiao Wang entered the backstage with the two companions. Although the practice time for Pachirasu's discharge was brief, mastering the technique swiftly was commendable, as long as she didn't become overly excited. If there were a misstep in the discharge. Two lights. The boy furrowed his brow, shaking his head to dismiss the term from his mind. Speaking of which, during their subsequent journey, did Alala exploit this slight gap to shatter Xiao Wang's composure? He gazed at the girl, now adorned in a resplendent pink dress, and was lost in reminiscence. On stage, Xiao Wang's first round evaluation with Bogaman showcased an impressive level of flamboyance. She effortlessly combined the dazzling radiance emitted by the sunlight and bubble beams with a formidable peck, accomplishing the most fundamental yet captivating combination to exhibit the charm of Pokémon. Alongside Kenji and Musashi, she successfully advanced to the second round. That was close. Brock pointed to the last photo showcased on the screen, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his journey with Haruka. He glanced at Ash, who remained lost in thought. The mindset is a significant issue, not to mention, Ash murmured softly. The excessive pursuit of flamboyance may indeed become a stumbling block. Chapter 38, Xiao Wang's first victory. Ash shook his head, dismissing the unpleasant images from his mind. After all, they were merely past setbacks. Even if similar situations arose in this lifetime, he could not stand idly by and watch Xiao Wang succumb to internal strife. He was confident he could help Xiao Wang regain her confidence and ultimately face Xiaomong in a climactic showdown at the Grand Festival. Not only was it his regret, but Xiao Wang bore her own as well. Perhaps this rebirth granted both of them a chance. However, the difficulty of her ultimate defeat in the finals compared to his aspiration for victory was considerably greater. While Ash was lost in thought, the second round evaluation was drawing to a close. Xiao Wang's Pachirisu demonstrated exceptional performance, affording the opponent no opportunity. It entered the third round with an almost flawless demeanor. Something feels off. The boy furrowed his brow deeper, his expression filled with incredulity as he observed the girl. During their training days prior, he had sensed that Xiao Wang's command skills and rate of improvement were astonishingly rapid. Each night, as they reviewed their strategies, she flawlessly executed them the following day during their practice battles. Moreover, the command spin around, discharge, reverberated in his mind. At that moment, an inexplicable thought struck him, leaving him breathless. Could it be that it wasn't just him who had been reborn, but Xiao Wang too had been influenced by this rebirth? Perhaps she simply lacked the memory of her past? The more Ash pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, his brow furrowing so deeply that he failed to hear Brock repeatedly calling his name. Ash. Oh. Feeling a strong pat on his back, he instinctively lifted his head. I'm fine. I was just too engrossed in contemplating the training plan. I apologize. Is that so? Brock shook his head, refraining from probing further. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Observing the two remaining competitors on the big screen, Brock couldn't help but exclaim. To advance to the finals consecutively during your first participation? Compared to Haruka's arduous journey, Xiao Wang's initial experience is indeed much smoother. Kenji adeptly maneuvered Boguang to decisively overcome Musashi's poison butterfly, leading to a final devoid of any surprises. Xiao Wang versus Kenji. This was their first formal competition as coordinating trainers. As the host, Lillian called out the command to commence the match. Both sides unleashed their Pokemon. Boguang go? Pachirisu, charm up. Xiao Wang held a clear advantage in terms of attributes. However, if Kenji, as a trainer, could command Boguang to achieve miraculous effects, defeating Pachirisu might not be too daunting a task. Yet Kenji's performance was decidedly off. A closer look revealed that his attention was entirely fixated on Xiao Wang. Several times he became so enamored by her face that Boguang nearly charged at him in frustration. Xiao Wang, Pachirisu, you can do it. Pikachu. Meanwhile, Ash in the stands was enthusiastically cheering for the girl, which swiftly transformed Kenji's previously dazed expression into one of complexity and displeasure. Ash is quite formidable, you know? It's perfectly normal not to be able to defeat him. We travel together. In that moment, all of the girl's piercing words flooded Kenji's mind. He lowered his head in frustration, silently clenching his fists. And then, there was nothing more. Are you kidding? You dare to lose focus during a battle? Xiao Wang had already seized the opportunity for Pachirisu to unleash a discharge that rendered Boguang incapable of continuing the fight. Kenji raised his head in disbelief, unwilling to accept what he saw on the big screen. His score had been entirely deducted. He glanced once more at the girl before him, who was now brimming with excitement, embracing Pachirisu and celebrating with Ash, who was waving his arms in support. Kenji, I've lost, utterly and completely. Well then, Mom. Although I'm seeking solace after my first defeat, look. Xiao Wang proudly raised the ribbon in her hand to Keiko over the phone. I won. In my second participation, I've already secured a ribbon. All right, Xiao Wang, you're the best. Keiko enthusiastically praised, but don't let it get to your head. Your journey of growth is still long. Review your previous match against Ash and learn from your failures. Ah, I understand. Huh, why are you crying? Upon seeing Xiao Wang's eyes glistening with tears after hanging up, Ash asked in surprise, You won, after all. These are tears of victory. Oh, you big oaf. Just as the two were about to exchange playful banter again, Kenji's voice emerged from the nearby player passage. I didn't expect you to be the first to claim a ribbon, but I won't lose to you next time. No problem. I'm always ready for your challenge. Kenji nodded, then turned to the boy beside the girl. He quietly approached Ash and, as they brushed past each other, softly whispered in his ear, Next time, I won't lose to you. Whether it's Pokemon battles or Xiao Wang, that remains true. Ash, huh? I can understand the Pokemon battles, but Xiao Wang? Does he mean he won't lose to the knowledge I imparted to her? Or what? He was completely baffled. Did he say something? Watching Kenji's retreating figure, Xiao Wang tugged at Ash's sleeve. It appears that it is merely a Pokemon battle. Meanwhile, the ever-curious Brock shook his head, having overheard the hushed whispers of Kenji. Though he recognized that eavesdropping was not commendable, their clandestine discussions were simply too close for comfort. Observing the youthful duo playfully bickering as they made their way to the Pokemon Center, Brock couldn't help but sigh. How delightful it is. This is the essence of youth. Although Kenji seemed to be thoroughly outmatched, he could at least be considered a rival of sorts, couldn't he? Moreover, it seemed that currently, Koharu was leaning more towards romantic inclinations compared to Haruka and Kasumi. However, perhaps we should wait until Satoshi understands that love is an emotion rather than a rare Pokemon. Chapter 39, The Joy Family and Suakun. My recent state of affairs has been splendid. Tarara's spirit and skills are exceptional, showcasing Satoshi's dedication. Thank you, Professor. Could you kindly send me the Pokeball for her across as well? Certainly, that is no trouble at all. In the early morning at the Pokemon Center, Satoshi was recounting all of his Pokemon, noting that there was precisely one slot remaining. Nostalgic for his old companions, he had purposefully shared his thoughts with Professor Oak. Occasionally allowing his former allies to accompany him for a few days would undoubtedly foster the growth of his new partners, achieving a dual benefit. After hanging up the phone, Satoshi proceeded to the dining area of the Pokemon Center to reunite with Brock and Koharu. At present, Koharu had already earned her first ribbon badge. For a newcomer in her first month, this rate of progress was astonishingly swift. While it was indeed a positive development, it raised concerns. It's all right. You've performed admirably. Satoshi reassured her. Then why was I eliminated? I'm reconsidering my participation in the next grand festival. 2 consecutive failures in the first round of evaluations? This was undoubtedly a source of vexation. Thus, the future of the aspiring young lady remained a source of worry for Satoshi. Yet, one step at a time, after all. Who can predict what the future holds? After breakfast, Satoshi and his companions set forth towards the next gym location. However, to their surprise, they stumbled upon a building marked with AP around noon. From its appearance, it bore a resemblance to a Pokemon Center. But why would there be a Pokemon Center in the outskirts of the forest? Curious, Brock scrutinized his map and guidebook, noting that the structure before them bore no identifying signs. Shall we take a look inside? The ever-venturesome Koharu nudged Satoshi's arm, urging him to open the door. All right. He relented, compelled by her innocent trust, and pulled open the door to reveal a gaggle of mischievous Ghastly, cackling with glee. Ha ha ha. The Ghastly giggled at the sight of the startled trio, occasionally exchanging derisive glances, clearly looking down upon Satoshi and his friends. The prank had succeeded, which was good. But they had frightened the wrong people, which was unfortunate. How outrageous. Don't go too far. The agile youths quickly sprang back to their feet, their expressions shifting from shock to indignation as the Ghastly's mocking grins vanished without a trace. Oh no, we provoked the wrong individuals. They seem to recognize us as Pokemon and are unafraid. Plans had changed. It was time to flee. What a strange bunch of Ghastly, Koharu lamented, her brow furrowing at their peculiar behavior. Should we go inside? Well, if no one lives there, it might be fine, the youth hesitated, contemplating the implications of barging in uninvited. True, then let's take our leave. Shall we? No problem. Brock's forehead creased with worry as he observed their banter. Who was the one who opened this door initially? Now they were hesitant, weren't they? But it was a valid point. What if Miss Junsha were to take them away? Wait, Miss Junsha? Ah, I know what you're thinking. Noticing Brock's sudden change in demeanor, Satoshi couldn't help but smirk. That would indeed be embarrassing. Being taken away by Miss Junsha was not something to be proud of. Ahem, I wasn't thinking anything. Satoshi and Koharu stared at him, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Just seconds later, this silence was shattered by a sweet, childlike voice. Ah, what are you doing? A charming little Joy stood before them, her expression one of indignation as she confronted the three unfamiliar figures at her doorstep. Without hesitation, she brandished a broom towards the frontmost Satoshi, entirely disregarding her adorable appearance. You must be the thieves who steal our food. Wait, even if we were thieves, why would it be food? So you admit it? Satoshi hastily retreated, despite her youth. That broom could certainly pack a punch. What is going on? At that moment, Miss Joy and a teenager who resembled a middle school student emerged at the doorway, effectively rescuing Satoshi from his predicament. We were just, Koharu began to explain, deftly retrieving Satoshi's Pokédex from his pocket. After both of them pressed the identification button on their devices simultaneously, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. However, Brock, who had intended to strike up a conversation, felt his spirits plummet upon catching sight of the ring on Miss Joy's finger. Ah, it's over. The ring glimmered beautifully in the sunlight, illuminating Brock's bittersweet smile with an air of tragedy. Well, it's your fault, Koharu. You shouldn't have been so curious as to open the door. What? I hadn't finished speaking when Satoshi pulled it open. You never even tried to stop me. Their light-hearted bickering continued, even after having embarrassed themselves in front of others, showcasing their undeniable camaraderie. Once the situation was clarified, the Joy family warmly welcomed them. Amidst their playful exchanges, they learned that they were using balloons to distribute cookies far and wide, with both young Joy and the teenager engaged in various delivery methods. Perhaps this was what legacy meant. Well, I'm off. The little Joy named my watched her sister soar into the distance with her balloon, then turned to her mother, shaking the bag of cookies in her hand. She instinctively glanced at the intrigued young man. Satoshi Onaikin, would you like to join us? Is that all right? Yes. I had misunderstood you before, and I'm truly sorry. No worries, the boy replied with a smile, grasping Little Mai's hand as they waved goodbye to the others and set off towards the location marked on the map. However, just a moment after he had smiled at Koharu, his expression shifted to one of contemplation. He had begun to reminisce. If all went well, Mai would find herself a wonderful friend, one that was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. You seem to have many friends among various Pokemon, Satoshi remarked, observing the myriad of creatures greeting Mai along the way. Of course, but my best friend is a giant, Mai exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As the words lingered on her lips, she hesitated. Her sister and mother wished for her to keep the secret from outsiders, fearing it might disrupt their lives. Yet, as she gazed upon the gentle youth before her, she couldn't help but lower her head in turmoil. Indeed, not only was Ash tender towards Pokemon, but he had also assisted her sister and mother with numerous tasks. Perhaps, she could make an exception and confide in Ash alone. With this thought, Mai led Ash through a cave into a realm steeped in ethereal beauty. Suicune, it's me, Mai, she called out to the center of the lake. Indeed, it was Suicune. Ash's pupils constricted. Although he had encountered this being many times in his previous life, hearing its name once more sent a shiver down his spine. Pika. Pikachu tapped Ash's hat, inquiring whether this was the old friend they had met in Johto. No, it is indeed Suicune. But it should not be the one we've met before, Ash replied, shaking his head. Legendary Pokemon like Suicune were far less fearsome than the likes of Rayquaza, whose existence was singular in the world. Thus, their appearances were rare and varied. Suicune, just as Mai thought Suicune would not manifest. A gentle breeze began to blow across the grassy bank by the lake. As the soft wind caressed the clear water, ripples emerged, stirring the ethereal aura and igniting boundless imagination. Simultaneously, a dark silhouette gradually materialized upon the grass. The deep crimson eyes within the shadow stood out strikingly. It's Suicune. Ash and Pikachu inhaled sharply at the sight of the majestic creature, radiating an aura of divine authority. Encountering a legendary Pokemon was always a thrilling and nerve-wracking experience. Even for Ash, who had been reborn, the excitement was palpable. Suicune remained silent, quietly savoring the gentle touches from Joy as she nuzzled against its form, inhaling the faint fragrance of Mai's hair. It then cast a profound glance at Ash, its eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and understanding, yet predominantly familiarity and surprise. However, Ash was oblivious to the unspoken sentiments conveyed through Suicune's gaze. He merely sensed that his unexpected arrival had puzzled the legendary Pokemon. Thus, the trio, One boy and two legendary beings, for Pikachu certainly counted as one, shared a moment of silence. The atmosphere becoming quite still. Chapter 40. The blessing of the winds. Suicune was the first to shatter the silence. It raised its noble head, allowing a few wisps of white fur to flutter gracefully. As it approached Ash with swift yet elegant strides, the rhythm of its movements echoed like ripples upon the lake, captivating the senses. As it drew near and inhaled Ash's scent, its demeanor softened. Although Ash was uncertain of what transpired, he noticed the pressure emanating from Suicune had significantly diminished, leading him to believe that the creature had accepted him as a benign presence. It seems this is the boy recognized by Ho-Oh. Lowering its head, Suicune gently called out, detecting the scent of its superior emanating from the boy before it. Yet, there was another overwhelming scent that was all too familiar, yet it eluded Suicune's memory as to which powerful being it belonged. Suddenly, with a flash, 5 Pokeballs at Ash's side burst open, revealing his current team before Suicune. Although puzzled, Suicune seemed to grasp that this was a message intended for Ash's companions. Still, Ash remained curious about Suicune's next actions. After scratching his cheek, he stood upright, awaiting the legendary Pokemon's subsequent movements. Suicune's demeanor was far more amiable than in his previous life. Perhaps it was a result of Ash's rebirth or some peculiar butterfly effect. Suicune nodded toward Ash's Pokemon, an unseen force gradually infusing them with energy. Simultaneously, a faint blue light began to permeate the slumbering Pokemon at Oak's lab. This mirrored scene unfolded in specific locations across Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos. What are you doing? Don't slack off. Noticing Chimchar's momentary daze, Shinji shot at a cold glance while continuing to press Turtwig and Electabuzz further in their training. At that moment, Chimchar had no time to ponder the fleeting blue light. Diving back into its grueling regimen, while outwardly unchanging, an inexplicable surge of energy stirred within all the Pokemon. Perhaps it was luck? Or potential? They shook their heads in confusion. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, couldn't he help but clench its tiny fists. It felt a sudden warmth blossoming within, but the soothing sensation vanished just as swiftly as it had come. Observing the changes among his Pokemon, Suicune silently nodded. It then approached Mai, affectionately nuzzling her cheek with its grand head before swiftly darting toward the distant cliffs, its agility allowing it to vanish from view in mere moments. Did you feel anything? All 6 Pokemon shook their heads. Seeing this, Ash resignedly recalled them. Ash, it seems everyone really likes you. Mai, still unaccustomed to such grand encounters, innocently remarked, attributing Suicune's familiarity with Ash to his undeniable charm. Perhaps, Ash mused, his expression complex as he shook his head, a renewed smile gracing his face as he cheerfully responded to Mai's observation. After all, he had witnessed grander spectacles. The alterations brought by his rebirth were not particularly daunting. He would take it one step at a time. Mama, sister. Upon returning home, Mai rushed into her family's embrace, exclaiming, I must tell you, Ash. At her words, both mother and daughter shared a look of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the youth before them could earn Suicune's trust. While they had been skeptical when Mai first mentioned the legendary Pokemon, witnessing Suicune in person filled them with awe and wonder. This seemingly ordinary boy might indeed harbor some miraculous quality that compelled Suicune to bestow its blessing upon him. Mr. Ash, Mr. Brock, Miss Dawn. Young Joy gazed earnestly into Ash's eyes. Could I ask you not to disclose Suicune's existence to outsiders? After all, if word of Suicune's legend were to spread, this serene locale would inevitably transform into a tourist hotspot, attracting those with ill intentions seeking to capture Pokemon. Despite their family's connections within the league, how could they manage a throng of frenzied crowds without significant combat prowess? Rest assured, I want to speak of it. Ash vowed, thumping his chest confidently, while Dawn and Brock nodded in agreement. The 3 were principled individuals, though they occasionally bickered in jest. They treated serious matters with the utmost gravity. Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Joy responded with a smile, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Ash. Mr. Ash, though I cannot fathom the message conveyed to you by that Suicune, based on the scene and feelings described by Mai, it is highly likely that Suicune has bestowed upon you a blessing. A blessing? Ash inquired, intrigued. Indeed, I recall hearing of such legends during my studies in theoretical knowledge. Joy paused, seemingly lost in reverie as she recalled past moments. When one meets a cherished and trusted individual, Suicune may very well grant them the winds of fortune, wishing for their future to be smooth sailing, devoid of regrets. Smooth sailing, devoid of regrets. Ash's pupils constricted slightly as he softly repeated the phrase. While it was true that he was no longer the same person he once was, Could it be that Suicune discerned some peculiar essence within him? Transmigration? No. To be more precise, rebirth would be a more fitting term. In the realm of Pokémon, such an occurrence would be deemed miraculous for an ordinary person. Yet for Ash, he had traversed through time and space on numerous occasions, so many that he could scarcely count them on both hands. Thus, it was perhaps not so astonishing that Suicune had taken notice of him. Indeed, our family is also delighted to encounter the one whom Suicune has chosen. Joy's gentle smile illuminated her face. So, dear travelers, may your future journeys be prosperous. Having sincerely expressed her blessings, Ash and his companions departed, continuing their voyage towards the next town. The myriad experiences they had endured soon led the trio to forget the recent encounter with Suicune. Meanwhile, Joy watched their retreating figures until they vanished from sight. Beneath the perplexed gazes of her daughters, she furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, perhaps these three young trainers truly embody some form of miracle. Or maybe, one day, an opportunity will arise to manifest the blessing, leading to extraordinary twists in their futures. But why? Why would their ordinary lives necessitate such a twist? She paused, her mind instinctively conjuring an astonishing thought. Could it be that the divine has orchestrated everything for them, bringing forth this non-existent compensation for regrets? Could they truly be? No, surely that could not be the case. Joy shook her head and chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if lamenting her own flights of fancy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a cascade of crimson light painted the sky, coaxing a few stars to gradually twinkle into existence. Unbeknownst to anyone, a resplendent golden light stretched across a distant corner of the firmament, leaving trails of golden starlight and a stunning rainbow in its wake. A bird-like spirit flapped its fiery wings, soaring ever deeper into the Sinnoh region. Chapter 41, An Innate Harmony? After receiving Suicune's blessing, Ash and his companions pressed on towards their next destination, the Battle Dome City, where the next gym awaited them. Even the presence of legendary Pokémon could not lead them to complacency. They needed to strive even harder. However, Ash's training schedule underwent a slight alteration today. Hey, did you say there are exceptionally powerful twin brothers? Dawn inquired, staring in astonishment at the two boys who were sobbing before her. Just how formidable are they? They're incredibly strong. The boy with the Lotad exclaimed, his voice tinged with indignation. Not far past that suspension bridge, you can test your mettle if you dare. They've achieved an astounding 18 consecutive victories. His companion even shed a few tears. Our Pokémon couldn't even touch them. Their synergy is unparalleled. They completely dominated us. Wah. It's just too disheartening. I don't want to battle anymore. And with that, they ran off, tears streaming down their faces. Dawn, you scared the poor kids away. Ash protested. I did not. She retorted indignantly. They were crying so loudly. It's pitiful. How infuriating. I didn't even battle them to make them cry. Wait, did you actually make them cry? Dawn's eyes flared with anger, her fist almost ready to strike. Ash's expression, previously blank, now seemed to hold an odd charm that left her transfixed. Moments ago, she had not sensed anything amiss, but as she studied him further, a familiar flutter of excitement quickened her heartbeat, and a rosy hue crept up her neck, compelling her to avert her gaze. Shall we perhaps give it a try? Dawn's voice softened, her demeanor shifting completely, leaving Ash bewildered. That's strange, he mused, scratching his cheek. You were just furious. How did you change so quickly? I don't know. It's quite perplexing, she replied. Are we going to battle Pokémon? Yes, let's give it a go and challenge that strong twin duo. Is it really that sudden? Dawn's expressions shifted rapidly within moments, from anger to doubt, to shyness, and finally to determination. Ash's eyelids flickered. If it was a battle, then the more, the merrier. Let us hurry. Watching her skip eagerly across the suspension bridge, Brock smirked with interest, raising an eyebrow as he tightened his backpack straps to follow. All right, if we win this next battle, we'll reach 20 consecutive victories. Awesome. That's fantastic. Cheered the identical twin brothers, high-fiving each other in celebration of their streak. However, as a crowd began to gather around them, the atmosphere shifted strangely. I am Yuka, the host of the Sinnoh Now program. I hear there's a formidable twin duo competing here. A female reporter, microphone in hand, introduced herself while glancing at the brothers. Hello, are you the famed twin duo everyone has been talking about? That would be us. They chimed in unison. I'm Izaki, and this is Ibyu. The remarkable synchronicity of their response caused the man behind the camera to tremble, resulting in the microphone inadvertently striking the reporter on the head. I told you not to hit me with the microphone. It was evident this wasn't the first time it had happened. Otherwise, the frustration wouldn't be so palpable. Our show wishes to document your battle. Would you be amenable? Yuka asked, her tone almost pleading as she held the microphone out to them. If not for the pressures of life, she would not have resorted to such measures. The ratings for her show had been plummeting daily. Her superior had even given her an ultimatum: continue to flounder and face the consequences. Her gaze bore a fervent intensity as she looked at the brothers. This was her last chance. If they showcased an impressive battle, it could revive the ratings. As they observed, the twins shrugged nonchalantly. We're game, but we have no opponents. Please, do challenge us. We would be delighted to take on the role of challengers. Oh, at the sound of their youthful voices, Izaki and Ibu's eyes widened in excitement. What great harmony. Are you two siblings? No, we're not. Then are you siblings? No, we're merely travel companions. Ash said, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. And we've only known each other for a few years? Such a statement can certainly be made. Considering both their past lives and present interactions with Xiaowang, it can indeed be described in terms of years. Just companions? Yuka seemed to have caught a whiff of gossip. Instantly turning to confront the two, she observed the pair, whose appearances bore a striking resemblance, with keen interest, and a remarkable thought erupted in her mind. Are the two of you truly just companions? What did that imply? Ash tilted his head in confusion. What else could they be but companions? Perhaps good friends with a shared spirit? Speaking of which, the group of cotton Pokémon he encountered in Unova had also shared a similar camaraderie. He vaguely recalled Alice and Tian Tong using some term to describe them, but the details eluded him. Wait, could it be? In stark contrast to Ash's dazed expression, Xiaowang appeared to have perked up, eagerly pointing at the distinct microphone in front of Yuka, exclaiming with delight. Isn't this part of the Sinnoh Now program? I watch it every day. So does this mean we? Yes, we could be featured in magazines and on television. Yuka smiled softly, already envisioning how to promote the duo before her. Twin brothers alongside a boy and girl who appeared to be good companions would undoubtedly be a sensational topic. Had I known we would be on television. I should have tidied my hair, Xiaowang pouted, fiddling with her locks, a hint of regret in her tone. She was increasingly allowing herself to be carefree, reasoning that since Ash saw her in the same way, it hardly mattered whether she had styled her hair. She might as well embrace the untamed look. With a slap, Ash, exasperated by Xiaowang's words, grasped her shoulders and shook her vigorously. However, unbeknownst to them, this somewhat ungraceful scene had already been captured on camera. After their playful tussle, Ash calmed down, analyzing his opponent's Pokémon, a fire rock mouse and a blue crocodile. Given that, Xiaowang, could you take on the fire rock mouse? No problem. I've memorized Ash's evening reviews. The girl declared confidently, clenching her fist. Pokémon, charm up. Turtwig, you're the one. Just as Pikachu was about to step onto the battlefield, it stumbled and fell, lamenting its own clumsiness. Well, it's not like this has happened just once or twice. Pikachu sighed, accepting the reality as it silently jumped back onto Ash's shoulder. Double battles. How nostalgic they felt. The young boy smirked, glancing at the confident girl beside him. If this truly was their first double battle, they might face significant challenges due to their lack of synergy. However, as he recalled their shared moments since his rebirth, the solitary time spent together, and the familiar combination moves reminiscent of his past life with Xiaowang, he pondered if perhaps his assumption was correct. Thus, this could hardly be considered their first double battle. Rather, it was about regaining their rhythm. As the cameras positioned themselves, Brock swiftly brought his hand down, signaling the match to commence. Xiaowang, I'll handle the fire rock mouse. The rest is up to Ash, right? She exclaimed, surprised by her own instinctive call. How could they demonstrate such synergy? It was as if they had trained together for ages, forming muscle memory. Absolutely, just like that. Ash nodded, quietly standing beside the girl. Pokémon, unleash Bubble Beam on the fire rock mouse. Blue Crocodile, block in front of the fire rock mouse. The blue crocodile, seeing the bubble beam headed their way, hurriedly stomped its feet, attempting to shield the fire rock mouse. Yet, Ash's command promptly halted it. Turtwig, use tackle. Aiming at the blue crocodile's left foot, which was moving toward the fire rock mouse, Ash seamlessly integrated the opposing strategy without hesitation. As expected, the blue crocodile was tripped by the tackle, falling to the ground, and with its collapse, the bubble beam struck the fire rock mouse directly. Xiaowang, quickly. Pokémon, use Whirlpool. Ash called out. Stunned by Xiaowang's immediate response, Ash froze. Could it be? He gazed incredulously at Xiaowang's delicate profile, then closed his eyes, consolidating all his emotions into a reassuring smile. Quick, get the shot. Yuka laughed. This smile was incredibly heartwarming. Not only was there synergy, but their relationship was undoubtedly more than mere companionship. Blue Crocodile, get up and use Water Gun. Fire Rock Mouse, unleash Flamethrower on Turtwig. The opponent quickly seized the opportunity. launching a renewed assault on Turtwig, who was vulnerable to the double damage from the flamethrower. Ash, recalling a promise echoing in his mind, pressed down his cap's brim and shouted a perplexing command. Turtwig, charge forward. An unexpected order. Facing a double disadvantage from the flamethrower, Ash chose to boldly advance. His eyes sparkled with determination for Turtwig, and the promise rang in his ears. Use rock climb. As large rocks rose up, the fire rock mouse was lifted off its feet. In that moment, the unbalanced fire rock mouse lost control of its flames, which began to scatter, missing Turtwig entirely. Bang! Turtwig, invigorated, seemed to rediscover the speed and confidence of its former self, roaring joyously as it forcefully knocked the fire rock mouse down from the rocks. Leaf Blade. Seizing the moment of surprise from the spectators, Ash swiftly issued his next command. The target of Leaf Blade was the blue crocodile's water gun. Despite being evenly matched with Whirlpool, the evolved Turtwig's enhanced power would surely tip the scales. Indeed, as Ash had speculated, Leaf Blade effortlessly sliced through the blue crocodile's water gun, striking it hard. Subsequently, Pokemon's Whirlpool engulfed the blue crocodile. Fire Rock Mouse, go rescue the blue crocodile. Use Flamethrower. The opponent quickly reacted, as the Fire Rock Mouse's flamethrower collided with the Whirlpool, generating steam that allowed the blue crocodile to escape. After all, the water gun had diminished some of the power, so it was not surprising that the flames could counteract it. However, in their focus on rescuing the blue crocodile, they overlooked Pokémon, who was now free to act. Pokémon unleashed Bubble Beam. At that moment, the Fire Rock Mouse had just finished its flamethrower attack and had yet to readjust its stance. In an instant, Pokemon's Bubble Beam erupted, forcing the Fire Rock Mouse to retreat, emitting cries of distress. This tactic was also aimed at injuring the blue crocodile. Only by compelling the opponent to shift from offense to a defensive stance could they distract the Fire Rock Mouse from Turtwig. Consequently, the situation turned entirely in Ash's favor. Turtwig against the blue crocodile, Pokémon against the Fire Rock Mouse, a perfect elemental counter. Even if the opponent attempted to attack, the benefits of Rock Climb sufficiently neutralized the Fire Rock Mouse's flames. Fire Rock Mouse, use Flame Wheel on Turtwig. Perhaps realizing Ash's strategy, the unwilling opponent began to concentrate their efforts on Turtwig. Evidently, he deemed the success of his rock climbing merely a stroke of luck. Unwilling to resign himself to ongoing disadvantage, he pressed on. Go, Pachima. Use Bubble Beam to cover Turtwig. With a silent nod, Ash felt an immediate release of tension within him. No issue at all. Indeed, everything was under control. As Pachima's agile figure appeared before Turtwig, the expressions on Ibyu and Izaki's faces shifted dramatically. The azure glow of Bubble Beam dispersed all flames, sending the Fire Mouse Pokemon, which had been at the center of the fiery vortex, hurtling away. Rock Climb. Don't think that just because you've been sent flying, it's over. I won't let you escape so easily. At the moment when a multitude of rock pillars re-emerged, the Fire Mouse Pokemon crashed into one of the suddenly revealed columns, letting out a mournful cry as it became ensnared within it. Turtwig charged forward. We must rescue the Fire Mouse Pokemon quickly. Ibyu and Izaki, witnessing the sudden turn of events instigated by Ash, prepared to command their Blue Croc to attack Turtwig. Blue Croc, use Water Gun. Energy Ball. Without waiting for the Blue Croc's attack to land, Turtwig had already gathered a vibrant green sphere within its mouth while dashing and attacking. It deftly tilted its head, shattering the Water Gun assault in one swift motion. Shining, Ash shouted, and his partner, in perfect synchrony, relayed the final command to Pachima. Pachima, Whirlpool. Turtwig, Energy Ball. The Whirlpool enveloped both Blue Croc and the Fire Mouse Pokemon, while the incoming Energy Ball struck the vortex. As they were tossed about within the Whirlpool, the damage from the Energy Ball compounded their suffering, resulting in a torturous ordeal. Blue Croc, Fire Mouse Pokemon. Ibyu and Izaki could only watch helplessly as their Pokemon absorbed the combined damage of two powerful moves, unable to unleash any attacks while trapped in the Whirlpool. As the Whirlpool subsided, the Fire Mouse Pokemon and Blue Croc collapsed back to back, their eyes glazed over. Blue Croc, Fire Mouse Pokemon have lost their fighting ability. Turtwig, Pachima is victorious. Thus, the triumphant duo of Ash and Dawn emerged victorious. The outcome was clear, and the moment the two Pokemon fell, Brock raised his hand to announce the results of the match. The disparity was immense, whether in the trainer's experience or their familiarity with Pokemon and the adept application of skills. Moreover, it was perhaps the synergy between the trainers that stood out. Brock furrowed his brow, observing the jubilant Ash and Dawn celebrating with a high five, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Is this their first double battle? It appears as smooth as if they have practiced together countless times. It is truly a sight to behold. Brock nodded repeatedly, attributing their success to the duo's nightly reviews and the camaraderie they cultivated in their time together. Or perhaps, it was an innate understanding that would only grow more formidable with practice. The excitement of every trainer's battle was thoroughly captured on camera, naturally including the intricate details and pre-match gestures of Ash and Dawn. This elicited a radiant glow of hope on Yuka's previously despondent face, as she clutched the microphone with great satisfaction, feeling an unprecedented contentment with her production. It's rare to find such a talented duo that looks so well-matched. It seems this episode is destined to become a sensation. With the four of them shaking hands in mutual respect, this friendly match drew to a close. However, the two participants were unaware that this video would be replayed by countless viewers in the future, including Professor Oak and Aunt Keiko. Thus, this episode concluded. Thanking everyone for watching. By the way, if you enjoyed it, you can support Ash's participation in the League Tournament and Dawn's performance in the Grand Festival. As Yuka slowly bowed towards the camera, her companions effortlessly showcased the OK gesture. And with that, the show came to an end. Speaking of which, little sister perhaps noticing that Dawn's gaze remained fixed upon Ash, Yuka mysteriously patted her shoulder. Under the girl's puzzled stare, she crouched down, allowing her red locks to intertwine with Dawn's cerulean strands, creating an intimate atmosphere for whispered secrets. Is Ash truly your partner? Or, perhaps, is Ash your boyfriend? No, that's not it. The sudden turn of events brought a flush of color to Dawn's fair cheeks, as she waved her hands in a flustered attempt to defend the pure friendship she shared with Ash. Indeed, Yuka deliberately elongated her tone, covering her mouth with a knowing smile. You must seize the moment. Huh. With such an evident chemistry between the two, it was hard not to imagine them as a couple. After all, Ash and you truly do make a perfect match. Wait a minute. Under the girl's bashful gaze, Yuka waved her hand and, like a gust of wind, dashed away with her companions, leaving a bewildered Dawn in the breeze. As a few strands of her blue hair fluttered beneath her hat, she bit her lip, gazing at the boy who had assured her everything was fine. Now with a newfound perspective, Dawn must be quite smitten. Keep it up. I'll help you review every night. Are you encountering difficulties? I can cover for you. With her eyes wide open, she gently placed her fair hand over her left breast, quietly closing her eyes to savor the delightful sound of her hastening heartbeat. Thump, thump. How fast, truly how fast. Chapter 43. It's over, it's on fire. Boyfriend. Couple. These were the words that lingered on the girl's lips during the subsequent days of their journey. Each time Ash flashed his radiant smile, she found herself momentarily entranced. Yuka's earlier remarks echoed in her mind, filling her with a mix of confusion and shyness. Ash. What is up? One night, as the boy rested his head, preparing to retire for the night, he happened to overhear the girl's softly nuanced inquiry. He turned his head in bewilderment, curiously observing Dawn's hesitance. What is our relationship now? The moment the question escaped her lips, regret washed over her. Who would inquire so directly about their relationship? Was she merely stirring the pot? We're good friends. Ash blinked, his tone devoid of hesitation, and I believe Dawn and I are the best of friends, truly. Is that so? The girl shook her head, forcefully dismissing Yuka's words that echoed in her ears, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. She seemed to grasp the gravity of her question. If someone were to fall for Ash, how difficult it would be for them. She pressed her lips together, her long lashes casting shadows over her cerulean eyes, as if trying to engrave Ash's figure into her memory. I'm perhaps overthinking this. Have I become the protagonist of my own narrative? No, it shouldn't be termed as liking. She gently caressed her left breast, quietly feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat, swallowing back the words of denial that lingered on her lips. It shouldn't be, should it? During their evening stroll, they encountered a gentle older sister with long, dark green hair. Upon inquiry, they learned that this sister, named Yami, had come to the Baidai forest to gather honey in honor of her grandfather's wishes, seeking the grass that would evolve into a motham. Although they couldn't avoid Brock's dreadful flirting when bringing her back to the camp, the presence of a mischievous Froakie made it entirely manageable. As their journey continued, they unveiled the secret of the queen bee and fulfilled her wish. With each passing day, they finally located the exit of Baidai Forest through their collective efforts. Indeed, as I had surmised, Ash's navigational ineptitude could not possibly be transmitted to me. Dawn gazed at the long-awaited city, inhaling deeply. The scent of the urban landscape was undeniably comforting. And you dare to criticize me? Were it not for Heracross's harmonious rapport with those little bug types, which led him to disclose the direction of the exit, you would likely still be slumbering amongst a swarm of combi. Ash retorted, momentarily speechless, surprised that Heracross's talents could be applied in this context. Indeed, the Bug King, is formidable. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Dawn urged Ash forward, pushing him gently towards the town. After a couple of days plagued by relentless pursuits from Combi and the antics of a wild grass type, a restful stay at the Pokemon Center was imperative. Hey, let us not change the subject. Amidst their playful banter, the group finally set foot in the new town, ready to take a respite. After handing over all their Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, Ash paused momentarily before striding towards the telephone. His fingers hesitated briefly, then began to tap rhythmically on the buttons, awaiting a response from the other end. "Oh, Ash, it's been quite some time." "Yes, Professor Oak has been in splendid health lately," Ash replied with a smile, discussing the well-being and training of his companions. "Your Pokemon have been putting forth tremendous effort," Professor Oak remarked, glancing out the window. "So there's no need for concern. They will surely be the first to rush to your aid when required." "Ahaha, I am always being looked after by everyone," Ash chuckled shyly. "I will adjust my roster soon so that they can accompany me on my journey for a while." "That would indeed be ideal," Professor Oak responded with satisfaction. "Oh, by the way, I've heard from several friends in Pallet Town that you've recently appeared on television." "What?" Ash scratched his cheek. "But I've been on television multiple times before." "Indeed, that is true," Professor Oak laughed. After reminiscing for a while longer, Ash waved goodbye to Professor Oak, disconnecting the call, and dialed another familiar number. On the other end, a girl spoke. "All right, no problem. Shall I hang up now?" "Wait, have you done anything noteworthy recently?" Keiko asked, a teasing smile gracing her lips as her eyes glinted mischievously at Dawn. "Huh, other than receiving a ribbon, not much else." "Think carefully." Was there something else?" The girl tilted her head in confusion, beginning to ruminate. It was likely that her mother's awareness of her activities stemmed from television programs, such as the Grand Festival. The only other possibility was participating in a program. What could she have done? Filming a show? No way. Could it really be that coincidental? Keiko observed as Dawn's expression transitioned from confusion to astonishment. The girl's fair cheeks flushed a faint pink as she chuckled softly, continuing to tease. "You and Ash's program is gaining immense popularity. I've received numerous calls saying my daughter has appeared on television and in magazines. So, that night you brought him home. Could it be that?" No, absolutely not." "Oh my, such a dramatic reaction," Keiko quipped. "As they say, your mother always knows your secrets." With just a few words, Keiko had stirred up a tempest of emotions within Dawn. "However, your synergy is indeed remarkable. You coordinated splendidly during your first double battle. My daughter has truly become a sensation lately. It brings me great joy." "Mom, please stop." Dawn's face was flushed with embarrassment. Having assumed that nobody would watch such programs, why have I suddenly become so popular? It's mortifying. I can't even face Kinyu or my childhood classmates. It's utterly humiliating. Dawn muttered softly, contemplating relocating to another region. Perhaps the Hoenn region would be delightful, and there were grand festivals to consider. Hey. Don't make such decisions on your own," Keiko said, exasperated by Dawn's impractical thoughts. "You performed admirably, and your synergy with Pachima was something I hadn't anticipated. You've made significant progress." Keiko paused, realizing their conversation had lingered too long. It was time to prepare dinner. "All right, let us end it here. Stay safe, Dawn." Keiko advised her daughter on safety matters, then shifted the topic. "Actually, I quite like that Ash boy. Do your best." Before Dawn could fully process this, the call was abruptly ended, leaving her momentarily speechless, blinking in bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. "I say, Dawn, what are you muttering about?" Ash had also concluded his reassuring call to his mother. Although he could not comprehend her words, he understood the importance of not disappointing the girl. After all, he had merely engaged in a double battle with Dawn, and she appeared quite satisfied. He had not let her down. Yet he hung up, puzzled as to why he could not grasp the underlying meaning of his mother's words. "Dawn," just as she called out Ash's name. She was interrupted by Brock's exclamation. "Hey, this city is hosting a costume contest, and the champion receives a Pokemon egg." Brock pointed at the television screen displaying the announcement, reminding Ash that it was, quite coincidentally, a program hosted by Sinnoh now. Ash strolled over to Brock. "Is this program really that popular?" "Absolutely. Sinnoh now is a classic." A little girl turned to explain, but upon seeing Ash's face, she froze. Are you Ashcoin?" Realizing something, she turned her gaze to the blue-haired girl behind him. "Ah, and there's Don-ichan. You two are the beloved double battle duo from the last episode. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Please, may I have your autograph?" In the midst of Ash and Dawn's stunned expressions, a crowd quickly encircled them. All they could think was, "Oh no, we've become famous." Run. Chapter 44, The Pokemon Costume Contest. This is indeed a bit too enthusiastic. The trio finally managed to extricate themselves from the throng, astonished at how wildly popular the show had made them. It seemed wise to keep a low profile for the time being. Brock wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing that following these two would mean he too would be chased by fans, it was quite exhausting. Are we still going to the costume contest? Ash gazed at the venue bustling with excitement. The event sounded rather intriguing, especially with the reward of a rare Pokémon egg. Not to try would be a shame. Let us go. Dawn's eyes sparkled at the thought of the Pokémon egg on the television screen. She had never witnessed a Pokémon hatching before. After registering, the three friends surveyed their Pokémon, puzzled about how to participate in this costume contest. I don't mind either way, Ash shrugged, then patted Pikachu's head. I remember you should be able to handle this. Pika? Pikachu looked at Ash in surprise, not realizing that his hidden talent had been discovered. Pika Pika. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Pikachu struck various poses. The resemblance to his well-known counterparts was uncanny. It was hilarious, after all. Why else was he called the Shadow Emperor? That is amazing. Observing Brock painting his Frogadier to resemble a Gyarados and Pikachu showcasing his transformation skills, Dawn found herself in a quandary. After pondering for a few moments, she glanced at Pachima, making a quiet resolution. Pachima, you look great. It suits you perfectly. As Bujamin gazed into the mirror adorned with the forcibly fitted horned insect headpiece, it swayed from side to side before confidently placing its hands on its hips. Bujiaja mused. Ah, I still look quite dashing. Pikachu retorted, what a shameless display. Just as the trio had witnessed in the promotional broadcast on the television. The event was hosted by the three illustrious guests of the grand contest, with the commentary from Sinnoh Now providing a live broadcast for the audience. Well, it was sponsored by Sinnoh Now, but it was particularly amusing that the host was none other than Sister Yuka, accompanied by her two rather peculiar colleagues, which led to a rather bizarre atmosphere at the venue. For instance, a scene they witnessed backstage was quite the spectacle. Yuka, microphone in hand, was interviewing trainers and Pokémon, only to be inadvertently struck on the back of the head by her colleague's microphone, prompting her to shout back in anger. To her surprise, she realized they were live streaming, and she was inadvertently scolding on camera. Nevertheless, one might as well take it lightly. This added a significant amount of amusement to the performance event, with the audience finding Yuka's mortification quite entertaining, which in turn enlivened the atmosphere. Thus, the event progressed smoothly, gradually reaching its zenith under Yuka's narration. Other familiar figures soon captured Ash's attention, notably a Meowth dressed as a Mew and a cowgirl with flowing red hair. Why did I never notice this before? Ash lamented, tapping his forehead in exasperation. The ability to stand upright and mimic the calls of all Pokémon seemed unique to that particular Meowth. Of course, the audience remained blissfully unaware, simply marveling at the wonders of nature. After all, if a Caterpie could evolve into a Rayquaza, who could doubt the miracles of the natural world? No, indeed. For a Caterpie ultimately transforms into a magnificent butterfly, soaring into the skies. Surely, nature's wonders are boundless. When Dawn's horned insect made its debut, it indeed elicited cheers from the audience. However, due to Bujamin's excessive excitement, it unleashed a bubble beam on stage, thereby violating the rules of the performance event and leading to its disqualification. Although they lost one member from their trio, Ash and Brock managed to advance to the finals, still harboring hopes of winning a Pokémon egg. Yet, the finals proved to be rather chaotic. The final stage was rather simplistic, requiring the Pokémon to maintain their imitations for the judges to evaluate, with the most impressive performance securing victory. It was, indeed, rather lacking in substance. After all, mere imitation could lead to a degree of aesthetic fatigue. Thus, the exquisite melodies of the note bird provided it with a distinct advantage, as songs could be continually varied, while imitations had to remain static. As expected, the antics of Musashi and Meowth were less than subtle, seizing the audience's attention with Kojiro's sudden display. They stealthily absconded with the Pokémon egg positioned at the center of the stage. The audience, the judges, and even the past Ash, who was now somewhat wiser after traveling with Team Rocket, were oblivious to their machinations. Ash had anticipated their moves, having discerned their strategies. Thus, from the very start of the finals, he was ready to thwart Team Rocket's scheme. Tail Whip, concentrate your attack. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to catch the egg. With resolve, Ash hurled the Pokeball containing his Tail Whip Pokemon at the sneaky Meowth. As the ball opened before Meowth, the Tail Whip Pokemon wore a mocking expression directed at the startled Meowth, delivering a concentrated blow to its head, causing it to relinquish its hold on the Pokemon egg. Why does that brat recognize us? Meowth pondered, perplexed as it was hurled away, unable to fathom why Ash had become so astute when he had once been so naive. Why bother with such thoughts? Musashi and Kojiro, now desensitized, prepared to deliver their lines. What an annoying feeling. With the farce concluded, the finals resumed. The note bird's ever-changing song and its impeccable imitation of various Pokémon sounds astounded everyone, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the imitation contest. Even Dawn in the audience believed victory might belong to the note bird, yet a subtle smirk crept onto the lips of the mischievous frog. I say, don't exert yourself too much, the championship might. Brock chuckled helplessly, but before he could finish, the judges announced their verdict. The champion is the mischievous frog and contestant Brock. Brock was left questioning reality, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. The rationale given during the awards ceremony was that despite the chaos, the mischievous frog remained committed to portraying its character, a spirit worth commending. Well, the process may not hold significance, but a favorable outcome is all that matters. Ultimately, amidst the commotion, the pink egg belonged to Brock, an exceedingly rare item that left Dawn envious, causing her to gaze longingly at the egg even upon returning to the Pokémon Center. What kind of Pokémon will hatch from it? Dawn, filled with excitement, watched Brock and Ash. Thrilled at the prospect of a trainer's first attempt to hatch a Pokémon from an egg, a truly joyous endeavor. We still don't know. Brock gently wiped the surface of the eggshell, responding to Dawn's curiosity. Pokémon eggs come in various forms, and merely based on color, there are countless species with similar patterns. Thus, we cannot ascertain what lies within until the very moment of hatching. The wait is so long. Yet, the process of awaiting a Pokémon's hatching is enjoyable. Is it not? Chapter 45, A Day of Fishing. Oh, how unfortunate. All right, you've been lamenting for quite some time now. Ash sighed, glancing over at Dawn as they walked side by side. It's just a Pokémon egg. You've been complaining all morning. Ash doesn't understand at all. How could I not understand? Dawn is simply disappointed about not obtaining the Pokémon egg, right? There will surely be more opportunities in the future. Phew, yes, that's right. Hearing Ash not bring her down, but instead offer comfort, she nodded with a smile. In that case, how about we go fishing to relax? Ash suggested cheerfully, giving Dawn's shoulder a reassuring pat. Conveniently, there was a renowned fishing lake nearby, where many had encountered formidable Pokémon, presenting an excellent opportunity to bolster their team. Fishing? This will be my first time. Dawn blinked in surprise. No worries, there's always a first time, and Brock and I haven't fished much either. Ash chuckled, recalling how he once intended to catch a few fish in the wild area, but had run out of Pokeballs before even reaching the lake. Hey Brock, what are you laughing at? Ash glared at the chuckling Brock, certain that he too was recalling their escapades in the wild area. For after traveling together for so long, their rapport was undeniable. I did manage to catch all 30 of my Pokeballs. All right. Well, that's true. As the trio reminisced about their past travels through Kanto, they unwittingly approached the shores of the 100 Generations Lake. After renting fishing rods and bait, they stood quietly by the lake, fishing. Nothing. Dawn lamented as she reeled in her line, letting out a long sigh of defeat. She had felt considerable weight on the line, only to find nothing upon pulling it up, wasting precious bait in the process. Dawn, if this continues, we'll run out of bait. Ash shook the basket containing their dwindling bait. They had scarcely caught a few fish. But it's so difficult. Dawn frowned at the remnants of bait on her line, lamenting how powerful and quick the fish were, making it impossible to reel them in. She shook her head and turned her gaze toward the few blissfully swimming fish within the boy's basket. Why is it that Ash is able to catch them? Although the basket is filled with kinglers, at least he has managed to catch something. Meanwhile, she has not caught a single one. Her line remains empty, either devoid of fish or simply unresponsive. Because I possess this, Ash said slowly, retracting the fishing line and lifting up the charm that hung from its tip, presenting it to both of their eyes. The exquisite charm sparkled under the sun, revealing a particularly translucent hue, its adorable appearance reminiscent of Misty's own charm. I didn't expect you still had that, Brock remarked with a nostalgic smile, realizing how much time had passed since their journey through Kanto, marveling at how many places he had traveled alongside this boy. Of course, as good friends, one must carry such tokens. Ash wiped the water off the charm and chuckled softly, his amber eyes reflecting a spectrum of memories. Hey, let me see. The girl's eyes glimmered slightly as she fluttered her big eyes, eager to take the charm from Ash's hand. No way. Behave, let me see. I already told you it's not happening. In the midst of their playful quarrel, the fishing rod that Koharu had set up began to tremble slightly, and as time passed, the shaking grew more vigorous. Such a captivating occurrence compelled them to momentarily cease their banter and prepare to reel in the line. It's so heavy. Koharu's face flushed as she gripped the fishing rod. The creature in the water was far too powerful, threatening to drag her down instead. Ash, Brock, help. Witnessing Koharu's precarious situation, the two rushed forward, gripping the end of the fishing rod tightly and pulling upwards. After several minutes of concerted effort, the formidable Pokémon from the depths of the lake was finally brought to the surface. Its body was a striking blend of orange and white, adorned with yellow air sacs on its shoulders, exuding an air of pride and vigor. Ash's pupils dilated as he recognized the familiar sea weasel, an unusual gleam sparking in his eyes. It can't be, this is my former partner. It's a Bizel, Koharu exclaimed, pulling out her Pokédex to check the information on the sea weasel. The powerful Pokémon that had been discussed on their journey must indeed be this one. Hey, the Bizel challengingly beckoned to the trio, signaling its desire to battle them. It looks quite formidable, Brock noted with a serious expression. This Bizel, with its coat and demeanor, was among the elite of wild Pokémon, likely nearing the stage of evolution. All right, then I'll capture you, Bizel. Koharu, filled with determination, promptly tossed a Pokeball, preparing to command her Pachima to initiate the attack. Wait, Pachima, use Bubble. Forget it. Just as Ash intended to caution her about the formidable nature of the Bizel, he hesitated. Since Koharu had already commenced the battle, it would be best to let her take the lead for now. It was merely unfortunate for Pachima, who might face a harsh beating. The battle unfolded tragically. Pachima had yet to reach the threshold of evolution, and despite having once resisted evolving, it was an occurrence that only transpired midway through their travels. Meanwhile, this Bizel possessed nearly maxed out battle experience, although it had yet to evolve. It was already more powerful than most Bizel. As expected, Pachima was utterly overwhelmed, even though Koharu's quick reflexes allowed it to land a peck on its opponent. The Bizel merely brushed off the injury and retaliated with a water gun that sent Pachima flying. Pachima, Koharu watched in distress as her Pokémon was mercilessly battered, ultimately having no choice but to recall it. So strong. She shot a glance at Ash, realizing that her capabilities were insufficient to tame this Bizel, leaving only Ash capable of defeating it. Noticing Koharu's gaze, Ash gently nodded, then patted Pikachu on the head. Pikachu, it's your turn. Pika, you want me to battle? Don't give me that look. It's not like I've been neglecting you lately. Ash chuckled bitterly, knowing that such a powerful opponent would likely leave Pikachu unsatisfied unless it was defeated. Pika. Pikachu nodded, its eyes glistening with tears. It had begun to wonder if Ash no longer cared for it, feeling stifled by the lack of real battles amidst all the training. As the Bizel unleashed a water gun upon seeing Pikachu, Ash mused, "You seem a bit too excited." He rubbed 2 fingers against the metallic surface of the Pokeball, reminiscing about the power of Pikachu's recent skill while turning to his trusty partner perched on his shoulder. Pika, Pika. He couldn't help but temper Pikachu's eagerness. Maybe it is a bit excessive. The water gun was completely dispersed by Pikachu's Volt Tackle, and the subsequent Thunderbolt mercilessly dispatched the Bizel. The battle strategy was less about technique and more about a crushing advantage in types and levels. Had it not been for the Bizel's strong will, coupled with Ash's intervention, it might have resorted to using Iron Tail in retaliation. But in the end, this proved beneficial. The Bizel was thoroughly impressed by Pikachu's prowess. Having lived by the lake for so long, it was accustomed to asserting dominance over others' territories. Yet today, it was humbled by an electric mouse. Thus, it shed its prior haughty demeanor and silently vowed to strive for improvement, successfully becoming Ash's partner. From a training perspective, this was the most reasonable outcome. Brock smiled, tilting his head as he observed Ash's somewhat reproachful gaze directed at Pikachu, noting Ash's training methods. When the power of a move is insufficient, intensify the training. If a move's duration is lacking, focus on endurance. Koharu seamlessly picked up Brock's thread of thought, insisting on executing another round of Thunderbolt until completion. Pikachu, Pika, Pika, Pika. Absolutely right. This rather rigorous training technique naturally yielded rapid improvement. Well, thank you. I have temporarily grasped Heracross's condition. Not at all. Oh, by the way, about Ash's Bizel. All right, I understand. Watching Professor Oak's eyes gleaming with excitement, Ash scratched the back of his head, flashing a toothy grin. If the opportunity arises, I will send it back to you. Please don't look at me like that. Ha! Ash smirked, hanging up the phone before Professor Oak could finish his laughter. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, slowly removing his cap and gloves, casually hanging them on the hook of the lounge door. What are you all watching? Noticing his friends engrossed in the television, Ash quietly approached Koharu's side, crossing his arms and inquiring. Oh, you're back. The girl turned to face him. We're watching Mr. Wusong's match against this year's league champion. She pointed to the television, where the battle between Kirinriki and Scyther was unfolding. At this moment, the league champion had already lost 3 Pokemon, with Scyther being his last hope. Meanwhile, Mr. Wusong had all 3 Pokemon intact, without even revealing his remaining 2. This made the match feel particularly one-sided. Koharu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the challenger being so thoroughly outmatched, her heart racing for the young boy who struggled against Mr. Wusong. The live broadcast was already tense, especially since the champion had just lost another Pokémon to Mr. Wusong. 3 of his Pokémon had already succumbed, and even at that moment, the majestic Kirin had managed to dominate the Scyther with ease. Should he face defeat, the media and audience might cast a shadow of doubt upon his prowess as champion. This intangible pressure transformed into beads of cold sweat upon the competitor's brow. He wiped his forehead and shook his head, issuing a command to the Scyther to launch an attack. Finished. Huh. The boy's instinctive murmur inadvertently reached the ears of the girl beside him. This prompted Xiaoguang to curiously turn her head, tilting it in inquiry towards Ash. You remember the analysis I mentioned a few nights ago, right? Yes. The trainer holds the dominant position in battles. Indeed, however. Ash nodded gently, extending his index finger to tap the large screen, where Kirin's condition appeared nearly flawless, possessing countless evasive maneuvers. The Scyther, on the other hand, was already panting heavily. To attempt another attack would be perilous. If it missed, the mindset of both trainer and Pokémon would undoubtedly be affected. The girl seemed to grasp the situation, her eyes blinking as she silently observed Kirin effortlessly evade the Scyther's assault. Subsequently, Wusong nonchalantly commanded Kirin to execute its final counterattack, flawlessly defeating the Scyther. Faced with the loss of 3 Pokémon and having his ultimate move evaded yet again, the impact on Ash's mindset was far from trivial. He lowered his gaze, plagued by doubt regarding his directives. In moments of profound connection with their Pokémon, a trainer's loss of composure could leave their Pokémon vulnerable and bereft of counteroffensive opportunities. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of experience. To be blunt, it was simply a matter of insufficient encounters with skilled opponents, leaving him at a loss on how to maintain his composure in adversity. Once impatience set in, he would unwittingly fall into Wusong's trap. And if it were Ash? Huh. The boy blinked, looking aimlessly towards Xiaoguang, who wore an expectant expression. He knew what she was about to ask, how he would fare against Wusong, or perhaps the likelihood of his victory. Ahem. Yet, should he speak candidly? He felt the cold sweat trickling down, his throat constricted as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Uncertain of which words to articulate first. Well then, a battle will reveal all, won't it? Huh. At that moment, the voice that alleviated Ash's awkwardness astonished Xiaoguang, widening her eyes, and elicited a look of profound shock from Xiaojing. They turned to compare the figure before them with the protagonist on the screen, ultimately reaching a conclusion, struck by fortune. No, rather, struck by misfortune. The discussion of battles had unexpectedly turned personal. Surely, the other party must have heard everything. May I ask your name? My name is Ash, from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. Your initial partner is Pikachu, correct? Wusong, intrigued, gently ruffled the fur atop Pikachu's head resting on Ash's shoulder, slowly lowering his gaze as if to imprint Ash's features into his memory. You possess remarkable insight and nurturing ability. Let me reiterate, would you mind engaging in a Pokémon battle with me? Since you propose it, I have no reason to decline. Wusong had envisioned numerous scenarios, ranging from the boy's astonishment to his bewilderment, perhaps even a display of fear or a brazen declaration of intent to defeat him. He had encountered many trainers of such ilk. Yet, when Ash met his gaze with calm determination, Wusong sensed something amiss. Not only was the boy exuding an air of composure and confidence, but there was also an immensely powerful aura emanating from him. The last time he had felt such an unsettling presence was when he encountered her. An intriguing youth. I look forward to our encounter. Pika Pika. Then, your opponent shall be this. On the battlefield at the Pokémon Center's perimeter, Wusong gently tossed a poke ball into the air. Let us begin, Bronzer. Ash instinctively pressed his lips together, slowly surveying Xiaoguang and Xiaojing, who cheered for him, and then clenched his fists in resolve. This day has long been anticipated. He thought to himself. Soon, he would ascertain whether he had indeed progressed since his rebirth or grown stronger. Pikachu. Pika Pika. With newfound determination, he adjusted the brim of his cap, releasing his tightly clenched fingers to summon forth his most cherished partner onto the battlefield. They instinctively aligned their stances, maintaining shoulder-width apart, and fixed their gaze upon this formidable adversary. Chapter 47. The Contest of Masters. Initiative. Wusong adjusted his glasses and lifted his palm towards the boy before him, his demeanor imbued with elegance and courtesy. Since he wished to gauge his opponent's strength, allowing Ash to strike first was a judicious choice. Yet, when the boy nodded in understanding and issued his first command with a wave of his hand, Wusong realized the magnitude of his miscalculation. Pikachu, quick attack. Boom. In an instant, a yellow blur collided head-on with Bronzer's substantial frame, accompanied by the resonant chime of the pendulum. Bronzer's body was involuntarily jostled multiple times by Pikachu's overwhelming force. Such astonishing speed. Wusong's initial probing gaze was swiftly replaced by a frown, the sound of the impact reverberating in his mind as if it were a clarion call to the opponent's momentum. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a swift adversary. Indeed, the statements made at the Pokémon Center were no mere coincidence. He had not misjudged his opponent. Nodding, Wusong regained the unwavering confidence he had displayed on television when facing challengers. He believed that even against a speedster, Bronzer could turn the tide. Just you wait. Euro Ball. Charge forward with Iron Tail. As the command for Euro Ball was issued, Pikachu swiftly leapt, utilizing gravity to execute a combination of Iron Tail and Quick Attack, all while Wusong's defensive orders remained unuttered. In that fleeting moment, the Iron Tail struck Bronzer, causing it to teeter once more while trying to regain its balance. The power of both Quick Attack and Iron Tail seemed to exceed Wusong's expectations. He never imagined that these attacks could prevent Bronzer from maintaining equilibrium. Quick reaction. Wusong hesitated, further convinced of his impending strategy, as he continued to command Bronzer, Euro Ball. Thunderbolt. The clash of these immensely powerful techniques generated a cloud of smoke, enveloping the chaotic scene in an impenetrable veil. Trick Room. Ash raised an eyebrow, quietly glancing sideways at the colorful aura that zipped past him, then returned his gaze to the battlefield with newfound clarity. He met Wusong's smirking expression. When facing a speed-type opponent, Trick Room was almost an insurmountable maneuver. It was a lesson imparted by an elusive rival during the top 16 battles. A lesson he had etched into his memory. This tactic was adept at testing a trainer's immediate response. The true challenge lay in enduring the turns dictated by Trick Room when lagging behind in speed. If one naively believed they could merely survive the 4 turns, they would undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat. Pika. As the square, multicolored cube encapsulated the battlefield, Pikachu curiously raised its head, surveying this unfamiliar technique with wonder. Trick Room? Xiaoguang gazed at the vibrant cube that had manifested on the field, perplexed. The skill in question allows one to exchange their speed with that of an opponent who is swifter than themselves. Xiaojang furrowed his brow. This was an exceedingly daunting counter-strategy against speed-oriented competitors. It seemed that Ash had yet to encounter such a scenario. With your speed advantage rendered ineffective, what will you do now? Wusong's calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to Xiaojang's tension as he nonchalantly spread his arms, as if welcoming the young lad into the realm of illusions. Well, there is nothing to be done, Ash shrugged. Wusong, observing Ash's unperturbed gaze, felt an unsettling sense of being scrutinized. However, he had little time to dwell on it. Since his opponent chose not to attack, he would sound the horn of retaliation. Bronzong, Euro Ball. The blue arc created by the Euro Ball traced a particularly fearsome trajectory. Propelled by the speed afforded by the illusionary realm, it swiftly approached Pikachu. Yet, Ash remained silent, fixated on the arc's edge. At the moment Pikachu was struck and sent flying by the edge of the Euro Ball, he uttered, Iron Tail. Harnessing the powerful momentum of the Euro Ball, Pikachu ascended to the uppermost tier of the illusionary realm. The relay of Iron Tail struck mercilessly against the vibrant wall, and as its force intensified, cracks began to appear in the dazzling illusionary space. Wusong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated such destruction to the illusionary realm. This child. As the sound of shattering glass echoed, colorful shards slowly glided through the air, reflecting resplendent hues under the sun. The boy's smile danced through the shards, invoking an elusive essence within the fragmented mirror. You are merely lucky. Wusong chuckled, his tone laced with exasperation. Should he commend your commendable skills or chide your stubbornness? Excessive modesty is not a virtue, you know. It's merely that I have encountered a similar situation before, for instance, in my previous life at the Lily of the Valley conference, or perhaps at the Kalos gym. However, you might have overlooked a crucial detail. Wusong shook his head, intrigued, raising his palm to point at the descending Pikachu. In that instant, a transformation occurred. Pikachu suddenly levitated in midair, ensnared by an enigmatic red beam that rendered it immobile. This sudden turn of events caused Xiaojang and Xiaoguang to exchange alarmed glances. It's telekinesis. Xiaojang's brow, once relaxed, knitted back into a frown. Battling against the Elite Four was akin to deciphering a complex puzzle. Having found the first key, it seemed he would need 6 or 7 more to unlock the door. Yet, have you perhaps overlooked something? Ash grinned slyly, gesturing towards Bronzong, a simple motion that left Wusong's expression frozen in surprise. Although Bronzong's eyes glowed with a purple light controlling Pikachu, Intermittent flashes of yellow arcs of electricity coursed through its body, distracting it. These arcs prevented it from fully focusing on restraining Pikachu. Now, it could only tenuously hold Pikachu aloft, unable to execute its next move. Your Pikachu will use electromagnetic wave. Back then, during Iron Tail, Wusong's realization dawned as memories of all the skills and collisions from the battle flooded his mind. Upon replaying the moment in his thoughts, he grasped that the instant Iron Tail struck Bronzong, even that fleeting moment was sufficient for a Pokémon of Pikachu's remarkable speed. Electromagnetic wave, truly impressive. As Wusong released a relieved smile, Ash's clear, confident voice resonated. Now, it was impossible for Bronzong to fully suppress Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. With a mere movement, Pikachu broke free from the grasp of telekinesis. A robust surge of golden electricity erupted from Pikachu's body, the terrifying Thunderbolt striking Bronzong with force, causing it to wail in distress. Such a fearsome display. The girl's eyes widened, once again captivated by the brilliance of the young boy's intellect and awareness. Through nightly reviews and training, she had recognized Ash's extraordinary comprehension and strategies. Yet she had never imagined that such formidable thoughts and awareness could provide an edge even against the Elite Four. How is he able to devise so many strategies in an instant? His mind operates at a faster pace. Xiaojing mused, resting his chin on his hand. Offering the most reasonable explanation, it was akin to two medical devices working simultaneously. One performs better and operates faster, thus healing Pokémon at an accelerated rate. His mind is akin to that, envisioning far more than an ordinary person, imagining each step in greater detail. But what if Mr. Wusong does not utilize the illusionary realm? Xiao Wang blinked, seeking a flaw in Ash's strategy. Without the illusionary realm, wouldn't all of Ash's devised strategies become moot? That would imply he has contemplated more than one approach. Observing the girl's pale expression and incredulous gaze, Xiaojing nodded, having recognized from the outset the nature of his opponent's skills and having formulated strategies for each. But why does he understand so well? Xiaojing sighed, shaking his head in bewilderment. I don't know either. Just reaching this point, his growth can only be described as meteoric. What could be the reason behind it? With that, Xiaojing contemplated the girl, who was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. After a moment, as if finding an answer, he nodded, sighed, and returned his gaze to the battlefield. Let us go. Volt tackle. Euro ball. At this moment, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. The golden arcs of electricity clashing evenly with the rotating Bronzong in midair. However, the intermittent flashes of electricity emanating from Bronzong made Wusong realize that they needed to conclude this quickly. Otherwise, Bronzong would continue to be overwhelmed by Pikachu's relentless assaults. It should be the final blow. Indeed, the two synchronized their thoughts, issuing commands to their Pokémon to end the battle. Electro Ball. Iron Tail. The silvery gleam of the Electro Ball, upon colliding with the Volt Tackle, was gradually pushed back. Pikachu's Volt Tackle and Iron Tail viciously cleaved through the Electro Ball, slicing through beam after beam of white light. As the Electro Ball was fully severed, Pikachu's Iron Tail struck firmly against Bronzong's forehead. The ruptured beams of light, exposed to the air, lost their cohesive form entirely, transforming into swirling smoke that enveloped both Pokémon, concealing the outcome. At this moment, every heart in the arena was racing. Everyone curious about who would emerge victorious from this intense and exhilarating confrontation. Chapter 48, Sold Out. The pervasive fog, accompanied by the boy's subtly glowing eyes, twisted into strands of silk that intertwined in the air thick with uncertainty. Ash, with a calm demeanor, pressed his lips together lightly, acknowledging Wusong's approving gaze while awaiting the match's conclusion. Pika Pika, thank you for your hard work. As the familiar, lively voice reached Ash's ears, he chuckled, releasing the tension in his shoulders that had been held tight from concentration. So it seems. Wusong comprehended, gradually directing his attention to the Bronzong, which stood motionless. At the moment of its appearance, he had assumed it was a tie, but now it was clear. Thud! The massive form collapsed with a resounding crash, the echo reverberating in the ears of all present. In this tranquil arena, the results of the match were declared. Indeed, Ash triumphed. It was not until that little yellow creature leaped into the boy's embrace, joining him in joyous celebration, that the girl blinked in a daze. Instinctively, she pinched her own delicate wrist, the sharp sting resonating in her mind. Ouch! Hey, stop pinching yourself, Brock exclaimed, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his voice, halting her futile attempts at verification. It's true, though it is quite astonishing. Nevertheless, they all gazed at the boy on the field, their faces aglow with celebration and surprise. Pika Pika. That was fantastic, truly impressive. Their customary revelry continued, yet Ash's composed words seemed to suggest he had merely won an inconsequential match, leaving the brilliance reflected in his clear eyes elusive and enigmatic. "Come back, Belle, you've worked hard." Wusong smiled gently as he retrieved the bell, deftly returning the pokeball to his belt while leisurely approaching the boy, undoubtedly deserving of praise. "How did I not notice your presence before? You've been in the league for less than 2 years, and to describe you as the best rookie is an understatement. Best of luck in this year's Sinnoh League." "Oh, thank you for the battle. I will strive to do my best," Ash replied, a smile gracing his lips as he discerned the deeper meaning behind Wusong's words. He refrained from excessive modesty, simply extending his hand to shake Wusong's. Encountering Wusong was merely a fleeting interlude. Challenging him was an unexpected delight. Defeating Wusong was just a sudden note that punctuated the otherwise tranquil melody of his journey. As calm returned, the rhythm of everyday life gradually filled the void left by this exhilarating experience. The trio continued their travels, forging friendships, training diligently, and steadily advancing towards their dreams. As for the reason behind his sudden growth, Ash merely smiled, offering no elaborate explanations. Neither Brock nor Dawn pressed him for further details. The sounds of laughter and playful banter echoed through the woods, continuously fortifying the bonds of friendship among the three. The scattered characters and syllables leapt joyfully. In a city nearby, a few syllables collided, intertwining to create a unique tapestry of sound. "Hello? Is that you? What's the matter?" Wusong responded to the inquiry from the other end of the line with a curious expression. He observed as the woman's demeanor shifted subtly, pondering for a long while. "Has a new ice cream shop opened in Baidu City?" Wusong nearly lost his composure. He tightened his grip on the phone, focusing once again on the exquisite face of the woman on the other end. Her golden hair cascaded smoothly down her shoulders, and the playful hint of mischief danced across her delicate cheeks from their earlier jest. Upon closer inspection, she appeared slightly bored, twirling a few strands of her hair with her free hand. "Were you doing that on purpose? Why not just tell me directly what you mean? You'll find it interesting, Cynthia. Aside from ice cream and holidays, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer." Cynthia cast a disinterested glance at him before checking the time on her watch. "Interrupting me on my day off over trivial matters. Humph. I discovered an intriguing young man." Wusong, disregarding Cynthia's following words, revealed his intention, recounting how he had witnessed her battle with last year's tournament champion, who had offered unexpectedly insightful commentary. It's not just about the Pokémon. He perceives the differences in mentality and decision-making between trainers." Cynthia raised an intrigued eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "So, I engaged him in a Pokémon battle. And the result? I lost." Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. "If he managed to defeat your Belle, then indeed, he conquered my Belle." The line fell silent for a moment. Seconds later, Cynthia's voice returned. "What's his name?" "Ash, from Pallet Town in the Kanto region." "Any distinguishing features?" "He wears a red cap and has a Pikachu perched on his shoulder." Amidst the discordant rustling and the sound of typing from the other end, Cynthia ultimately nodded. "I see. I will keep a close watch on him." With a crisp sound, Cynthia's visage vanished from his view, and the computer screen reverted to its original state, all seeming as if nothing had transpired. Despite Cynthia's calm reaction, Wusong sensed otherwise. More precisely, he had been observing Cynthia's eyes throughout the conversation, keen to note any shifts. The moment her pupils constricted and an incredulous expression crossed her face was unmistakably evident. It was a primal reaction that could not be concealed. "An exceptional boy, indeed. May you venture further. But don't blame me for revealing your identity so early. Perhaps in a few days, she would rush over to assess your prowess. Best of luck." Poor thing, not long ago, he had been exchanging pleasantries while battling with all his might, and now his identity was being casually divulged by another. Chapter 49, Baidu Gym. As with every morning, Ash awoke from the soft bed at the Pokémon Center in Baidu City, which they had only recently arrived at. He savored Brock's breakfast, and finally, after spending a few coins at the vending machine for some large bottles of milk, the day to challenge the gym had arrived. The boy yawned, biting down on the straw as he continued to drink from the bottle. The girl behind him, perhaps influenced by the boy, also let out a tremendous yawn, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Ash while finishing her sandwich. He offered an apologetic smile. Waking up so early and hurrying through breakfast, didn't he even give Dawn time to finish her meal before dragging her along? After their arrival in Baidu City the previous day, he had been eager to challenge the gym. However, on that very day, Baidu City had experienced a jewelry heist, forcing the gym leader, Kazu, to decline Ash's challenge in order to attend to the incident at the museum. Thankfully, once the situation was clarified, the jewels were returned. However, Ash was quite disheartened, as the battle he had been anticipating for so long was postponed for an entire day. Thus, it was only natural that he would rush to the gym early this morning. Huh, you're asking how the jewelry was found. Well, Team Rocket, what a surprise it is to see you again. Meow, how did you recognize us? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. It felt different this time. Having been reborn, Ash could now see through Team Rocket's disguises as easily as if he had activated a cheat mode. He recognized them instantly, not granting them a chance to cause trouble before sending them blasting off again. Thank you, Ash exclaimed, startled as he entered the gym through the automatic doors, nearly losing his grip on the milk in his hands. I'm here to challenge the gym. Yes. I've been ready for this. Noticing Ash's awkward tone, Kazu energetically stepped back several paces until he was firmly positioned in the designated area for gym trainers. He smiled at the referee and announced the rules for the gym challenge. Pika, hee. Pikachu, seated in the audience, wore an expression of utter disinterest. It incessantly pawed at the elegant hanfu that Xiao Guang had just adorned it with, as well as the cheerleading ball it clutched in its small hands. Experiencing a sensation of discomfort for the very first time. Not only did Xiaoji prevent it from taking the stage, but Xiao Guang also insisted it wear this cumbersome attire, truly a source of torment. Nevertheless, Bojiajia no? Bojiman looks exceedingly adorable dressed this way. As it gazed upon Bojiman in a cheerleader's skirt, an inexplicable acceptance began to blossom within. In response, Bojiman bared its teeth in indignation, and the two good brothers nearly engaged in a scuffle. All right, do try to soften that expression. Xiao Guang adjusted the pink uniform adorning her own form, and with a deep breath, sprang into action with exuberance. Go, Sato sure. Fight, Sato sure. The vibrant pink figure waved energetically. Resembling a flickering light that glimmered in the youth's eyes, Xiaoji smiled softly, lowering his head as he weighed the pokeball in his hand. Sakura treasure, I'm counting on you. Kadora, you are the chosen one. Saizhong folded her arms, contemplating whether to select a steel-type Pokemon or to rely on Kadora's strength for victory. Let us see if your power can land a blow on Sakura treasure. Sakura treasure, collide. As Saizhong's command echoed, Sakura treasure surged towards Kadora with astonishing speed. The whirlwind it created elicited a gasp of surprise from Xiao Guang. Wow, that's incredibly fast. Xiao Jiang furrowed his brow, glancing at the blazing sun above the open arena. With such sunlight, the speed will only increase. Given that Kadora was not inherently swift, it would be utterly overwhelmed by Sakura treasure's velocity. Before the spectators could finish their discussions, Sakura treasure had already made contact with Kadora. Despite its petite stature, the impact was considerable, causing Kadora to stumble back several paces. Yet, Xiaoji remained composed, his expression unchanged, quietly awaiting the next move. Still no retaliation? After a few more relentless assaults, even Kadora's defenses won't hold up. Saizhong observed Xiaoji's unyielding demeanor and continued to issue commands. Sakura treasure, unleash solar flare. With the sun shining brightly, the solar flare was instantly launched. Sakura treasure's proximity to Kadora significantly increased the likelihood of a successful hit. This was precisely Saizhong's strategy, to ensure the powerful solar flare would deliver maximum damage by closing the distance to Kadora. Block it. A fluorescent barrier materialized, completely neutralizing the solar flare's attack. As the blinding light dissipated, Kadora stood firmly, unscathed. Capture it. Rock Tomb. Dodge. Don't let it escape. Behind you. In an instant, Sakura treasure's afterimage vanished. Miraculously, as the boy had envisioned, its true form appeared behind Kadora. The rock tomb effectively ensnared it, rendering its speed ineffective. What a stroke of luck, Saizhong mused, bewildered. It's merely fortuitous, Xiaoji replied with a smile and a shrug. In countless battles, opponents often favored attacking from behind or beneath. Since the adversary hadn't burrowed underground, hiding behind Kadora was a plausible maneuver. Of course, this was merely speculation. He hadn't anticipated it would indeed unfold this way. Luck could certainly be deemed a facet of skill. As Xiaoji called for a tackle attack, Sakura treasure, now confined, could do naught but watch as Kadora's massive form charged toward it, sending it flying far away. Finish it. Metal Claw. Adjust your position and use Leaf Blade. As Saizhong issued her commands, she cast a fleeting glance at the boy across the arena. He remained silent, merely raising his hands to cover his ears. The shrill metallic sound erupted, causing all present to instinctively clutch their heads in agony. The piercing noise of scraping metal was enough to send shivers down one's spine, especially for Sakura treasure, which had already collapsed to the ground, rolling in distress and unable to execute Leaf Blade. Finish it. With a flawless strike of Metal Claw, Sakura treasure succumbed under the unbearable cacophony, losing its ability to battle. Sakura treasure is unable to continue. Kadora wins. Chapter 50, a fleeting new skill? Sakura Treasure is unable to continue. Kadora wins. You've done well, return. Just as the boy prepared to recall the victorious Kadora, he heard the referee's pronounced voice, slightly overshadowed by the sound of several skirmishes, leading him to gradually lower the Pokeball in his hand. In its stead, he fished out his Pokédex from his pocket, aiming it at Kadora, sensing a hint of evolution. He shook his head. The vividly colored images reflected in his amber eyes eased the slight furrow in his brow. After retracting the Pokédex, he arrived at his own conclusion. I must continue to strive in the next match. Saizhong, having retrieved her second Pokeball, observed the boy's unexpected behavior with curiosity, her hands clasped together. Did the Pokédex provide you with new insights? Indeed. The other's inscrutable smile left Saizhong feeling somewhat unsettled as she attempted to decipher Xiaoji's thoughts, having already regrettably lost the first match. Now she found herself unable to fathom the mind of this young boy. Saizhong shook her head in frustration, casting her second Pokeball. Grass Turtle, let us go. Yep. It was indeed this fellow. The glimmer of combativeness in its eyes, paired with the restless, stomping legs, unmistakably showcased the distinctive spirit of Saizhong's Grass Turtle. With a mind filled with inscrutable intentions, Saizhong wasted no time in issuing her first command. Leaf Blade. Numerous elegant green leaves surged from Grass Turtle's back towards Kadora, prompting Xiaoji to nod slightly as he intently observed the intervals between each leaf blade. As the youth's amber gaze followed the impressive speed of the leaf blades, he noted the inherent disadvantage of Kadora's size, which was now being relentlessly exploited. The sound of metal scraping and the slicing wind of leaf blade resonated in his ears. My impression of it remains solely its terrifying speed. In this regard, it's not just a close-range advantage. Its ranged moves are equally impressive. Xiaoji gradually clarified his thoughts. He fixed his gaze on the leaf blades, seeking to decipher the opponent's tactics. And this Grass Turtle was undoubtedly the epitome of speed. Regardless of the frequency of its leaf blade or its running speed, it was an exceptional entity. Bang, bang, bang. As the leaves relentlessly pushed back Kadora's massive form, the small green figure in the distance began to quiver. In mere moments, it transformed into a green aura, crashing into the retreating Kadora's back before vanishing once more. How about that? This child's speed rivals that of Sakura Treasure, though previously caught off guard, this time faced with a swifter opponent. Saizhong's words were cut short by a response from the opposite side. Xiaoji's voice, typically radiating sunshine and cheer, now carried an inexplicable indifference that began to creep into Saizhong's heart, unsettling her. Faced with an accelerated pace, Miss Kaizhong's margin for error has indeed increased. As long as we fail to control the Turtwig, we shall be continuously drained by its remarkable speed. Power without precision is the lesson you wish to impart to me. With 3 fingers gripping the brim of his hat, Ash drew it downwards, shrouding his face in its shadow. Then, under the gaze of surprised onlookers, he wielded his other hand, Iron Head, attempting to unleash a combination of metallic sounds. At the very moment Ash issued the command, Kaizhong's mind conjured the image of Sceptile's previous defeat. The jarring, strident metallic sound is indeed a clever means to impede speed. Thus, when Cordelia twisted its body, Kaizhong instinctively refocused on the metallic sound technique. She was convinced that the boy would call out for it at an unanticipated moment. If Turtwig were to be struck by Cordelia's first hit, the momentum would shift to the opponent. The boy, seizing the advantage, never hesitated, decisively locking in his victory. But let us not forget, I too can thwart your metallic sound. As long as my speed is sufficient, Cordelia's skill usage will invariably lag behind mine. Kaizhong murmured softly, then raised her voice. Turtwig, use Grass Knot. As several strands of grass intertwined on the flat lawn, her anxious heart began to ease. It's fine now. Even if the opponent employs metallic sound to hinder their speed, this grass knot will surely obstruct Cordelia's Iron Head. Thus, the rhythm shall not be commandeered by the Cordelia shimmering with a silvery aura. But can Cordelia maintain that silvery sheen? Indeed, while Turtwig can only produce a green glow. Why does Cordelia? It was not until Cordelia's form vanished that Kaizhong widened her eyes in surprise. She began to mentally catalog the opponent's potential moves. But, how could this be? As Cordelia effortlessly dashed through the grass knot, Kaizhong's thoughts were thrown into disarray. She stared in disbelief as Cordelia's formidable iron head struck Turtwig, leaving it dazed. Why did the grass knot fail to inflict damage on Cordelia? Shouldn't heavier Pokemon be affected? Musing over this, she seemed to suddenly recall something, her pupils constricting. For the boy's gentle smile and nod confirmed her suspicions. You consulted the Pokédex not to check if Cordelia had evolved, but to see its newly acquired move? A newly learned move? The girl in the stands nervously clutching her Pokeball, tilted her head. Yet, even a newly learned move should be a common occurrence, shouldn't it? Water Gun evolving into Hydro Pump. Ember into Flamethrower. Such are the powers gained through growth. But what if it's a functional move? Brock, with a smile playing on his lips, explained that it could also reduce the damage from grass, not while significantly enhancing speed. Weight reduction. Kai Zhong and Brock simultaneously exclaimed the name of the move that had turned the tide in that moment, revealing the answer to Turtwig's current plight as it was struck once more by Cordelia's Iron Head. If it had indeed learned that move, suspicions should have arisen earlier. How careless, truly careless. Kai Zhong chuckled ruefully, brushing her forehead. After all, that fleeting metallic sheen could easily be mistaken for the glow of evolution. Now, her strategy of using Leech Seed was rendered useless. With Cordelia having employed weight reduction, their speeds had equalized. The once proud advantage of speed had dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, following the boy's final command, Turtwig's remaining strength was swiftly drained. Rock Slide, followed by a final Iron Claw. The boy not only utilized the dizziness from Iron Head to immobilize Turtwig with Rock Slide, but also delivered a despairing blow with Iron Claw. As the rocks shattered and soared into the air, Turtwig's desperate cries were silenced within the debris. Turtwig is unable to continue the battle. Cordelia is victorious. Chapter 51. The Fusion of Splendor and Combat. How swift. It was indeed an offensive reliant on speed, rendering stamina relatively weaker. Compared to Xiao Wang, who joyfully celebrated hand-in-hand with Pachima, Brock maintained a more composed demeanor, especially when faced with an opponent whose speed was matched, yet whose strength and stamina far surpassed his own. Despair seemed inevitable. He glanced at Kai Zhong, whose face was etched with sorrow and resignation as she withdrew Turtwig. Her gentle expression mirrored the word despair that lingered on Brock's lips. Thank you for your efforts, Turtwig. This is my failure. I truly intended to rely on your speed to turn the tide. I am sincerely sorry. Kai Zhong pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion that contradicted her calm tone, and then she cast out her final hope. Roserade, I entrust you. She had already lost 2 Pokemon, while her opponent still held on to their first. Moreover, this Cordelia boasted no weaknesses, with speed, stamina, and power all at peak levels. Ash had a plethora of strategies at his disposal. He could either continue to wear down Roserade's stamina with Cordelia or switch to a Fire-type Pokemon that counters Grass types, gradually depleting her resources. No matter how she approached it, the odds were heavily stacked against her. This was the sense of helplessness that welled up within Kai Zhong as she watched Ash recall Cordelia. She felt as though victory was utterly out of reach. You performed wonderfully. I genuinely appreciate your trust in me. With his characteristic gentle praise and a fresh choice, Ash retrieved the last Pokeball from his belt and hurled it before Roserade, declaring, "Let's go with Ambipom." He called upon Ambipom, who had not participated in a formal battle for quite some time, to play a pivotal role in this gym challenge. Ambipom. The mischievous purple figure began to excitedly wave its fists after the red light dissipated, its tail bouncing up and down as it looked at Roserade with a playful grin. Though its antics were cheeky, its expression conveyed a palpable eagerness for the battle ahead. After all, its tail was the most telling indicator of its mood. Shadow Clone. Grass Knot. The previously countered move was again employed by Kai Zhong to counter the Shadow Clones. Faced with numerous air-thin clones, using Grass Knot to eliminate them one by one was the most prudent decision. After all, Ambipom would not utilize weight reduction, and thus had no fear of bizarre surprise attacks. Ash stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing as the clones were ensnared by Grass Knot and vanished. Ultimately, as the clones before him disappeared, the real Ambipom did not stumble as Kai Zhong had anticipated. It effortlessly leaped over the Grass Knot, advancing directly towards Roserade. Having been ensnared by Turtwig's Grass Knot before, it would surely not falter again. Concentrated Strike. Ambipom. The Grass Knot swayed with the gusts of wind. The few tufts of grass rising from the flat lawn appeared calm and serene, stirring the hearts of the spectators. If it were merely the result of a natural breeze, it could be described as such. However, it was unfortunate that the cause of the Grass Knot's movement was the fierce airflow generated by Ambipom's charged attack. Bang! Bang! With a swift turn, 2 concentrated strikes propelled Roserade away, sending it crashing like a kite severed from its string against the sturdy trunk within the dojo, causing the soil beneath to tremble slightly and scatter. Another trick played. Saizhong's expression darkened. Magic Leaf. Leap into the trees for cover. As the magic leaves fluttered forth, the long-tailed monkey agilely hopped across the branches, its movements, sometimes bending, sometimes leaping, appearing almost nonchalant in the face of the impending, inevitable attack. After all, being a monkey, It adeptly utilized the trees of the forest to adjust its position. Quite impressive, Saizhong smiled faintly, her lips curving upward. Now, pull it down with Vine Whip. Just as the long-tailed monkey frolicked merrily atop the branches, it unwittingly invited a sudden shift in fate. For barely a moment ago, Roserade, still in agony beneath the branch, now struggled to wield its own Vine Whip, ensnaring the feet of the airborne long-tailed monkey at the opportune moment. With a fierce tug, ouch! Bang! It was yanked down with brutal decisiveness. The long-tailed monkey, wincing in pain, smacked its rear and, driven by anger, began to radiate the glow of its tail, preparing for a fierce retaliatory move. Yet, such an overt display fell squarely into Saizhong's trap. She had anticipated the monkey's mischievous nature would lead to recklessness after suffering a setback. Thus, with swiftness, she uttered her long-prepared command, Flash. Golden beams of light erupted from Roserade's form, standing as if it were the very source of illumination, quietly radiating its golden brilliance. The blinding light swiftly overwhelmed the long-tailed monkey's vision, forcing it to shut its eyes against the brilliance. Disoriented, it flailed helplessly, unable to acclimatize to the sudden loss of sight. Pleased, Saizhong nodded in approval and tilted her head to observe the weather above the dojo. Fortune smiled upon them, a splendid sunny day. Then let us conclude this, Weather Ball. Under the clear skies, the Weather Ball transformed its attributes to fire type, morphing into a blazing fireball that coalesced in Roserade's hands. Such formidable flames, upon impact, could very well spell doom. The long-tailed monkey, already panicked by the mere sight of light, would surely find itself in dire straits without its vision. Nevertheless, the little monkey, endowed with intelligence, turned its focus towards the long-tailed monkey, calling out to its spirit, Calm yourself. Ash shouted, Imagine what I've taught you about locating sounds. Use your ears to sense. I believe you can do it. Since you've lost sight temporarily, trust in your hearing. With a resolute ouch, the long-tailed monkey steadied itself, erecting its ears to discern the sound of the flames crackling. With vision obscured, its hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree. As it moved its ears, the sound of the fire became crystal clear. Ouch! As the fireball approached, the long-tailed monkey's expression gradually transformed into one of confidence. The corners of its mouth, once drawn down, began to rise. Observing this transformation, Ash mirrored its smile. Excellent. Go for it. Concentrated strike. Ouch! Just as the searing weather ball neared the long-tailed monkey, it unleashed the brilliance of its tail to vehemently deflect the attack. With relentless effort, the trajectory of the weather ball began to reverse entirely. Like a ping-pong ball, it was sent flying back, catching Roserade unawares as it could not evade in midair. The creature could only watch in horror as the fireball, of its own making, approached with increasing proximity, ultimately engulfing it completely before crashing to the ground. The flames, ironically, became a skill that countered Roserade, turning the previously stable situation back in the boy's favor with an unexpected maneuver. Starburst. The long-tailed monkey flicked its tail, and a cascade of dazzling stars encircled Roserade. As the stars multiplied, the golden brilliance intensified, enveloping Roserade entirely. When the final star was forcefully struck against the outermost layer, they fell like a meteor shower upon Roserade, leaving behind only the echoes of its lamenting cries amidst the explosions of impact. Incredible! Starburst can be utilized in such a manner. The girl marveled at the novelty of the technique, etching it into her memory. A meteor shower of starburst, she mused, if it were transformed into a bubble effect. Could it replicate the grandeur of the Milky Way? As the vast expanse of azure mingled with shimmering golden stardust in her gaze, she contemplated. With Starburst crashing Roserade against the familiar tree behind it, the creature could no longer muster the strength to stand tall and retaliate, merely glaring defiantly at the long-tailed monkey with sheer willpower. Ouch! Rosa? Observing the long-tailed monkey's shifting expression, Roserade furrowed its brow. It hadn't lost its combat ability yet. Why did the monkey's demeanor appear sympathetic? Damn it, is it mocking me? Creak. Boom. Just as Roserade, still filled with indignation, looked up to see the swaying tree, despair washed over it. The realization dawned that the monkey was not mocking, but rather sympathizing with its impending doom beneath the falling tree. Yet, rendered immobile, it could only withstand the final blow to its stamina. Thud. As the tree toppled, Roserade slumped to the grass, dazed. Roserade, unable to battle, long-tailed monkey, victorious. Thus, the victor was the challenger, Ash. Unimpeded, the forest badge was smoothly claimed. Chapter 52. A life hatching on the bicycle path. How delightful. Oka. A gentle breeze swept across the azure expanse, infusing the bicycle path, laden with the scent of the sea, with a subtle fragrance. The girl, exclaiming joyfully, stretched her arms wide, momentarily relinquishing her grip on the bicycle's handlebars, celebrating the thrill of cycling alongside Boca. Nestled in the bike basket, Boca peeked out, finally savoring the experience of a cycling adventure the girl had longed for, inhaling deeply the fresh air and puffing out its chest in contentment. Indeed, you still harbor some resentment towards Aunt Keiko for preventing your cycling escapades. Ash, jogging alongside the girl, chuckled at the irony, exerting more force into the pedals. Cycling seems to unleash your true nature. After all, while walking, the girl would never exuberantly cheer along the road, for they had often suppressed their frustrations from getting lost. Pika? Noticing Pikachu's peculiar expression within the basket, Ash chuckled awkwardly. Thankfully, he hadn't turned the girl's bicycle to cinders in this lifetime. Otherwise, he would owe her 2 bicycles. Wait, I don't think I ever did in my past life either. He muttered to himself. Oh well, no worries. This time I must remember to save enough money to repay Misty and May for their bicycles. Remembering this is indeed a sign of growth. Perched on the outermost edge of the road, Xiaojing timely interjected, remarking that it would be better if one had learned their lesson and refrained from gifting a charcoal bicycle to Xiaoguang upon their first encounter in Sinnoh. Ash, Pikachu. Oh dear, which little rascal is behind this? Observing Pikachu peering curiously, the boy helplessly ruffled its fluffy fur. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang, having absorbed the boy's past blunders, tilted her head with a charming smile, exclaiming, Indeed, Ash, you ought to express your gratitude towards me. Gratitude for what? He inquired. For not bringing a bicycle on this journey. The girl proudly lifted her chin, wearing an expectant expression for compliments. Yes, yes. Miss Xiaoguang is certainly adept at considering my feelings. Such a dismissive response. What else would you prefer? TCH, Ash is such a blockhead. The two, bickering over trivial matters, swiftly closed the distance between their bicycles, striking a precarious pose as they playfully tugged at each other's hats and hair. Such a daring feat could perhaps only be achieved by them while maintaining their balance. Haha. Xiaojing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, deciding it best to ignore these 2 intricately connected individuals. Instead, he turned his attention to the basket containing the Pokémon incubator, where flashes of white light began to fill his eyes. The glowing egg instantly alerted Xiaojing to something awry. The egg is about to hatch. The quarreling duo immediately turned in unison, halting their playful antics. A somewhat bewildered Xiaoguang began scanning the peculiar signposts along the bicycle path, finally noticing a guidepost marked with a pad and intersection not far ahead. There's a Pokémon Center up ahead. All right, we should head right. Yes, this way. Comparing the landmarks on the map with what lay before them, they found reality matched perfectly, with the Pokémon Center being large and conspicuous. However, Ash lingered outside, hesitating at the entrance, as a familiar figure stood by a tree. It's all my fault that the Pokémon Center has become so desolate. Perhaps I shouldn't hold this position. This scene resembled a poignant breakup moment straight out of an idol drama, perfectly embodied by Nurse Joy, who leaned against the tree with tears glistening on her cheeks, under a sky that threatened rain. One might expect her to collapse at any moment from her sentimental state. Pika. Right, it seems we should go in. He exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu, nodding in agreement. Yet, the glowing Pokémon egg prompted Xiaojing to dart away from the boy's side, leaving behind a hasty remark about why they weren't entering, vanishing in a burst of light. High-speed movement. This is teleportation. Ash retorted seriously to Xiaoguang's quip, raising a finger to indicate where Xiaojing had reappeared. As expected, he knelt beside Nurse Joy, looking utterly smitten. Oh, Nurse Joy, it appears you were waiting for me here. Good afternoon. The term beautiful seems tailor-made for you. It turns out we were destined to meet on this road. Just a moment ago, Xiaojing had been sweet-talking, while a mischievous Froki prepared to deliver a playful jab, both pausing upon noticing Nurse Joy's distressed state. The Froki settled down, puffing its cheeks as it quietly observed the unfolding drama, while Xiaojing snapped out of his infatuation, returning to a more serious demeanor. You mentioned that it's so desolate here? Xiaojing furrowed his brow, gazing at the forlorn Pokémon Center. He seemed to piece together the situation, sharing a moment of realization with Ash, who stepped forward. Indeed, since the bike path was established, everyone can go directly to the Pokémon Center in town. I see, Ash pondered aloud. That's why it's like this. Xiaojing's previously knitted brows relaxed slightly. Nurse Joy, I assure you, this place will not be abandoned. But, before Nurse Joy could continue her spiral of self-doubt, Xiaojing promptly interrupted. The most straightforward way to restore the nurse's confidence was through the simplest approach, seeking assistance with a Pokémon. All nurses who had undergone formal training at the League shared a common desire, to care for Pokémon in need. Please accept this Pokémon egg. It is on the verge of hatching, and only you can assist us. Clearly, this approach was effective. The despair and uncertainty that had previously clouded Nurse Joy's eyes began to dissipate as she instinctively reached for the shimmering egg Xiaojing offered. As her delicate fingers brushed the incubator, Xiaojing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly grasped her wrist, guiding her toward the Pokémon Center as the first drops of rain began to fall, urging her forward with an air of urgency. Observing Xiao Wang's awestruck expression, Ash tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, she replied. Xiaojing has been picking up skills from Ash for years. With everyone's assistance, or rather, Xiaojing's exceptional emotional intelligence and encouragement, Nurse Joy soon regained her former vigor. As a brilliant flash erupted within the hatching chamber, a vibrant, ruby-red creature made its grand entrance. Congratulations. It's a very healthy happening. Witnessing the initial form of the Pokémon that belonged to the Joy family, Nurse Joy felt a renewed sense of joy in having helped after such a long absence. Gently cradling Happiny in her hands, she extended it toward Xiaojing. Thank you for your assistance. Typically, Xiaojing would be quite the handful around older girls, but in this pivotal moment, he transformed into a remarkably reliable and gentle figure. Indeed, the serious Xiaojing was quite handsome. So this is how Pokémon are born. It's so moving. Xiao Wang gazed intently at the newly hatched Pokémon egg, her azure eyes glistening with moisture. She felt both envy and wonder, her lips curving into a smile as she clasped her hands tightly over her heart. If only I could experience that just once. After uttering this sentiment, she instinctively glanced at the boy beside her, feelings of anticipation stirring within her. Ash, unsurprisingly, noticed her expectant gaze and responded with a warm, sunny smile. Oh no, Xiao Wang doesn't he even have a Pokémon egg? Xiao Wang and Xiaojing exchanged glances. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 familiar figures were shamelessly devouring the Pokémon Center's provisions in the food storage room, stuffing their faces while even pulling out a takeout box to pack some food for their hot air balloon. A long-awaited lunch. How touching. Exactly. We need to eat well to have the strength to catch Pikachu. Less chatter. You all help pack some to take back. Sonins. It was a rather pitiful scene, leaving one at a loss for words. However, this embarrassing moment was soon shattered by a loud shout. What? As the massive figure crawled slowly through the doorway, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Meow's forehead. It seemed to be Kadora, the mischievous little spirit. Hey, what are you doing? You shouldn't interrupt others while they're eating. It's simply impolite. Kadora tilted its head in a peculiar manner, then, without a hint of courtesy, began to gather a beam of energy for its ultimate attack. Bang! Crack! What an annoying sensation. In an instant, the window was shattered into fragments by the force of the Rocket Trio's assault, which then transformed into a shooting star, soaring into the distance. Subsequently, with the disruption from Team Rocket eliminated, the lucky egg smoothly acquired the exquisitely polished stone from Brock, while Miss Joy, under Brock's gentle persuasion, regained her vigor. Truly, a cause for celebration. Beautiful Miss Joy, now that you are feeling better, how about we go on a date? Is that all right? Surprisingly, when Brock attempted to flirt again, Miss Joy did not exhibit the awkward demeanor that older sisters often display. Instead, she resembled a pure-hearted maiden meeting her crush, a gentle blush blooming on her cheeks. If Mr. Brock would like to. Just then, a cruel aesthetic of mischief was left for Ash and Dawn to witness, courtesy of the mischievous Froggy. What a pity, Dawn sighed with a hint of regret, her eyes shimmering with sympathy, though this feeling quickly morphed into exasperation and resentment. No problem. We are all good friends. We will surely meet again in the future. Forget it. That is so typical of Ash. Chapter 53, Cynthia. The exit of the bicycle road connects to 3 paths. One continues on foot through the mountain trail, another leads to the bus highway, and the last, the most favored by trainers, is the cruise terminal for the bicycle road, gliding downstream to another city. If one is not in a hurry and wishes to leisurely enjoy the comforts of travel, this exit is indeed a splendid choice. I'm so tired. As the cruise ship gently docked at the terminal, the youthful boy, who was eager to rush to the next city for a gym challenge, could not help but stretch widely upon disembarking. This cruise was not a direct route. After stopping at various cities, they were obliged to rest for 2 days. Although the sea breeze felt refreshing, prolonged sitting inevitably brought discomfort. Dawn, in agreement, patted her chest and squatted by the shore to alleviate her unease, having felt slightly nauseous from the long voyage. All right, let us take a good rest. We still have 2 or 3 more days of travel ahead. Plus, being able to stop at the nature park is a delightful tourist destination. Observing the navigation's direction, it was evident they still had a considerable distance to the next town, while the soil beneath their feet belonged to the realm of the nature park, making it an excellent stop. Although the environment was somewhat rudimentary, the increase in fame had attracted numerous trainers, leading to the Pokémon Center's lavish renovations. Just envisioning resting and recuperating at a Pokémon Center, akin to a five-star hotel. After visiting one of the Sinnoh region's sacred sites, the nature park was utterly refreshing. Thunderbolt hits. Is Garchomp doomed? Oh, what? Garchomp has risen as if nothing happened. The host's booming voice and exaggerated tone momentarily halted the boy, who was skillfully maneuvering his fork through a fried egg. He took a moment to calm his startled heart, slowly bringing the omelet to his lips. Relishing the taste, he lifted his head, focusing on the public television broadcasting the battle between Cynthia and Wudong. Despite Wudong's bronzer seizing multiple opportunities to strike Garchomp with Thunderbolt, even eliciting gasps of surprise from the lively host. When the smoke cleared, Garchomp reappeared in the center of the battlefield seemingly unscathed, retaliating with a devastating dragon rush that sent Bronzer reeling. Truly a champion, Dawn mused as she savored the vegetables she had just swallowed, admiring Garchomp's formidable prowess. However, she soon hesitated, remembering Pikachu's victory over Bronzer and Ash. Although she had witnessed Ash's Pikachu conquering Bronzer, she pondered what would transpire if Ash faced off against Miss Cynthia. Unable to contain her anticipation, she turned to Ash, who was immersed in his meal, and asked, "Ash, what if?" Ash blinked, seemingly unaware, continuing to chew the fried egg with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of inner turmoil. However, a closer inspection of his forehead, partially concealed beneath his tousled dark hair, revealed beads of sweat forming in the already air-conditioned room. If Ash were to battle Miss Cynthia, then... The boy's hand, holding the fork, began to tremble slightly, as the deepest secrets of his heart swirled in his mind. Gazing into Dawn's eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of the ocean, her expectation and curiosity seemed poised to overflow, prompting Ash to feel an impulsive urge to speak his truth. Fortunately, at that moment, the boy who burst through the door, shouting excitedly, came to his rescue. Miss Cynthia has arrived, right at the nature park. With aspirations of starstruck enthusiasm, everyone in the Pokémon Center flocked outside, their clamorous voices drowning out the host's exclamations on the big screen. This commotion also piqued Dawn's curiosity. Ash let out a sigh of relief, aligning himself with the current excitement, and smiled at Dawn. "Come on, let us go see Miss Cynthia." Okay. It is well known that Miss Cynthia's image in the public eye is that of a regal queen, an indomitable champion, and a detached personality. Yet, in many instances, this stunning champion is quite different. The chocolate flavor seems delightful, but I am also eager to try the strawberry flavor. However, vanilla remains the best and most natural. Standing beside the ruins with a small cart, the blonde beauty was currently murmuring to herself in a state of indecision. Her gray eyes, swirling with uncertainty, reflected a simplicity that contrasted starkly with her otherwise aloof demeanor, and her instinctive pout only endeared her more to the onlookers. "Have you decided on a flavor?" The three individuals behind the cart, tasked with selling, rubbed their hands nervously, their expressions betraying a mix of awkwardness and reluctance to urge her along. While their costumes were remarkably convincing, making them indistinguishable from street vendors, a closer look would reveal them to be none other than Team Rocket. She has been choosing for 10 minutes. Meow could not help but sigh, lamenting the time wasted on this enchanting lady when he was supposed to be earning money selling ice cream. Stay calm. Patience is essential in business. In contrast, Kojiru remained remarkably composed, encouraging Meow and Musashi to be patient a little longer. As a young master, he was immersed in the world of commerce from an early age, possessing a profound understanding of various marketing strategies. Therefore, one might wonder why they chose to engage in villainy, aside from the theft of Pokémon. Their execution of every other task was indeed of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, I extend my gratitude to you all. After nearly half an hour of deliberation, Cynthia finally settled on a triple flavor ice cream cone. After graciously thanking the trio, she joyfully savored her treat and rose to inspect the state of the ruins. "Wow, she left a generous tip," Meowth exclaimed, holding several extra bills in disbelief. "I didn't expect her to be so kind." "Indeed," the others replied. "Diligence and patience yield rewards. The customer is king." "Hey, wait a minute. Don't keep my share for yourself." The three of them bickered animatedly over the distribution of their earnings, completely oblivious to the throng of people approaching nearby. "Look, it's the champion. She looks amazing. Watching her eat ice cream is making me crave it." The Rocket team, perhaps dreaming, could hardly foresee that their half-hour of service to Cynthia would become the catalyst for an impressive influx of customers. As a wave of starstruck admirers rushed to their stall to purchase ice cream, the overwhelming number of patrons instantly brought smiles to the faces of the trio, who no longer paid heed to the crowd behind them. Ironically, Among those identified as certain to arrive was Ash, who at that moment mingled within the throng. However, only Ash and Dawn were present, as Brock was indisposed. Inside the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy gazed helplessly as the mischievous Froakie dragged Brock away with an air of disdain. Only after the two figures vanished did she and Chansey finally comprehend the situation, blinking in confusion. Back at the ruins, Ash, Miss Cynthia. Dawn trailed off, instinctively reaching for Ash's shirt to pull him back, only to find herself grasping at thin air. When she looked up again, she discovered that Ash had already parted the crowd and was making his way toward Cynthia. Wait, you can't go over there. Yes, right there. The flustered girl, fearful of embarrassment, disregarded the curious glances of the surrounding crowd and quickly seized Ash's shirt, instinctively attempting to tug him back. But in that moment of turning back, she realized that her impulsive action might lead to social embarrassment. What am I even doing? She thought, her cheeks rapidly flushing a deep crimson from shyness and awkwardness. As her imagination spiraled, the color only intensified, to the point where she felt steam might start to escape. Covering her face in embarrassment, she crouched down, momentarily torn between retreating or offering an apology to Cynthia. Cynthia, acutely attuned to her surroundings, soon sensed the presence of someone nearby voicing discontent and decisively turned her head to observe the unfolding scene. In that glance, she spotted the young boy standing behind her, who was gently patting the back of the crouching girl, seemingly comforting her. He wore a red cap, and a Pikachu accompanied him. His name was Ash, a trainer who had debuted less than 2 years ago, having triumphed over my own Bronzong. Upon recognizing Ash, memories of Wusong's earlier phone call surged back into Cynthia's consciousness. She approached slowly, nodding gently at the young boy. Hello. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Ash, correct? Dawn, still covering her face, looked up in astonishment, her carefully rehearsed apologies evaporating with Cynthia's first words. I am. Ash blinked, brushing the dust off his knees before standing upright again. He and Pikachu were not overly surprised. After defeating Wusong, they had prepared themselves for the possibility of being recognized by other champions. Observing the unperturbed demeanor of the boy, Cynthia's initial desire to tease him began to dissipate. As he absent-mindedly brushed his golden locks, she gently explained, "There's no need to be astonished. Your impressive performance has already caught the attention of Wusong and various gym leaders. However, there remains one immutable truth. Do you know what it is? They all sing your praises, and Wusong specifically asked me to keep an eye on you." Despite finding it curious why Cynthia was consistently so kind to him, whether during their first encounter in Sinnoh or their reunion in Unova, she had always treated him with a sisterly gentleness, akin to a sibling's concern. Yet, being a champion, he felt compelled to maintain the utmost respect. I was merely lucky. It's not as impressive as you say. Chapter 54, The Natural Park Incident. Uft. Cynthia chuckled softly, her hand covering her mouth as if amused by a joke. Her laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, danced lightly in the breeze, tousling her waterfall of golden hair, adding an air of approachability to the champion. Gently lowering her hand, she paused before ruffling the top of Ash's cap. Has anyone ever told you that excessive humility and arrogance are not so different? There is a distinction, isn't there? Ash replied, finding the situation rather intriguing. Cynthia withdrew her finger, watching Ash with newfound interest. Many who encountered her typically reacted with excitement and reverence, only to be followed by astonished scrutiny. Yet this young boy, upon meeting her, seemed more eager to remove the metaphorical cap Wusong had placed upon him rather than boast about his prowess. She had encountered numerous proud young trainers who, after winning a few matches, could not wait to flaunt their achievements before her. What were your past performances in the league? Top 16 and top 8, Ash responded, a hint of embarrassment in his smile as he sensed Cynthia's probing inquiries becoming somewhat aggressive. However, he could not exaggerate his abilities, given that his accomplishments were indeed limited to the 16th and 8th ranks. What about your battles in the Battle Frontier and Orange League? Wouldn't you mention those? Well, that's just. Stop right there. Don't try to brush me off with luck. Cynthia folded her arms, scrutinizing him. Defeating Wusong's Dragonite and besting Articuno and Regice cannot simply be attributed to chance. The two quickly fell into conversation. Despite Ash's uncertainty about what to say, Cynthia effortlessly found a plethora of topics to discuss, soon grasping Ash's personality. As their dialogue flourished, they delved into increasingly animated exchanges. This scene undeniably provided the onlookers, who were fans of Cynthia, with an unbearable spectacle. Why should that seemingly ordinary trainer have the privilege of interacting so closely with their idol? I really want to leave. Dawn lamented, watching the two converse. The earlier awkwardness still lingered, compounded by her inability to integrate into their conversation, heightening her own embarrassment. God knows what those gazes from below thought of her. Slowly, the girl raised her hand, lightly brushing her cheek. The intense warmth radiating from her fingertips caused her head to lower slightly. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and tentatively reached out, tugging gently at Ash's shirt. "Hey!" Ash gently turned his head, his gaze instantly captivated by the youthful maiden's flushed cheeks, while her pursed lips betrayed her uncertainty on what to say. This left him somewhat bewildered. However, it was Cynthia, who was peeking and observing. That gradually revealed a knowing smile. "We can discuss this later. You may inquire about my contact information from Professor Oak or Professor Sycamore. I will inform them in advance, so you can reach out to me directly through them." Though she had contemplated sharing her contact details right then, or perhaps writing them down for him, the throng of onlookers made her hesitate. If someone with keen sight or hearing were to remember it, her vacation would likely be ruined. Better safe than sorry. After tenderly ruffling Ash's hair, Cynthia smiled and prepared to lead them away from the scene. "Are you Miss Cynthia? I apologize for the interruption." Gently patting Dawn's back to soothe her, Ash turned at the sound of the polite inquiry. His eyes fell upon a figure clad in purple, whose cold yet courteous demeanor was directed at Cynthia as he bowed. "Shinji? It really is him." However, Shinji showed no reaction to their astonishment, not even sparing them a glance. "Hello, Miss Cynthia, I am Shinji from Veilstone City. Though this may seem sudden, would you consent to a 6v6 battle with me?" "Oh." Cynthia, who had been focused on her melting ice cream, lifted her head, stealthily savoring a few more bites before directing her gaze towards the purple-clad youth. While the three of them remained composed, to the others present, this was monumental news. To challenge champion Cynthia took a courage worthy of admiration. "Of course, that sounds quite intriguing." Cynthia did not decline. She smiled, finished her last few bites of ice cream, and clapped her hands in agreement to Shinji's request. The crowd around them erupted into a flurry of chatter, expressing their opinions. 6 against 6? He must be overly confident. He might not even take down a single Pokémon. What arrogance! In a sense, Shinji's demeanor was commendable. Despite the barrage of ridicule, his expression remained unchanged, calm as he regarded Cynthia. He then took a few steps back, creating space for their battle. "Is he really okay?" Dawn tightened her grip on Ash's shirt. While she harbored a disdain for Shinji, she worried that if Cynthia were to mercilessly overpower him, it would inflict a significant blow to his morale. Furthermore, what a useless individual. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? The thought of Shinji's acerbic nature made Dawn anxious for his Pokémon. If he suffered a crushing defeat, would he unjustly blame them and subject them to even more grueling training? Every trainer has their own approach. Ash gently shook his head, allowing the girl to clutch his shirt tightly. He began to focus intently, channeling all his attention toward the impending battle. "If your companions are willing to sacrifice for your dreams, I suppose I have no right to chastise you." Although this was a strategy they had devised together to conquer Garchomp, it seemed excessively damaging to his Pokémon's spirits and well-being. Nevertheless, since Shinji was willing to proceed this way, perhaps his partners were in agreement, willing to give their all for a long-awaited tactic. Even if Ash, reborn, could not comprehend such behavior, after much reflection, he realized he truly lacked the standing to challenge their shared goal, no matter how brutal it seemed to him. Manaphy, prepare for battle. Infernape, prepare for battle. Honchkrow. Each Pokémon Shinji dispatched was swiftly dispatched by Cynthia's Garchomp with a terrifying level of disparity. The only glimmer of hope Shinji held lay with Infernape, but after receiving a devastating blow from Garchomp, it lacked the stamina to unleash Blaze and promptly fainted. Is he still not giving up? This seems hopeless. Have you noticed something different? Huh. Listening to Ash's explanation, Dawn slightly raised her head, pondering which aspect he was referring to. For instance, Shinji's behavior after recalling his Pokémon. Dawn shook her head, slowly recalling Shinji's actions upon returning each Pokémon, comparing them to his previous conduct. The girl opened her mouth, gazing uncertainly into Ash's eyes. He didn't scold his Pokémon today? Indeed. The Shinji who typically berated his useless companions after a loss merely moved on silently to the next one today. So his earlier Pokémon were 4. Precisely. He never intended to win. His focus was on the next Pokémon. Ash's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the 5th Pokeball Shinji produced, and under slightly wavering eyes, the red light flashed forth. Torterra, prepare for battle. Just like in his previous Life S strategy, after Honchkrow fell to Garchomp's devastating attack, Shinji sent forth his ace, Torterra, aiming to capitalize on Garchomp's moment of vulnerability. It was not impossible to mount a comeback with Leaf Storm and Giga Drain. However, the prerequisite was that the two Pokémon needed to be closely matched in strength. Bang! As the terrifying vines of Leaf Storm ensnared Garchomp's limbs and lifted it, The eerie green glow of Giga Drain began to tighten around Garchomp's body. The tactic bore fruit, and Garchomp emitted a pained wail. There's a chance. Shinji's eyes sparkled with excitement, his initially relaxed fingers now clenched into fists. Yet, the moment he caught sight of Cynthia's almost imperceptible smile, his exhilaration abruptly dampened. "Ga, what?" A look of surprise graced Shinji's face for the first time in a while as Garchomp, now sapped of energy, emitted a fierce roar after enduring the full brunt of the assault. Its eyes, filled with ferocity, remained imposing, showing no trace of its prior anguish. Equally composed was its trainer, Cynthia. The next moment, her icy voice resonated throughout the arena, "Dragon Claw." Both Ash and Dawn shut their eyes simultaneously, quietly listening to the sound of the slicing air and the resounding clash that followed. After a long pause, they reopened their eyes to behold Torterra, now embedded in the ground from the force of Dragon Claw. Shinji's expression bore a mix of reluctance and resignation. After a moment of reflection, he slowly recalled Torterra, bowed to Cynthia once more in respect, and silently turned to leave. "That was quite an exhilarating battle," Ash remarked, but Shinji paid him no heed, continuing his cold demeanor as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. It was not until the boy's next words echoed in his ears that he halted, turning to face Ash with an impassive expression. "Were your Pokémon acting in accordance with your strategy? Since you've already figured it out, why bother asking? Yet, isn't this approach rather cruel to the Pokémon that paved the way for Torterra? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe that trust and companionship can lead to victory?" Shinji coldly shook his head. "In battles, lacking absolute strength only brings cruelty and despair. Furthermore, this is my affair. It is not your place to meddle." Shinji slowly lifted his head, squinting at Ash. "Victory is the only strategy that matters." Chapter 55, The Rematch Against Garchomp. The surrounding spectators had already vacated the premises due to the predictable nature of this match. To be more precise, many had begun to leave the moment Shinji's first Pokémon was swiftly eliminated. Thus, the ongoing heated argument between the two boys, each staunchly defending their respective philosophies, did little to ignite interest among the dwindling crowd. Just as Ash was about to retort, he sensed an unusual presence above him. As the brim of his cap tilted upward, drawing his gaze skyward, he was met with the slightly exasperated yet encouraging smile of Cynthia. "What a splendid battle. However, once the match concludes, I believe Shinji understands what should follow." Gently ruffling the boy's hair, Cynthia turned to the impassive Shinji and said, "Could you kindly direct me to the Pokémon Center on this island? Would you be so gracious as to escort me there?" "Sure." Dawn blinked, observing the silent Shinji, who merely sighed and nodded, along with Ash, who provided the simplest of responses. Her previously anxious heart began to settle. It seems that becoming a champion requires not just formidable strength, but also exceptional emotional intelligence. Did she just offer them an easy way out? After all, Cynthia, here to investigate the stone tablet, must be well acquainted with the local geography, especially the Pokémon Center, which is conveniently located near the dock. Two peers with contrasting personalities. It appears the situation is far more intricate than Wusong suggested. How intriguing. Watching the two boys lead the way, Cynthia narrowed her eyes and, after flashing a bright smile at the somewhat dazed Dawn, beckoned her to follow. Once they observed Shinji tending to his Pokémon in the healing room, they felt at ease enough to engage in conversation. During this time, various events transpired. "Ah, the beautiful Miss Cynthia. My heart has been captivated since I laid eyes on you." Just as Brock had barely recovered, he found himself ensnared by the mischievous Frogadier, dragged off who knows where. Consequently, Ash and Dawn were left to repeatedly apologize in an attempt to mitigate the awkwardness. "It's all right." Cynthia smiled gently. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the seamless rapport between the two. An amusing thought began to take shape in her mind. With a playful attitude, she turned to the delicate girl beside her. "Since we are discussing apologies, why not battle me with your Pokémon as a form of compensation?" To this, the naive girl, without glancing up at Cynthia, enthusiastically nodded her head. It wasn't until she noticed Ash's silence that Dawn realized something was amiss. When she turned to him, the peculiar smile on his face caused her heart to tighten. "Why isn't Ash agreeing? This is such a wonderful opportunity. Hey, battling the champion is an excellent chance, right? If it were me, I would definitely accept." Ash crossed his arms, quietly observing the momentary despair that washed over Dawn's face. The girl stared blankly at Cynthia, who had just extended the battle invitation, then hesitantly raised her right index finger to point at herself, her brow furrowing as she turned to Ash. "Me? Didn't you just say that if you were in my position, you would surely agree?" I. Dawn managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. But, I can only use Piplup to fight, which has the type advantage. But can we really determine the outcome based on type effectiveness against Cynthia's Garchomp? The girl mumbled, burying her head in her hands, her slender fingers clutching her dress tightly, as a nervous flush crept up her neck, eventually staining her pale cheeks with warmth. Enough, don't laugh. Noting the boy's inability to stifle his laughter, Cynthia shot him a playful glare. You might want to be careful with such an attitude toward her. Be wary of your future days ahead. Ash scratched the back of his head, blinking in confusion. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning, as a partner, he felt compelled to respond to Cynthia's battle invitation on Dawn's behalf. Let me agree for her. Very well. Cynthia nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let me test the veracity of Wusong's claims. The Pikachu capable of defeating that fellow's Bronzong. Watching the boy and his Pikachu, both with amber eyes, she felt a long-dormant excitement and fervor beginning to stir within her. Not long after, behind the Pokémon Center, on the grassy field, the rejuvenated Garchomp roared toward the sky, its aura reflecting in the boy's eyes as the powerful wind whipped around him, rustling his clothes and body. The flapping collar brushed against his skin, while the slight breeze tousled the hair beneath his cap, stirring the excitement within Ash. What a nostalgic feeling. Lucario, Piplup, Gyarados. Vivid scenes of struggles with his companions formed in Ash's mind, and with each tightening of his fist, the memories surged forth. Until finally, as Garchomp and Lucario delivered their climactic blows, he regained his focus. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by Pikachu's confident smile. Pika Pika. Of course, I believe in you. Ash nodded, slowly adjusting the brim of his cap and decisively pointing to the arena. Pikachu, it's you. Pika. Garchomp, give it your all. Cynthia succinctly uttered her first command. As her words resonated, the previously concealed might of Garchomp erupted forth. Its roar, unlike any before, split the air like thunder. The resulting gust of wind forced Pikachu to hold onto the grass to prevent being blown away. Pika. Shaking its head, Pikachu glared at Garchomp, its eyes brimming with combat spirit. A flash of electricity. Witnessing the brilliant light emitted by Pikachu, Cynthia couldn't help but furrow her brow at the astonishing speed. Slowly lowering her hand, she commanded, Volt Tackle. Boom. With all its might, Pikachu collided fiercely with Garchomp's arm, the impact of Volt Tackle and the electric surge clashing evenly. Both combatants displaying expressions of determination that underscored their formidable strength. Compared to Pikachu's fierce resolve, Garchomp seemed more astonished. Even though its trainer had commanded full power, it found it incredible that such a small Pokémon could match its strength. Iron Tail. Pika. With agility surpassing Garchomp, Pikachu swiftly reacted, using its glowing tail to strike back against Volt Tackle, the rebound propelling it upward before diving down once more with incredible speed. In an instant, the ongoing Iron Tail crashed down onto Garchomp's head. The moment the long-forgotten sound of pain reverberated, Cynthia's hazel eyes narrowed slightly. As her rapid mental adaptability allowed her to regain composure, she refocused her gaze and continued to issue commands, directing her Pokémon to unleash a dance of the sword to fend it off. Meanwhile, as Garchomp began to rotate its body and execute a more powerful dance of the sword, Pikachu, in close proximity, was violently flung back by the frenetic spinning. Simultaneously, Ash, understanding the necessity to prevent the opponent from stacking buffs, immediately swung his arm and shouted, Thunderbolt, stop it. Despite the furious Thunderbolt being unleashed, Garchomp, with its ground-type immunity to electric attacks, remained largely unscathed. However, Cynthia's brow furrowed deeply, observing Garchomp's movements amidst the raging currents of electricity. A wave of astonishment washed over her. At that moment, although Garchomp did not cease its dance of the sword, the subtle change in its expression indicated a noticeable reduction in agility compared to its earlier performance. It seemed as if its movements had been hindered by some unseen force. How would a non-ground-type Pokémon fare against such a debilitating thunderbolt? As the acrid scent of scorched earth reached Cynthia's nostrils, she gently crinkled her nose, contemplating her next strategic maneuver amidst her astonishment. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck. If that were the case, what about the sheer power of a basic attack? Watching Pikachu charge forward with unwavering determination, Cynthia refrained from issuing a command to evade, allowing the electrifying Pokémon to strike fiercely against Garchomp. The impact resonated with a resounding bang. Garchomp staggered back a few steps, and for the first time, a ripple of emotion surged within Cynthia's heart. The boy, having debuted less than 2 years prior, had managed to defeat her beloved Bronzong. Reflecting on Wusong's words, her eyes narrowed. Through the intense gaze of her two Pokémon fixated on Ash, filled with fervor, Cynthia felt a long-lost thrill and excitement reminiscent of her past journeys. Chapter 56. The Champion's Affirmation. With a sharp crack, Garchomp's claws illuminated the air with a blinding white light, creating ripples of pressure all around. The fierce strike move, combined with a roar that exuded dominance, lunged towards Pikachu. The sound of Garchomp's advancing steps echoed ominously in Ash's ears, causing him to lower his gaze towards the taut legs of Garchomp, which had tensed in preparation. The ground beneath its feet began to crack under the weight of its power, undeniably showcasing its superiority. This truly echoed the sentiment. Strike with full force, Garchomp. Leave no room for error. As Garchomp's blue-red body propelled forward, the glinting strike move surged toward Pikachu in a heartbeat. Iron Tail. However, Ash had long since ingrained this move into his memory. He raised a finger in the direction of Garchomp's attack, directing Pikachu. Pikachu. Bang. The sharp sound of impact resonated just as the metallic ring of Iron Tail began to fade. The collision of the two moves produced a crisp sound, followed by a louder, upward pitch. Pikachu, small yet agile, executed a perfect maneuver, using the momentum from Iron Tail to evade the impending threat from Garchomp's claws. As its yellow form soared through the air, it landed perfectly, bouncing Garchomp back to the ground. Phew! Not only did Ash breathe a sigh of relief, but the worried expressions of Dawn and Brock in the audience also began to ease. However, their relief was premature in the face of Cynthia's ever-watchful gaze. Pikachu. In a mere second, there was no opportunity to react. Ash's focus shifted abruptly from the empty sky to Garchomp's fearsome visage, its mouth widening as it gathered a terrifying wave of orange energy. Such speed. This was bad. The earlier evasion had turned into a defensive maneuver. Compared to Dawn's incredulous exclamations, Brock's panicked voice resonated more clearly, echoing Cynthia's thoughts. In light of speed, the previous exchanges may have illuminated Pikachu's strengths to Cynthia. Yet, after evading one attack, how could Pikachu, suspended in midair, escape the next onslaught? Nevertheless, the evasion of strike was impressively executed, maintaining a subtle smile. Cynthia raised her hand slightly, which then swiftly descended. With a teasing tone replaced by a decisive command, she called, "Destructive Death Ray. Shift your body dodge." At that moment, the air erupted with the residual energy of the destructive Death Ray. Pikachu managed to evade most of its range, but the damage to its shoulder and the scrapes on its legs from hitting the ground were unavoidable consequences. Electricity crackled. Pikachu. Seizing the moment of stalemate caused by the destructive Death Ray, a halo emerged from Pikachu's feet, creating an afterimage as the yellow figure charged headfirst into Garchomp's abdomen, forcing it to retreat slightly. However, it was merely a minor step back. Having regained its composure, Garchomp steadied itself. As it opened its mouth once more, a surge of roaring fury and overwhelming pressure returned. Super Impact. Cynthia continued to command Garchomp to unleash its powerful ultimate move, faced with a Pikachu already bearing considerable damage. Continuing the assault with a major move was a strategic move to apply pressure. Even if you evade, the speed and force of Super Impact could still catch up. The only alternative was a direct confrontation, or one would find themselves slowly worn down, akin to a frog boiled alive. So strong, truly formidable. Ash gritted his teeth. The terrifying pressure Garchomp once imposed upon him and Lucario resurfacing vividly in his mind, causing his clenched fists to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, this tremor was not born of fear. This, however, was the very essence of the battles we cherished. The amber gleam in his eyes flickered with excitement and anticipation. It was a manifestation of trust and confidence. Volt Tackle, often deemed the most fearsome move of the normal type. On the other hand, Pikachu's unique electric-type ultimate move. The golden currents clashed with the terrifying winds generated by Super Impact, intertwining and creating turbulent waves in the air. In that moment of collision, the entire lawn erupted in a thick fog, the tender sprouts swaying as they clung to their roots. Likewise, the shockwaves from the clash caused Ash and Cynthia to brace themselves, crossing their arms in a stabilizing stance to prevent being blown away. Iron Tail, unable to contain himself, Ash shielded his eyes from the swirling dust with one hand while using the other to adjust his hat, shouting into the haze, "Pikachu!" Within the fog, Pikachu, its golden form straining with effort, clenched its teeth tightly. Summoning every ounce of strength, it tore through a small opening in the super attack with its Volt Tackle. As it drew ever closer to the Super Impact, the body of the fierce Garchomp began to radiate a brilliant silver light from its tail. Pikachu, in that fleeting moment, it struck with an astonishing angle directly at Garchomp. Crash. Sharona, equally unwavering, commanded her strategy with resolve. The power of the opponent's Iron Tail was not to be underestimated. Even the electric-type move that was supposed to counter it caused discomfort to Garchomp. Setting aside type advantages, what terrifying miracles could this ordinary Iron Tail unleash? Bang! With the explosive sound of their ultimate moves colliding amidst the dark mist, the petite figure was the first to be sent flying, descending like a kite caught on a short string. Following this, the heavy thud of Garchomp's massive body crashing down reverberated through the air. Yet, without a doubt, Ka had transitioned from calm to panting heavily. Although the distance Garchomp was knocked back was far more favorable than that of Pikachu, such a state did not indicate an advantage in the battle. At this moment, Sharona, narrowing her eyes slightly, gradually focused her gaze on Garchomp's arm. Its subtly trembling wrist flickered with delicate golden arcs of electricity before vanishing into thin air. Sometimes, fortune can indeed bring about a crucial change in the tides of battle. Sharona shook her head with a hint of resignation. Her eyes, now softened, sparkled with a glimmer of joy and relief. She chose not to prolong the contest, but instead took a gentle step forward to conclude the match. Let us leave it at this. I am already quite aware of your abilities. Thank you. The boy bowed slightly, then hurriedly ran onto the grass. Unlike Sharona's gentle caress of Garchomp's head, he scooped Pikachu into his arms. The pride and joy shimmering in Pikachu's small eyes warmed his heart. Pikachu, you were amazing, truly amazing. Thank you. He lowered his head and nuzzled against Pikachu's cheek. Meanwhile, Sharona, having recalled Garchomp, observed with a faint smile gracing her lips. This warm camaraderie further warmed her heart, alleviating the fatigue brought on by her research and travels. Calmly listening to the praises from the exuberant Koharu and the incessant compliments from Brock, Ash cradled Pikachu and returned to the Pokémon Center to prepare for the upcoming treatment. Hey, you're still here? Shinji, tending to his injured Pokémon in the center, cast a somewhat indifferent glance at him. Unlike before, this time his gaze held less hostility and more admiration. Did Nurse Joy say anything? Annoying. He shot a dispassionate glance at Ash before continuing to apply ointment on his Pokémon. Then, as if speaking to himself or perhaps imparting wisdom to the boy, he added, "It's nothing serious. A night's rest will suffice." The boy nodded lightly, saying nothing, and quietly moved to another spot. After handing Pikachu over to Nurse Joy, he slumped onto a bench, weary eyes closing gently. Chapter 57. The Decisive Battle at the Tower of Time and Space. 1. Stars intertwined, a sky full of constellations. Beneath the vast starry sea, the heart danced lightly. The strings of the heart resonated as one gazed up at the myriad stars. Seated on the grassy expanse of the outdoor Pokémon Center, the three of them gently closed their eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility and beauty. Where shall we go next? What? That's not romantic at all. The girl shot him a somewhat reproachful glance, having finally secured a moment of respite, especially with such splendid weather tonight. Let me see. Already accustomed to their playful banter, Brock gently unfurled the map he held. His finger traced down through the natural park until it eventually settled on the nearest village. How about we head to Poplar Town? Huh, I've heard the grand festival will be held there, and it also has the Sinnoh region's most famous structure, the Tower of Time and Space. We must go. The girl's azure eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of a grand competition within the Tower of Time and Space. Ah, it will surely be a magnificent stage. What? Talking about battles, isn't that just like me? Ash muttered under his breath, only to be silenced by the girl's piercing gaze that made him hesitate to continue his complaints. Poplar Town, huh? We must be close. Gazing at the full moon overhead, he mused, leaning back on his hands. His words held a double entendre. As he looked out at the starry expanse, his amber eyes reflecting the seemingly galactic sky. Look, a shooting star. He followed Koharu's outstretched arm to the distance. Sure enough, a star, seemingly static in the sky, suddenly dashed across the night, growing larger and faster as time passed. Within 5 seconds, an ominous roar erupted from the tranquil night sky. Roar. From the furthest reaches of the night, a radiant star coalesced into a massive form, revealing the silhouette of a creature speeding towards them. With robust arms and enormous wings, it was evidently no mere shooting star. Huh. At this moment, both Koharu and Brock gazed in astonishment as the boy jumped to his feet on the grass, waving his arms. Simultaneously, he cupped his hand over his mouth and shouted at the approaching figure, "I'm right here." Roar. The colossal figure spotted Ash waving below. Then, under its clear gaze, a searing flame shot down from the sky at an angle. The fiery energy enveloped Ash completely, causing him to cough lightly to clear the smoke from his lungs. Glancing ahead with a mixture of exasperation and excitement, the figure opposite him could no longer contain its overwhelming joy. It charged forward, scooping the boy into its embrace. "I've waited for you for so long, Charizard." Pikachu, leaping from Ash's shoulder, agilely climbed onto Charizard's shoulder, waving to greet it before extending its tiny paw to meet Charizard's massive fist. "You've called Charizard back, huh?" In a moment of surprise, Brock's eyes reflected nostalgia. He observed the interaction between the two, reminiscing about their past adventures together. How long it had been since that little Charmander had transformed into this dependable powerhouse. "Are you going to train it?" "Well, sort of, but not really," Ash shook his head. "I'm eager to see how far everyone has come." And as he spoke, a hint of bashfulness made him lower his gaze. "I've missed everyone." It had been far too long since he had seen his former companions. His emotions were hard to suppress. "All right then, let us have Charizard accompany us for a while." He chuckled softly, patting Charizard's sturdy arm, eager to witness the results of its training in Charizard Valley. "So, please take good care of us." Weavee gained another trustworthy friend. Kohara teased with a gentle smile at the Pockaboo in her arms. "In the future, will Pockaboo grow that big too?" Pockaboo, the little Pockaboo, who had been about to greet Charizard, paused momentarily upon hearing the girl's words. Suddenly, it lowered its head a bit uncomfortably, as if reluctant to discuss the topic of evolution. "All right, we can talk about it later." Ash waved his hand, having immediately noticed something amiss with Pokémon. However, it was still too early to address that issue, and he decisively cut off the unusual topic. After all, the most pressing concern at the moment was evident. Ash turned his gaze away, quietly staring at the distant mountains that gradually emerged in the haze. A gentle breeze caressed the strands of hair beneath his cap, stirring the somewhat oversized sleeves of his clothing, enveloping him in an inexplicable air of serenity and maturity. The Tower of Time and Space. The following day, after disembarking, the group continued their journey northward, their destination being the grand tournament held in Bayong Town. The woodland path seemed particularly lengthy, winding through the dense growth of the forest. This compelled all trainers heading to Bayong Town to trek on foot for quite some time. "Well, if all goes well, it should be just ahead." Brock confidently raised the map in his hand. "Great. Since there's a town ahead," the boy exclaimed with excitement, turning to his two companions beside him. Astonishing words tumbled from his lips. "Brock, Dawn, let us use high-speed movement." "All right." The moment his words fell, a torrent of air surged from beneath their feet. Their speed surged like the wind, creating ripples in the air around them. This startled the Pokémon by the roadside, who had never encountered such formidable humans. As their pace quickened, the scenery around them shifted dramatically. The forest faded away, revealing a magnificent mountain range, with crystal-clear streams flowing at its base, where a few fish occasionally leapt with joy. Sunlight streamed down, adding a touch of the divine to this picturesque scene. Ash looked down, searching for a route through the mountains. The only passable way appeared to be a bridge resembling the corridors of a castle. Once Dawn spotted this scene, she decisively turned her head, casting a glance filled with discontent and disappointment at Brock, who was staring blankly at the map, his eyes twitching. Brock blinked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead in confusion. He then adjusted his finger, flipping the map over to face a different direction, as if he had been going the wrong way. No way. The sudden shift in circumstances caused both of them to tumble to the ground. It was one thing to get lost while reading a map, but how could one even misinterpret the map itself? How were they supposed to get across? Were they to have Charizard carry all three of them? Clearly, that was not a viable solution. After all, Charizard had nearly crashed into a mountain column while merely carrying Ash alone, let alone navigating the more complex terrain they faced now. However, just as they were at their wits' end, a warm breeze began to blow over them. A gentle, ethereal voice reached their ears. "Do you need assistance?" Looking up, they beheld a giant hot air balloon descending, carrying a young lady with flowing golden hair, with a Chimchar below, fueling the balloon. They gracefully landed before the trio. Before Ash could utter a word of thanks, Brock, without any sense of shame, rushed forward. "Ah, beautiful miss. I am truly thrilled to share a delightful moment with you in this hot air balloon." Oh no, oh no. With a flash of dark purple light, a toxic sting swept past, the sound effects of the skill gradually fading, accompanied by a disdainful glance at Brock from the poison frog. It scoffed and began to drag him away. Where it was taking him remained a mystery. Ash awkwardly scratched his cheek. "I'm sorry to have startled you." "How embarrassing." Dawn blushed, covering her cheeks with her hands, fully embodying the essence of social embarrassment. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the young lady named Alice warmly invited the trio to join her hot air balloon for a scenic tour. Through a series of conversations, they learned that due to the high number of lost travelers, she often traversed this route as a local resident of Bayong Town to help guide lost trainers out of the mountains. So we weren't mistaken about the map after all. Ash raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms while quietly observing her. Although every word she spoke was accompanied by a resentful gaze and an aura that could send chills down one's spine, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Fortunately, Dawn alleviated the tension. She clutched Pokémon and tugged at Ash's hand, her gaze directed downward as she occasionally pointed out the scenery, providing emotional value. Look, such beautiful scenery. After all, the town surrounding the Tower of Time and Space exuded an ancient charm and mystique. This essence, even amidst modernity and renovations, could not be overshadowed. After disembarking from the hot air balloon, they followed Alice as they explored for quite some time. After watching Ash battle against a large group of trainers for an extended period, he finally called out, "Come back, Pikachu. You've worked hard. Let us go rest." After concluding all the battles, Ash waved to his companions under the shade of the trees, beginning to follow Alice toward the courtyard. At that moment, a shadow nearby silently observed them. Chapter 58. The final showdown at the Tower of Time and Space. 2. Come out, everyone. You too, go ahead and play. Don't wander too far. We don't want to cause any trouble. The beautiful courtyard they arrived at, led by Alice, was constructed with remarkable uniqueness. It harmonized with the retro atmosphere and vintage architectural style of Bayong Town while preserving the beauty of nature. A gentle stream flowed beneath a charming little arched bridge, while the vibrant flowers on the lawn blossomed beautifully. Maril, Meowth, and Combi, various little creatures made this secret garden resemble a paradise, washing away the fatigue of the day. Thus, Ash and his companions released all their Pokémon, allowing them to frolic and play together. Pokémon, Meow, the jubilant Pokémon and Skitty dove into the river, swimming joyfully. The poison frog and Happiny lounged in the shade, while Pachirisu playfully scampered about, laughing. In an instant, several Pokeballs tossed by Ash opened simultaneously in midair. As the red light faded, the Pokemon that descended caused the tranquil lawn to tremble. Roar. Compared to Dawn's petite and adorable companions, Ash's Pokemon appeared somewhat robust. Is that an appropriate description? They were undeniably well trained. Okay. For Alice and Chimchar, the appearances of Torterra, Gardevoir, and Charizard were undoubtedly intimidating, leaving them somewhat astonished. However, reflecting on Ash's previous outstanding battles lingered in their minds. It was reasonable to assume that the other party's ability to raise Pokemon was equally commendable. All right. Don't be so serious. It's not a training session or a battle. Go and play with everyone. After all, they still possess the hearts of children. Upon hearing Ash's cheerful explanation, Torterra and Gardevoir quickly integrated into the group, splashing water playfully at one another. In that moment, only Charizard remained beneath the tree, resting and regaining its strength. Hey, why do you look like a solitary swordsman? Ash approached Charizard and patted its head. Did you learn that from Bulbasaur? At that moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. It reminded him of his travels in Kanto, when Charizard was still a Charmander. And Bulbasaur was the only one in the team who exuded an air of aloofness and solitude. Roar. Upon hearing Ash's voice, Charizard finally opened its eyes, flexing its muscles before letting out a fierce roar. Undoubtedly, its intent was to convey the message that true strength often accompanies solitude. Ash could only chuckle helplessly. After all, he could not compel his Pokemon to conform to actions they did not relish. However, amidst Ash's conversation with Charizard, the nearby commotion piqued its curiosity. Ash, momentarily distracted, soon noticed the Pokemon nearby had divided into two factions, glaring at each other as if neither wished to concede. Please, cease your quarrel. Pachirisu, I told you not to discharge electricity recklessly. Hurry, apologize to everyone. The voice of Dawn, urging peace, snapped him back to reality. Pachirisu, pushed by the delicate hand of the girl, pouted defiantly, showing no inclination to acknowledge its misstep. Yet, the situation appeared increasingly volatile, with Snorlax eyeing Pachirisu menacingly, while Torterra struggled to restrain Snorlax's tail to prevent a brawl. Just as Ash prepared to intervene and pull them apart, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. On a nearby cliff, Iris was delicately pressing a leaf against her lips. Her eyes gently closed as she reveled in the caress of the natural breeze. This elegant and beautiful gesture birthed a tune that was a delight to behold. The harmonious interplay of the leaf and her breath produced a gentle breeze that enveloped all in soothing warmth. As the melody progressed, the once agitated Pokemon were now entranced, their hearts and minds immersed in the exquisite music, gazing dreamily at the sky. At that moment, gratitude and beauty for nature filled their souls, relegating thoughts of conflict to the farthest corners of their minds. Indeed, Ash echoed Dawn's admiration, his gaze filled with respect as he observed Iris playing the ethereal tune. To conjure such light and airy music, her heart must be one of pure gentleness, much like Mr. Shoji. who could dissolve disputes with his own kindness amidst moments of anger. Lu. Huh. What is it, Galade? However, while they were lost in the enchanting notes, Galade had swiftly leaped to the forefront, whispering urgently into Iris's ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Is that true? I must go at once. Following Galade, they arrived at the garden's entrance, only to discover that the once straight stone pillars had been twisted by a mysterious force, with some crumbling into disarray on the ground. Why Iris gazed in bewilderment at the damaged columns, trembling as she crouched down, her fingers shaking uncontrollably as they brushed against the shattered stones. The meticulously prepared garden, a product of diligent care, had been obliterated in an instant, an unbearable sight for anyone. Here it is, as expected. It must surely be the work of Darkrai. Emerging from the shadows was a baron named Albert, clad in opulent red noble attire, approaching the four with a provocative demeanor. One cannot accuse without evidence. Tonio, are you still making excuses for that fiend? Albert raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. Such a destructive Pokémon should be banished from our town. I've warned you countless times. Before Tonio and Albert could escalate their argument, Iris had already taken hold of Tonio's arm, pulling him away. Though her actions carried little offensive power, the irony was palpable. With that single gesture, Albert felt an overwhelming blow to his pride, incredulously pointing at Tonio, anger painting his features with crimson streaks. Iris, there's no need for us to quarrel over this man. How about we go to my mansion for tea to cool off? Leave me be. I have already declared my affection for Tonio. In that moment, two distinct sounds of heartbreak punctuated the air. Albert, clearly unable to accept this rejection, clenched his teeth and covered his chest, the bluntness of her words hitting harder than any veiled insinuation. As for the other sound of heartbreak, Brock. Brock? The girl anxiously waved her hands before the petrified Brock. Are you all right? What happened? As her fingers brushed against Brock, it felt as if countless shards of stone were collapsing around them. This startled Dawn, who, seeing the fragments of Brock scattered about, could only cast a helpless glance at Ash. No, don't worry about him. He should be fine. Ash shrugged, eager to lighten the mood. However, the very next second, the sound of rushing wind and Pikachu's sharp cry disrupted his intent to jest. What is this feeling? Pika. Both he and Pikachu felt an unsettling jolt, a distinct sense of spatial rift encroaching upon them, growing more intense and imminent. Dialga, Palkia in that instant. Ash's expression turned grave as he acutely sensed the clash between the deity of time and the deity of space, a rending of reality itself. The expansion was accelerating, as if threatening to tear apart the fabric of existence into a realm of despair. Boom, seemingly attuned to the spatial discord. From a nearby ominous corner emerged a Pokémon draped in black, its white hair obscuring half its face, adorned with a crimson scarf-like collar, slowly rising from the ground. With one eye partially visible, it raised its hand without mercy. Leave, Darkrai roared, unceremoniously expelling the group. Its tone laced with fury and a unique aura that compelled even the most resolute individuals to retreat several steps. As for those undeterred, Albert, you should be the one to leave. Get out of our town. Tonio, Iris. Dawn, I think I understand why Iris dislikes you so much. Ash, huh? Why? No, why are you fixating on that issue? The girl turned her head away, a flush of embarrassment or indignation coloring her cheeks. Shouldn't your focus be on that guy? She pointed at Darkrai, then glanced at the hapless swallet sent forth by Albert. Suddenly, a shadow ball was unleashed without warning. Bang! The shadow ball's target was not Swallet, but rather a position behind Ash. Moreover, feeling insufficient, Darkrai hurled a black hole into the fray, though its accuracy was questionable. Of course, one could argue it was impressive, as it struck Ash, who was scanning the area for Palkia. The moment the black hole made contact, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and weakness surged through Ash. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy, a torment beyond endurance. Darkrai over there as exhaustion washed over him. Ash pointed toward a certain spot in the distance, desperate to inform the others of Palkia's location before succumbing to slumber. Yet, the others, consumed by concern for Ash's well-being, remained oblivious to the meaning behind his gesture. Alice grasped Antonio's shoulder, pulling him outward, while Xiaowang anxiously supported the almost toppling Xiaoji, hoisting him partially onto his shoulder. And together with Xiaojiang, they hastened towards the exit of the building. The whispers of Dialga grew faint, yet they were sufficient to indicate that the young boy had not entirely succumbed to slumber. The terrifying display of willpower caused Darkrai, who lingered nearby, to narrow its eyes. Though it felt a tinge of guilt for having targeted the wrong person, how could it withstand the fact that its black hole had yet to lull him into sleep? Where was this? In an environment shrouded in darkness, the stillness was eerily palpable, and a faint buzzing resonated in his ears. Xiaoji, fatigued, opened his eyes, surveying the pitch-black surroundings, instinctively calling out, "Pikachu, are you there?" The silence seemed to convey an answer. Then, thunderbolt for illumination? At that moment, the answer was anything but tranquil. With the crackling sound of unleashed electricity reverberating through the silence, the dark surroundings began to illuminate instantaneously. The abrupt brightness made Xiaoji instinctively shield his eyes. As his vision adjusted to the light, the first glimmer he discerned was a soft, orange hue. Subsequently, the darkness within his sight was wholly pierced by the radiance. Reflected in his gaze were the confident and excited eyes of Dan D, the towering figure of a Gigantamax Charizard, and the surrounding audience fervently waving their arms in support and cheer. Moreover, there was Pikachu, panting heavily, nearly unable to rise. The Master 8 Finals? Why was he not already? Pikachu? As the boy found himself engulfed in confusion, shock, and disarray, the Pikachu on the ground slowly managed to rise. Golden currents of electricity intertwined around it, swirling and coalescing into a dazzling display of colors, dispersing a breathtaking spectrum akin to a rainbow. The brilliant thunderbolt surged forth towards the seemingly invincible Charizard and towards itself. Clad in a white short-sleeve shirt, he ultimately jolted awake from his dream. Pikachu still nestled in his arms, having just unleashed Thunderbolt. "You finally woke up," Xiao Wang exclaimed, excitedly tossing aside a towel she had just wrung out. Previously, she had been gently wiping the sweat from Xiaoji's brow as he sweated profusely in his dreams. So aside from Pikachu, she was the first to notice his sudden awakening and condition. Chapter 59. The Final Battle at the Tower of Time and Space. 3. The initial sensation upon waking was a rapid thumping of his heart. The blood pumped through his veins, reinvigorating his body and mind, leaving the suddenly awakened boy gasping for air. Cough, cough. How long did I sleep? He raised a heated arm to wipe away the sweat pooling at his neck. Taking a deep breath and surveying his surroundings, he was evidently within a nearby Pokémon Center. With Nurse Joy monitoring his heart rate and various indicators on the equipment beside him, visibly relieved to ascertain that he was merely in a state of fainting. Perhaps a full morning and afternoon. "It's already dusk," Xiao Wang remarked, handing him a neatly folded pile of clothes from the table. She pointed towards the view outside. The grass and trees, now bathed in a golden glow, combined with the sunset's remnants, painted a stunning tableau. "You've been dreaming of nightmares ever since Darkrai put you to sleep." Xiao Jiang, taking the opportunity, opened the glass window, allowing the long-awaited air to refresh the room. The cool breeze, mingled with a faint earthy scent and the fragrance of wildflowers, evoked a sense of subtle melancholy. "Nightmares? Indeed. Judging by how furrowed your brow was and the sweat you broke, it certainly wasn't a pleasant dream. But why was it the finals?" What did you say?" Noticing the boy mumbling to himself, Xiao Wang couldn't help but wave her hand in front of him. "No, it's nothing," he replied. "Thank you so much, Xiao Wang, for putting in so much thought for me. You're all the best." The words slipped out instinctively, but as rationality reclaimed its hold, the girl waved her hand dismissively, stating, "We're all just the best partners. There's no need for thanks. We were all quite worried about you." Xiao Wang often described Xiaoji's resilience as comparable to that of a Snorlax. The following day, rejuvenated after a night's rest, Xiaoji, guided by Alice, explored the interior of the Tower of Time and Space. With the grand competition approaching in Bayan Town, the main venue had transformed the inner small palace of the tower into a magnificent stage, appearing particularly grand and more than adequate for hosting a lavish celebration. The classical town, which valued battles highly, would certainly not overlook such an event. "Xiaoji, this is for you." Upon entering the interior of the Tower of Time and Space, the girl suddenly had a realization and pulled out two exquisite charms from her pocket. They were the crescent feathers, symbols of overcoming all nightmares. She gently placed one in the palm of his hand, assuring him that with this, he would no longer experience nightmares. Although she was aware that these were merely commercial replicas, Xiaoji was touched by the girl's innocence and charm, smiling as he accepted the crescent feather into his pocket. While the two interacted, Alice approached them, proposing a tour of the musical structure within the Tower of Time and Space. Naturally, the trio, driven by curiosity, agreed. "It's so heavy." The girl climbing the tower struggled to hoist a gear-like component. "This is one of the music-playing plugins. Once embedded within the Tower of Time and Space, it will emit beautiful melodies through the collisions of the gears. Logically, such a heavy item should be lifted by a boy, yet how did our super rookie manage it? It's your lack of training. You're nothing like someone who has no problem with it." Teasingly, she mocked Xiao Wang's slow pace up the stairs, then dashed past her, completely unconcerned. "It's not heavy at all. No problem. However, just moments after reveling in her own prowess, she was knocked out by the gear swung by the girl behind her. Thus, the outcome became that Xiaoji was left to toil alone, carrying the exceedingly heavy gear up the stairs at a snail's pace, while Xiaowang and the others effortlessly soared to the tower's summit in a hot air balloon. This is definitely not a minor issue. Pikachu. Upon reaching the tower's pinnacle, both boy and mouse nearly fainted from exhaustion. However, as the gear was embedded within the tower of time and space, melodious music emanated from this grand instrument, completely alleviating their fatigue from the climb. Descending from the tower in the hot air balloon, the three appeared as if they were floating in bliss, a testament that the entire tower lived up to its title as a musical masterpiece. The music it produced was undoubtedly enchanting, capable of quelling any outrage, provided that such indignation could be dispelled by the ethereal melodies. Bang, bang. The faint sounds of collisions surrounding him jolted Xiaoji from his breathlessness. Turning to gaze at the edge of the tower of time and space, he beheld a serene sky adorned with white clouds. The boy furrowed his brow, a sense of alertness surging within him. This sensation of spatial rift also caught the attention of a familiar figure. From the shadows at the base of the tower of time and space, a chilling atmosphere abruptly emerged as a dense, black silhouette swiftly darted forth, revealing its face to the light. Darkrai coldly fixed its gaze upon the pendulum of the tower of time and space, its hand already brimming with a coalesced black hole, eager to unleash its fury. Bang! Get out of the way. At the moment the next collision echoed, Darkrai hurled the black hole from its hand like a grenade. In the eyes of Xiaoguang, Xiaojiang, and Alice, the tower of time and space exhibited no anomalies, and in the perception of Ash, there was merely a subtle sensation of collision and tearing. Then, in the gaze of Darkrai, the conflict had reached a critical threshold. The fluctuations of the town were on the verge of intertwining with another dimension, and the dual collisions of time and space had already wrought a terrifying rift. In that moment, Darkrai found itself with no recourse but to desperately employ its black holes and shadow balls to prevent further tragedy. Darkrai, leave our town. What had once merely been a garden was now being invaded by this entity. Confused crowds scattered in panic, while numerous Pokémon succumbed to the slumber induced by dark holes. Filled with indignation, Albert hurled a Pokeball containing his Lickitung, hoping to once again thwart Darkrai. But then boom. How could it fall asleep so quickly? The sudden slumber of Lickitung left Albert in deep contemplation. We need to leave. This place is too perilous. Is everyone near the hot air balloon? Wait. One person is missing. Alice frowned as she counted the people at the edge of the balloon. She tilted her head slightly, raising her gaze higher. In the distance, Darkrai's ominous silhouette loomed, relentlessly casting black holes. And closer still, stood a boy clad in a black coat, adorned with a red cap, accompanied by a yellow creature on his shoulder. Ash, Darkrai, Pika Pika. The boy's voice harmonized with Pikachu's, resonating alongside Darkrai's floating trajectory, reaching the creature's ears. Yet, the shadowy figure showed no hesitation, continuing its assault with black holes. Until, in the following moment, Ash's resolute thoughts echoed in the air. I understand your intentions. Please allow me to assist in the battle between Dialga and Palkia. In that instant, the dark, icy gaze of Darkrai finally flickered with intrigue. Its form shifted, reflecting the boy's composed and mature aura in the sunlight. Trust me, for reasons unknown, those amber eyes seemed to possess a depth beyond their years. In mere seconds, thoughts of the boy's formidable physical prowess and tactical acumen filled Darkrai's mind. It nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further response. At that moment, the town underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The rapid rending of dimensions caused the dream world to collide with reality, replacing the once quaint and serene atmosphere of Bayong Town with an otherworldly void filled with illusion. Buildings in the real world began to vanish, while the nightmares of Pokémon encroached upon reality, bit by bit. Albert gazed in horror at his reflection in a mirror. Why have I become Lickitung? Calmly observing the degree of dimensional rift on his computer, Tonio turned to Albert, smirking as he explained. That's just Lickitung experiencing a dream of swapping identities with the Baron. Isn't the black hole supposed to induce nightmares? Exactly. So becoming the Baron is Lickitung's nightmare. Albert. Boom. The critical threshold shattered. The dark sky above Bayong Town flickered with a dual hue of blue and pink. As the light cascaded down, two colossal Pokémon finally materialized in the air above Bayong Town. The god of time, Dialga, the god of space, Palkia, celebrated as the protagonists of the Sinnoh space-time legend. They had officially torn through dimensions and descended into this fragile reality. Let us go, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Regardless of the past or future, We must not repeat our mistakes. The boy slightly adjusted his fingers, pressing down the brim of his cap, while his other hand instinctively reached for a pokeball at his waist. What we must do is resolve the matters within our capacity. We need to buy time, and at this moment, only we possess the strength to do so. With a flick of his wrist, the pokeball soared gracefully into the air, releasing a brilliant red light that coalesced around the boy's side. Roar! He yearned to inquire if his two companions felt any trepidation at the prospect of confronting the deities of combat. However, the expressions on Pikachu and Charizard's faces were decidedly one of familiarity. What else with that expression? He chuckled, rubbing the tip of his nose. Pika Pika. Roar. The essence of their expressions suggested they were indeed familiar with this foolish boy, though their training had become more scientific and refined, and their demeanor more mature, having shed some of their previous recklessness. At this moment, their faith in their partner and willingness to face adversity affirmed that he was indeed the familiar boy they knew. Roar. Charizard motioned to its broad back, signaling for the boy to mount. It first cradled Pikachu in front, then prepared to bend its body, allowing Ash to climb aboard. Ahem. At times, idle dramas often depict scenes where the protagonist faces seemingly insurmountable odds, only to be called by name, triggering dialogue that advances the plot. However, this did not align with the dynamics between the boy and girl. Ahem, ahem. Xiaowang struggled to support herself on her knees, gasping for breath to alleviate the discomfort caused by her frantic dash to the boy. Her beautiful, clean blue hair had gathered a few strands of dust from the run. The boy instinctively began to explain himself. It's all right, right? Ahem. Still coughing to expel the cold air she had inhaled while running. The girl's fair face maintained a familiar smile. Remember, you still owe me a full recap of yesterday's training. You must return safely tonight and make up for it all. Ash blinked, instinctively glancing at Charizard and Pikachu. However, at that moment, the two companions turned their heads with a complete lack of consideration for the boy. All right, no problem. He gave a thumbs up, responding with the most reassuring smile. Be sure to find Miss Alice. Since this chaos was ignited by anger, she has already demonstrated the solution during our first meeting. Chapter 60. The final battle at the Tower of Time and Space. 4. Fly Charizard. We must prepare for a fierce battle. Pikachu, now airborne. The fierce winds stirred by the unleashed attacks whipped at his wide collar and sleeves. Ash's hair, pressed down by the brim of his cap, fluttered against his brow as he nodded slightly, gazing at Xiaowang's concerned yet resolute azure eyes and her receding figure. Adjusting his focus back to the dual gods of time and space, he tightened his gloves and directed Charizard to continue soaring. Perhaps it was in that very moment when the boy chose to engage in a battle against Mewtwo for the sake of his Pokémon that his extraordinary fate had been irrevocably set in motion. Flamethrower. Observing Palkia descending from the sky, Ash pointed at it, commanding Charizard to attack. The scorching flames immediately engulfed Palkia's upper body. Yet, in the next instant, the divine pressure emanating from Palkia caused it to shake its head, dispersing the flames. With a mere flick of its head, it swiftly locked its gaze upon the unexpected human before it. If my assumptions are correct, if there is a reason behind going back to the past, then as the overseers of time and space, you should recognize me. Ash ventured a bold guess, hoping that the dual gods would acknowledge his identity, thus defusing their rage and halting the battle. Boom. However, the response he received was two perfectly aimed pink blades of light. That was Palkia's spatial rend. Fly upwards. Boom. As the pink blades of light struck the houses below, a terrifying explosion erupted, sending debris flying into the air. It is evident that this is not merely a way to recognize his greeting. How could Ash still look over in disbelief? At that moment, the crimson eyes of Palkia filled his vision. This is bad. If this does not alleviate their anger, then what will? Perhaps they are too far gone. At this moment, Palkia and Dialga are utterly unrecognizable to the boy before them, let alone capable of discerning any familiar scent emanating from him. Thus, it is time to resort to the most desperate of strategies. Prepare yourself, Pikachu, Charizard. The boy tightened the brim of his hat, slowly unfastening the remaining Pokeballs from his belt. Please, I entrust you with this. A crisp sound reverberated through the sky above White Poplar Town as four metallic clangs echoed, accompanied by four elegant arcs tracing vivid red lines in the air. Those without the ability to fly stood atop the rooftops, while those capable of flight soared alongside the boy at the same altitude. Duraludon, Giga Impact, Charizard, Inferno. The two titanic energies intertwined in the sky, merging into a formidable strike, a pink blade of light that surged forth. If these two pink blades are akin to mental blades, then it goes without saying that the combination of Giga Impact and Inferno surpasses them. Yet, with a swift sound, The subspace rend was torn apart in mere seconds, roaring forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Dialga, oblivious to the sudden turn of events, was consumed by fury, fixated solely on Palkia as its adversary. As it noticed its attention diverted by another's skill, Dialga began to gather the forces of the earth, unleashing them directly upon the incapacitated Palkia. Roar! Palkia let out a pained cry, its body teetering perilously as it succumbed to the ground. The residual turbulence from the subspace rend caused its attack speed to diminish significantly. Bang! Thunderbolt, Starburst, Flamethrower. In an instant, the combined skills of all the boys' Pokémon, alongside Darkrai's Shadow Ball, shattered the waning subspace rend. Get out of the way. Witnessing Palkia's diminishing momentum, Darkrai gathered its energy. A torrent of black shadows enveloped Darkrai's hands, and in a moment of sheer force, it hurled a black hole so vast it could encompass the entire town. This immense dark space enveloped the relentless struggle like an illusion. Are you all right? As the boy instinctively rushed to support him, Darkrai knelt, extending a hand. It then lifted its gaze to meet the watchful eyes of the two legendary Pokémon. Now, they must contend with two formidable foes. The battle raged on above, while Alice and her companions fervently pondered solutions from the walls. Darkrai had once conveyed that to overcome despair, it was imperative to secure the erosion. Erosion? The girl momentarily faltered. It is essential to understand what erosion is, otherwise, Ash. Miss Alice. As the clues Ash had given her before leaving echoed in her mind, Xiaoguang turned towards Alice. Erosion? Could it possibly be a score that can be played on an instrument? Huh, why do you say that? When we first met you, you dispelled our friend's anger with a score, leaving behind sweet memories. As if grasping the key to the answer, Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled brighter. Then, could it mean that there is also a score that can soothe even the most unquenchable rage? These words instantly awakened Alice. With her expression gradually shifting to one of relief and realization, she revealed a photograph and score left to her by her grandmother. You guessed correctly. I remember it all now. Erosion is the score my grandmother bequeathed to me. However, it is not one I can perform. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Alice turned the photograph over to reveal the illustrations on the back. Do you remember the melody produced by the gears Ash transported earlier at the Tower of Time? This score, its true performer, is the Tower of Time itself. She raised her head, pointing to the tower's summit, which seemed so close yet so difficult to reach. Inside the Tower of Time lies a gear of that shape. This is erosion. Now the challenge lies in determining who possesses the capability to reach the tower's peak and deliver the gear within. As Alice posed her question, silence enveloped them. Antonio and Alice. Their stamina and capabilities might falter before they reach halfway. Baron Albert? As a large tongue, he may struggle even to maintain his balance. After hesitating for a few seconds, Brock was the first to raise his hand to express his intent. However, leave it to me, the girl declared with a voice that was both clear and imbued with unwavering resolve. It's too dangerous, you know that. Later, Brock often pondered why he had not forcibly stopped the girl from her reckless actions. Perhaps it was the resolute determination in her eyes that granted him complete trust, much like the first time he encountered a boy who had seized a badge from him through sheer perseverance and grit. Subspace rend and roar of time are simply absurd. In the present moment, the familiar pink blades of light and the blue energy that rivaled the subspace rend's aura caused Ash to bite his lip. Previously, merely breaking the subspace rend required all his strength. Moreover, as he gazed at Darkrai, still kneeling beside him, he fell into deep contemplation. Darkrai must not be sacrificed again. Absolutely not. Thus, the only course of action remains. Pikachu summoned the storm clouds with thunder. In that moment, the swirling clouds were irresistibly drawn towards the golden lightning emanating from Pikachu's body. Subsequently, thick bolts of lightning surged forth, crackling as they struck downward. Yet, the target of this attack was not the legendary Pokémon. Roar! Pikachu! The yellow and orange forms basked beneath the golden lightning. On the other side, as the roar of time and subspace rend completed their convergence, a pale blue light and pink blades surged forward with an overwhelming force toward the two Pokémon bathed in lightning. I believe in you. You can do this. As the two attacks poised to bombard the golden light of thunder, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. The golden thunder roared against the darkened sky, enveloping Pikachu and Charizard in a golden whirlwind that surged upward, layers of rampant lightning momentarily obstructing the energy. Then, from within, an anomaly exploded. Pika! The exclamation heralded the arrival of a miracle. Beneath that dark cloud and sky, Pikachu, adorned with golden lightning, radiated brilliance like a descending deity. And yet, it was not over. Roar! Below, Charizard unleashed a terrifying roar with even greater intensity. The orange form, clad in the golden armor of thunder, appeared more robust, with the layers of golden light serving as the ultimate testament to miracles. In that moment, the subspace rend and roar of time no longer bore the oppressive weight they once held. For what replaced it were the dazzling, vibrant bolts of lightning and flames. This instant marked the birth of a miracle and the resurrection from despair. The clash between Dialga and Palkia held steady for several seconds before being astonishingly reversed by Thunderbolt and Inferno, which gently pushed them back. Attack! Stunned and bewildered, Dialga and Palkia finally revealed their vulnerabilities. High above, the Mook bird soared gracefully, while the long-tailed monster had long been lying in wait, eagerly anticipating the moment to heed the boy's command. As the Mook bird utilized the dazzling flash of its return to brush past Dialga in an instant, the concentrated strike of the long-tailed monster simultaneously impacted Dialga's form. However, none noticed that this concentrated assault appeared to have struck twice in succession. With a roar, the deities of time and space grew even more enraged, their divine might and majesty diminished by the presence of an inconspicuous boy, an outcome they found utterly unacceptable. In unison, they bellowed, seemingly aligning their focus to eliminate this human first. Various brilliant attacks of differing hues encircled the deities once more, attempting to bolster their morale. Yet, with a thunderous crash, a robust orange light struck the earth beneath their feet at an improbable angle. The collapsing ground interrupted the buildup of their powerful moves, forcing them to scramble to regain their balance. But the victorious roar of Ghidorah resonated, though it had only recently come into existence. The fierce battle spirit and uncontainable fury within its eyes served as the cornerstone of its rapid advancement. In the next moment, a brilliant flash, unlike the golden light of thunder, illuminated the surroundings, symbolizing the essence of evolution. It had evolved. Multiple gusts of wind, both those swept up by the thunderous air and those propelled by the light of evolution, rushed forth, enveloping the boy's sleeves and tousling his cap. Ash raised his hand, striving to shield his hat from being blown away, his amber eyes shimmering with the brilliance of the moment. Could this truly be the opportunity he had awaited? After all, merely contemplating the completion of the thunder armor had seemed miraculous. Furthermore, it would transcend the nearly imperceptible shackles binding Ghidorah, enabling its evolution. Perhaps, at times, those who dare to believe in miracles are themselves remarkable. The breakthrough and enhancement bestowed upon him were a testament to the divine's appreciation for courage and spirit. This was a memory that, even after the passage of time, would often evoke nostalgia and reflection in Darkrai, who had witnessed this extraordinary battle firsthand. Chapter 61. The Final Battle at the Tower of Time. 5. Powerful gusts of wind collided, igniting numerous explosions and clouds of smoke. As the dark mist gradually dissipated, the boy, seated upon Charizard, wiped the sweat from his brow with a sense of lingering trepidation. His attire, now significantly tattered, bore the marks of their fierce struggle, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Yet, miraculously unscathed and in high spirits, he considered himself fortunate amidst the misfortune, thanks to the protective barrier of Ghidorah. Though that fragile shield had shattered almost instantly, the outcome remained favorable. The most terrifying aspect of the explosion lay in the moment of upheaval and shockwaves, and the shield had absorbed much of the intense damage, leaving only remnants that had torn a portion of his clothing. Moreover, the boy shook his head slightly, following Darkrai's gaze towards the Tower of Time. The gentle green light swirling at its pinnacle evoked a soft, ethereal melody that resonated within the hearts of those present. Success! At the very edge of the railing atop the tower, the familiar azure hue, along with numerous Pokémon, exerted every ounce of their strength to pull down the final lever, allowing the song of Orizion to echo throughout the shattered town of White Poplar. In the next moment, a radiant golden light erupted from around the Tower of Time. The perfect performance of Orizion enveloped the entire town in a dazzling glow. The eyes of the deities of time and space, previously filled with furious crimson, began to clear. This time, there was no need for sacrifice. Perhaps it was the fervent gaze Darkrai cast upon him that made the boy feel a touch of embarrassment, prompting a shy smile. Although Darkrai had been revived in the past, the misunderstanding that had led to its injury lingered in his heart, causing him unease. This time, it could be seen as a means of rectifying that regret, though the resolution arrived with a hint of awkwardness. If only I could ask Mom to mend my clothes. She would surely worry. Ash. As the darkness of the sky gradually receded, the remnants of the sunset's glow cascaded over the earth. The city, reduced to ruins, appeared even more fragmented under the gentle twilight. Meanwhile, the girl descending in a hot air balloon, After mustering all her strength to call out the name she had long held in her heart, rushed towards the boy the moment her feet touched the ground. With a roar, the rejuvenated Charizard descended gracefully, nuzzling the boy's head and resting its weight upon his shoulder. It felt a pang of guilt, wishing it could have been stronger, even though it had already achieved a miracle. However, the lingering aftermath of the explosion had prevented it from delivering the boy safely. Charizard's eyes reflected deep remorse and sorrow, prompting Ash to gently stroke its head, signaling that he was unharmed. It's all right, right? At that moment, when Ash's gaze met the girl's, he anticipated a flurry of actions and words. Yet, his racing heart, unsure lips, and the inexplicable moisture in his eyes rendered him speechless, leaving him standing before her in silence. Oh. The unexpected dampness at the corners of his eyes brought a cool sensation to his cheeks. His fingers brushed against his face, the chilling wetness momentarily disorienting him. Why are you crying? Did some sand get in your eyes? This inquiry, laced with a hint of teasing and an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, bore a familiarity that surpassed even Brock's expectations, leaving him wide-eyed and giving a thumbs up. It's fine. I told you, no problem. In the next instant, a sudden impact collided with his chest, nearly causing him to stumble. The softness that followed left him awkwardly unsure of where to place his hands. Ash looked up, just in time to catch Brock's anxious lip movements. Hug her. He puzzled, confused by Brock's gestures. Pat her back to comfort her? Although uncertain of the appropriateness of the action, Brock had declared it a comforting gesture for a friend, so it must be right. No problem, no problem. He gently patted the girl's back, his voice brimming with warmth. I haven't even taught you battle techniques yet. You can't expect to take shortcuts. Uffed. Hearing Ash's teasing tone and feeling the warmth radiating from his touch, the girl couldn't help but raise her arms, wiping away the glistening moisture at the corners of her eyes and flashing a radiant smile. Yes, it's fine. I knew as long as Ash was here, everything would be all right. Clap, clap, clap. Brock applauded enthusiastically, filled with a sense of pride akin to watching a child grow. The atmosphere here was somewhat ambiguous, but the deities of time and space could not afford to indulge in such sentiments. Rather, it was impossible for them to be ambiguous. They were utterly unable to muster a smile. Roar. What are you doing? Do you even know who you just attacked? Roar. How could the boss's most favored trainer be here? Roar. You think you can meddle with time? Roar. I told you it was Giratina's doing. Roar. What if we get reprimanded by the boss? Woe is me. These two companions were far more distressed than they would be from tears. The moment they regained their senses, the boy's familiar face filled their vision, causing them to nearly lose their minds in fear, completely forgetting that the boss's favorite human could appear in this realm. Moreover, that wasn't even the focal point. The crux was that they had almost defeated him. Roar. No, we must do something. If this boy scolds me, I'll surely be skinned when I return. Perukia shook its head vigorously, then began to gather its temporal powers to gradually restore the shattered town. At this moment, the melody of Elachian reached its zenith. The exquisite music, intertwined with the restoration of time and space, created an ethereal ambience as brilliant golden light enveloped the time tower, sweeping through the entire town. Accompanied by Perukia's temporal abilities, it presented a magnificent light show for all present. Ash, meanwhile, observed as a young girl inexplicably produced a camera, capturing the splendid golden sky along with herself and the boy gazing upward. A pair of divine beings, one pink and one blue, flew towards Ash with extreme contrition. In response to the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, they bowed deeply, attempting to convey their apologies. Ultimately, amidst the bewildered stares, they each retreated toward their respective pink and blue portals. I must inform the boss when I return. And you don't flee. You nearly incapacitated that boy. The two deities exchanged fierce glares, hurling parting threats at one another before reluctantly making their way through their summoned portals. Well, an apology is one thing. Ash's lips twitched. But it would be nice if you could at least explain why you transported me to this timeline. Oh well, I suppose I will find out in due time, right? The Golden Town continued its gradual restoration, seemingly symbolizing the rebirth of this journey. Chapter 62, The Arrival of Darkrai. Due to Perukia's fear of being flayed by his master, despite the horrific devastation wreaked upon White Poplar Town, where all the houses lay in ruins from the previous battle, the entire town was revitalized under the dual restoration of Perukia and the Time Tower, returning to its former glory. The following day, despite the unforgettable clash of the deities and the venue for the grand contest still being a wreck, the present moment felt serene, and White Poplar Town had been fully restored. Therefore, everyone was warmly welcomed to the grand contest. Here, we shall determine the victor in this classical town, and the winner will receive this elegant white poplar ribbon from my hands. The already heated promotional remarks were, of course, a declaration that the grand contest had commenced. All right, stop jumping around. Aren't you tired? Observing the exuberant girl unable to quell her excitement, Ash chuckled as he gave her shoulder a gentle shake. Come on, after warming up, we can prepare for the first round of evaluations. All right. Dawn nodded in satisfaction, beaming at Ash's kind smile, and then dashed to the lawn outside the time tower to warm up and adjust her Pokémon. Reflecting on the new move that Ambipom had showcased while healing the Pokémon last night, Ash concentrated slightly. He tentatively waved his hand. Ambipom, double attack. Buniri, sweet kiss. Neither side exerted full force, instead opting to keep their strength in check as they exchanged light blows. This was merely a warm-up, sufficient to invigorate their nerves and bodies with about 80% of their power. However, today, Ambipom appeared exceptionally spirited. Its purple tail swayed energetically, gaining strength with each passing moment. As it performed consecutive strikes with increasing agility, its mastery of double attack grew ever more refined. Finally, after a last double attack that sent Buniri stumbling back a few steps, a radiant white light began to emanate from Ambipom. Oh, is it finally happening? Brock observed excitedly as the evolving Ambipom captured his attention. The little one, who had accompanied them since the battling zone, was finally evolving. As the white light faded, Ambipom grew larger, its tail split into two, and the tuft atop its head parted. Well, this decisive battle at the Time Tower has indeed yielded substantial rewards. However, it is regrettable that due to the town's strong battling essence, the trainers participating in this grand contest were formidable. Many trainers showcased their Pokémon in their final evolutionary forms, such as Empoleon, Infernape, and even the outrageous Venusaur. Thus, even though Dawn smoothly secured a top 3 finish in the first round with Buniri and fought valiantly in the second round to defeat her opponent S. Infernape using Piplup, she ultimately fell to her rival S. Empoleon in the third round due to experience. What a pity. Although there is some regret, it is merely a matter of time. So it is not too significant. Or perhaps, one might say there is no problem at all. Thus, the grand contest concluded, and White Poplar Town had fulfilled its purpose. As all events came to a close, there lingered an inexplicable feeling of having traversed through time. Ash and his companions began to pack their bags, checking their Pokeballs in preparation for their ongoing journey. However, before they departed, Alice specifically summoned the three to the inner garden. She pointed towards a shadowy corner, indicating that someone wished to speak with Ash, requesting that he come alone. Ash indicated himself, then approached the shaded area with a hint of curiosity. The moment his feet touched the ground, the soil began to undulate like a tide, and a dark orb subtly emerged from within. Darkrai slowly surfaced, its emotionless eyes fixated intently on the boy before it. I would like to express my gratitude. In a rare display, Darkrai thanked Ash, extending its hand. Without your efforts, I might have sacrificed myself in vain to save this town's fate. It's nothing. Contributing to the welfare of others is my duty. Ash smiled as he placed his hand atop Darkrai's shadowy one, though it felt as though he touched nothing. Pikachu nodded in agreement, affirming that stepping forward was simply part of Ash's character. Darkrai continued to gaze at him in silence, its dark eyes inscrutable. So, this is goodbye for now? We must take our leave. Once we have resolved our matters, we shall certainly return to see you. In that instant, Darkrai shook its head vigorously. Its shadowy form coalesced like a ghost diving, slipping into Ash's shadow. As recompense, I wish to travel with you and protect you in times of danger. However, during your ordinary days without peril, I shall return to White Poplar to guard its safety. Should you require my assistance, simply whisper my name, and I shall instantly come to your aid. After delivering these words, Darkrai completely vanished into its shadow. Pika, that's so cool. Well, is this a surprise? It's unexpected and bewildering, but since it has chosen me, I have no reason to refuse. All right, let's go. We shouldn't keep Dawn and Brock waiting. Wait, does this mean you've captured Darkrai? Dawn exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth, her eyes darting toward Ash's shadow. Well, it's not quite capturing, but it has acknowledged you, hasn't he? Brock nodded quietly. Who wouldn't he admire Ash for risking himself for the sake of Pokemon? That's incredible. Ash was already impressive, and now he has Darkrai as well. It's still too early to celebrate. We must continue to strive for more. Ash gently patted Pikachu's head, then strode forward with determination. Let us go to the next city. Wait for me. Dawn laughed as she chased after him. Watching the youthful exuberance of the boy and girl playing and frolicking, Brock nodded appreciatively, offering a meaningful smile before tightening the straps of his backpack and hastening to catch up. Chapter 63, The Double Battles of the Grand Contest. After resolving the significant crisis in White Poplar Town, Ash, accompanied by a wealth of Pokémon and the newly joined Darkrai, pressed onward toward the City of Fate. Following the fierce battle, Charizard returned to the Charizard Valley to continue its training. The guilt and frustration etched on its face made it abundantly clear that it had been tormented by the thought of failing to protect Ash. Despite Ash's repeated reassurances that it was not to blame, the fiercely competitive spirit within Charizard drove it to seek greater strength, believing that only then could it better safeguard Ash. At this moment, Charizard had been replaced by Weezing, while Bagon had taken the place of Cyndaquil. The two had accompanied Ash on his journey, but they could no longer gain further experience. Thus, Ash decided it was best for Charizard to continue its training in the valley. As for the heavy Bagon, it would seek wisdom from its Snorlax companion. As for Cyndaquil, it seemed perpetually drowsy, yawning as if it had not had sufficient rest. The first time she met Cyndaquil, Dawn often poked the adorable creature as it lay snoozing on the ground. It appeared so diminutive at first glance, yet in battle, it exhibited an astonishing ferocity, unchanged from its days in Johto. Indeed, this was the essence of its character. The rebirth brought not only a second chance for Ash, but also an opportunity to nurture the young girl beside him, facilitating her growth at a quicker pace. Dawn would eventually acquire a Cyndaquil of her own, and it would be delightful for her to observe Ash's training methods. On this ordinary morning, which felt as mundane as any other, boredom hung heavily in the air. Have you forgotten the excitement of White Poplar Town just a few days ago? Ash teased Dawn, who was struggling to keep her eyes open, perhaps contagious from Cyndaquil's lethargy. Indeed, while it may be dull, it is certainly preferable to encountering unexpected incidents, she replied. Meowth. What do you mean, Meowth? Brock realized his response was misplaced. Are you imitating Professor Oak's chatter about the rivers? As he turned to follow Dawn's gaze, he spotted a rather familiar feline creature peering cautiously from the bushes. Its anxious expression transformed into joy upon seeing Dawn, and it dashed forward, seizing the hem of her skirt and tugging her towards the nearby forest. Was there something it needed? No. It struck him that he had seen this creature somewhere before. As it dragged her along, Dawn pondered, suddenly slapping her hand in realization. Isn't this Wishing's partner? Oh, now that you mention it, Ash also came to the same realization, having encountered the creature before and recognizing its identical demeanor to Wishing's. Thank you for your help. I truly appreciate it. Wishing winced as the potion stung her wound, causing her to gasp. Fortunately, with Dawn's support, she managed to stand and move cautiously. It looks a bit serious, Dawn remarked anxiously, observing Wishing's pallor, which was already contorted in pain from merely standing. Wishing gently patted Dawn's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. It's fine. Just a sprained ankle. I'll be all right after a couple of days. However, I didn't expect to run into you here, Ash inquired, his curiosity piqued. Given her journey's progress, she should have advanced considerably. Did you not participate in the Pokémon contest in White Poplar Town? No. I took a detour. Wishing waved her hand dismissively, glancing at her pink Azurill beside her. And capturing this little one took some time. Amaro? It looks well trained, Brock observed closely, admiring Wishing's nurturing skills. You're too kind. We still need to work harder, Wishing replied with a soft smile, cradling Azurill in her arms. So, are you also headed to Yuan City? Indeed. For the next ribbon badge, Dawn declared, clenching her fist with determination. Then, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Wishing and asked, would you mind evaluating my current performance? Of course. As the girls performed their elegant battles by the riverbank, Ash instructed Cyndaquil to ignite some wood, preparing flames for Brock's lunch. By the way, do you still intend to have Ambipom participate in the Pokémon contest? While stirring the soup, Brock sampled the broth and recalled their previous discussion, where Wishing had mentioned Ambipom's suitability for such competitions. I doubt it, Ash tightened his gloves. At present, it seems disinterested in the contest, so to speak. It's like a fleeting enthusiasm. Just as it's no longer keen on snatching my hat, it simply lost interest. One trained while the other cooked, their leisurely conversation flowing in a harmonious atmosphere. Chatting with Brock brought an unusual synergy, allowing them to converse effortlessly throughout the day. However, their dialogue was cut short by a startled exclamation from the nearby girl. Double battles. You didn't know? The girl shook her head vigorously, her azure eyes shimmering with helplessness. She turned to Wishing, silently pleading for enlightenment on what she might be missing. For goodness sake, Wishing retrieved her tablet from her bag, tapping the screen to access the official contest website. The theme in Yuan City heavily favors double battles and emphasizes innovative thinking. With a timid hand raised, Dawn inquired, so, what now? Well, time for a refreshing nap. We can prepare anew, Wishing replied. No way. Ash chuckled heartily, continuing to blow at the stove to manage the flames. Why not simply prepare a new one? Bang. In the next moment, an uncontrolled flare from the stove blackened Ash's face. That's what you get, he mused. It's not as easy as you think, Just managing a single Pokemon is troublesome enough. But it's just a double battle. Watch closely, shaking his head to clear the soot. Ash called to his training partners in the distance, Ambipom, Pikachu, come over here. The two little creatures, who had been training nearby, dashed over upon hearing Ash's call. As Ash leaned down to whisper a few words in their ears, both Pokemon paused momentarily, but nodded in agreement, inspired by Ash's earnest demeanor. Slowly, Ash distanced himself from them. The nearby stream gurgled melodiously, creating a rhythm that resonated in the air. As he swung his arms, the gentle sounds of the stream melded with his voice. On the left, a flash of electricity surged, while on the right, Ambipom unleashed its swift. As Pikachu's tail shimmered, a brilliant white light flickered, casting an afterimage. Ambipom's swift followed closely behind Pikachu. The sparkling stars perfectly synchronized with Pikachu's speed, neither too close to collide nor too far to lose their visual appeal. In a dazzling display, the electric flash combined with Ambipom's swift to create a tail of stars. Thunderbolt. Iron Tail. As Pikachu unleashed its Thunderbolt, the electrical fireworks erupted beautifully upon the ground. With Ambipom's iron tail striking the edges of the electric display, it began to scatter in all directions. Swift. The ground fireworks, reminiscent of Pikachu's electric display, were seamlessly integrated with Ambipom's swift. The radiant golden stars intertwined with the golden Thunderbolt, culminating in a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Finish it. Iron Tail. Focus Strike. At that moment, both Ambipom and Pikachu launched their ultimate moves toward the ground in unison. Two powerful strikes propelled the fireworks skyward. And as the final high-speed star was launched by the two-tailed monster, all the fireworks erupted flawlessly in the air, transforming into a dazzling meteor shower that cascaded down like a myriad of shooting stars. The golden droplets of the meteor shower, in conjunction with the bowing duo of the two-tailed monster and Pikachu, appeared particularly stunning and magnificent at that moment. Chapter 64. Perhaps you should participate in the Grand Festival. Perfect. Pikachu, Pikachu. With the two-tailed monster and Pikachu executing simultaneous backflips and landing gracefully, Ash gently removed his hat. Bathed in the golden meteor shower, the trio slowly bowed in gratitude, completing their final gesture together. The azure in the girl's eyes shifted from a pitiful gaze to one of fury, and soon morphed into terror and stupor. She gazed incredulously at the golden meteor shower raining down, trembling as she pointed at Ash, as if she had encountered a monstrous apparition. Subsequently, she turned back in a fit of anger to glance at Brock, who was watching the spectacle while preparing a meal. Don't look at me. Brock remained remarkably composed, continuing to stir the soup. As it was evident that Ash had witnessed the Grand Festival numerous times in Hoenn and had absorbed some of its essence. However, he did indeed appear to possess a natural talent for the Grand Festival. You call that a bit. TSK, you've added too little salt. Crying without tears, Dawn looked at Brock, who was still adding salt to the soup. Hey, can you not say such demoralizing things with a straight face? I watch the Grand Festival every day too. Why can't I achieve something like that? The disparity between people is simply too vast. It's so disheartening. Dawn turned her head, pitifully seeking solace from May. How impressive. After recovering from her astonishment, May was the first to respond. She pondered for a moment and looked up at Ash, saying, "Why don't you switch to the Grand Festival, Dawn?" A certain girl nearly fainted. One May was already enough to drive her to despair. And now adding Ash. Wah, should I retire before even completing my first year? Hey, stop looking at me like that. Ash responded with a hint of exasperation at May's teasing expression. I still prefer challenging gyms. What a waste of such talent, May lamented, exhaling deeply several times. Feeling a headache for the first time over Ash's steadfastness. Why not buy a wig and apply some makeup? You and Dawn have similar figures. You're even a bit leaner, perfectly capable. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Dawn's furious shout. Don't decide for others. And how can you say I have a similar figure to Ash? The girl mumbled in dissatisfaction. How can you compare yourself to a boy? Although, it must be said that Ash's figure does seem quite appealing. His face is also quite fitting. What if he were to dress as a girl? In that moment, a certain girl's thoughts had strayed far afield. Unpleasant memories. Watching Dawn as if she had awakened some extraordinary attribute, her eyes even began to glimmer. This made Ash shudder involuntarily. He did not wish to be coerced into wearing girls' clothing again. The Rainbow Gym, the Maid Cafe, the Opera House, not to mention all the various outfits. He could hardly count them on one hand. This time, Ash vowed he would not assist at the Maid Cafe again. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, I once thought Ash's straightforward gym battle mindset was unsuitable for the Grand Festival. May chuckled lightly, observing the playful banter between the two. I didn't expect him to be the most talented one after all. I apologize for misunderstanding you as merely taking the Grand Festival as a leisure activity. It's clear that you will prepare earnestly for competitions, and that is something I should aspire to as well. It's nothing. I'm just a beginner. So disheartening. Is this what a beginner looks like? Coughing lightly, May remarked, I told you not to compare yourself to me. She blinked, glancing between Dawn and Ash, and a subtle smile crept onto her face, her lips curling upward as she shook her head gently. Then, adopting the demeanor of someone with experience, she said, well then. Dawn, I believe you one need my assistance. Why not? You have Ash. She clapped her hands and began to pack her backpack. Moreover, from his experience, not only can you learn the first round of performance from him, but he is also far more familiar with the battles in the second and third rounds than I am. All right, thank you for your care. I must be on my way. May readily picked up her backpack and, accompanied by her Pokémon, set off toward the city of Yuan amidst the bewildered gazes of the two. Pachima, Water Pulse. Pachirisu, Thunderbolt. Dawn indeed had a vivid imagination. The Water-type Water Pulse and Electric-type Thunderbolt clashed. If executed well, the two opposing moves would indeed yield unexpected results. However, it was their first time coordinating, and they were entirely unfamiliar with each other's timing. One preferred to initiate early, while the other favored a delayed release, which naturally led to an electrolytic reaction. With a thunderous boom, amidst the swirling black mist, the disgruntled girl re-emerged. Why? Dawn lamented, ruffling her frizzy hair, having experienced this multiple times already. Their coordination still fell short. Ash crossed his arms, nodding slightly as he analyzed the situation. Pikachu and the two-tailed monster have trained together for quite some time, so their timing is definitely on point. But Pachima and Pachirisu have yet to train together, right? They will succeed after a few more attempts. Those words rang true. After several failed attempts, the two Pokémon simultaneously unleashed their respective moves. The Thunderbolt nestled within the outer edge of the Water Pulse. The internal blue whirlpool illuminated by arcs of blue electricity, showcasing the skill's grandeur in the most perfect manifestation within the girl's mind. Wonderful. Just like that, Dawn exclaimed joyfully, lifting the successful duo of Pokémon in her arms. At this rate, the first round of the evaluation will be a breeze. What's wrong? In stark contrast to the ecstatic girl, Ash's expression had turned notably serious, prompting Brock to sense something awry. Ash, arms crossed, wore an expression of unspoken concern. His lips pursed as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Do you remember the purpose of the Grand Festival? To showcase the inherent charm of Pokémon? Oh, I see what you mean. Brock paused, gazing at the distant golden whirlpool that had yet to dissipate. And he began to understand why Ash didn't simply tell Dawn directly, if not addressed promptly. Ash shook his head. In the distance, the girl's exuberant demeanor caused her hair to sway with her movements. Her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her excitement, an enthusiasm she wished to maintain uninterrupted. It seemed you understood. The trials and tribulations you have faced, she too must experience firsthand. Without the indelible lessons learned from failures and the relentless spirit to rise again, one cannot reach the summit. Chapter 65, Dreams and Reality. Throughout the journey, the girl was exhilarated by the sheer brilliance of her creation, her earlier boredom replaced with a joyful demeanor, humming a tune as she led the way. Behind her, the silent boy wore a bittersweet smile, caught in a tumultuous desire to break free yet bound by restraint. Yet, they had no choice but to continue their arduous journey ahead. With less than 2 days until the grand opening of the Pokémon contest in the City of Destiny, any further delays might render the first round of evaluations a moot point. They might even jeopardize their eligibility to participate. As they traversed the tall grass, they were soon to arrive at the Pokémon Center. To lighten the mood, Brock confidently raised his booklet, declaring that he had not made any wrong turns this time. All the signs aligned perfectly. Hooray! There would be no camping tonight. Maylene excitedly waved her arms. Compared to staying in this damp, overgrown area, the Pokémon Center felt akin to a 5-star hotel. After all, who would choose the hard ground over a warm, soft bed? All right, let us head to the Pokémon Center for a hot shower to unwind. The silent instigator of their troubles was now energetically pointing ahead and running. However, he had hardly taken a few steps when he paused. What was that? A purple mist lingered faintly around the edges of the forest, only to vanish completely within moments, as if it were an illusion, leaving the trio with no doubts as they continued onward. As they pushed through a particularly tall patch of grass, the surrounding thickets gave way to an expansive lawn with a broad vista, revealing a Pokémon Center towering 5 stories high. Brock, you've done a remarkable job. Is it truly possible for a Pokémon Center to rise to 5 stories? Ash exclaimed in astonishment as he pushed open the grand, opulent doors and stepped inside. What greeted him was the ever-gentle Nurse Joy, her signature smile gracing her face. "Excuse me, may I inquire about this place? Beautiful Nurse Joy, would you accompany me on a romantic date?" "Oh dear, it's always like this." Maylene had already anticipated the unwelcome Froakie-s appearance, awkwardly covering her face and urging, "Let us hurry. This is so embarrassing. Doesn't it hurt to be rejected every time?" "Actually, I like you the most, Brock," she said. "Look, rejected again." The girl, sensing something amiss, widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing Nurse Joy's shy response. "Did she just say what I think she said? In fact, I've heard of your illustrious name long before. Please allow me to court you with marriage in mind." "Ash, Maylene, this can't be happening." Before they could question this bizarre occurrence, Professor Oak and Auntie Daisy suddenly appeared, grabbing their wrists. "Ash has been invited to participate in the World's premier Pokémon League finals. Maylene has been invited to the finals of the world's most prestigious Pokémon showcase." To divert attention, discussing one another's dreams and aspirations was the most appropriate tactic. For these young trainers, who were passionate about their dreams and battles, standing on the highest stage was enough to make them forget any present oddities. Clearly, Maylene, who had not encountered many strange events, easily believed them. After all, her mother was present, and winning would mean she could become the world's top coordinator. The sensation of this long-desired wish being within reach, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, was not something she could afford to relinquish. Unlike the two who were lost in ecstatic joy, a peculiar seriousness clouded the boy's brow, slightly tilting his head back. The stray strands of hair obscured his vision, and the blurred yet vivid image of the battle stage alongside the familiar figure of Cynthia stood before him. In that instant, he felt disoriented. It was as if he were back at the Masters tournament. If he agreed, he could return in that fleeting moment. Vague thoughts occupied his mind. However, the ocean of reason swiftly submerged these nebulous ideas. The subconscious act of biting his tongue jolted him back to clarity. The faint metallic taste lingering on his tongue sharpened his focus, causing him to furrow his brows. "My dream has always been to achieve it step by step. Even if I were to return to the beginning, I would climb from zero. This path to victory, this thorny corridor towards the championship, offers no shortcuts." At that moment, an extraordinary clarity washed over him, and the image of Cynthia alongside the impending battle stage disintegrated into countless fragments swirling around him. Surely, this was a dream. Wasn't he it? As he uttered this thought, the fragmented scene before him began to shift. When he regained his senses, he found himself on a different stage. Before him stood Cynthia, clad in black attire, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. In front of her was a Garchomp, while his own Lucario stood panting before him. Ash slightly parted his lips. "Garchomp, use Dragon Claw." Without a moment's hesitation, Cynthia decisively issued her attack command. "Lucario." The boy shut his eyes, taking deep breaths to adjust his state of mind. The sounds of the fierce battle filled his ears, accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the audience. If he opened his eyes, he would see the championship trophy, so close at hand. All he had to do was accept this dream or illusion to return to the pinnacle. "But I'm terribly sorry. But I have stated that my dreams must be realized through my own efforts." He was uncertain whether this would be his only opportunity in life, or if he could replicate this journey again. However, he was resolute that this path to victory, no matter how arduous, must be traversed by his own will. At that moment, his words conveyed an unexplainable determination. "I apologize, but I cannot remain lost in this dream. I have more pressing matters to attend to. It is time to awaken." "Dream?" The Dream Eater, floating mischievously around the trio, observed with satisfaction as Maylene and Brock's smiles threatened to overflow, then turned its curious gaze toward Ash's calm visage. "Dream." The Dream Eater was intrigued by what this boy was dreaming about. Typically, it had witnessed countless trainers immersed in their own joyful dreamscapes, reluctant to awaken. Yet this boy was different. Curiosity and confusion compelled it to drift closer. "What are you dreaming about?" Just as it approached Ash's face, the dark ripples at the edge of the boy's shadow began to roil uncontrollably, erupting in an explosive surge of black waves. A shadowy Darkrai sprang forth from Ash's shadow, its emotionless gaze fixated upon the Dream Eater, overpowering its aura completely. It lowered its head slightly, relaxing its oppressive presence only after confirming Ash was unharmed. "Dream, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to play with them." The Dream Eater nearly fainted from fright, hastily bowing its head to the ground, pleading for Darkrai's forgiveness. However, the moment those words left its mouth, Ash successfully escaped from the dream. Blinking in confusion, he was greeted by lingering purple smoke and the swirling black currents surrounding him. "Darkrai?" Observing the two Pokémon staring at each other, Ash grasped the situation. He remembered this peculiar Dream Eater, known for its potent illusions, and like the ghastly family. It seemed to enjoy mischief, albeit without any malicious intent. Dream. Upon seeing Ash awaken, the Dream Eater excitedly nuzzled against him. It then pointed at the empty poke ball on his waist, willingly transforming into a beam of light to be captured. Huh. The boy exclaimed in astonishment as he held the newly captured pokeball. I didn't do anything. Yet. The Darkrai floating beside him bore a hint of satisfaction in its eyes. It had, more or less, witnessed the boy's dream. It had not chosen the wrong person. To strive through one's own efforts to ascend the peaks of the past? Perhaps, this is the very reason they chose this boy. Chapter 66. A Reunion with Shigeru. Oh. Once the dream demon was subdued, the dreamscape it conjured naturally unraveled on its own. Not far away. The two individuals soaring in the realm of pleasant dreams gradually began to awaken, yawning in unison. Huh. Where's my grand trophy? The girl, returning to reality, found herself grasping at nothing, blinking in a daze. What a pity, it was merely a dream. How delightful it would be if it could continue. After another yawn, she rubbed her drowsy eyes with the back of her hand and noticed an outstretched hand before her. Following the arm upward, she beheld the smiling face of Satoshi. Dreams must be realized through one's own endeavors. After pulling her up, Satoshi brushed off the dust from his clothes, noting how swiftly this nap had passed. It was already daytime. In the distance, the line where earth meets sky began to shimmer with light, subtly revealing the golden rays of the morning sun. The warm hues kissed Satoshi's face, causing him to squint his eyes in comfort. Indeed, reality is far more joyous. As he turned his head, ready to utter something, he was immediately met with the sight of the girl awkwardly wiping the corner of her mouth. So, what exactly did you dream about? It was understandable for Brock to drool over a pleasant dream, but after all, Koharu's dream was related to battles. Why was there drool involved? The very mention of it turned the girl's fair cheeks into rosy apples. With her eyelashes fluttering, she quickly squinted her eyes and waved her hand with a smile, dismissing it. Oh, it was just a dream where I defeated my mother and became the world's top coordinator. Why is your face so red? It's too hot. Oh, okay. Seeing the boy nod in unwavering belief, Koharu let out a sigh of relief. Her face slightly losing its redness only to flush again with the delightful memories of her recent dream. The more she tried not to think about it, the more vivid the details became in her mind. She had triumphed over her mother to become the world's foremost coordinator, while on the other hand, Satoshi had bested Cynthia to claim the title of the world's best. The two of them joyfully shared in the awarding ceremony. That part was fine. However, she distinctly recalled what the audience had shouted. Perfect match. Perfect match. Mary. Mary. Ah, how embarrassing. Just thinking of the boy's utterly innocent expression juxtaposed with her dream made her wish to dig a hole and hide. What's wrong? No, nothing at all. As Satoshi's gaze began to shift toward her once more, Koharu immediately looked around, pointing to the writhing figure of Brock on the ground. It's the bad frog. Yes. The bad frog woke Brock from his dream. Satoshi blinked, glancing at Brock, who was floundering on the ground from the stings of thorns, and nodded in belief. I see. Ah, I'm done for. All right, there's no need to go to the Pokémon Center. We resolved that rather hastily last night. Satoshi stretched lazily before parting the grass and continuing onward. However, as he pushed through the foliage, he stumbled upon a rare Pokémon. Sheldon. Its eyes twinkled as it stood there in a daze, looking adorably confused, prompting a certain girl to admire its cuteness. But why was it here? Satoshi pondered. Pinching his chin, logically, such a Pokémon shouldn't appear alone in the wild. Yet, the sound of collapsing trees soon provided him with the answer. Capture it. Over here. A group of mysterious individuals clad in gray bulletproof gear barreled through the nearby woods in armored vehicles, causing large trees to topple and carve a menacing path. From the open windows of the armored car, several men in black uniforms noticed Sheldon and immediately halted, darting out of the vehicle. Black uniforms. And they were employing such brutal force to hunt Pokémon. The appearance of the men in black increasingly resembled the silhouette imprinted in Satoshi's mind. Instinctively, he raised his arm to command Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Zubat, Wing Attack. In that moment, the Thunderbolt pierced through the feeble remnants of air, striking Zubat with enough force to render it incapable of battle. Then, positioning Sheldon securely behind him, Satoshi's voice remained unwavering. Leave now. This Pokémon belongs to us. You must understand what you are doing. Do Pokémon hunters deserve to have partners? Shaking his head, he retrieved another Pokeball from his waist and threw it forth. Cyndaquil. Unleash your flames. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. There was no holding back. The ferocious flames and rampant electricity collided explosively, sending the Pokémon hunters flying like Team Rocket. transforming them into shooting stars across the sky. After the first skirmish concluded, the rustling of grass immediately signaled the approach of more foes. The startled trio swiftly fell into a defensive stance, their senses heightened as they watched the grass intently, bracing for another round of Pikachu. Sheldon? The moment Pikachu's ears drooped, a figure emerged from the grass. Sporting a brown hedgehog hairstyle and dressed in a black coat, the tall figure exuded a sense of sharpness and vigor. Satoshi blinked, a bemused smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Oh, I see. Let us continue our journey toward Yuan City. Hey. Am I already being ignored? The voice behind him sounded particularly exasperated as the brown-haired boy ran a hand through his hair. So this child was saved by you, right? Not me. You've mistaken me. All right. Let us put an end to this quarrel. I don't know you. The two childhood friends, now companions, engaged in a peculiar conversation that gave off a sense of déjà vu, though their words bore the semblance of an argument. The faint smile on Satoshi's lips and the helpless expression on the other's face suggested that their encounter was more of a delightful surprise. Who is he? Observing Satoshi's childish antics, Koharu glanced curiously at Brock. He is a trainer who set off on the same day as Satoshi, also his childhood friend. Brock patiently explained to Koharu, adding that Shigeru had since turned to research under his grandfather's guidance, so they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Oh, by the way, perhaps coming to Sinnoh was Shigeru's suggestion. His grandfather? You mean Professor Oak? Huh, the grandson of Professor Oak? Koharu gasped in astonishment. So, you must be quite adept at Pokemon haiku as well, Shigeru. I must say, your companions are all of the same peculiar ilk. Their priorities and perspectives are utterly different from those of normal individuals. At this point, Shigeru finally noticed the completely unfamiliar girl, commenting on how she had swapped partners again in Sinnoh, as if she changed clothes with the same frequency. Shut up, interrupted. Inside a massive flying vessel above, Hunter J's expression turned furious upon receiving reports from below. What is the strength of the opponent? Do they possess any rare Pokemon? There is a boy with a Pikachu. He defeated all of us using only Pikachu and Cyndaquil. Useless. With a loud bang, Hunter J slammed her palm against the glass embedded in the table, causing a raucous sound. If they had a rare Pokemon, it would be understandable if you couldn't defeat them, but to be bested by a mere Pikachu and Cyndaquil? Do you think all Pikachus are like that one? Forget it. I will personally go out to meet him. Chapter 67. The Return of Hunter J. What are you afraid of? I can just go out and take them all down, Ash exclaimed, flailing his arms in the bushes. Viewing the group of lackluster foes as mere trifles, inferior even to the roadside caterpie. However, the now composed and prudent Green had no desire to provoke any missteps. After meticulously observing the distribution and positioning of Hunter J's team along with the Pokemon present, he leaned in slightly, crouching to lower his voice. We cannot alert the enemy. I just contacted Professor Yamazaki. All we need is to... Wait, are you all listening? The unusual silence behind him piqued Green's curiosity, prompting him to turn and gauge Ash and the others' thoughts. What greeted him, however, was the perplexed expressions of Dawn and Brock. Where are the others? He asked. Well, both pointed toward the edge of the bushes. Not far away, a wasteland lay strewn with the defeated forms of a Mitana, a Houndoom, and a Houndour, all of whom had been incapacitated by Ash's Pikachu. Several unconscious members of the black-clad group were also sprawled on the ground, their faces poked by Ash to confirm their state. Green. No way, really? While it was indeed prudent to proceed with caution, he couldn't fathom the audacity of simply bulldozing a path with brute force. See, it's not as impressive as you made it out to be. Could it be that you've grown stronger? Once he regained his composure, Green gave Ash a hearty pat on the shoulder. Considering your past tendencies, I genuinely thought you might realize something was amiss halfway through and end up captured back at their base. Then we would have had to trace your steps through their base and face the consequences. But look at this. The battlefield is littered with your Pokemon, and all the black-clad personnel are unconscious. It's simply astonishing. And you managed all this with just Pikachu. You make a valid point. After a brief, awkward cough, Ash rubbed his shoulder where Green had struck. We've already breached their ambush. All we need to do is deal with Hunter J. There are 3 Shieldons here, correct? Green surmised, anticipating Ash's plan. Yes. I'll take one to draw Hunter J's attention. You guys rendezvous with Professor Yamazaki, and then return for me. But you must understand, the Pokemon she employs are formidable. Even the one she uses for transportation is a rare Sceptile from the Hoenn region. Green frowned, worry etched on his face as he looked at Ash. This might not even be her trump card. What if she has a Tyranitar, a Dragonite, or even more troublesome Pokemon? Alright, when did you become so verbose? Ash waved his hand dismissively. If I recall correctly, you wouldn't fret over such details. You. No worries, no worries. I appreciate your concern. Ash smirked. I'm more worried about the Shereldon entrusted to you. Do as you see fit. Yes, you are absolutely right. Just remember your own words. Observing the unwavering resolve and confidence in Ash's eyes, Green nodded lightly. I need to see you return safely with the Shereldon. Not a single adjective can be missing. Pikachu, let us go? Before long, Ash found himself trudging along a perilous cliffside, which they had dubbed a shortcut. He rubbed his head in exasperation, questioning why they had to traverse such a dangerous path. One misstep, and it would all be over. Pikachu awkwardly smiled. However, in an instant, a gentle breeze rustled through the forest, bringing with it the soft sound of leaves. The cool wind, laced with the faint fragrance of osmanthus, heightened Pikachu's senses, causing its drooping ears to perk up. Its ears twitched, and the amber glint in its eyes transformed into a serious gaze. Pika, huh? Sensing the powerful wind behind him, Ash clutched his hat and turned to the sky. There, beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a colossal figure with intermingling blue and red hues blocked their path, its broad wings beating violently, sending gusts of wind swirling. Sceptile. Destruction Ray. At that moment, the figure clad in a trench coat atop the Sceptile, Hunter J, shouted her command with cold ruthlessness. Her piercing gaze was already fixed on her quarry atop the cliff, ordering her Sceptile to eliminate them. Yet, as the orange beam of the Destruction Ray began to coalesce, Pika, a dazzling iron tail struck with impeccable precision. Connecting with Sceptile's jaw, the Destruction Ray was interrupted mid-coalescence, resulting in a premature explosion of energy. Hunter J, momentarily thrown off balance by the blast, quickly glanced up, only to see Pikachu's diminutive yellow form reflected in her eyes. This involuntarily heightened her anxiety. A Pikachu capable of Steel-type moves. Ma'am. That one only used Pikachu and Cyndaquil. Her subordinate's earlier words resonated in her mind, overlapping with the sight of Pikachu before her. As her gaze fell further, she noted the boy with the red cap, his eyes blazing with indignation. Damn it, it's you again. Hunter J ground her teeth, her inner fury boiling over. This boy, even when attempting to seize Pokémon under the watchful eyes of the Elite Four, had never provoked such intensity in her. Rather, the pressure and aura emanating from him had become her shadow. What's the point of bullying someone who can't send out their Pokémon to battle? How about letting someone like me, with nothing to do, entertain you instead? Ash remarked expressionlessly, allowing Hunter J to unleash another Pokémon from her Pokeball. The metallic sphere struck the ground with a sharp crack, revealing a Pokémon of imposing stature, a Sizer, its entire body a deep shade of purple. Cyndaquil, it's you. In that moment, the Sizer's pincers clamped down decisively on Cyndaquil's form, its menacing visage a clear display of its ferocity. This isn't a mere game of Pokémon battles. Don't assume that the tactics you find unacceptable in your usual contests won't work here. Hunter J smirked, gesturing to the now-trapped Cyndaquil. Look at the results of your naive trainer mentality. Once Sizer's claws latched onto its prey, escape was nearly impossible. The boy's expression remained inscrutable as he gestured toward the struggling Cyndaquil. Inflate your flame sac. In an instant, the orange sac on Cyndaquil's chest swelled with water, and the increasing pressure forced Sizer's grip to loosen. As Cyndaquil broke free, Ash's command followed swiftly. Use water gun on its face. A torrent of icy water blasted Sizer's visage, and as it shook its head in a futile attempt to clear its vision, Pikachu had already begun to unleash a devastating surge of electricity. Destruction Ray. Thunderbolt. The command was executed flawlessly, with Ash maintaining a calm demeanor even as Hunter J faltered, making critical mistakes. As Thunderbolt struck and incapacitated Sizer, the resultant thunderous explosion resonated, delivering a catastrophic blow to the hovering Sceptile above. Iron Tail. Ice Punch. Thus, Sceptile was left to endure multiple strikes from Iron Tail during its descent, a pitiful sight indeed. Even the aquatic weasel had arrived to unleash its icy punch upon Hunter J, who fell to the ground without any ability to retaliate. Thud. In that moment of descent, the hunter's pride shattered completely. The most menacing petrification device on her arm disintegrated into fragments upon impact. Trembling, she struggled to rise, continuing to rummage through her pockets in a desperate attempt to assault the two Pokémon belonging to the young boy. You have no chance left, came Ash's cold voice. Instinctively, Hunter J turned her head, realizing that the Pokémon that had previously ambushed her was no longer behind her. Gritting her teeth, she refused to acknowledge the truth in the boy's words, preparing to launch another attack. Perhaps you still possess more rare Pokémon in your arsenal. It could be a Bankaira, a Garchomp, or even other Pokémon from regions I have yet to encounter. Ash lowered the brim of his cap, slowly recalling the aquatic weasel into its pokeball. However, do not forget why I am here to battle you. Do you truly believe this is merely a whimsical contest between adorable Pokémon? Before he finished speaking, he pointed forward. Not far away, a running Gary, accompanied by his Electabuzz, was closely followed by a fleet of motorcycles equipped by Miss Junsha, along with a throng of speedy hounds thundering along, creating a cacophony of sound. I may not be able to defeat you, especially since you could send out 4 Pokémon to assault me. For you, attacking the trainer is the most secure method. But, would you like to test that? With that, Ash's fingers fell from the brim of his cap, revealing his eyes that glimmered with a hint of mockery. If you force me to stay here, you too shall find yourself surrounded. Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 68. Unconventional Emotions Before the Match. Hunter J ultimately dared not gamble. After shooting an enraged glare at Ash, she threw a smoke bomb and instantly appeared high above. Beneath her was a Garchomp, a Pokemon Ash had never seen her use before. Indeed, it should not be underestimated. A direct confrontation could very well lead to a fierce battle. Unlike the scenario Gary had envisioned when he summoned reinforcements, Ash's handling of the situation was nothing short of impeccable. Not only did he buy time to hinder Hunter J's attack, but he also effectively safeguarded all the Shirelden until Professor Yashiro could take them away. In fact, at the last critical moment, he used his intellect to fend off Hunter J, prompting Gary to repeatedly exclaim whether Ash had been struck by lightning and had thus evolved. Although upon reuniting with Ash, Gary had confidently believed that his Electabuzz would be capable of putting Ash's Pikachu in a tough spot, he recognized that Ash might win, but only by relying on his spontaneous brilliance. But now, shall we engage in a Pokemon battle? This was Ash's invitation before his departure. No, you've truly grown stronger, was Gary's response, a firm rejection. If the roles were reversed, and it were Ash seeking reinforcements against Hunter J, Gary realized he lacked the confidence to execute all the tasks Ash had accomplished today with the same perfection. Upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed no reason to battle him. I don't want to admit it, but you've become smarter than me since your brain started developing. I'll defeat you, oh? He laughed, joking for the last time. After organizing everything, Gary waved goodbye and said, good luck. Even if I can't be there in person for the Lily of the Valley conference, I'll be cheering for you in front of the television. Don't let us down, Pallet Town. Don't worry, I won T lose. Off I go. Until we meet again. As the two reluctantly released each other's tightly held hands, they embraced, offering each other the most beautiful blessings for their journeys ahead. They would each strive to advance in their respective fields, Gary towards becoming a Pokemon doctor, and Ash towards becoming a Pokemon master. Even though their paths diverged, they would ultimately meet again at the pinnacle of their endeavors. Yen City, an incredibly serene and beautiful city. Although this adjective could describe any city, the delicate purple hues that adorned this city bestowed an elegant charm upon it. The surrounding shops, though lavishly decorated, provided a visual experience that felt light and tranquil. Melissa, both the gym leader and a judge for the Grand Festival, was one of the principal designers of the city, and her artistic sensibilities were indeed worthy of admiration and praise. Finally, they had arrived. After practicing battle techniques with Ash every day, I am absolutely determined not to lose to Dawn this time. At the moment they reached Yen City, the girl cheered loudly for herself, exuding exuberance and vigor. To this, Ash, unusually, did not echo or retort. He merely frowned, gazing up at the clear blue sky, his hands unconsciously resting at the back of his head. How delightful. The windswept sky, carefree and untroubled. Perhaps this is what allows one to live without worries or concerns. This road would certainly not be a smooth one, he murmured softly behind the spirited girl. In battles, she had indeed made significant progress. The diligent little May could now hold her own against her aquatic weasel. If things continued this way, even against Dawn's Pokemon, there was a substantial chance of victory. However, the issue did not lie in the battles themselves. The first round of evaluations loomed. He sighed in resignation, noting how excessive flair obscured the inherent charm of the Pokemon themselves. Yet the girl before him seemed convinced that her performance would secure her passage into the next round. Having not practiced in days, her focus entirely absorbed in battles. Noticing Ash's furrowed brow, Brock, as their astute partner, theatrically patted his backpack and feigned a worried expression. As May turned back in confusion, he awkwardly clapped his hands. Oh no, after today, we'll run out of Pokemon food and supplies. I must rush to the supermarket. Let us meet up at the Pokemon Center later. Huh. May was caught off guard as Brock dashed away, her hair slightly tousled by the wind. She straightened her flowing azure locks, astonished at his urgency. Is it really that pressing? Perhaps, Ash mused, shaking his head while gently patting May's shoulder. His not particularly broad hand radiated warmth, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It seems we still have a considerable amount of time before we meet up. How about we take a stroll around the vicinity? We? May pointed at herself, surprised. Just the two of us? Well, there isn't anyone else. It would be a good opportunity to discuss battles, Pokemon training, and, of course, your upcoming Grand Festival. The areas surrounding Yen City were bustling with vendors hawking their wares. They called out enticingly about ice cream, cookies made from honey produced by the local bees, and various common beverages like sake soda. After negotiating with one of the most fervent vendors at the edge of the market, Ash spent a few coins to procure a fluffy cotton candy. Gently pinching the slender bamboo stick, he presented it to May. Hey, give it a try. If it's not sweet, I'll refund you. Did you buy this just for me? Yeah, Ash nodded, attempting to lighten the mood of their conversation with the cotton candy. As he spoke, the moment the words left his lips, May's delicate and fair face began to blossom with a rosy hue. She shyly averted her gaze, forcing a mouthful of the sugary delight into her mouth. Is it sweet? Very, very sweet. Thank you, she replied softly, her smile radiating sweetness. The young boy smiled faintly and continued striding towards the vendors who were still calling out. For he understood that both Pokemon battles and training require a gradual approach. You have often praised my intellect and battling prowess, but I, too, have evolved from a child who knew little. I firmly believe that Shoko will have no problem, just as we meticulously review our strategies each night. The boy's gentle tone seeped into the depths of the girl's heart, intertwining myriad sentiments of joy, shyness, and happiness. That long-lost, exhilarating heartbeat, a delightful rhythm, caused the girl to bite her lip and shyly lower her gaze. Are you still listening? With silence enveloping the space behind him, Ash turned in surprise. The sight of the girl's flushed cheeks widened his eyes. Goodness, was she unwell? Her face was so red. No, Shoko hastily waved her hands. I just got too excited thinking about battling Satoshi tomorrow and finally overcoming the regret of our last match. I see. Ash nodded in agreement, still pondering this notion. Huh. No, it's nothing. The young girl chuckled softly as she scratched her cheek and added, by the way, your second round review should be flawless. The concern, however, lingered in Ash's eyes as he slowly shifted his gaze to Shoko. But I'm worried. What if your first round review focuses too much on skills and neglects your Pokemon? Huh. The first round review? Shoko snapped back to attention. Yes, shouldn't you consider your first round review? Ah, yes. Wait. At that moment, the girl shook off her excitement and embarrassment. But the first round review was already quite perfect, wasn't it? I mean, your focus is too heavily skewed towards skills, which could overshadow the Pokemon themselves. It's fine, Ash. You always worry about things that are unlikely to happen. The girl confidently patted her chest, clearly exuding a relaxed demeanor. At this point, Ash could only sigh in resignation, forcing a smile. As long as it's all good, that's what matters. Just do your best tomorrow. Yet he still hoped she would remember one thing. The grandeur of the contest lies in the elegance of the Pokemon, not merely in their skills. The girl tilted her head, perplexed by Ash's sudden advice and reminder. She did not understand why he was bringing this up at that moment. But it's not such a grave matter. You must understand. Ash brushed off the dust that had somehow settled on his clothes. No one has a smooth journey. I've been through it too, so failure isn't frightening. Moreover, you have me, don't you? The fragrant breeze of UNG City tousled the loose strands of hair beneath Ash's cap. So, I mean, if you fail, don't let it get you down. This time, he hoped she would not feel inferior. Her talent was truly enviable. Gazing at the flock of flying Meowths above, Ash gently adjusted his cap, pressing down the wind-tossed strands. He whispered words only he could hear, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Chapter 69, A Glamorous Failure. Pika, I'm all set now. Well, such things are quite normal. Aren't they? That day, Ash wandered around the vicinity of the UNG gym a couple of times. The result was evident. The closed door bore the artfully inscribed word close, gleaming almost as if illuminated. Melissa's whereabouts remained unknown. Let us go. Tomorrow is what truly matters. Pika? The automatic doors of the Pokemon Center swung open the moment the boy approached. As he brushed off the dust from his toes, his attention was soon captured by a jubilant voice. It was the spirited Shoko and the composed Satoshi. Thanks to you, Satoshi. I really want you to see the spectacular moves of my Pokemon. What do you mean, for me? Satoshi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, which had formed due to Shoko's excessive enthusiasm. Participating in the glamorous contest is also about showcasing your partner's hard work and your dreams. Isn't it? At that moment, she noticed the silent boy at the entrance. By the way, isn't Ash participating this time? I'll be cheering for you all from the audience. Oh, and Mr. Shoji is coming too. Shoko tilted her head, recalling her recent encounter with Shoji. He mentioned that because Miss Melissa is absent, he had to alter his plans. Upon hearing about Melissa's absence, Brock slightly raised his head. So Ash, you? Yeah, I've hit a dead end. But it's no big deal. Since I can't challenge here, I'll just head to the next city. Ash no longer felt the same urgency as before. Perhaps he had come to understand Melissa's personality, or maybe he had more pressing matters to attend to. His amber eyes gently rose to meet the girl, who was being incessantly teased by Satoshi. Just look at her mindset, and then look at you. Satoshi sighed and patted Shoko's shoulder, continuing, nervousness and excitement are good things. It's clear you're confident, and I'm also looking forward to our match. How about this afternoon? Ash shook his head. I see. Brock, perceptive as ever, refrained from probing into specific details. He knew that given Shoko's thoughts and her trust in him, forcing changes to her performance's details and overall tempo would lead to no complaints from her. After all, it wouldn't be her performance anymore. And the most expensive regret is the indelible sting of defeat, right? Brock nodded. But won't you worry about her falling into despair? Even Haruka never faced such hardships in her first round review, let alone this proud girl, with the audience's scrutiny and her mother's sighs in front of the television. The next first round review will bring about an invisible pressure. Ash remained silent, quietly observing the girl's azure eyes. After a moment, he gently shook his head. She is not that type of competitor. I believe in her. Her determination to rise again after a fall is stronger than anyone else's. A night passed without a word, except for Ash's murmurs in his sleep, still training his Pokemon. The following morning, the UNG City Pokemon Glamorous Contest officially commenced. Shoji, Satoshi, Shoko, and Musashi, these four formidable rivals were about to compete for the coveted UNG ribbon on a grand and extravagantly adorned stage. Leaning slightly against the wall, Ash rubbed his still drowsy head. The girl before him was slowly tying her cerulean hair into a playful high ponytail that swayed behind her. Adorned in a delicate pink dress, she exuded a charmingly light and lovely aura. She dusted off the particles on her attire and turned to Ash, offering him a smile. It's all good. I won't let your support go to waste. Pachima, Jirachi, the enthusiastic Pachima and Pachirisu, engaged in their warm-up exercises, were eagerly watching the performances on the big screen. Even after participating several times, their excitement before going on stage was palpable. Phew. Ash slowly exhaled, shifting his focus from Shoko to the large screen above. Currently, both Satoshi and Shoji had concluded their performances, showcasing outstanding skills and unique styles. Their central themes were perfectly aligned with the contest's essence, maximizing the charm of their partners. This is troublesome, Brock remarked, his tone somewhat subdued, compared to the last-minute preparations he had made over the past week. Satoshi and Shoji seemed to present answers that had been meticulously rehearsed for a long time. Elegance, synergy, and relevance, all seamlessly intertwined. Indeed, even Ash had overlooked this critical aspect in the past. Mr. Shangji and Xiaowang's meticulously prepared performance entirely elevated the judges' expectations. In other words, any subsequent performance that could not match such an effect would inevitably lead to a stark visual disparity, resulting in a dramatic fluctuation in scores. Next up, please prepare for the contestant, Xiaowang. As the backstage announcement echoed, Xiaowang lifted her skirt and gracefully made her way towards the stage's passage. Behind her, the focus of the audience's gaze sharpened. The young boy fixed his eyes intently on the fading pink figure, then shifted his gaze back to the overhead live broadcast. Bojaman, Bubble Beam, Pachirisu, Angel's Kiss, Whirlpool, Thunderbolt. Whether it was the Angel's Kiss nested within the Bubble Beam or the dazzling interplay of deep blue Whirlpool and light blue Thunderbolt that erupted with brilliance, they undeniably showcased an extravagantly splendid performance, vividly outlining the visual spectacle. Yet, in this moment, Xiaoji slightly tilted his head, casting a glance towards the audience. Such beautiful skills. Such captivating whirlpools. Undoubtedly, the audience's awe and expressions were entirely captivated by the skills on display. The presence of Bojaman and Pachirisu was completely overlooked. He shut his eyes, unwilling to witness any further. The brim of his cap was pulled low, concealing his expression of disdain. In a distant house in Twinleaf Town, the quiet and contemplative Keiko sat in front of the television, watching the competition. Merely the utterance of the commands for Whirlpool and Thunderbolt instantly made this seasoned top coordinator tighten her lips. Silently, she lowered her head, a sigh of regret escaping her throat. Meow? The charming Meowth, as if watching a play, licked its paw. Then, without a backward glance, it trod upon the top of the sofa and slipped away towards the television. A commendable performance indeed. The skills were magnificent, although the issues were apparent at first glance. Until the results were revealed, Most of the feedback for Xiaowang was praise. Unperturbed by the risk of embarrassment, the girl, brimming with confidence, boldly declared that she would rely on Juju and Bojamin next. Xiaowang, I will not lose. I am looking forward to it, Xiaowang responded, perhaps to buoy Xiaowang's fighting spirit. Moments later, the first round of results began to be announced on the screen. The first card revealed was Xiaowang's. Mr. Shanji's card soon followed, and as the cards with photos continued to flip, only one last spot for advancement remained. Among the familiar companions, none had progressed. Please, let it be me. Musashi and Xiaowang clasped their hands together, praying for a stroke of luck. The next moment, the last card, depicting the sweet Musashi Reina, was revealed without surprise. At this moment, Musashi's ecstatic joy stood in stark contrast to Xiaowang's dimmed gaze. It's over. Failing to advance beyond the first round meant the end. I still need to strive harder, Keiko murmured, shaking her head in front of the television. I didn't even make it past the first round. Clearly, I put in so much effort. I was so confident and boasting to everyone. Following the revelation of the results, any further justification felt like a feeble cover-up. The girl bit her lip, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, as strands of azure hair slowly drifted loose from her hair tie. A few delicate strands brushed against her fair neck, transforming her previously playful demeanor into one tinged with weariness. Bojamin, Jima, thank you for your hard work. Her voice, heavy with a hoarse timbre, conveyed her sense of fault. Xiaojing Xiaowang, you actually did quite well, it's just. Then why was I eliminated? The two's attempts at consolation were abruptly interrupted by the girl's hoarse and furious retort. Subsequently, amid the worried expressions of the onlookers, she clenched her jaw and stormed out without a backward glance. The hair tie securing her high ponytail finally loosened its grip, allowing her azure locks to cascade freely. Trembling with each step she took, the pale pink hair tie drifted through the air, slowly descending. Just as it was about to touch the ground, it was caught between a pair of slender fingers. The boy lowered his cap, slightly raising his head, his gaze no longer drifting, but firmly following the girl's retreating figure. A flicker of light in his eyes reflected the turbulence within his heart. Xiaoji. Xiaojing patted his left shoulder. Xiaowang tapped his right shoulder. They merely shook their heads gently at him before returning their attention to the end of the corridor. Let her calm down alone. Chapter 70. The Costliest Lesson. The rooftop is sometimes a perfect spot for couples to gaze at the night sky. At other times, it offers a proximity to feel the warmth and brilliance of the rising sun. However, more often than not, those who venture to the rooftop yearn for a sense of unrestrained liberation. Why? The weathered edges of the rooftop revealed hints of fragmentation, with a few fragments swaying precariously in the wind. At this moment, the girl standing on the rooftop had her once confident azure gaze entirely replaced by an overwhelming sense of loss and sorrow. The tremors of disappointment in her voice could not suppress the bitterness of her inner turmoil and the sorrow of defeat. But I promised Xiaoji, and he worked so hard to help me correct my battle mistakes. The girl sobbed, her shoulders sagging under the weight of her disheveled hair that had fallen loose from her hair tie. Her despondent emotions caused her trembling frame to slump halfway to the ground. She clutched her knees tightly, tears cascading down her porcelain cheeks, hidden from view. Had she considered the issues surrounding the first round of assessments? As memories surged in her mind, they were accompanied by the boy's advice from the previous afternoon. The helplessness concealed within his smile became strikingly clear in retrospect. So, was that what he meant yesterday? The grand competition seeks the splendor of Pokémon, not mere flashy skills. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Her hands trembled as they pressed against her forehead, her azure locks becoming a chaotic mess as she grasped them tightly. Her fingers tangled in a few strands of hair, and soon her shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. At this moment, she felt a profound sense of guilt towards her Pokémon, towards her mother's expectations. And, no worries, next time you'll be even stronger. The encouraging words of the boy echoed in her memory like crashing waves. Even more so, she felt remorse for Xiaoji, who had always cared for her and offered his encouragement. Despite his immense investment in her, she had not only failed to appreciate it, but seemed to harbor misguided thoughts. Choking back her emotions, she slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, her gaze rising to reveal her eyes glistening with tears. He must be so disappointed in me, the girl whispered, her heart suffocated by a tidal wave of despair, making it difficult for her to breathe. Tears, like scattered pearls, rolled down her cheeks, each drop sliding off her fair skin. At this moment, when sadness reached its zenith, emotions began to affect her physical senses. A noticeable discomfort stirred in her stomach, a sensation akin to the acidity brought on by stress and tension coursing through her. Soon, a wave of pain emerged, but the source was not her abdomen. Instead, I'm sorry, does it hurt? A few strands of hair were gently brushed aside by a pair of long fingers, accompanied by the boy's somewhat flustered demeanor. As the girl stood there, her large eyes widened in surprise. She quietly observed the boy in front of her, who smiled gently while tightening the hair tie with an awkward yet earnest touch, securing her flowing locks. I'm not particularly skilled at styling hair, Ash admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his cheek with his free hand. Your hair came loose while you were running, and it looks rather disheveled and lacking in vitality. Luckily, it's daytime now. Otherwise, if this happened on the rooftop at night, perhaps rumors akin to those surrounding Zun town would arise about our city. His teasing tone, however, was laced with warmth. As Ash completed the third wrap of the hair tie, the girl's long azure tresses were fashioned into a high ponytail, neatly secured at the back of her head. Although it was far more crude than how she would have done it herself, it was nonetheless the best Ash could manage. Here. He extended his hand towards the girl sitting on the ground. Aren't you cold? You might catch a chill sitting there, he added with a smile, holding his hand at the perfect height. Pikachu was just complaining yesterday that I didn't buy it any ketchup or anything. And it seems Dawn also has a fondness for the cotton candy from that place. Should we invite Brock to join us for a visit? In her moment of distraction, the girl instinctively grasped the boy's hand, which felt like a lifeline amidst a turbulent stream. As her fingers curled around his, a warm sensation traveled from her fingertips to the core of her mind, igniting a flurry of emotions, guilt, confusion, and bitterness, manifesting as a flush upon her cheeks. Shall we go? Ash suggested, pointing towards Pikachu and Piplup, who were waving from a distance. Everyone's waiting. Why are you crying? He asked. Is there really that much sand blowing in from the rooftop? The boy murmured, placing his right hand on the brim of his cap, gazing at the swirling dust in the air. It was unclear whether she was overly perceptive or simply oblivious to the underlying meaning. But it was undoubtedly the perfect moment to wipe away her tears. Dawn hurriedly dabbed at her eyes with her arm, managing to force a smile that suggested all was well. Let us go. Brock is waiting for us downstairs. All right, she replied. Since the conclusion of the first round of evaluations, some time had passed before Ash and Dawn returned to the Pokémon Center. Although they had briefly worried about not being able to find Brock after coming down from the rooftop, they soon cast aside those thoughts and meandered through the streets of their city as if nothing had changed since yesterday. Ash refrained from mentioning anything about the competition. He simply stood quietly behind the girl, aimlessly responding to her musings and listening to her thoughts. Until ding. The entrance of the Pokémon Center bustled with a throng of people, causing the automatic doors to emit frequent beeping sounds. Just as Ash was about to step through the door, the girl, clutching the hem of her skirt, called out in a flurry. Ash turned back. Why didn't you tell me? She stammered. I clearly lost in the first round of evaluations. Dawn reflected on Ash's words from yesterday, realizing how stubbornly she had clung to her own high expectations. From the moment the Grand Festival began, I was unaware of the doubles format. My understanding and preparation for the event were nowhere near what May and the others had. So, you should have lost, right? Ash observed the girl, who seemed to be pouring out her emotions in a cathartic release. He turned away, not just in terms of attitude, but also in mental fortitude and preparedness. You understand where you fell short, don't you? Dawn slightly lowered her head and nodded. In her ears, she could hear the sound of Ash's footsteps approaching. Soon after, she felt a firm pat on her shoulder. Looking up, she was greeted by Ash's reassuring smile. Congratulations, you've acquired a top-quality training session and a valuable lesson. You're feeling frustrated, aren't you? Ash playfully thumped his chest with his other hand, acknowledging the intertwining feelings of regret, disappointment, and bitterness that ultimately culminated in her defeat. You've lost not just because of what you mentioned. Attitude, quality, thoughts, and abilities can all be improved. But in the first round, you lost to your own arrogance and ignorance. At that moment, Ash calmly lowered his hand and turned his back towards the Pokémon Center's entrance. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the lack of courage to try again. If you allow the specter of failure to consume you, you will never move past it. Boldly confront your issues, face the reality of your shortcomings, and rectify them. That is the attitude a trainer must possess. As Ash waved goodbye, his silhouette stretched and softened under the hazy moonlight. Dawn stood momentarily in contemplation, glancing at her palm. I understand now. At that moment, the depths of her azure eyes sparkled with renewed confidence. She slowly retrieved Piplup's pokeball, her voice steady yet resolute. I'm sorry, it has always been my issue. Let us review our strategies tonight. Not merely a matter of signature moves, but also concerning the manifestation of a Pokémon's inherent charm. Each battle henceforth must be approached with the utmost seriousness. In the distance, Ash paused before the automatic doors of the Pokémon Center. As they opened, He could almost hear Dawn's declaration behind him, causing a subtle smile to form on his lips. Yes, I understand, but there are still circumstances beyond our control. Kaori, on the other end of the line, nodded at Brock's words. After all, without failure, growth would be stunted. I wonder how she is faring now? She should be fine. Ash is with her. I see. Kaori's worries dissipated, replaced by a sigh of relief. Then I can rest easy. As long as Ash is there, everything will be all right. Have Dawn call me when she is feeling better. All right, sorry for the trouble. After hanging up, Brock spotted May, who approached him with a regretful smile. It's a pity, it was so close. Indeed, but it also revealed our weaknesses. May replied, glancing back at the charming Meowth with a hint of exasperation. Shinji is truly a formidable opponent. Speaking of which, how are Ash and Dawn doing? Well, he hesitated, catching sight of the two at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. At that moment, the girl, now resolute, stood out prominently in his view. In a fleeting moment, the confident figure of a boy from his memories seemed to blend with the present image of the girl. Perhaps next time, they would indeed have a more formidable adversary to contend with. May turned her head. A knowing expression crossed her face. Next time, there will be an even more terrifying opponent to face. I eagerly await that day. Chapter 71, The Doubles Tournament. The most expensive lesson indeed. That evening, after confirming Dawn's safety, Kaori sought out Ash for a discussion. Regarding Dawn, she felt assured with Ash at her side. Having this experienced and mature young man accompanying her daughter meant that her gains would far outweigh the regret of defeat. Moreover, this loss had helped her daughter confront her own heart. Yes, the profound lessons learned from failure often yield the remedy for one's ultimate shortcomings. Recognizing arrogance, underestimating the competition, and a lack of understanding of the event are best discovered early on, as the sooner one learns from their failures, the better. By the end of their conversation, Kaori nodded in satisfaction, feeling a deep appreciation for all Ash had shared. If only Dawn could possess even half of Ash's maturity. After hanging up, Kaori found herself lost in thought, murmuring to herself, "Is this what other people's children are like? I feel utterly envious. All right, let me show you this." As the atmosphere began to ease, the young man handed a poster to Xiaoguang. Embrace the essence of doubles. The Yinji City Doubles Tournament cordially invites all trainers to participate. With generous prizes awaiting, we welcome everyone to register. Xiaoguang was taken aback by the artistic font emblazoned on the poster. She truly did not expect Ash to pay attention to such events. How delightful it sounds, given the principles of camaraderie and confidentiality upheld by the doubles competition. Trainers who register online will have their numbers randomly drawn from a multitude of entries. On the day of the tournament's commencement, participants will receive a corresponding number tag. Simultaneously, the large screen on-site will reveal the opponents matched with each number, thereby preventing any covert team formations. Well then, we shall simply await the drawing results tomorrow. Let's get some sleep. After Xiaoguang and Xiaojiang departed from the computer desk and returned to their respective rooms to rest, Ash pulled out the computer chair and sat quietly, gazing intently at the registration interface on the official website. The data displaying the names and information of 3 participants already confirmed their successful registration in bold letters. Oh, who will my partner be this time? Will it be Shinji? He shook his head. It was likely that he and Shinji would merely clash in their individual pursuits, failing to showcase the beauty of doubles. If not Shinji, then perhaps Kohei? His tactical style is rather peculiar, and he might struggle to keep pace with my thoughts. Aside from them, it would just be acquaintances. However, with so many numbers, the odds of drawing a familiar face are no better than winning the lottery. Well, let's take it one step at a time. No matter the partner, I must strive to harmonize with him. The young man shook his head and closed the lid of his laptop. He then switched off the lamp in his room and walked towards the chambers he shared with Xiaojiang. In his previous life, partnering with Shinji had unexpectedly led to their victory due to their unmatched synergy. Quite the surprise indeed. Goodness. The two of them won purely by relying on the high levels of their Pokémon, managing to emerge victorious despite their lack of synergy. The following morning, the doubles tournament officially commenced at the sports arena located in the heart of Yinji City. As the event was organized by the Pokémon League, both the hosts and the staff assisting in guidance were deeply passionate about Pokémon battles. They effectively stirred the enthusiasm of the participants, fostering anticipation for their doubles partners and the forthcoming matches. The crowd was indeed immense. Xiaoguang surveyed the packed audience, unable to suppress her astonishment. Although the grand tournaments attract many attendees, their audience is not as widespread as that of the league's vast majority. However, the doubles tournament held at the central arena of Yinji City was undeniably on par with the large battle venues of Ringtown Island. Not only did the large screens synchronize with the competition schedule, but the surrounding seating also perfectly met the standards of a grand competition. You'll get used to it. Once the battles truly begin, it won't feel overwhelming at all. Observing the group divisions already displayed on the large screen, Ash began to scan his card for the corresponding pairing. The official card in his hand, marked with the number 13, was slightly crumpled under the pressure of his thumb. He moved down from the front row, while Pikachu perched on his shoulder made its way up from the last row. If it truly is Shinji, Ash couldn't help but twitch his lips. I'm number 14, and who is my match trainer? Meanwhile, the young girl was also watching with Pachima as she sought her own match contestant. As their gazes gradually converged on a pair of cards in the center of the screen, they simultaneously froze in place. 1314. The numbers glaringly emblazoned on the screen pierced their visual senses. The young man tightly clenched the card in his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. Then, he blinked and turned to the silent girl beside him. He extended his hand. Pleased to meet you. I am number 13. Ah. The girl looked at him with a mix of laughter and exasperation, before gently reaching out to grasp the young man's long fingers. Pleased to meet you. The Pikachu and Pachima on their shoulders hopped down, clearing their throats with a serious demeanor, mimicking their trainer's handshake. Pika Pika. Pachima. Out of hundreds of participants. To draw a few familiar faces, what could the odds be? Ash pondered, unable to fathom it or delve deeper. He reminisced about the past moments. From encountering Ho-Oh to meeting a plethora of legendary Pokémon along the way. Perhaps, in comparison, the chances of being paired together might be even greater. Since I am teamed with Xiaowang this time, the other groups will undoubtedly have their own dynamics. Groups A through H would compete in pairs until the final showdown. Xiaojing was in Group B, once again partnered with that orange-haired sister, just like in his previous life. Xiaowang and Ash were in Group D, and in Group A, Shinji and Kohei. As he uttered the names of this formidable duo, Ash's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He turned to search for the figures of these two seemingly fearsome competitors, finally spotting them in a nondescript corner. Oh, you are my partner? Kohei emanated an aura reminiscent of ghost-type Pokémon as he adjusted his glasses. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kohei. This is my partner, Hippowdon, and I will be responsible for coordinating our efforts in future battles. As for Shinji, he simply nodded with a nonchalant demeanor. Separated from Ash, he appeared to be in a far better state and mood than before. Pleased to meet you. This might complicate matters. Observing the potential friction between these two, Ash couldn't help but sigh. I previously encountered Xiaowang and Kohei on the stage of the finals, where they had chosen partners, namely, Suichi and Heracross. The young man furrowed his brow, quietly fixating on Kohei and Shinji's retreating figures. If the reason for my previous victory with Shinji was partly due to Xiaowang's mismatched state and thought process, then what sort of challenging system might arise from the well-acquainted and familiar thought processes of Shinji and Kohei? Is something wrong? The girl gently patted his back, astonished that Shinji was also participating in this doubles tournament. Perhaps he came to train his Pokémon. However, we are still unaware of the other trainer's abilities. Just a hunch. Ash casually concocted a reason. Just look at the aura he exudes. There's a certain tenacity about him. It does seem that way. Now, in the scorching heat of summer, Kohei seemed to emit a chilling presence, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 72, The Best Partner. On the day of the draws, the competition commenced without delay, as the audience had gathered specifically for this occasion. If they had to wait another night to witness the thrilling matches, wouldn't that be torturous? Thus, as Ash and Xiaowang stepped onto the battlefield side by side, the audience's reactions and cheers were particularly thunderous, surpassing those for Shinji and Kohei by more than double. Is that the best duo? Indeed. Just look at that Pikachu perched on the boy's shoulder. They seem so well matched. The exhilaration of witnessing them live was simply magnificent. The organizers. What is this? Are you rigging the match? Many in the audience recognized the duo of Ash and Xiaowang. For as the two most beloved characters in Sinnoh now, their presence had long captured the attention of many, especially those who cherished doubles. This undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to their opponents. The two muscular men across the field were already on edge, only to discover that their adversaries were familiar doubles competitors, with the entire arena cheering them on, nearly causing their mental state to crumble. Calmly, Xiaowang gently patted his chest, forcing his wildly racing heart to steady. Yet he wondered why there was still a camera recording them. Following Xiaowang's gaze, he noticed Yuxiang and her colleague aiming their camera at them. Her excited expression made it clear that if they didn't make a swift exit post-match, they might find themselves standing in place as punishment. With no option of retreat now that they stood on the battlefield, Xiaoji sighed, surprised at the popularity of their team. Time to prepare. As the referee waved the flags, the two muscular men as the attacking party sent forth their duckbill fire dragon and iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. It perfectly suited their imposing image. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wang threw out his Pokeball, declaring, "Bojaman, you're the one." After all, it was his initial Pokemon. One that could effectively counter both Duckbill Fire Dragon and Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus, making it an excellent choice. Pikachu. Xiaoji's sudden command startled Xiao Wang, leaving him bewildered. Was this a show of overwhelming power against their opponents? Hey, don't be so dramatic. Xiaoji glanced at Pikachu, whose eyes were wide with surprise, then extended his arm to facilitate its descent from his shoulder. Pika. This seemingly foolish action drew a twitch from the corners of Shinji and Xiaojing's eyes at the side of the arena. The match commenced. Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus, Earthquake. Duckbill Fire Dragon, leap into the air and unleash Flamethrower at Pikachu. Seizing the initiative, the opponents assumed that Pikachu was weak, being an unevolved yellow rodent, comparable to a green caterpillar on the streets. The usual Xiao Wang. Xiaoji winked at Xiao Wang, who instantly grasped his meaning. Bojaman, jump and use Water Gun. As Flamethrower and Water Gun clashed, Pikachu's figure vanished from the field. Where's Pikachu? Came the puzzled queries from their opponents. Use Iron Tail. Cleverly avoiding the impact of Earthquake by leaping into the air, Pikachu struck Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus with a powerful Iron Tail. Duckbill Fire Dragon, defend. A green barrier emerged as Duckbill Fire Dragon shielded itself and Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus, attempting to evade Pikachu's Iron Tail. However, Water Gun. Before the Iron Tail could descend, Bojaman's Water Gun struck the barrier, dimming its radiance. As Pikachu's Iron Tail collided with the barrier, it shattered spectacularly. With a resounding boom, the barrier was obliterated by Pikachu's mighty strike, and Bojaman's relentless Water Gun hit Duckbill Fire Dragon, standing in front. Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus was also sent flying by Pikachu's Iron Tail. Bojaman Whirlpool. Witnessing his strategy succeed, Xiao Wang pressed on with the offensive. Thunderbolt. The Whirlpool ensnared Duckbill Fire Dragon. While the flung Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus was slammed into the whirlpool by the lightning-fast Pikachu, both Pokémon lamenting under the weight of their own weaknesses. It's over. Xiaoji waved his arm. Thunderbolt. Water conducts electricity, a lesson Xiaoji learned from his first gym battle, and now, with their opponent drenched, it was the perfect moment to maximize Thunderbolt's power. With a crackling sound, Thunderbolt struck the whirlpool with terrifying force, causing Duckbill Fire Dragon and Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus to explode on the spot, their combat capabilities instantly extinguished. How tragic, they could have surfed. But now they were rendered helpless by the overwhelming might. The audience fell into a stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Both the synergy and the Pokémon's strength were unparalleled. Let us congratulate competitors Xiaoji and Xiao Wang for their triumphant debut. Yuxiang exclaimed excitedly, waving her microphone, her composure completely forgotten. Truly the best duo in Sinnoh, their coordination and tactics are textbook perfect. Run. At the instant the referee announced the result, Xiaoji grasped Xiao Wang's wrist and dashed towards the exit, but Yuxiang, upon spotting a KPI, was swifter than any rookie. Just the sight of KPI and food could outpace even Bolt. Ahem, it seems I've digressed. Panting heavily, Yuxiang directed her microphone towards Xiaoji and Xiao Wang. It's been a while. What are your thoughts on this competition? Xiao Wang gasped, astonished by Yuxiang's explosive energy. We're just lucky. We'll continue to do our best in the upcoming matches, Xiaoji mumbled, his eyes darting aimlessly, clearly uncomfortable with interviews. No need to be modest. Everyone adores you as a duo. After nearly half an hour of interviewing, during which Pikachu's stomach growled, Yuxiang finally concluded. Apologies for the interruption. I wish you both the best in achieving ultimate victory. Once her equipment was turned off, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning in to whisper to the two. If you win, could you do me a favor? Please. Huh. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of what she meant, but still nodded in agreement. It seems that being a soft-hearted good person was inevitable. Chapter 73. It's past. Despite a smooth victory in the first round, Shinji and Kaoping's team encountered some trouble in the second day's matches. Their opponents sent forth a Metagross and a Meowth, a rather luxurious lineup for the doubles tournament. Yet, Shinji was determined not to abandon his plans. Even though his Fire Monkey had suffered significant injuries during the previous battle, he showed no hesitation in releasing its Pokeball. Setting aside Metagross for the moment, the true fear for Fire Monkey lay with the latter. The lingering shadow of having been surrounded by a horde of Meowths in the past left it trembling at the sight of the present Meowth, devoid of any recollection of its past victory over the swarm with its blazing fire. Now, it stood quaking in fear. What is this little guy doing? Is the poker-faced brat not letting Fire Monkey rest? In the audience, Team Rocket, who were busy selling snacks, could hardly contain themselves upon seeing Fire Monkey. They had witnessed firsthand how Fire Monkey had been battered, and now, without a moment's respite, Shinji was throwing his still-recovering Fire Monkey into the fray. What on earth is he thinking? Xiao Guang frowned, struggling to comprehend Shinji's mindset. Blazing fire? Xiaoji leaned over the railing of the battlefield, pondering if Shinji was being overly impatient. While the battle ultimately culminated in victory for Shinji and Kaoping, the cost was significantly high. Fire Monkey had been overwhelmed by Meowth in the initial phase, and had it not been for Kaoping's Hippowdon restraining Metagross, Fire Monkey would likely have been rendered unable to fight much earlier. Fortunately, in a last-ditch effort, Kaoping outsmarted Meowth and knocked it out, allowing Fire Monkey to unleash its final Flame Wheel and Flamethrower on Metagross, securing a hard-fought win. However, the look in Shinji's eyes revealed no trace of expectation, only an overwhelming sense of disappointment and disdain. The rival's lack of stamina had not triggered the blazing fire. To him, the terrifying flames of the past seemed merely a fleeting surge of adrenaline. Ash silently watched as Shinji departed, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions as he stepped onto the battlefield for their second round of competition. Fire Mouse, unleash your flames. Pachima, Whirlpool. The two worked in perfect harmony, effortlessly defeating their opponents. More accurately, Ash took upon himself all the strategic decisions, leaving only the simplest tasks to Koharu, who merely needed to focus on offense while Ash managed defense and counterattacks. The prowess of a champion commanding the battlefield against mere ordinary trainers felt almost like a dimensional disparity. Thus, Kohei and Shinji, Ash and Koharu, Brock and Onoko advanced to the next round, just 2 matches away from claiming the championship. That evening, beneath the twilight-hued canopy of the forest, a scene of warmth was disrupted by a dissonant sound. Mon, the little fire monkey, released by Shinji, gazed up at its trainer with confusion, unable to decipher the expression on his stoic face. You can leave now, Shinji sighed, closing his eyes in resignation. The fire monkey, startled, attempted to tug at Shinji's clothing, only to be met with indifference as Shinji evaded it. You still cannot harness that power. Remaining with me serves no purpose. Go wherever you wish. These heartless words left the fire monkey utterly stunned, its expression blank and despondent as it let its arms droop, its face etched with sorrow and regret. Where else can I go? Will any trainer still want me? This was the thought that plagued the fire monkey as it observed Shinji's unfeeling back. Under Shinji's oppressive demeanor, it had come to believe itself the weakest Pokémon, with no place to turn but to Shinji. Now, it was to return to the forest, where the possibility of being pushed off a cliff by a Meowth loomed large. Fire Monkey. Ash's clear and vibrant voice interrupted the silent contemplation shared between Shinji and the fire monkey. TCH, are you going to meddle again? Shinji shook his head in exasperation, hands stuffed in his pockets. Whatever, it's no longer my Pokémon. What do you mean by that? Koharu's fists trembled with barely contained rage. She genuinely wanted to confront Shinji, but was held back by Ash and Brock. Can't you comprehend? It is free now. What it chooses to do is its own affair. I shall not accompany it. With that, he shoved past Ash and strode towards the Pokémon Center. The fire monkey, with tears streaming down its face, looked up at Ash, who had always spoken up for it, even though it was not his Pokémon. Yet, it felt so weak that it doubted it would ever earn his recognition. Overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority, the fire monkey lowered its head and continued towards the forest. Wait, Ash called out, halting the fire monkey in its tracks. If that is the case, would you like to walk with me? Ash approached the fire monkey slowly, gently extending his hand toward it, smiling tenderly at the earnest and adorable creature before him. Come with me. Together we shall strive to become the best in the world. Mon. The fire monkey, captivated by the warmth of Ash's smile, nodded enthusiastically before leaping into Ash's embrace, sobbing loudly as it released all the pent-up grievances it had endured. I understand. It's all right now. You are truly remarkable, Ash said softly, cradling it and gently stroking its head, holding it close. This tender display brought tears to Koharu's eyes as she wiped away the droplets cascading down her cheeks. I never knew Pokémon could be tamed in such a way. The fire monkey is so pitiful. Indeed, but this is the essence of Ash. Brock nodded in satisfaction. Whether it be Charmander or Squirtle, Ash bestowed upon his Pokémon the utmost respect and affection. It was this love that inspired so many Pokémon to strive for him. They truly cherished this boy. That night, Ash experienced a most peculiar dream. He envisioned the fire monkey being bullied by wild Pokémon, yearning for water but being pinned to the ground by a horde of Meowths. The scene shifted, revealing the fire monkey struggling under Shinji's command, simultaneously facing the thunderbolt from Electabuzz and the rampaging vines of Torterra. Even if it managed to defeat Electabuzz, Shinji would merely dismiss its victory with a callous remark, extinguishing its enthusiasm. As for meals, Shinji would toss it a can of Pokémon food with a directive to finish quickly and return to training, leaving the fire monkey to eat alone, training in solitude. Growing distant under Shinji's erratic regimen. As the images faded, Ash sat up, rubbing his aching head. He gazed at the curled-up fire monkey nearby, whispering softly, "So this is your past?" He wiped away the tears welling in his eyes. "You've endured so much. I promise I will find the best way to harness your flames and lead you to become the strongest in the world." Chapter 74, The Doubles Finals. The pace of the doubles tournament was remarkably brisk. Within merely 2 days, the top 4 teams had been determined, all vying for a place in the finals. Bad Frog. Wingull has lost its fighting capability. Circle Bear, Hippowdon secures victory. In the semifinals, with the impeccable support of Shinji's Bug Pokemon and Kohei's Hippowdon, victory was easily claimed. After all, compared to these two sharp-minded individuals, Onoka was merely an ordinary trainer. Even if Brock could keep up with the opponent's rhythm, Onoka's abilities did not allow her to react in time. Thus, what appeared to be a 1-on-2 battle lost all suspense after Bad Frog fell. Post-match, Brock sought out Onoka at the Pokemon Center, only to be informed by Nurse Joy of her departure. The reason? "I have let Mr. Brock down. My skills are woefully inadequate, so I hope to train alone." Wah! Brock suddenly felt drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground in despair, prompting Ash and Koharu to exchange bewildered glances. However, seeing Brock cry, Nurse Joy maintained her professional smile, adding, "Miss Onoka left you a contact card." "Huh?" Ash exclaimed in surprise, distinctly recalling that this had not occurred before. Could it be that Brock's springtime of love was truly upon him? Upon hearing about the contact card, Brock instantly sprang back to life, exclaiming that love was imminent, only to be promptly jabbed by the recently healed Bad Frog. Humph. Bad Frog, with an impassive expression, tugged at Brock's pant leg, dragging him towards the Pokemon Center's lounge. Ash merely scratched the back of his head awkwardly, turning to Koharu, who was equally flustered, and said, "Come on, we should discuss our strategy for the finals." As they prepared to strategize, Kohei suddenly appeared behind Ash like a specter. Despite having been startled by ghost types multiple times, Ash couldn't help but yell in surprise. "You scared me to death. What do you want?" Koharu shot an annoyed glare at Kohei, questioning his ghost-like, unpredictable demeanor. Unfazed by their jests, Kohei adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze on Ash, whose reflection in the lenses seemed to gleam with wisdom. "You're quite a formidable opponent." Ash, having reached the top 16 in Kanto, as well as holding sway in both the Orange League and the Battle Frontier, and now entering the top 8 in Johto and Hoenn. Ash was taken aback. Kohei had never been so meticulous in his observations before. "I eagerly anticipate our final battle," he cryptically remarked before vanishing without a trace. Could he truly be? Koharu's face registered a look of horror. "Is that a ghost?" Ash murmured in discontent, crossing his arms in disapproval. It must be a Pokemon with teleportation skills. In the afternoon, after everyone had enjoyed a restful nap, the finals commenced on this very stage. Shinji faced off against Kohei, while Dawn went up against Ash. Both pairs ascended slowly from the platform's lift, under the gaze of countless spectators, as the battle arena rose to meet them. This contest, heralded as a duel of intellect and synergy, attracted nearly all trainers, with a multitude of viewers watching both on-site and online. Shinji and Kohei, one an aggressor and the other a defender, exhibited a remarkable ability to interchange roles, launching unexpected assaults that allowed them to seize the upper hand from the very beginning. Aside from the clash between Meowth and Chimchar, no other Pokemon could find a flaw in their strategy. This echoed the adage that having a skilled support and a capable attacker is indeed formidable. As for Ash and Dawn, the current hotshot duo, their path to victory hinged on Ash's composure or Dawn's unpredictability, making it a focal point of intrigue. "Electabuzz, prepare to battle," Ash commanded. "Heracross, I rely on you." Shinji's choice of Electabuzz seemed aimed at rapidly leveling it for evolution, while Kohei's unexpected selection of Heracross, instead of his earlier choice of Hippowdon, hinted at a strategic surprise. The Heracross had been well trained, which prompted Brock, watching from the sidelines, to nod in approval. However, he couldn't help but draw comparisons to Ash's own Heracross, known as the Bug King, which dulled the impressiveness of this particular specimen. "Don't be nervous, just play normally," Ash encouraged Dawn with a reassuring smile, reaching for a Pokeball at his waist. "Cyndaquil, you're the one." Both trainers threw forth their Pokemon, with Johto and Sinnoh as starter Pokemon making their grand entrance. "Just a mere initial stage Pokemon?" Shinji scoffed, observing the slightly drowsy Cyndaquil before him. He had anticipated Ash would opt for Pikachu, thus allowing him to retaliate for the earlier defeat by Electabuzz. Yet, he couldn't underestimate the situation. Kohei, with a serious demeanor, focused intently on Cyndaquil. Well aware of the little creature's potential, especially after witnessing its impressive flamethrower in the preliminary rounds. Let the battle begin. Cyndaquil, use Tackle. Shinji, dissatisfied with Ash's choice, sought to eliminate Cyndaquil swiftly. As Electabuzz began to ramp up its speed, preparing to unleash a powerful tackle, Dawn was quick to prepare a counter. Cyndaquil, Peck. The two attacks collided perfectly, with Dawn's Cyndaquil maintaining a commendable level. Mega Horn. Kohei, observing Dawn's actions closely, launched his own offensive, with no room for Cyndaquil to maneuver. Mega Horn seemed destined to connect. However, Flamethrower. The torrent of flames surged forth, outpacing Heracross's advance, engulfing it in intense heat, causing it to cry out in distress. Thunderbolt. Smoke. If one were deceived by Cyndaquil's adorable exterior, they would soon be shocked by the latent power it harbored. The impending thunderbolt was interrupted by the smoke, leaving Electabuzz uncertain of its target. Peck, Cyndaquil. The foam beam emerging from the smoke struck Heracross, momentarily catching Kohei off guard. Logically, if we can't see the opponent, they shouldn't be able to see us either, so why? But the answer was revealed as Cyndaquil burst forth from the smoke with a fire wheel, hitting Heracross squarely and inflicting considerable pain. Experience gained from battling Squirtle is no trivial matter, Ash smirked, having taught Cyndaquil to navigate through smoke, as it often found itself confused by its own obscuring techniques. The illuminated fire wheel provided Cyndaquil with the visibility to strike true. The remarkable ability to achieve such synergy without verbal communication hinted at an innate connection between Ash and Dawn. Chapter 75, Double Evolution. Well done, Dawn, Ash praised, while orchestrating the unfolding battle, recognizing Dawn's impressive ability to keep pace with him, a testament to her burgeoning talent. Meanwhile, Kohei and Shinji were growing increasingly frustrated, as every one of their calculated attacks was deftly countered by Ash, akin to striking a mook only to find it utterly unaffected while exhausting oneself. As the smoke cleared, the four Pokémon re-emerged into view. Seizing the moment, Kohei initiated an attack. Fly up, use Focus Punch on Cyndaquil. Dawn, I trust you, Ash declared, feeling secure in allowing Dawn to take the lead. With time, he no longer needed to solely assume the role of support. Dawn's rapid growth had made her a reliable partner. Understood. Cyndaquil, spin and use Flamethrower. Just as Heracross took to the air, it was ensnared by Cyndaquil's rotating Flamethrower, creating a sturdy fire barrier that thwarted Heracross's attempt to launch a Thunder Punch. Go for it. Fire Wheel. Block it with Thunderbolt. As Fire Wheel rolled toward Heracross, Electabuzz's Thunderbolt was unleashed to interrupt Cyndaquil's assault. Flamethrower, envelop yourself. Despite the Thunderbolt striking Cyndaquil mid-roll, its Flamethrower effectively shielded it, significantly mitigating the damage. Thus, empowered by arcs of electricity and engulfed in searing flames, the Fire Wheel collided with Heracross, resulting in a violent explosion as it flew away, ignited flames piercing through the foam barrier. Meanwhile, Electabuzz found itself caught off guard by the flying Heracross crashing into it. By Heracross, the two Pokémon, unwilling to concede, helped one another rise. Electabuzz bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at the seemingly cute, yet truly fearsome Cyndaquil. With an enraged roar, it began to radiate a brilliant light. Just as Dawn prepared to continue her assault, she was momentarily halted by the unexpected evolution of Electabuzz, which had withstood numerous blows and now stood poised for a transformation. As Electabuzz's form elongated and darkened into the striking visage of Electivire, the crowd gasped in awe. Electivire! It bellowed, its arms glowing with golden energy as, at Shinji's command, it lunged towards Cyndaquil. Protect Cyndaquil. Spin and use Flamethrower. This time, the water barrier transformed into a fiery shield, as Cyndaquil's powerful Flamethrower created a formidable defense against Electivire's Thunder Punch. As the Heracross soared through the air in search of an opportunity, it found itself at a loss. The retaliatory shield formed by the water-type skill was rapidly sapping its spirit, and the prospect of being ensnared by a fire-type trap was daunting. Should it dare enter, it would likely emerge charred. Thunder. Observing the seemingly insurmountable retaliatory shield, Shinji furrowed his brow, contemplating the use of the powerful thunder to shatter the elaborate defenses. Kohei, understanding the time required to summon thunder, promptly instructed Heracross to unleash a megaton horn against the ground, thereby buying time for Electrike to execute its thunder. Piplup, Whirlpool, Cyndaquil, cease your Flamethrower. Ash, fixated on the residual shockwaves from the megaton horn, began to modify his strategy. Coordinating with Piplup's Whirlpool, he commanded Cyndaquil to launch a flame wheel at Heracross. Although the megaton horn had been executed, extracting its horn from the ground required a brief moment. a window sufficient for the swift Cyndaquil to capitalize on. In an instant, the flame wheel appeared behind her across, subsequently propelling it into the vortex of the whirlpool. Electrike. Witnessing Cyndaquil now within striking distance, Shinji swiftly ordered Electrike to release thunder. Sinnoh. Flamethrower. Faced with the imminent thunderstorm, Ash could do naught but instruct Cyndaquil to counter with flames to mitigate the damage. As the two forces clashed, Electrike's thunder gradually began to overpower Cyndaquil. So, her cross has been forgotten in the whirlpool, has it? Sinnoh's expression contorted in fury, and soon a radiant white light began to emanate from its body. Ash was astonished. He had not anticipated that this would become the catalyst for Cyndaquil's evolution. It turns out that it merely needed the right moment to evolve, and he had unwittingly delayed it until just before the Lily of the Valley conference. Not only Ash, but the entire audience, both in the stands and at home, were taken aback by the rare spectacle of an evolution occurring in the midst of battle, and now, astonishingly, a second was unfolding. As the white light dissipated, Cyndaquil shed its youthful and endearing form, transforming into a striking Quilava that unleashed its flames with fervor. In a heartbeat, Electrike found its thunder repelled by Quilava's formidable fire. Electrike, now in a state of disarray, faltered as its confidence waned, causing its attack to weaken. The flamethrower engulfed Electrike without restraint, eliciting a mournful cry. Go! It's time to finish this. Ash waved his arm to initiate their final offensive. Go, take down attack. Understood. Ko replied, echoing Ash's strategy. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Hercross, trapped within the whirlpool, experienced but a fleeting moment of freedom before being sent flying by the bubble beam. Meanwhile, Electrike, still reeling from the flamethrower, was struck again by the takedown attack, sending it hurtling through the air. The two Pokémon collided midair, crashing into one another. Flamethrower, Bubble Beam. The combined assault utterly incapacitated Electrike and Hercross. As the smoke cleared, both Pokémon lay side by side on the ground, their eyes glazed over. Electrike and Heracross have lost the ability to battle. Quilava and Piplup emerge victorious, declaring Ash and Co. the champions of this doubles tournament from Group D. With the outcome settled, their synergy and cooperation had overwhelmingly bested their opponents, leading them to triumph and earn the title of champions. As the saying goes, the brilliance of Ash and Co., never to be defeated. Chapter 76, High Five. The little Chimchar outside gazed enviously at Quilava, yearning for the strength capable of overcoming Electrike. Wishing to grow stronger. In response to Chimchar's cheers and admiration, Ash merely patted its head, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. I shall ensure you grow stronger and show Shinji your true power." In Shinji's philosophy, only igniting the blaze was what Chimchar ought to achieve. However, Ash, having witnessed Chimchar's journey, understood its potential. Its prowess did not solely rely on blaze, for it could excel even without it. The blaze was merely a last resort. In a previous life, Chimchar had single-handedly triumphed against 3 opponents, defeating Electrike despite being on the brink of collapse. Its potential far exceeded that of mere blaze. Moreover, Ash was reluctant to witness Chimchar fall into a frenzy as it had in the past due to the blaze. Mastering blaze is commendable, but their goal is always to grow stronger through their own efforts, not to overly depend on blaze. Thus, Ash's current priority was to bolster the self-esteem of the somewhat insecure Chimchar, helping it overcome its inner demons to unleash its full power. As Ash contemplated this, he was soon interrupted by Ko, who awkwardly pointed toward the excited Yuka, who approached with a microphone as if propelled by the wind. Wait, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Ash sighed in realization. He had promised Yuka an interview should they win. Before long, Ash and Ko, the victorious duo, were escorted by Yuka to a filming set. A sofa, a table, and a bench for the hostess questions awaited them, reminiscent of the interview setups for celebrity athletes. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Yuka said with a warm smile, her demeanor encouraging them to relax. "Would you like something to drink? We have fresh milk and soda. ISN tea that meant for Pokemon recovery? Water will suffice." The two exchanged awkward glances, settling at the edge of the couch. Given that it was a single large sofa, sitting too far apart would be awkward for the camera, prompting Ko to inch closer to Ash. "Relax, this is far less stressful than your matches, isn't it?" Yuka observed their discomfort, bemused by how similarly the two reacted, even in their awkwardness. "I'd much rather battle at the gym. I'd prefer to participate in a grand festival." Their complaints did not faze Yuka, who explained the filming process from her perch on the bench, detailing that they would discuss their travels and experiences, sharing real-life occurrences. She then added that as a regular segment, could they spare an hour or 2 each month for interviews? "Wait, ISNT this just an interview?" Yuka sheepishly scratched her cheek, explaining that viewers of Sinnoh now adored them, with comments frequently urging for more content featuring their duo. Of course, recording the segments will come with compensation. You won't be left wanting. I have no issues with that. An hour or two a month seems reasonable, Ash remarked with a slight smirk. Since they had been asked and it presented benefits, there was no reason to refuse. Most of the time would be spent walking, which could be considered downtime. Then I'm on board too, Ko added, raising her hand timidly. Thank you both so much. By the way, I hope you're not too concerned about singing. As long as you stay in tune, that's what matters. Thank goodness Yuka can sing well, otherwise, an off-key singer next door could be quite unbearable. Given that Ash and Ko both had commendable vocal qualities, they quickly settled on their singing after a few trials. After all, having them sing the theme song for the dual partners show would certainly captivate the audience. Certainly, this interview proved to be quite intriguing. May I inquire about your perceptions of one another? Concerned about the constraints of the interview, the typically candid Xiaoguang merely described her companion as a trustworthy ally, an exceptional mentor, and a vivacious friend. However, the always forthright Xiaoji, lacking in emotional intelligence, rambled on indiscriminately. It was rather bothersome. Every morning, she had to wash her hair, and, while waiting for her to get ready, she would occasionally misstep in her words, leading to repercussions. Well, to speak plainly, you truly live up to your reputation. After the interview, Xiaoguang, who had been maintaining her composure, could no longer hold back during the final few questions. Xiaoji was essentially exposing his own vulnerabilities. Moreover, he harbored a grudge. He had captured the grass-type Pokémon, but ended up losing it. And he had spent an entire morning chasing after Pachirisu. A veritable chronicle of missteps. In any case, her image had already crumbled. So she unceremoniously delivered a punch to Xiaoji. These moments, presented in their entirety without any edits, were incorporated into the final cut. This left Xiaoguang, who was to embark on her journey soon after, in utter despair. Each night, she pored over maps, mumbling to herself that there was no one left to care in this region and contemplating a move to Kanto instead. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Observing the now playful duo, Yuka could hardly conceal her amusement. These two were simply captivating on screen. Were it not for the constraints of time, their interview could have aired without a single cut. Ahem, now for the final question, one that piqued everyone's curiosity. Yuka paused, gazing meaningfully at the perplexed expressions on their faces. Are you two a couple? Thus, the interview concluded, with Yuka promising that the final cut would be released within a week, hoping they would pay attention to it. As for the program's theme song, the only lyrics that left a lasting impression on Xiaoji were a few lines. We argue, then reconcile, and we'll argue again. The thoughts he wished to express seemed endless. Because it resonated so closely with his relationship with Xiaoguang, he managed to sing it almost flawlessly in one take. The song was seemingly titled Chapter 77, Overcoming Inner Demons. The interview could only be regarded as a minor event in their journey. The prize from the double battle tournament, the calming bell, was shared equally between Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. While their bond with Pokémon did not require such a trinket, they each kept one as a memento. A certain girl even boasted about it to her mother for quite some time, only to hang up the call when Aunt Psycho remarked that Xiaoguang's nose was almost touching the sky. The next day, in preparation for the next gym and the grand festival, Xiaoji and his companions set off early in the morning with their backpacks. Much like in a past life, the Chimchar appeared particularly ill at ease after departing from Shinji's rigorous training regimen. For instance, when facing Bugerid's bubble beam, it had never encountered such a move before, and it timidly lowered its head, bracing for Xiaoji's reprimand. Yet, what awaited it was Xiaoji's gentle praise and Xiaoguang's encouragement. Even Brock, who was busy cooking, applauded it continuously. Moreover, it soon realized that mealtime could be so heartwarming. There was no need to eat alone in solitude before rushing off to train. Trainers could joyfully gather with their Pokémon to relish a delightful lunch together. The overwhelming happiness compelled it to rub its eyes, fearful that this was merely a dream, and that upon awakening, it would revert to Shinji's merciless training. What are you doing? Came Shinji's exceptionally cold voice. Monkey? Chimchar looked around in confusion. Finding itself at the edge of an endless cliff, confronted by a horde of Meowth and Shinji's impassive face, displeased with its evasive behavior. Monkey. Chimchar clumsily dodged the strikes from 5 or 6 Meowth, occasionally hearing Shinji scolding. Just as it was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion and falling off the cliff, the last words it heard were, useless creature. Monkey. Chimchar awoke from this nightmare in terror, glancing around its surroundings to find it was still night. Xiaoji, Xiaoguang, and Brock were all comfortably lost in their dreams, while the Pokémon nearby huddled together in tranquil harmony. Monkey, Chimchar sighed, having been startled awake by the nightmare. Now devoid of any desire to sleep. It slowly made its way to a nearby grassy area, intending to take a stroll to ease the anxiety brought on by the nightmare. Not far behind, Xiaoji stirred awake from his sleeping bag, having traveled for so long. Aside from the luxury of sleeping in after finishing the league, he was easily roused by the slightest sound. This was a common trait among trainers, as camping in the wild necessitated such vigilance. After all, one could easily be launched into the air by a wild ursaring if they slept too soundly. Was he still unable to break free from the habits instilled by Shinji? Xiaoji gazed at the slowly advancing Chimchar with a tender expression, then tidied his clothing, preparing to follow. Pikachu also woke up, glancing between Xiaoji and the distant Chimchar before suddenly understanding something. Yawning, it trailed behind Xiaoji. Leaving Chimchar alone in the nighttime forest could lead to serious trouble. Thus, their quiet pursuit served a dual purpose: to avoid disturbing Chimchar's solitary contemplation while also protecting it from potential threats. Monkey, monkey. Chimchar reached a protruding grassy knoll, ready to sit down when it spotted a familiar face. What? Meow? Chimchar? Meowth, who had been feeling sympathy and sorrow for Chimchar's plight, was also seated there, gazing up at the full moon, lost in its thoughts. Monkey, monkey. Don't get me wrong, Meow. I'm not in the mood to fight with you tonight, Meow. Meowth chuckled, patting the grass beside it. Would you like to sit and chat for a while, Meow? Monkey, monkey. Although perplexed by its intentions, Chimchar sensed that Meowth genuinely empathized with its situation and wished to converse, so it trotted over. You're really quite happy now, Meow. Although I can't stand that little brat, being with him is genuinely delightful, Meow. Chimchar, you don't have to go against your will to catch Pikachu. Nor do you need to starve all day without anything to eat. And you don't have to worry about those promotion matters, Meow. So forget the past, Meow. Follow that little brat and become stronger, Meow. I hope that one day, it will be your flamethrower that sends us flying, Meow. Meowth gazed at the full moon like a wise elder, its inner melancholy seemingly pouring out in that moment. It finally cast a gentle look at Chimchar, giving its head a light stroke before attempting to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and Pikachu, hidden in the bushes, were equally moved by this scene. Although they had initially stolen Pokémon, their love for them was no less than that of any trainer. Xiaoji sniffed, recognizing that while Team Rocket was an evil organization, they possessed a certain charm, much like their endearing yet captivating roles in their original lines. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded, but quickly shifted its focus to the rustling sounds emanating from the nearby bushes. Pika. Xiaoji turned towards the source of the noise, which grew increasingly intense. Before long, a Snivy and 5 Meowth burst out from the underbrush, startling Meowth, who had initially intended to put on an act, but now found itself pleading for Chimchar's help. Hey Snivy, what are you doing? Musashi and Kojiru, who had rushed out from the bushes in confusion, were equally bewildered. They had been sound asleep when Snivy suddenly woke up and darted into the nearby bushes without any clear purpose. It's Meowth. They are eternal rivals with Snivy. They won't stop until one of them is unable to fight, Meow. Despite their numbers, there were still 5 of them. Before Musashi could finish his words, he was knocked over by a spoon snake. As 5 Meowth leaped into action, the trio from Team Rocket was sent flying in a rather unified manner. What an irksome sensation. Just a moment ago, the undeniably dashing Ash wiped the cold sweat from his brow, adjusted his attire, and rushed out without delay. Monkey. The apprehensive Chimchar, still daunted by the Meowth, instinctively closed its eyes in fear of the impending attack. However, the anticipated pain did not come. It cautiously opened its eyes to find Ash standing protectively in front of it. The fabric of Ash's back was torn by the claws of the Meowth, exposing bloodied flesh. Yet he gritted his teeth and bore the pain while comforting Chimchar. Are you alright? I'm sorry you got scared. Monkey. Looking at Ash, who was risking his life to shield it, tears began to well in Chimchar's eyes. Shaking its head, it resolutely positioned itself in front of Ash, staring defiantly at the 5 Meowth. In that moment, it seemed to have conquered its inner demons, as Meowth had advised. Having such an exceptional trainer made it feel truly fortunate. Chapter 78, I Will Fight 5. Monkey. At this moment, the fear and trepidation that once filled Chimchar's eyes were replaced with unwavering resolve, causing the Meowth to take a hesitant step back. Yet, it was merely a momentary retreat. They quickly regained their composure, dismissing the little fire monkey as a mere nuisance. Could 5 of them truly be bested by a single monkey? Chimchar crouched down, wincing from the sting of its wounds that made it difficult to stand straight. Thank you, monkey. It was you who saved me. All right, let's go. Ash waved his arm, declaring that since they both harbored the determination to grow stronger, they should not shy away from any challenge, even if it meant confronting 5 foes. While it might seem a stretch for Chimchar to take on 5 at this moment, Ash would jump in if it faltered, allowing Pikachu to claim the glory. Thus, this was an opportune moment. Chimchar realized that to overcome its past insecurities, it must conquer its fearful adversaries, thereby enhancing its confidence. Dig. The Meowth momentarily lost track of their opponent. Even though they knew Chimchar was underground, the point of emergence was a mystery. Flamethrower. Though Chimchar had yet to master Flamethrower, the combination of a weaker version of the move with Dig was sufficient to confront this pack of wild Pokémon. As the ground began to ignite, the heat emanating from below scorched the Meowth, causing them to cry out in distress. In the wild, they only knew that a group attack meant victory. Encountering a strategic opponent left them utterly unprepared. Fire Wheel. Distracted by the searing flames beneath them, the Meowth could not properly gauge Chimchar's position, leading to a surprise attack as it erupted from below, simultaneously unleashing both Flamethrower and Dig for maximum impact. The Meowth, grinding their teeth, seemed to realize that the boy sitting on the ground was the mastermind behind this unexpected strategy. Otherwise, a mere Chimchar could not possibly devise such intricate maneuvers. They began to charge towards Ash, claws glowing with intent to strike him. Ash's eyes widened in dismay as he looked at the approaching adversaries. Are you not the fossilized Aerodactyl? How dare you attack a trainer? Nearby, Pikachu's cheeks began to spark with golden electricity, ready to defend Ash. The Meowth had backed themselves into a corner. Yet, before the Thunderbolt could be unleashed, the Meowth stumbled over an unexpected hole. One of them foolishly peered inside, only to be met with Chimchar's Flamethrower, which seared it mercilessly. Well done, Chimchar, Ash shouted, marveling at how, even without his direct commands, Chimchar was capable of executing brilliant tactics. This was no useless Pokémon, as True Shin had claimed. This was a treasure. Finish it with Fire Wheel. With the first Meowth defeated, the remaining four finally grasped the gravity of their situation. They exchanged glances and began to retreat, only to be met with Pikachu's menacing grin. As Thunderbolt struck them at close range, the flickering arcs of electricity and their anguished expressions bore testament to their dwindling stamina. Good. Finish them off. Flamethrower. A torrent of flames engulfed the four Meowth, the intense blaze radiating a blinding light, and with the sound of an explosion, they collapsed helplessly to the ground. Monkey. Chimchar gazed incredulously at its small hands, unable to fathom that it had just defeated all five Meowth. Just as it contemplated pinching itself to ascertain whether it was dreaming, Ash's warm hand rested gently on its head. You were amazing. Don't ever doubt yourself again. Just look at the power of your Flamethrower. It was absolutely spectacular. Pika Pika. Observing Ash's gentle smile and Pikachu's continuous applause, Chimchar's eyes welled up once more. All right, no more tears. You truly are impressive. Nearby, in the bushes, Dawn and Brock awoke, touched by this heartwarming scene. Initially, Dawn had intended to assist Ash against five opponents, but Brock had restrained her, nearly causing her to panic, yet the outcome was splendid. How powerful yet so fragile, Dawn mused, reflecting on Chimchar's contrasting nature. Just moments ago, it had fiercely unleashed Flamethrower, yet now, cradled in Ash's embrace, it resembled a helpless infant. It must be because of True Shin, Brock explained, furrowing his brow. Having been indoctrinated with the belief that it was worthless, now receiving Ash's praise creates a surreal feeling for it. However, Ash slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the bushes. Eavesdropping is not polite, you know. Huh. On a distant cliff, someone else had also witnessed this thrilling battle. Eli, it has improved so much. Electabuzz was left in a daze, recollecting the dazzling flames that had erupted moments ago, unable to suppress a smirk. Mind your own business, True Shin silently recalled Electabuzz, casting a glance towards the grassy field ahead. Had it overcome its inner demons? So touching. This is how it should be. Meowth covered the mouths of the equally moved Musashi and Kojuro to prevent them from making noise that might alert Ash, though it sobbed louder than either of them. So you all returned so quickly after being knocked away? Truly impressive physical prowess. All right, since Chimchar is so inspired, we must strive harder, Kojuro exclaimed, breaking free from Meowth's grasp, declaring, starting tomorrow, we will endeavor to capture Pikachu even more diligently. All for the sake of Boss Butch. Chapter 79, Absorption Punch. The following morning, Ash emerged from his sleeping bag, grinning despite the discomfort. Last night, even with Dawn's gentle application of antiseptic, the sharp pain from the Meowth's claws made him wince. His back bore several long, gruesome gashes that looked quite alarming, much to the distress of a certain girl and Chimchar. However, as an exceptionally gifted novice, his healing abilities were remarkably formidable. By the early morning of the following day, the wound on his back had already scabbed over. Is Ash all right? Observing Ash's slightly unsteady figure, Dawn couldn't help but feel a pang of concern as she supported his arm, preventing him from inadvertently stumbling. "It's nothing, really." Ash waved his hand dismissively, then handed his jacket to Brock. "Could you please patch up the torn part for me?" The ever-resourceful Brock, adept at both cooking and sewing, truly lived up to his reputation as Mama Brock. "All right, but how about you take a day to rest in your current condition?" Brock gently accepted the garment from Ash. Then, along with Dawn, guided Ash down to the grassy area. "Don't worry, we'll proceed swiftly this time, so we have ample time. You just focus on resting today and training the Pokémon. We'll set off again tomorrow. By the way, there should be healing fruits on the trees around here," Brock remarked, consulting the encyclopedia he had somehow managed to fit into his bag. He discovered that the nearby terrain was conducive to the growth of healing fruits. And with a reassuring pat on Dawn's shoulder, he added, "Dawn and I will collect some for you. Just rest well." With that, the two dashed forward as if propelled by a sudden burst of speed. "Oh dear, I had promised Aunt Keiko to take good care of Dawn." Ash felt a twinge of guilt, scratching the back of his head, realizing that despite everything, the attention was still on him. "All right then, let us commence our morning training." Pikachu, the stalwart leader of the group, enthusiastically called out the training slogan. "Infernape, be mindful of when to unleash your flames. Don't engage directly with the fire mouse. Find your rhythm. Torterra, manage your newly learned energy ball effectively. Go for the Bidoof. Staraptor, increase your speed. If you don't hurry, Pikachu will zap you." The training scene was vibrant and lively, with 6 Pokémon pouring all their energy into the contest. Understanding that only through enduring hardship and practice could they find ease during competitions, the first step to becoming stronger was learning to strive. Infernape's flames blazed with exceptional intensity, possibly fueled by the guilt of being the cause of Ash's injury, thus pushing itself harder to protect him. However, the flames were perhaps a bit too fierce, inadvertently scorching the nearby underbrush and eliciting a shriek from an unknown creature hidden within. "Ah, it's so hot." Fortunately, it didn't ignite. Ash sighed in relief, recalling that he had sent back the swim weasel a few days ago, and currently, they had no Pokémon capable of extinguishing fires. Pikachu. Pikachu looked at Ash with exasperation, as if questioning his peculiar focus, then pointed at the creature still wailing in distress. Jesse's brother? Ash was taken aback to see his Pokémon rescuing James from the thicket. "You all didn't No way. Don't pin this on us." James immediately jumped up, defending himself. "I had no intention of encountering you. I merely came here for a stroll to clear my head, but your Pokémon accidentally hit me. Is that so?" "My apologies," Ash said, noticing the seriousness in James' eyes. He had no reason to doubt him. The trio from Team Rocket had always exhibited good character, and their expressions often revealed the truth. "So, has something happened? Looking a bit down?" "I told you it's nothing. Wait a minute. I might actually need your help," James sighed, initially intending to decline Ash's offer. But suddenly recalling Ash's identity and abilities, he stepped forward, seeking assistance. "Suction Punch? Desert Lurantis?" Ash chuckled softly at the sight of Desert Lurantis flailing its arms upon release. "Well, Miss Kawaii can coax out its potential quite well, but under my guidance, I've failed to make any progress, no matter how hard I tried." James gently caressed the Pokeball containing Desert Lurantis, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. "That's why I began to doubt myself. If it can't grow while by my side, perhaps it would be better off with Miss Kawaii." "I understand." Ash nodded empathetically, recalling his own experiences, such as with his Infernape during the P1 fighting tournament. "Come here," he gestured to them. "Since I can't stand, I'll need you to accommodate me a bit." "Pikachu, go." This startled Desert Lurantis and James, who instinctively thought Ash was about to unleash an attack. Ash sighed, shaking his head. "Don't be so tense. I'm asking Pikachu to guide your Desert Lurantis." He explained that the failure was merely a matter of proficiency, so he instructed, "Pikachu, use your Iron Tail to assist Desert Lurantis Suction Punch." With that, Ash quietly observed this collaborative endeavor. At first, Desert Lurantis struggled with the technique, its Suction Punch dissipating almost immediately after forming. However, under the pressure from Pikachu's Iron Tail, it began to instinctively tighten its arm, channeling energy into its limbs. Before long, the Suction Punch was completely mastered by Desert Lurantis. "Fantastic." James, regardless of the prickling thorns on his body, embraced Desert Lurantis with overwhelming joy and pride in its achievement. "This is wonderful. Now we won't have to part ways." Ash nodded approvingly, watching as James excitedly approached him. "I can't thank you enough, Ash. Without you, I might have had to say goodbye to it. As long as I'm willing to work hard alongside Desert Lurantis, we can reach the pinnacle together." As he spoke, James could hardly contain his excitement, beginning to playfully toss Desert Lurantis into the air. Parting from a Pokémon one has spent so long with is indeed heart-wrenching. Speaking of which, What about your Weezing and Arbok? Don't even mention it. James interrupted Ash, recalling the chaotic encounters they had experienced. They truly missed their original Pokémon. Alright, I owe you a favor this time, but don't expect us to go easy on you in the future. James paused, then added with a hint of menace. Keep a close eye on your Pikachu. We will definitely capture it. Ah. Ash smiled nostalgically as he watched James depart. By the way, how are the ones from the Tokiwa forest and the ones I entrusted to Mr. Saito doing? Chapter 80. The sealed flower rock monster of 1,000 years. Is everything alright? Dawn gently applied the potion made from the mashed healing fruits onto Ash's back. Before long, he was bouncing back to life, prompting Dawn to highly praise the miraculous fruits. Well, it's not as rapid as it seems. Brock scratched his cheek. It's more about Ash's extraordinary healing abilities. Indeed, back in Kalos, after taking a fever-reducing medicine, he was back to normal in less than a minute, as if nothing had happened. Thus, instead of departing the next day as initially planned, they set off for the nearby town of Swearin in the afternoon due to Ash's accelerated healing. Along the way, Ash frolicked as if he had never been injured, which had become a norm for Brock, but for Dawn, it was akin to witnessing a ghost. His resilience and healing powers were off the charts, leading her to ponder whether Ash was some legendary Pokémon. That evening, the group arrived at a forest not far from Swearin town, and as night fell, they were compelled to halt their journey and set up camp on a relatively flat patch of grass. Xiao Gang and Pikachu savored their tea in delightful silence, observing Ash and Dawn's training while enjoying the cool breeze wafting in from the night. Pachirisu, discharge, Ash commanded, skillfully maneuvering his Torterra as he conducted a robustness training session for his Pokémon, simultaneously assisting Dawn in identifying issues with her own Pokémon. Given that Pachirisu's level was relatively low and lacked type advantages, Torterra's training this time proved to be rather effortless. Be mindful of your strength, Dawn, Ash advised. Shaking his head, Pachirisu had mastered the discharge technique remarkably well, even surpassing its proficiency in his previous life. However, achieving such a feat was merely a starting point. To truly overcome Paul, greater effort would be required. Alright, Dawn exclaimed, her spirit ignited as she waved her arms, eager to try again. Just as she was about to issue another command, an ominous shadow darkened the sky, interrupting her focus. She curiously gazed at the source of the shadow, but it was apparent that this entity was not to be trifled with, as it ruthlessly unleashed a destructive beam toward her. Watch out, Ash shouted, swiftly pulling Dawn aside as the beam surged past. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The electric attack pierced through the destructive beam, causing the unknown Pokémon in the sky to vanish from sight. That was terrifying, Dawn gasped, patting her chest in relief. If not for Ash's quick reflexes, she might have faced dire consequences. Observing the retreating darkness, Xiao Gang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite its fleeting appearance, the creature resembled a Sudowoodo. Huh, Dawn queried, retrieving her Pokédex to document the creature's data, then glanced at Ash with curiosity. Shouldn't this Pokémon be found elsewhere? Why is it here? Ash remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. Sure enough, a stone structure that had served as a seal had been shattered, debris littering the ground, a clear indication that this Sudowoodo was the very one he had previously broken free. Yet, how had the seal been compromised from such a distance? Suddenly, an aged voice interrupted their discussion. An elderly woman with white hair emerged from the forest, slowly making her way toward them with a cane, her expression reflecting a complex blend of emotions as she regarded the disordered stones. In the past, our village was tormented by this Sudowoodo, enduring years of misfortune that left the villagers lamenting, she recounted, her voice tinged with weariness. But in our moments of despair, a brave hero wielding a Pikachu arrived, employing formidable tactics and abilities to subdue and seal the Sudowoodo here. I never imagined that after all this time, it would be released by two individuals and a Meowth. With a heavy sigh, the old woman lamented that her village had been suddenly attacked by Sudowoodo, leading her to the forest, where she found the disgruntled trio from Team Rocket. Initially, they had merely sought lunch, but after their biscuits were snatched by wild Pokémon, a furious Musashi had chased after them and inadvertently toppled the stone structure. I shouldn't have helped them yesterday, Ash muttered to himself, rubbing his face in disbelief. Just the day prior, they had all gotten along well, and now he had to deal with this mess. Truly the hallmark of Team Rocket. The old woman noticed Ash's expression, her eyes widening with surprise. Young man, is this Pikachu yours? Yes, my name is Ash, and this is my partner, Pikachu. The trio politely introduced themselves to the elderly woman. Upon seeing the striking resemblance between Ash and the legendary hero of the past, her eyes grew wide. Not only did this Pikachu bear similarity, But the unique energy emanating from Ash also seemed akin to that of the legendary hero, a beacon of the aura. Huh. Unlike Xiao Gang and Ash, who maintained their composure, Dawn appeared perplexed. What is a Wave Guardian? Xiao Gang, taking on a mentor's role, patiently explained. It's a remarkable ability that allows its possessor to communicate with Pokémon and harness this power to perform extraordinary feats. Those endowed with this power are referred to as Wave Guardians. Although Ash had indeed demonstrated this ability during his battles in the Kanto region, the elderly woman was unwavering in her conviction. Her gaze fixed intently on Ash, she stated firmly, I am certain. The aura power within you is strikingly similar to that of the hero of yore. Can you assist in resealing the Sudowoodo? While I am not a Wave Guardian per se, I can sense the energy within me, Ash replied, determined to help despite his limitations. I will certainly assist you. Pika Pika. Thus, after discussing their plans, Pikachu lay down quietly, feigning sleep to attract the Sudowoodo's attention. However, it wasn't the Sudowoodo that caught their interest, but rather a familiar group of individuals. It's Pikachu, Meow? Meowth exclaimed excitedly, peering through binoculars at the sleeping Pikachu, recognizing the perfect opportunity to strike. Musashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's fortunate that my good deeds have led to this splendid situation. This statement earned her disdainful glances from Kojiro and Meowth as their hot air balloon descended. The trio stealthily approached Pikachu, but before they could lay a finger on it, they tumbled straight into a deep pit. Who on earth would be so callous? Only we should be executing such schemes. The members of Team Rocket grumbled as they scrambled out of the trap, feeling humiliated for being outsmarted for the first time. Just as they prepared to confront the culprit behind their misfortune, a familiar voice reached their ears. I wonder who is so wicked. Ash playfully mimicked Musashi's tone, relishing the opportunity to deliver the line he had heard countless times. Dawn, arriving with haste, proudly pointed to herself with a raised thumb, embodying her namesake well. The wind. The sky. The protagonists of this era are us. We are the invincible Pokemon team. Pika Pika. Hey, do not misappropriate our catchphrases, Musashi shouted, her composure shattering as she confronted the trio. This was their trademark, and no one else could claim it. Ahem, Ash interjected, nodding seriously before realizing the situation was amiss. Wait, we aren't here to catch Team Rocket. It's the Sudowoodo. Clutching Ash's shirt, Dawn pointed at the Sudowoodo lurking behind Team Rocket. Roar! Sudowoodo bellowed, launching an attack at Team Rocket, its long-suppressed resentment erupting violently. Comprised of anguish, it could not comprehend the joy of Team Rocket. Once released, it had relished their misfortunes. But now it was irked to witness their carefree banter. Having been sealed for a millennium, it had long since lost the capacity for joy. Thus, upon seeing Team Rocket's smiles, it was consumed by fury, relentlessly unleashing waves of dark energy in pursuit of them. Roar! As Team Rocket fled towards Ash and the others, Sudowoodo finally recognized the familiar figure of the young hero. It had noticed him the moment it was released, but had prioritized its newfound freedom over the Pokemon accompanying him. At this moment, the Pikachu, whose gaze was filled with earnestness and solemnity, mirrored the intensity of its focus. Before it stood a cap-wearing youth, whose aura resonated with striking similarities to that of the despicable man from a millennium ago. The fervor within could no longer be contained. Disregarding the fleeing trio of Team Rocket, it unleashed a devastating beam of destruction toward Ash, intent on toppling the boy. Pika. The electrifying power of Thunderbolt once again pierced through the destructive beam, despite the ancient prowess of the gloomy rock. Its lack of recent training rendered it no match for the terrifying Thunderbolt. Qua. Struck by the overwhelming force of the lightning, the ferocity in gloomy rock's eyes intensified. Another wielder of aura, another Pikachu, and yet again, the same electrifying power. It roared in agitation, recklessly unleashing Dark Pulse, determined to eliminate this Pikachu. Be careful, Ash. Brock cautioned while dodging the Dark Pulse. This gloomy rock is highly leveled. Its Dark Pulse is formidable. Don't worry, I've got this, Ash replied, gripping his cap tightly to prevent it from being blown away, without turning back. Quickly, take the old lady and Dawn to safety. Don't get caught in the crossfire. As he glimpsed the three retreating to the shelter of nearby trees, Ash steadied himself to face this battle with a grave demeanor. Another gloomy rock? I have yet to come to terms with the regret of my past defeat, he murmured, gazing up at the dense, darkened clouds. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt upon the sky. As the ominous clouds absorbed the power of the lightning, they returned an even mightier bolt to Pikachu. With the continuous surge of electricity coursing through it, Pikachu felt its strength and instincts fully awakened. Observing the merciless beam of destruction from gloomy rock, Pikachu deftly evaded the attack, moving with astonishing speed to confront it. Iron Tail. This formidable attack, capable of striking down countless legendary Pokémon, landed forcefully upon Gloomy Rock's head, sending it plummeting to the ground, where it skidded along with terrifying inertia until it finally came to a halt, mere moments before crashing into a stone. In that instant, any lingering resentment was overshadowed by a profound sense of disbelief. Thunderbolt. Qua. Unwilling to concede, Gloomy Rock retaliated with a superpower, clashing against Pikachu's electric onslaught. Yet, in terms of sheer power, this superpower paled in comparison to Cynthia's Garchomp's might. Even against Garchomp's superpower, Pikachu's electricity could overpower it, let alone this Gloomy Rock. Volt Tackle. As the lightning receded, it coiled around Pikachu with terrifying swiftness. The dazzling golden radiance accompanying Pikachu's Volt Tackle pierced through Gloomy Rock's superpower. This is... The old lady gazed in awe at Ash and Pikachu not far away, their figures seemingly merging with legends from 1,000 years past. In this moment, the aura emanating from Ash and the suffocating presence of Pikachu, reminiscent of a divine beast, brought a smile to her face. A legacy? Fate has indeed chosen this young man. Meanwhile, Gloomy Rock, overwhelmed by the Volt Tackle, endured yet another iron tail from the air. No matter how mighty it once was, it was now reduced to a mere punching bag under Ash and Pikachu's assault. Qua. As Gloomy Rock saw the boy approaching, it stubbornly gathered Dark Pulse to attack Ash. But in that fleeting moment, its power was inexplicably drained. Qua. Emerging slowly from Ash's shadow, Darkrai fixed a cold, expressionless gaze upon the overconfident Gloomy Rock, its mere presence nearly petrifying the creature. Follow this young man. Darkrai's chilling command rang out, leaving no room for disobedience. Trembling in fear, Gloomy Rock nodded vigorously, then bumped its head against Ash's waist, inadvertently acknowledging him as its trainer. Ah, I see, the old lady remarked calmly, seemingly unfazed by Darkrai's appearance. So this time, you are favoring this young man. What changes might his fate and future undergo? Chapter 82. The Unexpected Castle. Ash, scratching his head sheepishly, admitted, I feel a bit embarrassed for having captured this fellow. I wonder if it will inconvenience you. Not at all. The old lady replied with a reassuring shake of her head, her gaze piercing into Ash's eyes. After a moment, she sighed deeply and mused. The new Aura hero has captured Gloomy Rock and protected the village. From this moment onward, the trajectory of fate begins to carve a new path. Though the others were somewhat perplexed, the outcome was ultimately favorable. If it was incomprehensible, they would simply take their time to understand it later. The following morning, Ash and his companions waved goodbye to the old lady and set off toward the nearby town of Viridian. As their figures vanished, the old lady's face broke into an expression of anticipation and profound meaning. The essence of the divine, the blessing of Ho-Oh, the companionship of the wind, and the lineage of the Aura hero. Though he seemed to carry an air of mystery, destiny appeared to be swirling around him. She eagerly wondered about the boy's future. The old lady's musings went unheard by the trio, whose current aim remained the grand contest in Viridian. As for what the future held, who could possibly speculate? Meanwhile, as they walked along the forest path, Dawn curiously gazed at Ash, surprised that his prowess could completely subdue the millennium-old Gloomy Rock. Ah well, I can't take all the credit. I just wanted to incapacitate it and reseal it. Ash scratched his cheek, but I didn't expect Darkrai would let it follow me. Only Darkrai could keep this Gloomy Rock from acting recklessly. He was also completely unaware of why Darkrai would act in such a manner. However, with Gloomy Rock's resentment now quelled by Darkrai's presence, he had gained another formidable Pokémon. Yet, Ash shifted the topic. Have we really been walking for so long without reaching the Pokémon Center? As dusk approached, they found themselves wandering through the forest all day with little rest. Still meandering about. Almost there, just a bit further, Brock assured confidently, eyeing the imminent exit. Once we pass through this forest, we'll reach the Pokémon Center. Let us hope so. As the trees at the forest's edge thinned, a magnificent castle loomed before them. Its grandeur so opulent it felt inadequate to describe it merely as luxurious. It appeared to be a residence fit for billionaires. Yet, their minds were far from concerned with the castle's worth. Dawn looked at Brock in despair. So, are we lost again? Brock glanced at the map in embarrassment, falling silent. Oh no, I knew it. With no other option, Ash sighed and suggested, we'll have to see if the castle's owner can accommodate us for a night. He had anticipated a cozy bed for the night, only to find that hope dashed. Together, they entered the castle courtyard, which appeared colossal from a distance. But as they approached, they realized the courtyard was dauntingly vast. The fountain and various flora were extravagantly arranged, creating a fresh yet luxurious ambience, indicating the castle's owner had invested considerable effort in its design. However, The sudden sound from above interrupted their intent to knock on the door. As the spotlight illuminated the three of them, a particularly jarring voice rang out, declaring, "I've caught you." The Phantom Thieves trio. On the rooftop stood a girl strikingly similar in appearance to Miss Junsha, albeit clad in a wilder ensemble. Beside her was not the expected Arcanine or Talonflame, but an enormous Luxray. What is this? The Phantom Thieves trio? Wait, we are. Before the trio could clarify their identities, the Luxray's iron tail was already poised to strike Pikachu, who stood at Ash's feet. Aware of Luxray's peculiar abilities, Ash had no choice but to instruct Pikachu to counter with Iron Tail. The disparity in strength was evident. With a mere flip, Pikachu sent Luxray soaring away. "I told you not to act recklessly. Now look what's happened," the girl complained, directing her ire at Luxray's impetuousness, then gazing triumphantly at Ash and his companions, adding, "But you won't escape. Guards, seize them." No sooner had she uttered those words than several security personnel rushed in, encircling the trio, leaving them in a rather helpless predicament. Resigned to their fate as they faced the approaching guards, Ash sighed and rubbed his forehead. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. In a fit of annoyance, Pikachu unleashed a vengeful Thunderbolt, causing the security personnel to scream in dismay. Ash pondered, is power truly that terrifying? He observed the fallen individuals on the ground, recalling how he had reacted similarly during his travels. Pika Pika, you're such a monster. Who else stays electrocuted for so long and ends up developing an immunity? It's Thunderbolt. The electric type's ultimate move is simply the best. One girl, oblivious to the fact that her minions had been effortlessly dispatched, excitedly praised Pikachu's lightning prowess. Wait a moment. An elderly gentleman, dressed in formal attire, emerged with a commanding presence. He intervened on behalf of Ash and his friends, stating, "I have indeed seen them on a television program. They are the best partners in the double battle tournament, and currently the most popular duo in the Sinnoh region." "Ah, yes. Hearing someone recognize them, Dawn proudly waved her hand, asserting, "That's me. I'm Dawn. Pleased to meet you. My name is Matthew, the Count and owner of this castle." He gently introduced himself after listening to the trio's introductions. Only then did the girl realize, "Aren't you that incredibly popular couple duo? Wow. The interviews for the new program are to die for. You truly are a match made in heaven. I can't help but laugh every time I watch your interviews." Observing the girl's starry-eyed expression, Dawn suddenly sensed something was amiss. "So our interviews?" "Yes. They've gone viral, and the song you performed together is hailed as the pinnacle of couple songs." "What about the scene where I attacked Ash?" "Yes. It was all aired. I had no idea you were so playful behind the scenes." "Ugh, it's over." Dawn slumped despairingly to the ground, realizing that there was no one left in Sinnoh worth caring about. Let it all be destroyed. Chapter 83, The Phantom Thieves' Beauties. While playfulness and chaos have their place, serious matters require a more solemn approach. After some conversation, they learned that the girl named Marble was a member of the Junsha family, still in her youth and in need of experience. Her partner, instead of Talonflame, was the seemingly unruly Luxray. As the owner of the ancient artifact, the amulet, Matthew had received a notice from the Phantom Thief a few days prior, stating that they would arrive at 8 o'clock to steal the treasure, which was why he reluctantly had Miss Junsha assist him. "Is it really common for thieves to announce their intentions beforehand?" Brock remarked, crossing his arms in disdain at this oddly familiar trope. "Wait a minute," Dawn interrupted Marble's proud declaration. "Shouldn't this task be entrusted to Miss Junsha? You're just a child." "How rude. I am a genius detective," Marble retorted, the Luxray impatiently growling at her while gazing at the moon rising in the distance. "Is this all right?" Dawn quietly inquired of Matthew. He could only respond awkwardly. "Since we're here, we have no choice. By the way, as a well-matched partner, could we ask for your assistance?" "No problem. As long as you can provide us shelter for one night, that is sufficient." The trio eagerly agreed to help, but Brock wondered if it wasn't a bit embarrassing to be so overlooked. "So, is it because of evolving that you can't master electric type skills?" he pondered, eyeing the disgruntled Luxray. "Yes," Marble sighed. Before that, Luxray was very obedient. Ever since evolving, its inability to use Charge Beam led to the escape of a criminal, and it has been unable to shake off this feeling of frustration. Hearing this, Brock glanced at Ash, recalling that Ash had experienced something similar. "Huh." Ash tilted his head, then understood, replying, "You mean Lizardin?" "Yes, it became despondent due to love and forgot all its skills, feeling worse than Luxray does now. Well, winning some and losing some. I don't quite get it." Ash reflected on his time as a Trico, seeking revenge against a Tropius he had defeated, yet feeling miserable nonetheless. Moreover, it had indeed been glum for a while, refusing to rest when Ash suggested it. "What happened next?" Marble continued to inquire, as it was still early before 8 o'clock. attempting to find a way to help Luxray recover. It was for my sake, wasn't it? In critical moments, our bond and friendship transformed into strength. Just as the three were engrossed in sharing their stories, 3 security personnel approached, interrupting their idle conversation. Excuse us, due to concerns about the ancient amulet being swapped. We need to conduct another inspection. As the 3 opened the vault door, the ancient amulet hidden within the treasure chest was retrieved. Wait, Dawn, who had been watching from the sidelines, slowly interrupted their actions. Is it possible that you are the Phantom Thieves' beauties? The trio was taken aback, in their minds. This little girl should have been clueless, right? How could that be? According to the notice, they are supposed to arrive promptly at 8 o'clock. And there are still 5 minutes left. But what if you adjusted the clock to be 5 minutes slow? Upon hearing this, the trio could no longer maintain their composure, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. If not for their strong mental fortitude, they might have fainted from fear. Indeed, as Dawn analyzed the situation, Ash couldn't help but smirk meaningfully. So, hand over the goods, Team Rocket. I heard someone say to return the goods. We arrived with the speed of light. The trio reflexively struck their poses, reciting their lines. But before they could finish, the impatient Ash interrupted. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. After enduring a rare moment of tranquility, Ash found his peace disrupted once again by their antics. He hadn't even eaten yet. So where did he find the time to listen to their entire spiel? Hey, you can't launch a sneak attack while someone is speaking. Musashi's irritated remark was cut short as she was blasted skyward by Thunderbolt. What an annoying feeling. Exactly. Marble agreed nonchalantly. I actually knew they were the Phantom Thieves trio all along, which is why I acted that way. Hey, don't just take credit for someone else's work. Ash looked at the audacious girl with exasperation, then patted Dawn's shoulder, saying, if you hadn't suddenly wised up today and pointed out the possible details, your teacher would probably have scolded you tomorrow. Shoko, what does it mean when someone suddenly praises my quick wit today, yet I can't shake off an uncomfortable feeling? Additionally, Pikachu, please go and teach the electric-type skills to the Luxray. After expressing her grievances, Ash gently patted Pikachu on the shoulder, encouraging it to guide Luxray. After all, Pikachu had once gone through its rebellious phase, and, being an electric-type Pokemon as well, it was the most suitable choice to mentor Luxray. Is that alright? Observing Luxray and Pikachu, who had already dashed off to the side, Marble rarely displayed a bashful expression, feeling as if she hadn't done anything wrong. You know that too. Due to the smoothness of this incident, Shoko's sensitivity surpassed that of her previous life, awakening some of Ash's memories. Consequently, Team Rocket was effortlessly dispatched, and the ancient talisman was perfectly safeguarded. Is that acceptable? Gazing at the Pokeball that Matthew handed her, Shoko was taken aback. Covering her mouth in surprise, it was merely a lucky guess. Sometimes, fortune is indeed a facet of skill. And it was thanks to your judgment and instinctive reasoning that we managed to repel those 3 so effortlessly. So please accept this. Matthew smiled, shaking his head as he placed the Pokeball in Shoko's palm. Go ahead, open it. As the white light dissipated, a charmingly adorable Meowth appeared before everyone, nuzzling Shoko's boots, prompting her to exclaim, Kawaii, how delightful. And you've also regained the charge beam, haven't you? Marble remarked, admiring the harmonious scene, before playfully patting the large cat beside her, which haughtily turned away, unwilling to respond. Being guided by an electric mouse was rather embarrassing, but this Pikachu was truly remarkable, resolving all its issues in just a few simple moves. Marble. From a distance, Ms. Junsha arrived in her police car, unhesitatingly chastising her. Taking on cases without informing me. How could you? I'm sorry, Mom. I want to do it again. This statement completely short-circuited Brock's CPU, leaving his heart in shambles. The one always hurt is Brock's mom. Chapter 84, is this considered an official announcement? In the town of Rando, known for its relics, Ash and his companions finally arrived after much effort. Had they not utilized Murkrow to scout the skies for an exit, they would likely have been lost for days. Matthew suggested that to find the exit, they should head north and then south. However, to the ears of the trio, it morphed into a convoluted instruction to circle 3 times until they felt dizzy, enabling them to wander aimlessly. Nevertheless, there were advantages to getting lost, such as Shoko currently training on the lawn, with a Meowth she had obtained through their misdirection. Notably, this Meowth exhibited exceptional control over electric abilities. Even surprising Pikachu during its tests, it certainly did not resemble the typical strength of a novice Pokemon. At this rate, it must be on the verge of evolution. Gazing at the adorable Meowth, Ash expressed his astonishment. Truly, the talent of a Pokemon gifted by a count who owns a grand castle is formidable. One can only imagine how fierce its predecessors must have been. Shoko pulled out her Pokédex to look up Meowth's evolution. However, an abrupt voice interrupted her research. It's a Lekkat, Kenji boasted proudly, accompanied by his Prinplup, showcasing his knowledge. You really don't know such basic facts, do you, Shoko? Oh, it's you again. Contrary to Kenji's expectations, Shoko merely sighed calmly, without exhibiting the anticipated irritation. Are you participating in the Rando conference too? I didn't expect to face you again. I'm quite looking forward to it. Shoko's face displayed an unwilling expression. She was not at all eager to compete against Kenji, who always seemed to mock or ridicule her during their encounters, a sentiment that irked her. Speaking of which, Kenji's gaze shifted to Ash, who was teasing Meowth's tail. You and Ash are quite the hot topic. The champions of the doubles tournament, the most popular duo in Sinnoh, the current hottest partnership, Kenji stated flatly. The bitterness in his tone unmissable. And your interview topics are quite something. That's none of your business. Seeing Kenji's incessant chatter directed at Ash, Shoko quickly stepped in front of him. After all, people admire us, and we must strive harder in our training, not just for their expectations, but also for our own dreams. So, let us settle this in the arena. Shoko fixed her serious gaze on Kenji's complex expression, not wanting to witness him troubling Ash. Perhaps the atmosphere had grown too awkward, as Kenji waved his hand, laughing to diffuse the tension. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just teasing you. I never expected the once naive Shoko to become so composed. Observing the protective side of Shoko, Kenji felt a twinge of discomfort within himself. He softened his gaze and turned to Ash behind Shoko, asking, how about another battle? No problem. Since you proposed a duel, I have no reason to refuse. Watching Ash dash towards the battle arena with determination, Kenji's feelings were quite complex. He had seen the entirety of that interview. So, is this considered an official announcement? Kenji's gaze flickered, observing the well-synchronized Ash and Shoko, unable to articulate his inner thoughts. Kenji, aren't you joining? Ash called out from the far-off battlefield. This fool may have developed some awareness of emotions, but only a slight one. It would be a while before he could discern the feelings others concealed. I'm coming, Kenji replied absent-mindedly, tossing out his Pokémon. A Shroomish, staring intently at a green mushroom, appeared on the field. Is that a Shroomish? Brock remarked, arms crossed, munching on a snack while observing Kenji's well-trained Pokémon, which seemed quite spirited. Ash pinched his nose. Murkrow, you're up. How rare, you actually understand type advantages. Staring at the soaring bird, Kenji was taken aback, pointing at Murkrow and asking dumbfounded, aren't you using Turtwig or Pikachu? Huh. Ash tilted his head, because they've been training quite well lately. This kid is a bit too naive. Watching Ash's unusually playful demeanor and his innocent smile, Shoko felt a bit embarrassed, covering her slightly flushed cheeks. Since I have the type advantage, I'll let you attack first. Kenji finally regained his composure, leaping into action to execute a sonic punch. A flash of electricity. While the speed of sonic punch was indeed swift, the Murkrow, which had been evading Pikachu's thunderbolt, was even faster. In a mere instant, the sonic punch missed its mark. Aerial Ace. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was airborne, Murkrow struck the Shroomish in the abdomen with lightning speed, sending it crashing to the ground. As Murkrow soared into the air, Kenji's command rang out, Energy Ball. A jade-green sphere emerged from the smoke. However, Ash, already well-versed in the technique and power of Energy Ball, was unfazed. Ascend. Go Aerial Ace. Initially intending to utilize the downward momentum combined with Aerial Ace's power to break through the Energy Ball, Murkrow's white light suddenly shifted in hue. Instead of radiating white light, it now emanated a brilliant blue glow, effortlessly breaking through the Energy Ball's attack and striking the Shroomish directly. Brave bird. Gazing upon the terrifying force unleashed, Ash murmured to himself, astonished at how swiftly Pidgeotto had grasped its newfound abilities, mastering a skill honed over countless hours of practice in but a single battle. As the dark mist dissipated, the incapacitated Shroomish, having endured 2 devastating flying-type attacks, could barely hold itself together, its eyes now swirling with confusion. Hooray! Ash, Pidgeotto has learned a new skill. Dawn cheered, delighted for Ash. However, Kenji found himself in a rather dismal mood, silently recalling Shroomish. His expression darkened as he observed the close bond between Ash and Dawn. His persistent teasing of Ash was not without justification, stemming from a particular interview that had transpired. Are you two a couple? Was the question posed by Yukari, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Unlike Dawn, who blushed furiously, Ash's reaction was more nuanced. Furrowing his brow, he carefully articulated his response. Although unsure of the precise definition of couple, his subsequent elaboration left both Yukari and Dawn visibly stunned. If being a couple means having an unshakable bond, filled with profound friendship and the ability to influence each other's emotions, Then I suppose we are. Yukari, taken aback, turned to Dawn, who, her face ablaze, nodded silently, unable to contain her excitement. Though the sound of Yukari's gasp was edited out, everything else remained intact. Moreover, this was not merely a regional broadcast. The entirety of Sinnoh would witness it. Chapter 85. The Ruins of Randomness. The battleground for the 4 participants lay before the ruins in Random Town, where statues of Palkia and Dialga were intricately carved. Ash and Kenji stood before the statues, while Dawn and Brock perched atop a ledge of the ancient structure. Yet, within the ruins, secrets of a different nature were unfolding. The dragon plate is in place. The steel plate is secured. The water plate has been set. The trio clad in silver attire were engaged in a clandestine endeavor, though not entirely hidden, as Team Rocket's 3 bumbling members loomed behind them. As the plates were positioned, a cubic energy box manifested before the blue-haired leader, who smirked with triumph, casting a sidelong glance at the eavesdropping Team Rocket. It's been quite a while, Team Rocket. What? The 3, already huddled together, were immediately startled into silence. Do you know what this is? The young leader triumphantly held the cube aloft, revealing to the bewildered trio. This is a treasure that can merge Sinnoh's legends with reality. Upon uttering these words, unknown totemic runes illuminated the walls, glowing ominously in a dark red hue, awakening a multitude of mysterious totems from their slumber. Allow me to present you with a gift, the galactic trio cackled, as they unleashed the power of the bronze mirror and smoke bombs. By the time the totems realized what transpired, only Team Rocket remained in the vicinity. Frustrated that their coveted treasure had been stolen, and having just awakened to an onslaught, the totems instinctively redirected their wrath toward the hapless Team Rocket trio. Launching an indiscriminate assault. Outside the ruins, the structure began to tremble violently, engulfed in a dark red glow as the walls ominously shifted. Sensing the impending catastrophe, Ash swiftly dashed to grasp Brock and Dawn, leading them away from the terrifying gravitational pull. What on earth is happening? Dawn exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the unfolding chaos within the ruins. Team Galactic? As familiar scenes flooded Ash's mind, memories from a past life surged forth. Although they had only encountered Team Rocket then, the true puppeteers behind the chaos were the nefarious organization of Sinnoh, Team Galactic. Recognizing the danger brewing within the ruins, Ash wasted no time and bolted inside, aware that if the totem's fury was not quelled, the entire Random Town could face calamity. Ash, seeing him rush in alone, Dawn hurriedly followed in his wake, and thus, the 4 ventured into the depths of the ruins together. The walls of the structure began to close in, rendering any external changes imperceptible. Where are we? Ash groaned, clutching his head as he helped Dawn, who was equally disoriented, to her feet. Is this the inside of the ruins? Dawn queried, glancing around at the sealed environment. Let us search for an exit, Brock suggested calmly, being the one who had accompanied Ash through the most adventures. As the trio pondered their predicament, a terrified scream from Kenji echoed nearby. The walls are twisting. As an ordinary person, Kenji was petrified by the surreal and frightening scene before him, trembling as he surveyed the distorted surroundings, his heart heavy with despair. Hey, stop screaming, Dawn retorted, exasperated by Kenji's cowardice. It's truly terrifying. In contrast, Ash gently pulled Kenji upright, reassuring him, stay strong. As trainers, we must remain calm. This way, our Pokémon won't be left bewildered and lost. We will find a way out. At that moment, witnessing Ash's extraordinary composure and earnestness, Kenji's heart began to waver. Perhaps Ash wasn't so unbearable after all. Despite Kenji's relentless teasing, Ash was kind-heartedly comforting him. Ash, what are you doing? Dawn's voice, laced with a hint of jealousy, broke through, casting a discontented glance at Ash's grip on Kenji's hand. Why should Kenji be the one holding Ash's hand? This was infuriating. My apologies. Ash quickly released Kenji's hand, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. TCH. The 4, now regaining their spirits, surveyed their surroundings, resignedly preparing to move forward. When the raucous cries of Team Rocket pierced their ears. We told you it wasn't us. Jessie exclaimed dramatically, it's those thugs in silver clothing. Exactly, meow. Sonnets. No. Wait. The observant James spotted Ash in the distance. Hey, you little brat. Come save us. Seeing Team Rocket, now devoid of their villainous demeanor, Ash wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling how imposing they had been just days before. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Though grumbling, Ash commanded Pikachu to fend off the rampaging totems. However, before the Thunderbolt could be unleashed, the totems spotted Ash first. Unlike the time-space deities lost in their own chaos, the totems retained a semblance of rationality amid their frenzied attacks. After all, They had merely been struck and were not eager to turn on their master. Goo. The totems stared at Ash in bewilderment, exchanging glances, uncertain of what to communicate. Goo, why is he here? Goo, I don't know. Why are you asking me? Why not ask Palkia? Goo, stop calling out. We might accidentally hit the wrong target and ruin our sleep. So let us hurry and leave. Seemingly reaching a consensus, the totems collectively retreated, conveniently constructing a staircase leading Ash toward the exit. Dawn gazed in confusion at the fleeing totems, glancing at Ash. Did they run away because of your Pikachu? Underneath a veil of perplexity, Ash gazed at the unknown totems that recoiled from him, pondering aloud. So, have you recognized me as well? As a radiant passage manifested, the quartet slowly emerged, with the frightened Team Rocket trailing behind. Hey, we don't have time to settle scores with you. Dawn cast a disgruntled glance at the bumbling trio. Now that we're out, what were you doing in there? Unjustly accused, Meow. This time, it truly wasn't us. Team Rocket protested in unison. Indeed, had we been responsible, we would have made a grand escape by now. Observing their futile justifications, Ash shook his head in resignation, pointing towards the vessel that had already taken flight. Those individuals you speak of, it must be them, right? Indeed, it is them, Meow. Meow furiously muttered words that could not be uttered aloud, relieved that they had narrowly escaped calamity. You should be grateful you encountered Ash. Ha. Just like that. Farewell. The trio of Tsundere characters, reluctant to praise Ash in his presence, hurriedly gathered their belongings, preparing to flee. Don't leave yet. You're too slow. Ash grinned mischievously, calling out, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a merciless laugh, followed by an electrifying thunderbolt that sent Team Rocket soaring through the air, granting them an unexpected ticket for flight. What a lack of chivalry. How can one resort to ambush? They lamented, but it had become irrelevant, for they were already soaring high above. With expressions of accustomed resignation, they transformed into shooting stars against the daytime sky, visible even in the light of day. Now, you should go register for the tournament. Ash waved goodbye to Kenji and Dawn, striding towards the Pokémon Center. After completing his registration, Kenji bid farewell to the trio, intent on training diligently for the grand tournament the following day. Though he had lost to Ash once more, he felt a sense of humility from the kindness Ash had shown him in moments of adversity. Meanwhile, Dawn had also arrived at the training grounds outside the Pokémon Center, preparing for the competition. Using Pachima for the first round, Ash nodded silently at Dawn's choice. Yes, this time I want to showcase Pachima's skills to reflect its style. I'm glad to hear you've come to this realization, Ash praised, relieved that Dawn had finally grasped the essence of Pokémon rather than focusing solely on aesthetics, which had led to her previous failures. Pachima, use Bubble Beam. Dawn called out, directing Pachima to spin and unleash its attack. The shimmering bubble beam beautifully complemented the protective barrier formed by Pachima's movements. Now peck. As Pachima concentrated the rotating bubble beam into a single line, the peck attack pierced each bubble, releasing a spray of mist that scattered like celestial flowers in the air. The blue of Pachima's body harmonized exquisitely with the azure droplets. Clapping enthusiastically, Ash and Brock expressed their excitement, recognizing the significant effort Dawn had invested in training Pachima. Transforming the protective barrier into a linear bubble required considerable skill. So, this is why you were struck by Bubble Beam these past few days, Brock remarked, impressed by Pachima's control over its power. It's all thanks to Pachima's hard work. Dawn gently patted Pachima's head, rewarding it with a water-type Pokemon snack from her bag. You've made remarkable progress, Ash encouraged, noting the contrast with her previous approach, where she had merely altered the skill for flair. This time, she had allowed Pachima's inherent charm to shine through, perfectly aligning with the purpose of the grand tournament. Right. Dawn beamed, running to Ash and seeking his praise. How will you reward me? Given that her accomplishments were now public, a little charm wouldn't be out of place. All right, you're the best, Ash replied, and thus, the day passed amidst their playful banter. The following day, the grand tournament officially commenced. With the formidable opponent, Shota, absent, Dawn felt a heightened sense of anticipation, although she wouldn't shy away from facing him. His strength posed a significant challenge that could easily trap her if she wasn't careful. As the first round of evaluations began, both the backstage participants and the viewers at home began to focus intently on the tournament. Kenji sent forth his Darkrai, which, despite having been easily defeated by Ash's Murkrow the previous day, had quickly regained its composure. The seamless integration of Sonic Punch and Energy Ball showcased its true power, thrilling the audience. Is its strength truly that formidable? Ash pondered while scratching his cheek, reflecting on why such prowess had not been displayed earlier. You barely allowed them to attack before you took them down. Meanwhile, on stage, Musashi had completed her performance, expertly manifesting the whirlwind power of her Dokukuri, creating explosions that fully showcased the allure of her Pokémon. After all, being struck by Thunderbolt daily had rendered her immune to mere blasts. Musashi's talent for the grand tournament was evident as she fully embraced the first round, exuding her unique style. Your turn. Ash gently nudged Dawn, smiling warmly at her. I'm feeling a bit nervous, she admitted, taking a deep breath and glancing at Ash's encouraging smile. In a moment of unexpected boldness, she embraced him tightly, inhaling the comfort his presence provided. Reluctantly, she released him soon after. I'm off. I'll be fine, Dawn declared with a mischievous smile, walking towards the contestants' passage while Ash watched with a quiet smile. This scene, however, left Kenji and Brock feeling utterly envious, both clenching their handkerchiefs in frustration as they bottled up their feelings of melancholy. On stage, buoyed perhaps by an invisible buff, Dawn delivered a flawless performance in the first round, surpassing her training state from the previous day. By fully showcasing Pachima's charm, she garnered high praise from both judges and spectators, bringing a sigh of relief to the previously anxious girl. As Dawn concluded her segment, the first round of evaluations reached its end. Shortly after, amidst the tense anticipation backstage, the screen revealed the advancing contestants. The previous tragedy did not repeat itself. Musashi secured the first position, followed closely by Dawn, a testament to her diligent training finally bearing fruit. How splendid, Ash silently mused, observing the ecstatic girl who was proudly showcasing her success. She truly has been training diligently. Keiko nodded approvingly at her television screen, having feared that Dawn might stumble once more. After all, the previous competition had been a doubles match, and Keiko suspected that Dawn might have misattributed her past failures to an excessive focus on skill, leading her to emphasize aesthetics in this single Pokémon event. If this were truly the case, Xiaoguang's mindset might encounter difficulties. Fortunately, during this performance, she exhibited remarkable perfection. It appears she has grasped the essence of the first round of evaluations. Speaking of which, should we express our gratitude to that child, Xiaoji? Aiko gazed at the wall adorned with a myriad of photographs of Xiaoguang, noting that a new one had been added at the top. This particular image captured the two of them celebrating their victory at the doubles tournament, and they looked exceptionally well matched together. Aiko, not entirely isolated from the world, had diligently followed the events of the Sinnoh now and the doubles tournament. Thus she had witnessed their official announcement, even at her maternal age. She could not help but smile warmly at the youthful exuberance of the two. What a splendid decision it was to allow this girl to travel with Xiaoji. As she caressed the faces of the two in the frame, Aiko expressed her contentment, remarking on Xiaoguang's remarkable progress in such a short time. You have worked diligently, Xiaoguang. She envisioned the future where Xiaoguang would triumphantly hold the satin ribbon trophy. Ah, I've advanced, Xiaoguang exclaimed, tugging at Xiaoji's collar, causing him to feel quite disoriented. Given her past failures, the announcement of this list made her particularly anxious. Stop shaking. Xiaoji shook his head, nearly seeing stars due to her strength. Amidst the playful commotion, the screen displayed the advancement list, automatically assigning matchups for the second round. Musashi faced an unfamiliar young lady, while Xiaoguang was set to encounter Jianwu in the second round. This time, I won't lose to you again, Jianwu declared, extending his hand towards Xiaoguang with a fierce resolve. Please, be gentle, Duo Guang. Xiaoguang, unfazed by the unflattering nickname, merely symbolically shook Jianwu's hand before letting go. Looking forward to your guidance. Meanwhile, Musashi had already engaged her opponent in battle. As Musashi's longtime companion, the Butterfree possessed formidable strength and speed. While it may not rival the Pokémon of Xiaoji and others, it was certainly more than adequate against less powerful opponents. Butterfree. Hurricane. With the powerful Hurricane unleashed, the opposing Pokémon was rendered incapable of retaliating, and this match became a personal showcase for Musashi. Alright, you two should prepare, Xiaoji urged the pair, observing the conclusion of the first match. No problem, Xiaoguang confidently called out. However, as Jianwu stepped towards the lift first, Xiaoguang slowly opened her arms, casting a shy glance at Xiaoji, seemingly hinting at something. Huh, what? A certain daft individual stood frozen in confusion, utterly oblivious to her intentions. Aiko, feeling exasperated, sighed and discreetly nudged Xiaoji from behind. With the momentum, Xiaoji found himself leaning towards Xiaoguang, his arms gradually opening. Now that's more like it. Observing the two embracing, Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction before darting off to watch the match from beneath the big screen. Moments later, with a faint blush on her cheeks, Xiaoguang descended from the lift to the battle arena, taking a deep breath before tossing out her Pokeball. Jigglypuff, it's you. Go Shroomish. The first round featured Pachima, while the second round showcased Jigglypuff, perfectly aligning with Xiaoguang's strategy to ensure all her Pokémon gained experience in the dazzling competition. In contrast to the previous round where Xiaoguang's demeanor had been fraught with anxiety, Jianwu was significantly more composed this time, not easily distracted during the battle. However, Shroomis's Energy Ball paled in comparison to the Energy Ball of Turtwig in terms of accuracy, speed, and power. Jigglypuff, accustomed to training with Fire Mouse and Turtwig, faced the Energy Ball without faltering. Confusion Punch. Unexpectedly, the force of Confusion Punch sent the Energy Ball hurtling back, reminiscent of Xiao Zhi's Longtail's technique of redirecting Weather Ball. This unforeseen attack dramatically reduced Jianwu's score. Simultaneously, Ice Beam immobilized Shroomis's legs, rendering it motionless. In this situation, the final Confusion Punch struck Shroomish without fail. As Jianwu's score plummeted, victory in their second encounter once again belonged to Xiaoguang. How unfortunate. Being defeated by this couple once again. Due to the disparity in strength between Musashi and Xiaoguang, the grand finale of the tournament culminated in a battle between these two rivals. Yet, one young girl remained blissfully unaware of Musashi's true identity. In the final showdown, Pachirisu faced Butterfree. For onlookers, Butterfree's aerial advantage was substantial. If it could not be touched, it could not gain the upper hand. However, for Xiaoguang, who had long studied Xiao Zhi's audacious maneuvers, she possessed numerous strategies to bring down airborne foes. Silver Wind. Without hesitation, Musashi intended to use Silver Wind to send Pachirisu flying. Yet, Xiaoguang's reaction was swifter. Charge Beam. Blue arcs of electricity formed a cage as they spun, ensnaring Butterfree, making escape impossible without incurring penalties. Butterfree. Witnessing her dwindling score, Musashi resolved to take a gamble, diving downward with all her might, aiming directly at Pachirisu's core while neglecting its protective barrier. However, Musashi had underestimated the situation. Jump. Xiaoguang calmly observed the imminent collision between the two Pokémon, promptly issuing the familiar command, Spin. The agile Pachirisu twirled gracefully, maneuvering directly above Butterfree, and with the final discharge of electricity, the outcome of the match was sealed. With Butterfree incapacitated, the champion of this dazzling tournament was declared, contestant Xiaoguang from Twinleaf Town. Amidst the fervent cheers from the audience, Xiaoguang finally registered, I won. The emotional turmoil from the first round of evaluations had consumed her, leaving her in a state of internal conflict. Now, the joy of victory brought tears to her eyes. No worries. All is well. Chapter 88. Dressing as a woman is an impossibility. Don't cry. After receiving her award, Xiaoguang displayed no signs of excitement, merely wiping her tears while her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. These are tears of victory, Xiaoguang retorted stubbornly to Xiao Zhi, yet her eyes, though glistening with tears, radiated undeniable joy. This victory served as an excellent stabilizer, restoring her confidence while reshaping her perspective on the dazzling competition. Do not be stubborn. Winning is fantastic, but you must also express gratitude to Xiao Zhi for his training and guidance. Aiko's voice suddenly chimed in from behind, startling Xiaoguang, causing her to shudder. Turning around, she realized that Xiao Zhi had slyly made a call to his home. Ahem, I was merely reporting your situation to Aiko-san. Xiao Zhi awkwardly scratched his cheek, clarifying that he was not there to tattle. Don't misunderstand. Who knew your stubbornness would be overheard by Aiko-san? How infuriating. While feeling exasperated, Xiaoguang had no choice but to take the phone from Xiao Zhi and converse with her mother. It seemed that passing the first round of evaluations no longer bore such a heavy weight of concern. Observing Xiao Zhi approaching her, Xiao Gang remarked with a smile. It truly was a splendid choice to have Xiaoguang's Pokémon trained under your guidance from time to time. Actually, it's not entirely accurate, Xiao Zhi replied modestly, slightly turning to glance at Xiaoguang. It is her and her Pokémon's hard work. I merely asked my partners to spare some time to accompany them in training. The real talent lies with Xiaoguang and her Pokémon. So, this is how it begins, is it? Xiao Gang, with a resigned smile, pulled Xiao Zhi closer, whispering secrets into his ear amidst Xiao Zhi's puzzled expression. Tomorrow, we shall venture to a special place. Naturally, this exchange remained known only to the two close friends, while a certain young girl nearby boasted of her accomplishments, blissfully unaware of Xiao Gang's cryptic smile. The following day, after concluding their affairs in Random Town, Xiao Zhi and his companions set off towards the location of the third gym in Vale City. However, on this particular day, they traversed a vast lawn, the air particularly invigorating, evoking a desire to settle in this picturesque locale. Towering mountains, pristine air, breathtaking scenery, and delightful dairy cows. Wait, cows. Ah, it's the milk tank. Xiao Gang nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased that they had not lost their way and had found the correct direction. Observing the adorable sight, Xiao Guang's eyes sparkled as a herd of Miltank trotted in perfect unison. The scene was undeniably heartwarming. Yet, our unfortunate protagonist, Xiaoji, held a different sentiment. What a rolling battle god, he thought nervously, watching the Miltank, which appeared so amiable yet were ferocious in battle. Back in Makan City, he had been rolled over by the Miltank's attacks, losing 3 Pokémon in a row. A once advantageous position had turned into a narrow defeat. And had it not been for his strategic use of the terrain, he might have been completely overwhelmed. Forget those unpleasant memories. Xiao Gang patted the lost-in-thought Xiaoji and pointed towards a building not far away. Come, there's a delightful place ahead. Could you refrain from making your eyes shine so brightly when you say that? Xiaoji retorted. Hey, don't roll around here. You're not a Miltank. Ignoring Xiao Gang's gleeful demeanor, Xiaoji turned to find Xiao Guang, unceremoniously tumbling across the grassy expanse. Is the milk made from the fresh milk of Miltank? As they approached the building, Xiao Guang listened in astonishment to Xiao Gang's informative discourse. Indeed, the travel guide highly recommends that we try it. It is said to greatly benefit both Pokémon and trainers. Really? Xiao Guang, confused by the facts, shifted her gaze to Xiaoji. In response to Xiao Guang's skeptical look, Xiaoji snatched the guide from Xiao Gang's hands. He was just as perplexed. How could mere milk elicit such excitement from Xiao Gang? The travel guide began normally enough, describing the highlands between Random Town and Vale City, which housed a so-called enchanting maid cafe. Not only would maidens sweetly refer to you as master, but they also offered freshly made milk for all to savor, truly a paradise on earth. As Xiao Gang continued to walk with palpable excitement, the 2 others finally grasped his intentions. You see, Xiao Gang, they lamented, you're truly only here for the delicious milk. Ah yes, I genuinely came solely for the exquisite milk. I shall take the lead. Sensing the pressure of their gazes, Xiao Gang turned back, flashing his bright smile, and dashed towards the maid cafe without a second thought. TSK, we agreed that this time it was merely to observe. Dressing up as a girl is out of the question, Xiaoji muttered under his breath, only to be met with a puzzled look from the Pikachu on his shoulder. Pika, what are you afraid of? Meanwhile, Xiao Guang was preoccupied with thoughts entirely opposite to Xiaoji's. Who could possibly refuse a maid? Perhaps I could. No, wait. She had always thought Xiaoji suited a bit of dressing up. Today seemed like an opportune moment. Haha. Therefore, while dressing up was off the table, escaping the inevitable was not an option. I'm back. Welcome home, master. Upon entering, the cafe's signature greeting delighted Xiao Gang, while the mischievous Froakie, having stealthily slipped out, was readying its poisonous attack. Delicious. Holding a cup of milk, Xiao Guang exclaimed in surprise. The rich aroma of Miltank milk enveloped her senses. One sip filled her mouth with its creamy essence. No wonder it made it to the Sinnoh Now magazine. Though the milk was sweet and fragrant, it paled in comparison to Miss Xiao Chun's smile. Just as she reached for the hand of one of the maids, Xiao Chun, Froakie struck, swiftly sending Xiao Gang away. Oh, it's nothing, she said with an awkward smile, gesturing towards the Miltank grazing on the lawn. We constantly monitor the Miltank's condition to provide them with the best living environment. Under such near-perfect conditions, both the quantity and quality of milk can be maximized. Moreover, our milk has remarkable restorative effects for Pokémon. Watching Pikachu drink with gusto, Xiao Chun's eyes sparkled. After all, Moo Moo milk certainly served its magical purpose as a restorative item for Pokémon. Chapter 89. The dress-up is inevitable. Sigh, I feel a bit of pressure has lifted. Rubbing Pikachu's head, Xiaoji set down his glass of milk and exhaled deeply. Perhaps it was the first time Xiaoji had expressed feelings of fatigue. As Xiao Guang looked up in surprise, her gaze filled with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under Xiao Guang's scrutiny, Xiaoji scratched his cheek. Truthfully, I still worry about your performance in the random conference. After practicing so long with you, if anything were to go awry, I would need to reflect on it seriously. Furthermore, my Pokémon's growth exceeds my expectations. I have to create specialized training plans for them each day. Indeed, upon closer inspection, dark circles were evident under Xiao Ji's eyes, causing Xiao Guang to feel a pang of sympathy. Thank you for the hospitality. It was truly delicious. He adjusted his hat resting on the table, placed it back on his head, and lowered the brim as he pushed the door open to leave. I will train them in the vicinity. You two take your time to rest, no need to rush. Mr. Xiao Ji is quite diligent, Xiao Chun remarked, watching him dash after a muckaroo outside. So, Miss Xiao Guang, he has truly invested a great deal for you. To be honest, I, too, am a fan of yours. Perhaps speaking of her leisure interests caused Xiao Chun to blush slightly. I can sense Mr. Xiao Zhi's calmness and sincerity. And I can also see your trust and understanding of him, Miss Xiaoguang. Thus, you both are indeed a perfect match. A certain young girl seemed to have made up her mind, shyly gazing at Xiao Chun before forcibly pulling her to a secluded corner. Do you have any spare-made outfits? I want. Seeing the bashful girl before her, Xiao Chun, with a knowing expression, teased. Of course we do. But what do you wish to do, Miss Xiaoguang? Because I heard that no boy can refuse a maid. Unconsciously revealing her inner thoughts. Xiaoguang immediately realized something was amiss and hurriedly shook her hands, sporting a flustered expression. No, I just want to try. To help you out. Yes, that's it. Hee, Xiao Chun thought, nearly bursting with laughter at Xiaoguang's clumsy attempts to deflect. No worries. I believe you will surely catch Mr. Xiao Zhi's eye. Perfect. Xiao Chun encouraged as she pushed to change Xiaoguang towards the mirror in the fitting room. You look super cute. Feeling unsure about her appearance, Xiaoguang continually reassured herself. I'm just dressing up for the experience. Absolutely not, because I want to treat Xiao Zhi. Definitely not. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhi, oblivious to the plans concocted by the two, was sprinting outside, legs pumping furiously. Muckaroo. A bird soared overhead, while the eager newcomer ran faster than the bird could fly. I'm late. You shall not surpass me in flight. Today, you are to circle back and forth 5 times. My goodness, 5 laps. By the time you finish, it will be the dead of night. How can that be permissible? The mere thought of potentially missing dinner spurred the muck bird into a fervent flapping of its wings, its speed soaring as if it had been invigorated by a stimulant. Ultimately, the muck bird transcended its limits, collapsing on the ground after overtaking Ash. Well done, you've surpassed your own boundaries again, Ash remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he glanced at his stopwatch. That concludes today's training intensity. Now, rest well. He then strode towards the grassy area where the other 5 Pokémon were being trained. Pikachu, too, seemed particularly earnest today. It appeared he had recognized the accelerated growth rate of the Pokémon, prompting an increase in training intensity. This was evident as Pikachu, usually just panting, could no longer resist the urge to lie down on the ground. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Let us head back for some moo milk. Noticing the exhausted Pokémon who could barely muster the strength to call out, Ash kindly helped them relax their muscles, guiding them back to the maid cafe for a well-deserved rest. Dingling. As Ash wiped the sweat from his brow and removed his cap, he gently pushed open the door to the cafe. The familiar sound of a cheerful greeting followed. Welcome back, master. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ash looked up, finally recognizing the girl who had greeted him. Her azure hair complemented her lightly flushed cheeks, and the maid outfit elegantly accentuated her slender figure, captivating even the most indifferent passerby. Oh, I'm back. Ash momentarily froze, but then, as if nothing had happened, he called out nonchalantly and headed straight towards the dining area. Wooden-headed, utterly hopeless, muttered Brock, who was green with envy. Look at how adorable Dawn looks in her outfit. Don't you have any feelings or thoughts about it? Ash tilted his head, and after much deliberation, managed to articulate a few words. She does look quite cute. It suits her perfectly. In response, Dawn could only express her helplessness. Getting this dense-headed boy to acknowledge her cuteness was the highest praise she could hope for. Perhaps it did have some effect after all. In an unnoticed corner, a faint blush seemed to tint Ash's ears. Even if he did not comprehend love, the fluttering in his heart had manifested in his body. Yet, he remained utterly oblivious to the reasons behind it. Here. Dawn eagerly tossed a white garment into Ash's hands, taking a seat outside as if to watch a show. I finally get to see Ash in a dress. Ever since that day when Dawn remarked that Ash had a feminine charm and a great figure, she seemed to have awakened some extraordinary potential. Must I wear this? Came Ash's lament from the fitting room, his voice dripping with despair. He had clearly stated he would never wear a dress again. Why had he been reduced to this? You absolutely must, was the unanimous suggestion from the 3 maids and Dawn. They were all eagerly anticipating the scene that would unfold when Ash emerged. Such a delicate-looking boy should not miss the opportunity to don feminine attire. Sighing in resignation, Ash had no choice but to change in the fitting room, the rustling of fabric echoing within. Creak. As the fitting room door swung open, Ash's appearance dazzled everyone present. With his slightly curled black hair, sun-kissed skin, and a hint of bashfulness in his eyes, he radiated youthful charm. Not to mention, his slender figure lent an air of delicate elegance to the outfit. Oh my! How incredible! Exclaimed a stunned May, covering her eyes in disbelief. How can there be such a charming boy? He can't still be called Ash, Dawn declared, her eyes sparkling as she embraced him. She gazed adoringly at the bashful Ash before exclaiming, from now on, he shall be known as Ash John. So adorable. It would be a shame not to embrace his feminine side. Chapter 90. Soaking in hot springs. I truly appreciate all of you. We're off. After just a day's respite, Ash and his companions prepared to continue their journey. Both Dawn and Brock wore satisfied smiles, reflecting on the day's bountiful experiences. However, one particular fool shot a resentful glance at the photograph in Dawn's hands. Are you really going to keep that? Of course. How could I not document such a handsome Ash? Dawn replied, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the photo of herself and Ash. The image had a peculiar vibe. At first glance, one might mistake it for a snapshot of two blue-haired beauties, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the black-haired beauty was none other than Ash himself, sporting matching cheek markings. I told you not to give me silly nicknames. Ash protested, eyes closed in exasperation. What is this Ash-chan nonsense? If Gary hears this, I'll never live it down. Don't worry, it's just for keepsake purposes. Dawn waved her hand dismissively, carefully stowing the photos in her backpack before continuing to walk ahead with a sense of relief. I just want to reach the next Pokemon Center for some rest. Ash sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. However, his words were quickly doused by Brock's cold reality check. It seems the next town lacks a Pokemon Center. What? Ash exclaimed in despair. How about we visit a hot spring? Dawn suggested, her eyes lighting up as she recalled a memory. I remember my childhood friend has a hot spring nearby. We should definitely check it out. Childhood friend? Brock asked, surprised. You mean Ken? Yes, but our relationship isn't that close, Dawn said, casting a furtive glance at Ash, who exhibited no signs of jealousy. He might not even know what jealousy was. Allowing her to continue. But the girl who runs the hot spring is my best friend from childhood. Oh, Ash remarked, speaking of childhood friends, I have two myself. Besides Gary, who else? Brock inquired, puzzled, as Ash had yet to mention a second childhood friend during their travels. Well, there's a girl I met at summer camp. She wears a straw hat. A girl? Dawn's eyes widened. Her jealousy peaked at the thought of Ash having female friends. What happened next? Not long after, she moved to Kalos, and we lost touch. Ash reminisced, recalling how Serena had once asked if he remembered her. His memories from that time were a blur. Dawn sighed in relief. Let us go soak in the hot springs. Yet, internally, she was not entirely at ease. The thought of Ash having a childhood friend stirred a sense of urgency within her. Despite their apparent bond, Ash still viewed her merely as his best partner. She needed to take a step further. As a building came into view, a girl clad in green stood at the entrance, fervently addressing three small boars with a determined expression. Hey! Hearing a familiar voice, the girl looked up with a hint of surprise. Dawn. Oh no. One girl stumbled backward in surprise. My apologies, Dawn. I didn't expect you to come looking for me, the girl said with a smile, helping Dawn regain her footing. You've been doing wonderfully lately. Not only did you and your boyfriend make it to television, but you also won the grand festival splendidly. Oh, that is not true. And this is... Realizing that she had yet to introduce herself, Xiaowang quickly responded, this is Xiaoji, and this is Xiaojiang. They are both my wonderful companions on this journey. Xiaoji, Xiaojiang, this is Xiaotang, my dearest childhood friend. Speaking of which, we happened to travel here today, and we were hoping to experience the hot springs at your place. Upon hearing Xiaowang's request, Xiaotang's expression dimmed slightly, for due to a plumbing issue earlier in the morning, the supply system was now malfunctioning. Thus, it was entirely impossible to enjoy the hot springs. Xiaoting bowed apologetically, expressing her regret. It's truly unfortunate. It's such a rare occasion for you to return and see me, yet I cannot offer you the relaxing benefits of the hot springs. So, it's an issue with the source on the mountain? Xiaoji said, placing his hands on his hips as he gazed at the pipes on the mountainside. That's why you entrusted the little mountain pigs with the task. He looked at the little mountain pigs with a hint of nostalgia, recalling how daunting Lu Bo's long-haired pig had been. Even before the 8th master, he had quietly visited Lu Bo for a friendly battle. But just a single little mountain pig had thrown him and Pikachu into a predicament, with victory only achieved through perseverance and ability. Indeed, they can locate the source of the hot springs. Xiaotang patted their heads and then began to ascend the mountain. Let us assist as well, proposed Xiaowang. Let us not forget that we were the best partners in kindergarten. In response, Xiaotang excitedly grasped Xiaowang's hand. Indeed, with the two of us, there's nothing we cannot accomplish. However, the title of best partners might need to be reassigned. Xiaotang's aunt chuckled as she glanced at Xiaoji behind Xiaowang, causing Xiaowang's face to glow with embarrassment. With his experience, Xiaoji quickly identified the source of the trouble, the rocket team, who had been pilfering hot springs from others. After all, he recalled a fragment of past experiences, allowing him to stealthily navigate familiar paths until he discovered the rocket team enjoying the hot springs. Even though they summoned a giant robot to confront him, things took a turn for the worse. They had assumed that a robot slick from a day in the hot springs would be difficult for Pokémon to attack, and that Pikachu's Thunderbolt would electrify everyone. However, the synergy between Xiaoguang and Xiaotang, cultivated since childhood, was not to be underestimated. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, utilizing Ice Beam and Blizzard to successfully freeze the robot. The rapid cooling under high temperatures proved too much for even the sturdiest materials, leading to an inevitable outcome. How utterly frustrating. On their way back, both Xiaotang and Xiaoguang reminisced about their shared tales of defeating villains, which led to an intriguing request. Xiaoji, Xiaoguang said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Would you be willing to engage in a battle with us? Upon hearing the word battle, Xiaoji became instantly alert. Since they had requested a match, there was no reason to decline. Smiling, he shook his head. So, Xiaojang and I will team up against you two in a double battle? Yes, Xiaoguang replied eagerly. I'm curious to see how I fare against you, Xiaoji. The fastest way to improve is always through experience gained in battle, and facing a skilled opponent like Xiaoji would provide an abundance of learning opportunities. Chapter 91, Xiaoji vs. Xiaoguang. Please go easy on us, Xiaojang. Xiaoji and Xiaojang exchanged a fist bump, their camaraderie evident. It's been a long time since we battled together. I'm quite excited, Xiaojang said, clenching his fist. The mutual understanding between these two close friends rivaled that of the childhood sweethearts opposite them. Nevertheless, one is a world champion and the other a gym trainer. Either of them could easily dominate in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Pachima, I'm counting on you. Little Mountain Pig. It's your turn. The perfectly synchronized childhood friends each summoned their ace Pokemon, perhaps knowing that Xiaoji and Xiaojang would be formidable opponents. They were determined to fight with their best Pokemon. Duskull go? Chimchar, you're up. Remarkably, all four of them shouted distinct battle cries. As the bright light faded, the saluting Duskull and the poised Chimchar locked eyes with Pachima and Little Mountain Pig. Meanwhile, our Pikachu had silently positioned itself by the sidelines, taking on the role of referee even before Xiaoji threw his Pokeball. It was evident that Xiaoji had no intention of sending it into the fray, so it opted to remain obediently on the sidelines, thinking that if it did not anticipate participation, it would not feel disappointed. Pikachu. With a swift motion of Pikachu's tiny hand, the friendly match officially commenced. Aware that her raw strength could not compete with Xiaoji and Xiaojang, Xiaoguang promptly initiated the attack. Pachima, use Bubble Beam on Chimchar. Flame Burst. Clearly, the force of Bubble Beam was no match for Flame Burst, with just a little extra effort. Chimchar completely engulfed the Bubble Beam in flames. Dodge. Xiaoguang exhaled in relief as her Pokemon barely avoided the flames. If it were against other opponents, she might have had a moment to catch her breath. However, Xiaoji's quick-thinking mind left her no time for hesitation. Flame Wheel. Just as Pachima had begun to feel proud of its agility, it found itself face-to-face with the rapidly rolling Flame Wheel, which arrived in an instant, leaving it no time to react as it was sent flying. Seeing her strategy falter, Xiaoguang and Xiaotang exchanged a knowing nod, subsequently coordinating their attacks against different opponents. Pachima, use Bubble Beam on Duskull. Little Mountain Pig, use Ice Shard on Chimchar. The glimmering bubbles and shards of ice surged toward their respective targets. Dodge. With a swift sidestep, both Pokemon evaded the incoming attacks. Use Takedown on Little Mountain Pig. Duskull, recovering from its previous maneuver, suddenly radiated a bright light and charged toward Little Mountain Pig. However, Pachima had already positioned itself in front of Little Mountain Pig. Surprised by their Pokemon's actions, Xiaoguang and Xiaotang reminisced about their cooperative efforts during kindergarten, recalling how they had once made a bully cry despite being first-time partners. With the sound of collision ringing out, the absence of cries from Pachima and Little Mountain Pig indicated the success of their strategy. Yet, they had overlooked the central figure, Xiaoji. Use Flame Burst on the ground. In terms of battlefield experience, Xiaoji had faced more setbacks than he had captured Tauros, since the opponents had neither evaded nor jumped into the air. The only possibility for the missed takedown was Little Mountain Pig's dig. As the smoke cleared, a conspicuously visible hole lay exposed before them, and Chimchar's Flame Burst was unleashed directly into the hole. While Pachima and Little Mountain Pig were still digging underground, the Flame Burst erupted from beneath, launching them into the air. Reflect Shield. Blizzard. The commands rang out simultaneously, and Chimchar's Flame Burst formed a Reflect Shield, trapping Pachima and Little Mountain Pig within. Meanwhile, the blizzard unleashed by Little Mountain Pig in midair was swiftly melted by the searing barrier created by Flame Burst. Duskull Mimic. Chimchar stop. The flawless coordination between the two was evident as Chimchar ceased its fiery attack the moment Duskull's mimicry conjured a blizzard directed at their opponents. Takedown. Caught in the air by the icy storm, Pachima and Little Mountain Pig were helpless as Duskull rammed into them, sending the two Pokémon crashing down, their cries echoing in the aftermath. Xiaodang and Xiaoguang exchanged glances, understanding that they had to take a risk. The synergy between Xiaoji and Xiaojing displayed no visible flaws. Understood. Little Tang understood the unspoken message and nodded in agreement. She then waved her arms, calling out, Little Mountain Pig, Blizzard, Pokemon, coordinate with Blizzard to unleash Cyclone. Their strategy was commendable. Immobilizing the opponent with Blizzard would allow Cyclone to envelop them perfectly, freezing them within its grasp. Ash praised Xiaoguang's quick thinking and creativity. However, at that moment, the ice water attacks surged toward their adversaries, while the Little Flame Monkey unleashed a burst of fire. As the smoke cleared, Little Flame Monkey and Hushua Tree had vanished from sight. Did you realize something was amiss? Xiaoguang shouted urgently, jumped to evade. It's too late. Ash yelled, right there. Emerging from beneath the ground, Little Flame Monkey launched a powerful strike that sent their opponents flying. As Pokemon and Little Mountain Pig soared into the air, Hushua Tree, who had already leaped, executed mimicry. Cyclone flawlessly enveloped Pokemon and Little Mountain Pig, culminating in a final fiery blast from Little Flame Monkey, which brought the match to a close. Pika, with a wave of its tiny hand, Pikachu declared the end of the competition. We still lost. Xiaoguang wiped the sweat from her chin, astonished by the formidable strength of their opponents. But it was still impressive. Little Tang smiled, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. It was an exhilarating match. Indeed, to come up with such creative strategies in an instant is no small feat. Ash and Brock applauded the two synchronized girls. Well, being able to perform so well against such a powerful duo is already quite commendable. Thus, the three friends ultimately basked in the wonders of the hot springs. Just as Little Tang had said, the miraculous effects perfectly alleviated the fatigue from their journey. At that moment, they simply wished to close their eyes and revel in the delightful sensations. Speaking of which, Ash noticed the two girls intimately linking arms, prompting Little Tang to voice her curiosity. Your relationship with Xiaoguang is truly close, just as they say. Is it really like that? When you close your eyes, is your mind filled with her smile and visage? Do you feel that kind of joy, wanting to be with her for a lifetime? At that moment, a certain girl felt a rush of embarrassment. Her childhood friend had unwittingly posed the very question she wished to resolve. Ash pondered for a brief moment before closing his eyes, memories of Xiaoguang's encouragement and her familiar face flooding his mind. Indeed, among all his traveling companions, he had encountered Xiaoguang the most frequently. She was the sole girl who had cheered him on from the gym battles to the world competitions. Hence, recalling his experiences, Xiaoguang's figure would naturally surface in his thoughts. The cheeks of both girls flushed crimson. Little Tang's excitement stemmed from being touched by the revelation, while Xiaoguang, perhaps stirred by Ash's obliviousness, was overwhelmed by the genuine feeling of being a couple. In that moment, she felt like a steam engine, steam clouds occasionally billowing from her head. Pika, has he finally realized? Goodness, I thought he had only improved in battle skills. I didn't expect his emotional intelligence to have advanced as well, Brock remarked, utterly astonished. So, it seems they are truly together as a couple now. Oh dear. Not only will I have to deal with the troublesome Froakie, but I will also be fed dog food daily. The following day, Xiaoguang bid farewell to her childhood friend and continued her journey. However, compared to her invigorated spirit, Brock appeared rather dejected. The couple had officially declared their relationship yesterday, and Xiaoguang frequently sought Ash's affection, asking for hugs. Each time, she was fortuitously caught in the act, leaving Brock feeling as though he could burst into tears. Don't be so miserable. I made lunch specifically for you, Xiaoguang cheerfully said, her gaze fixed on Ash. Come try it. I practiced for a long time with my mom. Wah, this is infuriating. The two boys exclaimed in unison, astonished by the deliciousness of the sandwiches in their hands. They had only expected Xiaoguang's culinary skills to be edible, yet were pleasantly surprised by how delightful they were. Of course, I specifically learned to cook for you and everyone. Xiaoguang sighed with relief, delighted that her efforts were appreciated. Furthermore, she had secretly prepared a dish for Pikachu, a pasta drenched in tomato sauce, which would surely satisfy Pikachu's palate. After all, Pikachu had traveled with Ash the longest. Winning over Pikachu's heart would undoubtedly win over Ash as well. Girl, your horizons have broadened. You will surely accomplish great things in the future. Then I won't hold back. Ash laughed heartily, for nothing brought him greater joy than eating and battling with Pokemon. He prepared to devour a large chunk of his sandwich, but at that moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept through. As Ash took a bite, the sandwich inexplicably vanished from his hands. Ouch, he exclaimed, feeling pain from biting his own hand. Who did that? Their lunch had abruptly disappeared, igniting a surge of anger among the trio, coinciding with the howling winds in the distance. A swarm of scorpions, wielding their purple pincers, had snatched away their meal, led by a particularly impressive scorpion king who was clutching a basket of fruits in its black claws. Scorpion. Ash finally realized that the adorable scorpion, once part of his team, had been captured here. However, my lunch. Influenced by the gluttonous nature of his former companion, Ash was famished after a morning of waiting, and the thought of losing his hard-earned meal filled him with an overwhelming energy. He felt capable of sending a whole swarm of scorpions flying with a single punch. I must retrieve it. Just as Ash turned in anger to reclaim his lunch, a piercing scream echoed from above. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and an object obscured his sight, the impact and pressure causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. What the? Ash grumbled, forcing the obstruction away from his head. Why is there another scorpion? Xiaoguang looked quizzically at the scorpion that was playfully sticking out its tongue, oblivious to the fact that its entire troop had long since fled. The scorpion stuck out its tongue, attempting to charm its way out of trouble. Upon noticing Ash's displeased expression, it prepared to take flight and rejoin its comrades. However, get down here. A certain superhero leapt high into the air, grabbing the scorpion before it could ascend. I'm talking to you. You can't just crash into someone and run away. At the very least, you should apologize. The scorpion looked up at Ash with tear-filled eyes, nuzzling against his pants leg in a bid for forgiveness. Don't act cute. It won't work. Ahaha. Xiaoguang and Brock wiped the cold sweat from their brows, amused and exasperated by the comical scene before them, but soon noticed the commotion nearby. Oh dear, Shinji sighed. How did I end up encountering you again? This is something we should be asking you, isn't it? Xiaoguang adjusted his forehead, unexpectedly encountering this annoying character again. Malura, let us go? Shinji disregarded Xiaoguang's complaints and quickly ran toward the not-so-distant Scorpius King in the sky. Meanwhile, Miss Junsha, who was riding a motorcycle behind them, came to a halt. Slowly removing her helmet, she offered her apologies to the trio. I'm sorry, due to the arrival of this Scorpius swarm, the residents of the town have also suffered. Wait, she paused mid-sentence, realizing the extraordinary nature of the individuals before her. You are Mr. Ash and Miss Xiaoguang, that renowned couple. Yes, Ash replied. Although they had indeed gained fame, this time his reputation was still intertwined with Xiaoguang's. Their initial rise to fame from the double battle had been modest, but the subsequent tournament and interviews propelled them into the limelight. Is there anything we can assist you with? Miss Junsha continued. We initially thought you were just ordinary travelers, which made us quite worried about our current predicament. With a sigh of exasperation, she added, but we may truly need your help this time. Chapter 93, Breaking Free from the Cage of Wind. Was it due to the wind? Ash sensed the Scorpius's desire to escape and tightened his grip on its tail. The wind blowing between the skyscrapers, unstable in direction, combined with their inability to harness this force, caused them to be blown back midway. Indeed, Miss Joy expressed her surprise at Ash's analysis. Mr. Ash, you are quite knowledgeable. Simultaneously, the sound waves emitted by the Scorpius King couldn't traverse between the tall buildings of the metropolis, resulting in collisions that inadvertently attracted nearby Scorpius, swelling their numbers. That's why they resorted to stealing food, she concluded. Exactly. Miss Joy sighed in frustration. We've tried many methods with no success. Today, we intended to see if we could lure them with berries, but we didn't expect to encounter you. In response, Ash cast a sidelong glance at the Scorpius, which was sticking out its tongue playfully. He shook its tail and loudly declared in its ear, Did you hear that? Look at what you've done. The Scorpius lowered its head in a pitiful manner. It had no choice, really. Following the Scorpius King ensured it was well fed, while straying from it might lead to starvation in this city. All right, I understand you are also a victim, Ash said, shaking the claw in his hand. Lead us to your boss. We will help you break free from this cage of wind, all right? The Scorpius nodded eagerly and then embraced Ash's head, playfully sticking out its tongue. Hey, don't hold me like that. I can't breathe. The Scorpius pointed toward an alleyway buffeted by strong winds, using its pincers to shield its head from being blown off course. Let us go, Pikachu. Ash clapped his shoulder-mounted Pikachu and, shielding his hat against the gusts, dashed into the alley. However, within the alley, the Scorpius King was already engaged in battle with an Electabuzz and a Malura. Hearing footsteps behind him, Shinji turned irritably, inadvertently locking eyes with Ash's amber gaze. TCH, it's you again. Shinji huffed impatiently. If you're here to capture the Scorpius King, forget it. I have priority on that. However, during their exchange, the Scorpius King had already sent its minions flying, knocking the Electabuzz out of the fray and sending Malura crashing away, leaving Shinji sprawled on the ground. Ugh, Ash scratched his cheek awkwardly. This guy, who had been the epitome of cool just a moment ago, now looked utterly defeated. As Ash approached, the Scorpius King mistook him for yet another challenger and roared, ready to unleash its skills. But Ash's voice rang out first. Wait, trust me. I will lead you to break free from this cage of wind and return you to the forest. The Scorpius King's expression faltered. It seemed taken aback that a human would treat it so gently and wished to guide it back to its home. Come on, let us do this. Thunderbolt. Ice Beam. Ash's outstretched hand was abruptly halted by the powerful skills from behind, and the simultaneous strikes of Thunderbolt and Ice Beam knocked the Scorpius King to the ground. As Shinji coldly stood up and brushed off his pants, he silently tossed out his Pokeball, capturing the Scorpius King. Not bad, he nodded, scanning the Scorpius King's traits and abilities with his Pokédex before returning the ball to his belt, preparing to depart. Wait, Ash exclaimed. I don't care whether you capture the Scorpius King or not, but who will lead this group back now that they've lost their leader? Ash shouted in discontent. Without the Scorpius King, the swarm would be utterly lost. That's not my concern. What happens to this city is no longer my problem. Shinji replied coldly, walking away without a glance back, evidently bothered by the earlier humiliation inflicted upon him by the Scorpius King. Suddenly, a Scorpius rushed into the alley and knocked Shinji down, causing the Pokeball he had just clipped to his belt to fall. Staring at Ash, who was pressing down on his Pokeball, Shinji met Ash's gaze expressionlessly and sighed, I concede to you. Upon hearing this, Ash finally relaxed his tense posture, slowly returning the Scorpius King's Pokeball to Shinji while cradling the rushing Scorpius in his arms. Stay still, or you'll be blown away. The Scorpius nodded obediently, snuggling into Ash's embrace. For some reason, the scent of this boy felt oddly familiar, and his embrace was so warm. Let us go. Shinji tossed out the Scorpius King's Pokeball and, patting its large pincers, climbed onto its back, ascending into the air. Where to? Shinji glanced back at Ash, slightly closing his eyes. Ash finally came to his senses. They just needed to follow Miss Junshaw's truck out of the alley, which was aligned with the direction of the wind. Without uttering another word, Shinji simply nodded in agreement, patting the Scorpius King's head as they flew out of the alley. Clearly, he still has a bit of conscience, Ash mused. Pika Pika. After emerging from the alley, Ash reunited with Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang, who had exerted considerable effort to gather the Scorpius. However, as they watched the Scorpius gradually drift away into the sky, the trio finally found a moment to relax. Are you not going with them? Ash remarked, glancing at the Scorpius that had just devoured every morsel of bread in his backpack. Golai? The Scorpius stuck out its tongue, tilting its head in contemplation before ultimately shaking its head at Ash. What do you want then? Ash chuckled helplessly. It seemed this time, the Scorpius was reluctant to part from him. Golai? The Scorpius nudged Ash's leg, persistently being affectionate. All right, Ash laughed, nodding as he retrieved a new Pokeball from his waist. Then let us travel together. I look forward to your guidance. Golai? Chapter 94, Brothers of Opposing Personalities. Mukahawk, Pikachu, Chimchar, Scorpius, Bizel, and Torterra. Ash wiped his Pokeballs clean, counting his companions as they approached the city of Veilstone, where he needed to decide on his lineup. Well then, let Muckbird, Swimkey Weasel, and Chimchar take the stage. Ash exclaimed, pounding his fist in determination as he finalized the roster for the upcoming match, eager to witness the fruits of Swimkey Weasel and Lizard King's training. Just as he pondered this, his vision suddenly darkened, and he stumbled backward, losing his balance. Hey, I summoned you out to learn how to soar with the wind, not to cling to me at every opportunity, Ash exclaimed, forcefully prying the Scorpy that had latched onto his head from his grasp and tossing it into the air. Now fly properly. Otherwise, you'll have to do 10 laps for me today. The Scorpy, looking quite aggrieved, pouted before earnestly seeking the sensation of riding the breeze. As it prepared to embrace the gust of wind rushing towards it, a blue missile accompanied by the wind startled it, nearly causing its eyes to bulge in shock. Thunderbolt. Fortunately, Ash was quick-witted and commanded Pikachu to unleash a thunderbolt that pierced through the missile, sparing Scorpy from harm. Where on earth did that come from? Ash squinted into the distance, trying to identify the culprit responsible for the missile's launch. Logically, being so close to Curtain City, it seemed strange for such a perilous technique to appear. Was it that Riolu? Or perhaps Elisa's Lucario? He muttered to himself, parting the nearby bushes with the help of his companions. What came into view was a girl with pink hair, currently engaged in a fierce battle with a Lucario. Judging by her skill, it was evident she was a martial arts prodigy. She can even send missiles flying with her bare hands. What an extraordinary individual, Ash thought, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, I didn't expect anyone to match Ash's prowess. Dawn remarked, her excitement palpable. "Hey, don't drag me into this," Brock interjected, shaking his head. While he acknowledged the girl's strength, he felt she still fell short compared to Ash. As Ash lamented the teasing remarks from his friends, Pikachu patted his face and pointed towards a large tree nearby. "Pika, Pika." In the distance, a Electabuzz peeked out, mischievously grinning before launching a thunderbolt directly at Pikachu. It was only then that Ash realized the Electabuzz was likely Shinji's. Does that mean Mr. Raichi is nearby too? Yet, the immediate concern was to neutralize the thunderbolt. Although he had developed an immunity, he worried about his clothing and, more importantly, his hat. If that were to get damaged, he'd be miserable for days. "Go, Irontail." "Pika." Pikachu nodded in agreement, and with a burst of light from its tail, it cleaved through the thunderbolt, the force of gravity delivering a powerful strike to the grass below. The Electabuzz blinked in shock, shaking its head before sheepishly smiling at Pikachu, indicating it was no longer interested in the confrontation. "Pika, Pika, you're just asking for it." Meanwhile, Elisa's Lucario seemed dissatisfied with the power of its missile and, in a moment of desperation, unleashed its full strength, resulting in a missile of unprecedented might that Elisa struggled to control. Noticing this, Dawn quickly tugged at Ash's sleeve, warning that if they didn't intervene, Elisa would be in for the full force of the missile. Swinky Weasel. Ice Punch. Ash released Swinky Weasel's Pokeball, eager to assess its training results. As Swinky Weasel appeared above the missile, it effortlessly deflected it with Ice Punch, akin to a game of ping pong. "My apologies, Elisa," Ash said, grateful for the assistance. "No problem. Are you all in special training?" Ash remarked, observing Lucario's stoic demeanor with a frown. "Yes, sort of." As they conversed, the Electabuzz attempted to sneak away while Pikachu was distracted. "Electabuzz, what are you doing?" A sudden male voice startled the Electabuzz, which awkwardly turned to face the approaching figure. A hint of embarrassment in its gaze. "Running off without a care, huh?" Raichi sighed, noticing Ash and the others. Glancing at Pikachu at Ash's feet, Raichi suddenly recognized him. "You're Ash, aren't you? The most popular contender in Sinnoh now." He chuckled, accustomed to the fervent fanbase that shipped their pairing. "Oh, I got a bit sidetracked there," Raichi chuckled, scratching his cheek. "Actually, it's more that Shinji told me about an opponent he has never defeated, a boy with a Pikachu." "Shinji?" Dawn blinked in disbelief, questioning her hearing. "Yes, he's my younger brother. My name is Raichi," he said with a smile, introducing himself to Dawn. This revelation startled both Dawn and Brock. They scrutinized Raichi's features, trying to compare him to the image of Shinji in their minds. To their surprise, they found little resemblance. "Many people have said that," Raichi noted, seemingly reading their thoughts. "Perhaps he has changed due to my influence." "So he has already challenged the Curtain Gym?" Dawn asked, intrigued. "Yes, he has defeated this one." Raichi nodded toward Elisa, who looked a bit dejected. "So Elisa is?" "Yes, she is the trainer of the Curtain Gym." Elisa lowered her head, recounting the fact that she had been thoroughly defeated by Shinji. "The Crowhead easily overcame my first two Pokemon, and then my Ducklet's Fire-type techniques left Lucario with no chance to retaliate. To this day, that was my easiest loss." "How dull." Elisa echoed Shinji's words, reflecting his sentiments. "That certainly has his style," Ash remarked, unable to suppress a smirk at the bluntness of it all. "But in truth, growth often comes from setbacks. That is the essence of learning from defeat. You think everyone is like you, growing stronger with every setback?" Brock shot Ash a disapproving glance. A normal person would be concerned about their mental state after such blows, yet Ash seems to thrive on them. "No, I don't really feel anything significant," Elisa said, her eyes brightening. "Mr. Raichi has guided me many times, and I understand that lingering in defeat is the mark of cowardice. Lucario, and I must work even harder." Ash scratched the back of his head, bemused that Elisa had managed to maintain her composure rather than crumble under pressure. Was this a form of the butterfly effect? "As long as you've come to terms with it," Raichi said, patting Elisa on the shoulder. "It seems my match with you has reignited your fighting spirit." It appeared that in a twist of fate, Raichi had taken on the role of awakening Elisa's resolve, much like how Dawn had previously. Well, as long as the outcome is favorable, the process can unfold as it wishes. Chapter 95, The Curtain Gym. After resting for a while in Mr. Raichi's nurturing abode, Ash officially stepped into the Curtain Gym, commencing this gym battle. Now, we will witness the challenge between the contender Ash and gym leader Elisa. The battle format is 3 versus 3, and the match concludes when all Pokemon on one side are unable to continue fighting, with only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokemon. As customary in gym battles, a muscular man clad in a karate gi announced the rules, and with Ash and Elisa positioned in their respective boxes, the match was poised to begin. "Go, go. Sa to sure. Fight, fight, sa to sure." As usual, Dawn donned her pink cheerleading outfit once more, rallying alongside her Pokémon to support Ash with fervent cheers. Given the romantic nature of their relationship, Dawn's exuberant encouragement resonated with a sweetness that left Brock envious. "Woe is me," he lamented, burying his face in his arms, before shaking off his sorrow to cheer for Ash as well. How enviable, he thought. Shaking his head and offering a wry smile at Dawn's spirited support for Ash, feeling somewhat overshadowed by her enthusiasm. "Yet, our determination shall not falter." He called out to Ash with renewed vigor, promptly sending forth his first Pokémon. "Go, Machoke. And you, Pidgeotto, are up next." True to his initial strategy, he entrusted the battle to the 3 Pokémon that had recently been showing remarkable effort. The match commenced. Aerial Ace, the boy who slayed dragons, emerged victorious, as Ash opted for a flying-type approach right from the start, aiming to resolve the battle swiftly. However, his opponent had anticipated that a challenger might select a flying-type Pokémon, thus rendering Ollie remarkably composed. When Pidgeotto drew near, her command rang out. Brick Break. The attack struck Pidgeotto with sudden force, completely neutralizing the impact of Aerial Ace. "We are well prepared to counter flying types," Ollie remarked confidently. "Machoke, grab it." Yet, her smile faltered abruptly. The reason Pidgeotto had not been harmed was not due to Brick Break's intervention. It was merely an illusion. In an instant, the Pidgeotto that had been struck evaporated into thin air. "What?" Ollie shook off her surprise, glancing upwards just as the fully charged Aerial Ace hurtled towards Machoke. Bam! The long-anticipated Aerial Ace collided with Machoke's abdomen, sending it staggering backward. "Don't lose to it. Grab Pidgeotto." The retreating Pidgeotto was immediately ensnared in Machoke's grasp, immobilized. "Finish it." Seismic Toss. Seizing the moment, Ollie exuberantly waved her arms, having awaited this very instant. As Machoke leaped into the air, clutching Pidgeotto, the prelude to Seismic Toss was about to unfold. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. Even though Machoke held Pidgeotto tightly, its wings remained capable of launching an attack. Wing Attack. Just as Machoke ascended, Pidgeotto's wings shimmered with a blinding light and struck Machoke squarely beneath the chin. The failure of Seismic Toss resulted in Machoke plummeting helplessly to the ground. This encapsulated Pidgeotto's advantage. Even after escaping, it could remain airborne, such is the benefit of flying types. "Go." Aerial Ace. Ash smirked triumphantly, well aware of Ollie's intentions. He had anticipated this moment during the execution of Seismic Toss, recognizing it as the prime opportunity for a decisive strike. Already poised to suffer the impact of a fall, Machoke was now subjected to a barrage of Aerial Ace, compounding its debuffs to the point of total exhaustion. As the smoke cleared, Machoke appeared dazed, resembling a dazed insect. "Machoke is unable to battle. Pidgeotto wins." "Well done, Machoke," Ollie said with a tinge of regret as she recalled it. After being counseled by Raihan, her mindset had improved considerably. "That was a splendid battle. The counter during Seismic Toss truly caught me off guard." "Thank you for the compliment," Ash replied, tilting his head with a charming smile, exuding an air of innocent charm. Dawn blushed slightly at the sight, averting her gaze and taking a few deep breaths to compose herself. Contemplating how endearing Ash appeared, no wonder he suited the role of a mate so perfectly. "Now it's time for my next Pokémon. Mismagius." Ollie struck a karate pose, adopting an absurdly unscientific angle to throw the Pokeball. "Come back, Pidgeotto. You've worked hard." In an effort to ensure his subsequent Pokémon gained valuable experience, Ash decisively called forth his next choice. "Chimchar, it's your turn." Chimchar. For the first time battling in a gym under Ash's guidance, Chimchar radiated excitement and enthusiasm, flames flickering from its tail as it locked its determined gaze on the swirling Mismagius. Such spirited determination. Ollie praised Chimchar's zeal, but we shall not hold back. Yogic Pose. A clever strategy, enhancing its attack power first, stacking its own status before contemplating the next steps. Dig. Huh. Dawn was taken aback. How could Mismagius, suspended in midair, possibly be affected by Dig? Ollie too scratched her head in confusion, as she had expected Ash to avoid such a fundamental error based on the previous match's tactics. Yet, the battlefield offered no time for hesitation. As Ollie pondered with a furrowed brow, Ash revealed the answer with a knowing smile. Unleash Flamethrower. Within a breath, the ground of the battlefield erupted with immense heat. As Chimchar unleashed its flamethrower, the rising heat from below became increasingly formidable. In an instant, a torrent of scorching heat surged forth, toppling Mismagius, which was propelled against the ceiling. Stabilize your yogic pose. Use Psychic to catch it. At the moment Chimchar erupted from the ground, Mismagius, having assumed its yogic pose and enhanced its attack, began to emanate a purple glow. As Chimchar too glimmered with a purple aura, it was gradually levitated into the air by Mismagius. Release it. Steady your position. Remember how you controlled your core during training. As Chimchar was flung into the air, memories of Ash's training flashed through its mind. Each time it had been sent soaring by the likes of Torterra or Pikachu, Ash had taught it to swiftly adjust its position and strike unexpectedly. Chimchar. As Chimchar rapidly descended, it stabilized its posture, focusing on Mismagius, which began to charge its flamethrower. Now, flamethrower. Amidst Ali's astonished gaze, Chimchar's flamethrower engulfed Mismagius at an astonishing angle, causing the opponent to wail in agony from the fiery assault. Use Psychic to split it apart. Mismagius's eyes sparkled with purple light once more, dividing the flames into two. This revelation thrilled Ali, and she eagerly sought to continue her offensive. However, as the flames were parted, what came into view was Chimchar's fire spin. What? Stunned by Ash's rapid command, Ali could only helplessly watch as fire spin hurled Mismagius away once more. Mismagius has lost its ability to battle. Chapter 96, Swoobat vs. Lucario. Mismagius has lost its ability to battle. Chimchar emerges victorious. In the second match, utilizing the terrain's cleverness and the Pokémon's agility, Ash secured a comfortable victory. Taking a deep breath, Ali felt a pressure more formidable than even Shinji's as she faced Ash. Well done. Take a good rest. Ali collected herself. Realizing that despite being led by her opponent in the first two battles, her trump card had yet to make an appearance. Lucario. She patted Lucario at her side, its confident gaze encouraging it to step onto the battlefield. Indeed, it's Lucario. Dawn paused her cheering, glancing nervously at Ash, who had just recalled Chimchar. Who will he send out next? Pikachu, perhaps? The prowess of this Lucario is evident from its prior rigorous training. Its ability to unleash such formidable aura spheres suggests a level of strength that cannot be underestimated. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training. With a deliberate motion, Ash retrieved a new Pokeball from his waist, gently polished it, and then tossed it into the fray. Swampert, it's you? After a long absence, Swampert reappeared before Dawn and Brock, evoking a sense of surprise. They had anticipated Pikachu taking the stage, but it seemed this battle would serve as a test for Swampert. No problem. As long as it's Ash, everything will be just fine. Dawn's confidence surged once more as she resumed her cheerleading for Ash and Swampert, chanting, "Fight, fight, Swampert. Charge forth, SA to sure." A keen observer, Brock noted Swampert's particularly fierce gaze, radiating confidence and power. However, should it wish to engage in close combat, we shall not yield so easily. Lucario, unleash Aura Sphere. Now Ice Punch. The Aura Sphere conjured by Lucario was swiftly met with the force of Swampert's Ice Punch, mitigating much of its impact. As Swampert slightly increased its strength, the Aura Sphere was completely rebounded. Counter. Unyielding. Lucario shattered the returning Aura Sphere with a single punch and rapidly closed the distance to Swampert. Bone Rush. Just as it was about to engage, Lucario raised its arms, forming a white staff aimed directly at Swampert. Dodge. Perhaps Lucario's speed could be deemed terrifying by ordinary standards, but Ash had entrusted Swampert's training to none other than Sceptile. In terms of velocity, Sceptile's agility surpassed Lucario's by several magnitudes, rendering Lucario's speed almost akin to slow motion in comparison to Swampert at that moment. Swampert. With the grace akin to street dancing, Swampert executed a series of agile maneuvers, dipping low, flipping backward, leaping high, elegantly evading each of Lucario's strikes. Such remarkable speed. Brock furrowed his brow, sensing that Swampert still had ample reserves of energy as it aimed for Lucario's feet, clearly aiming to trip it. With impeccable timing, Lucario's staff interrupted Swampert's rhythm, landing a solid blow to its back. Steady yourself. Spin and unleash Water Gun. Yet, Swampert merely tilted slightly before standing tall once again. It had endured countless leaf blades, each more painful than this mere bone rush. As Swampert began to spin, a water gun shot forth at an astonishing angle, colliding with Lucario, who had just retracted its staff. Block it with Aura Sphere. Brock, having witnessed flashy moves in competitions before, recognized that a straightforward approach was the best tactic against such flamboyance. As Lucario braced itself against the impact of Water Gun, it staggered back several steps. Use Metal Claw to seize it. Water Gun. Before Lucario's claws could shimmer with light, Swampert unleashed a water gun that struck Lucario directly. Aura Sphere. Sonic Boom. Both Pokémon unleashed their respective attacks, and the collision of Aura Spheres and Sonic Booms created a visually stunning display of power. As the dust settled, Swampert found Lucario had already advanced towards it. Go. Aura Sphere. Water Gun. Fortunately, Swampert reacted swiftly. As Aura Sphere impacted, it fired off a water gun in response. Both Pokémon exchanged blows mid-air, quickly regaining their footing as they landed gracefully. Bone Rush. Ice Punch. Once again, Lucario conjured its white staff, coinciding with Swampert's Ice Punch. All eyes were fixed on the ensuing close-quarters combat. However, spin. At the moment the staff swung, Swampert deftly sidestepped Lucario's attack. Grinning triumphantly as its Ice Punch landed solidly on Lucario's face, sending it reeling. Water Gun. Just as Ash intended to follow up with Water Gun, he noticed the blue light emanating from Swampert's hands. I see. Ash chuckled, pointing at the airborne Lucario. Now, unleash Hydro Pump. A crystalline sphere of azure water coalesced in Swampert's grasp as it aimed for Lucario's impending descent. Boom. The explosive sound resonated as Lucario's anguished cry signified the sheer power of the Hydro Pump. What terrifying damage! Brock exclaimed, astonished that a single Hydro Pump could unleash such devastation. Emerging from the smoke, Lucario was battered and bruised, half kneeling, its strength nearly depleted. Go! Hydro Pump! As the Hydro Pump bore down upon it, Lucario exerted every ounce of energy to conjure its staff, half kneeling to block the oncoming torrent. Well done, Lucario! Brock's eyes brightened with hope. If that's the case, there's still a chance to turn this around. Just as the Hydro Pump was deflected, it spun back at an incredible angle, catching Lucario off guard as it was sent soaring once more. This is it. Finish it with Ice Punch. Ascending in the air, Swampert swiftly positioned itself above Lucario, the glow of Ice Punch coalescing in its hand. Boom. The tremendous force of the punch slammed Lucario down into the ground. As Swampert landed gracefully, Lucario, which had barely managed to prop itself up, could no longer endure. It collapsed, unable to continue the fight. With Lucario incapacitated, Swampert emerged victorious. Thus, the victor of this battle is the challenger, Ash. Chapter 97. The Meteorite in the Park. The third badge, indeed. That night, seated in the Pokémon Center while sipping hot cocoa, Dawn kept her gaze fixed on Ash, who was gently polishing his gym badge. However, we still need to grow. Don't we? Ash smiled as he carefully placed the badge back into its case. All right, make sure to give it your all in the next Pokémon contest. Absolutely. With Ash by my side, I feel incredibly confident. Dawn replied, but then inquired, when is the next contest? Brock, perusing the latest magazine, flipped to the page detailing the upcoming contests and looked up at the two. How about at Lake Valor? Wait, the next gym is in Wetlands Town, which conveniently leads us past Lake Valor. Brock produced a remote control from seemingly nowhere, activating the projection device behind them. Where did that high-tech gadget come from? Ash asked, covering his face, puzzled by the sudden projection. Ahem, don't mind the details. Brock cleared his throat, pointing at the map. According to the latest article on the Pokémon contest, Lake Valor will host the Mikuri Cup, making it the perfect next destination. The Mikuri Cup, Dawn gasped, taking the magazine from Brock and examining its contents closely. Does this mean I can finally meet Mr. Macaulay? However, due to the grandeur of the competition, our adversaries extend far beyond just the Sinnoh region. We may also encounter challengers from Hoenn, Johto, and Kanto. Beside him, Ash, who was diligently polishing a Pokeball, couldn't help but lift his gaze. The Macaulay Cup, you say? I recall. Ash furrowed his brow as he reminisced about the past. Isn't May participating as well? In the past, Dawn had contemplated giving up after being eliminated consecutively. Fortunately, defeating May in the Macaulay Cup restored her lost confidence. How wonderful it is that he is mentoring this time. Might this iteration of the Macaulay Cup be even more spectacular? As Ash was lost in thought, an unsettling commotion echoed from a nearby park. Is this the place? The stoic Jinxing gazed at the towering pile of meteorites below, then waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring forth the items. Lord Jinxing. As his subordinates respectfully opened the box in their possession, the square object, previously pilfered from ancient ruins, emitted a dazzling radiance. Moreover, the pile of meteorites released beams of light that soared into the sky, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in Curtain City. Yet, Jinxing's sole focus remained on the object in his grasp. As the square object began to transform, its structure reconfigured, ultimately revealing the model of the Key of Guns before Team Galactic. The boss was indeed correct. Jinxing mused with satisfaction, then waved his hand once more, instructing his subordinates to safeguard it carefully. Pikachu, let's go. Ash, situated in the Pokémon Center, had naturally noticed the anomalous pillar of light at this moment. He recalled the affairs of Team Galactic. Although he couldn't remember many details, he deduced the likely target of Team Galactic was the meteorite, judging by the renowned Meteor Park in Curtain City. Wait for us. As Ash dashed out of the Pokémon Center, Dawn and Brock tidied their clothes before hastily following suit. Meanwhile, Jinxing, positioned at the heart of the park, seemed to be facing some trouble. Gym leader of Curtain. Do you intend to thwart me? Jinxing smiled calmly, exuding confidence. Enough with the nonsense. Who are you, and why are you attempting to seize the meteorite? Ollie, alongside Lucario, had already adopted an aggressive stance, her displeasure evident as she glared at Jinxing's smiling face. Even in the absence of overt malice from her opponent, she sensed impending danger. Stop her. Jinxing called out calmly to his subordinates. With a flurry of pokeballs, countless Zubat materialized in the night sky above Curtain City. Lucario. Prepare for an Aura Sphere. However, Ollie's Lucario was no pushover. With a mere Aura Sphere and Metal Claw, it swiftly dispatched numerous Zubat. As Lucario's momentum intensified, the number of Zubat being knocked down increased exponentially. Return the meteorite. Jinxing's expression remained unchanged as she observed Lucario charging toward her, then coolly uttered, Toxicroak. The Toxicroak, concealed in the nearby bushes, suddenly emerged, its arms glowing with a white light as it lunged toward Ollie. Unfortunately for Jinxing, she had underestimated the situation. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Piplup. Whirlpool. The timely arrival of Ash and his companions from the Pokémon Center significantly influenced the battle. Pikachu's Thunderbolt instantly paralyzed Toxicroak, while Whirlpool and Metal Claw thoroughly cleared the remaining Zubat from the air. Perhaps taken aback by Pikachu's electric attack, Jinxing's expression began to shift. Quite an impressive electric attack. You've trained it well. Ash met her gaze silently, knowing that even if given another chance, he wouldn't dare to underestimate Jinxing's demeanor and aura. Team Galactic's approach to both Pokemon and trainers was not to be trifled with. Dawn, Brock, go cut the ropes securing the meteorite. Ash halted Dawn, who was eager to confront Jinxing, then pointed toward the helicopter not far away. At that moment, the ropes of the helicopter had begun to retract. They must not allow her to abscond with the meteorite. Toxicroak, Metal Claw. Realizing the duo aimed to disrupt her plans, Jinxing would not permit it. Thunderbolt. But just as Toxicroak leaped into action, Thunderbolt struck it down once more. Keep an eye on me. Your opponent is right here. Ash lowered the brim of his cap, emanating an aura of determination. Interesting, toxic attack. Volt Tackle. The purple light emanating from Toxicroak's hand collided with Pikachu's brilliant Volt Tackle in an instant. While it might have had a chance against Thunderbolt through sheer willpower, the chaotic and terrifying nature of Volt Tackle was beyond what a single Toxicroak could withstand. In less than a heartbeat, Pikachu's Volt Tackle pierced through the toxic attack, landing a devastating blow to Toxicroak's abdomen. Iron Tail. The subsequent Iron Tail delivered a merciless strike to Toxicroak's head, sending it flying from the Volt Tackle's impact, before it crashed into the grass, rendered incapable of battle. Pika. That was unsatisfying. It ended before I could even warm up. Chapter 98. The situation escalates. Jinxing silently recalled Toxicroak, while the loud commotion behind her compelled her to glance back. In an incredibly brief span of time, Dawn and Brock had managed to sever the ropes securing the meteorite. However, given the current capabilities of their Pokémon, accomplishing this in such a short time was indeed a tall order. This was precisely what astonished Jinxing. As she squinted at the Pokémon hovering in the sky. Murkrow? When did that happen? Observing the Murkrow in the sky, its wings still shimmering with a faint white glow, Jinxing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. You again? Yes, and what of it? Ash smirked triumphantly, tossing the Pokeball containing Murkrow into the air, implicitly revealing to Jinxing that he had secretly released it during their battle. Watching the meteorite safely ensconced in a whirlpool created by Piplup, Jinxing couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. Defeating her Toxicroak was one thing, but to multitask effectively and resolve the situation in under 2 minutes while assisting his companion in reclaiming the meteorite was hardly the feat of a mere child. Ash. As Ollie's voice echoed from a distance, Jinxing finally noticed the swarm of police vehicles trailing behind them. To be precise, a combination of motorcycles and police cars. The number of officers rivaling their own. So, this was all part of your plan? What do you think? Their exchange was laden with unspoken tension. However, time was of the essence, leaving Jinxing no opportunity to further probe this enigmatic youth, for the withdrawal command had already been transmitted through her communication device. How intriguing. I look forward to our next encounter. Even in retreat, she maintained an air of elegance, her lips curled in a subtle smile as she and her subordinates withdrew, tossing a smoke bomb behind them. Indeed, Team Galactic. As they departed, Jinxing heard Ash's final words echoing in her mind. At that moment, Ash had solidified himself as a formidable threat in her thoughts. Exceptional command abilities, adept at discerning the intentions of others, and a remarkably sophisticated strategy. Moreover, he was privy to their name, despite it never having been disclosed. Such a calm and composed demeanor is rarely seen. even among the most elite trainers. Yet, the young boy encountered this time possesses all the advantageous qualities perfectly. Thank you, Murkrow. Ash recalled his Murkrow and then gazed indifferently at the approaching Koharu and her companions. Are you all right? A certain girl, a bit anxious, gently checked Ash for injuries and sighed in relief upon finding none. Another person took on the most perilous task, truly. Though she verbally expressed dissatisfaction with Ash's actions in critical moments, Koharu still placed her utmost trust in him. Since Ash dared to entrust his back to her, she too must reciprocate with complete faith in him. My apologies, my apologies. At that moment, confronted by the girl's formidable aura, Ash could only weakly raise his hand in submission, indicating his fault, though he would dare to do it again next time. Well, that is of little importance. What truly matters is that it is already past midnight, and the three of them, along with Ollie, must return to provide statements and documentation, regardless of the circumstances. They are immensely grateful for having safeguarded the meteorite. Observing the four of them yawning incessantly, Ms. Junshaw felt reluctant to waste their time any longer. Hence, after expressing her gratitude and awarding them, she decided to defer the statements until the following day. By the way, Ash, you've become quite popular. The next day, as they exited the police station in Curtain City, Brock suddenly remarked to Ash, "Huh, what makes you say that?" Ash tilted his head, puzzled by Brock's unexpected exclamation. With a hint of exasperation, Brock pointed at the wall behind Ash, and amidst Ash's astonished expression, everyone realized something was amiss. Although only a night had passed, Ms. Junshaw and her team had already immortalized Ash's heroic status on the promotional wall outside. The wall featured him, commanding Pikachu with a serious yet composed expression, while Pikachu, radiating dazzling bolts of lightning, exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Just the sight of their combination on that wall was extraordinarily striking. It looks stunning, Koharu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired Ash's portrayal on the wall. Then, as if anticipating something, she picked up a magazine from nearby and began flipping through it. Sinnoh Doubles Tournament. Couple duo achieves remarkable success with flawless coordination to safeguard the meteorite. Curtain City's heroes successfully repel a group of unknown delinquents. What does it mean to be the pinnacle of the couple's realm? It's too sweet, they actually. Witnessing Koharu's escalating enthusiasm, Ash swiftly snatched the magazine from her hands and tossed it back into the basket. This is getting more absurd by the minute. But why has something that happened in the dead of night become so sensational by this morning? Ash helplessly gazed at his own arm-waving self on the wall. While the artwork was admirable, it was undeniably a bit ostentatious. Never underestimate or overlook the reporters from the Sinnoh region, Koharu declared proudly, nodding her head, akin to Ms. Yuka, asserting their unwavering dedication. Dedication, my foot. They must be after the hype. Ash retorted, and what are you so proud of? You were already famous enough. Isn't it going to make things even more difficult now? Ash rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed he might actually have to wear a mask when going out in the future. He never imagined that even his participation in the World Championship wouldn't garner such attention, yet now he might need to don a mask for such a trivial matter. It was truly a farce. Well, let's take it step by step, Brock encouraged, patting Ash on the back. Let's visit Mr. Ray Eyes before we head to Lake Valor. All right, Ash replied, allowing Koharu to lift him from the ground, comforting him as she embraced him. Everything will be fine. Wah! If I had known, I wouldn't have comforted him. This is so frustrating. The wind rustled through the leaves trodden by the three as they progressed, stirring up a trail of maple leaves, while also flipping the corner of the magazine they had discarded. Bold letters prominently displayed the words, "Rescue from the crisis of Beong Town. Partners quell the wrath of the twin gods." Chapter 99, The Wave Guide, Be With Me. I told you, being too popular isn't necessarily a good thing, Ash protested, clutching the brim of his hat, which was nearly blown off. After exchanging greetings with Mr. Ray Eyes, the trio resumed their journey to Lake Valor, the venue for the Mickley Cup. However, perhaps due to the grand heroic image crafted for them by Curtain City, passers-by couldn't resist rushing up to them for photographs with their Pokédexes and requesting autographs. What does it mean to shower sweetness across all of Sinnoh? This is it. It seems like it indeed. Don't slack off. Koharu, feeling a bit shy, scratched her cheek, but upon noticing Nairuma and Pachirisu slacking off, she immediately transformed into a different person. Let's practice your electric combination moves. If you master them, I'll reward you with a special treat. Koharu tempted the two Pokemon with a pink electric-type treat she pulled from her pocket. Such diligence. It seems Ash is rubbing off on you, Brock remarked, holding a map and trying to determine their direction. Previously, Ash liked to have his Pokemon train intermittently during their travels to enhance their endurance and stamina for switching out. Now, Koharu had learned this as well, beginning to meticulously arrange training sessions for her Pokémon in preparation for the Mikuli Cup. On their journey, she not only encouraged them to think creatively while walking, but also had them perform moves on the go, thereby training their balance and preparing for any unexpected occurrences. Hee. After all, there will be many formidable opponents this time. Koharu stuck out her tongue, having heard about the grandeur of the Mikuli Cup a few days prior. She had stayed up for 2 nights, meticulously planning dazzling skills and performances for each Pokémon, demonstrating her dedication. You don't need to push yourself too hard, though. Just as Ash was about to suggest that Koharu take a break, he suddenly felt a strange energy surge. What's wrong? Seeing Ash slightly lose his balance, Koharu quickly supported him with her arm. No, it's not a major issue. Ash steadied himself and took a deep breath. If he recalled correctly, this energy, which felt similar to his own, should be. Ash slowly placed his hand on his chest and exclaimed the familiar phrase, "The wave guide is with me." As a faint blue light emanated from him, it seemed that the surrounding environment quieted considerably at that moment. However, this tranquility lasted only a few seconds. For someone who was entirely unskilled at utilizing the wave guide, it would likely leave him dizzy for several days if he attempted to maintain it. The power of the wave guide. Koharu looked at the soft blue glow with surprise, then quickly caught Ash, who was on the verge of stumbling. Is this the energy that the old lady mentioned? Yes, but since Ash is still inexperienced, his body is bound to struggle with it. Brock also helped Ash to his feet, and they gently lowered him to the ground to let him recuperate for a moment. So, what made you suddenly think of using the wave guide? Because, before Ash could finish his sentence, a blue Pokémon suddenly darted in front of the trio, clutching its injured arm and eyeing them warily. It's Riolu, Brock exclaimed in disbelief, simultaneously answering Koharu, who was searching for information in her Pokédex. It's the pre-evolution of Ali's Lucario, a very rare Pokémon. Riolu barked at the three with a mix of displeasure and vigilance, and then began to gather blue light in its hand. With a whoosh, the wave bullet struck the ground right in front of them, creating a dent in the earth. This startled Brock, for the wave bullet was a skill that could only be learned by a Lucario that had reached a remarkably high level. Yet, here was a Riolu, mastering the wave bullet in its basic form, which was simply astounding. Seeing that the trio had no intention of departing, Lucario's expression grew increasingly furious. Once more, it summoned a radiant blue light in its grasp, poised to strike at Ash. Pikachu, wait. Hold off on the attack. Ash gently calmed Pikachu, whose cheeks were already charged with electricity. He stepped forward, extending his hands toward Lucario. As a soft blue glow emerged, the wariness in Lucario's eyes vanished, replaced by profound astonishment and disbelief. The aura, it resonates with me. Lucario's blue light began to dissipate gradually as it gazed blankly at Ash's warm smile. How could it be? This person's aura was in harmony with its own. We mean you no harm. I understand your predicament. Trust me, I shall guide you home. Ash tenderly placed his hand upon Lucario's head, and after a slight nod from the latter, he embraced it tightly. Truth be told, he was deeply impressed by this Lucario, capable of aura manipulation and sharing an unspoken bond with him, making it difficult to erase from his memory. The scars adorning its body were a testament to the formidable adversaries the trio was about to confront. Hunter J, that shameless woman. Surely, the last encounter had left her shaken. One could only wonder what her expression would be upon seeing him again. Well, now everything is in order. With Brock gently bandaging Lucario's wounds, the little creature's initial panic finally subsided. By the way, Ash, you mentioned its hometown is. Dawn inquired, puzzled at how Ash seemed to possess knowledge about Lucario despite their first meeting. Its aura conveyed that information to me. As Ash gazed into Lucario's eyes, he continued. I can read its past experiences through its aura. You've endured so much. He gently stroked Lucario's head, expressing a hint of regret. To bear such a tremendous mission at such a young age. Pikachu. The tender moment was short-lived as both Lucario and Pikachu suddenly sensed something amiss, their gazes shifting warily toward the rustling grass. Pikachu had already leaped onto Ash's shoulder, tapping his cheek before pointing with its tiny paw at the source of the noise. Soon, several large trucks appeared, revealing a group of hunters clad in black before the trio. By the looks of it, they were not from the same batch as before. Perhaps the previous group had been intimidated. Hey kids, hand that creature over to me. The leader of the men, a brash figure with a piece of grass dangling from his mouth, shouted at Ash. Or else, as his henchmen unleashed their pokeballs. A swarm of Zubat filled the sky. If you don't want to get attacked, obediently surrender Lucario. And what if I refuse? Ash retorted defiantly. TCH. Then let's get this over with. The man was not inclined to waste words. waving his hand to command the Zubat to attack en masse. However, at that moment, Pikachu, crackling with electricity, was more than eager to engage. Pikachu. Facing the horde of Zubat, Pikachu unleashed a barrage of lightning that shimmered with a dazzling golden hue, shining brilliantly even in daylight. As the terrifying currents struck the Zubat, the Pokémon, which had initially been poised to attack Ash and his companions, fell from the sky in unison, a distinct, burnt aroma wafting through the air. Now, shall we discuss matters? Ash regarded the man with a villainous grin, delivering a particularly audacious proclamation amidst the despairing gaze of the leader. Hand over your boss, and I shall let you go. Upon hearing this, the henchmen instinctively took a step back, pushing their leader forward. That was a bit too straightforward, Don remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. No, no, no. Ash shook his finger, a mischievous glint in his eye as he addressed the group's leader. I am referring to Hunter J. What? The man trembled, his bravado evaporating as he collapsed to the ground, panic and fear replacing his earlier arrogance. I don't know. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Wait. The man crawled backward in terror, stuttering. I truly don't know. The boss only instructed us to capture Lucario. She never revealed her whereabouts. Ash sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I didn't expect them to be so organized without revealing their leader. Dawn, tie them to a tree. Ash instructed as he retrieved a rope from his backpack, handing it to her. And be sure to inform Miss Junsha to take these ruffians away. Well, I only said to let them go, not that I wouldn't turn them over to Miss Junsha. Meanwhile, aboard a massive airship in the sky, Hunter J was intently scrutinizing the information transmitted from headquarters. Her subordinates were supposed to seize Lucario, but instead, they had been captured themselves. If they were merely ordinary Pokémon trainers, she could easily intervene to reclaim Lucario. However, the image of a certain boy reflected on her screen instilled a sense of dread within her. Clad in a red cap, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, that formidable boy had previously rendered her equipment useless, and her Salamence and Scizor had been thoroughly defeated, leaving her no chance to retaliate. It was no wonder she was haunted by the memory. Thus, she decisively abandoned her henchmen and promptly contacted her organization to withdraw from the mission. As the trio dealt with the Hunter organization, the rustling sounds from the bushes resumed. Could there be more? Dawn questioned, perplexed by the persistent emergence of villainous organizations, resembling a horde of zombies on the attack. Suddenly, a boy, seemingly around Ash's age, poked his head out from the foliage. Lucario, are you a Pokémon Ranger? You're Ash? Both exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. The boy's attire made his identity evident, yet the knowledge of Ash's name puzzled both Dawn and Brock, as they had never interacted with him before. Ahaha, my name is Koichi, and yes, I am indeed a Pokémon Ranger, he explained, recognizing their confusion. Do you remember Miss Hinata? Miss Hinata. I've always held her in my heart. I look forward to the day she can achieve that. Koichi continued. My bad frog has now mastered the art of swiftly capturing in one fell swoop. Ahahaha. Ash chuckled awkwardly. Of course I remember. She assisted us greatly during the crisis with Shalebi. Well, she specifically mentioned you, and out of curiosity, I always wanted to meet you. What a coincidence. At that moment, Lucario, squatting on the ground, regarded Koichi warily, having suffered due to naively trusting humans in the past. Don't be afraid. Look at this. Koichi pulled a small wooden carving of a Lucario from his red pouch and gently placed it in Lucario's palm. Now, can you trust me? Lucario stared intently at the carving, and its previously evasive demeanor indicated a newfound acceptance. The power of aura resides within my heart. Observing the profound contemplation etched upon Riolu's features, Ash gently placed his hand atop its head, endeavoring to connect with Riolu's emotions through his aura. Strangely, Riolu exhibited no resistance towards the human before it. Rather, the aura emanating from it conveyed an extraordinarily warm and affectionate sensation, akin to that of a long-lost family member. I understand you possess a kingdom that demands your diligence. The bond between them was remarkably harmonious, as if their souls were in perfect synchrony, transcending the barriers of language. Despite their recent acquaintance, their connection felt as if they had known each other for centuries, a testament to the powerful resonance of aura that echoed the sentiments of Riolu's ancestors. An aura hero. Chuang-Yi marveled at the interaction between Ash and Riolu, furrowing his brow in astonishment at this wondrous phenomenon. It seems someone entrusted me with this egg to deliver to its destined bearer. He extracted from his bag a blue and white patterned egg, which had remained dormant for several years. The elder had specifically asked him to seek out someone imbued with aura, hopeful that it might yield fruitful results. Having concluded his exchange with Riolu, Ash's attention was drawn to the extraordinary Pokémon egg in Chuang Yi's possession, and a peculiar sensation stirred deep within his soul. Could it be that individual? Ash gazed incredulously at the egg, sensing that the aura it emitted was strikingly reminiscent of that past entity. Perhaps in response to Ash's unspoken thoughts, the egg began to tremble, as if infused with emotion. Chuang Yi glanced at Ash, then back at the egg, realizing even with his dull wits that the destined bearer had indeed been found, right before him. Chapter 101. The Legacy of the Kingdom. Ash, this Pokémon egg is entrusted to you, Chuang Yi said with a smile as he extended the egg towards Ash, who was resonating emotionally with it. Is this truly permissible? Ash inquired, astonished. Absolutely. I have faith that it recognizes you as well, does it not? Chuang Yi firmly placed the egg into Ash's arms. As the egg quivered and radiated light within Ash's embrace, he realized that his choice had been a sound one. Perhaps drawn by the aura surrounding Ash, the Pokémon egg began to react with remarkable intensity. As the blue light intensified, cracks began to form upon its shell. Is it hatching already? Recognizing the imminent birth, Ash promptly seated himself, cradling the egg protectively against any unforeseen mishaps. As the light gradually dimmed, the newly hatched Pokémon revealed itself before the four onlookers. With its blue-black markings and canine-like appearance, it was none other than another Riolu. Alex, to differentiate this Riolu, would be referred to by its true name. Alex raised an eyebrow and approached to gently pat the head of the freshly hatched Riolu. The little creature, startled by its unexpected introduction to its ancestor rather than its parents, appeared bewildered. Riolu crouched attentively, absorbing Alex's teachings. The scene was imbued with warmth. Two adorable, yet formidable Pokémon engaging earnestly in conversation, a delightful juxtaposition. How pitiful, to bear such pressure from birth, Ash mused, rubbing his cheek. From the moment Riolu hatched, he had unmistakably sensed a familiar aura. This was indeed his beloved Lucario. It was astonishing to encounter it so soon in Sinnoh. However, Nurse Joy had indeed informed him that this egg had been transported from Sinnoh and had remained dormant for several years, rendering the occurrence less surprising. Alex contentedly patted Riolu's head, evidently pleased with its progress. It then gestured towards Ash, indicating that he was its true father. Riolu closed its eyes, attuning itself to the vibrations emanating from Ash, and subsequently widened its eyes in acknowledgement, nodding towards him. So, is this a sign of its acceptance of Ash? Dawn covered her mouth, gazing at Ash. Well, it seems so. Brock scratched the back of his head, noting that they had not only encountered an aura-capable Riolu today, but had also witnessed the hatching of its successor, a stroke of extraordinary luck. Will you join me on my journey? Ash inquired, presenting his Pokeball to Riolu, who smiled and nodded in agreement before being captured. Chuang Yi watched in approval, astonished by how effortlessly the rightful owner of the Pokémon egg had been found, and how smoothly it had hatched. Returning to the matter at hand, they needed to escort Alex back to his homeland. Thus, following Ash's acquisition of Riolu, the group resumed their trek alongside Chuang Yi towards the village. Though there were distinctions from his past life, most notably, he had yet to encounter Hunter J, caution remained prudent, especially considering the elusive nature of the Hunter organization. One could never be too careful. An unexpected encounter with a ferocious Gyarados could be quite alarming. Notably, shortly after their departure, Miss Junsha contacted them through Dawn's Poke Gear, informing them that she had apprehended all members of the Hunter organization and had successfully driven away the buyers of Riolu, a monumental achievement indeed. As Ash and his companions traversed a majestic valley, they understood that the moment of parting with Alex was drawing near. The sunset's golden rays enveloped them in a tender and picturesque embrace. Alex concluded its training session with Riolu, and within a mere afternoon, Riolu had already mastered the ability to execute aura spheres, a source of immense pride for its predecessor, who felt assured of its exceptional talent. Across the valley, an elderly man emerged from a quaint wooden cottage, wearing an apron and displaying palpable excitement as he gazed at the returning Riolu. At that moment, Alex could no longer contain the pent-up emotions of the past few days upon seeing the old man. After Ash offered a reassuring nod, Alex dashed forward, leaping into the old man's embrace. The two shared a moment of profound empathy, their unspoken words conveying deep affection, despite the absence of extensive dialogue. "How wonderful it is to have you back," the old man exclaimed, his relief palpable. Ash watched the touching reunion with a smile, as Dawn, overwhelmed with emotion, buried her face in Ash's chest, tears streaming down her cheeks, moved by the beauty of their bond. All right, no need to cry," Ash chuckled gently, ruffling her hair. Alex isn't crying. You're the one who seems to be reuniting with a long-lost family member. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief from his pocket, Ash tenderly dried Dawn's cheeks. There we go, WeVE facilitated their reunion, haven't we? The outcome is a positive one. Noticing the commotion among the four, the old man turned his grateful gaze towards Ash and his companions, expressing heartfelt gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. As an old man, I am truly at a loss for how to repay your kindness. No, 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 Chuangyi quickly gestured dismissively. This is simply what we ought to do. We have resolved the issue regarding those who sought to exploit Riolu, and we assure you, such a situation will never arise again. It's quite all right. Alex has taught me so much about Riolu. That in itself is the greatest gift I could ever receive. Ash chimed in with a smile, understanding that living alone wasn't easy for the elderly man, and he had no intention of accepting any form of payment. With a determined expression, Ash adjusted his cap and extended his hand. As a soft azure light emanated from his palm, the voices of the group resonated in their minds. I am indeed the one who has reaped the most rewards. The elderly gentleman, surprised, gazed at Ash, having only heard of the legend of the Aura Guardian, Auron. Until now, he never expected to encounter a true wielder of the aura today. Such power cannot be attained merely through effort. Moreover, this energy seems akin to yours. The old man affectionately ruffled Alex's hair, pondering if he was a descendant of the aura hero. Though somewhat abrupt, the old man earnestly locked eyes with Ash, imploring, "Might I trouble you to take this child along with you?" But isn't he meant to serve his kingdom? That is precisely what I wish to address. The old man replied, shaking his head as his gaze shifted to Riolu. Alex has mentioned a junior who is no less capable than himself. Are you suggesting? Indeed, would it be possible for Alex to accompany you for a time? After he has honed his skills, he may return to the kingdom, and during this period, with Chuangyi and us safeguarding it, the kingdom will remain safe. The old man's proposition caught Ash off guard. He had not anticipated such a solution. However, having someone with a similar aura care for Alex and simultaneously impart some skills to his own Riolu was indeed a splendid idea. Lou. Alex nodded in agreement, eagerly tapping Ash's empty pokeball at his waist, voluntarily ready to be captured. I promise to return him to you as soon as possible, Ash declared, scratching his head awkwardly as he prepared to wave goodbye. Do not worry. Even after he returns to the kingdom, when he is not needed in battle, you may still meet him and have him share his aura experiences with your Riolu, the old man assured. As the golden sunlight cascaded down, Ash waved farewell to the old man and Chuangyi, the setting sun casting their shadows long and graceful. Watching Ash and his companions depart, the old man leaned on his staff, quietly stroking his white beard, lost in contemplation. Has he only just begun to comprehend the aura? What might happen if he were to fully unleash it? Regardless, this young man's future is destined to be extraordinary. The fate of Sinnoh, and perhaps the world, rests within his grasp. Is that why I entrusted him with Alex? Chuangyi mused, hands tucked into his pockets. Perhaps the tales of the aura hero are not mere fables. The future remains uncertain, but by following this young lad, he will undoubtedly learn more and grasp abilities that cannot be touched here. Even if not a true capture, accompanying this boy for a while will suffice. Chapter 102. Off for Love Pika. Boga. A mouse and a penguin cutely led the way, while Ash and his companions leisurely trailed behind. They were nearing Lake Valor. Yet with 4 or 5 days until the Mikali Cup, there was no need for haste. They could savor the joy of their journey at a leisurely pace. Boga, stopping in its tracks, the ahead-running Bogomon, somewhat discontented, patted its belly and then turned to glance back at Dawn. Are you hungry? Dawn squatted down to assess Bogomon's condition, finally relieved to discover it was merely its stomach growling. It was indeed time for lunch. Since that's the case, the Pokémon Center is just ahead. Let us hurry. Brock confidently strode toward the Pokémon Center, appearing completely unfazed by any notion of getting lost. Who gave you the confidence that you won't get lost? Ash crossed his arms, rolling his eyes at Brock's self-assured back. Look, there's a big Plogo over there. Dawn pointed at the prominent sign not far away. It would be hard to go wrong now. Meanwhile, the trio of Team Rocket, concealed in the bushes, also realized they were hungry, discussing what to have for lunch as they watched Ash and his friends depart. What shall we eat for lunch, meow? Picking some berries should suffice. That's true. Then I'll leave it to you. Musashi nodded, then waved at Kojiru and Nyasu. As a coordinator, I still need to practice. How can you say such sweet words? Exactly, meow. Of course, these remarks could only be made once Musashi had left, as they certainly did not wish to experience her million-ton punch. Only twin ponytails are cute. Musashi gazed contentedly at the Butterfree before her. This way, we can make a dazzling appearance in the next grand festival. Without a doubt, she was already lost in her fantasies. She had not even noticed that her Butterfree had quietly flown away. Once Musashi had mentally rehearsed her championship scene, she finally noticed her Butterfree dancing happily with another uniquely colored Butterfree across the lake. Hey, what are you doing? Musashi furrowed her brow, puzzled as she observed the frolicking Butterfree. Before the Butterfree could respond, a stranger's voice nearby resolved her query. Is that Butterfree yours? The bespectacled man smiled as he introduced himself. I'm Daiki, and this brown Butterfree is my Pokémon. It's currently the season for Butterfree romance. They seem to have attracted each other and fallen in love. Listening to Daiki's explanation, Musashi regarded the Butterfree, now smitten, with a complex gaze. Is it truly going to part ways here after following from Hoenn to Sinnoh? Come on, Pikachu. It's time for training. In the nearby Pokemon Center, Ash adjusted his attire, speaking to Pikachu, who was licking a ketchup bottle. Stop eating. If you keep going, there won't be any ketchup left for the next few days. Seeing Pikachu's inability to cease its actions, Ash ruthlessly snatched the ketchup bottle away and urged Pikachu to head outside. Ash, wait. Noticing this fellow was about to dash out after merely sitting down for a moment, Dawn quickly tugged at his shirt, pulling him back. You need to look at this first. Following Dawn's pointing finger, Ash spotted a large poster, seemingly advertising a special event for the evening. The Bridge of Love for Butterfree. Couples may find everlasting happiness beneath the golden bridge formed when Butterfree are flying together. Is it a day to release Butterfree so they can seek love? Ash, somewhat oblivious, pointed at the Butterfree on the poster, marveling. Ugh, you're missing the point. Dawn nearly stumbled at his cluelessness. You should be focusing on this. This. She emphatically pointed at the word couples on the poster. Let us go check it out together, shall we? Sure. Not understanding why the girl was suddenly flustered, Ash agreed. I'll return right after training, so don't worry. All right then. Dawn nodded, somewhat smugly, then waved him off. Go. Remember our date. Okay, no problem. Ash waved back at Dawn as he sprinted toward the training grounds. All right, after 2 days of rest, today we'll ramp up the intensity. The 6 Pokemon gazed at Ash's mischievous grin, instinctively taking a small step back. An hour later, all 6 Pokemon lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained of energy. Ash's ramp up the intensity was indeed terrifying. Well, I'm training alongside you, and I haven't collapsed yet. Ash chuckled, shaking his head at his weary Pokemon. Pika, I don't want to talk to you. All right, I'll adjust over there. Remember to relax and walk around when you recover. Ash gestured toward the nearby woods before dashing off, leaving Pikachu with a look of longing. It seems I might have overdone it a bit, but how else can I push their limits? Walking through the woods, Ash chuckled to himself, contemplating the next training session. However, at that moment, a nearby argument caught his attention. Can you truly bear to part with your beloved Butterfree after all this time? I would do anything for its love. But there are no buts. Listening to this familiar dialogue, Ash quietly parted the underbrush, revealing the scene of Team Rocket engaged in a heated argument. What are you two squabbling about now? What a silly question. Naturally, it concerns Butterfree and little Kojiro. Just as little Kojiro began to speak, he suddenly recognized the voice that posed the question. It was all too familiar. It's you, little brat? Calm down. I'm not here to cause trouble, Ash said, waving his hand in resignation, signaling for a truce for the day. If he was not mistaken, had Musashi's Butterfree also found its own love? After all, it was he who had aided them in resolving the flood situation in their past life, allowing for Butterfree's smooth release. That is indeed the case. Given Ash's assistance, little Kojiro quickly accepted his words. However, could it truly be that they would not? Of course they would. Then why? For their happiness. Ash gazed at the darkening sky, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Because I have experienced it myself. My Bada Butterfly also left me for love. Closing his eyes, Ash reflected on the bittersweet memories, though he felt a profound sense of loss. If it meant happiness for his beloved, he would rejoice for it. Such is the journey, where encounters inevitably lead to farewells. Noticing that little Kojiro seemed inclined to say more, Ash anticipated his question. Besides, it's not as if we will never see them again. As long as we are on our journey, we are bound to meet again. Perhaps one day, it will return with its partner and offspring to reunite with you. Ash's voice was especially gentle at that time. I would ask you to care for its descendants. The cycle of Pokemon is indeed beautiful and remarkable, is it not? Musashi took a deep breath. Did you hear that? Go forth for love, alongside the love I once lost. She discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, feigning strength as she glared at Butterfree. Chapter 103. What truly constitutes a main character team? At this moment, Ash had little inclination to focus on Team Rocket's touching scene. His brow was furrowed as he gazed at the now completely darkened sky. A flood? Feeling the fierce winds against his fingertips, Ash's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. Sure enough, it was now shrouded in darkness, thick clouds gathering ominously, with distant flashes of lightning. The gusts of wind compelled Ash to grip his hat tightly. What the meow? It's really windy, huh? What are you lamenting about? Little Kojiro exclaimed, lifting Meowth by the scruff of its neck. If the wind and lightning shatter the rocks, causing the lake to drain, won't the Butterfree migration be delayed tonight? Musashi, we've made up our minds too. Little Kojiro said earnestly, looking at Musashi. Little brat has a valid point. For the sake of Butterfree's love, we absolutely cannot allow this storm to disrupt this land. Stop chatting and get to work. Ash shouted as he pressed his hat down and ran back. I am going to find help. Huh. Oh. Team Rocket was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected Ash to be more invested than they were. At that moment, the lightning struck and the wind howled, causing the stones along the riverbank to fracture, leading to the lake water flowing away, indicating an impending flood. Stop dawdling. Hurry and move those rocks to fill the gaps, Musashi urged, her anxiety evident as she dashed to the nearby pile of stones. With their physical prowess at maximum level, the trio from Team Rocket quickly began to block the lake's edge with stone after stone. However, with only 3 pairs of hands, no matter how fast they worked, they could not match the speed at which the lake water was draining. Meanwhile, Ash's anxious voice rang out. Pikachu, use Iron Tail on the ground. Ditto. Combine your attacks to smash the rocks to the lake's edge. As Pikachu shook the rocks, Ditto's 2 tails expertly nudged them into place, temporarily halting the flow of the lake water. Swinub, Ice Punch. As the Ice Punch struck the rocks, numerous stones began to freeze, creating solid ice blocks that perfectly shielded the lake from the onslaught, preserving the dwindling water. Well done, little brat, Musashi exclaimed, waving excitedly at Ash. Now the lake water is blocked. No. Look. Ash shook his head as he pointed to a near-empty hole. The lake water has drained too much. Merely blocking it won't suffice. We need to find a way to replenish it. Don't worry, we've got this. Little Kojiro replied confidently, nodding at Ash before tossing out his Pokeball. Monini, I'm counting on you. Little Kojiro pointed to the overflowing water area. Please, use Psychic. Musashi, who shared an unspoken understanding with Little Kojiro, immediately grasped his intent. Butterfree, use Hurricane on the lake water below. As Butterfree whipped the lake water into a swirling tempest, Monani expertly used Psychic to redirect the water back into the hole, substantially replenishing the flowing lake. Swinub, use Water Gun on the snow accumulation on the slope. Infernape, melt the snow with Flamethrower. Seeing Team Rocket working so diligently, Ash couldn't help but feel proud. He too was unwilling to lag behind and took action to help replenish the lake water. As Water Gun knocked some of the snow down, Flamethrower perfectly melted the fallen snow, supplying fresh water below. Due to the impeccable coordination between Team Rocket and Ash, their teamwork was so seamless that they could anticipate each other's actions, resolving the impending flood within less than half an hour. If an outsider were to witness this, they might misinterpret the nature of their relationship. This collaboration was truly delightful, without any hint of hesitation, as if they had been working together for ages. Yet, the truth remained that they were ostensibly adversaries. After all, we see each other daily across 3 regions, and having heard their lines over 1,000 times, it's only natural that we would develop some level of understanding. What does it mean to be a true main character team? Disperse the clouds. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As Ash pointed his index finger skyward, Pikachu's Thunderbolt pierced through the clouds, and the lightning above surged into Pikachu, replenishing its energy. The clouds began to dissipate, revealing the bright, resplendent moon to all. It should be starting soon, Ash murmured. Then suddenly recalling something, he dashed towards the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Team Rocket embraced one another, reflecting on their struggles. This is wonderful. Now Butterfree's migration will proceed as planned. Indeed, Meow. This is fantastic, Musashi. Regardless of the circumstances, Musashi felt compelled to thank the little brat. Wiping away her tears of excitement, she turned to express her gratitude only to realize that Ash had already vanished. Where did that little brat go? I don't know, Meow. He must have gone back, Meow. Inside the Pokémon Center, Shoko silently tapped her finger against the table. Though her movements seemed nonchalant, her slightly displeased expression betrayed her inner feelings. 30 seconds, humph. If he doesn't return soon. The girl spoke coldly, counting down. I swear. If Ash dares to be even a minute late, I will absolutely skin him alive. After all, she had gone to great lengths to prepare for a private date with Ash tonight, to witness the golden bridge formed by the migrating Butterfree. even going so far as to shove the sulking Brock into his own room. Brock's mom, you all should be ashamed. Tonight was meant to be completely theirs. 543. I am back. At that moment, Ash burst through the doors of the Pokémon Center, panting heavily after racing from the lakeside. Oh my, he was nearly reaching his utmost speed. His legs almost seemed to be smoking. So, this was the intensity of training he had set for his Pokémon. I apologize. It may have been a tad too arduous. He glanced at Dawn with a hint of embarrassment, timidly raising his hand. After a prolonged wait, no response came. The girl finally revealed a particularly sunny and charming smile, leaving passers-by momentarily stunned. Let us go, my dear. Chapter 104, A Kiss? Dookie. At this moment, the Butterfree, facing imminent separation, gazed longingly at Musashi. Although the Butterfree of the tall tree awaited its arrival above the lake. Parting from a trainer who had accompanied it for so long was a heart-wrenching ordeal. Do you see that? Musashi pointed to a brown Butterfree not far away. That is your groom. Dookie. No tears. Just as the little brat had said, you must live happily with him and come back to introduce your children to me. Do you hear me? Musashi shouted desperately, though the quiver in her voice betrayed her emotions. Dookie. In response, the Butterfree shook its head, wiped away its tears, and nodded several times in agreement with Musashi's words. As a breeze swept by, it gently departed from Musashi and soared into the sky alongside its beloved. Oh, do live well. Kojiro and Meowth in the background were already reduced to tears. Even though they were the antagonists, their love for their Pokémon would never pale in comparison to Ash's. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, though Ash was puzzled by Dawn's peculiar demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to utter any words that might disrupt the atmosphere given her affectionate gaze. Dawn, still wearing a bright smile, gently took Ash's hand and led him towards a nearby evening event. As per their plan. Although Dawn did not don an elaborate dress akin to those seen in grand contests, her meticulously arranged hair radiated youthful charm this evening. Perhaps that was the essence of their relationship. It required no ostentatious displays or attire. Simply standing together and executing their signature high five was enough to create a masterpiece worthy of the century. Wasn't it just windy and empty moments ago? Ash stared blankly at the lively crowd at the event, astonished at how quickly it had become so animated in just a matter of minutes. Are they really so desperate for money? He wondered aloud, glancing at Pikachu on his shoulder, just as he intended to converse with his companion. He found himself at a loss as the little creature had darted off. At this moment, Pikachu stood on the lawn by the lake, watching its trainer and Dawn interact affectionately. It licked the ketchup it held tightly in its small paws, occasionally letting out a sound of admiration for the adorable couple it was witnessing. I guess I'll just indulge in some ketchup, Ash mused, observing the bottles held by every vendor, resigned to the current reality. Hey, noticing Ash's distracted demeanor, Dawn pouted slightly and prodded a piece of apple with her fork towards his mouth. Ash, finally snapping back to reality, was abruptly met with an apple in his mouth. He chewed a few bites before swallowing. It's quite sweet. Double entendre. Dawn pointed at the Butterfree that had gathered in the sky, nudging Ash with her elbow. So beautiful. At that moment, the Butterfree on the lake had completed their preparations and began to flutter their wings in unison, ascending into the sky in pairs. The golden powder they shed intertwined in the air, each fleck merging with another, creating a magnificent bridge of gold dust against the night sky, exuding a sense of romance and splendor. Ash, mesmerized by the beauty of the scene, was oblivious to the intentions of a certain girl drawing closer to him. Satisure, drawn in by Dawn's slightly nervous yet sweet voice, Ash shifted his attention from the sky to her side. The next moment the moment she entered his line of sight, her face seemed magnified. She stood on her toes, her lips meeting Ash's as he turned toward her. They shared a kiss upon this beautiful golden bridge. Perhaps dissatisfied with Ash's passive demeanor, Dawn subtly wrapped her arms around his back, guiding his hands to embrace her in return. At that moment, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, beautifully complementing the golden bridge formed by the Butterfree. The two stood on the arched bridge over the lake, savoring a perfect embrace and kiss. Click. The photographer, stationed at the lakeside to capture moments for visitors, was taken aback by the vibrancy of this youthful scene. However, he simply smiled kindly and swiftly raised his camera to immortalize this remarkable couple in a photograph. After a while, Ash, still dazed by Dawn's sudden assault, gazed at her in a state of confusion. Even in the face of a world champion, he had never felt so lost. Finding Ash's adorable reaction too irresistible, Dawn couldn't help but laugh, wrapping her arms around him once more. I'm sorry for not giving you a heads up, but I promised to take responsibility. At a loss for words, Ash stood there, watching as Dawn skipped excitedly towards a stall to inquire about the price of trinkets. Is this love? He stood there momentarily, his arm trembling slightly as he touched his lips, heart racing from Dawn's unexpected action. At this moment, he could still perceive the faint fragrance lingering from her. Perhaps he truly began to understand something significant. Ah, youth. Out of nowhere, Brock quietly settled beside Pikachu, who wore a knowing smile. He dipped a fry into Pikachu's ketchup, silently marveling at the beauty of the young couple. Miss Dawn, here is your photo. The photographer on the boat, wearing a look of admiration, handed the photograph to Dawn, who was well aware of the couple's rising fame throughout the region. Capturing such a youthful moment was simply thrilling. Huh. Upon receiving the photo, Dawn was astonished at the impeccable angle and quality of the shot. This is incredible. How much do I owe you? No. The photographer's face flushed with excitement. It is my honor to capture such iconic figures. Please, Miss Dawn, accept it as a gift. But Dawn's hesitant response was cut short as he dashed away. With this, does it mean Ash is officially mine now? Holding the lovely photograph, Dawn beamed with joy, declaring that tonight was undoubtedly the happiest evening of her life. Chapter 105. Do you understand what it means to be the world's #1 Pikachu? It seems this isn't just a dream. The following morning, Dawn awoke early, her eyes immediately falling upon the photograph of her kiss with Ash. Even during battles he looks so grown up, she thought, playfully tapping her lips. But he was truly adorable last night. Reflecting on Ash's flushed cheeks, bewildered eyes, and his flustered demeanor, her heart brimmed with joy. Meanwhile, Ash, just getting out of bed, appeared slightly dazed, standing by the bedside while reminiscing about the wonderful memories of the previous night. Until Pikachu gently tapped his calf, he was lost in thought. All right, I'm fine now. Let us go find Dawn and Brock. As he stepped out of the room, he was met with Dawn's somewhat enigmatic smile. Good morning, Satoshi. A delightful morning to you. Observing Satoshi's flustered demeanor, the girl's lips curled into a slight grin, and in a fleeting moment of his dazedness, she lightly pressed her lips against his cheek. Hey. Realizing the warmth of her touch, Satoshi instinctively took a small step back, chuckling helplessly. Is that really necessary? Why not? The girl retorted, pouting. It's a morning kiss. All right. Did you prepare lunch again? Gazing towards the approaching Lake Valor, Satoshi and his companions felt a pang of hunger, prompting Brock to ready his cooking pot from his bag. Meanwhile, Dawn stealthily retrieved an abundance of sandwiches and a thermos of soup from her own pack, leaving Brock utterly astonished. You've really gone above and beyond. I feel a bit embarrassed, especially with the upcoming Grand Festival. Satoshi scratched his head, realizing he was not only receiving Brock's hospitality, but now Dawn's as well. No worries. Dawn proudly lifted her chin, adding, if you must thank me, Ahem, we can't be doing that in broad daylight. Brock looked on incredulously as Dawn pointed to her cheek, which, in any interpretation, seemed to suggest Satoshi should kiss her. This is outrageous. I'm not cooking for you two tomorrow. In the midst of this cheerful atmosphere, Satoshi suddenly noticed that Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup were nowhere to be found. Where are they? They probably went fruit picking. Pikachu finished its electric-type snack a few days ago and was sneaking around asking me to cook for it. What? It doesn't like ketchup anymore? Joking aside, Satoshi felt a twinge of concern as he walked towards the path, worried about any potential mishaps. Well, given Pikachu's current strength, it could handle any trouble that comes its way. At that moment, Pikachu indeed encountered an unsavory individual. At the man's feet were a Raichu and a Piku, all three sets of eyes fixated hungrily on Satoshi's Pikachu. Finally, I've stumbled upon a wild Pikachu, he exclaimed. Raichu, use Iron Tail. Upon spotting Pikachu, the man was instantly overcome with a desire to capture it, commanding Raichu to attack and catch Pikachu off guard. But Pikachu jump. Satoshi's voice rang out just in time, and in a split second, Pikachu leapt high, evading Raichu's Iron Tail with remarkable agility. What do you intend to do to my Pikachu? As Satoshi and his friends hastened over, Pikachu and Piplup swiftly returned to their side. TCH, I didn't expect it to already be captured, the man muttered regretfully, before stubbornly producing a Pokeball from his waist. How about trading it for my Mareep? Not a chance. What if I throw in a Magnemite and a Magneton? I said no. You already have a Piku and a Raichu. What do you need Pikachu for? You just don't understand. The man shook his finger. I'm known as the Electric Prince of the Sinnoh region, traveling to find the strongest Piku, Raichu, and Pikachu to form the ultimate evolutionary chain. And then you got stomped by a ground-type Pokemon 3-1? Exactly. The man abruptly realized something was amiss in Satoshi's words. No. We can't possibly lose. Honestly, with a name that long, it's no wonder you're so full of yourself, Dawn remarked, shooting an annoyed glance at the man. Then leaned closer to Satoshi to whisper, "He is probably still half asleep." Hey, don't ignore me while you're being all cozy," the man shouted, clearly displeased. "Fine. Let your Pikachu face off against my Raichu." Huh. Satoshi tilted his head. Really? Are you sure? If it were a battle, Satoshi might have let another Pokemon gain some experience, but now he was directly challenged to use his strongest. Well, that's rather unfortunate. Do you really think someone would assume that an evolved form can easily overpower its pre-evolution? If you lose, you'll trade me your Pikachu. That is simply impossible. I would never give it to you. TSK, making excuses for your impending defeat? Satoshi rolled his eyes at him. Such old tactics had long ceased to affect him. Let us do a one-on-one battle, no referee. The match ends when one Pokemon can no longer fight. Realizing that ordinary means wouldn't work on Satoshi, the man decided to prove through strength that he alone could possess a powerful Pikachu. Wow, so you think you can compare your strength to a world champion? Go. Satoshi, crush him. As his girlfriend, Dawn naturally cheered him on, even if it wasn't a gym battle. How infuriating. The man ground his teeth in frustration. He had never felt so embarrassed. Raichu, show him what you've got. Iron Tail. As Raichu's long tail began to glow, the hefty creature lumbered toward Pikachu. Satoshi could only wipe the cold sweat from his brow, so the Raichu that once defeated him was actually quite weak. How did I lose back then? Thunderbolt. Before the man could even issue a command, Satoshi had already directed Pikachu to unleash a barrage of lightning. Moreover, since Raichu didn't have the ability static, this Thunderbolt would inflict maximum damage. As expected, the outcome was precisely as Satoshi anticipated. Having already taken damage from Thunder Shock and then being slammed to the ground by Iron Tail, there was no escaping the full brunt of the Thunderbolt. Even if Raichu had raised its defenses, as the smoke from the Thunderbolt dissipated, Raichu lay on the ground, thoroughly incapacitated, its eyes swirling in defeat. Chapter 106, Mikoli. Was this too much of a blow for him? Watching the despondent figure of the man retreating, Satoshi felt an unexpected pang of embarrassment. It's all right. If you hadn't taken it seriously, he might have mocked you in return. To celebrate their victory, Dawn nearly draped herself over Satoshi, excitedly wrapping her arms around his neck and persuading him at such close quarters. But it's south too close. Satoshi felt a tickle from her breath on his face. Ahem. Let us finish lunch and continue on. We should be reaching the Pokemon Center soon. Yes, I can see the logo already. For this couple in the throes of young love, Brock had almost grown accustomed to their antics. After consuming so much dog food daily, he figured it was better to pretend he hadn't seen it. Shortly thereafter, the trio settled into the chairs at the Pokemon Center, watching the promotional video for the Mikoli Cup on the big screen. In the footage, Mikoli, with his Milotic, showcased unparalleled charm with a mere flick of its tail, captivating everyone in the Pokemon Center. "Mr. Mikoli," Dawn exclaimed, gripping her hands tightly as she gazed at Mikoli bowing in gratitude to the audience. "I wish I could meet him." As a dual title holder, both the champion of the Hoenn region and an esteemed Pokemon coordinator, his allure is exceptionally captivating, combining elegance and grandeur with undeniable intensity. Thus, his immense popularity and vast fanbase are entirely justifiable. Is it really that exaggerated? Ash pondered, arms crossed, recalling their numerous encounters. Of course, such thoughts could only be whispered quietly. Otherwise, he might provoke the ire of the crowd and find himself in a predicament. Isn't that by the lake not far from here? Ash furrowed his brow slightly, as if reminiscing about a past encounter with Mikuri. At that moment, an excited Serena had already grasped Ash's hand, eager to rush out. Hey, what are you planning to do? Of course, I'm going to find Mr. Mikuri. What gives you such confidence? Serena argued logically. We've traveled together for so long. We've met Mr. Wusong, met Miss Sharona, and even encountered the legendary Pokemon of time and space. So, no matter how you look at it, Ash, you're my good luck charm. With you, we will definitely find Mr. Mikuri. Ash found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed difficult to determine which direction to take in search of him. Glancing at Serena's hand firmly holding his, Ash sighed and adjusted his slightly askew cap with his other hand. Just then, a wisp of smoke drifted from the direction of the lake. Feeling a tickling sensation in his nose, Brock frowned and looked towards the source of the smoke. Look, Brock shouted to the two, who were gazing around in confusion, seemingly having noticed the outline of a serpentine Pokemon at the center of the lake. Is that a Milotic? Having battled against Milotic countless times in his previous life, Ash recognized the silhouette immediately and slowly made his way towards the lakeshore, still holding Serena's hand tightly. Neo? The ever-sensitive Milotic noticed the trio's arrival, casting a brief glance at them before gracefully submerging into the water and swimming away. Sitting serenely on a rock, lost in thought, was none other than Milotic's trainer, the champion Mikuri. Noticing Milotic's movements, Mikuri turned his head to observe the trio, all of whom bore distinct expressions. Serena and Brock were filled with astonishment and excitement, having only seen him on television before. Meeting him in person was nothing short of a splendid occurrence. As for Ash, he simply smiled nonchalantly. After all, having battled him numerous times in the past, he had grown weary of that familiar face. Why would he still feel astonished or excited? Greetings. Mikuri, embodying the essence of a champion, exhibited no airs. He smiled warmly and waved at the trio before gracefully leaping down from the rock. You must be Ash, right? As he scrutinized the three, Ash's distinctive cap and the Pikachu perched on his shoulder caught Mikuri's eye, allowing him to recognize Ash almost instantly. Wusong and Sharona have both mentioned you to me. Your ability to command and nurture Pokémon is truly formidable, especially having defeated Wusong's Bronzong and battled fiercely against Sharona's Garchomp. Mikuri affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head, then turned to Ash with a smile. And you must be Serena? Mikuri glanced at the nervous girl beside Ash. You and Ash are quite the couple, aren't you? I've watched your interviews and competitions. You both are truly remarkable. Well, it seems I'm being overlooked again, Brock said with a hint of resignation, shaking his head. After all, this dazzling couple captured all the attention. Ah yes, I remember seeing you during the Double Battle Conference. The former gym leader of Pewter City, Brock, right? It's not every day one is remembered. The feeling of being recognized was indeed delightful. So, Serena, you've signed up for the Mikuri Cup? Mikuri inquired, observing the nervous girl fidgeting with her hands. If you don't mind, I would love to see your training. Of course, that's no problem. Serena patted her chest confidently. I've prepared training plans and performance content for each Pokemon. Mikuri's eyes widened in surprise. Typically, mastering the performance of a single Pokemon is no small feat, yet this young woman had prepared several in such a short time. A talented and diligent competitor is truly admirable. With Pachirisu and Serena's flawless coordination, their performance before Mikuri was nearly impeccable, surpassing even their training sessions. However, the performers themselves felt the weight of anxiety, gazing nervously at Mikuri, who had closed his eyes to absorb their efforts. Clap, clap, clap. Mikuri's applause rang out, and he slowly opened his eyes, filled with deep appreciation and acknowledgement. What a perfect performance. You seamlessly combined Pachirisu's vitality with its skills, beautifully highlighting the Pokemon's attributes. Truly, you are remarkable. The high praise made Serena blush, her cheeks turning crimson as she lowered her head, feeling bashful under such commendation. This is quite interesting, Mikuri remarked with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Ash. Speaking of which, I've been following your performances in the Pokemon Showcase. Are you not considering giving it a try this time? Ash paused momentarily, but upon reflection, he realized that since Sharona had praised him, she must have thoroughly dissected his previous showcase performances. No, I prefer league battles. It was no joke. If he were to participate, he would likely defeat his opponents with ease, rendering the competition devoid of excitement. Chapter 107, The Call from Shifeng City. Is that so? What a pity. Mikuri replied with a smile upon hearing Ash's refusal. Relieved that he wasn't pressed further, Ash exhaled. Whether I participate or not is inconsequential. If I do sign up, I certainly won't hold back. Treating each battle with seriousness is what I ought to do. If that were the case, then poor Serena would be in a tough spot. Although he wished to engage in a dazzling showdown with Serena at her peak, she had yet to fully develop, so that moment must be postponed for the future. To be able to match Sharona's prowess? Mikuri observed Ash, who had taken off his cap to cool down, with a hint of anticipation. If you don't mind, would you care to have a battle with me? Huh. Here? Ash was taken aback. He had just finished training Pikachu intensely today and had no other Pokemon from the past with him, making it quite challenging to engage in an exhilarating match. Yet, Mikuri had already made his choice in his heart. He wished not only to witness Ash's strength, but also to see if he could remain unaffected by the surrounding environment. In a few days, you'll surely understand. The Riddler can't climb? That piqued his curiosity, only to leave him waiting for a few days for the answer. How infuriating. Mikuri chuckled at Ash's flustered expression. No wonder Sharona had said this youth was quite amusing. There was something undeniably humorous about his predicament. Well then, as a token of my gratitude for the delightful afternoon we spent together, Mikuri gracefully leaped onto a rock, spreading his arms wide as he waved towards the lake. Let us present the results of our relaxation today. The Milotic, swimming gracefully in the center of the lake, surfaced in perfect harmony, elegantly coiling around Mikuri, exuding charm with every movement. May we witness your performance? Xiaowang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The mere act of watching it on television had already stirred a soulful resonance within her, How joyous would it be to experience it live and up close? No need for formality. Consider this a token of my gratitude. Begin, Milotic, Mystic Guardian. Half submerged beneath the water's surface, Milotic slowly opened its eyes. As it called out to the heavens, a myriad of colorful lights began to shimmer around it, evoking an ethereal ambience. Water ring. Droplets of water began to rise from the surface, weaving through the luminous circle conjured by the Mystic Guardian, twinkling like starlight around Milotic, elegantly accentuating its graceful form. What a splendid finale. Tornado. The command for closure echoed, and the lake's waters surged violently. A tornado formed, lifting vast amounts of water into the air, gradually shaping it into a towering column. As the water column erupted, Milotic, still adorned with the glow of Mystic Guardian, gracefully pierced through the watery vortex, standing majestically above the lake, emanating its unique allure. How magnificent! Xiaoguang gazed in awe at the enchanting Milotic, her admiration unmistakable. She realized how beautifully the skills could intertwine. With just 3 techniques, the charm of this Pokémon was vividly expressed. This was the hallmark of a truly exceptional coordinator. Just as the audience believed the performance had concluded, Macaulay unexpectedly called out the name of another move. Tornado. However, this time, the direction seemed to veer toward Ash. Really? Is that how we're doing this? Ash sighed in mild exasperation, recognizing that Macaulay was testing his reflexes and capabilities. Pikachu Thunderwave. Since collaborating with the champion required a more controlled approach, they opted for Thunderwave, a skill far easier to manage than the overwhelming Volt Tackle. Sure enough, the Thunder Wave entwined itself around the outer edge of the tornado, perfectly calibrated in strength, creating a stunning electric cage as the tornado and electricity converged. Go, Irontail. Pointing to the apex of the tornado, Ash commanded Pikachu to conclude the performance. As Pikachu leaped above the tornado, its glowing tail slashed downwards, shattering the tornado's ferocity with the sheer force of its iron tail. The residual arcs of electricity clashed with the tornado, culminating in a final cascade of sparkling light. A certain girl nearly choked in disbelief. Was it truly fair to be so breathtaking? With just a simple motion, Ash had produced such a dazzling effect. She longed to crack open his skull and see what brilliance resided within. Indeed, this child. Macaulay applauded Ash, impressed by both his reflexes and choice of moves. He found himself increasingly eager for their impending battle. Thank you for accompanying me this afternoon. I look forward to our encounter tomorrow. Macaulay closed his eyes, slightly bowing to the trio. Until we meet again. Milotic initiated a surf, creating a massive wave, and Macaulay swiftly dove into the cascade. Once the water dissipated, both Milotic and Macaulay had vanished from sight. Could he have swum back? Ash mused, gazing at the soaked pile of stones, noting the flair with which Macaulay departed, truly befitting of him. Wow, that was incredible. Xiaoguang beamed, relishing the splendid display put forth by Ash and Macaulay, before bouncing toward Ash and wrapping her arms around his neck. In a sweet, almost indulgent tone, she playfully urged, "You must cheer for me tomorrow." Of course. Even without your prompting, I would be there," Ash replied, ensuring her safety as he gently supported her back. A smile gracing his lips. Pika. He truly has grasped it. Xiaoguang's teaching is remarkable. Yes, I've received the Pokeball. Thank you, Professor Oak. Within the Pokemon Center, Ash picked up the Pokeball from the transfer device, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Professor Oak on the other end of the line. Not at all. I've also received the Pokeball for the Dunsparce. Do take care on your journey, Ash. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. If I am to battle Mr. Macaulay. Ash recalled Macaulay's ambiguous words to him. Since he has spoken, it would be prudent to prepare sooner rather than later. I trust you will guide me well this time. Not long after hanging up, Nurse Joy approached the lovey-dovey duo of Ash and Xiaoguang. Mr. Ash, there's a call for you from Chiefing City. Chiefing City? Is it? Ash pointed at the Sinnoh map on the wall, specifically at its northernmost point. Yes. The caller is Xiaoyao. Chapter 108. A repair of the battleground? Ding. In the Pokemon Center of Chiefing City, a girl wearing a green headscarf excitedly answered the call from Lake Valor. Upon seeing Ash's familiar face on the other end, she sighed in relief, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Hello, Ash. It's been a while. Indeed, it has been some time. How have you been in Johto? Thinking back, Ash realized it had indeed been quite a while since he had seen Xiaoyao. For her, it might have been less than 2 or 3 months. Yes, but without you. My travels have felt rather dull, Xiaoyao sighed, reminiscing about the days spent witnessing battles between Latios and Groudon. After we parted ways, I haven't even encountered Team Rocket, let alone any legendary Pokemon. It's just been training, eating, and sleeping. Oh, how I miss our adventures together. Cough. Ash had intended to disregard her lament, having just heard Xiaowang express similar sentiments the day before. But how could he be blamed? Those powerful creatures would often cause chaos in front of him, and he too desired a peaceful existence. Yet, they would not allow his life to remain monotonous, leaving him with little choice. "Did you call regarding the Macaulay Cup?" Ash inquired, noticing Xiao Yao's demeanor shift to a forlorn posture. Yes. Upon hearing about the grand festival, Xiao Yao's enthusiasm rivaled her passion for food. "How could I miss such a magnificent event? I've booked an early boat ticket for tomorrow, and I'll arrive at Lake Valor by noon. Please remember to come and pick me up with Brock." "Oh, well." Ash scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat conflicted. After spending so much time with Xiaowang, he remembered her warnings during their late-night chats. Don't just meet with other girls alone. Though their relationship could now be described as a passionate romance, he still feared Xiaowang's fist. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient?" Xiao Yao, engrossed in the ongoing battle on the large screen in the Pokémon Center, failed to notice Ash's subtle expression. "Not that it's inconvenient." Ash sighed, reluctantly opening his eyes. He had already envisioned Xiaowang's reaction. "It's just that Hey, what are you watching?" "Huh. Oh, sorry." Xiao Yao apologized, sticking out her tongue before pointing at the television screen. "I'm watching Sinnoh now. I just discovered how captivating this show is, right now. They're airing the Double Battle Tournament in UNG City." Xiao Yao was fixated on the screen. "All right, let us catch up later. See you at noon tomorrow." "Wait, hold on." Before Ash could finish his sentence, the call was disconnected. "Should I go pick her up?" Ash pondered, feeling conflicted, then clapped his hands together. "I'll ask Xiaowang. Her strength is almost on par with Misty S. It really hurts to be hit." On the other side, little Yao remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. The synergy exhibited by the duo from the Sinnoh region was indeed formidable. Their Hippowdon and Electivire complemented each other splendidly. "Wait, why does that backdrop seem so familiar, Ash? And who is that girl beside him?" Suddenly, the young girl's expression shifted to one of vigilance as she furrowed her brow at the harmonious pair, an unsettling feeling stirring within her. The scene transitioned to an exclusive interview featuring Ash and Dawn. "Are you two a couple?" "What?" This question sent little Yao leaping from her seat in a fit of indignation. It couldn't be true. If being a couple meant having such perfect synergy, then that must include us as well. In the next instant, Ash's voice emerged from the television, confirming their relationship, accompanied by a shy nod from the blue-haired girl. "What?" At that moment, little Yao truly could not remain seated. What was once a simple change in headscarf color, perceived as fresh and elegant, now took on an entirely different connotation. Miss Joy, noticing little Yao's wide-eyed astonishment, approached and gently patted her shoulder, inquiring, "What's the matter, Miss Yao?" Observing the tremor in her hand as she pointed at the interview on the screen, Miss Joy couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Oh, you're referring to Ash and Dawn. They are renowned here as the ultimate couple." "A couple?" "Indeed, and their teamwork is extraordinary. They previously safeguarded the meteorite in Veilstone City, and their exploits are now widely celebrated." "Please don't be too agitated, Miss Yao. While they are indeed a perfect match, there's no need for such excitement," Miss Joy said, mistaking little Yao as trembling for enthusiasm. "Moreover, you know Ash, don't you? You could personally ask him for a photo and autograph." Clatter. The young girl fainted on the spot. "Back at the Pokémon Center by Lake Valor, huh? Ash's former travel companion?" Little Dawn asked, observing the awkward smile from the boy before her. "Is she the one we talked about on our first day?" "Yes. Her name is Little Yao." Brock silently crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, thinking that tomorrow would be quite entertaining. "What are you so gleeful about?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm not unreasonable," Dawn replied with a smile, wrapping her arm around Ash's shoulder. "Let us go pick her up together tomorrow. I want to get to know Ash's friends better. It'll all be fine." "Phew, that's a relief." "Humph, do you think I'm that unreasonable?" "Not at all." Dawn playfully pointed to her cheek, signaling Ash for a kiss as a form of compensation. Before Ash could lean in, Dawn had already brought her face closer. Thus, only Brock remained, expressionless and avoiding the moment. While the couple was engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, little Yao had composed herself, gently patting her own cheeks. Silently, she retrieved half of a satin ribbon medal from her backpack. This was a token they had exchanged before parting, and she had kept it close, serving as her talisman. With its presence, even the loneliest nights became bearable. "It's fine. Ash probably doesn't truly understand the meaning of being a couple. I will not concede." Chapter 109. Farewell, Little Yao. The following day at noon, the trio stood at the dock, shielding their eyes from the sun as they peered out over the horizon. It was evident they were there to greet Little Yao. Among the two most pivotal figures today, Ash and Dawn, although they were both scanning the waters, one of their hands was firmly intertwined with the other, a gesture that spoke volumes of their affection. What's Brock feeling? You might wonder. Ahem. He had long since acclimatized to the sight. Initially, when Ash and Dawn would hug and hold hands, it caused him some discomfort. Now, witnessing them display their affection multiple times a day had dulled his senses. Ugh, Ash said, forcing a smile at Dawn. Are you holding my hand a bit too tightly? It kinda hurts. Does it? Dawn tilted her head innocently, gazing at him with a playful smile, then, sensing his discomfort, loosened her grip slightly. Goodness. Today was the day they would meet Ash's former travel companion, and she was an adorably charming girl. Even if she wasn't too nervous, it was only natural for her to feel a bit excited. Yes, you heard correctly. She felt no sense of rivalry, believing instead that they could become good friends, which contributed to her exhilaration. Is the atmosphere a bit off? Here they come. Ignoring the playful banter of the couple, Brock pointed excitedly at the large cruise ship approaching them, its horn blaring loudly, making it impossible to overlook. From the ship, a butterfly fluttered gracefully, landing delicately on Ash's hat. A swallowtail? Ash exclaimed in surprise at the large butterfly resting on his hat. Then his expression shifted. Hey, why do you all gravitate towards my hat? Is there treasure up here? The swallowtail paid no heed to Ash's complaints, continuing to rest elegantly on his hat, even closing its eyes to bask in the sun. Hey Ash, Brock, Pikachu. At that moment, a girl on the cruise ship excitedly waved her arms at Ash and Brock on the dock, standing at the front of the ship's deck. The trio quickly recognized her face. Little Yao looked especially youthful and vibrant today, although she had swapped her previous red attire for a green headscarf and outfit. It lent her an air of youthful sophistication. Long time no see. Little Yao. Pika, Ash shouted back, waving his free hand, which caused Brock some embarrassment. The loud call attracted the attention of passers-by at the dock, and he certainly wasn't as socially anxious as Ash. Don't be nervous. Little Yao has a wonderful personality. You two will undoubtedly become good friends. Sensing the tightening grip of Dawn's hand, Ash turned to comfort her. Perhaps it was just her nature. Dawn needed a moment to adjust to meeting someone new. However, when she mustered the courage to lift her gaze to Little Yao, she found herself ensnared by the intensity of Yao's stare, as if she were being scrutinized. Is there something on my face? As the ship gently docked, Little Yao hopped off, playfully patting Ash on the shoulder and engaging her old companion in casual conversation. It's only been less than 2 months, but Ash, you seem so much more composed. Only upon seeing Ash in person did Little Yao realize that his demeanor had indeed changed. He exhibited less recklessness and more maturity. People change, after all. Brock nodded in understanding. He had also been taken aback by Ash's growth upon first meeting him. And you've become quite impressive too. Everyone is calling you the Hoenn Dance Queen now. Oh, that's just playful banter. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Little Yao's attention shifted to the blue-haired beauty beside Ash. Unlike Dawn's bashfulness, Little Yao confidently extended her hand. Hello, I'm Little Yao. I look forward to working with you. You must be Dawn. I saw your interview with Ash on a magazine and television yesterday. Dawn nodded nervously, feeling a bit flustered under Little Yao's intense gaze. But she still managed to shake Yao's hand. Why yes, I look forward to working with you too. There's no need to be so nervous. Little Yao smiled warmly, embracing Dawn. We all share a common goal. I'm sure we will get along splendidly. It must be said that although she felt a twinge of discomfort within, the sight of Xiaoguang's appearance and attire utterly disarmed her anger. After all, she truly was adorable. Moreover, her hair was impeccably maintained. She longed to glean some insights from her about hair care. This is a gift I brought for you all. I initially intended to purchase something in Chefing City, but it was too large to bring aboard the ship, Xiao Yao confessed, tilting her head slightly in embarrassment. So, I had to buy it on the cruise. She presented a wooden carving of a bear cub to Xiaoji, while handing Xiaojing a wooden sculpture of a circular bear, which, interestingly enough, represented an evolutionary relationship. It's no trouble at all, considering the long journey you've made to bring us gifts, Xiaoji smiled, placing the bear cub carving into his backpack. Xiaojing, however, wore a puzzled expression, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the circular bear that seemed to stare back at him. So what purpose does this serve? He quipped slowly. Oh, and there's this. Xiao Yao gradually retrieved a small box from her bag and handed it to Xiaoguang. Thank you so much. It's really quite embarrassing. We've only just met, and you've already prepared a gift for me. Xiaoguang expressed her gratitude as she looked at the box containing a Pokémon pendant. It's nothing. Now that we're acquainted, we're good friends. Xiao Yao cheerfully grasped Xiaoguang's arm, affectionately linking it with her own. And your hair is so well kept. Could you possibly teach me your secrets? In no time, the two had immersed themselves in conversation, much to the astonishment of Xiaoji and Xiaojing. I was worried about how they might get along, Xiaoji shrugged his shoulders in resignation, realizing that his concerns had been unfounded. After all, they were both participants in the grand contest, so it was only natural for them to bond easily. Xiaojing nodded in agreement, but then sighed. It's just a bit of a pity. A pity about what? Oh, it's nothing. It was unexpected that the two young women were getting along so well. However, Xiaoyao had already noticed the hand-holding between Xiaoji and Xiaoguang. So, they're certainly good friends now. But what would happen if the topic turned to Xiaoji? Chapter 110, The Double Battle Restaurant. Speaking of which, we seem to be the ones forgotten. Observing the two girls affectionately linked arm in arm, Xiaoji absent-mindedly adjusted his cap. Well, we should probably eat first. After waiting all morning, I'm quite hungry. Xiaojing raised an eyebrow, relieved that he wouldn't have to endure any more of the romantic tensions between Xiaoguang and Xiaoji. Wait. Despite their hushed tones, Xiaoyao, walking ahead, caught wind of their conversation. She excitedly raised the booklet in her hand, pointing to a page. Let us go here. Before coming, I specifically researched this place, and its reviews are outstanding. Wow, that is impressive. Xiaoguang took the booklet from Xiaoyao, her surprise evident. I honestly haven't done much research on this front. Exactly. Xiaoyao enthusiastically grasped Xiaoguang's hand. Let us go try it out. With that, the two dashed ahead, paying no mind to the two men trailing behind them. Listening to her, I thought Xiaoyao had matured quite a bit. Xiaojing shook his head, slightly exasperated. It appeared she was still the same food enthusiast. If she changed, she wouldn't be herself. Speaking of which, why did you go to Chefing City? On the way to the restaurant, Xiaojing suddenly recalled something. Isn't it closer and more convenient to come directly to Lizhihu? Ah, that's true, but it was for this little one, Xiaoyao replied with a mysterious smile, tossing a pokeball from her waist. A stunningly blue ice EV materialized before them, eliciting gasps of surprise. So you chose to evolve EV into an ice EV? Xiaoji was the first to speak, noting that ice EV and leaf EV were indeed quite rare. Yes, I even asked this little one, and to my surprise, it chose to become an ice EV. Xiaoyao scratched her cheek. So, while the journey was a bit rushed, the outcome was fortunate. As they reminisced about the past, Xiaoyao released Xiaoguang's hand and slowly moved between Xiaoji and Xiaojing, while Xiaoguang quietly slipped to Xiaoji's other side, gently taking his hand. Both sides are being considered. That's quite nice, Xiaojing remarked. What's the matter? Seeing Xiaoguang's sudden gesture, Xiaoji instinctively tightened his grip. It's nothing. The girl shook her head, feeling shy. Although she found their conversation about Hoenn intriguing, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within her. Hence, she squeezed Xiaoji's hand to alleviate her feelings. However, Xiaoyao occasionally cast meaningful glances at their clasped hands. As they continued chatting, the trio arrived at the entrance of the most renowned restaurant by Lizhihu. Although it did not possess the grandeur of the castles they had previously encountered, its exotic decor was undeniably eye-catching. I remember when we first traveled together. You mistook the restaurant for the Yamaberry Research Institute, Xiaoji recalled, glancing at the uniquely styled interior. A smirk playing on his lips as he whispered a playful tease about Xiaoguang's past. Is it that I haven't been pestering you lately? And now you're getting antsy? Xiaoguang retorted indignantly, crossing her arms and baring her teeth as if about to nip at Xiaoji's ear. Ahem, let us focus on the meal. Observing the playful banter between the two, Xiaojing cleared his throat and, under Xiaoyao's slightly bemused gaze, stepped through the restaurant's doors. However, Xiaoyao's moment of jealousy lasted only a few seconds. Upon entering the restaurant, she appeared particularly excited and anxious. What jealousy? That must be set aside in the face of a meal. If it's as delicious and famous as they say, will we have to wait long? Xiaoguang surveyed the interior, only to find it strangely devoid of patrons. Actually, it's not likely. Due to the restaurant's unique rules, there aren't many who can dine here. Xiaoji explained, recalling how in the past, he had engaged in several Pokémon battles just to secure a meal, including one memorable instance where he and Xiaoyao had a showdown over ramen. Among these encounters was a double battle that originated from this very place, where only victorious challengers earned the right to dine. Wait, but I did manage to eat here, right? Xiaoji pondered, feeling a bit bewildered as he remembered that he had not actually dined during that particular lunch. Just then, the doors swung open abruptly. Two young trainers stormed out, their faces flushed with determination, shouting back into the restaurant, "Just you wait. I will definitely enjoy the food here." They then took off running with unyielding spirits. So, what are the conditions you mentioned? Although the scene was raucous, Xiaoguang surmised that the prerequisite for enjoying the cuisine involved Pokémon battles. Exactly. Xiaoyao beamed as she patted Xiaoguang's shoulder. And it's a double battle, no less. Xiaojing chuckled knowingly, observing the dynamics between Xiaoji and the two girls. With Xiaoguang as his ideal partner, and Xiaoyao as one of his best travel companions, every option seemed like a perilous choice. With their hearts laden with different emotions, they ventured inside, where they discovered the restaurant's interior was a veritable wonderland. Prominently featured was an expansive battleground. This explained why, despite the restaurant's two-story structure, it towered so high. It was designed to accommodate Pokémon battles, lest a challenger opt for a flying type and find themselves grounded, akin to battling Groudon. Welcome, esteemed guests. Young Master Chinchio and his fiancée will serve as your opponents. And our restaurant's rule stipulates that you must defeat them in a double battle to qualify for our culinary delights. A figure clad in attire reminiscent of a butler slightly inclined his body in deference to them. Each participant may choose to command 2 Pokémon simultaneously or collaborate in a double battle. Naturally, given that this is a double battle, we strongly encourage you to engage alongside a partner for a more enjoyable experience, as proposed with a smile by the young Master Chinchio. It appears that consideration for the challenger's prowess has been taken into account, as managing 2 Pokémon is decidedly more challenging than handling just one. Furthermore, facing this couple, attempting to outsmart 2 minds that work in perfect harmony seems to be as improbable as catching a Rayquaza with a single Pokeball. Wait a moment. Why do you all seem so familiar? As Chinchio's fiancée, Chinchia has always been pampered by her husband, frequently indulging in variety shows and Pokémon battles during her leisure time. Thus, upon encountering the fiery Ash and Dawn, she found herself momentarily dazed. Yes, it's Ash and Dawn, Chinchia exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. You two are undoubtedly the most renowned couple in Sinnoh. That clapping routine of yours took my husband and me ages to master. Yet we could never replicate the sweetness you both exude. Perhaps it's because the couple I ship has appeared before me. I'm absolutely thrilled. You two are simply delightful. A girl with a green headscarf tilted her head, sensing that something seemed amiss. Why did it sound as though the entire world was aware of their romantic involvement? Chapter 111. Then I choose Brock. Well, as long as you're comfortable. Observing May's petrified expression, Brock shook his head, realizing that the entirety of Sinnoh was aware of their relationship. However, Ash was too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivialities. He had barely eaten breakfast since he had to pick up May early in the morning and was now starving. If he didn't get food soon, he might very well demolish this restaurant. My apologies for digressing. Chinchia seemed to realize her excessive enthusiasm, offering a slight apology as she linked her arm with Chinchio's. As challengers, what is your combination? Upon hearing this, May immediately shook off her negative emotions. The priority was to win the match and enjoy a hearty meal. Thus, she promptly raised her hand. Me. Well, this certainly put Ash in a predicament. May had no partner, and if he didn't step up, she would feel quite awkward. Yet if he did, Dawn would surely make him regret it back home. Well said, so I choose Brock. I'll take the lead. To the surprise of the two on the opposite side, it was Dawn who chose to team up with May, and her serious expression suggested she was not joking. May stared in astonishment at Dawn standing beside her. Is that okay? Absolutely, Dawn assured her, thumping her chest confidently. After all, we are both coordination trainers. So it'll be no problem. Dawn's reasoning was simple. She merely wished to witness May's capabilities. Moreover, as they had become good friends, it was essential to cooperate effectively. However, her most significant motivation was that she did not want Ash battling alongside another girl. Excellent. Brock smiled at Ash, seemingly unaware of the situation. We're a team. Let us give it our all. Yes, we must strive for success. Brock nudged Ash's fist, indicating their anticipation for the upcoming match. Ash and Brock, May and Dawn. Well, these pairs seem quite formidable. Then we shall take the lead, Brock declared as he and Ash stepped onto the battlefield, promptly tossing out his Pokeball. Snorlax, you're up. Simultaneously, Chinchia and Chinchio released their Pokemon. Snorlax, let us go. As the bright light dissipated, a massive Snorlax and its pre-evolution, a small Snorlax, materialized before the newly summoned Snorlax. Just as Ash prepared to retrieve his Pokeball, he noticed Pikachu nibbling on its paw from the corner of his eye. Consequently, he decisively withdrew his hand and pointed towards the battlefield. Pikachu, you're up. Pika, you want me to battle? Hey, don't be so surprised, Ash replied, exasperatedly raising his hands. I'm just really hungry. Pika, understood. With Pikachu cheerfully bounding onto the battlefield, the double battle was about to commence. Snorlax, use Body Slam. Pikachu, quick attack. Little Snorlax, use Tackle. Snorlax, take down. From the very outset of the battle, both sides identified their targets. Pikachu aimed for Snorlax while the other Snorlax faced off against the newly summoned one, effectively transforming the double battle into a one-on-one scenario, thus alleviating the complexities of coordination. As Quick Attack manifested with astonishing speed, Body Slam was narrowly evaded by the afterimage created by Pikachu's agility. Utilizing its Body Slam, Pikachu leapt upwards using Iron Tail. Reappearing above Snorlax, Pikachu's tail began to glow as it delivered a powerful strike against the Body Slam. Not only penetrating Snorlax's assault, but also leveraging the force to position itself directly above Snorlax. Finish it with Thunderbolt. The fierce Thunderbolt struck Snorlax, and in mere moments, the opposing Pokémon could not withstand the electrical onslaught, resulting in a dramatic explosion as it toppled backward. On the other side, little Snorlax's tackle was completely overwhelmed by Snorlax's takedown, as it was flung away by the force of the attack. The two Pokémon, both sent flying simultaneously, collided with one another, emitting pained cries. However, a follow-up attack was certainly not to be overlooked. Pikachu unleashed one final Thunderbolt. The rampaging electricity once again coiled around Pikachu, surging forth like a tidal wave toward both Snorlax and Little Snorlax, rendering the outcome of the match all but assured. It could hardly be termed a fair exchange. It was truly a complete domination at the Pokémon level. Both Snorlax and Little Snorlax have lost their ability to battle, thus the challengers are victorious. Despite having exuded confidence moments ago, Brock now felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The match concluded in under a minute, and the opponent was rather lackluster. No matter. Food is far more important. Ash nodded in satisfaction. Having battled for so long, he was on the verge of starvation, which was why he had let Pikachu take the lead. Meanwhile, Chinchou and Chinchia seemed somewhat dazed by the defeat, shaking their heads in resignation before recalling their Pokémon. What a terrifying ability, Chinchou remarked, raising a slightly numb hand. Whether it be Thunderbolt or Takedown, just witnessing them unleashed felt electrifying. Although they did not get to experience the allure of Sinnoh's finest duo, he believed it would hardly surpass the intensity of this match. Ash and Brock exchanged awkward smiles. While his synergy with Dawn indeed felt innate and effortless, their own bond was forged through experiences across 3 regions, making their teamwork incomparable. Moreover, one was a world champion, and the other a gym trainer, each capable of commanding 2 Pokémon simultaneously. It was evident they were at a definitive advantage. As Ash internally lamented, May and Dawn had already taken to the battlefield. The 2 girls summoned their fiery champions, Blaziken and Piplup, both being their ace Pokémon. Their opponents opted for Swablu and Giratina. It suddenly dawned on me, Ash mused, watching as the 4 Pokémon clashed on the field. The reason we ran out of food was that Team Rocket had stolen all the ingredients. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Ash quietly released his Floatzel, instructing it to tidy up the kitchen, for he was not inclined to face a day without sustenance. Once these arrangements were made, the tide of battle had begun to favor May and Dawn. The primary reason behind this was Dawn's prior acquaintance with Kirlia. Ash often replayed the match between Wusong's Kirlia and the championship-winning Scyther, meticulously analyzing every detail. He had thoroughly internalized Kirlia's abilities and traits. This deep understanding of Kirlia allowed him to devise strategies against Psychic-type Pokémon, showcasing a remarkable synthesis of knowledge. Consequently, each time Kirlia attempted to unleash its signature move, it was deftly countered by Piplup, compelling Swablu to remain cautious of Piplup's attacks while engaging with Blaziken. Chapter 112, Jealousy? Swablu and Kirlia succumbed to defeat, leading to the challenger's victory. Although not as one-sided as Ash's match against Brock, this battle still lacked excitement. The highlight was not May's formidable Blaziken, but rather Dawn's agile Piplup. Under her guidance, Piplup seemed to be operating on a different level, anticipating Kirlia's every move and retaliating with precision. During moments of respite, Piplup would even assist Blaziken in its confrontation with Swablu, showcasing a significant trainer-level disparity. As they sat down at the dining table, Chica couldn't help but express her astonishment at the terrifying prowess of Ash's Pikachu and Dawn's nimble Piplup. The thought of their combined strength was truly formidable. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Team Rocket was fervently engaged in stealing ingredients. So much delicious food. I'm truly moved. Meowth exclaimed, unable to resist sampling a bite, tears of gratitude welling up for this hard-won delicacy. Stop eating. Hurry up and move, or we'll be caught. Musashi scolded, delivering a sharp rap to Meowth's head. Just then, a figure appeared at the kitchen entrance. Wei, it's too late. You've been discovered. With a dismissive stance, Floatzel crossed its arms and regarded the bewildered Team Rocket with disdain before beckoning them with a finger. Wei. What? It says we can't even match it together. They exclaimed, infuriated by the Floatzel's arrogance. The trio, incensed, lunged at Floatzel like mindless fools. Wei, this won't do. Floatzel's hands began to glow blue, delivering a swift strike to their foreheads. With the impact of the ice punch, Team Rocket began to freeze, soon encased in ice. Wei, as Floatzel lifted them high. A sonic boom shattered the ice around them, sending Team Rocket flying. What an annoying sensation. Wei, what a wonderful feeling. Floatzel nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards the private room where Ash was located. It seemed that the excitement had overwhelmed Ash. Recalling that Chica and Chica were still seeking to capture a photo and signature from them, he sighed deeply, pondering how to maintain a low profile. "You're one to talk." May shot Ash a discontented glare. "If I hadn't seen the double battle tournament and your interview in Shifeng City that day, I would have been completely oblivious." Moreover, the level of fame was astounding. Flipping through the magazine in her hand, she discovered a page featuring a photo of Ash and Dawn, just like an advertisement. There's nothing to be done. The league competitions are only broadcast during the final league tournament each year, unlike the double battle tournament, Ash lamented, ruffling his hair. "And your grand contest will be live-streamed throughout, unlike gym battles that are more closed off." For him, it made little difference whether it was closed or open. However, the cheers from the audience undeniably heightened his excitement. Perhaps that's what distinguishes tournament-type competitors. The more critical the match, the more exhilarating it becomes, allowing them to perform at levels ordinarily unattainable. "So, are you truly not considering participating in the Macquarie Cup? You and Dawn are both so well known," May smiled, her gaze flickering as she observed the intertwined hands of Ash and Dawn. Oh dear, just like with Shota. Ash felt a sense of resignation. Why did everyone want him to transition to grand contests? Initially, he joined the celebration tournament for the sake of his long-tailed monster. But now he held little interest in grand contests, thus losing his purpose for participation. Such a wonderful talent wasted, truly. Witnessing Ash's stubbornness, May could only sigh, lamenting how well-suited he was for grand contests, and wishing she could possess such talent. Speaking of which, Dawn's grasp of the battle dynamics was remarkably impressive. Observing Dawn, who was silently eating her meal, May couldn't help but smile, praising her clever tactics in the recent battle. It's all thanks to Ash's guidance. Unable to meet May's gaze, Dawn's cheeks flushed as she tugged at Ash's arm, attempting to conceal herself. Upon hearing Dawn's words, May's eyes darted meaningfully towards Ash, her tone laden with implications, leaving Ash momentarily speechless. Ahem, well, not entirely. I merely assist Dawn in reviewing her battles occasionally. She works much harder. Ash wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling intimidated by the intensity of May's gaze. Indeed, after staring at Ash and Dawn for a prolonged moment, May finally nodded and diverted her attention elsewhere. After all, I too started from nothing. It was Ash who taught me how to capture Pokémon. May's gaze softened as she reminisced about their past travels. However, Brock's expression was notably peculiar. A newcomer who relied on Pikachu and Pidgey to battle rock-type Pokémon, winning only by sabotaging his own equipment. A trainer who attempted to capture Pidgey with a caterpie. Goodness, can this person really teach anyone? In conclusion, the meal proceeded relatively smoothly, though Dawn occasionally flinched at May's piercing glances. After finishing their meal, the four prepared to return to their hotel for some much-needed rest. They needed to be well prepared for the Macquarie Cup the following day. 2 rooms will suffice. Thank you, Ash politely expressed to the front desk attendant, returning with 2 room keys. Brock and I will share a room. Dawn, you can stay with May. Due to the hotel not offering accommodations for multiple guests, it was best for the 2 girls to share a room while he and Brock took one together. However, Dawn was conspicuously absent. Where did she go? Ash scanned the surroundings. It seems she spotted Shota, Brock noted, rubbing his chin. She just mentioned seeing him and then dashed off to greet him. Oh, so Shota is here too. Ash frowned, realizing the fierce competition awaiting them in the Macquarie Cup. Musashi, Shota, May, and Dawn were all formidable opponents. Chapter 113, Conversations Among Girls. With Shota and Shota also present, tomorrow's match was indeed worrisome. Back in their hotel room, Dawn reflected on her recent encounter with Shota, still feeling anxious. She had previously vowed to meet Shota in the finals, yet she was eliminated in the first round, a shadow that lingered heavily over her. It's perfectly normal to feel nervous before a match. It shows how much you care about it, May reassured, patting Dawn's shoulder. Besides, Ash has praised your exceptional talent. Really? Indeed, Xiaoyao remarked somewhat jealously. He has mentioned that your talent is exceptionally strong, perfectly suited for the Grand Festival. During the absence of Ash and Dawn, Brock had taken the opportunity to speak with Xiaoyao about Ash's transformation and his evaluation of Dawn. While it is true that traveling through a region can foster growth, the sudden focus on the physical prowess of Pokémon and the training of various skills, seamlessly integrated into battles, is truly astonishing. Moreover, not only has Ash's understanding of Pokémon deepened, but his prowess as a trainer has escalated to an extraordinary level, with his calmness and impulsiveness complementing each other almost flawlessly. Even more alarming is the fact that he has yet to lose a single match, the worst outcome being a draw against Cynthia's Garchomp. Although Xiaoyao found this hard to believe, memories of Ash's nearly unbeatable strategies during the Grand Festival forced her to concede to this statement, if only temporarily. However, what she was more concerned about was Brock's evaluation of Dawn, a prodigious talent, seemingly born for the Grand Festival, were his exact words. Thus, observing the slightly dazed girl before her, Xiaoyao couldn't help but speak with a hint of envy. Even though I was initially terrified of Pokémon, I've made significant progress. Yet Ash has never praised me so highly. What a disparity. Just as the two girls were enjoying their conversation, an ill-timed complaint from Ash floated in from the doorway. Speaking of which, you two, one just got lost near home after traveling, and the other nearly climbed a tree in fright upon encountering a Pokémon. It's quite ridiculous. Ridiculous, you say? The two girls laughed radiantly, their smiles so bright they could almost be lethal. Ahem, it's nothing. Ash quickly changed the topic. You left the door wide open. What if a villain wanders in? Hey, do you have the right to say that? As soon as Ash finished speaking, Brock appeared from behind and patted his shoulder. With a resigned expression, Brock pointed to the adjacent room with its door wide open. You didn't close the door when you left. And you didn't even take your room card. How careless. Stop laughing, stop laughing. If you keep this up, someone might come to complain. Ash lamented, closing his eyes in exasperation as he looked at the two girls who were laughing uncontrollably before him. You've been laughing for over 5 minutes now. If this continues, someone from next door will surely come over. I'm sorry, Xiaoyao said, wiping away the tears of laughter, her stomach aching from the mirth. But we just praised you for maturing quite a bit, and then you go and laugh like this. Pika Pika. No, let us not laugh anymore, all right? Pikachu raised its paws in exasperation, its cheeks sparkling with a golden glow. Dawn immediately began shaking Ash's arm, pouting cutely. You're still adorable, though. So, Ash, do you have such experiences? Xiaoyao exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief before excitedly gripping Dawn's hand, saying, keep going. And then, Ash broke Brock's water fountain. And since he couldn't afford to pay for it, oh, whatever. Our victim, sitting in despair on a chair, silently polished his 5 Pokeballs. The two girls were engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to Ash and Brock. Let me tell you, Ash actually participated in a grand festival, Xiaoyao said. As if recalling something, suddenly rummaging through her bag to produce half of a ribbon medal. Ash, do you have yours? Ah, this. Ash suddenly seemed to come to a realization, thumping his hand down as he pulled out his own half of a ribbon medal. Dawn looked bewildered at the two halves of the ribbon medal they were holding. What is this? Well, you see. Xiaoyao deliberately elongated her words, seemingly proud of her achievement. With a broad smile, she raised her and Ash's hands, presenting the two halves of the ribbon to Dawn, her tone laced with pride. Before we parted, Ash and I competed in a grand festival, and we ended in a tie, so we each kept half of the ribbon as a memento. Wow, that's so wonderful. Dawn nodded with a hint of envy. I wish I had something like that. Oh, it's nothing really, after all, Ash and I. Just as Xiaoyao was about to continue her boast, she noticed Dawn thoughtfully rummaging through her backpack. Soon after, she pulled out a ribbon medal, inscribed with S.A. to Sure. I only have this, Dawn said, gazing at Xiaoyao's half of the ribbon with envy. I really envy you for being able to compete with Ash and get a ribbon. While I only have this one that Ash gave me. Gave you? Looking at Dawn's envious expression, Xiaoyao felt no joy. Instead, her smile froze on her face. That signature on it. MHM, it's Ash's autograph, the naive girl answered, completely unaware of Xiaoyao's increasingly grim expression. So is proud half of the ribbon ISNT unique? And Ash gave a complete one to someone else. With a signature I don't even have? In her mind, a dramatic scenario unfolded, and with a stiff expression, Xiaoyao turned her head, only to find that Ash had already vanished. She looked at the trembling Brock with a forced smile. Where is he? He ran off the moment Dawn took out the ribbon, Brock replied, his own expression one of exasperation. Meanwhile, that foolish boy was blissfully unaware, training in the arena. Just when Dawn retrieved the ribbon, Ash suddenly remembered something. Since McCauley mentioned that the event would take place in the next few days and involve Pokemon battles, could it be the opening ceremony's exhibition match? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Pokemon he had just transported back from another realm had not yet acclimated to his presence. There was no way Ash would let it participate in the match on the fly. That would create a barrier and discomfort during the battle. Thank you for your hard work, Ash said, patting its shoulder. It's been a while. Let us work hard together. Jala. Chapter 114, The McCauley Cup Opening. Oh, I'm so tired. The following morning, after escorting Xiaoyao and Dawn to the backstage, Ash and Brock arrived at the viewing stands for the McCauley Cup. Due to training late into the night to adjust, Ash felt somewhat drowsy that morning, unable to suppress several yawns even as he sat down on the stands. Do you want to take a nap? The matches should start soon, Brock suggested. However, Ash promptly declined. If his suspicions were correct, Macaulay would likely use him for the exhibition match, and before long, after the show ended, Macaulay would probably call him up. It would be unacceptable to perform poorly while half asleep. Huh, why are you back? Ash adjusted his somewhat disheveled hair, placing his hat back on to tidy it up. At that moment, Xiaoyao and Dawn returned to the stands, taking the seats Ash had reserved for them. The staff backstage told us to come back and wait. Dawn pointed to the nearby staff dispersing the competitors. They said there is still plenty of time until the matches start, and they LL announce when it's almost time. I see. Ash sighed thoughtfully, realizing that Macaulay was indeed planning to showcase him during the opening ceremony. Not only would it allow the audience to see his performance, but it would also effectively engage the crowd's emotions, a perfect opportunity. I'm counting on you. Ash rubbed the Pokeball in his hand, his gaze resolute. The Pokemon seemed to sense Ash's trust and gently shook. As Ash's thoughts drifted away, the opening ceremony of the Macaulay Cup officially commenced. The dazzling brilliance of the spotlight accentuates Macaulay's graceful demeanor as he and Milotic deliver a performance that can only be described as sublime. The interplay of light and water not only captivates the audience with Milotic's enchanting allure, but also allows Macaulay to descend elegantly to the ground. It is no mere coincidence that he is hailed as the champion of the Grand Festival. From Ash's perspective, it is evident that controlling the water rings with such finesse necessitates immense strength, not to mention the synchronization with the rhythm of the lights. This cannot be achieved merely through relentless practice. Without a strong foundation in Pokémon, no amount of training would suffice. How impressive and beautiful. This performance has left both May and Dawn with sparkling eyes. The dazzling skills showcased do not overshadow Milotic's inherent elegance, which is the true challenge of Macaulay's presentation. Upon concluding his act, Macaulay does not exit the stage but instead strides confidently to the center, a smile illuminating his face. Next up is the final segment of the opening ceremony. With arms outstretched, his voice rings clear and resonant, echoing throughout the vast stadium. The large screen will spin a wheel to select audience members for a Pokemon battle with me, he announces. The odds are the same for everyone, and every individual has a chance, Macaulay states with a grin. If one were to overlook the mischievous glances he casts towards Ash, this declaration might indeed seem credible. However, the uninformed audience erupts in excitement upon learning of the opportunity to battle Macaulay, each cheer louder than the last. Is this part of the Grand Festival? Really? Can we get Macaulay's autograph? Oh, Macaulay-sama? How is it that someone fainted amidst all the commotion? Please, a moment of silence. Macaulay clears his throat. Whether it be the Grand Festival or a Pokemon battle, both are permissible, but limited to 5 minutes. Should you be incapacitated within this time, it will count as a failed challenge. If you endure until the end, you shall be victorious. The prize for the winner is revealed amidst eager anticipation. My autograph and a photo. Ash gazes at Macaulay with a mixture of astonishment and confusion, feeling overwhelmed. He had given Coco a substantial reward. Is a mere signature all he offers? Can't the champion be a bit more generous? Yet, the fans in the audience remain oblivious to such thoughts, erupting in cheers for Macaulay's autograph and photograph. The screen behind him begins to spin. All present have purchased tickets for the Macaulay Cup, and thus the background machines display their names and personal details. As the wheel slows to a halt, it lands on the 5th seat in the first row. Ash glances down at the marked seat with a resigned shake of his head. Then please welcome the young man with Pikachu. Macaulay beams with delight, truly enjoying the moment. In Ash's eyes, Macaulay's grin stretches from ear to ear, relishing in his discomfort. Perhaps a lesson from Cynthia. With the gaze of the entire audience upon him, Ash musters the courage to rise amidst the excited expressions of May and Dawn. So that is how it is. Brock sighs beside him, offering a sympathetic smile, as though he understands Macaulay's fair yet theatrical approach. If you're going to cheat, at least don't make it so elaborate. Why not toss a flower ball and let whoever it lands on come up? You can do it. Dawn gently encourages, playfully tugging at Ash's sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Ash steps forward, facing the multitude of eyes, and gradually walks down the stairs towards the center of the stage, where Macaulay awaits. With a subtle exhale, he retrieves the Pokeball he had prepared, locking eyes with Macaulay. If battling with Wudong and Cynthia felt like mere training matches, today is different. Even if it's just for 5 minutes, the pressure is palpable, reminiscent of the finals at the Battle Frontier. Young man, what is your name? Macaulay inquires, feigning ignorance, prompting Ash to suppress a laugh. Clearing his throat in resignation, Ash turns to the audience, declaring, My name is Ash. from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. His clear and powerful voice resonates throughout the vast stadium. What will your choice be? A Pokemon battle. He silently adjusts his hat backward, pressing the button on the Pokeball, allowing it to nestle securely in his palm. At that moment, the audience seems to recognize Ash's identity. One of the best partners, protector of the safety of Bayong Town and the meteor of Veilstone City. One of the most prominent young trainers in Sinnoh. Even without the grand festival, a Pokemon battle of such high caliber is surely enticing. Amused by Ash's calm demeanor under such pressure, Mikoli nods approvingly. Let us begin. As the water arena rises, Ash furrows his brow. Not only must he test his abilities, but he must also gauge his responses in unfavorable conditions. A true challenge indeed. In a one-on-one match, with 5 minutes to determine the victor, Mikoli gracefully tosses his Pokeball into the air, releasing his ace, Milotic. The audience gasps. The sight of Milotic, already illuminated during the performance, is breathtaking. Indeed, to the spectators, Ash, no matter how skilled, is merely a notable trainer facing Mikoli's formidable ace, leaving him with little chance. Just like Wudong facing the champion. Even winning the league does not equate to triumph over the Elite Four. Sighing, Ash raises his hand, releasing his prepared Pokemon onto the floating platform in the water arena. Lizard King, you're up. The Pokeball bursts open, revealing Lizard King, its green form appearing, a twig in its mouth, emanating an air of coolness that instantly sparks chatter among the audience. Seeing Ash's unfamiliar Pokemon, Dawn pulls out her Pokédex to record it. Is this the partner Ash mentioned, captured in Hoenn? Yes. May nods. Lizard King is incredible. It has helped Ash overcome many tough opponents. Indeed, Brock concurs. Have faith in Ash. The miracles he possesses are beyond our comprehension. I give you the first move. Mikoli gestures, allowing Ash to take the initiative. Having taken so many advantages, it's only fair to offer a beneficial buff. Leaf Blade. Ash commands, pointing at the elegant Milotic gliding in the center of the lake. Dive below the surface. Don't let it escape. The water arena is undeniably advantageous for Milotic. A simple dive and non-water type opponents are at a loss. Yet, Mikoli aims to utilize this to assess Ash's response. Unbeknownst to him, Lizard King's speed rivals that of Pikachu. In a flash of green light, before Milotic can even submerge, it is pushed back several meters by Leaf Blade. The resultant impact sends waves crashing, leaving the audience in awe. What incredible speed! Mikoli's expression grows serious. Surf. Steadying itself, Milotic summons towering waves, charging towards Lizard King with ferocious momentum. Slice through it with Leaf Blade. Faced with the imposing presence of a menace that towered over him several times, the Lizard King's eyes glimmered with an intensified resolve for battle. It had been an eternity since he had encountered such a formidable opponent. A verdant blade of light emanated forth as the Lizard King crossed his arms, forcibly cleaving a gap through the tumultuous waves, standing resolutely in the air as he fixed his gaze upon Venus. Seed Machine Gun. Ice Beam. The two equally matched techniques collided midair, and as their powers surged, the ensuing cataclysm generated a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire aquatic arena. Once the fog dissipated, Venus had vanished without a trace. Oh no, Brock exclaimed anxiously, realizing that Venus had seized the opportunity to submerge into the water. Finding another chance would prove challenging. What will you do next? Mikoli inquired with an unflappable smile, then waved his hand. Venus, Ice Beam. Just as the Lizard King scanned the area for Venus, the buoyancy board behind him began to tremble. Behind you. Seed Machine Gun. Noticing this detail, Ash promptly instructed the Lizard King to turn around. At the very moment the Ice Beam was about to strike, the Seed Machine Gun was unleashed, stirring up yet another substantial cloud of smoke. With a sense of déjà vu, the scene unfolded once more, the same tension palpable in the air. Next time, I want to afford you the same opportunity, Mikoli chuckled, surprised that even the slightest opening had been detected by the opponent. Yet before he could finish his thought, he was astonished by Ash's command. Use Leaf Blade on the water surface. As the Lizard King struck the water with a powerful Leaf Blade, the entire lake began to tremble. The formidable force of the Leaf Blade thoroughly agitated the water, sending forth a cascade of splashes. Venus, compelled to leap from the depths, found that enduring the turmoil of the lake would demand considerable stamina. Fascinating, Mikoli narrowed his eyes, satisfied with Ash's tactical judgment. Ice Beam. Ash growled towards the Lizard King, who nodded in acknowledgement as Ash commanded. Seed Machine Gun on the lake. Could it be? Mikoli mused, realizing that if the water was not conducive to the Lizard King's combat, then perhaps draining the battlefield of its water would be advantageous. The Lizard King's actions confirmed Mikoli's suspicions. As the Seed Machine Gun splashed the lake, The ice beam struck the rising waves, and with Minus's prowess, freezing an entire expanse of water was hardly a challenge. As shards of ice erupted, a chilling breeze swept through the stadium. And by the time the audience comprehended the scene, the aquatic arena had been entirely encased in ice. This was Ash's strategy, his own crafted icy battleground. Chapter 116, A Narrow Victory? Observing the battlefield, now transformed into a frozen expanse by Ash's ingenuity, Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's the same tactic he used during the colorful Ghost Conference. No doubt about it, Brock nodded approvingly, recalling Ash's strategy against Miss Xiaofeng's Empoleon. However, at that time, it had still been a forest lizard. Quietly, Xiaowang took out her notebook, jotting down crucial points. This is a pivotal technique, especially in today's Macaulay Cup contest, which is set in an aquatic arena. Perhaps if she utilized a rollout Pokemon, is that so? Macaulay paused, momentarily taken aback by Ash's cunning. Now Minus has nowhere to hide. Ash beamed with confidence, his voice resonating clearly. Lizard King, Seed Machine Gun. The crashing waves overpowered the Seed Machine Gun's might, surging towards the Lizard King. Yet at that moment, a faint glow flickered on the Lizard King's back, unnoticed by all. Leaf Blade now? But Macaulay would not allow the same stratagem to succeed twice. Ice Beam. As Minus unleashed its Ice Beam towards the Lizard King, who was attempting to break through with Leaf Blade, the chilling beam struck the Lizard King's arm, causing it to gradually succumb to frost. This shouldn't be happening. Macaulay, observing his plan unfold perfectly, furrowed his brows, perplexed by Ash's remarkable performance. Could it be due to youth? Shaking his head at his own thoughts, Macaulay continued his assault, sparing no opportunities for Ash to breathe. Hurricane, caught in the grip of the ice beam. The Lizard King had no time to react as it was swept into the vortex of the hurricane. As the cyclone intensified, the audience sensed the impending conclusion of the battle. Having endured an ice beam and now being engulfed in such a powerful hurricane, even if it managed to escape, its stamina would surely be depleted. Not quite, Macaulay thought, as he sensed something amiss with the vanishing Lizard King. Surely, there was a twist in the tale. A terrifying white beam of light erupted from within the hurricane, so swift that even Macaulay could not react in time. This powerful attack landed squarely on the unsuspecting Minus, eliciting a mournful cry. Solar Beam. Witnessing Ash's triumphant smile, Macaulay's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him. Is that what he intended? He gazed up at the center of the hurricane, where the Lizard King's sleek green form emerged, resolutely staring down the injured Minus, showing no signs of prior assault. Go. Leaf Blade. Before the battered hurricane, the Lizard King's leaf blade mercilessly sliced through the vortex, and, with a follow-up strike, dealt a powerful blow to Minus, sending it reeling backward. So that was his plan, Macaulay discerned, observing the remnants of leaves within the torn hurricane. The leaf storm had not only mitigated much of the damage within the cyclone, but also utilized the impact of the leaves to shatter the ice formed by the ice beam. The situation was now abundantly clear. Minus was panting heavily, covered in numerous wounds, while the Lizard King stood tall and unscathed. Ding! As the countdown on the screen reached 0, the exhibition match concluded. After all, no one could predict if Minus had any self-regenerative abilities, or if the Lizard King could harness photosynthesis. Based on the current circumstances, it seemed Ash held a significant advantage. Thus, when Ash returned to the audience, he was met with an outpouring of praise, nearly overwhelming him with flattery. What an extraordinary battle! Brock exclaimed, clapping Ash on the shoulder. You didn't let Macaulay lead you by the nose. Instead, you outsmarted him. It was merely luck, Ash replied sheepishly, feeling the heat of two intense gazes upon him. Why did you hug other girls? Xiaowang said, a hint of displeasure in her expression. But you hugged them too. Ash protested, startled. That's not the same, Xiaowang retorted, crossing her arms defiantly and stepping closer to Ash. A peck. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of a pond, Xiaowang gently tapped Ash's lips, then, with a satisfied nod, dashed away. Go for it, Xiaowang. You've got this. Ash cheered, waving his hand in encouragement, his heart warmed by her affectionate gaze. Meanwhile, the audience quietly bestowed their blessings upon this charming couple. Chapter 117, Stage Fright. Please welcome the first contestant, Xiaoyao. As Ash and Brock turned their attention to the competition arena, the contestants had already readied themselves to make their appearances, with Xiaoyao being the first to step forth. As a seasoned participant of several grand contests, her synergy with her Squirtle was remarkable, showcasing not only dazzling moves, but also highlighting the unique features of Squirtle's large tail. It was a blend of cuteness and elegance that left everyone in awe. Ash noted with curiosity that Squirtle had evolved, while Brock continued to focus on Xiaoyao's performance. pondering whether Xiaoyao's Bulbasaur had also evolved into a Venusaur. Yes, it should have by now, Ash mused, pursing his lips. Having participated in numerous grand contests, its level and experience were undoubtedly sufficient. He hadn't expected Xiaoyao to opt for their evolution. After witnessing Xiaoyao's flawless performance, Brock reflected, and Ash, your original partners still retain their initial forms. I thought Xiaoyao might be influenced by you and choose not to evolve her Squirtle. Ah, well, Ash chuckled. They simply don't wish to evolve, and I can't force them to. Besides, beneath their adorable exteriors lies formidable strength. Indeed, due to Bulbasaur and Squirtle's choice not to evolve, they had managed to learn advanced skills ahead of their evolved forms, such as Hydro Pump and Giga Drain, techniques that even Blastoise and Venusaur might take time to master. How very Versailles, Brock remarked. As the two conversed, several other contestants had already completed their performances. However, perhaps due to Xiaoyao's impressive debut raising the judges' expectations, the subsequent contestants received rather mediocre scores. Ultimately, it still boiled down to skill. Although the Macaulay Cup had raised the bar significantly with an influx of contestants, the elite competitors remained few and far between. For instance, if Ash were to participate, he would likely use his dugong just as in his previous life. You see, he wouldn't give those others an easy victory. No matter how splendid the performance, if I can't take you down with an ice punch, I'll simply add a water pulse. After all, having battled with Pikachu regularly, would he even be fazed this time? Of course, these thoughts were merely fleeting. Ash couldn't bring himself to act that way. What if he inadvertently caused them to feel despondent? Kinyu, are you being polite? Laughter erupted from the audience, pulling Ash back to the present. He then noticed Musashi, dressed as a sweet and charming Musashi Rina, taking to the stage. However, her act was rather comical. She made a return punch to a doll, then leapt into the air, seemingly taking off from the spot. Are they addicted to this? Ash thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. After all, they flew every day. Such avant-garde art was beyond his appreciation. The judges exchanged awkward smiles. Silence was indeed the most fitting response. Following that, Xiaowang's performance with his lantern, utilizing Mystical Guard and the Leap of the Carp, was nothing short of spectacular, prompting Macaulay to offer high praise. Absolutely perfect. It was akin to witnessing an exquisitely beautiful performance. Ash, observing Xiaowang and Xiaoyao's nearly flawless display, felt a stirring within. He quietly placed Pikachu in Brock's arms and made his way toward the stage. Backstage, Xiaowang was the last remaining contestant waiting anxiously. Perhaps influenced by Xiaoyao and Xiaowang's performances, she felt a flicker of trepidation. Although she had regained her confidence at the casual event, the Macaulay Cup's high-pressure environment was incomparable to the grand contests of her small town. The audience was packed, with the illustrious Macaulay serving as a judge. Stage fright was entirely normal, but the key lay in how to overcome it. Ah, is my hair all over the place again? Xiaowang, now restlessly fidgeting, couldn't help but tend to her hair in front of the mirror. Ah, why has it come to me so soon? She fretted as she watched her hair become increasingly chaotic with each attempt at tidying it, her emotions beginning to spiral out of control. And she felt a deeper fear of taking the stage. What are you doing? At that moment, Ash, having stealthily entered the contestants' waiting area, was amused by the scene. He hadn't anticipated that Xiaowang, who had confidently declared from the audience that she was fine, would now be so frazzled. Little Ash, startled by the voice behind her. Xiaowang turned to find Ash wearing a mildly exasperated yet exceptionally gentle smile. Hand me the comb. With a slightly dazed look, Xiaowang handed him the comb, and Ash gently tied her hair into a ponytail. Pachima, just a little bubble beam. That's enough. Don't go overboard. Upon seeing Pachima gearing up to unleash a full-force bubble beam, Ash quickly waved his hands, realizing that using a signature move here could lead to expulsion. Well, I may not be adept at styling, but I've helped Pikachu with its fur before, so it shouldn't be too difficult. So am I a Pokemon? Ash quickly clarified. Oh no, that is not what I meant. Noticing the fierce glint in Xiaowang's eyes reflected in the mirror, Ash's hands trembled slightly. Alright, that should do. Seeing Xiaowang's hair transformed into a high ponytail, Ash nodded, satisfied with his handiwork. Incredible. Although Xiaowang was taken aback by Ash's unexpected skill, she quickly seized on the key point, her expression shifting to one of playful intrigue. Why are you so proficient? Have you styled hair for other girls before? Ash's bewildered expression made her chuckle, alleviating the tension. Thank you so much, Ash, for coming here to support me. It's nothing, Ash replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his cheek. I just feared that seeing Xiaoyao and Xiaowang's performances might make you feel inadequate. But you must believe in yourself. Your recent efforts will surely bear fruit. Besides, you have me, don't you? With all the training I've devised for you, you'll do just fine. At that moment, Ash's amber eyes reflected Xiaoguang's slightly flushed cheeks as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a beautiful glow over the two young souls, creating a scene of sheer perfection. Go now? As Xiaoguang's turn approached, Ash gently nudged her back. You've got this. I'll be right here waiting for your return. With that, he raised his hand with a smile. Excitedly nodding, the two shared a high five. At that moment, inspired by Ash's words, Xiaoguang felt her anxiety dissipate. All she wanted was to give her best performance, not to let herself down, nor her beloved Pokémon. Chapter 118, The Figure by the Lakeside. As her Dunsparce did not accompany her, Xiaoguang opted to showcase her Meowth in the first round. Initially, she had intended to send out Pachirisu, but Meowth had worked diligently and deserved its chance to shine. Moreover, she intended to save Pachima, her ace, for the subsequent grand battle. To Ash's surprise, as Xiaoguang stepped onto the stage, she trembled slightly, nearly tossing her Pokeball Askew. Fortunately, she slightly turned her body, allowing the little cat monster to make its entrance without incident. Both Xiao Ji backstage and Kai Zi in front of the television could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. This girl had a knack for creating drama with every move she made. No problem, no problem, the image of Xiao Ji flashed in her mind. And Xiaoguang calmed her slightly racing heart, embarking on her performance. The routine designed for the little cat monster was straightforward, merely the most fundamental counterpunch protective shield, followed by breaking through the cage of lightning, and concluding with an electric shock that enveloped her. The movements were few, and given that Xiaoguang had practiced for a considerable time, it was only natural that she delivered a flawless performance. Very impressive. Kaizi clapped enthusiastically in front of the television. Given the circumstances of the Macquarie Cup, this level of performance was indeed commendable. However, as Kaizi tilted her head back, reminiscing about the performance match between Xiao Ji and Macquarie, she felt reassured knowing that with Xiao Ji around, there was little to worry about. As she watched Xiaoguang return from the competitor's passage, Xiao Ji rushed forward. Wonderful. I told you, no problem. He beamed at the girl who immediately leaped into his embrace, silently patting her back to convey his approval of her recent performance. But I still there's no but. Sometimes, you simply need to be a bit more confident. The girl's earlier apprehension was swiftly dispelled by the results announced moments later. Among the 16 competitors listed, her photograph, along with those of Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao, was prominently displayed. Despite her prolonged anxiety, she had ultimately succeeded splendidly. Xiao Guang. Not far off in the competition area, Xiao Wang and Xiao Yao hurried over, while Xiao Gang from the audience also rushed to join them. Upon seeing the advancement list, they promptly came to extend their congratulations to Xiao Guang. Truly remarkable, Xiao Yao exclaimed as she warmly embraced the slightly trembling Xiao Guang. You performed splendidly. Indeed, all those pre-match worries were unnecessary, Xiao Wang added with a smile, patting Xiao Guang on the shoulder. In that moment, the three girls gathered together, chatting animatedly like long-lost friends. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji naturally draped their arms over each other's shoulders, discussing the state of their Pokémon and their upcoming travels as they walked toward the hotel. That night, after the first day of the Macquarie Cup concluded, the three girls donned their pajamas and played games in their room, sharing amusing anecdotes from their time together. Xiao Guang's mother is also a top-notch coordinator. Xiao Yao, hugging her knees, gazed at Xiao Guang in surprise. What about you, Xiao Yao? In response to Xiao Yao's astonished expression, Xiao Wang inquired with curiosity. Not at all. My father is a gym leader. I was terrified when I first started training Pokémon, but Xiao Ji helped me overcome my fears. The conversation seemed to circle back to the topic of Xiao Ji. Speaking of which, he is indeed quite formidable, Xiao Wang sighed, recalling the dazzling competition in Zhuqing City with a hint of trepidation. Despite it being his second competition, his Pokémon S level, along with his commanding and coping abilities, seemed far beyond that of an ordinary trainer. Indeed, he possesses such talent. Xiao Guang clapped her hands in agreement with Xiao Wang's statement. It's thanks to Xiao Ji that I've progressed so rapidly. So, that means before she could finish her thought, Xiao Ji's voice rang out from outside the hotel. Hey, I told you not to fly in my face. Frustration dripped from Xiao Ji's voice as he yelled at the scorpion that inexplicably darted toward him mid-flight. Shoo. Fly a few more circles. Head towards Lake Jiji. Noting the scorpion's pitiful gaze, Xiao Ji, unyielding, chose to continue training. I'm right here with you. Don't be afraid. Let us go. Pikachu. As the scorpion took off, Xiao Ji patted Pikachu, who was crouched watching the spectacle, and then sprinted toward the shores of Lake Jiji. Is he really that dedicated? Xiao Wang glanced at the clock, which was nearing 10 o'clock, before observing the receding figure of Xiao Ji with admiration. Indeed, Xiao Ji is always like this, Xiao Guang said, her face lighting up while watching him run away, the affection in her eyes unmistakable. He truly works hard, writing down training plans for his Pokémon every day. Talented and diligent, indeed. All right, let us take a break. Noticing the scorpion panting, Xiaoji chuckled, waving it down for a rest. Rest well, tomorrow will be easier. After recalling the scorpion into its pokeball, Xiaoji leaned against the railing by the lakeshore, relaxing as he inhaled the evening sea breeze. Observing his master's contentment, Pikachu hopped onto the railing, joining in the enjoyment of the comforting wind. Pikachu, we've been traveling for quite a while now. Pika Pika, yet we must continue to strive. Gazing at the full moon in the sky, Xiaoji pressed his lips together. Our journey will never truly end. Our goal remains to become Pokemon masters. Pika. Pikachu extended its small fist, bumping it against Xiaoji's, sharing the same anticipation and enthusiasm for their future travels. At that moment, the wind by Lake Jiji began to stir. Accompanying it was a shadowy form emerging from the center of the lake. Is that? Sensing the vitality of the lake's surface, Xiaoji quickly directed his gaze toward the shadow. Yikranam. The astonishment of both was fleeting as the shadow swiftly vanished beneath the lake's surface. Staring at the now tranquil water, Xiaoji's heart was tumultuous. Is this fate? Or perhaps in this lifetime, not only had he accompanied Xiao Guang to witness Imlido, but he had also encountered Yayakranam. Their appearance seemed to indicate the machinations of Team Galaxy. Let us not repeat the past, Xiaoji murmured. If we are to resolve this, we must achieve perfection. Chapter 119, Rivalry Showdown, Xiao Guang versus Xiao Wang. The next day, Xiaoji walked into the venue just a minute before the opening ceremony commenced. The events of last night regarding Imlido and Yayakranam had kept him contemplating throughout the night. If fate and the blessings of the past were indeed at play, then in this lifetime, he would undoubtedly face Team Galaxy's schemes again and encounter Arceus' wrath. Thus, the Dacto of the Bellflower Conference was an inescapable link. Even if he ultimately possessed the strength to defeat Sharona when he sought to challenge Dacto again, he found no trace of the opponent. It seemed as though the person had vanished like Darkrai, seemingly intent on preventing him from claiming victory. Once their objective was achieved, they disappeared without a trace. Just in time, Xiao Gang chuckled as he observed Xiaoji panting. Xiao Guang's match is about to start. He pointed to the large screen where the first match was nearing its conclusion, a battle between Xiao Wang and a male competitor. There was little spectacle. Both in terms of dazzling displays and Pokemon levels, they were not on the same tier. As Xiao Wang depleted her opponent's score, the first round of the match came to a close. Next up was Xiao Guang against a male competitor. Xiaoji had seen the opponent's Pokemon during the first round of evaluations. While not weak, it seemed somewhat outmatched against Xiao Guang's Pokemon. The opponent's Wailord was well-bred and had excellent moves, Surf and Awakening Power. However, Xiao Guang's Bounsweet was evidently superior, using the opponent's Water Gun as a launch pad, while the subsequent Surf was completely frozen by Ice Beam. As for Awakening Power, it was entirely thwarted by Bounsweet's Confusion. It was a complete annihilation. Xiao Guang only lost a small number of points, while her opponent was left with barely any. Notably, Xiaoji again encountered the competitor who had previously eliminated him, though unfortunately, he found himself pitted against Xiao Wang. Ugh, how did I lose back then? As Xiaoji observed the scene where Xiao Wang was pressing down on the electric light fish, 3 question marks appeared above his head. Even though he had not been able to train his swimming weasel to its current level, it seemed implausible that it would be unable to compete effectively. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, unable to comprehend the reasons for his past defeats. Had he known, he would have opted for Pikachu from the very beginning. Nonetheless, it no longer mattered. At present, if he were to engage in battle, a single ice punch from Swimming Weasel would leave the electric light fish questioning its existence. In any case, the second round of assessments had passed. Xiao Guang, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Wang all advanced to the semifinals with an overwhelming display. The third round of evaluations was about to commence. With the shuffling of the cards on the large screen, the groupings of the 4 contestants appeared before the audience. Xiao Yao faced an unfamiliar girl, while Xiao Guang was pitted against Xiao Wang. This caused Xiao Gang in the stands to click his tongue. It seemed that Xiao Guang would indeed confront Xiao Wang. She had never battled Xiao Wang before, and had always regarded surpassing her as a modest goal. Xiaoji furrowed his brow, pondering that if she could endure this match, her mindset would surely progress further. Yet, he was curious about Xiao Guang's earlier conversation with him, wherein she spoke of her small goal of surpassing Xiao Wang. What then? Was her grand objective? If she truly surpassed Xiao Wang, she would likely have no rivals in Sinnoh. At that moment, Xiao Yao had effortlessly defeated her opponent with her hunting Butterfree and successfully advanced to the finals, awaiting the victor of the match between Xiao Guang and Xiao Wang. Xiao Ji felt powerless. The only support he could offer Xiao Guang was to cheer fervently from the stands to boost her spirits. Having arrived at the aquatic arena via the lift, Xiao Guang took a deep breath, assuring herself that everything would be fine. She cast a determined glance at the audience, where Xiao Ji was ardently cheering for her, and then steadied her racing heart. Meowth, ready go. Pachirisu, it's you. To Xiao Guang's surprise, Xiao Guang did not opt for Pachima due to her Meowth. This completely disrupted her strategy, as she had specifically prepared countermeasures against Pachima, all of which were now rendered obsolete. What of Xiao Guang's ace? Excitement coursed through Xiao Guang. Her typical training battles had been with Xiao Ji's Pokémon. Let the match begin. Meowth, use Shadow Claw. Dodge it. In the arena, Meowth leaped high, extending its claws to strike Pachirisu, which effortlessly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, a faint smile crept onto Xiao Guang's lips. Go. As Meowth swung its claws into the water, a large splash formed a watery cage, trapping Pachirisu on the floating board. Xiao Ji frowned. While this did indeed confine Pachirisu, his unspoken thoughts were soon brought to light by Xiao Guang's actions. Pachirisu used Charge Beam. The effect produced was merely a low-tier version of the counter shield. The electrical discharge from Xiao Guang's Pachirisu was far more potent than the water splash created by Shadow Claw. The electric cage collided with the water cage, and the resulting arcs of electricity struck the airborne Meowth, sending it crashing into the water. Xiao Guang's score dipped slightly due to the splash obscuring her Pokémon, but Xiao Guang's score took a significant hit. Not only was she suppressed by Pachirisu's electric attack, but she also fell into the water, becoming a drenched mess, leading to a halving of her points due to this grave error. Seeing Xiao Guang elegantly countering her skill, Xiao Guang gritted her teeth. Iron Tail. Quick attack. Both Pokémon engaged in a fierce aerial duel, trading blows without yielding an inch. Their scores dwindled in tandem. Wrap it with your tail. Amidst the clash, Xiao Guang seemed to identify a flaw in Pachirisu's defense. Its fluffy tail had shifted to the side. Seizing the moment, she swiftly altered her strategy to ensnare Pachirisu's movements with Meowth's tail. The outcome unfolded as she had envisioned. The electric strike was promptly thwarted by the tail, and Meowth maneuvered in midair, attempting to use Pachirisu as a springboard for landing. Witnessing such an outrageous maneuver, Xiao Guang was momentarily flustered. She closed her eyes, memories of Xiao Ji's teachings flooding her mind. Remember, while Meowth's tail is indeed agile, the instant it is ensnared is precisely when it cannot utilize its tail. The tail is on point. As she observed Meowth's tail unable to relax while entangling Pachirisu, Xiao Guang's eyes suddenly sparkled. Pachirisu unleashed the charge beam. In that perfect moment, and at such close range, she need not worry about the electric attack missing. Xiao Guang excitedly gestured with her arms. What? Now it was Xiao Guang's turn to be astonished. She never anticipated that Xiao Guang would so swiftly discover Meowth's weakness. Perhaps she was gambling, wagering that Xiao Guang would not know how to counter Meowth's tail. If her gamble paid off, she could seize control of the situation. However, she regrettably overlooked the external factor that was Xiao Ji, as the electric beam struck Meowth from a remarkably close distance. The pained Pokémon was unable to adjust its position and could only watch helplessly as Pachirisu brought it down into the water. The water's conductivity amplified the strength of the electric attack, leaving even Meowth in a state of helplessness. As the countdown on the large screen concluded, Pachirisu leaped from the water, landing firmly on the floating board, while Meowth, thoroughly drenched, struggled in the water, its head drooping in defeat. Chapter 120, Macaulay Cup Finals. Xiao Guang's growth was undeniably impressive. Observing her secure victory, Xiao Gang couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly remarkable." There was a moment when her reaction speed left me awestruck. "She has certainly improved her mindset," Xiao Ji remarked, shaking his head. From the moment he saw Xiao Guang enter the arena with an excited expression, he had already anticipated the outcome. In contrast, Xiao Guang had visibly faltered upon not encountering Pachima. The issue lay with Xiao Guang's mentality, thus making Xiao Guang's victory entirely predictable. Xiao Ji gazed with a sense of pride at Xiao Guang, who was heading backstage to recuperate, recognizing her relentless efforts. Indeed, having you inspire the entire training atmosphere certainly fosters positivity. As Xiao Gang reflected on the training sessions, he realized that Xiao Ji had devoted several hours more than Xiao Guang to training. In such a vibrant learning environment, it would be challenging not to progress. As for the finals, Xiao Ji sighed. Although Xiao Guang's improvement was astonishing, the battle ahead would still be formidable. Blaziken and Venusaur. Xiao Gang grasped the implication behind Xiao Ji's words. After all, the essence of the Grand Festival remained Pokémon battles, where level advantages were crucial. One cannot entirely dismiss instances of type advantages. However, Xiao Ji pursed his lips. "I have had her Pachima, Turtwig, and Firemouse train. So although Pachima is merely a basic form, in terms of level, it might take even an Empoleon some time to deal with it. Yet, if Xiao Yao truly sent out Venusaur, resolving that challenge would pose a significant problem. After all, Xiao Yao had traveled extensively, and her Pokemon's levels were incomparable to those of Xiao Guang, who had only been active for a mere 2 months. To take it a step further, even if Pachima possessed the level and strength of Empoleon, facing Venusaur, a single whip could send it tumbling into the water. And it would still attempt to use Peck at close range? It would be fortunate enough not to be blasted away by Solar Beam. However, if she were to act in such a manner, it would not align with Xiao Yao's style. At this moment, the 2 young ladies had already stepped onto the battlefield. Their gazes ignited with fervor and passion, as if this were not merely a Pokemon battle but a genuine boxing match. I am certain she has ulterior motives. Ash's eyes were fixed intently on the Pokeball in May's grasp. If memory serves me correctly, it should be an Ice EV, right? And just as Ash murmured, facing Dawn's Piplup, May did not opt for Blaziken or Venusaur. Instead, she chose the recently evolved Ice EV. May, fully aware of the discussion between Ash and Brock, understood that if she wished to win, she could easily rely solely on Venusaur throughout the entire Macaulay Cup, unless Ash were to step in. Otherwise, victory would come effortlessly. Yet, her aspirations lay beyond mere triumph. Although reluctant to witness Piplup's spirited readiness for battle, May clenched her fists, resolute that they should start from the same line and contend fairly for the right to possess him. She comprehended that even if she defeated Dawn using Venusaur, it would merely be a victory reliant on the level of her seasoned Pokemon. What she sought was a scenario where all external conditions were equitable and consistent. So she could engage Dawn in a legitimate contest, vanquish her honorably, and earn Ash's affections. The match commenced. Bubble Beam. Mystical power. Just as May had strategized, Dawn's temperament mirrored Ash's perfectly. Both preferred to initiate with ranged techniques to wear down their opponents while probing their defenses. However, she had no intention of testing or evading. Mystical power shattered Bubble Beam, forcefully knocking Piplup down, accompanied by an additional paralysis effect. Is paralysis the effect conferred by the water terrain? As a trainer of Pikachu, the electric arcs flickering around Piplup were all too familiar to Ash. Come on, having battled Pikachu countless times, let's see how you handle paralysis. Ice Shard. Observing Piplup, now paralyzed and unable to move, May immediately launched a fierce offensive. As the hail began to coalesce, Piplup was compelled to endure the agony of the ice shards pelting down upon it. At that moment, Dawn's calm command rang out. Raise Whirlpool above your head. Gritting its teeth, Piplup conjured a massive whirlpool, hoisting it overhead to effectively shield against the hail's damage. Throw it. To May's astonishment, she had anticipated that Dawn would merely utilize Whirlpool for defense, but was taken aback when the opponent opted for an offensive strategy. Evade. Piplup. Leap into Whirlpool and unleash Bubble Beam. With Whirlpool's deployment, Piplup smoothly dove into the vortex, the surging waters cleansing it of its negative status and restoring its attack speed. Thus, the swift Bubble Beam was unleashed in an instant. Even though Ice EV narrowly dodged the Whirlpool's assault, it was still struck by Bubble Beam, sending it crashing against the edge of the floating platform. Whirlpool. Mirror Coat. Seeking to continue her assault and force Ice EV into the water, Dawn attempted to finalize her attack with Whirlpool. However, Ice EV began to shimmer with a white glow, realizing the terrifying potential of Mirror Coat. A technique she had encountered repeatedly from Musashi's Noctowl, Dawn quickly called out, jump into the water. Freeze the lake's surface with Ice Beam. Dawn's strategy was sound. By submerging herself in the water, she could avoid the risk of being rebounded by Whirlpool. Yet, May contemplated deeper. If she froze the lake's surface, Dawn would be trapped beneath, while she could maneuver freely. As the lake became encased in Ice Beam, both May and Ice EV simultaneously bore smiles. They were halfway to victory. However, their smiles lasted only a few seconds. In the next moment, Dawn's command transformed their smiles into frozen expressions. Peck. A sudden blue figure appeared in the air, plummeting towards Ice EV with incredible speed. The force of the peck was magnified at that instant, striking Ice EV with tremendous impact and sending it careening backward. How could this be? May was dumbfounded. She had distinctly seen Piplup leap into the water. In the stands, Ash's lips began to curl into a smile as he discerned the pivotal moment in Dawn's strategy. A diversion. This tactic had been learned since their first encounter. Even if Piplup could not use Double Team, once it submerged in water, the whirlpool that Ice EV conjured instantaneously obscured the view from above. Perhaps this brief moment appeared fleeting to onlookers, but for a fast-paced Pokemon, this time could yield immense opportunities. At that very instant, Piplup leapt from the water, its form concealed by the splashes of the whirlpool. Meanwhile, May's focus remained solely on freezing the lake's surface, inadvertently granting Piplup the precious time needed to execute its diversion. Remarkable, Ash thought, his smile broadening. You truly are impressive and dedicated, Dawn. Chapter 121. The conclusion of the Macaulay Cup. Peck, Irontail, realizing time was running short. Both young women set aside their admiration for each other's prowess, simultaneously gesturing vigorously to their Pokémon, issuing commands for attack. As in her battle with Wateroo, Peck and Irontail collided fiercely, both sides refusing to yield. Spin around. Yet, in the briefest of breaths, Dawn detected a decline in Ice Eevee's attack strength. Even if Ice Eevee's level might exceed that of Piplup, having absorbed the brunt of Bubble Beam and Peck, its stamina was far from intact. The moment Piplup made contact, it spun its body, maneuvering around Ice Eevee's tail, executing a flawless backflip to strike with Peck from behind. Meanwhile, May's score plummeted rapidly. Whirlpool, Ice Beam. Eager to conclude the match, Dawn commanded Piplup to unleash its ultimate move, only to find it ensnared midair by Ice Eevee's Ice Beam, resulting in a deduction from Dawn's score. Throw it out. Observing that Whirlpool was immobilized by Ice Beam, Dawn promptly devised a countermeasure. She had once discussed with Ash the possibility of having a Water-type Pokémon use Hydro Pump simultaneously with Ice Punch, thereby creating a frozen Hydro Pump that could yield unexpected results. Now, this presented an excellent opportunity for testing. Mirror Coat. Faced with the icy Whirlpool advancing towards her, May opted to rebound it. Whether evading or shattering the Whirlpool, none surpassed the efficacy of Mirror Coat. Indeed, this was a commendable choice. However, the next moment, Dawn's command shattered her hopes. Strike the center of the frozen Whirlpool with Peck. May overlooked a crucial detail, the potency of the Whirlpool. Had she observed Ice Eevee's expression closely, she would have noticed the immense struggle it faced while attempting to rebound the Whirlpool. Simply contending with the Whirlpool was painful enough, let alone the added burden of the freezing effect. Ice Eevee, with a mask of anguish, endeavored to reflect the frozen Whirlpool, but even as it exerted itself to resist, Piplup's Peck shattered the very core of the Whirlpool, landing a fierce blow to its face. Don't lose to it. Use Irontail. May, equally unwilling to concede, countered with Irontail, determined not to suffer any setbacks. With only a few seconds remaining, both competitors' scores continued to dwindle. Whirlpool, Ice Shard. As Piplup lifted a colossal Whirlpool, Ice Eevee began to gather a flurry of ice shards, both Pokémon resolutely aiming to unleash their skills. The collision of their moves generated a thick cloud of black smoke. And at that moment, the countdown on the large screen reached 0, signaling the final warning. Who would emerge victorious? With a sudden burst of energy, Xiaojing sprang to his feet, anxiously gazing at the screen obscured by black smoke, attempting to discern whose score was superior between the two contenders. Meanwhile, Xiaoji slightly elevated himself, a frown creasing his brow. Logically speaking, Xiaowang had scarcely suffered against Xiaoyao this time. Rather, she had adeptly disrupted Xiaoyao's rhythm multiple times with her own strategies. Thus, the deductions and points would surely favor Xiaoyao. As this thought crossed his mind, the smoke dissipated, revealing that the scores of both competitors were strikingly close, with merely a quarter remaining. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Xiaowang's score surpassed that quarter by a notable margin. What? At this moment, the victor, a young woman, did not display the anticipated excitement or elation. Instead, she sank to the ground in disbelief, watching as Pachima joyfully leapt from the floating platform into her embrace. It was then that the reality struck her. Did I win? Have I defeated Xiaowang and Xiaoyao? Xiaowang's eyes widened, as if she could scarcely believe this achievement was within her grasp. Congratulations. The congratulatory voice of Xiaoyao reached her ears, adorned with a radiant smile that belied her status as the defeated party. Thank you, but it was merely luck, Xiaowang began to respond, only to be silenced by Xiaoyao's finger pressed gently against her lips. Luck is also a facet of skill, and a victory is a victory. There is no need for humility, Xiaoyao remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Moreover, your capabilities are genuinely impressive. For instance, your sleight of hand. I was completely led astray by you. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Xiaoyao's cheeks as she scratched her face, recalling how she and Xiaoji had traveled together for so long, during which he had employed similar tactics, yet she had forgotten them entirely. Perhaps the anticipation surrounding this match had left Xiaoyao in a state of heightened excitement from the outset, focusing her energy on defeating Pachima and inadvertently neglecting her own score and strategy. In contrast, Xiaowang, despite being a newcomer to such a grand competition, exhibited a remarkable composure and willingness to take risks, qualities that could easily overwhelm many others. It seemed she was born for the competitive arena. No wonder. Observing Xiao Wang as she approached the podium to receive her award from Macaulay, Xiaoyao murmured, "No wonder Xiaoji remarked upon her exceptional talent. To achieve such a level in less than 2 months. Her command abilities, improvisational skills, and synergy with her Pokémon were all of an exceedingly high standard. Moreover, she managed to fully unleash her potential on such a high-pressure stage. How else could one describe such an ability but as formidable?" That night, within the confines of the Pokémon Center, Xiao Wang proudly displayed the water ribbon, personally bestowed upon her by Macaulay, to Kaizi. "See, I told you there would be no issues. And this is my 3rd ribbon. Indeed, Xiao Wang is the greatest." Kaizi, witnessing the girl's beaming face, could not bear to dampen her spirits. "Congratulations. You truly performed exceptionally well." Reflecting on Xiao Wang's strategies and tactics, Kaizi noted that they had even evolved beyond what she had demonstrated at the previous casual tournament. Initially, Kaizi had anticipated that Xiao Wang would falter once more at the casual tournament, only to rise again during the Macaulay Cup. However, it turned out that the casual tournament had solidified Xiao Wang's foundation, thus enabling her transformation in the Macaulay Cup. "So, you must thank Xiaoji." As she observed the increasingly buoyant girl before her, Kaizi's expression grew serious. "Without him, you might not have." I know. Not far away. Xiao Wang was busy packing her belongings, bidding farewell to Xiaoji and the others. "Aren't you staying another night?" Xiaoji inquired, pointing towards the darkening sky in confusion. "Wouldn't it be too soon to depart now?" "No." Xiao Wang resolutely shook her head. "I learned so much from this competition and identified some significant issues. So I must strive even harder. Then best wishes." "Yes, best wishes, and may your journey be pleasant." The following morning, as she prepared to board the ship back to Fanyuan, Xiaoyao smiled at the sight. "And you and Xiao Wang didn't enjoy your time together? What a pity." Xiao Zhang furrowed his brow with a sigh. The bond formed between Xiaoyao and Xiao Wang over the past 2 days had been remarkable, akin to long-separated best friends, to the extent that Xiao Wang hardly held Xiaoji's hand anymore, dedicating her time instead to chatting and seeking delicacies with Xiaoyao. While it was indeed wonderful to avoid Xiaoji's dog food, the absence of the scene he had hoped to witness left him a tad disappointed. "Though I would have loved to spend a few more days with Xiao Wang. Being with her is far better than seeing that guy Xiaosheng every day." Xiaoyao reluctantly embraced Xiao Wang, then resolutely clenched her fist. "But we still must strive. Next time, I will absolutely not lose." Xiaoyao's words seemed to carry a double meaning as she winked at Xiao Wang, who reciprocated with a knowing blink. "What are your plans moving forward?" Xiaoji queried, somewhat perplexed by the interaction between the two girls. "I suppose I will return home for a while," Xiaoyao mused, tilting her head in thought. "I want my father to guide me, and then I shall continue my journey in Jado. Well then, safe travels, best wishes." As the sailors began urging everyone to board, Xiaoji waved at Xiaoyao, signaling that it was time for her to depart. "Yes, Xiaoji, Xiaojing too. Best wishes." Xiaoyao embraced Xiaoji and Xiaojing with reluctance before turning to Xiao Wang, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "You must work hard. Remember our promise." "Yes. Next time, I will give my all." With a bounce in her step, Xiaoyao ascended the deck of the cruise ship, her eyes filled with nostalgia as she waved goodbye to the gradually receding figures of Xiaoji and the others. "She's gone." Xiaojing reflected. These past few days felt like a dream. From their reunion with Xiaoyao, to the balanced battle with Mr. Macaulay, or rather, the overwhelming triumph, and culminating in Xiao Wang's victory. Yet, isn't that one of the meanings of travel? Xiaoji adjusted the brim of his cap, acknowledging the complex emotions that accompanied every farewell, pondering when they might meet again. Speaking of which, he had reunited with Xiaoxia, Xiao Wang, Alice, and Selena, but never with Xiaoyao. Their competitions always seemed to conflict, forcing her to forego several opportunities to meet. Nevertheless, the journey ahead was still long, and there would certainly be chances to reunite. Even if he had claimed victory, even if he had become the world champion, he would continue to travel, wouldn't he? "My dream is forever to be a Pokémon master," he murmured to himself, gazing at the distant trace of the departing cruise ship. What's wrong?" Hearing Xiaoji's murmurs, Xiao Wang looked at him quizzically, pinching his cheek. "Now that Xiaoyao is gone, I don't have to hide anything." "No, it's nothing," Xiaoji chuckled helplessly, then reached for Xiao Wang's restless hand. "By the way, what exactly did you two agree upon?" "Ah well." Looking into Xiaoji's amber eyes, Xiao Wang felt a bit bashful. "It's, to settle the score at the next grand festival." "Ah, I see," Xiaoji nodded knowingly, finding her reasoning highly credible, and began to prepare to pack up for their next leg of the journey. Phew. Seeing Xiaoji seemingly dismiss the matter, Xiao Wang sighed in relief. After all, it It was a secret between girls, and Xiaoyao had specifically instructed her not to disclose it to Xiaoji. Indeed, if I told Xiaoji, it would probably make things rather awkward when they next meet. The night before. Tonight, it's just the two of us, Xiaowang mused, glancing at the empty bed near Xiaowang. Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to sit beside Xiaowang. There's something I want to discuss with you. Upon witnessing the solemn expression of Xiaoyao, Xiaowang couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. What could it be? Are you and Xiaoji together now? Xiaoyao fixed her gaze intently on Xiaowang's eyes, silently pleading for the answer she desired. However, the response inevitably left her disheartened. Upon hearing this sudden inquiry, Xiaowang's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she nodded shyly in acknowledgement. It's been nearly a month, hasn't it? As Xiaoyao observed Xiaowang, who appeared lost in her reverie, her eyes widened in astonishment. Do you both understand that couples are? But before she could finish her thought, a gust of wind swept onto the balcony, carrying with it a beautiful photograph from Xiaowang's bag. Staring at the couple's photograph that had fluttered down before her, Xiaoyao trembled as she pointed at it. What is this? Embarrassed as though her secret had been unveiled, Xiaowang quickly clutched the photo to her chest, her cheeks burning with shyness as she nodded. It's a moment of me and Xiaoji kissing. Xiaoyao fell silent, fixated on the photograph, her thoughts unspoken. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, Xiaoyao finally broke the silence. Alas, it seems I'm a step too late, she lamented, patting her chest with a sigh. I never imagined you could capture his heart so swiftly. Just as you suspected, Xiaowang seemed to grasp the implication, and Xiaoyao nodded. I like him too. Don't look at me so warily. Xiaoyao sighed, noticing Xiaowang's instinct to distance herself. I wouldn't dream of coming between you two. Yet, pausing for a moment, her words faltered as shyness overcame her. I hope you'll cherish him and watch over him well. We have the right to compete for Xiaoji's affection. Should you cause any discord by not treating him well, don't blame me. Thank goodness this is the Pokémon world. In any other setting, a brawl might have erupted. I will certainly cherish him, Xiaowang declared with determination in her eyes. Rest assured. I won't let him slip away easily. At the next grand contest, I won't let you win so easily. Seemingly infected by Xiaowang's confidence, Xiaoyao embraced her with a smile. Let us work hard together. Yes, no problem. Chapter 123, Fierce Flames. Hey, I told you not to lean on my face. After the conclusion of the Macaulay Cup, the journey of Xiaoji and his companions returned to a tranquil routine, alternating between travel and training their Pokémon. One midday, as the trio planned to have lunch by the riverbank, they each busied themselves with their respective tasks. Xiaowang was conducting specialized training with her Meowth, while Xiaoji released all his Pokémon for a 3-on-3 battle, correcting their mistakes. However, a particularly adorable Scorpy, having been struck by the fiery breath of the Chimchar, flew dejectedly towards Xiaoji, leading to the preceding scene. The wetland gym. I leave it to you all, Xiaoji sighed as he cradled the Scorpy, shifting his focus to the Turtwig, Chimchar, and the Scorpy in his arms. It's only reasonable, considering you've all participated numerous times. Observing the 3 remaining Pokémon looking somewhat disheartened, Xiaoji smiled reassuringly at them. There's no need to elaborate on the Bizel and Pikachu. One had recently battled fiercely against the Lucario at the Curtain Gym, while the other could easily hold its own as long as it didn't play around. As for the Staravia, it had also received training not long ago, so this time, priority should be given to the partners that hadn't yet battled. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Meanwhile, not far from the riverbank, a particularly familiar voice rang out, prompting Xiaoji and the others to glance over. The source of the voice was, of course, Shinji commanding Electabuzz in the midst of a battle. At that moment, he was directing Electabuzz to take down a Drapion, preparing to capture it. Why do we keep running into him? Xiaowang had never held a favorable opinion of Shinji. The mere sight of his expressionless face irked her, perhaps sensing her displeasure. Shinji coldly cast a glance in her direction, locking eyes with Xiaoji. What bad luck. Shinji ruffled his purple hair and silently signaled for Electabuzz to prepare to leave. Wait. Observing Shinji's dismissive demeanor, Xiaoji hurriedly called out to him, pointing at the Drapion that was nearly burrowing itself into the ground. Aren't you going to capture it? No need. A Pokemon of this caliber isn't worth my time. Shinji shot Xiaoji a glance before casually stating, well then, since we've crossed paths, shall we have a battle? One-on-one. Whoever falls first loses. Alright, let us do it. Although unsure why Shinji had suddenly challenged him, Xiaoji had no right to refuse a battle invitation. Ursaring, prepare to battle. Shinji slowly shifted his gaze from Chimchar to create distance between them, tossing out the Pokeball containing Ursaring. Yigay. Upon meeting Shinji's disdainful gaze, Chimchar seemed filled with a sense of defiance and motivation, striding boldly over to Xiaoji and waving its arms. Huh, you want to show your fighting spirit, don't you? Xiaoji understood the signal. Good. Prove to him just how strong you've become. Intrigued by the prospect of Chimchar taking the stage, Shinji felt a flicker of interest. He too was eager to see how Xiaoji had trained Chimchar. Flamethrower. As the speedster, Xiaoji initiated the attack, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames upon Ursaring. Despite the latter's impressive defense, it couldn't help but display a pained expression. Has its power increased? Shinji raised an eyebrow, then commanded, Focus Punch. Dig to evade. The blue Focus Punch was successfully dodged by Chimchar's dig, but Shinji's subsequent command swiftly knocked Chimchar back out. The surrounding rocks by the riverbank played to Ursaring's strength. With a single Focus Punch, it upturned the ground, burying the knocked-out Chimchar beneath a pile of stones. Finish it off. Focus Punch. Go. Flame Wheel. Just as Ursaring approached the pile of stones, Chimchar launched its flame wheel, sending the rocks flying and crashing into Ursaring, which let out a pained roar. The additional burn damage ignited Ursaring, causing it to cry out in distress. Did it trigger a burn? Observing the flaming Ursaring, Shinji furrowed his brow. Lock it down. To his surprise, the Ursaring, which he thought had weakened, now radiated a terrifying red glow, its gaze sharp as it locked onto Chimchar, effortlessly pinning it down with its bare hands. How could this be? Xiao Guang was taken aback, witnessing the Ursaring standing its ground, its strength seemingly undiminished. Its ability must be guts, Brock speculated, frowning as he realized that falling into a bad status only increased its attack. Mystical power. Flamethrower. At the moment it was captured, Xiaoji immediately attempted to use Flamethrower to create distance, but after pushing Ursaring back, the mystical power was fully unleashed. After expelling the flames from its mouth, Chimchar's gaze shifted to Ursaring, now filled with trepidation. Is it truly afraid because of the mystical power's effect? Shinji sported his characteristic villainous grin. Or perhaps both you and your trainer are simply worthless. Finish it. Focus Punch. As the Focus Punch came crashing down, the boulders that had been launched skyward now hurtled toward Chimchar. Come on, Chimchar. Given that they were in a battle, Xiaoji couldn't rush in to protect it. We still have a chance. You can do it. Yige. At this moment, as he gazed at the impending rock that was about to strike him, the little ember monkey began to recall the teachings and training imparted by Ash. Remember the key points. You are truly remarkable. You have been training diligently, which is impressive. Ash's exceptionally gentle visage surfaced in his mind. With such a commendable trainer, why could he not reciprocate in kind? He also recalled Shinji's words. Are you and your trainer nothing but useless beings? The inner trepidation he felt seemed to be completely engulfed by a fierce determination and unwillingness to accept defeat. At this moment, the only thought in the little ember monkey's mind was to demonstrate his strength, to make it known that Ash was not inept. He was the finest trainer. Yige. With a fervent burst of crimson light, a wave of heat and blinding brilliance surged forth, seemingly capable of engulfing the entire forest. The evolution and intense flames awakened within him simultaneously. Now transformed into an inferno monkey, its eyes filled with veins of fury. It let out a thunderous roar to the heavens, a catharsis for the immense power it had gained. Shinji slightly closed his eyes, as if he could foresee the awakening. Had it finally come to fruition? Indeed, the Inferno Monkey could not unleash its flames under his command. Inferno. Ash was momentarily taken aback, watching as the flames emanating from the Inferno Monkey's tail threatened to consume the forest, murmuring to himself, is this to respond to our expectations? Or? Before he could issue a command, the Inferno Monkey, in a frenzied state, unleashed a sonic punch, crashing the circle bear into the ground, followed by a torrent of searing flames that left the bear charred and incapacitated. Chapter 124, Respond to Our Bond. This was the most terrifying torrent of flames yet. Shinji silently withdrew the circle bear, his hands buried in his pockets, fixating on the Inferno Monkey. At that moment, the now completely berserk Inferno Monkey began to lash out indiscriminately, rolling about in flaming wheels as if intent on overturning the entire forest. Inferno Monkey. Witnessing the fiery wheel hurtling towards Brock and Dawn, Ash dashed forward, embracing the blazing Inferno Monkey with his bare hands. The aura is with me. He clung tightly to the Inferno Monkey, oblivious to his own wounds, silently unlocking the power of aura. It's all right, it's all right. Ash exerted himself to connect their hearts through the aura, attempting to communicate with the Inferno Monkey within this force. Although Alex had previously taught him how to use aura to convey messages, this was the first time he truly applied it in practice. He was unaware of the potential consequences of excessive aura drain on his body. However, he understood that the Inferno Monkey was in torment. Since they were the best of partners, they would naturally share this suffering. At this moment, within the ocean connected by aura, Ash entered the inner realm of the Inferno Monkey, a world painted in blood red, filled with rage and despair. This was the Inferno Monkey's current sentiment towards its flames. It was in agony, unable to control this terrifying power. Even when unleashed, its consciousness could only hold on for a moment before being overtaken by the force. Listen to me. Ash pressed tightly against his heart. The soaring heat within this mental realm caused his heart to race uncontrollably, as if at any moment he might vanish from this domain. I believe in you. We are destined to grow stronger together, are we not? Although he could not see the Inferno Monkey in this spiritual realm, the physical sensations of burning from the outside signified the Inferno Monkey's resolve. We will stride hand in hand towards the championship of the Bellflower Conference. Moreover, we shall become world champions. Ash's spirit began to wane under the overwhelming agony brought on by the flames. So let this power witness, cough, cough, witness just how formidable we are. Answer our bond. We will not be defeated. Ash's voice grew fainter, his limits reached. Continuing further could pose a real danger to his life. At that moment, perhaps sensing Ash's trust, the surrounding blood red began to fade. We must become stronger. With Ash's last words proclaimed, the searing sensation in the mental realm dissipated, replaced by a tranquil ocean, with gentle breezes that brought clarity to the mind. Cough, cough, cough. Abruptly yanked back to reality, Ash found himself weakly collapsed on the ground. The drain on his aura had nearly exhausted his strength. But I did it. Looking at the now clear-eyed Inferno Monkey, Ash smiled and gently rubbed the monkey's head. I promised you that I would help you grow stronger. You gay. The Inferno Monkey, its gaze now lucid, lowered its head, seemingly remorseful for its earlier reckless attack on Ash. Well, the flames on your tail are quite impressive. They look rather intimidating. All right, I know you didn't mean to. You did well. Ash, grinning, slowly stood up with Dawn's assistance. And you've mastered the Inferno, haven't you? You gay. The Inferno Monkey nodded enthusiastically, and after the battle, the terrifying flames around it gradually subsided, returning to its normal form. Hey, where's Shinji? Embracing the rushing Inferno Monkey, Ash suddenly realized that Shinji had once again vanished without a word. Well, he did consider helping you just now, Dawn mused, tilting her head. He let the electrode out to assist, but Pikachu stopped him. What a cold-hearted fellow, yet he still cares for your safety. It's quite remarkable. We were startled too. Who knew you would act so recklessly? Dawn playfully punched Ash on the shoulder, though given his injuries, it felt more like a gentle pat. If it weren't for Pikachu's unwavering belief that you could handle it, we would have truly feared for you. Haha, it won't happen again, Ash chuckled awkwardly. Indeed. He always prioritized his Pokémon, even when faced with danger. Sustaining a few injuries was inconsequential to him, but he could not bear to see his companions suffer. So what about Shinji? Well, he felt much more at ease seeing you stabilize, Brock replied, gently applying antiseptic to Ash's wounds. He is quite looking forward to your next battle. That's his exact words. Ash blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected this cold individual could utter such sentiments. So, what was the purpose of battling me? Was it merely to witness the capabilities of the Ember Monkey? Ultimately, the trio hurriedly made their way to Wetland City before nightfall. Fortunately, it coincided with the celebration of the Bad Frog, making the city particularly vibrant and bustling, though the criteria for judging the Bad Frog is somewhat abstract. After all, Ash and Dawn were not Pokemon specialists, so they couldn't discern much when they saw a group of bad frogs. However, the judges were quite ridiculous. Upon seeing the first few bad frogs, they seemed unimpressed, but once Brock's bad frog took the stage, their expressions were as if they had encountered a Kyogre. The gym leader of Wetland, Jishan, thus formed a connection with Ash and his companions. Alas, the celebration was abruptly halted due to the interference of Team Rocket. Fortunately, Ash and Pikachu were formidable, and with a single iron tail, they skewed their robot, thus concluding this farcical episode. Your Pikachu is quite well trained. Observing the spirited Ash and Pikachu, Gizhen couldn't help but nod approvingly. I am truly delighted to engage in battle with you. Indeed, I could hardly wish for anything more. The two, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly arranged their gym challenge for the following day. Chapter 125, The Marsh Gym. It was an utterly ordinary morning. No, that's not quite right. Today held a touch of excitement due to the impending gym battle. Ahahaha, the youth is indeed vibrant, Gizhen remarked as he clapped Ash heartily on the back, causing Ash to cough slightly. Oh right. Upon entering the Marsh Gym, Xiaowang realized something was amiss. She quickly retrieved a pink cheerleading outfit from her backpack. Yes, this is how it should be. As the trio stepped into the battle arena, the interior of the Marsh Gym gradually revealed itself. The battleground resembled that of the Mikali Cup, filled with water and floating platforms, albeit with a noticeably reduced number and area of the platforms. Excellent. Let me witness the strength of the youth. Gizen bellowed with laughter, shedding his upper garments to stand bare-chested before Ash. No problem. This is precisely what we anticipated. Pikachu and Ash clenched their fists in response. The rules of the match stipulated a 3-on-3 format, concluding only when one side's Pokémon could no longer battle, with the challenger alone possessing the right to substitute Pokémon. With Xiao Wang's cheerleading team in position, the referee recited the match rules as usual. Go, SA to sure. Weren't you just there? Brock, seated in the second row, was taken aback by Xiao Wang's swift return from the restroom, having just changed. Humph. Xiao Wang proudly lifted her chin. I made sure to change in the shortest time possible, so I wouldn't miss a single detail of Ash's performance. Brock could only nod in resignation. After all, this was not a new occurrence. On the battlefield, both sides released their first Pokémon. Burn, Gyarados. Infernape, you're the one. True to their previous strategy. Despite the water-type gym, Ash opted to maintain his original lineup. After all, one does not always encounter favorable conditions. Sometimes, it is necessary for one's Pokémon to face adversity. You simply enjoy the challenge of opposing types, don't deny it. Oh, this Infernape's flames are quite vigorous. Gizen chuckled, patting his belly. However, how will you handle the challenge of opposing types? Gyarados, Dragon Rage. Use Sonic Fong to send it back. Gyarados swiftly submerged into the water, appearing before Infernape in an instant, its large mouth gathering a red Dragon Rage to unleash upon Infernape on the floating platform. At that moment, Infernape leaped into action, utilizing Sonic Fong to counter the Dragon Rage as if playing a game of ping-pong, closely following the rebounding attack. As Dragon Rage returned to Gyarados, Infernape's fist was already poised before it. Just as it was about to strike Gyarados, Gizen reacted swiftly, commanding, use Crunch to block it. Sonic Fong and Crunch collided in midair, creating a gust of wind from their clash. Ha 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 ha, now that's more like it. Gizen nodded in satisfaction. Now unleash Dragon Rage. Flamethrower. However, it was evident that Gyarados, with its mouth wide open and struggling to maintain Crunch against Sonic Fong, could not react swiftly enough compared to the still vigorous Infernape. Flamethrower engulfed Gyarados before it could fully harness Dragon Rage, resulting in a violent explosion. Infernape effortlessly leapt from the ensuing smoke, while Gyarados remained battered in the water. The Flamethrower had even ignited its Dragon Rage, meaning it had effectively endured the force of 2 moves. Despite its fierce reputation, it was clearly fatigued. Crunch. Sonic Fong. Both Ash and Gizen understood the gravity of the next round as Gyarados desperately swam towards Infernape, while Infernape's glowing fist drew ever closer. Strike down. Just as the two were about to make contact, Infernape slightly altered the angle of its fist, delivering a powerful uppercut from below Gyarados' jaw, propelling it out of the water. As Gyarados crashed heavily onto the water's surface, it appeared dazed, its fighting capability waning. Gyarados has lost the ability to battle. Infernape is victorious. Hooray! Sadashur is simply the best. Xiao Wang cheered fervently for Ash's triumphant Infernape. Thank you for your hard work, Gizen said, rubbing his head. And then, as if nothing had transpired, he continued to laugh heartily. What a brilliant strategy. To convert Sonic Fong into an uppercut during a clash. What a nice fight. With that, Gizen returned Gyarados' Pokeball to his pocket and tossed out another. Come forth, Swampert. Against Infernape, Swampert's water and ground types would serve as effective counters, and its versatility would prove advantageous. Gizen mentally assessed his strategy, only to hear Ash's resolute voice. Thank you for your hard work. Return and rest. Ash gently patted Infernape's head, who nodded with a beaming smile as it was recalled. Torterra, you shall be my choice. Goodness, he's not going to change Pokemon. He thought Ash was reckless and would only switch when his Pokemon could no longer battle. Yet, in the next moment, Ash produced a grass-type Pokemon that had a quadruple advantage over Swampert. Aren't you afraid? Go, Energy Ball. Since Gizen remained silent, Ash seized the initiative, directing Torterra toward the stationary Swampert on the platform. Dodge. However, Swampert's body exhibited surprising agility, sidestepping the Energy Ball with ease. Jump into the water. As the gym leader, Gizen had encountered countless challengers wielding grass-type Pokemon against him. For such opponents, employing Swampert's agility underwater and launching a surprise ice beam was a strategy that rarely failed. Torterra. Hold on. Noticing Torterra's sudden look of confusion, Ash quickly offered words of encouragement. He had witnessed too many ambush tactics emerging from the ground, air, or water. Only by remaining calm and seeking out the opponent's weaknesses could he hope to seize control of the battle's rhythm. Ice Beam. Seeing Ash not instruct Torterra to move, Gizhen was somewhat surprised. Many challengers erroneously believed that darting about on the floating platforms would disrupt Swampert's aim, oblivious to the fact that Swampert could locate sounds underwater. Such tactics merely wasted Torterra's stamina. Here it comes. Upon spotting Swampert's silhouette behind Torterra, Ash's eyes brightened. Pin it down. To restrain Swampert, Torterra had no choice but to take the ice beam head-on. Only then could he strike while the opponent was off guard. And indeed, as Swampert finished its ice beam and attempted to dive into the water, Torterra sprang into action, pressing down with a foot to pin Swampert beneath it. As the bewildered expression on Swampert's face shifted subtly, the rhythm of battle appeared to tilt in Ash's favor. Chapter 126. The Progress of Scyther. Excellent. Now unleash Leaf Blade. Ash exclaimed excitedly, witnessing Torterra's successful pinning of Swampert. As long as the opponent's actions can be immobilized, it becomes significantly easier for the forest turtle to manage the situation. Be cautious. Counter with the Stinky Mud Bomb. As the trees on the back of the forest turtle began to radiate a luminous glow, the leaf blades sprang forth with alacrity. Simultaneously, the Stinky Mud Bomb was already charged in the mouth of the Swamp King. The two ultimate moves clashed once more, unleashing a cloud of smoke. How will you respond now? Observing the two Pokémon shrouded in the haze, Gizhen revealed a smile, realizing that restraining the Swamp King would not be so simple. Is that so? However, across the battlefield, Ash displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he wore a calm demeanor, which made Gizhen feel an odd sense of unease. Energy Ball. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of the forest turtle and the Swamp King emerged. And despite the impact of their moves colliding, the forest turtle maintained its firm grip on the Swamp King, showing no signs of yielding. With a wide opening of its mouth, it expelled the energy ball, forcing the Swamp King to watch helplessly as the verdant orb rushed toward it. Boom! The tremendous force of the energy ball sent the Swamp King flying, crashing against several floating platforms before it came to a reluctant halt. Truly impressive, with such resilience. Despite his own setback, Gizhen commended the forest turtle with a tone of admiration. Yet our resilience shall not be outdone. Ice Beam. Use Leaf Blade to strike the water's surface. Stop the attack. Upon witnessing Ash's command, Gizhen immediately halted the Swamp King's offensive. Although he was a gym leader, he occasionally indulged in watching television programs, such as the recent Micoli Cup and Ash's exhibition match against Micoli. If the battlefield were to be frozen, his last Pokémon would not even need to enter the fray, as the advantage of the terrain would be entirely negated. Looking at the suddenly halted Swamp King, Ash smiled. Super Absorb. Vines began to sprout from the back of the forest turtle, entwined with a dark green glow, striking fiercely toward the Swamp King. Dive into the water. Don't let it escape. Even though the Swamp King leapt into the water in an instant to evade damage, the forest turtle's branches relentlessly pursued, ensnaring it and dragging it back out, accompanied by the Swamp King's constant wails. With quadruple damage from grass-type moves, there's no escaping. You'll be continuously drained. Hold on. Stinky Mud Bomb. Energy Ball. At this moment, the exhausted Swamp King unleashed a Stinky Mud Bomb that lacked its previous potency. Compared to the forest turtle, which was steadily recovering its strength, this damage was easily countered by the Energy Ball. As the Energy Ball mercilessly engulfed the Swamp King's attack, it could only struggle to escape the forest turtle's vines. But how could that be possible? Bang! After the Energy Ball inevitably struck the Swamp King, it could no longer rise. Goodness, after enduring so many quadruple effective moves, it would indeed be a problem if it could still stand. The Swamp King lost its fighting capability, and the forest turtle emerged victorious. It's my fault. Gizhen, with a look of regret, recalled the Swamp King, realizing that his own terrain had been manipulated by Ash, rendering him hesitant to act. With a gentle smile, he released his final Pokémon, Floatzel. Go! A flash of white light revealed the imposing figure of Floatzel, the evolved form of Bizel, standing proudly on the floating platform. An evolution, is it? In the audience, Xiaowang's expression turned serious as she withdrew her Pokédex, pondering which Pokémon Ash would deploy next. Thank you for your hard work, Forest Turtle. Just as Xiaowang anticipated, Ash returned the Forest Turtle and tossed out another Pokeball. Scyther, you shall be the one. Gulai. An unruly figure suddenly appeared above the watery battlefield, flitting about erratically, seemingly intent on pouncing on Ash's face. However, upon seeing Ash shake his head amicably, it settled down on the floating platform. Oh, another type disadvantage? Unlike her teasing of the Infernape, Gizhen's expression grew solemn. He understood that even with a type disadvantage, this young boy could still unleash surprising tactics. There could be no room for distraction. So come, let me witness your strength. Floatzel Ice Fong. Fly Scyther. Floatzel leaped high, attempting to strike the airborne Scyther. Yet, Scyther mischievously soared up and down, evading Floatzel's predicted attacks, causing Ice Fong to miss repeatedly. Gulai, witnessing Scyther's proud display of its newfound flying skills. It stuck out its tongue, pleased with itself. X-Scissor. As Scyther dove down with determination, its fists glimmered with white light, leaving a distinct cross-shaped mark. Inflate your air sacs. Just as the attack was about to land, Floatzel's collar-like air sacs promptly inflated, effectively absorbing the impact of the X-Scissor. This scene astonished Xiaoguang. The air sacs could be utilized in such a manner. Every Pokémon possesses its unique traits, and being adept at discovering and employing them is crucial. Xiaojing patiently explained to the young girl. What will you do next? Seeing that he finally held the advantage, Ji Xian's face broke into a smile. Just continue as is. Ash's grin appeared unsettling, causing both spectators in the stands to break into a cold sweat. Sand Attack. This was an unexpected command for everyone. Sand Attack, by its very name, requires sand to execute. With water all around, where would the sand come from? Wait, it's all water? Observing Scyther's slightly swaying tail, Ji Xian immediately grasped the situation. Jump away. Too late. In an instant, as Floatzel retracted its air sacs to leap, Scyther's tail had already whipped the water upwards with great force. The water within the arena surged tumultuously, causing the floating platform beneath Floatzel to wobble precariously. Go. Steel Wing. A swift rush of wind surged, and when Floatzel opened its eyes, it found itself struck into the air by Scyther's steel wing. What incredible speed! Your arduous training has truly paid off. Ash nodded with satisfaction. This was the progress he had hoped for. Chapter 127, The Ripple Badge. Now unleash Ice Fong. After witnessing Scyther's terrifying speed, Ji Xian felt a twinge of shock within. This young boy's style is unexpectedly versatile. Not only can he adeptly execute a tank-style strategy with counterattacks, but he can also maintain a fluid rhythm for rapid assaults. He hardly resembles a novice trainer. Dive down. As Floatzel's teeth began to emit a chilling blue glow, Ash immediately commanded Scyther to plunge downward, aiming to subdue Floatzel. Meanwhile, Floatzel, being carried aloft by Scyther, found itself struggling with the disorienting change in elevation, leaving it somewhat distressed. Unable to unleash Ice Fong due to its half-closed eyes, it was at a disadvantage. Throw it onto the platform. I want to give you the chance, water gun. At this moment, Ji Xian realized that things were amiss. Initially intending to gauge Scyther's abilities by holding back, he had anticipated that his opponent's commands would completely dominate the pace of the battle. If this continued, Floatzel might truly be overwhelmed. In the arena, Floatzel's body began to emanate a water-like form, striking fiercely against Scyther's face, successfully escaping its control. Gulai, the scorpion, having faced a setback, suddenly found itself in a foul mood. Tears welled in its eyes as it covered its face with its pincers, adorably pleading with Ash for sympathy. Oh, please don't do that, Ash replied, somewhat exasperated as he shielded his face. Save the cuteness for after the battle. Laughter erupted from Gi's hen, who found nothing amiss in the scorpion's antics. Ahem. However, the match must continue. Gi's hen cleared his throat and directed his Floatzel. Aqua Jet. Here it comes. Upon noticing that Gi's hen had chosen to employ Aqua Jet for a close-range assault instead of Ice Fong or Whirlpool, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. No one relished close combat more than he did. The Steel Wing and Aqua Jet created a striking contrast. One unleashed a torrent of blue water while the other shone with a brilliant white light, both techniques clashing fiercely against each other. In the next moment, Ash's voice rang out. X-Scissor. At the instant Aqua Jet collided with Steel Wing, the scorpion gritted its teeth and charged up its X-Scissor, striking forcefully alongside its Steel Wing against Floatzel's Aqua Jet. Despite absorbing a hit from its water-type foe, the outcome was far from disappointing. The seamless combination of Steel Wing and X-Scissor overpowered Floatzel's Aqua Jet, sending it reeling backward. Wow, such tremendous progress. Xiaowang marveled. Witnessing the intense standoff against an opponent of an opposing type, feeling a sense of surprise as she recalled the Scorpion's initial struggles. You were preparing for the Macaulay Cup back then, right? Brock nodded thoughtfully, reminiscing about evenings spent chatting and snacking with Xiaoyao and Xiaowang while Ash diligently trained. So it wasn't just that night? No, he had been practicing for several nights leading up to the Macaulay Cup, Brock said, gazing at Ash with pride. Each evening, Ash encouraged the scorpion to soar, patiently supporting it through its fear of heights. Whenever it fell, Ash would rush to catch it, resulting in bruises on himself while the scorpion remained unscathed. Why haven't I seen his injuries? Xiaowang asked, a hint of concern in her eyes. I ought to treat him. Actually, it's unnecessary. He heals quickly, unlike a normal person. It does seem that way. The last time he applied a bandage, the wound stopped hurting. He truly is extraordinary. On the watery battlefield, both Pokémon were beginning to pant. One side had endured several hits from Steel Wing and X-Scissor, while the other had taken 2 Aqua Jets. To hold on was already quite remarkable. Here we go. Gizen smiled at Ash. Show me your strength. Floatzel Whirlpool. Use your tail. Observing Floatzel conjuring a whirlpool larger than itself, Ash calmly instructed the Scorpion, leap. The Scorpion nodded and, utilizing the force of its tail, soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the whirlpool. Steel Wing. Ice Fong. At that moment, one Pokémon soared above while the other remained grounded. Both battled fiercely, unleashing their ultimate moves. Steel Wing struck Floatzel with ferocity, while Ice Fong latched onto the Scorpion's back. Show your spirit. X-Scissor. And you. Ignite your power. Aqua Jet. The climactic clash of final moves erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the water arena, massive waves soaring high, marking the intensity and exhilarating nature of the battle. As the smoke cleared, the first sight was that of the Scorpion, having lost its fighting capability. Floatzel, too, was barely standing, trembling slightly before it fell backward. Scorpion and Floatzel both have lost their fighting abilities. The referee raised the flag, declaring, due to all 3 of the gym leaders' Pokémon being unable to continue. The victor of this match is none other than the challenger, Ash. Though both had fallen, the fact that Floatzel had been overpowered despite its advantageous type was remarkable. Moreover, the fearsome Pikachu at Ash's feet had yet to take the stage. Truly, these young challengers were formidable. The future undoubtedly belonged to them. Watching Ash celebrate the victory with his Scorpion, Gizen patted his head, filled with anticipation for the young trainer's future. This is proof of your success. The Ripple Badge. Gizen donned his coat and approached Ash. I look forward to your performance at the Lily of the Valley Conference. Keep up the good work. I will. Chapter 128. The Sharp Fangs. Well, there's no need to rush. After challenging the Wetlands Gym, Ash and his companions continued their journey. In pursuit of the development of his Pokémon, he revamped his team following the Wetlands Gym, sending his Bizel and Murkrow to Professor Oak's backyard for rigorous training while he focused on 2 new companions, Alex and Riolu. Although he had previously guided them and engaged in aura communication when he first captured them, the ensuing preparations for the Macaulay Cup and the Wetlands Gym had necessitated a brief separation. He entrusted Lizardon and Snorlax to teach them speed and agility. Now that they had returned, he was eager to train them diligently. Notably, merely days into training, Ash and his companions encountered the Envy family, and after effortlessly dealing with Team Rocket, Xiaowang naturally captured one of her mainstays, a little piglet. At this moment, watching his Riolu express dissatisfaction with the power of its aura sphere, Ash affectionately patted its head. You're doing great. You've already learned aura sphere while still in Riolu form. Alex nodded in agreement, pleased with the progress of his junior. However, Riolu, still unsatisfied, shook its head and continued to concentrate, launching an aura sphere fiercely into the underbrush. Hey, you can't do that. Ash exclaimed, alarmed. What if there's a Pokémon or trainer in there? Before he could finish, a shadowy sphere shot forth from the grass, perfectly canceling out the damage of the aura sphere. What are you up to now? A familiar voice emerged from the foliage. Previously, it had been Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Now it was the aura sphere. Just as Ash was about to apologize, he sensed something was amiss. This voice seemed as familiar as an old friend. Straightening up, he looked toward the source. Gary? What a surprise. He had initially intended to apologize, but now he felt no need. Hey, what's with that expression? Gary exclaimed, unable to contain his amusement at Ash's rapidly changing demeanor. So you're not going to apologize now that you see it's me, huh? Okay, I'm sorry. Ash replied, somewhat flippantly. You really are a good friend, Xiaowang remarked, wiping her brow as she observed Ash's sudden childishness with intrigue. He had appeared so mature during the battle, yet could still be adorably juvenile at times. Ahem. So what brings you here? Despite his irritation, Ash was more thrilled and excited to see Gary again. Oh, this? Gary cleared his throat. Professor Rowan sent me to investigate the mysterious apparition at Lake Valor. Is it the one you mentioned that day? Xiaowang tilted her head, recalling Ash had indeed mentioned it, similar to the apparition she had seen of Amrital. As the moment approached, Xiao Mao tousled his hair and glanced at the Lucario at Xiao Ji's feet, exclaiming, You have actually captured a Lucario, and 2 at that. I underestimated you. They are fine. It's just that this fellow is a bit too eager, Xiao Ji replied, crouching down. You learned aura sphere at such a young age. With more practice, you'll undoubtedly master it. Indeed, Xiao Mao nodded in unexpected agreement. The more anxious one is, the more likely one is to fail. I'm surprised you understand this principle, Xiao Ji. Humph. Observing Xiao Zhi's disgruntled expression, Xiao Mao couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Well, I don't have any significant matters today. By the way, are these all your Pokémon? As lunchtime approached, Xiao Zhi released his Pokémon for some training before their meal. Pikachu, 2 Lucario, Turtwig, Monferno, and Skorupi. Are you reading off a menu? Xiao Mao quipped, ignoring Xiao Zhi's disgruntled tone and focusing on Skorupi. Isn't its flying somewhat unsteady? You truly are Professor Okito's grandson. You can pinpoint the issue at a glance. Ah, it is a bit. Xiao Zhi scratched the back of his head. Though I've trained it for quite some time, and it is no longer as fearful of flying, it can still only manage short flights. But it still suffers from acrophobia, doesn't it? There might still be a trace of it. It just can't achieve the smoothness of a Murkrow in flight. I see. Xiao Mao nodded thoughtfully. Have you considered allowing it to evolve? With that, Xiao Mao produced a sharp beak from his backpack and placed it in Xiao Zhi's palm. I believe if it can evolve into a Drapion, its strength and speed would elevate to a new level, and perhaps it would no longer fear flying. Gulai? Upon hearing the prospect of evolution, Skorupi nearly leapt up, eager to grasp the sharp beak from Xiao Zhi's hand to fulfill its desire, but Xiao Zhi resolutely stopped it. No. You can only use this once you've improved your strength a bit more. Merely wishing to become stronger without effort won't suffice. Though Skorupi had made significant progress compared to its former self, it still lacked in utilizing wind direction for takeoff and in its overall strength. Only by solidifying its foundation could it maximize its abilities post-evolution. Gulai. Feeling aggrieved, yet knowing to heed Xiao Zhi's words, Skorupi nodded in agreement. It feels rather like a strict father and a caring mother. Witnessing the dynamic between these two close friends, Xiao Gang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere had taken a strange turn. However, the peculiar scene was abruptly interrupted. Hey, Team Rocket, you despicable fiends! Xiao Zhi exclaimed in astonishment, glaring at Team Rocket, who were piloting a hot air balloon resembling a Drapion. He shouted in indignation, expressing his discontent with their ambush. Oomph, little brat, who made you the rule maker? Musashi nodded in satisfaction. After all, we are the villains. How can we accept your praise? Deceit is our trademark. Exactly, Meow. This time, we captured both the little brat and the Skorupi in one fell swoop. What a splendid plan. So, they not only captured Skorupi, but also bundled Xiao Zhi along in their scheme to ensure their success, they mused. With the path ahead cleared, and without Xiao Zhi, the Pokémon lost their anchor, and they wouldn't encounter issues due to Pikachu's unexpected presence. Their cunning had indeed increased manifold. Chapter 129, Drapion Excellent. The operation was a resounding success. The trio from Team Rocket, having made a hasty retreat, nodded in satisfaction as they looked at Xiao Zhi and Skorupi locked in a cage. Indeed, it was right not to capture Pikachu. Absolutely. Capturing the little brat first was the correct choice. Musashi and Kojiro celebrated their hard-won victory and happiness. Now, to reward ourselves for this success. Kojiro cleared his throat and pulled back the curtain covering the table. Let's indulge in a grand feast. As the curtain was drawn, Xiao Zhi's imagined banquet did not materialize. Instead, what lay before them was a table full of canned food. However, Musashi and Meowth displayed no signs of disdain. Their eyes nearly bulged with excitement as they sat down at the table, ready to feast. So you find satisfaction in canned food? Xiao Zhi and Skorupi's eyes widened. You all are so unfortunate. Gulai, shut up. It's still your fault. Musashi shouted angrily at Xiao Zhi. If it weren't for trying to capture your Pikachu, would we have to eat so poorly every day and spend money on materials to build machines? Why am I to blame? Xiao Zhi retorted, wiping the saliva that had splattered on his face. If you spent this effort earning money, you'd probably be thriving by now. Of course, this comment was entirely disregarded by Team Rocket, who were reveling in the abundance of canned food before them. Well, at least meat cans aren't too bad, but unfortunately, they could only afford fruit cans. Meanwhile, having lost sight of Xiao Zhi, Xiao Mao began to analyze the terrain. If he remembered correctly, the area was surrounded by forest. He gazed at the distant cliff and seemed to have arrived at a conclusion. There should only be one spot where the balloon could land. Xiao Guang, however, remained even more composed. She crouched down and looked at the 2 Lucario, clasping her hands in a prayerful gesture. If possible, can you sense Xiao Zhi's aura? Lu. Both Alex and Lucario nodded, pointing towards the cliff that Xiao Mao was observing, indicating the specific location to Xiao Guang. Thank you so much. She slowly picked up the backpack that Xiao Zhi had dropped, shook off the dust, and held it close as she prepared to head toward the temporary location of Team Rocket. It was indeed a hearty meal. As dusk began to settle, Team Rocket lay contentedly full and fast asleep. Just as Xiao Zhi prepared to break free from the cage, he noticed the empty cans on the table, and his mouth twitched in disbelief. Goodness, so many cans, and the three of them even fought over the last few. How terrifying. All right, he thought. Twisting the bars of the iron cage, he quickly discovered its weakness and shouted, "Scissor cross." Gulai? Skorupi nodded and followed suit. But as soon as the move was executed, it pulled back its hand in pain. Does it hurt? Noticing Skorupi's slightly reddened pincers, Xiaoji gently pulled it behind him. Rest well, it's my turn now. With a resounding impact, Xiaoji executed a self-destruct attack. The effect was remarkable. The iron cage loosened even further. Gulai. Skorupi's eyes widened in amazement, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Xiaoji, mixed with disbelief at his foolishness. No wonder Sister Xiaoguang always said that Xiaoji was like a human Pokémon. The damage from that collision would likely leave a mark for several days. Gulai? Seeing the newfound determination in Skorupi's eyes, Xiaoji smiled. Do you want to join me? Ready. Go. With Xiaoji's self-destruct and Skorupi's scissor cross striking the cage simultaneously, even the sturdiest of cages could not withstand the force, and several iron bars came crashing down. Excellent. Witnessing their skills proving effective, Xiaoji began to carry Skorupi as he dashed towards the base of the cliff. However, being a cliff, there was bound to be a gorge connecting the two mountains, and here it was before them. The suspension bridge remains in disrepair, and gazing into the seemingly bottomless chasm. Ash furrowed his brow, pondering what to do next. At that moment, Scorpius bravely pointed towards the nearby trees and raised its pincers, signaling that it could fell the trees to create a bridge. Is that feasible? Ash, encouraged by Scorpius's trusting gaze, smiled and nodded. I understand. Go ahead. Leap with your tail. Cross scissors punch. Moved by Ash's unwavering support, Scorpius shed its fear of flying. Ash had risked his safety to crash into the cage for its rescue and willingly sacrificed his sleep every night to train with it, fostering its flying skills. Even when it faltered, Ash was always there to catch it, sustaining wounds himself while ensuring Scorpius remained unharmed. Thus, what reason could Scorpius have not to strive to conquer its fear of flight in return? With a resounding roar, Scorpius achieved a perfect takeoff, executing a flawless connection of its steel wings and cross scissors punch, even surpassing Ash's command in its execution. As the trees magnificently toppled towards the opposite cliff, Ash and Scorpius began to celebrate. Wonderful. You have overcome your fears. Your strength and speed are impeccable, Ash exclaimed, retrieving the sharp tooth from his pocket. Now, I can trust you to evolve. Ecstatic, Scorpius embraced Ash, tears of joy cascading down its face under his tender gaze. Come on. As Ash tossed the sharp tooth into the air, Scorpius soared up to catch it. A brilliant white light enveloped it, and its smaller purple form gradually expanded, shedding its violet exterior for a grander black body and piercing yellow eyes. It had evolved into Scorpius Rex, one of Ash's primary forces. How splendid. This time, I shall ensure your strength flourishes, keeping you by my side. Chapter 130. Return to the City of Fate. Let us move. Ash patted the head of Scorpius Rex, gesturing towards the suspension bridge made of trees ahead. However, at that moment, a hot air balloon and a missile punch soared from the depths of the canyon, shattering the bridge, accompanied by raucous laughter that drew closer. Stop! Musashi's booming voice erupted from the Scorpius-shaped hot air balloon. How despicable, you little rascal. How dare you sneak away while we slumber? Exactly. So Nance, Kojiro and Nyarth chimed in, evidently displeased by Ash's stealthy escape that disturbed their slumber. Having just begun to dream, waking to find their captive missing surely incited their frustration. Hey, you all captured us in the same manner. Ash grumbled, his patience wearing thin. How can you suddenly call me despicable? That is not comparable, meow. Nyarth retorted, a tic-tac-toe pattern appearing above its head. You are the good guy, meow. How can you engage in the same mischief as us bad guys, meow? It seemed to hold a semblance of logic. But who has time for such discussions? If we don't resolve this, dawn will arrive. Scorpius Rex, cross scissors punch. Ignoring Nyarth's reasonable complaints, Ash directed Scorpius Rex towards the hot air balloon. As Scorpius Rex's pincers glowed with light, the cross scissors punch formed and struck directly at Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Unexpectedly, the opposing balloon mimicked Scorpius Rex's skill, its pincers also glowing as their cross scissors punch collided. Ha ha ha, bet you didn't see that coming, brat. Musashi laughed heartily. This hot air balloon can replicate Scorpius Rex's abilities. Yet, in the next moment, her laughter froze. Scorpius Rex's cross scissors punch swiftly shattered the opponent's imitation technique and, in a flash, unleashed a steel wing that forcefully obliterated Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Cough cough. Who gave you the audacity to believe that a hot air balloon could rival Scorpius Rex as power? Ash coughed, exasperated. then disregarded the grand explosion of the hot air balloon as he landed securely on the ground atop Scorpius Rex. What an annoying feeling. Weave wasted an entire night. He patted his hands, preparing to recall Scorpius Rex, only to realize it was nowhere in sight. He looked up in dread. Sure enough, Scorpius Rex was barreling towards him, tongue lolling in excitement. Hey. It's great that you evolved, but could you please refrain from jumping on my face? Come here. At that moment, Dawn and her companions, guided by Riolu's aura sense, finally located Ash, but were taken aback by Scorpius Rex's sudden assault. Why is it attacking Ash? One girl exclaimed, mistaking the exuberant Scorpius Rex for a wild Pokémon. No, it's the evolved form of Scorpius. Ash's muffled voice emerged from beneath Scorpius Rex's wings. Despite the convoluted and bizarre series of events, the outcome was favorable. Scorpius had effectively mastered its newfound strength and speed, significantly enhanced after evolving into Scorpius Rex. Thank you for your help, Shigeru. The following morning, as they prepared to embark towards Lake Valor, Ash felt a twinge of reluctance in hugging Shigeru, who had entrusted him with the sharp tooth. I didn't do anything. In response to Ash's embrace, Shigeru returned the gesture. You've done remarkably well in overcoming challenges and nurturing your Pokémon to such excellence. Alright, that's enough reminiscing. Shigeru patted Ash's shoulder, smiling knowingly. You and your little girlfriend ought to keep striving as well. As Dawn's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, Shigeru waved goodbye. Farewell. We shall all pursue our dreams. Shigeru has matured significantly, Brock mused as he watched Shigeru depart. Indeed, but he remains the familiar guy we know. Their next destination was still a place steeped in familiarity, the very locale where Ash and Dawn's budding romance had become well known. The place where they publicly declared their relationship, Fate City. However, before they could even enter Fate City, they were already surrounded. Best partners. Please give me your autograph. Wow, they are such a perfect match. They're holding hands. How sweet. At that moment, the three of them, encircled and unable to escape, had no choice but to crouch down. Dawn took Ash's hand, while Ash grasped Brock's arm, and together, they awkwardly maneuvered through the throng. I didn't expect the people of Fate City to be this enthusiastic. Once they extricated themselves, Ash adjusted his cap, feeling overwhelmed by the throng of fans. We are quite popular, aren't we? Well, who could blame them? The entire Sinnoh region is shipping them. Moreover, as the origin point, Fate City is where the fervor is the strongest. Speaking of which, Miss Melissa should have returned by now, Ash mused, glancing towards the nearby gym. If she is still on vacation, that would indeed be a pity. Miss Melissa has gone out to train. A dissonant voice interjected, contrasting Ash's thoughts yet delivered with a gentle tone. A beautiful lady clad in a blue leisure outfit with vibrant red hair approached them slowly. It's a pleasure to meet you, champions of the double battle tournament, the best couple from the Sinnoh region. Oh my. Before Ash could fully comprehend the situation, Brock had already dashed to the front with the swiftness of the wind. Beautiful lady, I too am participating in the double battle tournament. He exclaimed. My mischievous frog is all set and ready to go. However, he quickly realized his memory faltered. The young lady smiled with a gentle, intellectual demeanor. Yet her words were laced with an icy chill that froze Brock's heart, leaving no room for his frog to intervene. Chapter 131, The Sinnoh Princess. As a good young man with a girlfriend, you just mentioned, Ash's attention was naturally diverted from the elder sister's beauty. Has Miss Melissa gone for further studies? He inquired. Indeed. Miss Melissa is traveling to explore new battle techniques, and she has yet to return. Ash sighed in disappointment. He had hoped to engage in battles at the Wetlands Gym alongside the Fate Gym. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed this had been the case in the past as well. Considering that Miss Melissa diligently strives for both the Grand Festival and gym battles, while also evolving her style, it is evident that continuous training is paramount for self-improvement. Pika. In contrast to Ash and Pikachu's despair, Dawn gazed at the elder sister with excitement and enthusiasm. This is wonderful, she exclaimed. Ash could feel the intensity of Dawn's grip on his hand, which was becoming somewhat painful. Miss Paris, it is truly an honor to be acquainted with you. Dawn's voice was brimming with excitement as she trembled while pulling out a magazine. I have been studying your fashion designs from this magazine. Suddenly, Ash recalled the name. There had indeed been such a person, and it seemed that there was a fashion competition in the City of Fate. What did I wear back then? Ash furrowed his brow, as, despite having some memories, the details of the various minor competitions blurred after such an extensive journey. However, he certainly did not forget the battles. It is no exaggeration to say that he has recollections of every battle to date. Whenever sleepless, he would casually revisit a lost match to remind himself of the mistakes he should not repeat. Mimi, at the sight of Paris's Buneary beside Dawn's Buneary. The latter could no longer contain herself, rushing over to greet her evolved form, which elicited affection from the other. You have raised your Buneary splendidly. Paris gently stroked Buneary's head. Just as I expected from you. Dawn, your Pokemon nurturing is remarkable. Oh, you flatter me. Dawn replied bashfully. By the way, Ash, since the gym challenge cannot proceed as planned, why not shift your mood and participate in the fashion competition? Ash responded with a simple "Oh." Is that the competition where one showcases Pokemon's charm through their own designed outfits? Even he, despite his simplicity, retained some memory of it. Is it similar to the Pokemon Grand Festival? Dawn perked up instantly. I want to go. Shall we participate, Ash? Goodness, that sweet, pleading tone could have melted anyone's heart. And Ash, being the Pokemon enthusiast he was, could hardly resist. All right, let us go. Yay, you're the best. Dawn exclaimed joyfully, planting a gentle peck on Ash's cheek. Paris wore a look of delight, her smile radiating warmth. Meanwhile, Brock, with a gnashing of teeth, lamented, how unfortunate for me to have to make you both outfits. Indeed, Brock's skills were exceptional. The clothes torn by Dialga and Palkia were mended by him, as were those shredded by him in Sinnoh, completed in mere minutes. Thanks to his craftsmanship, Ash and Dawn could continue their journey uninterrupted. Thus, the trio boarded Paris's vehicle and arrived at the musical stage in Fate City to register for the fashion competition. However, they encountered a haughty noblewoman adorned in extravagant attire, who looked down her nose at Ash and his companions with disdain, leaving them speechless. If not for Ash's good temper, he might have been tempted to deliver a punch. That night, within the cozy confines of their inn in Fate City, the night sky shimmered with stars, casting a romantic glow, yet Dawn sat on the balcony, utterly disinterested in the picturesque view. How about this design? Brock handed Ash the sketches featuring a tiger-striped outfit, perfectly suited to him and Pikachu's essence. You've worked hard. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu were not finicky, considering themselves fortunate to have Brock's talent. Let us go with this then. I'm not well versed in fashion, Ash said, scratching his cheek. I'll step outside for some fresh air. He placed Pikachu beside the Ketchum, allowing it to indulge while he strolled to the balcony. Haven't you decided yet? Glancing at the sketches on the table, Ash smiled and pulled out a chair beside Dawn. Haven't you already settled on many splendid designs? However, Dawn hesitated, setting down her pencil and leaning gently against Ash. What exactly should a Pokemon coordinator express? She pondered, closing her eyes as she lay against him, her fingers playfully pinching his cheek. I just can't figure it out. Since it is akin to the Grand Festival. Ash gently grasped her restless hand. The charm of Pokemon must be the key, right? Upon hearing this, Dawn suddenly perked up, sitting upright with newfound clarity. I understand now, she exclaimed, swiftly resuming her drawing. Soon, under Ash's adoring gaze and Dawn's fervor, a simple yet captivating design emerged. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? The following day, accompanied by Ash, Dawn wore a flowing white dress. Her azure hair cascading down, exuding an ethereal charm. Though her attire was modest, it radiated elegance with a hint of playfulness. Yes, it's adorable, Pikachu chimed in. As Ash, clad in tiger-striped shorts and sporting a wild hairstyle, applauded enthusiastically for Dawn. Humph, doesn't that signify something? Dawn replied with a hint of pride, extending her hand toward Ash with her eyes partially closed. Pika, oh dear, the foolishness of this dense fellow. Realizing Ash's dazed expression, Pikachu playfully pressed down on Ash's shoulder, compelling him to kneel before Dawn. At this moment, I must say something indeed. Yes, my Lady Dawn. The outcome of the competition was evident. Ash successfully showcased Pikachu's electric charm, earning the award for the most creative design. As for the haughty noblewoman, her demeanor had transformed. She was now filled with rage, devoid of the elegance she once possessed. Why? How could that wretched girl win? I am far superior to her in terms of attire and style. Paris, with an impassive expression, questioned her. What do you perceive Pokemon as? Merely tools to enhance your allure? Another judge named Hoshino unflinchingly criticized her, while Miss Dawn, adorned in the simplest of attire, radiated the true essence of her Buneary, embodying what a Pokemon coordinator should represent. Ignoring the princess-like noblewoman, Dawn graciously accepted Paris's silver crown amidst the cheers of the crowd. In that moment, dressed in her white gown and crowned with silver, she resembled a princess emerging from a fairy tale. This event would be fondly remembered in subsequent issues of Pokemon magazines, earning her the moniker, the Sinnoh Princess. Chapter 132, the summer lecture series commences. I'm going to be late. What should have been a beautiful morning was shattered by Dawn's unceremonious shriek, disrupting the tranquil slumber of Mook and her grass-type companions in the forest. It's all your fault, Ash. Xiao Wang grasped Ash's hand tightly as they sprinted, frequently glancing back with tears in her eyes, scolding him. It's your fault for being so slow. We're really going to be late. How can you blame me? Ash retorted, his legs moving like clockwork, almost leaving no trace behind. Isn't it because you thought your hair was too messy this morning and spent an eternity fixing it? Ash shot back, lacking any emotional finesse. If I hadn't helped you comb it, it would have been dark by now. How dare you say that? You had Bojiman use Bubble Beam and nearly toppled the tent. Indeed, due to Ash's oversight, Bojiman mistakenly believed Ash was testing its attack strength, resulting in a forceful Bubble Beam that almost sent them flying. However, that was not the main concern. The crux of the matter was that today marked the commencement of the Pokemon Summer Seminar, hosted by the particularly stringent Dr. Yamazaki. If they were late, they would likely endure a scolding for the entire morning. Given this, they had no choice but to resort to high-speed movement. No, they needed to use Quick Attack. The trio dashed through the streets with such fervor that they could frighten wild Pokemon into tears. Fortunately, their daily training endowed them with remarkable physical stamina. They arrived at the school just in time, nearly synchronizing with the start of the seminar. Thankfully, they were not late. Xiao Wang squatted in a corner, her face pale as she coughed, utterly exhausted. Dr. Yamazaki glanced at his watch and nodded. Very well, you are not late. Welcome to the Yamazaki Research Institute, Tianguan Mountain Branch. From today onward, strive diligently in school. It feels somewhat like returning to Alola, Ash mused, taking a moment to twist the damp towel in his hand before handing it to Xiao Wang. Here, wipe off the sweat. Arigato. Despite their bickering, the affectionate gestures between the couple were undeniable. We are all part of the Red Group. Their leader, Brock, had reliably stepped up to the blackboard, informing Ash and the others about the group assignments. Good job, Ash, he smiled, passing the water he had been holding to Brock. There should still be a while before activities begin. Let's take a break. No, it's about to start. Just as the three were conversing, a particularly familiar and jarring voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Startled, Xiao Wang gasped, Why, you're Kohei, right? Indeed, Miss Xiao Wang remembers me. Kohei adjusted his glasses and smiled at her. The most popular couple in the Sinnoh region. It's a pleasure to see you both again. Not only Kohei, but the main trio of this summer seminar had also arrived. Musashi had once again donned her role, tying her hair into twin ponytails and wearing glasses, becoming the head of the green group, capturing the hearts of many admirers. As for Kojiro and Nyarth, they faced a less glamorous fate. They were dressed as cleaners, diligently sweeping the grounds of the school plaza to earn some money. After all, it was a chance to earn income while enjoying meals and accommodation, which for Team Rocket was a joy beyond measure. To meet here, I trust you all share a passion for Pokemon. Let's live together this week and create beautiful memories of your own. Once everyone was assembled, Dr. Yamazaki stood at the blackboard and sternly announced, Now, let us proceed with self-introductions. Of course, self-introductions should be done through Pokemon battles, don't you think? Upon hearing Dr. Yamazaki's words, many were eager to take out their Pokeballs, but he waved them off. Your partners for the next 2 days are these. As he spoke, his assistants brought forth a basket filled with Pokeballs. Since these were merely starter Pokemon, Ash and his friends didn't gather together. They took their Pokeballs and dispersed. The introductions would simply involve battling with their chosen Pokemon, so Xiao Wang felt reassured about Ash, trusting he wouldn't wander off. This unexpected smoothness was a relief. After finding a secluded corner, Ash slowly crouched down, recalling that he had previously had a disagreement with a girl, which led to him inadvertently selecting Raichu. The girl's name seemed to be Xiaokuei, if he recalled correctly. That's right. But this time she S in Kohei's group, conveniently keeping her apart from me. With that thought, Ash rubbed his Pokeball, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he pressed the central button. Come forth. A bright light erupted, revealing a remarkably familiar Pokemon before him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang's partner was a purple Mook, and Brock's was a Magnemite. As for Kohei, he received a Furfrou. However, this carefree fellow did something rather absurd. He immediately pulled out his formula notebook to show Furfrou, occasionally mumbling about independent and dependent variables, causing Xiao Wang and Brock to break out in cold sweat. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? Over there, everything seemed perfect, with everyone getting along splendidly with their Pokemon, while their situation was fraught with issues. KO. The Pokemon before him was indeed familiar, so much so that Ash could recognize its voice with his eyes closed. But how do I train a Magikarp? His commanding skills had undeniably improved, but Ash was nearly in tears. There was no water here. How could he train a Magikarp? KO. My vitality is quite robust. I don't need water. Alright, you're the best. Ash could only smile, reassuring the Magikarp. Trust me, I will make you shine by tomorrow. KO. There are no weak Pokemon, only incompetent trainers. Even if Magikarp fails to win the battle tomorrow, I will only blame myself for not being good enough. Please take care of me. Unexpectedly, this Magikarp displayed remarkable intelligence. It seemed to understand Ash's words and comprehended his gestures. When Ash extended his hand, it cooperatively leapt up to tap its fin against his palm. Truly, a Pokemon nurtured by Dr. Yamazaki, it exhibited remarkable spirit. Chapter 133, Fiercely Ferocious. Come. Slowly placing the Magikarp into a nearby pond, Ash finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, how could a fish thrive without water? KO. I really don't need water. Though Ash was unsure of what the Magikarp was saying, he stroked its scales. Nevertheless, you can only showcase your abilities in water. KO. Alright, let's train hard. Watching the Magikarp frolic in the water, Ash felt a wave of excitement wash over him. Go, splash. Magikarp executed a splash attack. It seemed to have little effect. Let us just do 100 jumps for now. Ash sighed. You can't keep crashing into walls. And so, a remarkably significant splash training commenced. In truth, continuous jumping was indeed beneficial. After all, if Magikarp mastered the splash technique, it could easily evade most attacks during battles, proving to be far from useless. 2 hours later, after performing over 2,000 splashes, Magikarp's eyes gleamed with determination. With a powerful tail whip, it soared over Ash, then, using the ground's rebound, leapt back into the pond. The progress is astonishing. Ash's eyes widened. They had only practiced for 2 hours. Yet now it could jump so high. Pika. Thus, the first lesson swiftly came to an end. Since Ash and Pikachu had been accompanying Magikarp during its jumps, time indeed flew by. As the second lesson commenced, the atmosphere in the classroom was harmonious, filled with delightful interactions between the Pokemon and their trainers. Brock, ever the nurturing caretaker, playfully generated static electricity from Magnemite, even indulging it with its favorite body rubs, truly a testament to his prowess as a breeder. Meanwhile, Ash was still engrossed in discussing equations, demonstrating his relentless dedication. As for Dawn, her bond with Grimer was particularly affectionate, with the little creature excitedly clinging to her, causing her to worry whether Ash might feel a tinge of jealousy. However, our earnest and somewhat oblivious Ash appeared quite amused by the situation. Observing the lively Magikarp bouncing around on the table, one could sense Ash's growing impatience, as if he were on the verge of appending the classroom in exasperation. Pikachu, with its characteristic mirth, sat on the floor, mockingly laughing at Ash's plight, clearly unwilling to remain beside him during such an embarrassing moment. You've run out of ketchup today, it seemed to lament, its expression a blend of disappointment and exasperation, nearly ready to unleash a thunderbolt on Ash for his antics. Pika Pika, look at the mess you've created. Your noise has landed you in trouble. Due to Ash and Pikachu's raucous outbursts, they caught the attention of the researchers, who commanded them to run 10 laps as a form of punishment, with the stipulation that they wouldn't be fed until they completed the task. Thus, Ash, albeit reluctantly, joined the training session, moving slowly around the track, while Magikarp was utterly incapable of partaking in any vigorous exercise indoors. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he released Magikarp, urging it to hop along behind him, much to Pikachu's wide-eyed disbelief. What a determined trainer. Not only had he fostered a strong bond, but he was also achieving his training goals. Pika Pika, Pikachu exclaimed, I have reasonable suspicion that you deliberately got us kicked out. Clearing its throat, it encouraged Ash to hasten his laps so they could return for a meal. By the time the trio of human, fish, and rodent finished their extra training, the rest of the group had already finished their lunch. James and Meowth had truly outdone themselves in the kitchen. Their curry rice exuded a rich aroma, and the flavors were perfectly balanced, neither overwhelming nor dull, infused with the delightful essence of onions and cilantro. Brock couldn't help but commend the dish highly. Is there any left? He gasped, leaning against the doorframe, clutching his growling stomach, with tears welling at the corners of his eyes. I'm starving. Oh, we've already finished. Dawn teased, her mischievous smile radiating a charming warmth as she delivered the cruel message in the gentlest of tones. Seeing Ash's pitiful expression nearly brought a blush to her cheeks. She couldn't resist his charms. Don't worry, I saved you a generous bowl, she said. Reminiscent of their days at school in Alola, where the atmosphere was equally vibrant and supportive. The Pokemon Summer Seminar exuded a splendid ambience, combining theoretical knowledge, physical training, and tug-of-war contests, allowing Ash to relive the essence of Alola. The day swiftly passed, and as twilight descended, it was nearly time for slumber. However, due to limited accommodations, the Yamanashi Research Institute had not separated the boys from the girls. Instead, they grouped participants together, with Ash, Dawn, and Brock naturally assigned to the same dormitory. Sleep? A young person brimming with energy could hardly be expected to retire at 9 o'clock. Thus, with the lamp aglow, the trio settled on the floor to engage in a spirited game of poker. "How was your time with your Pokémon?" Brock inquired, as he slowly drew a card from Ash's deck, discarding a pair of matching suits. Tomorrow's battles were on the horizon. "No problem," Dawn encouraged, gesturing for Ash to draw a card. "Grimer is so adorable. It can mimic every one of my movements perfectly." Yet, Ash and Dawn shared a flicker of concern. Who would have thought Ash would draw Magikarp? "I recall Magikarp can only learn 2 moves before evolving into Gyarados," Ash remarked, shaking his head before discarding a card of the same suit, splashing the water in the process. "Doesn't that raise the stakes significantly?" "Indeed. It tests a trainer's experience," Brock replied as he drew another card, noting that truly skilled trainers could make even a Metapod shine, while Metapod can only harden. If used wisely, it can yield unexpected results. Ash nodded in agreement, understanding that a trainer's strategic acumen in battles held paramount importance. "One more card, and I'll win." "Why so fast?" Dawn exclaimed, her mouth agape as she glanced at her remaining 5 or 6 cards. "Are you cheating?" "Cheating? Nonsense. There's no wager involved." Just as Ash defended himself, the dormitory door burst open. "What are you doing up so late? You're supposed to be asleep." Caught off guard, they realized they had forgotten about the dormitory check. Chapter 134. The Magikarp that shines brightly on an unremarkable morning. Under the relentless call of Professor Yamanashi's loudspeaker, Ash and his companions begrudgingly emerged from their cozy beds to commence their morning exercises. They ran 5 laps around the school before settling down to breakfast. Their routine was quite structured, although it didn't match the intensity of Ash's usual morning workouts. It was sufficient for the average individual. Following breakfast, the highly anticipated Pokémon battle was set to commence. Each group would draw lots to face off against members from other groups, with points awarded for wins and draws, under a 5-minute time limit. The group with the highest score at the end would earn a point. The rules were straightforward, and the purpose was clear, not only to test the trainers' immediate reactions, but also to gauge how well they could synchronize with new partners throughout the day. Utilizing their own Pokémon was commonplace, but attempting to battle with unfamiliar creatures was where a trainer's experience and skill truly shone. The first to draw lots from Ash's group was Brock, facing off against the leader of the green group, Linda, who was cosplaying as Jessie. "All right, Magnemite. It's time. Lickitung, go?" However, it appeared that only Brock was approaching the battle normally. Linda clung tightly to her Lickitung, reluctant to send it into the fray, only releasing it after repeated urgings from the referee. Thunderbolt. Sweet Kiss. As Magnemite unleashed its electric attack, Lickitung prepared to counter with Sweet Kiss, but Linda intervened, creating an increasingly bizarre scene. Linda rushed onto the battlefield, embracing Lickitung, only to be jolted by Magnemite's Thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Are you all right?" a researcher exclaimed, astonished at her audacity to withstand a Thunderbolt directly. Thankfully, having frequently endured Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Linda shook her head and snapped back to reality. "No way. I can't let my beloved Lickitung fight," she declared, her obsession with appearances rendering her unable to proceed. Under Brock's incredulous gaze, she was ultimately declared the loser. "What a shame. I really wanted a proper battle," Brock lamented, scratching his head in disappointment. "Grimer, it's your turn," Dawn announced, affixing a dazzling competition sticker to her Pokeball. Amidst a flurry of petals, Grimer took its place on the battlefield, eliciting a mischievous smile from the referee. "This is not a beauty contest. Not a problem, as long as I give it my all," Dawn confidently declared. "Grimer, Sludge Bomb. Humph. Use Psychic to bounce it back." The referee's prowess was undeniable, able to turn even a fluff ball into a formidable opponent. However, Dawn had trained with Ash, and his insights on utilizing Grimer were firmly ingrained in her mind. Poison gas. As the toxic gas was unleashed, the fluffy creature became completely enveloped, and the incoming Grimer easily fell victim to the stench bomb. Paralysis powder. The swirling clouds of poison were unleashed. This match was undeniably exhilarating. Xiaowang's strategy bore an uncanny resemblance to Ash's, and the dazzling display of skill clashing with the tactical acumen of Cao Ping left the audience in awe. Ultimately, when the 5 minutes elapsed, the battle concluded in a stalemate. After the match, Xiaowang was surrounded by a throng of girls, eagerly seeking her insights and experience. The elegance with which she had trained her Grimer was truly impressive. The subsequent matches were equally thrilling, showcasing a Rattata capable of unleashing Thunderbolt, a powerful Feraligatr, and a swift Scyther. Soon, the final match approached. Ash found himself pitted against Xiaokuei once again. However, this time, the absence of animosity meant they were not particularly familiar with one another. Infernape, go. Under the piercing gazes of the crowd, Ash let out a sigh. Magikarp. The moment it was released, the arena erupted into chaos. Magikarp, regarded as the lowest tier of water-type Pokémon, stood no chance against one of the 3 starter Pokémon, Infernape. The assistant glanced over the Pokémon roster and quietly whispered to Professor Yamanashi, "It seems this Magikarp was intended for release." Oh, Professor Yamanashi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is the reason? It's larger than the average Magikarp and possesses an exceedingly combative nature, yearning for strength. Unfortunately, we are unable to provide it with specialized training. Professor Yamanashi pondered for a moment. I see. Let's observe their battle first. Perhaps there is another answer beyond simply releasing it. The match commenced. Infernape, Sonic Punch. As it approached, Ash maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, silently gesturing for Magikarp not to take the initiative. Here it comes. Just as Infernape's fist was about to connect, Ash commanded, Water Leap. This was no mere jest. It was a maneuver perfected through countless repetitions, even capable of being executed while running laps on the playground. With a single leap, Magikarp soared into the air, evading Infernape's Sonic Punch. Infernape, thwarted in its attack, slammed its fist into the hard ground, causing it to become lodged, resulting in a painful spasm. Now use Tackle. Observing the trapped Infernape, Ash smiled, signaling for the airborne Magikarp to descend with acceleration. The combination of tackle and gravity propelled Infernape forcefully, allowing it to free its hand from the ground, though it let out a pained cry in the process. Don't give up. Use Flamethrower. Facing Infernape's Flamethrower, Magikarp adeptly leaped into the air once more. Infernape, Sonic Punch. Xiaokuei's eyes lit up at the sight of the cornered Magikarp, and she pointed at it, eager to conclude the match. Watch out. Ash's expression remained composed. Use your tail to redirect. As Infernape's Sonic Punch approached, Magikarp's gaze sharpened. It skillfully flipped and used its tail to strike Infernape's head, executing a double jump. The impact caused Infernape to lose its balance, and the brilliance of Sonic Punch began to fade. Water Leap. Seizing the opportunity from Infernape's miscalculation, Ash swiftly issued the command. Magikarp's tail struck Infernape with force, sending it crashing down while simultaneously positioning itself advantageously. Go. Use your strongest tackle. Just as Infernape landed, it shook its head to clear the sand from its eyes. Upon opening them, it was met with a fierce gaze and an overwhelming force of impact. The collision seemed akin to a mountain crashing down, rendering Infernape unconscious. Magikarp emerged victorious. Incredible. How terrifying. The spectators erupted in incredulity, astonished by Ash's outrageous tactics. Facing Magikarp was not daunting. What was truly fearsome was that Ash had managed to wield it so effectively. Though Xiaokuei was reluctant, she had no choice but to recall Infernape. Casting a lingering glance at Ash, that was an excellent battle. Out of courtesy, Ash extended his hand to her. You and Infernape displayed remarkable synergy. Thank you. Witnessing her begrudging expression, Ash could only smile awkwardly. Had he not known she was a girl, he might have jokingly retorted, "What are you looking at? Can't a boy take a loss?" However, he was mindful of her femininity. He recalled Xiao Wang's advice, treat girls with gentleness and consideration, but not to the point of being overly indulgent. Only she deserved Ash's tenderness beyond his interactions with Pokémon. Uncertain whether it was the thrill of proving himself or the onset of a new opportunity, Magikarp began to thrash about energetically. Accompanying it was a brilliant flash of white light. Has it evolved? Professor Yamanashi's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed Magikarp had found a suitable trainer, prompting this transformation as a form of gratitude. Magikarp's form began to enlarge and elongate, its red exterior fading into a brilliant blue. Roar. Congratulations. Your Magikarp has evolved into Gyarados. Did I overtrain it yesterday? Ash chuckled, covering his face. Not only had he won today, but it had also evolved. That night, around the campfire, everyone gathered to enjoy dance and food. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu sat quietly beneath a nearby tree, admiring the luminous moon overhead. Ash, feeling a gentle pat on his shoulder, Ash turned, puzzled. Professor Yamanashi? What brings you here? Professor Yamanashi smiled, producing a Pokeball from his pocket. Today's match was splendid. The effectiveness with which you utilized Magikarp was truly commendable. Professor Yamanashi offered Ash high praise. Have you considered allowing this Pokemon to continue fighting alongside you? What do you mean? This is the Pokeball for Gyarados. Professor Yamanashi placed the ball before Ash. I conversed with it this afternoon and could see the depth of its feelings for you. It appears quite grateful for your nurturing. Moreover, it may not find a suitable place with us anymore. Therefore, Could you take care of it during your travels? Thank you for your confidence in me. Ash smiled as he accepted the Pokeball. I will take good care of it. Then I entrust it to you. Professor Yamanashi felt 1,000 times assured about Ash. His passion for Pokemon, high trainer level, and ability to fully unleash a Pokemon's potential are rare qualities found worldwide. The results of the first team evaluation were announced. Although the red team had lost points due to Ash dozing off during theoretical classes, Xiaoguang's exceptional performance and her being awarded the best interaction with Pokemon accolade significantly boosted the team's score, placing them at the top among the three groups. The following day's matches were soon to commence. The river adjacent to the Tianguan Mountain Branch School is under the careful supervision of researchers, where a diverse array of Pokemon species thrives, providing ample opportunity for everyone to select a water-type Pokemon for observation. The rules of this competition are refreshingly straightforward. The Pokemon chosen by each participant will be showcased at the end, whether individually or in groups, as long as they effectively convey their intended message. The work shall be deemed commendable. Researchers will evaluate the submissions based on the accuracy and standard of the accompanying reports, which will contribute to the final score of each group. Now, everyone, commence your observations. Dr. Yamanashi cleared his throat, reminding them not to stray too far from this location. And furthermore, capturing the Pokemon in the lake is strictly prohibited. With nods of understanding from the group, the delightful expedition began. Look, there's an electric boat. As soon as the group dispersed, Hikari eagerly grabbed Satoshi's hand and dashed toward the riverbank, where they spotted the docked electric vessel. Isn't this perfect for a date? She mused. How about we use it for our observation instead? Realizing her inner thoughts were laid bare, Hikari shyly touched her slightly flushed cheeks. For observing in the center of the lake would yield more detailed insights. Sure, that sounds good, Satoshi replied. I think it should be easy to operate this electric boat. Brock fiddled with the engine's mechanism for a moment, then nodded encouragingly at the young couple. Then let us set sail. Yay. However, a slight complication arose during their boating adventure. Since the electric boat was designed for two, Brock had no intention of accompanying Satoshi and Hikari. After assisting them aboard, he quietly commandeered another boat for himself. It's so beautiful, Satoshi exclaimed, gazing into the crystal-clear waters of the lake. Isn't it, Hikari? Yes, she replied. And in this intimate moment, she could even catch a whiff of Satoshi's subtle, refreshing fragrance, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing a vivid hue. You really need to choose your Pokemon quickly. Observing Hikari's bashful demeanor, Satoshi's fingers moved involuntarily toward her, gently tapping her delicate nose. He then gestured toward the multitude of water-type Pokemon ahead. Come on, I know all these Pokemon. Feel free to choose any. Then I'll go with this one. Despite her heart racing from Satoshi's flirtatious gesture, Hikari shook her head to regain composure and pointed at a pink fish, identifying her target. Is that a cherry blossom fish? Satoshi nodded. Then let us draw it like this. The moment Hikari had just regained her composure was quickly disrupted by Satoshi's next move, as he softly took her hand and guided her in sketching the cherry blossom fish. Pika? Is that Satoshi? Chapter 136. Ghostly Apparitions, Please Beware. Indeed. We should keep our distance from them. Observing Satoshi's firm grip on Hikari's hand, Brock nodded in agreement, feeling grateful for his earlier sagacity. By the way, why is Hikari being so passive today? Brock scratched his head, only to widen his eyes in astonishment the next moment. Wait, did she just lean in for a kiss? Oh no, not another kiss. I can't take it. However, since drawing and sketching were not their forte, the duo merely managed to outline the shape and add some color before concluding their outdoor study session. I remember something. After tidying up the supplies on the boat, Satoshi's gaze was drawn to a distant glimmer. Is that a neon fish? The Pokemon Summer Seminar had left a lasting impression on him, and the glow emanating from the cave nearby rekindled his memories. Hey, what is that? Hikari seemed to have noticed the light as well, pointing towards Satoshi's line of sight. Is it a Pokemon? Shall we call Brock to check it out together? As if in a past life, the trio once again encountered that dreamlike neon fish within the cave. However, foreseeing the event, Satoshi had already taken out his Pokédex to document it. Is that really possible? Brock asked gratefully, looking at the photo and information printed from Satoshi's Pokédex. You're handing over such valuable data for me to complete the sketch? Not at all. After all, only you can achieve perfection, Satoshi smiled, and we are good friends. Aren't we? Thank you. Well, given that Hikari had endured the couple's affectionate displays, it would be rather impolite not to offer her some benefits in return. Thus, even though Brock submitted a highly professional report, it still paled in comparison to the brilliance of the photographs and knowledge he received. Not to mention, Satoshi and Hikari's submissions were also formidable. In terms of moves and strategies, Satoshi's knowledge was on par with Brock's, and although their drawing skills were lacking, the solid framework of their report ranked favorably behind Brock's and Kauping's. Consequently, the red group's score rapidly soared, overwhelmingly surpassing both the green and blue groups. Well, if Satoshi had stayed awake in class these past few days, he might have even widened the gap further. But what could he do? He had no interest in listening to the battle techniques taught by the teacher. Nothing could compare to the joy of actual battling. Thus, a wonderful day came to a close. The following day, bathed in the gentle light of dawn, everyone commenced their new day of morning exercises, jogging, Pokemon training, and sprinting. After breakfast and a refreshing shower, they returned to the classroom, the sun now high in the sky. "I am Principal Dr. Yamanashi," the announcement blared through the loudspeaker. Today's course is the Courage Test, aimed at teaching everyone the proper ways to handle Ghost-type Pokemon. Isn't it just about defeating them until they can no longer fight? Satoshi questioned, drawing from his years of experience dealing with the Jengar family. Otherwise, they would continue their mischief. Pika Pika. Exactly. The rules of the Courage Test were outlined as the assistant tapped the blackboard. Tonight, after ascending the mountain, the first group to reach the top and obtain the badge shall be victorious. This event will take place in pairs, so feel free to find your teammates. We will gather at the school gate at 7 this evening to set off together. With that, class was dismissed, allowing ample time for students to form their teams. "Hey, have you already formed your team?" Satoshi was taken aback to see a boy standing next to Brock. That was fast. "Well, since Hikari is a bit afraid of the dark," Brock chuckled sheepishly, "and you two make a perfect pair, right? I suppose that makes sense." Meanwhile, as Satoshi wandered around, he noticed a robust boy who seemed to harbor some interest in Hikari and wanted to team up with her. However, Hikari firmly rejected him, pulling Satoshi into her embrace to signal that she was already taken. "Well, he does look like he works out, but fighting types are ineffective against ghost types, so having him around wouldn't be of much use." Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, in a secluded corner, the unteamed Kauping was being ensnared by a pair of exceptionally pale hands emerging from the grass. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and the time for the Courage Test had arrived. "All right, Red Group, let us set off from here." Disguised as a staff member, Kojiru glanced at his watch. Although the starting points for the green and blue groups differed, the distance to the summit remained the same. The first group, consisting of Satoshi and Hikari, lined up at the starting line as Kojiru pressed the timer button. "Ready, set, go!" Bang! The Super Tsurugi and Super Futy surged forward as if sprinting a 100-meter dash. Satoshi felt an unsettling atmosphere. Perhaps due to his rebirth, he was more attuned to his surroundings. "Do I really remember there being ghosts here?" He recalled a seemingly benevolent figure resembling a little girl who actually intended to draw them into an unknown realm. The domain corresponding to that place should be the spirit world. "Oh dear, what are you afraid of?" Xiao Guang exclaimed as she wrapped her arm around Xiao Ji's shoulders, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I will protect you." "All right, thank you, Miss Xiao Guang," he replied. Suddenly, Bo Jia, who was behind Xiao Guang, felt a hand grasping his head. He turned to the side, bewildered. "Pika Pika, it's the Jengars." Pikachu patted Bo Jia on the back, signaling him not to be afraid. However, the expressions of that family appeared quite unsettling. They shook their heads at Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang as if they feared the mountain's peak. "It's all right." They mistakenly thought they were apologizing. Xiao Guang smiled gently. "You are truly diligent. No, there are indeed ghosts up there. Why won't these humans heed the warnings?" Unlike Xiao Guang's calmness, Xiao Ji's expression grew grave as he glanced towards the neighboring mountain path where Kauping was. Was he alone? No, his brow furrowed tightly. If memory served correctly, there should be ghosts? Ghosts. At the starting line of the blue team, two researchers instinctively recoiled in fear. "You say you overslept and couldn't team up with anyone. All the teams have already departed." As they observed an additional girl among them, the assistant's heart began to race. "So there's an extra person?" Chapter 137, The Dark Phantom. Come here, come here." At that moment, Kauping, entranced by the ghost who appeared as a little girl, walked toward the cliff with vacant eyes. One step, two steps. With his final step into the void, Kauping found himself precariously perched at the edge of the cliff, his body beginning to plummet downward due to the pull of gravity. No, just as he was about to fall, a massive hand suddenly appeared, grasping his flailing body and pulling him back with tremendous force. Startled, Kauping regained his senses as he beheld the dark phantom hovering in the air beside him. "A ghost!" he exclaimed, before promptly fainting. With such a cowardly disposition, how would he ever manage to capture a ghost-type Pokemon? The dark phantom, exasperated, placed the unconscious Kauping behind it and glared furiously at the little girl suspended in midair. "Go away." The dark phantom exuded an exceptionally frigid aura, its gaze fixed resolutely upon the spirit before it, unwavering in its duty to protect the forest and the hapless humans who had stumbled into it. It would never allow any ghost to harm those it safeguarded. Humph. The little girl pouted discontentedly, her disheveled hair obscuring her eyes. With a mere upward drift, she vanished from the dark phantom's sight. At that moment, Brock, drawn by the commotion, also caught sight of the dark phantom. He raised his flashlight, his eyes steely with determination. "What have you done to Cao Ping?" The dark phantom's eyes widened. "How dare you slander me, a guardian?" "No, slander a ghost. Not me. Woo-woo." The dark phantom flailed its arms, desperately attempting to clear its name. "I'm leaving, goodbye." Perhaps fearing further misunderstanding from Brock, it vanished into thin air. Rumors had it that the dark phantom could lead one to the spirit world. Brock furrowed his brow tightly, having perused numerous Pokémon books. He wondered if Cao Ping's companion was. No, just as Brock was conjuring up accusations against the dark phantom, Xiao Zhi's voice reached him. Panting heavily, he rushed towards Xiao Guang. That girl is the true culprit. Upon seeing Cao Ping approaching the cliff, he had immediately pushed through the underbrush. Racing towards the blue team route, Cao Ping, now awake, had 3 question marks hovering above his head. "But I can. If it were a ghost, our knowledge might not suffice to explain it." Xiao Zhi's expression turned serious. "But if it beckoned you towards the cliff, it is certainly no benign entity." If that's the case." Brock patted Cao Ping's shoulder. "The dark phantom is actually a good being, and my team member is a ghost." The shocking revelation overwhelmed Cao Ping's fragile psyche, causing him to faint once more. Gazing at the ruins atop the mountain, Xiao Zhi pondered. If memory served him, he had encountered a similar situation in Unova. The candle spirit had nearly led them and Team Rocket into the entrance of the spirit world. Given the existence of such an entrance, the presence of ghosts was indeed not surprising. "Brock, please take Cao Ping back," he said, patting his shoulder. "I will ascend the mountain." Observing Brock's intent to dissuade him, Xiao Zhi presented a compelling argument. "If I do not intercept the competitors at the summit, and they mistakenly attack the dark phantom, what awaits them will not be mere punishment." Furthermore, he had Darkrai with him. Aware of the complexities at hand, he added, "Xiao Guang, you and Brock should return. I will handle things here." Worry filled Xiao Guang's eyes, yet she embraced Xiao Zhi tightly before releasing him. "You must come back safely." "I will." After bidding farewell to the trio, Xiao Zhi began sprinting towards the mountain peak. At that moment atop the mountain, the dark phantom gazed sternly at the little girl in the yellow attire. The 2 spirits locked eyes, unwilling to yield. As they stared each other down, the seal upon the cave behind the girl began to dissolve. A tremendous gust of wind surged towards the dark phantom, compelling it to shield itself with its massive hand, while its tail slowly anchored into the ground to thwart the impending assault. Come on. The girl's voice, no longer concealed, was replaced by a coarse and terrifying tone as she waved her hands. "Come play with me." She was cunning enough to realize that eliminating the dark phantom would allow her to exploit humans without worry. "Not in your dreams." As the dark phantom unleashed a shadow ball, the anticipated effect failed to materialize. The attack was completely absorbed by the cave's gravitational pull, lacking any substantial impact. "Useless." Come on. The ghost's voice grew increasingly frigid. Darkrai Black Hole. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Chapter 138, The Triathlon. At that moment, the cave's explosive gravitational force ceased under Darkrai's black hole attack. As a Pokémon capable of withstanding assaults from the gods of time and space, even 20 of the little ghost, under Giratina's influence, would be easily dispatched. Simultaneously, Pikachu's Thunderbolt shot past the dark phantom, striking the little ghost directly. A rare flicker of fear crossed the ghost's typically menacing visage as it took a step back, now acutely aware of the terror posed by Darkrai's presence and Pikachu's devastating electricity. Setting aside Pikachu's formidable lightning, even a ghost could not withstand the ravages of electricity. Moreover, the opponent had Darkrai on their side. In the realm of dream manipulation, Darkrai was second to none. No one dared to claim the title of the first. Moreover, this Darkrai possesses power that could rival that of the legendary Pokémon of time and space. Servants of Giratina, observing the ghostly figure attempting to flee behind him, Darkrai's gaze grew ever colder, displaying remarkable audacity. Remarkably, the mere presence of Darkrai caused the ghost to scurry into the cave in terror. With a frigid glance at the pitiful sight before him, Darkrai unleashed a shadow ball, sending the specter tumbling into the cavern. As the last remnants of the black hole sealed, tranquility returned to the mountaintop. "Moo, leader." As Darkrai hovered in the air, the night demon slowly floated before it and bowed his head. "Moo, I apologize, I did not perform well. There is still room for improvement." In stark contrast to his indifferent demeanor towards the ghost, Darkrai unusually nodded in acknowledgement to the night demon. Well, that could be considered a positive outcome, right? Ash smiled with relief. After all, in his previous life, he had misunderstood the night demon, mistaking the specter for a benevolent being while repeatedly attacking the true good spirit. The night demon. Were it not for the latter's selfless efforts to protect him in Dawn, he might not be standing here today, seeking redemption. You're overthinking it, young man. Even Giratina would personally escort you back. Is that the entrance to the spirit world? After the situation was resolved, Dawn and Brock finally caught up with Professor Yamanashi. However, the entrance was now obstructed by fallen rocks, rendering it non-existent. It's hard to say, Professor Yamanashi remarked, fixing his gaze on the collapsed entrance. But the night demon is indeed the guardian of this place. There are many phenomena in the world that science cannot explain. Ash's expression turned notably complex. Traveling through time and space, encountering the Creator, Arceus, and meeting ghosts. Could it be that all the inexplicable events were happening to him? I'm so glad you're safe. Dawn tightly embraced Ash, her voice filled with concern. Even though you always manage to escape danger, I genuinely worry about you. All right, Ash replied, gently ruffling the girl's hair. After all, he had survived the battle of time and space. This was merely a minor issue. With a soft peck on Ash's cheek, Dawn expressed her gratitude, her heart swelling with relief. Thus, despite the supernatural occurrences during the courage test, with the assistance of Darkrai and the night demon, few were injured. It was unfortunate for Capping, who seemed to have developed a certain phobia towards ghost-type Pokémon. Well, if you have a phobia, then capture a night demon, right? Face your fears. Due to the myriad issues encountered during this courage test, there would be no additional points awarded for this activity. The following day, after morning training, Professor Yamanashi tapped the blackboard, signaling that the scores for each group would remain unchanged. Thus, the red team retained its lead, firmly in first place. Furthermore, I must inform you all, Professor Yamanashi announced with a smile, clearing his throat, that today will feature the final competition of your summer lectures, the triathlon. The starting point is right here, and along the way, you will receive the Pokeballs we've prepared. As the researchers sketched a rough outline, they explained that you would traverse the forest, reach the lakeside, and finally race back to our summer class with your Pokemon. Lastly, please refrain from attacking the contestants during the competition. The assistant waved at the red team's participants. The first place will earn 50 points, second place 30 points, and third place 20 points. So as long as the blue team does not sweep the top three, we'll be just fine. Observing the red team's substantial lead of over 270 points, Dawn calculated the conditions for the blue team's victory by counting on her fingers. As for the green team, they seemed to be doing nothing, merely slacking off, trailing the red and blue teams by over 150 points. Hey, did you all recall your Pokemon? Noticing that Dawn had returned her Piplup to its Pokeball, Ash scratched his head. Aren't you bringing it along? It's to conserve energy, Dawn replied with a smile, poking Ash's cheek. We still have over 20 kilometers of marathon to run. Piplup needs to rest properly. That makes sense, Ash realized. Wait, does that mean I've been running with a weight this whole time? Glancing at Pikachu nibbling on his shoulder, Ash finally understood. I didn't even notice. Meanwhile, Musashi seemed to have realized that the lectures were drawing to a close. She was discussing with Kojiru and Meowth how to employ tactics to secure first place. Well, the summer lectures had indeed been far too leisurely for them. With daily work yielding substantial pay and 3 hearty meals a day, they enjoyed restful nights of sleep. Truly paradise. Gradually, it seemed they had forgotten the original purpose of their visit. Attention contestants, we are about to commence the triathlon, Professor Yamanashi announced at the starting line. Raising the starting pistol. Ready, set, bang. With the gunshot, Ash and his companions surged forward. However, they were not the first. That honor belonged to Musashi. Despite having slacked off for a week, her speed, honed by daily chases from formidable Pokemon in the wild, was impressive enough to elicit admiration from Ash. Yay, I'm first. In just about 10 minutes, Musashi reached the forest entrance and located the tent set up by the researchers. Inside the tent was a basket filled with numerous Pokeballs, all appearing as ordinary red and white spheres, making it impossible to discern the Pokemon's attributes by sight alone. Therefore, selecting a Pokemon partner from the forest would be a matter of fate. Come forth. As the white light illuminated the scene, Musashi's smile gradually froze on her face. No, please, not this. Upon seeing the enormous Hippowdon before her, Musashi's enthusiasm promptly diminished. This doesn't suit my style. I need to change. However, such a frivolous request was swiftly curtailed by the researchers. Come now, if anyone could change at whim, wouldn't that turn the competition into a Pokemon selection contest? Moreover, a trainer should not disdain any Pokemon. That is the most fundamental quality. Huh, you mentioned Shinji? That's not important. While Musashi was throwing a tantrum, Ash and his friends had already arrived at the selection point, each choosing their partners. Come forth. 3. Doduo, Onyx. These were the Pokemon selected by Dawn and Brock. As a fortunate individual, Dawn had indeed drawn a good hand. Doduo was among the fastest Pokemon. As for Brock, Onyx was a perfect match for him, being the Rock-type gym leader. As for Ash, a Mareep's Bleat. It's a Rapidash. Ash exclaimed in mild surprise, stroking its body. Pleased to meet you. Remarkably, Professor Yamanashi had shown great consideration. After all, Ash had once triumphed over Doduo in a speed contest in Kanto with a Rapidash, so he was well versed in riding it. Go. With the three of them mounted on their respective Pokemon, the race within the forest officially commenced. Wait, hold on. Watching Ash and the others dash ahead, Musashi had no choice but to climb onto Hippowdon's back. I'm counting on you. Wait. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Hippowdon roared and began to dig. And then, Musashi disappeared from view. The scene then returned to Ash. Shortly after their departure, Dawn caught up with them, her chosen Pokemon being the notorious Ariados. Indeed, it was the very same Ariados that had long been a perennial antagonist. However, Dawn's method of catching up was rather unconventional. She cleverly employed Ariados' string shot to swing from branch to branch, thus gaining a decisive lead. As expected, those attending this seminar were anything but ordinary. Ash, I cannot let her win. As she watched Dawn close the gap, Serena's competitive spirit surged, and she shouted from behind Ash, determined not to allow the blue team to surpass them. Ash gently patted Rapidash, smiling as he said, Go, Flame Charge. Rapidash seemed momentarily bewildered. Had it heard correctly? Flame Charge? Was Ash truly aware of what he was commanding? Don't worry, Ash nodded reassuringly. I'm fine. Since the trainer had spoken, adhering to the unwritten rule of obeying every command, Rapidash began to emanate a warm, fiery glow. Boom. The flame charge was executed flawlessly. And as a skill that could enhance speed with repeated use, Rapidash's velocity surged to its peak in an instant, darting past Dawn with remarkable swiftness. Pikachu, feeling rather apprehensive, thought, You are truly terrifying. Observing Ash protectively cradling himself to shield from Rapidash's flames, Pikachu broke into a cold sweat. Although this was a competition, could Ash not tone down his extraordinary human capacity just a tad? Ash, Serena, Brock, Dawn, Jessie, and James were all making rapid progress, firmly entrenched in the lead pack. Meanwhile, the competitors trailing behind faced dire straits. Some had drawn the fearsome Garchomp, a stroke of incredible luck that was swiftly squandered due to incompetence in handling it, leading to a cascade of fallen competitors. This resulted in utter chaos among the subsequent ranks. With the continuous boost from Flame Charge, Ash was the first to reach the riverbank. Under Rapidash's incredulous gaze, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, recalling it. Thank you for your hard work. All right, it's you. As he sent a poke ball into the water, a Phoeba emerged, spreading its fins and calling out to Ash. Please take care of me. Politely greeting his new partner, Ash gradually mounted its back, exclaiming, Let us go. However, halfway through, a splash from behind captured his attention. Ash then realized that Serena's luck had struck again. She had drawn the swift Swampert from the water. Is your luck a bit excessive? Ash thought, bemused as he observed Serena gaining on him with her rapid Dodrio, now followed by the formidable Swampert. No worries, no worries. Serena proudly lifted her chin. I'm the favored girl after all. Besides, I'm already yours, so why fret over such things? As for Dawn, although she cleverly utilized Lapras's Ice Beam, the significant gap created by Ash and Serena made it impossible for her to surpass the couple, even with a shortcut. However, Jessie and James found themselves in a peculiar predicament. One had drawn a Magikarp, while the other had a Psyduck. Despite the Magikarp's vitality being less impressive than Ash's newly acquired Gyarados, it still posed a considerable challenge. It leapt energetically from the water, swiftly repositioning itself ahead of Ash and Serena. Meanwhile, the enigmatic James surfaced at the lake's end, having held his breath to swim from the depths. What a remarkable effort. Truly dedicated to victory. Chapter 140, The Instantaneous Phantom. Thank you for your effort, Phoeba. You too, take a good rest, Swampert. Moments after Jessie and James reached the shore, Ash and Serena finally arrived, synchronously leaping off their Pokemon's backs. Piplup, let us go? After adjusting her skirt and white hat, Serena patted Ash on the shoulder, declaring, Let us catch up to those two. Rest assured, we shall not lose. Ash and Pikachu nodded in agreement, confident that their stamina would not be outmatched. A mere 20 kilometers? They ran that distance every morning and were well accustomed to it. As they sprinted toward the final destination, not far ahead, Jessie and James were entangled in their own rivalry. Hey, don't follow me. Jessie shrieked, alarmed by James's relentless pursuit, as she and her Snivy dashed forward, attempting to shake off this persistent pursuer. However, James and his Hippowdon were not easily evaded, despite his rather ungainly running style. Leaning forward as if about to fall, he managed to keep pace, clinging tightly to Jessie's rear. Thus, the four of them entered a tunnel. Damn it! Jessie cursed under her breath, then pointed at James. Snivy, use Poison Tail to chase him off. James, clad in flip-flops, leapt up just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. However, Ash and Serena found themselves in peril as they charged ahead, unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Pikachu, use Iron Tail on the ground. Just as the Poison Tail was about to strike them, Ash sprang into action. The rules of the seminar strictly prohibited attacking the opponent's Pokémon. And even if the other side broke the rules, they could not stoop to that level. It was the essence of integrity. Therefore, striking the ground with Iron Tail would effectively mitigate the damage from the Poison Tail without violating any rules, safeguarding both himself and Serena in one fell swoop. You're breaking the rules. Serena would not let the matter slide, her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Snivy. Just because the cameras can't capture you doesn't mean you can act like this. Who is listening to you? Jessie scoffed, having grown overly comfortable during the seminar, almost forgetting what it felt like to be a rogue. Today, she had to reclaim that mischievous thrill. Snivy, bite down. At Jessie's command, Snivy lunged at Piplup, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. Piplup, caught off guard by the sudden ambush. Piplup lost its balance and began to tumble toward a deep pit, startling Serena, who instinctively considered jumping in to save Piplup. However, Ash swiftly intervened. Opting for a more direct approach, he jumped in himself. Miss Jessie, I must take my leave. Observing the fray, James chuckled to himself as he adjusted his glasses, then dashed toward the tunnel's exit with Hippowdon, not looking back. Stop right there. Realizing the opportunity slipping away, Jessie quickly accelerated after him. Perfect assist. Giving Ash and Serena some quality time alone, huh? Ash, I'm fine. Before Serena could reach him, Ash had scaled the cliff's edge, one arm tightly clutching Piplup. Come here. Piplup, relieved to be back in Serena's embrace, patted its chest nervously, then offered a shy smile to Ash. Though it had caused trouble, Ash had come to its rescue, leaving Piplup feeling rather embarrassed. Are you all right? Serena brushed off the dust from Ash's clothes, her gaze filled with concern as she gently touched his face. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she exhale in relief. Good. Catching his breath, Ash clenched his fists, gazing intently ahead. Now, let us regain all that lost ground. Pika, Piplup. Serena felt a warm flush rise to her cheeks, thinking, so handsome. Indeed. The current Ash radiates a luminous aura, exuding an exceptionally powerful presence whenever he is brimming with confidence. It's simply magnificent. Even though we are together, little May, who is running with all her might, grits her teeth and declares, I shall not be outdone by you. This sentiment should rightfully belong to me. Ash, bearing Pikachu on his shoulder, is sprinting alongside May, each carrying an additional 5 kilograms. The two display a remarkable speed that stirs up a veritable cloud of dust in their wake. At the finish line, Professor Yamanashi awaits, flag in hand, ready to greet the first competitor to arrive. The first to come into view is Capping, closely followed by Musashi. However, they appear quite drained, running with a lackluster energy. Their pace reduced to a crawl. Is Musashi not herself today? Kojuro, hands on hips, observes Musashi's apparent weakness, perplexed as she had been running vigorously just a week prior. With 3 hearty meals a day and a midday nap, she should be fine. Meow, he sighs, and yet she can barely walk. Her body must have regressed. Just as he speaks, the sound of rapid footsteps rushes in from beyond the school walls. Ash and May are charging towards the finish line at a terrifying speed, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. When it comes to running, I shall not yield to anyone. They rely solely on sheer willpower. Yet, Musashi and Capping are running on empty. The lactic acid in their legs makes it nearly impossible for them to move forward. Whoosh! With the sound of Ash and May slicing through the air, Musashi and Capping are overtaken in an instant, their mental state collapsing as they trip over their own feet and tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, our couple has crossed the finish line in tandem. The championship is mine. Chapter 141. A perfect conclusion to the summer lecture. Thanks to high-speed cameras, the moment both competitors crossed the finish line was captured down to the thousandth of a second. Ash edged out May with a slight advantage of 0.0001 seconds, thus securing the championship title in this triathlon. First place goes to Ash and Pikachu, while May and Pachima take second. The enthusiastic assistant commentator announces the results, celebrating the red team for clinching the top 2 spots once again. Another victory. Our champion is truly consistent. May, merely catching her breath, is soon joined by Ash, who pats the panting girl beside him and encourages her to rest well. After sprinting over 20 kilometers alongside him, even May, who can hardly be considered an ordinary person, has exhausted her stamina to some extent. Subsequently, the second tier of competitors begins to arrive in succession. As the most dependable leader of the group, Brock secures 3rd place, enabling the red team not only to dominate the top 2 spots, but also to sweep the podium. What a cause for celebration. In the end, Musashi and Capping finally crawl across the finish line, truly embodying the saying, if you cannot run, you must at least crawl across. It is regrettable. Although my knowledge of Pokemon is sufficient, my stamina seems lacking. I've decided that I shall participate in the summer lecture again, but I must limit my servings to 5 bowls at most. Musashi and Capping lament this fate. We were so close to winning, only to be overtaken by those kids in an instant. How frustrating. The final scores have been thoroughly tabulated. The red team, which already had a lead of over 30 points over the blue team, now extends their advantage by more than 100 points with the bonus from the top 3 placements, an overwhelming victory. Regardless, Ash is determined to make the most of his second chance, having turned the tables on the blue team in his past life. He aims for an even more flawless performance this time around. That concludes our summer lecture. Under the setting sun, Professor Yamanashi stands at the podium, stroking his beard, and first congratulates the victorious red team. The blue and green teams performed admirably as well. Miss Joy, who is responsible for treating the injured, smiles gently, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for everyone's perseverance until the end. I truly hope you will continue to apply the knowledge gained during these days to forge deeper connections with your Pokemon. Professor Yamanashi adds a final note. All right. The bonfire party will commence shortly. While the teachers on stage speak, the researchers in the audience are busy distributing completion certificates to each participant. Ash merely smiles quietly at the familiar medal and certificate, placing them back into his backpack. He has seen this medal and certificate every day upon waking at home. Half of this life has already passed. Time flies. As night falls, a roaring bonfire blazes brightly at the center of the open playground. Some individuals hold hands and dance around the fire, while others showcase performances with their Pokemon, and an array of delectable buffet dishes awaits. It seems that all things wonderful congregate on this evening, as nearly all the participants joyfully gather around the bonfire, chatting with newfound friends about their shared joys. Musashi has also grown quite plump. Observing her feast, Kojiro chuckles helplessly. We ought to refocus. Indeed, meow, she nods in agreement. Our days of 3 hearty meals must come to an end. By the way, have we forgotten something? Researchers in the back conveniently pass by, carrying several baskets of Pokeballs. Forget it. We've earned quite a bit from our work. The 2 fools promptly discard their original intentions. It's no longer significant. Shall we continue to explore the City of Fate? Brock suggests to Ash, glancing at the map in hand. The Pokemon lecture has concluded. We should move forward. Yes, let's proceed along the way. Pika. As Brock focuses on marking the map, Ash's gaze drifts to May, who is gazing at the starry sky. The twinkling stars reflect upon her, creating a serene and ethereal ambience that accentuates her elegance. What's wrong? Ash gently taps May's shoulder, smiling as he asks. Are you feeling sentimental? May wipes away a few tears from the corners of her eyes. Though I participated in the summer lecture for only a few days, I truly feel sad on this final day. I understand. Ash nods in agreement. I sometimes feel this way too. Really? Leaning gently against Ash's chest. May looks up at him. But why does it feel this way? Because of parting, Ash replies, looking up at the brilliant stars above, filled with memories. Although our time together was brief, once one adapts to this life, stepping away from it can bring about a sense of discomfort. Parting? May seems to ponder this thought, her expression slightly dazed. Will we also have that day? Perhaps. Ash tenderly ruffles the hair of the girl in his embrace. After our journey and Sinnoh concludes, we may need to consider this question. So, after you finish the Sinnoh League, where will you go? I suppose Unova. Ash contemplates his future adventures, intending to proceed methodically to Unova, followed by Kalos and Alola, but the future remains to be seen. Moreover, I believe my journey in Unova will last only about half a year. Ash reminisces about his past travels in Unova, noting a significantly faster pace. May's eyes sparkle. If memory serves her correctly, the place she aspires to visit is Hoenn. The grand festival will occur in the latter half of the year, which leads her to a resolution. Unova, huh? All right. I will not allow the day of parting to arrive so soon. Chapter 142. Soul Exchange? Gyarados Crunch. Lucario, Aura Sphere. After concluding the Pokemon Summer Seminar, Ash and his companions set forth on foot towards Yuan City. However, given that the seminar was held in close proximity to Ten Crown Mountain, near the border of Shinto Town, Brock, after considerable contemplation, suggested an alternate route. This new path would allow Dawn to participate in the Pokémon Showcase by passing through Shinto Town before ultimately circling back to Yuan City. Meanwhile, Ash had also made significant updates to his Pokémon team, now consisting of Riolu, Alex, Pikachu, Gyarados, Mismagius, and Infernape, marking a substantial overhaul. At that moment, Ash was diligently training his new partners. Mismagius, use Hypnosis. Infernape, Counter Shield. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Alex, be sure to dodge. The 6 Pokémon engaged in their training. The newly joined Gyarados and Riolu practiced close combat, while Infernape worked on the strength of its counter shield against Hypnosis, and Pikachu was rigorously enhancing Alex's speed. Observing his stopwatch, Ash paused the training session, declaring, "That's enough for now. Time to rest." After an hour and a half of training, he understood the importance of balancing hard work with rest. "Good job, everyone. It seems you've all trained diligently under Professor Oak," Ash remarked with a nod, expressing satisfaction with his new team. Alex and Riolu had shown remarkable improvements in speed, presumably having learned a great deal from their mentor, Lizard King. As for Mismagius, its mastery over Odd Light and Hypnosis was indeed formidable, especially considering the relentless training sessions it endured against the Noctowl in Professor Oak's backyard. Initially inclined to slack off, Mismagius found itself pushed to its limits by the Noctowl's relentless pursuit, forcing it to rise to the occasion. Dream. Hearing Ash's praise, Mismagius was nearly moved to tears. "Dream, can you please stop having Noctowl train me?" Ahem. It was evident that Mismagius was particularly displeased with its training schedule. Ash cleared his throat and suggested, "Perhaps we should ease off a bit." "Dream." Mismagius, filled with excitement, joyfully embraced Ash, lifting him off the ground. Though it miscalculated its strength and nearly pulled his soul out, reminiscent of the pranks played by the Jengar family back in Kanto. Dream. At that moment, not only Mismagius, but also Brock and Dawn were taken aback. "This is serious. We could be in real trouble." Dream. In a flurry, Mismagius attempted to rectify the situation, but in its haste, it accidentally unleashed a powerful move. Boom. Dawn found herself caught in the crossfire and was knocked down by Mismagius's attack. At that instant, their souls began to shift, intertwining into a new arrangement. Ahem. The first to awaken was Dawn, who, sensing her body's recovery, adjusted her voice slightly. "Did you happen to be a bit careless?" Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly became aware of something amiss with her voice, extending her hands in confusion. "Wait, why don't my hands have calluses?" Meanwhile, Ash, who had been lying on the ground for some time, finally regained consciousness, only to find Dawn staring at him in bewilderment. "Am I dreaming?" He pinched his cheek, realizing the absurdity of the situation. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the forest. "So, I understand now," Brock exclaimed, feeling as if his brain might overheat. "You two have swapped souls due to Mismagius's blunder? You're Dawn." He pointed at Ash's appearance, then at Dawn's. "And you're Ash." "Oh goodness." Brock felt a headache approaching. It was already distressing enough to deal with the two's antics. Now he had to grapple with this convoluted situation. "Ahem. This isn't our fault," Ash explained awkwardly, using Dawn's voice. "You come here." He gestured for the culprit to step forward. "Since you can swap our souls, surely you can switch us back?" Dawn, undeterred by the name issue, simply continued as if everything were normal. She remained Dawn, and Ash remained Ash. Brock couldn't help but voice his disbelief. "I can't believe something so ridiculous actually happened." Yet, despite the chaos, a flicker of excitement danced in Dawn's heart. "Dream." Mismagius nodded, confident in its abilities. Ghost-type Pokémon could effortlessly master such peculiar skills. "Dream. Now let us switch back." Ash tugged at Mismagius. "I'm really not comfortable like this. But let it be known, this was an accident and doesn't count towards my cross-dressing record." Just as they prepared for the mysterious soul-swapping ritual, an unwelcome voice emerged from the bushes. "Is that you?" Small Hope cheerfully parted the foliage, having heard the familiar screams. "I didn't expect to run into you all." "Was that Ash who screamed?" Small Hope inquired, puzzled by Dawn's distressed expression. Did something go wrong? In her mind, Ash was a mature and composed trainer. It seemed unlikely for him to scream unless he faced a calamity. "No." Dawn panicked momentarily, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Explaining the situation would take ages, and this bizarre occurrence was something the three of them were still grappling with. If the word got out, Ash's Mismagius could attract unwanted attention. "It's nothing serious," Ash replied with a smile, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor as he gestured towards Brock, who was cooking. Yet, Upon closer inspection, one could see the cold sweat trickling down the face of the boy who appeared to be a girl. Let us hurry up and leave. Dawn internally despaired, wishing Small Hope would stop chattering at such a critical moment. Is it really nothing serious? That's a relief. Small Hope nodded, then slightly tilted her head. By the way, Ash, weren't you eager to challenge Miss Melissa? Dawn mimicked Ash's tone as best as she could. Is Miss Melissa back in Yuan City? She made an exaggerated display of being eager to challenge her. Not bad at all, Brock remarked, looking bewildered. If he didn't know better, he might have thought this was Ash himself. No, it's not like that, Small Hope said with an enigmatic smile. Yes, right here. Chapter 143, Pachima vs. Pippi Ball. Oh, what a surprise. Melissa suddenly appeared from behind Small Hope. Her voice filled with astonishment as she looked at the trio. I often see you on the replays from Yuan City. The best couple, Ash and Dawn. With a beaming smile, Melissa grasped both their hands. The spirit between you two truly moves me. This is how young people should be. They were indeed the best couple, but under the current circumstances, it was a complicated matter. After all, their bodies and souls were not aligned, and they were desperate to switch back. So what brings you here, Miss Melissa? Ash broke the silence, smiling awkwardly with Dawn's face. Despite the stiffness of his smile, it still radiated sweetness beneath Dawn's charming exterior. Oh, I'm so sorry. Realizing her oversight as a gym leader, Melissa expressed her regret. I've been training hard to become stronger lately, and today, I just happened to run into Small Hope. Her Pokemon are absolutely wonderful. So, does that mean you've already? Xiaoguang gazed in astonishment at the two individuals. Have you already engaged in a Pokemon battle? Indeed. Melissa nodded. It was a perfect match. Her attention then shifted to Xiaoguang. Speaking of which, I am quite eager to battle with Ash. Cold sweat trickled down Xiaoguang's brow. Goodness. If she were to take on Melissa under Ash's identity, it would surely lead to a calamity. Even if Pikachu obeyed her commands, she lacked Ash's intellect. How could a coordinator like me possibly compete in a gym battle? Xiaoguang's eyes widened, her heart racing. If she tarnished Ash's reputation, she would never be able to repay that debt in her lifetime. At that moment, Ash came to her rescue. Miss Melissa, he coughed lightly, striving to align his tone with Xiaoguang's. I've heard that you are also a formidable coordinator. May I request a battle with you? Oh, Melissa chuckled at the unusual request. However, battling with Ash, that is not a problem. Ash smirked. After all, I also intend to challenge you officially in Yuan City. Just like that, the battle slipped away. But was it truly acceptable to battle under Xiaoguang's identity? Xiaoguang fervently nodded. A formal match should indeed take place in Yuan City to capture the essence of competition. Ash concurred. A gym battle fought casually on the street would hardly evoke the true fervor of a real contest. Oh, what a pity, Melissa lamented, wishing to witness Ash's prowess at that very moment. As a coordinator herself, she had observed the performance at the Macaulay Cup, and Ash's remarkable reflexes and commanding abilities had exceeded her expectations. To battle such an opponent would be the most effective way to enhance her own skills. Then, Xiaoguang, I am delighted to have the opportunity to battle with you. Melissa's smile returned instantly, her gaze meeting Ash's somewhat awkward expression. You may set the rules for the match. How about a one-on-one battle? Ash wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, Xiaoguang's long, azure hair was quite striking. Ash could barely touch the sweat at his ear without brushing against her flowing locks. It felt rather peculiar. Right. Melissa elegantly snapped her fingers. The simplest battle can indeed be exhilarating. Yes, a one-on-one battle certainly heightens the excitement. However, Ash's choice was not without reason. I choose Shinx, Tepig, Pachirisu, and Buniri. Although he could devise effective strategies for nearly all types of Pokemon, Xiaoguang's training style and approach differed from his own. He could not afford to risk using Pokemon he had not fully synchronized with. In contrast, the familiarity he shared with Pignite would serve him well. Now, Xiaoguang, let us enjoy this match. Melissa gently tossed out her Pokeball. As the white light dissipated, a small purple balloon appeared in the arena. Is that a Swablu? Xiaoguang watched anxiously from the sidelines. Xiaoguang, Miss Melissa is incredibly strong. You must be cautious. Puffed. Brock nearly choked on his laughter, though the puffed-up expression on his face was unlikely to be well received. Although Xiaoguang did not comprehend Brock's amusement, she patted the real Xiaoguang beside her. Xiaoguang has never faced a ghost-type Pokemon before. What do you think, Ash? What does she think? She currently possesses Ash's body, but lacks his intellect. How could she even fathom it? Well, let us trust Ash and Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang's eyelid twitched. She could only echo Ash's original words. For the unpredictability of battles is beyond our forecasting. Despite the awkwardness, Xiaoguang focused intently on the match. She was eager to discern Ash's extraordinary capabilities. If Ash were using his own Pokemon, The experience gained would likely be limited to attributes and tactics, but if he employed Pignite, that would be the aspect Xiaowang most needed to observe and learn from. To conceal his identity, Ash slightly altered his pitch, declaring, "You're the one." Pignite. The little creature's face flushed with glee, amused by Ash's awkward demeanor in Xiaowang's body. How delightful. How could it be so amusing? Pignite lightly slapped its face, its expression turning serious. It understood that relying solely on itself and the real Xiaowang against Melissa's Swablu would yield no chance of victory. However, at this moment, it was Ash who was commanding it. The opponent's experience and abilities were nothing short of terrifying, as long as it could follow Ash's thoughts and rhythm. Pignite believed it would gain invaluable insights. "You may take the first move." "Thank you." Ash stretched his arms and issued the first command, Bubble Beam. Pignite immediately sprang into action, unleashing several bubbles towards the airborne Swablu with all its might. "Oh, what a cool Bubble Beam." Melissa nodded approvingly, impressed by Pignite's level. "Swablu, use Shadow Ball." Yet, the brilliance of the Bubble Beam lasted only a moment before being pierced by the Shadow Ball. As one of Melissa's primary Pokémon, Swablu's level was undeniably formidable. "Jump!" Pignite. Pignite leaped into the air to evade the attack, but this maneuver revealed Melissa's cunning smile. "Please restrain it." In midair, Pignite suddenly felt two purple ribbons binding it tightly. Chapter 144. Is this what you call a coordinator? Hypnosis. Melissa grinned as her plan succeeded. Escaping from Swablu's bindings would not be easy, allowing Hypnosis, whose accuracy was typically low, to strike with certainty. However, Ash's command took her by surprise. Use Peck against Swablu's ribbons. Ash's confident gesture, executed through Xiaowang's form, radiated a different aura altogether. On the battlefield, Pignite's beak sharpened as it lowered its head and struck fiercely against Swablu, eliciting a mournful cry. The focus required for Hypnosis was abruptly disrupted by the sudden pain. Now unleash Bubble Beam. Feeling the restraints loosening, Pignite quickly raised its head and launched Bubble Beam. The close-range attack maximized the effect, sending Swablu flying in an instant. Freed, Pignite did not cease its assault. It tilted its head slightly and continued to unleash Bubble Beam. Oh my goodness! Melissa was astonished by Ash's quick reflexes. What an excellent display of adaptability. However, she continued, "But you may have underestimated Swablu's speed." She was correct. Swablu's level surpassed that of Pignite, and its speed was something Pignite could not match. Thus, the moment Pignite touched the ground, Swablu's ribbons ensnared it once more. This time, however, the ribbons ensnared its face, thwarting Pignite's attempt to lower its head in evasion. As the ribbons forcibly turned Pignite's face towards Swablu, the creature's eyes began to whirl. "Now how will you respond?" Melissa smiled, shifting her gaze to Ash. However, what greeted her gaze was a pair of exceptionally clear and calm azure eyes. Beside her, Xiaowang was rendered speechless, wondering why the expression bore such a striking resemblance to Xiao Ji's. Her doubts were not unfounded. The extreme composure and unnatural smile were unmistakably characteristic of Xiao Ji. Yet, upon glancing at Xiao Ji standing beside her, she ultimately shook her head. It must be a case of couples resemblance. Boom. As a sound echoed through the sky, Melissa began to look up. What was magnifying in her eyes was a stream of foam light descending at an incredible speed. Even the most oblivious should now realize something was amiss. This was clearly Xiao Ji's scheme. She had thought that the upward tilt of Bo Ji Man was merely to maintain balance. Otherwise, halting the foam light abruptly might cause it to tumble. Little did she know she had dug her own grave. Floaty Ball, quickly dodge. It was too late. Xiao Ji grinned with unwavering confidence. Clenching his fist and waving his arms, Bo Ji Man, knock it away with your beak. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bo Ji Man seized the opportunity perfectly, landing a direct hit on Floaty Ball's face, forcefully sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the descending foam light landed flawlessly on Floaty Ball's visage. A masterful display of skill synergy. Xiao Ji was becoming increasingly exhilarated, to the extent that he hardly felt Xiao Guang's presence anymore. However, Xiao Guang's expression was anything but pleasant. Although Xiao Ji's guidance had evidently contributed to Xiao Guang's significant improvement, she was utterly shocked as she patted Xiao Guang on the shoulder. But did you not question whether she had been possessed? This looked unmistakably like a gym battle strategy. Moreover, the thought process seemed utterly transformed. Calm down. I'm not angry, Xiao Guang silently reassured herself. What did Xiao Guang mean by that? Just because she seemed re-equipped doesn't imply that even she wouldn't perform adequately in battle. Well, perhaps Xiao Guang wouldn't be overpowered by Miss Melissa. Cough, cough. She was still trying her best. With Xiao Ji's body, Xiao Guang shamelessly praised herself. reminding herself that it was merely a training match. Xiaoji was not alone. She had often remarked that battling was equally significant. Brock silently nodded in agreement. What a performance, I almost believed it. The match on the field was nearing its climax. With Xiaoji's external brainpower, Bo G-Man experienced for the first time what it meant to be in control. Xiaoji could predict every opponent's ultimate move and provide the best solution. This was a far cry from following Xiao Guang, who would comfort herself with reassurances only to be swiftly proven wrong. Bo G-Man, water spin. Floaty ball, please. Finish it with ghost fire. The clash between water spin and ghost fire produced an explosion, causing both sides to stagger backward several paces, panting heavily as they glared at one another. At this moment, Bo G-Man remained standing, while Floaty Ball had already collapsed onto the ground. Cough, cough. Xiaoji suddenly realized something was off. He cleared his throat gently. That'll be enough, Miss Melissa. Thank you very much. I have learned a great deal from you. It wouldn't he do to continue battling lest he inadvertently win. The pressure on Xiao Guang afterwards would be tremendous. Thus, he hastened to conclude the match, providing both himself and his opponent an exit strategy. How delightfully cool she was. Melissa, without any complaints, continuously praised Xiaoji, expressing immense satisfaction with his performance. I always thought you would be a quiet and graceful girl. I never expected you to be so dashing and confident in battle. Truly cool. Ahaha. Xiaoji could only manage a strained smile. Damn it. I can't be too ostentatious while embodying Xiao Guang. Just a momentary slip almost revealed his true nature. Imagine if Xiao Guang were to shout and turn her cap during a battle. Upon reverting, she would probably pursue him for days. Thus, with the exquisite performances of the three, Xiao Guang and Melissa seemed oblivious to any oddities and instead arranged for their future battles. Quite the joyous occasion indeed. All right, it's time to switch back. Uncomfortably tugging at her skirt, Xiaoji grimaced. I'm feeling rather uneasy. Wait. It seemed that our Miss Xiao Guang was adjusting quite well. She quickly grasped Xiaoji's hand, looking at him with pleading eyes. Don't make that expression with my face. Xiaoji slightly turned aside. What are you up to? Well, have you considered participating in the Grand Sorceress Contest? Chapter 145, Lily of the Valley. Is this the reason you don't want to switch back? Gazing at Xiao Guang, who was acting coy in her own body, Xiaoji felt his head might explode. While it was fine to take a moment of reflection at the Sorceress Contest, why must he use her body for it? Hee hee. Xiao Guang playfully scratched her cheek, blushing as she murmured, I really want to see how you perform in a competition as a girl. Huh? What? No. It's nothing. Seeing Xiaoji's puzzled expression, Xiao Guang quickly waved her hands. I just want to learn your battle techniques. I genuinely wish to know how my Pokémon would perform under your guidance. Isn't this a fantastic opportunity? Why does this feel so off? Brock thought, as the lines of concern deepened on his forehead, although he knew they had swapped bodies. Seeing Xiaoji's body acting coyly was undeniably unsettling. Fine, fine. Under the relentless pressure from his opponents, Xiaoji reluctantly rubbed his forehead. Let us switch back after this match. MHM. Xiao Guang nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a lucky cat, though the slight upward curve of her lips suggested she harbored her own little thoughts. Hee, how can I let you off so easily? Miss Lily? On their way to Sorcerer's Town, Xiao Guang pulled out a magazine, enlightening Xiaoji with knowledge. Oh, she's my mother's old rival, Xiao Guang smiled. Recalling her recent phone call with AIZ, my mother's winning streak was broken by her. After that, she retired. Which is why my mother hasn't been able to face her again. Yes, I think I recall something like that. Xiaoji furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling past experiences. But why did this feel so reminiscent of my rivalry with Xiao Miao? Lifelong adversaries, only for Xiao Miao to retire and pursue research instead. The one consolation was that Xiaoji had ultimately triumphed over Xiao Miao in their comprehensive battles. Weavey arrived, listening to Xiaoji's grumbling. Xiao Guang pointed towards the building that had appeared ahead. Shall we visit Miss Lily first? Xiaoji was taken aback. You mean I have to use your body to go? Of course. Xiao Guang beamed brightly. Otherwise, if I used your identity, Miss Lily might not recognize me. So let us go together. I have reasonable suspicion you've been plotting this for a while. Brock observed the affectionate interaction between the two with exasperation. Didn't the newspaper mention that Miss Lily was on leave for a few days? Huh. Xiao Guang's expression changed instantly as she hurriedly flipped through the magazine. Locating the page detailing Miss Lily's fashion shop, bold letters proclaimed, due to Miss Lily's work commitments, the shop will be closed for a few days. Thank you for your understanding. Oh, what a pity. See, I told you not to make that expression with my face. Xiaoji frowned at that familiar visage. The sense of dissonance was overwhelming. All right, Xiaoji, you too, Xiao Guang retorted playfully, tugging at Xiaoji's face, smile a little. Otherwise, That serious expression on my face would look quite odd. TSK. Life is fraught with challenges, sighed the mother, as two children frolicked. The very ground of Sinnoh town felt the weight of their playful antics beneath their feet. After a customary respite at the Pokemon Center, Xiao Wang stood before Ash, clutching the Pokeballs retrieved from Nurse Joy. Let's begin this exhilarating contest. She smiled, her schemes coming to fruition. So, which Pokemon will you choose? How about just one? Like Pachima? Ash suggested, to which Xiao Wang shook her finger disapprovingly. No, we must allow all Pokemon to gain experience in competition. That is what you taught me, Ash. Struggling to mask a smile, Ash selected two Pokeballs from the center. All right, let's go with Nyarth, Jianzru, and Pachima. Xiao Wang nodded in satisfaction, as expected. Make sure to cooperate well with Ash. Watching the trio of Pokemon trying to hold back laughter, Xiao Wang could not help but pat their heads, reassured by their familiar forms and voices. After 2 hours of practice and bonding, the dazzling lights of the grand contest in Sinnoh town officially illuminated the stage. As Lillian delivered her customary opening remarks, the audience erupted in excitement, the radiant spotlight shining upon the lavish platform. Yet, an empty seat lingered in the audience, Xiao Wang's spot, now vacant, as she was backstage preparing herself. Don't you dare open your eyes. If you peek, you'll be in trouble, she admonished Ash, glancing up occasionally to see if he was trying to sneak a look at her familiar figure. Oh, come on. It's not like it's a new Pokemon, Ash replied, lacking any emotional intelligence. I really didn't mean to. Xiao Wang, nearly numb to Ash's obliviousness, finally relented. All right, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Ash slowly opened his eyes, greeted first by a particularly pink dress. As he shook his head, he realized his hair had been tied into a pair of pigtails. No problem, Xiao Wang beamed at her creation, but her expression faltered when she glanced at the right pigtail. Hey, your right side is all frizzy, Ash exclaimed, noticing the issue in the mirror. Wait, pigtails shouldn't be styled with foam light. Xiao Wang rushed to embrace Pachima. This means I have to redo it. Don't worry, there's still time, Ash reassured her, sensing her growing anxiety. However, a commotion at the door soon captured their attention. President, hurry up, a stylish sister in sunglasses called out, quickly approaching Ash with a nostalgic expression. In mere seconds, he felt her deft fingers smoothing his hair into place. Looking fabulous, aren't we? Miss Lily observed. Do you remember me? It's Xiao Wang. Ah, Ash sheepishly smiled, nudged by Xiao Wang's elbow. Of course I remember, Miss Lily. Mom often mentions you. Help. What do I say next? Chapter 146. Xiao Wang's outstanding performance. Yes. Miss Lily's eyes sparkled as she patted Ash's shoulder. You and Ko look so alike. Every time I see you, it feels like I'm meeting her in her younger days. Really? Haha. Ash chuckled. But Miss Lily was about to continue when her assistant barged in, dragging her away. I told you, we have no time for this. Hey, don't pull me. As Miss Lily's complaints faded, Ash sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. I can't believe even the omnipotent Ash has his off days, Xiao Wang giggled, finding him adorably amusing. All right, stop teasing me, Ash mumbled, shaking his head. This outfit is incredibly uncomfortable, and having such long hair must be a hassle, right? He mimicked Xiao Wang, twirling the silky blue locks, feeling their smoothness without a hint of split ends. Perhaps I've just grown accustomed to it since childhood, she replied, noticing the hairband was about to slip off. Don't fidget. Just hold still. Besides, don't you think it looks kawaii? Xiao Wang led Ash to face the mirror. I specifically chose this outfit with a bunny tail to match Jianzru's charm. As long as you're happy, Ash shrugged. Just don't be surprised if I lose myself and give it my all during battles. After all, in the heat of competition, he might forget he was embodying Xiao Wang, leaving Aunt Ko questioning her life choices. No worries. Sometimes I get just as excited as you do, Xiao Wang assured him. As they conversed, the stage had already commenced its first round of evaluations. To everyone's astonishment, Miss Lily made her return as a contestant. Her appearance set a formidable precedent for those who followed. With a simple use of her Pokemon's move, Cherry Blossom created a stunning display, leaving Ash utterly amazed. Is that how you can use Sunny Day? He marveled, recognizing the prowess of seasoned coordinators who highlighted their Pokemon's charm so elegantly. Using just one skill, she struck the perfect balance between simplicity and showcasing her Pokemon's vivacity. Undoubtedly, the title of Goddess Lily was well-deserved. In contrast, Musashi's performance felt rather forced. Perhaps too focused on Melissa's act, she allowed her Meowth to send her flying, both celebrating in the air with an awkward cheer. This avant-garde concept might be a bit ahead of its time, Ash mused, watching as one contestant after another took the stage, inching closer to Xiao Wang's turn. Why do you always end up drawing the last spot? He sighed, glancing at the screen displaying Xiao Wang's image in the final position. At this rate, I'll be frozen by the time it's your turn. Seems like that's the case, Xiao Wang reflected on her past contests, recalling how she either went second to last or last. But going last also allowed for some last-minute adjustments, so it wasn't entirely a disadvantage. Next up, we have the dual champion of the random tournament and the Macaulay Cup, Miss Xiao Wang. All right, it's your time to shine, Ash urged, gently pushing her backstage. Go for it. Xiao Wang's smile radiated with confidence. I'll be waiting for your return. That phrase felt eerily familiar to Ash, a reminder of his past encouragements to her. With no other choice, he sighed and raised his hand for a high five before stepping onto the stage, a dazzling smile illuminating his face. What has she done? Ash's entrance left KO momentarily speechless. Why is he grinning so brightly? Could it be that he has a strategy against Lily? Indeed, Ash's smile appeared far more natural compared to Xiao Wang's previous stiff expressions. Both Xiaojing and Xiaoji were momentarily taken aback. Such a confident smile, if it adorned Xiaoji, would be entirely fitting. However, when it graced Xiao Wang, the entire aura transformed. It exuded a palpable sense of self-assuredness, an unwavering trust in herself and her Pokémon, radiating not merely charm, but an invigorating spirit of gallantry. With a deep breath, Xiaoji threw forth the Pokeball adorned with a satin ribbon sticker, resolute in his decision. No, Xiao Wang would not phrase it that way. A dazzling entrance. Realizing his identity, Xiaoji swiftly altered his line, striving to align his tone with the memory of that blue-haired beauty. Go, high-flying spin. The moment Rollout made her appearance, she instantly showcased her exceptional jumping ability, twisting and tumbling in the air. Ice Beam. Unlike the counter shield produced by her spin, Xiaoji had meticulously devised a new strategy for Rollout. As she executed a full 365-degree rotation while unleashing the Ice Beam, the resulting spectacle transcended a mere counter shield, transforming into an entire sculpture of ice resembling a swirling vortex. Hypnosis Punch. Elegantly gliding down the slides sculpted from the ice, Rollout's ears radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, gracefully tracing the contours of the icy masterpiece. Let us go. Xiaoji felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth. Help. Does Xiao Wang really have to speak with a strained voice during competitions? This is exhausting. As Rollout reached the pinnacle of the ice sculpture, she struck down with tremendous force, sending shards scattering, the sheer intensity reducing the fragments to nearly infinitesimal specks. Excellent. Let us ski beautifully. At that moment, the delicate blue glimmers of light reflected Rollout's vibrant ears, harmonizing with her elegant movements across the frozen ground. The dazzling display of skills, set against a charming snowy backdrop, undeniably painted a perfect winter wonderland. Yet, perhaps due to the slickness of the ice, Rollout appeared to lose her balance. This scene was flawlessly captured by Xiaoji. The girl's azure eyes flickered slightly, her demeanor remaining composed and serene. Unleash Ice Beam against the ground. Rollout's gradually ascending form was promptly lifted by the pillar of Ice Beam, perfectly rectifying her balance issue. Let us conclude. Hypnosis Punch. With the final strike, the entire ice layer dissipated, transforming into exquisite snowflakes that floated gently in the air. Thus, beneath this exceptionally beautiful snowy scene, Xiaoji and Rollout offered a slight bow of gratitude to the audience, culminating in a nearly flawless performance. Chapter 147. You call this a novice? Quite perfect. On the stands, Xiaojing nodded repeatedly, utterly amazed by Xiaoji's performance. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely felt as if Xiao Wang had fully matured. Watching Xiaoji return backstage, he shook his head, contemplating that perhaps under Xiaoji's guidance, such a day might truly arrive. Wonderful, wonderful. Upon returning behind the curtain, Xiao Wang immediately lunged forward, enveloping Xiaoji in her embrace. Due to their body swap, Xiao Wang, now in Xiaoji's form, was noticeably taller than in her original body. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as if Xiaoji was nestled in Xiao Wang's embrace, creating a particularly sweet image. Stop. Perhaps due to Xiao Wang's body being overly shy, Xiaoji patted his flushed cheeks and struggled to push her away. This is inappropriate in public. Don't make that infatuated smile with my face. All right. You did great, Xiao Wang. She gently squeezed Xiaoji's shoulder. I learned so much. I didn't realize Ice Beam could be used like that. That's good, Xiaoji sighed. I suppose my time in girl-esque clothing wasn't in vain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the backstage, Baihe, having just witnessed Xiao Wang's performance, was utterly dumbfounded. The depth of understanding of Pokémon and the ability to respond in a pinch. Are you seriously calling this a novice? Even she, who had been in the business for quite some time, couldn't execute a rescue operation as flawlessly as this. Hey, Baihe, are you still there? Kaizi, Observing Baiha's frozen expression through the phone, gently tapped her screen, wondering if it had frozen. Ah, yes, I'm here. Baiha forcibly pulled her thoughts back. Did you see your daughter's performance? Indeed, I caught a glimpse of it. Upon mentioning Xiao Wang, Kaizi's expression transformed into one of pride and satisfaction. She has made tremendous progress, hasn't she? I was quite taken aback by her improvement. Kaizi's smile radiated warmth, her eyes sparkling with pride for her daughter. Initially, she thought Xiao Wang's radiant smile indicated progress in her temperament. However, as the performance unfolded, both she and Meowth were left astounded. The seamless combination of skills and the nearly textbook-like rescue operation were nothing short of extraordinary. Had it not been for Xiao Wang's familiar face, Kaizi might have doubted if someone was impersonating her. Who would have thought? Baiha chuckled wryly. Having you as a rival was already tough enough. And now, with your retirement, your daughter has become my greatest competitor. Baiha's smile was tinged with reluctance as she gazed at the familiar faces of Kaizi and Xiao Wang, unable to suppress the bitterness within. During their conversation, the second round of evaluations progressed steadily. In the second round, Xiaoji chose Meowth. Although this little creature appeared adorable, its electric capabilities were undeniably formidable. Several times, Pachirisu and it had played pranks together, shocking Xiao Wang to the point of nearly developing an immunity. Finish it. Gazing at the utterly defenseless opponent, Xiaoji shook his head. Bite. With the final skill landed, the opponent's Pokémon was entirely incapacitated. Scores reset, and the defeated were eliminated while the victors advanced to the finals. Meanwhile, Miss Baiha, having just finished her call, seemed to be on a path of dominance to prove her prowess. The graceful cat was relentlessly pressing down on the opposing Pokémon, showing no mercy whatsoever. Xiaojing couldn't help but exclaim, how tragic. Thus, the final showdown was naturally set to be Xiao Wang, Xiaoji, versus Baiha. Something felt amiss. Witnessing the remarkable synergy between Xiao Wang and Meowth, Kaizi's expression grew perplexed, as if she were questioning her very existence. Comparing the Xiao Wang from her memories with the one on the screen. Though Xiaoji is guiding her, Kaizi furrowed her brow tightly. But can Xiao Wang really exude such terrifying dominance? She knew her daughter all too well. By her usual style, she would have been hit by the opponent's skills a few times, suffered some setbacks, and then learned the pattern before counterattacking. However, today, she appeared to possess a sort of sixth sense, effortlessly manipulating the opponent's rhythm throughout. Although it seemed she was continuously showcasing her skills in a flamboyant manner, striving to meet the standards of a grand competition. It felt eerily reminiscent of a gym battle style. Kaizi sighed, perplexed by the sudden transformation in Xiao Wang. Well, let us see how this child handles Baiha. Let us see how you confront Miss Baiha. Xiao Wang cheerfully tied Xiaoji's hair into a ponytail. Miss Baiha is one of the top coordinators. Her battle with Xiaoji will surely be thrilling. Pullman, you must cooperate well with Xiaoji. Pullman, no problem. I fear no opponent. Ash declared confidently, only to sigh shortly thereafter. But wasn't my previous hairstyle quite perfect? Why must I revert to a high ponytail? It's such a hassle. Humph. That is what makes you so dense, Ash. Dawn playfully tousled Ash's hair. The first round of the competition was meant to showcase the charm of my curling ears, which is why I styled my hair into twin ponytails to complement them. Now that we are back to battling with Bojiman, a change is only natural. All right then. With a smile, she poked Ash's cheek and embraced him tightly. Let us do our best. In response, Ash chuckled and gently patted her back, reminding her to take good notes. Come on, Dawn. Lily grinned brightly, looking deeply into Ash's eyes. Let us enjoy this match to the fullest. Here we go. Elegant cat. Bojiman. Taking a deep breath, Ash slowly uttered the slightly awkward phrase. The charm makes its entrance. Bubble beam. Substitute. As the countdown timer on the large screen began, Ash and Lily launched their first offensive move. In a strategic move to test the elegant cat, Ash opted for a ranged attack to deplete its energy. As expected, Lily, being the seasoned contender, showcased her combat prowess right from her first move, leaving the audience in awe. The substitute, a tactic often deemed annoying, created a decoy that mirrored its original form, successfully bewildering the opponent. Consequently, Bojiman's bubble beam was absorbed by the substitute. In the next moment, the elegant cat appeared behind Bojiman. Electro Ball. Bojiman, realizing the underhanded tactics employed by the opponent, Ash quickly signaled Bojiman. The elegant cat's tail expertly ensnared Bojiman, delivering a powerful electro ball that yielded impressive damage, accompanied by blooming blue flowers that scattered in the air. Just as 20 years prior, Lily employed the strategy that had once defeated Kasumi against Ash. Ash's score began to plummet. Here it comes, synchronized performance of the ghost Lily. Lillian exclaimed as she watched Lily produce a fan from seemingly nowhere. then shifted her gaze to Ash, noting that Dawn must also be feeling the pressure of the opponent's rhythm. To her surprise, Ash appeared unfazed, wearing a confident smile. How calm she must not be as Lily observed Ash's increasingly peculiar smile. Her attention shifted back to the pained Bogeman. In that moment, Bogeman grit its teeth, seemingly enveloped in a white glow, not evolution. Oh no, let it go? Chapter 148. A beatdown for the senior? Too late. Ash chuckled triumphantly. Bogeman, Bubble Beam. The white glow was, in fact, a skill named Endure, capable of absorbing damage from the opponent's attacks and returning it double after 2 turns. Having mastered this technique from his past experiences with the beautiful Milotic, Ash was well versed in its application. The white light surrounding Bogeman exploded, releasing the doubled return damage from Endure, accompanied by the blue bubble beam directed at the elegant cat. In that instant, even with the fastest reflexes, the elegant cat could not release its tail and escape. Under its widened pupils, the combination of the white impact and bubble beam surged towards it like an electric cannon. Meow. The elegant cat plummeted from the cloud of smoke, struggling to shake its head to maintain consciousness. The previously advantageous Electro Ball now rebounded back with double the force from Endure, exacerbated by the bubble beam's additional damage, leaving the elegant cat in agony. Lily's score began to tumble significantly. Kasumi? Lily blinked, momentarily taken aback, as the confident visage of the girl before her seemed to merge with the memory of her formidable rival from 2 decades ago. Meanwhile, the long-remembered Kasumi wore a grave expression. This is truly unsettling, she pondered, absent-mindedly petting the dazed, charming Meow beside her. You agree, right, Meow? This unexpected strategy and the extreme confidence exuded by the girl before her made Kasumi increasingly feel like she was looking at a younger version of herself. So, Lily perceives Ash's presence as Kasumi's. Truly, a family resemblance. What is wrong with the son-in-law and mother-in-law? What is going on? Cough. Returning to the competition scene. Delicate flowers paired with soft melodies. That is what I wish to convey. As a seasoned competitor, Lily quickly regained her composure from her surprise, crossing her arms and regarding Ash with a smirk. Sing, elegant cat. Sing, like Jigglypuff. Ash's expression instantly turned odd. The elegant cat cleared its throat and began to sing sweetly. Bobble-a-lolly. Goodness, the lyrics are just like Jigglypuff's. Fortunately, during the battle, the singing effect wouldn't affect anyone other than Pokémon, so Ash had no cause for concern about falling asleep. However, Bogeman was beginning to doze off. Hold on. Bubble Beam. Pointing to the sky, Ash shouted hoarsely at Bogeman, invoking a rejuvenating roar. Despite its drowsiness, Bogeman managed to unleash one final bubble beam. Unfortunately, it missed the elegant cat and instead struck directly above the battlefield. What will you do now? Lily triumphantly raised her chin. Dawn, if you don't wake up your Bogeman soon, your score will hit rock bottom. She pointed at the screen, which displayed the plummeting scores. Opening her eyes that she had previously closed to feign depth, staring into her eyes were the girl's azure pupils, devoid of any emotion, resembling a still pool of water, revealing no flaws. Miss Lily, I believe you've overlooked something. Ash smiled slyly, his expression sweet on Dawn's face. What if my bubble beam was never intended to attack the elegant cat in the first place? Pointing at the bubble beam directly above Bogeman, which was now descending rapidly, Ash continued. Boom. Bogeman was struck by the bubble beam and jolted awake. Simultaneously, due to the bubble beam, a soft blue glow emanated around Bogeman, presenting an exquisitely elegant appearance. This brute force approach to breaking the sleep and enhancing a Pokémon's charm was highly favored in the grand contest. Consequently, Miss Lily's score took a significant hit. Now was the moment for a counterattack. Ash waved his arms. Bogeman, Whirlpool. Surprised by Ash's actions, the stationary elegant cat was instantly swept into the whirlpool. Elegant cat, hold steady. Use substitute. The substitute absorbed the damage from the whirlpool, and the elegant cat appeared above the whirlpool. However, as soon as it materialized, Bogeman leaped and positioned itself right in front of it. Electro Ball. Peck. Facing the electric-type move that countered it, Bogeman spun rapidly in the air, while the power of Peck gradually tore through the Electro Ball's assault. After successfully blocking the entire attack from the Electro Ball, Bogeman's Peck struck fiercely, sending the elegant cat back into the whirlpool. But at that moment, Bogeman's expression suddenly shifted. Hearts began to appear in its eyes, as if it were caught in a bewitching spell. It seemed that this elegant cat possessed the ability of attract. Xiao Gang murmured gravely, aware that any contact with the opponent's body could potentially plunge him into a state of despair. However, such a minor debuff was merely child's play for Xiaoji. Bogeman leaped straight into the whirlpool. As the currents washed over him, Bojamon's abnormal state was swiftly cleansed once more. He shook his head vigorously and propelled himself towards the wailing elegant cat. A commendable strategy indeed. Lily's heart began to race, rekindling feelings of excitement she hadn't experienced in ages during a battle. Years spent in the design industry had caused her to forget the joy and passion that combat once brought her. Yet the young girl before her seemed to possess an enchanting power that drew her in, compelling her to immerse herself fully in this clash. However, Xiaoguang, water is conductive. Elegant cat, thunderbolt. Surely, he must know that water conducts electricity? If he is unaware of this fundamental knowledge, he ought to return the gym badge to Xiaogang immediately, follow the current, and unleash Bubble Beam. Just a second before the elegant cat radiated blue arcs of electricity, Bojamon unleashed his Bubble Beam towards the ground. As he propelled himself into the air once more, only the elegant cat remained within the whirlpool. The blue arcs flashed by, and what was intended to hinder Bojamon was entirely absorbed by elegant cat. The flowers should bloom now. With a rather cunning use of Lily's words, Xiaoji issued the command to conclude the match. Bubble Beam. Boom. The explosion of the whirlpool and thunderbolt, coupled with the final strike of Bubble Beam, was enough to bring down even the most robust of foes. Elegant cat is unable to battle. With the judges' machines displaying large crosses, it was only fitting that Xiaoji claimed victory in the grand contest of Shenwu Town. You've worked hard, old buddy. Lily tenderly cradled the incapacitated elegant cat, glancing resignedly at Xiaoji, who was high-fiving Bojamon. Battling her truly reignited the long-lost fervor, bringing joy to her heart. Yet, in this era, it was time to pass the torch to the younger generation. Chapter 149, Confession. Ayako's brows remained furrowed, never relaxing. It was clear to her that she had perceived something, an oddly familiar yet strange sensation as she watched the girl on the television. Familiar was her love for battle and her unwavering resolve in the face of adversity. Strange. Oh, there was much of that. For instance, the brute force hypnosis, the clever use of Nin, and the whirlpool washing away despair. Such tactics seemed far beyond the capability of a novice. I must call Xiaoji to validate my suspicions. To confirm her thoughts, Ayako dialed the number for the indoor battle arena in Shenwu Town from her phone book. At that moment, Xiaoji, returning with his ribbon badge, was abruptly pulled into an embrace by Xiaoguang. Hey, I told you it's inappropriate in public. Xiaoji sighed. Additionally, you must have gleaned quite a few strategies from your battle with Miss Lily. Of course, Xiaoguang beamed, showcasing her notebook filled to the brim with notes. I paid attention to every detail. I learned so much. Who knew that Pokémon could have such varied tactics? Well, it's best if you can summarize your experiences. After all, Xiaoji's purpose for dressing as a girl in this match was to impart to Xiaoguang that there are no weak Pokémon. As long as the trainer's level is sufficiently high, even in the face of formidable foes, one can still turn the tide through their commands. For example, in this case, the elegant cat, while Bojamon's level could not compare to it, having been with Lily for nearly 2 decades, it was likely at max level. Yet, it was Xiaoji's commanding ability that surpassed Lily's, allowing Bojamon to execute unexpected moves time and again. Well, considering how flushed Xiaoji's cheeks are, it seems quite amusing. No one is watching. Xiaoguang mischievously pointed out the empty surroundings, slowly advancing towards him. Stay awake. This is your body. What are you doing? Quietly swallowing, Xiaoji stumbled backward in a slight panic. Thud. The next moment, he found his back pressed against the wall. While Xiaoguang leaned closer, one hand braced against the wall, adopting a particularly delicate posture. Not behaving, are we? Watching Xiaoji's flustered expression, Xiaoguang felt an inexplicable thrill. She leaned in closer to his ear, whispering, "You know, you're actually quite charming like this." In the next instant, he felt her lips upon his. Though he recognized it was Xiaoguang, the perspective rendered it distinctly his own. It felt utterly disconcerting. "Mr. Xiaoji from Xinshan Town. You have a call from Futaba Town." As the two regained their composure, the backstage speaker echoed the announcement, requesting a response upon hearing the broadcast. Futaba Town? Xiaoji furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be a call from Ayako? He glanced at Xiaoguang, who seemed contemplative. But logically, shouldn't they be calling you? Perhaps they wish to compliment your training methods, Xiaoguang speculated. After pondering, she concluded, that must be the reason. Come on, let us see what the situation is. Beep. Moshi Moshi. Ah, is this Xiaoji? Upon seeing Xiaoji's face on the phone screen, Ayako waved. Long time no see. Ah, yes, it's you and Ayako. Xiaoguang stammered, having completely forgotten her prepared lines. How are you? The conversation felt awkward. Actually, I wanted to ask about Xiaoguang. Ayako's gaze flickered slightly. This look of hers was strikingly reminiscent of how Xiaoguang used to appear when she had done something wrong as a child. Seemingly sensing something, she dug a little deeper. Do you remember the favor I asked of you? Ah, that, Xiaoguang's complexion changed immediately, as she frantically signaled to Xiaoji off-screen. This entire scene was captured in its entirety by Ayako. Excellent. That flustered expression is just like Xiaoguang. If you've forgotten, it's no problem. Ayako's lips curled into a slight smirk. Then let us go over this match thoroughly. The match? Xiaoguang had performed admirably, but cold sweat began to bead on her forehead as she could no longer meet Ayako's gaze. Still pretending, huh? You better spill the truth. Ayako slammed the table, startling Xiaoguang nearly out of her wits. Xiaoguang, what have you done with Xiaoji? Oh no. It's clear why your mother is your mother. The situation was simply recounted, and Xiaoji bowed deeply to Ayako, saying, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have concealed my participation in the grand contest using Xiaoguang's identity. I sincerely apologize. Ayako nearly burst into laughter. This child is far too honest. Isn't. She was quite pleased to see Xiaoji bring forth such delightful results with Xiaoguang's Pokémon. Moreover, he had done so out of necessity for her sake. She couldn't possibly scold him. I don't hold it against you, Ayako said, her smile radiant. Xiaoji, I'm genuinely happy that you could do this for Xiaoguang. I can entrust her to you with peace of mind. In the previous moment, Ayako had displayed a demeanor as gentle as water towards Xiaoji. In the next, her expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, yes. It was clear that this was your mischievous scheme, and you didn't think to exercise a bit of caution while impersonating Xiaoji. You've turned this composed young man into a timid figure. Looking at Xiaoguang, who dared not retort, Xiaoji raised an eyebrow. This isn't right. Why does it seem like he is the biological one, while Xiaoguang appears to be the adopted child? No doubt, a true mother. After the incident, having humbly accepted Ayako's criticism, Shota finally felt a weight lifted as he stepped away from the phone. Accompanying him was the process through which the dream demon restored their souls. Feeling his familiar body once more, Satoshi let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, nothing compares to the comfort of one's own body, right, Pikachu? Pika. Alas, how regrettable. However, Miss Shoko seemed somewhat unsatisfied as she sighed, expressing her desire to witness Satoshi's subsequent performance. All right. Feeling the girl's wistful gaze, Satoshi chuckled as he patted her on the back, reminding her that this was merely a minor mishap. Thus, he tossed the ribbon into the air. Pikachu, Iron Tail. As the ribbon split mid-air, Satoshi gently placed one of the halves in Shoko's palm. Consider it a memento of their wondrous experiences during this time. Hooray! Shoko silently clenched her hand, cherishing the ribbon and the beautiful memories of the past days. After all, this ribbon not only encapsulated their affection, but also narrated the days spent in each other's identities. Chapter 150, Farewell, Cynthia. All right, we can leave. The day after the conclusion of the Mystic Conference, Brock sighed in relief as he observed the two who had finally returned to normal. No longer did they have to awkwardly ponder who was who. Okay, I'll go call Satoshi over. Noting that Brock had packed his bag, Shoko eagerly volunteered to fetch Satoshi to join them. Thanks, I appreciate it. Understanding the affection shared between the young couple, Brock nodded and began tidying up the room one last time. We must leave the room clean. Such decorum must not be forsaken. Come on, we haven't practiced properly in days. After the little commotion, Satoshi finally resumed training his Pokémon. At that moment, he was instructing Pikachu to demonstrate a counter shield for the newly arrived companions. The effects of Thunderbolt erupted like electric mouse fireworks, dazzling yet powerful in its assault. Considering the peculiarities of the Yuan gym, Satoshi stood at the center of the Pokémon, explaining, therefore, the greatest challenge we face is the ghost-type hypnosis. So everyone, make sure to practice the strength of your spins. He pointed to Pikachu's rampant Thunderbolt, although the previous counter shield did not emphasize its power. To truly strike ghost-type Pokémon and prevent them from executing hypnosis, the intensity of the skill must be meticulously considered. Pikachu lead them, pointing to Monferno and Gyarados. Satoshi entrusted Pikachu with the role of coach and then shifted his attention to the two Riolus and the Dream Demon. Well, you two can battle each other. I'll provide feedback and focus on the details. Dream Demon, practice your Shadow Ball and Will-O-Wisp over there. Satoshi gestured to a corner. I fear you might pull my soul out again. Dream, boss, can we not bring that up? Just as the Dream Demon complained, Shoko ran up to him. We're almost done packing, shall we go? Huh, so soon? Initially thinking Brock would take a while to finish packing, Satoshi had just begun his special training, only to be surprised that it was wrapped up in less than half an hour. Well, let's wait a bit longer. Satoshi said apologetically to Shoko as he glanced at the Pokémon that had just started training. They needed to practice for a while longer. Huh, should I too? Well, you could join, Satoshi nodded, acknowledging that their body swap had delayed their training for 2 days. With that, Satoshi waved to Shoko. I'll go inform Brock. Let us stay for another hour before setting off. Although every training session felt like time dragged on, once it commenced, an hour slipped by in just a few breaths. With the assistance of Alex and Satoshi, Riolu grew increasingly familiar with combat, maturing from a reckless newborn to one capable of assessing and responding to situations. I'm quite curious. Satoshi gently smiled as he patted Alex's head. Would it be good or bad if I helped you evolve? Lou? Alex pondered. For it, evolution was inconsequential. As long as it grew stronger, that was sufficient. All right, let's set that aside for now. In Satoshi's plans, he intended to return Alex to the kingdom on their way back to Twinleaf Town, even though he could occasionally bring it back to his side. The safety of the kingdom was its primary concern. They could discuss traveling together when the kingdom found trustworthy successors. After training, the two returned to the Pokémon Center to reunite with Brock. At that moment, unlike when he was flirting with Nurse Joy, Brock wore a grave expression as he watched the news on television. This morning, an incident involving the Diamond and Pearl occurred. Fortunately, the transport plane landed safely with no casualties. Yuka solemnly elaborated on the morning's significant event, stating that the perpetrator identified themselves as the Galaxy team. Noticing the news report, Satoshi patted Brock's back. Is it the Galaxy team again? Yes, the meteor incident as well. Perhaps sensing the somber expressions of the two, Nurse Joy comforted them. Don't worry. Miss Cynthia has returned to guard the Diamond and Pearl. Huh, Miss Cynthia? Hearing that familiar name, Shoko asked in surprise. Is she at the museum now? Yes. The champion should be discussing subsequent plans with her grandmother at the museum. Shall we go take a look? Tugging at Satoshi's sleeve, Shoko proposed. We might see if there's anything we can assist with. No problem, Satoshi nodded. Let's go, Brock. At that moment, noticing there was no immediate crisis, Brock fell back into his old habits, grasping Nurse Joy's hand. To me, my Diamond and Pearl is you, Nurse Joy. 3 seconds passed, and Froggy was nowhere to be seen. Strange. Not feeling the usual tingling sensation, Brock turned back in confusion, whereas Froggy. Meanwhile, the frog god stared into the distance, its thoughts inscrutable. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Cynthia slowly lifted her head. Satoshi? Having firmly etched the image of this rising star into her memory, Cynthia smiled warmly. Long time no see. Habitually stepping forward, she ruffled Satoshi's hair before turning gently to Shoko. Have you two traveled all this way? Yes. We just finished the Mystic Conference and happened to catch the news. Although Shoko felt a tinge of jealousy at Cynthia's actions, she understood that Cynthia merely treated them like younger siblings. Oh, I see. Cynthia nodded. You've been worrying about us, haven't you? Who are these children? Cynthia's grandmother, clad in a lab coat, inquired with a puzzled expression, having no recollection of Satoshi and the others. Immersed in her research, she had no time to follow television programs. Hence, even if Satoshi and Shoko had gained fame, it escaped her notice. Ah, Grandma, this is the one I mentioned. Vigorously ruffling Satoshi's head, Cynthia smiled. Wusong. The child who is highly regarded by many gym leaders, and he can even hold his ground against my Garchomp. Oh, Cynthia's grandmother immediately showed interest. Indeed, today's youth are becoming increasingly formidable. Chapter 151, The Red Sun. While the gathered crowd engaged in lively conversation, the expression of the town's star, observing through binoculars from a distance, immediately shifted. That boy again. Reflecting on the demeanor of his counterpart in Curtain City, Jinqing's expression grew markedly solemn as he slowly retrieved his walkie-talkie to notify his companions. I had originally assumed he was a girl due to his voice, which leaned towards a feminine tone, and his rather delicate appearance. G1, relayed to G2, confirmed the presence of an A-level alert personnel. A-level? Indeed. It is the individual who obstructed our meteorite project in Curtain City. Understood. Previously, my granddaughter mentioned that Dr. Mustard had playfully observed Ash. I wonder how his match against Garchomp fared afterward. Alas, he still couldn't best Miss Cynthia. At this moment, Pikachu's level and raw strength had yet to reach their zenith. Engaging Garchomp head-on would be feasible, albeit exceedingly arduous, especially given the type disadvantage. The youth must strive diligently. Mustard nodded earnestly, acknowledging that defeating Wusong indicated considerable talent and potential, though my granddaughter surpasses him. All right, your eccentric demeanor as a doctor is quite curious. What of Shinji? Slightly unsettled by Mustard's remarks, Cynthia continued to inquire of Ash. You two have battled since then, correct? Ash, non-committally nodding, admitted his misdeeds. They had fought several times, yet he emerged victorious each time. Is that so? It seems Shinji still requires time to mature. Speaking of which, your enthusiasm has influenced me as well, Cynthia teased with a smile. Battling you evokes an inexplicable fervor and excitement. This sensation is indeed a first for me in quite some time. It was merely luck. Ash pinched his nose, acknowledging that, as a reincarnator, his accomplishments were merely the result of fortunate circumstances. Ha ha ha. Excessive modesty is but a form of arrogance. The response to Ash's statement did not come from Cynthia, but rather from a gentleman slowly entering through the doorway. Clad in a black suit and tie, with a quiff of blue hair, he approached Ash and the others with a gentle smile. Cheery? Upon seeing this man, Ash's expression instantly shifted to one of grave seriousness. The leader of Team Galactic, a man who harbored ambitions of seizing the powers of Dialga and Palkia to irrevocably alter the world. Unlike Team Rocket's objectives, Cheery genuinely despised this world, yearning to annihilate it and forge an entirely new one. Thus, to achieve this aim, he had long concealed his identity, masquerading as a benevolent philanthropist. Today is indeed lively. Another formidable individual has arrived. Mustard appeared quite welcoming of his presence, smiling as she approached. Mr. Cheery, he has donated libraries and various facilities across many regions of Sinnoh. Cynthia informed the three. So, you are here for the Adamant Orb? Indeed, I could not remain still after seeing it in the news. Every villain seems to be a performer. Cheery's demeanor at that moment resembled that of a benevolent tycoon, making it difficult to discern his true nature. This is the beginning, perhaps? Cheery nodded at the mural deep within the museum, renowned as the most famous mural. Wow, that's incredible, Dawn exclaimed, stepping forward, her gaze drawn to the image of a Pokémon in the lower left corner. I've seen this. What? Cheery's expression shifted dramatically. Are you certain? Yes. Ash and I indeed encountered it together. Dawn recalled the day they received the Pokémon. Its name is Emrit, right? Ash. Cynthia tentatively directed her gaze towards Ash. Regaining his composure from his inner reverie, Ash nodded. Yes, at Lake Valor. In response to the astonishment of Cynthia and the others, Ash merely recounted his encounter with Emrit. Meanwhile, there remained a significant antagonist present. Revealing the whereabouts of his elf could lead to Cheery providing undue attention to him, much like in his previous life. The trio of legendary Pokémon, said to have only appeared in myths, Cynthia mused. Recalling the inscriptions on the tablet, never did she expect them to be seen by others. Ignoring Cynthia's murmurs and Cheery's scheming thoughts, Ash gazed intently at the mural's center. The radiance, symbolizing the sun, the sole golden hue in the painting, stood out remarkably. Arceus. Ash's brows furrowed tightly. Platinum. He was not foolish. Though he might forget certain details, significant experiences remained etched in his memory. The three dragons of Sinnoh and the creator god had left an indelible impression upon him, and even after encountering legendary Pokémon in subsequent journeys, none had impacted his spirit as profoundly as the events in Sinnoh. Dialga and Palkia, the two-time deities he had battled, along with Giratina, the master of the distortion world, and the very creator of the Pokémon universe, Arceus. I once vowed to a Zelf at Lake Valor, Ash pondered silently. I shall never repeat the past, never. At this moment, the four prominent figures in the room likely had a combined total of 40 schemes, each engrossed in their own thoughts. Doctor, why not let these two children witness the Adamant Orb? At last revealing his true intentions, Cheery proposed to Cynthia and Mustard. Having witnessed Emrit's soul, they might resonate with the orb. Very well, Mustard did not refuse. And what of you two? We are on board. Grasping Dawn's hand, Ash nodded affirmatively to Cheery's suggestion. Subsequently, as if history were repeating itself, Ash and Dawn once again entered the secret chamber, encountering the Adamant Orb, yet, much like in his previous life, they were unable to discern its profound significance. This nearly exposed Cheery, the so-called mad pacifist, to his true nature. Fortunately, for the sake of the greater good, he adeptly concealed his discomposure. After all, having pretended for so long before Cynthia and Mustard, they merely regarded Cheery as a pacifist. 321. While conversing with Dawn about his dreams, Cheery internally counted down to the explosive detonation. Over half an hour prior, he had instructed Jinxing to place explosives near the ruins. Once the time arrived, the explosion would inevitably compel Cynthia to relocate the Adamant Orb. However, the anticipated explosion did not resonate. What is happening? Jinxing's expression grew complex as he glanced at the ruins, perplexed by the absence of any event. What a blunder. Report. There is an exceptionally powerful drowsy here. It has put most of us to sleep. The crackling voice from the walkie-talkie conveyed the urgency of his subordinates. Wait. Do not approach. Chapter 152. One person dismantles a team. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. witnessing the plan falter at the last moment. Jinxing angrily smashed the walkie-talkie onto the ground, realizing he could only resort to a backup plan. Jinxing was already exasperated, while Akaji's demeanor grew even more peculiar. He had initially harbored a smirk of success, yet upon discovering nothing had materialized, his expression transformed into one of confusion. Why is this happening? He gazed out the window, perplexed by the inactivity of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Brock's mischievous Froakie unexpectedly leapt out. With a grave expression, he glanced towards the door, hastening his pace towards the exit. Froakie? Brock pursued in surprise. Where are you going? Ash, too, wore a serious expression, since he had not set off the explosion. And Team Galactic was now compelled to seize the adamant orb. If I were a member of Team Galactic, I would possess the invaluable experiences from my previous life. Ash's mind was particularly sharp, swiftly deducing the strategy of his adversaries. All plans had been disrupted by the initial layout, leaving only one course of action: to charge in and seize the moment. Just as this analysis concluded, a swarm of Zubat burst through the window, forcibly driving Ash and his companions out of the room. It was Team Galactic. Cynthia immediately grasped the situation, shouting, "Protect the white orb." Following her command, Miss Junsha, stationed outside, swiftly received the message, rushing into the secret chamber to transfer the white orb onto a cart, preparing to relocate it for protection. However, just as they were escorting the cart out of the secret chamber, the Team Galactic, led by Cyrus, swiftly confronted them. Meanwhile, the rebellious Frogadier, having ventured out alone, finally found its long-desired opponent, Cyrus's Toxicroak. The two frogs engaged in a fierce tussle, sparing no effort in their brawl. "It's definitely you." Upon seeing Cyrus's familiar face, Dawn's tone turned sour. "Stealing meteors, stealing orbs. You're even more despicable than Team Rocket." Achoo! The trio from Team Rocket, disguised as police officers, simultaneously sneezed. "Huffed, just a little girl. You should be more concerned about your predicament." Although the operation had deviated from the flawless execution anticipated, Cyrus managed the situation adeptly. Hand over the orb willingly. His gaze fell smugly upon Ash's amber eyes. "Let me guess, that Dream Eater is your Pokémon, right? Clever of you to think of a way to thwart our explosion, but..." Cyrus narrowed his eyes. "The one you incapacitated is merely a fraction of our team. Watch closely." He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind Ash and his companions. Mars, Jupiter, and more members of Team Galactic had arrived. The entire hall felt as though it were ensnared by their presence, with a multitude of Zubat swirling above, creating an inextricable deadlock. "Cease your resistance, or the consequences will be dire." Cyrus pointed towards the skylight, attempting to articulate something, but was abruptly interrupted by Ash's icy voice. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." A terrifying surge of electricity erupted into the air, striking Cyrus's Toxicroak, which was about to unleash a poison jab on Frogadier with perfect precision. The anguished cries of the Pokémon resonated through the room. As the lightning subsided, Toxicroak, now reeking of singed flesh, collapsed to the ground. Iron Tail. Before Cyrus could recover from his surprise, Ash directed Pikachu to deal with the Bronzer hovering behind him. As the embodiment of speed, Pikachu darted like a shadow, unleashing an Iron Tail that not only toppled Bronzer, but also struck Cyrus on the back of the head. Despite Bronzer's elegance, the unexpected blow forced Cyrus to the ground, clutching his wound. "How infuriating. I told you not to act alone." Mars and Jupiter gritted their teeth, astonished by Ash's foresight. No wonder he had been classified as an A-tier threat. No, he deserves an S-tier rating. Ash, Cynthia, and Dawn stood resolutely beside him. "We are here to assist you." "No." Ash shook his head slightly. "Leave this to me. The white orb is of utmost importance." "But..." "There are no buts." Ash fixed his serious gaze on Dawn. "They have already stolen the diamond orb. If the white orb falls into their hands, we will have nearly lost all our trump cards. Joking aside, with you here, even if they summoned 3 dragons, they would have to kneel before you." Trusting Ash completely, Dawn refrained from further protest, standing vigilantly alongside Cynthia to guard the cart. "Should I call you arrogant, or simply too young?" Mars smirked. "With the championess protection, we might have been concerned, but now. Do you think you can defeat us alone?" Meowstic. Wheezing. Mars and Jupiter unleashed their Pokémon simultaneously. Shadow Ball, Hyper Beam. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Ash's expression remained composed as he casually waved his hand, commanding Pikachu to handle them. Those who underestimate Pikachu ultimately pay a grievous price. Boom. The Volt Tackle shattered through the Shadow Ball and Hyper Beam, sending Meowstic flying, and with even greater force, it struck Wheezing. Witnessing their Pokémon falter, Mars anxiously urged, "Use self-destruct to retaliate." But Pikachu, Pikachu unleashed an unabashed torrent of electricity, the thunderous roar resonating as if to shatter the very museum. Even the Dragonite of the Elite Four would suffer under such power, let alone these lesser Pokémon. Boom! The overwhelming lightning engulfed the entire hall. And as the ominous wind settled, both Meowstic and Weezing lay incapacitated. The multitude of Zubat that had been circling above also plummeted to the ground. What will you do next? Ash coldly addressed the now-defeated Pokémon. Do you wish to continue fighting? How infuriating! How can one Pikachu be so powerful? Mars and Jupiter could hardly fathom that a mere Pikachu could leave them utterly defenseless. Boss. The duo silently returned to Cyrus's side, exchanging glances with him. Inquiring about the subsequent strategy, Ash had completely obliterated their meticulously crafted plan to seize the orb, with every Pokémon from Dream Eater to Pikachu proving to be formidable foes. A smoke bomb slowly descended from Cyrus's sleeve, and as it silently spread, everyone's vision was entirely obscured. Cough, cough, cough. Ash covered his mouth and nose. Releasing a Pokeball, Gyarados used Hurricane to disperse the smoke. Yet, Team Galactic had vanished without a trace. Ash shook his head, unfazed, with Cyrus's interference. Even if he managed to clear the smoke, they likely had unexpected means to facilitate their allies' retreat. Helicopters, gliders, he couldn't hope to prevent them all. Nevertheless, the white orb had been successfully safeguarded, a feat that had eluded them in the past. Chapter 153, Cynthia's Realization. Are we still going to proceed with the original plan to steal? Observing Dawn and Cynthia flanking him like guardians, Jessie whispered to James, "There's a champion here. And those guys have been thoroughly humiliated by that kid. Isn't that stating the obvious?" Jessie shot him a glare. "Are you suggesting we steal again? Considering our frequency of flight? You yourself relish the aerial displays in your grand competitions." "Shut up. My apologies." The trio unanimously abandoned their nefarious thoughts. It was clear that today's orb was not meant to be stolen. Witnessing Ash single-handedly repel Team Galactic, Dawn hurriedly grasped his arm. "Let me help you clean up." She tenderly produced a handkerchief, quietly wiping the dust from Ash's face. "It's truly not easy being with you. I constantly pray you remain safe." Haha. Ash awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing he couldn't allow Dawn to face such dangers. If he were to rely on a girl to protect him, wouldn't that render him utterly inadequate? Regrettably, they were unable to retain their presence, sighed Ash with a hint of melancholy. It seemed they had long since set their plans in motion, as the equipment outside was predominantly arranged by Team Galaxy. Oh, Dawn appeared to have grasped a critical point. Yet it's just us here. If they can deploy freely in this vicinity, doesn't that imply they have someone stationed here? Ash chose not to fully expose this notion. Instead, he exchanged a knowing smile with the nearby Red Sunday. That deceptively harmless smile sent shivers down Red Sun's spine. If not for the lack of sufficient evidence to make an accusation, Ash wouldn't have needed to maintain this charade. Portraying Dawn had nearly exhausted his mental faculties. Acting was truly a formidable challenge. "You ought to consult Pikachu for insights. I truly appreciate your efforts." Cynthia approached the duo with a beaming smile. Gently ruffling the hair of the young trainer and trainerette, the preservation of the white jade orb is thanks to you both. In truth, she could have sent her Garchomp to assist Ash in battle, while she herself could rely on her Manatee and Gourgeist. Merely defending against the onslaught of Team Galaxy's subordinates would have been more than sufficient. However, she was well aware of Ash's prowess. That terrifying thunderbolt could even inflict pain upon her Garchomp, so she had no concerns regarding Ash's situation. Yet, she had not anticipated his flawless execution. From his keen sense of smell that detected the poisoned frog to his swift apprehension of the ambushing bronze mirror, he had nearly obliterated Team Galaxy. Not only that, but he also discovered explosives that even he had overlooked. "You are truly an exceptional trainer." Cynthia's smile deepened. "Indeed. Only those with formidable strength can protect those around them." Especially, she teasingly glanced at Dawn, whose cheeks had taken on a rosy hue, covering her mouth in amusement. "How delightful." Brock and Gardenia nodded in agreement, as if watching a performance. As a seasoned veteran, Dr. Gardenia could easily discern the unique bond between Ash and Dawn. The boy was composed and capable, while the girl was trusting and gentle. Their synergy was so profound that a mere glance could convey their thoughts to one another. They were indeed a perfect match. "Ah, it takes me back to my youth," Gardenia mused, while Red Sun's expression soured beside her. His eyes were fixed on Ash's smiling visage. Truly, as the rumors suggested, the one who could thwart the meteor plan had extraordinary Pokémon. He cast a sidelong glance at Pikachu, pondering for ages how such a fearsome lightning strike could emanate from a mere electric mouse. Thus, he could only feign a smile, offering insincere praise to Ash. The The following day at the Pokémon Center's entrance, Cynthia and Gardenia specially came to bid farewell to the trio. "It's quite a hassle for you to come all this way," Ash replied with a hint of bashfulness. "We haven't done anything remarkable. If you keep saying that, it loses its charm," Cynthia retorted, playfully pressing down on Ash's head before turning her gaze toward Dawn. "So, where are you two headed next?" "We'll be accompanying Ash back to Sinnoh City." Dawn tilted her head with a smile. "Ash still needs to challenge Miss Melissa." "I see. Best of luck to you both," Gardenia chimed in, a look of excitement on her face. "You two must improve together." "Grandma, you truly are a child at heart," Cynthia remarked, having grown accustomed to her grandmother's antics. "But that is something I wish to convey to you. Now, it's time for me to return to my routine." Cynthia shook her head. The holiday had concluded, and it was time to face challengers once more. "Challengers?" Dawn inquired curiously. "Is it a challenge for the champion title?" "Indeed," Cynthia nodded. "I eagerly await that day's arrival. I look forward to the moment when you truly challenge me." Her expression turned serious, while both Dawn and Brock affirmed, "We will. Farewell." As she waved slowly to Ash and the others, Cynthia's spirits began to settle once more. "Take some time to rest. You've worked hard lately." Gardenia gently grasped Cynthia's hand. "By the way, what were you wanting to discuss earlier?" "Ah, it pertains to Red Sun." Cynthia's expression grew complex. "During Ash's battle with Team Galaxy, I noticed his demeanor. When Ash gained the upper hand, his countenance darkened considerably." "Are you suggesting?" Gardenia began to retort, but suddenly recalled Red Sun's overly reactive response from the previous day. However, there was no concrete evidence. No, the smoke bomb was thrown from his sleeve. Chapter 154, Aliu. "So, it turns out one can pass through a small town when returning to Sinnoh City from Mt. Coronet?" On an unassuming morning, Dawn marveled at the surrounding architecture, exclaiming, "And I didn't even get lost. What a miracle." "What a statement," Brock replied, his dissatisfaction evident as he moved the map away from his face. "Do you actually wish to get lost?" No. Dawn quickly waved her hands. "Getting lost is the worst. Not only can you not take a shower, but you also have to explore little by little, and if luck is against you, you might be targeted by Beedrill. Yet, there are advantages to getting lost." Ash shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you think everyone is as terrifying as you?" Dawn bounced in front of Ash, hands on her hips. "Your real intention was to battle wild Pokemon while lost, wasn't it? Looks like I've been discovered." Just as the trio engaged in conversation, Miss Junsha suddenly appeared, blocking their path. "If you're here to visit, please join the end of the line." She pointed to the long queue. "Can't you see everyone is waiting?" "No." Brock immediately became infatuated. "I must be at the front of the line to see the beautiful Miss Junsha." This action, had it occurred a couple of days prior, might have led to the mischievous frog overlooking him due to its instinctive danger sense. However, at this moment, our frog god had already regained its composure. A solid hit from Poison Sting rendered Brock incapable of battle, allowing it to drag him elsewhere. "How strange," Miss Junsha observed as she watched Brock being led away. Then turned her gaze to Ash and Dawn. "You shouldn't be waiting here. Are you Ash and Dawn?" Recognizing the two, Miss Junsha became exhilarated. The most popular couple in Sinnoh. That title had been a while since they had heard. These days had been spent in seclusion due to summer lectures or switching souls with Dawn and handling the troubles with Team Galaxy. Hearing this long-lost title now felt quite nostalgic. "Yes, that's us," Ash chuckled, accepting the pen and notebook from Miss Junsha. "By the way, what is this line for?" "Ah, it's indeed for an event," Dawn responded as she took the paper and pen from Ash and signed her name. "Yes." Miss Junsha excitedly reclaimed the notebook with their signatures and explained, "Because Aliu has returned." Upon hearing this, Ash finally recalled. Aliu had returned to challenge Cynthia and was conducting special training. Unlike closed, high-intensity training, Aliu had specifically opened training matches for his fans to observe. One must admit, his affinity for fans was truly remarkable. "What?" Dawn immediately rummaged through her backpack for the latest Pokemon magazine. "It mentions him. The bug-type champion Aliu." "Then let us go take a look." Ash pointed toward the throngs of fans already surging into the venue. "We should be able to enter just in time." Meanwhile, in the training area, Aliu was directing his Scizor and Vespiquen to strike targets with a particularly sunny smile. His impressive and powerful maneuvers instantly elicited a chorus of screams from the fans. The Elite Four is not merely a source of excitement for the masses. Ash's expression is tinged with nostalgia, reflecting on how swiftly time has passed. In the past, he marveled at the formidable strength of the Elite Four, dreaming of a day when he too could ascend to the rank of champion and challenge them, step by step reaching the pinnacle. Yet, he never anticipated that he would achieve this reality. As the Alola champion, the crowd erupted in cheers of champion for him. Following this, he triumphed over Steven and defeated the seemingly invincible Garchomp, ultimately vanquishing the world-renowned Charizard. This entire experience felt surreal as he gazed blankly at Gladion, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he had always been filled with confidence and determination, the arrival of this day left him momentarily stunned. While he was lost in thought, Gladion's training session had already concluded. At that moment, he was crouched on the field, amiably signing autographs for his fans. "Hey, aren't you all going to join us?" Ms. Junsha inquired, noticing the three standing motionless. "You can get autographs now." "Ah, not for the time being," responded Mallow with a cheerful wave of her hand, then rushed towards Ms. Junsha like an adoring fan. "Really not going?" Ash chuckled. "I don't require such things. However, Mallow, don't you also admire Gladion?" "Well, that was in the past." The girl tilted her head slightly. "But now I have you. In my heart. Ash is the strongest. With you around, I don't need the signatures of the Elite Four, not even Cynthia's." Her sweet declaration instantly created a notably flirtatious atmosphere. Brock rolled his eyes, muttering, "Well, I guess I'll go ask for an autograph then. Damn, if he doesn't step away, his head might just shine." "All right. Thank you for your support." Gladion gently returned the paper and pinned to the shy girl, who covered her face and dashed away. Just as he was about to stretch and take a break, a boy with a red cap and a Pikachu perched on his shoulder caught his attention. Individually, those traits might seem normal, but together they were unmistakable. "Excuse me, are you Ash?" Gladion extended his hand slightly. Surprised that Gladion recognized him, Ash nodded. "Yes, that's me. Do you know me, Mr. Gladion?" "Ah, Wutong and Cynthia mentioned you to me," Gladion recalled, reminiscing about Wutong after a long time. "He said your Pikachu is remarkable, even defeating his Bronzer. Moreover," he added with a knowing smile, "you and the girl beside you are referred to as the best couple." That rumor has long spread across Sinnoh. Chapter 155, The First Battle of Riolu. How beautiful! Mallow stood on the balcony, gazing at the lush greenery and vibrant bug-type Pokémon, involuntarily exclaiming, "Is this what it feels like to live in nature?" After Gladion recognized Ash, they engaged in friendly conversation, eventually leading Gladion to invite the three to his villa for a visit. The scenery indeed bore the essence of a paradise, with bug-type Pokémon appearing particularly at ease in this tranquil environment. However, if someone with a fear of bug-type Pokémon were to stumble upon this place, they would likely wish to flee. "Was your first Pokémon also a bug-type?" Gladion took a slow sip of hot cocoa. "In Kanto, was it a Caterpie or a Beedrill?" "Yes, it was a Caterpie," Ash nodded. "But it eventually evolved into a Butterfree, leaving for the sake of love." "I see." Gladion seemed to recall something. "Actually, the first Pokémon I captured was quite similar to yours." He opened his photo album, filled with childhood pictures of him and a small red bug. "My first Pokémon was a Caterpie, which I encountered while climbing a tree," he reminisced, his expression growing wistful. "But it left me eventually." "Why?" Mallow asked, intrigued. "To become stronger," Gladion replied with a mysterious smile. "And now, it has returned." "Huh, come out," Gladion called towards the trees, inviting his Pokémon to meet Ash and the others. As his voice faded, a butterfly gradually emerged from a large tree, fluttering its shimmering wings towards Ash and the others. "So it has evolved into a Beautifly?" Brock remarked, quickly grasping the situation. Just like many we've encountered before, Pokémon evolve after training with their trainers, ultimately returning to find them. "Indeed, it is so." Gladion extended his arm, allowing the Beautifly to alight upon it. "The moment I saw Beautifly, I was momentarily mesmerized." "How beautiful," Ash mused, slightly turning his head as memories of Butterfree's farewell surfaced in his mind. "As long as it is happy and joyful, that is enough," Ash whispered, shaking his head in acceptance. "By the way, Ash," Gladion suddenly proposed, "how about a Pokémon battle?" "Huh, so sudden," Ash was taken aback. "I'm not quite prepared for this." No, Gladion waved his hands. "It's just a friendly match, a way to adjust my state before challenging Cynthia. I've been training so much these past few days that I haven't had time for battles." Gladion ran a hand through his hair. "To adjust my state, battling with a trainer is the best method." "Well, since you've put it that way, I have no reason to refuse." Ash adjusted his cap slightly, rising to head towards the nearby lawn. "One-on-one." "Yes, please," Gladion responded with a smile as he also walked onto the grass, stretching his body before preparing for the friendly match. "Then Beautifly, go." Gladion waved his hand, sending out his initial Pokémon. Though termed a friendly match, it also served as an opportunity for Gladion to rekindle the synergy with Beautifly. It had been quite some time since they last met, and they needed time to reconnect. "Isn't this starting a bit too high?" Ash juggled the Pokeball in his hand before decisively tossing it. "Riolu, you're the one." Lu, with its combative instincts since birth, Riolu was unperturbed by the Beautifly before it. At this moment, Riolu was filled with excitement, ready to engage in its first official battle. A rather rare Pokémon, Gladion remarked, observing Riolu's petite stature. Come now, let me witness your strength. Beautifly, Silver Wind. Dodge with quick attack. As Beautifly's wings began to stir up wind, Riolu evaded the attack with remarkable speed and then launched itself towards Beautifly with determination. Stun Spore. Seeing Riolu about to collide with Beautifly, Gladion prepared to inflict a debuff. If it were to be hit by Stun Spore, even the swiftest of Pokémon would slow down. Showcasing the charm of Bug-type Pokémon, which could intermittently inflict debilitating status effects. Vacuum Wave. Sensing the impending danger of Stun Spore, Ash commanded Riolu to disperse the powder with Vacuum Wave. As one of the fighting-type moves, Vacuum Wave was sure to strike first, which was why Ash felt confident allowing Riolu to confront Beautifly directly. With rapid punches, Riolu unleashed the Vacuum Wave, dispersing the Stun Spore and hitting Beautifly in midair. Such swift reflexes, Gladion marveled at the sight of Beautifly being pushed back repeatedly. Astonished by the speed of Ash's Pokémon, and even more so by Ash's quick response as a trainer. Supported, unleashed the Butterfly Dance. In the air, the Huntail Butterfly gracefully countered its retreating inertia with a beautiful display, slowly dancing amidst the heavens, simultaneously deflecting the opponent's assaults while enhancing its own speed and attack. Do not let it succeed. Pointing at the Huntail Butterfly, Ash promptly commanded, Aura Sphere. In an instant, Riolu burst forth from the smokescreen of the Vacuum Wave, closing the distance to the Huntail Butterfly with remarkable speed, and unleashed a merciless close-range Aura Sphere that sent the opponent flying. How is this possible? Compared to Brock and Dawn's calm demeanor, Adu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the airborne Huntail Butterfly. He initially thought he had misheard Ash's command, but it was indeed true that the opposing Riolu possessed such a skill. Just how high must its level and talent be? However, Ash would not grant him a moment of respite. Quick attack. Bug Buzz. Sensing Riolu's intent to charge, Alu immediately prepared to exploit the aerial advantage to thwart it. As Riolu approached with quick attack, the Huntail Butterfly responded with Bug Buzz. In that fleeting moment, the struck Riolu's speed diminished significantly. Yet, with sheer willpower, it pressed forward, determined to breach the Bug Buzz and reach the Huntail Butterfly. What was the purpose of this? Alu furrowed his brow. Even if it managed to near the Huntail Butterfly, it would hardly be able to deliver a devastating strike instantly. Aura Sphere, quick attack, Vacuum Wave. Does it have any other tricks up its sleeve? Suddenly, Alu's expression shifted. Huntail Butterfly ascend. But it was too late. Ash's voice echoed in his ears. Double Edge. Boom. As Riolu gritted its teeth and lunged toward the Huntail Butterfly. The Double Edge attack struck the opponent squarely in the face, inflicting damage upon both sides as they were sent careening in opposite directions. Moments later, both Pokémon panted heavily, gazing at one another, their bodies adorned with numerous wounds. After all, Riolu was merely a month-old baby. Forcing it to battle against a Huntail Butterfly that had lived for so long was inherently challenging. At this juncture, withstanding the opponent's attack and maintaining an advantageous position was already commendable. Thus, it would be prudent to conclude this match. What a splendid battle. I have gained invaluable experience. Ash grasped Amo's hand, urging him to continue striving in his upcoming duel against Miss Cynthia. Chapter 156, The Bouquet of Icy Air, 1. Thud. In a secluded forest within the Sinnoh region, a sound of formidable stomping reverberated. Yet, due to the forest's concealment and haze, none in the vicinity noticed this peculiar sound. However, had anyone been present, they would have witnessed a spectacle that an ordinary person could scarcely fathom in a lifetime. Roar. Emerging from its teleportation space, Dialga slowly raised its head, surveying the unique landscape and sky of this realm. Cursed that Palutena, he nearly eliminated Ash. If Giratina discovers we disrupted the reverse world through our skirmish, I would surely meet my demise at its hands. Noticing the absence of Palutena or Giratina's presence in the skies, Dialga exhaled in relief, lowering its massive head to silently enjoy the pristine waters of the lake. However, at that moment, a quietly torn rift began to manifest at the lake's center. Come, stop practicing, it's time for a meal. On this day, as Ash and his companions continued their journey towards the City of Fate, they arrived at an exceptionally picturesque location. Surrounded by mountains, the sea shimmered with enchanting hues. If one were to capture this moment with a camera, it would likely win first place in any photography contest. In such a splendid environment, Ash relentlessly urged his Pokémon to train diligently. Push-ups, sprints, 5-kilometer runs around the lake. He pushed their stamina and speed to the limit. Consequently, Dawn descended the stairs to implore Ash to cease training. Time has flown by so quickly. Pulling out his Pokémon watch, Ash finally realized it was already noon. Did you think your endurance runs had only consumed half the morning? Dawn, hands on her hips, regarded Ash with exasperation at his obliviousness. All right, retracting his watch. Ash waved to his 6 Pokémon. Let us go. It's time for lunch. With that, he dashed up the stairs, eager to return for a meal. Yet, no sooner had he set foot on the first step than Dawn seized him by the collar. You go wash your hands properly. She forcefully pried Ash's hands apart, revealing a grimy palm. What are you laughing at? Do I have to wash for you too? Ash's antics had driven Dawn to her wits' end. At least you're supposed to be someone with a girlfriend. Can't you be mindful of your appearance? Wait, if you are concerned about your appearance, what if other girls take notice? Maybe it's better this way. Thus, amidst their playful banter, Brock presented the perfectly crisp pancakes and specially prepared Pokémon food onto the table. Watching them eat makes me so hungry. Observing his friend's Pokémon devouring their meal with gusto, Ash's stomach grumbled in protest. Then let's eat. Brock, donned in a pink apron, chuckled and turned to partake in the pancakes. However, by this time, the pancakes had become a disheveled mess. A small, gray creature was furiously gnawing at them, devouring them as though it had never eaten before. My lunch! Ash cried out in despair. Nothing was worse than having his meal stolen after a long morning of hunger. What is this little creature? Dawn blinked, intrigued by the tiny interloper on the table. Pikachu? Are you hungry? Who are you? Boga. Shut up. Pikachu and Bogaman scrambled onto the table, bewildered by the unexpected guest. However, Pikachu's tone was far gentler than the irate Bogaman, who had already taken action. Mew. Yet this little one was not easily intimidated. It bit down on Bogaman's hand and, in a moment of panic, leapt onto the pancake maker. Then, it elegantly tumbled off the pancake maker. In the process, it caused the pancake maker to explode. The smoke from the explosion was instantly absorbed by the little gray creature, alongside a release of green light from within. Cough. Ash covered his mouth and nose, as memories of this familiar scene flooded back. Stealing lunch and absorbing dust to transform it into clean air, this creature was unmistakably Shaman. However, at that moment, their Pokémon paid no heed to Shaman's identity. They were solely aware that their lunchtime had been disrupted and that the area was now engulfed in chaos. Mew. Don't come over here. Shaman recoiled in fear as it faced the furious Pokémon, retreating a step and curling up with its eyes shut tight in trepidation. Hey. Don't do that. Dawn swiftly intervened, gently cradling Shaman in her arms. It's all right. Don't be afraid. With great tenderness, Dawn carried Shaman to the sink, turning on the faucet to clean the little creature. As the water cascaded over it, Shaman's vibrant green body and red petals were revealed to Ash and the others. All right. Having been thoroughly cleansed, little Shaman was gently cradled by Xiaoguang, who tenderly dried its damp fur with a towel. You are absolutely adorable, she remarked. Shaman comfortably rubbed against the towel, though it mused that warm water would have been even better. Xiaoji. Xiaoguang nearly doubted her own hearing. Perhaps it's telepathy? Xiaoji nodded, inquiring, are you Shaman? He unusually pulled out his Pokédex to confirm the identity of the little creature. The Pokédex indicates that Shaman is rather timid and shy, Xiaoguang observed with surprise as she glanced at the Shaman nestled in her arms. But are you truly timid? Don't compare me to others. Shaman shook its head defiantly. I am quite special. Chapter 157, The Bouquet of Ice and Sky, 2. All right, feeling rejuvenated now. Brock capped the Moo Moo milk bottle and nodded at the now healthy Shaman. Just moments ago, Shaman seemed to have been swept away in the battle between two deities, rolling down the river, which had left it looking rather dispirited. However, with Brock's experience, they swiftly devised a remedy to restore Shaman's vitality. Where are we? Shaman, now restored, scampered back into Xiaoguang's embrace, glancing around in bewilderment. Did you really not pay attention to your journey as you floated down the river? Xiaoji smirked. And thanks to Brock, you were able to regain your spirits. I've always been healthy, but I'm hungry, Shaman said, scratching its little head with its tiny feet, fidgeting restlessly in Xiaoguang's arms. You little rascal, Xiaoji remarked, gazing at the Pokédex, which clearly stated the gratitude of the Pokémon. Yet it seemed utterly oblivious to the notion of thanks. Don't be too harsh on the little one. Xiaoguang playfully pinched Xiaoji's side, and despite his grimace, she gently stroked Shaman's head, explaining that it had just fainted and thus was unable to express gratitude. I am Xiaoguang. She kindly introduced herself and her companions to the newcomer. Are you hungry? Here, let me spoil you a bit, she said, pulling a muffin from her pocket. Would you like a muffin? I made it myself. I want to eat, Shaman exclaimed, devouring the muffin in one bite, leaving Xiaoji questioning where the earlier muffin had disappeared. All done, Shaman immediately flapped about excitedly, declaring, "You must take me to the flower field." Xiaoji was momentarily at a loss for words at this sudden shift. Before we discuss the flower field," he said, crouching down to look directly at Shaman and Xiao Wang's arms. "What attitude is this? We saved you, after all. I never asked you to help me." Shaman yawned lazily, disregarding Xiaoji's words, insisting, "But I must go to the flower field. I can't believe this." Calm down. Calm down," Brock interjected, preventing Xiaoji from lashing out in frustration. If he hadn't acted quickly, Xiaoji might have truly resorted to violence, even if given another chance. "This little one is still quite infuriating," Xiaoji muttered. "So where exactly is this flower field?" "This way." Shaman suddenly leapt from Xiao Wang's embrace, perching atop Xiaoji's cap, twisting its body to point right, energetically tapping its little legs against Xiaoji's head. "Then let's go." The trio recalled their respective Pokémon into their Pokeballs and set off in the direction Shaman indicated. "So, why do you want to go to the flower field?" Xiao Wang asked with wide eyes. "To migrate." "That's right." Shaman nodded vigorously. "I take off from the flower field." You can fly?" Xiao Wang gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "But you don't have wings. Are you a Kyogre? That creature certainly cannot fly." "What a peculiar dialogue." Shaman wobbled about. "But once I reach the flower field, I will be able to fly?" Don't move around so much." Xiaoji's eyelids twitched as Shaman darted about. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Despite his maturity, he found it quite easy to be exasperated by this bothersome little creature. "All right, Xiaoji." Xiao Wang patted him on the shoulder and gently cradled Shaman from his cap. "So, Shaman, which way is it?" Feeling the warmth in Xiao Wang's embrace, Shaman blissfully closed its eyes, and as its pink petals unfurled, it finally sensed the precise location of the flower field. "This way." It pointed to the left, prompting Xiao Wang to smile and run in that direction. "So where exactly is that?" Exhausted, Xiaoji slumped to the ground, rubbing his head in frustration. "It feels like babysitting," Brock remarked, helping Xiaoji to his feet. "What does that even mean?" Pika. However, amidst their banter, an unexpected development occurred for Xiao Wang. "What are you doing here again?" She took a step back, her eyes filled with caution as the Team Rocket trio appeared before her. "What do you want now?" "What else could it be, Meow?" "We're here to capture Shaman." The three of them synchronously pulled out traps from behind, preparing to forcibly snatch Shaman from Xiao Wang's arms. Yet, before they could reach, Pikachu's iron tail shattered their plans. If all went according to plan, Xiaoji mused, Dialga should have sensed Shaman's presence by now, and they needed to act swiftly. Under normal circumstances, he might have teased Team Rocket a bit, but today was urgent, and without hesitation, he commanded Pikachu to use Thunderbolt to send them packing. What a bothersome feeling. "Well, those three are a handful," Brock shrugged. "Let's go?" After responding, Xiaoji adjusted his cap while reflecting on past events. In truth, they could directly enter the distortion world. He could simply speak to Dialga and have Shaman unleash Seed Flare, which would suffice to avoid conflict. However, there was an even more pressing concern. Dialga was being targeted by Giratina, a madman obsessed with the distortion world, willing to sacrifice Dialga to achieve his goals. Thus, if they rushed to return Shaman now, and it were to be ensnared once more in a technological cage, even Xiaoji would not be entirely confident in rescuing it. He was adept in Pokémon battles, but not in programming computer devices. Therefore, it was imperative to reach the flower field quickly so that the fully evolved Shaman could emerge, thereby significantly enhancing their combat capabilities against Giratina. Chapter 158, The Bouquet of Ice and Sky, 3. I see now. Within a colossal aircraft not far away, a man with flowing white hair magnified the image of Shaman nestled in Xiao Wang's arms, muttering to himself, "This will make things much easier." A sly smile crept across his lips as he cautiously exited his seat, speaking to an electronic device. "Please proceed with caution, Dialga." During their journey, Xiao Wang curiously opened her Pokédex to research the ghostly dragon Xiaoji had mentioned. If I'm not mistaken. Xiaoji glanced at Shaman, comfortably nestled in Xiao Wang's arms. "Your Seed Flare can open the door to the distortion world after absorbing pollution, right?" "I'm that amazing." Shaman puffed up its chest proudly. "So you should praise me." "I told you, I'm not here to flatter you," Xiaoji sighed, feeling exasperated at Shaman's audacity. "And what do you think Dialga wants from you?" "It wants to eat me." The mere thought of Dialga's terrifying visage caused Shaman to shrink further into Xiao Wang's embrace. "That big guy is super scary. I could vanish in one bite." "Well, what if it merely seeks your assistance?" Giratina left a profound impression on him. After all, he had never encountered a legendary Pokémon that welcomed him with such warmth upon their first meeting. Unlike the time-space deities and Arceus, who had initially subjected him to a beating that nearly cost him his life. Impossible, he thought. Shaman vehemently shook its head, declaring it to be quite fearsome. Hey, can we not judge by appearances? Ash began to crouch down to explain to Giratina, but in the next moment, the winds around them began to shift ominously. What had once been a gentle breeze was now charged with an unsettling energy, as if something was rapidly approaching, whipping up a fierce gust. Suddenly, a swarm of magnemites appeared, accompanied by a self-destructing magneton. At the center of this chaotic assembly was a white-haired man aboard a flying machine. Hand over Shaman, he demanded bluntly, his confident demeanor betraying a strong belief in his Pokémon's prowess. If Ash refused, a confrontation was inevitable. Are you after Shaman again? Dawn furrowed her brow at the unfriendly stranger. Who are you, and what is your connection to Shaman? Do you intend to consume it? Shaman squeezed its eyes shut, curling up tightly. This is absurd. Brock chuckled helplessly. Why do you assume everyone wants to eat you? However, the man bore an intimidating presence that did not resemble that of a typical trainer. His attire was far more reminiscent of a villain. Brock swiftly dismissed the notion of him being a trainer. Magneton, use mirror shot. Yet the man seemed impatient with the trio, waving his hand to command Magneton to attack Dawn without hesitation. Pikachu, bring it down with Iron Tail. Ash shouted, directing Pikachu to strike the charging Magneton. The size of the creature posed a significant threat. If it managed to ensnare them, they would be in dire trouble. As Pikachu toppled Magneton, Ash swiftly grabbed Dawn's hand and made a dash for an alley. Pikachu, hurry up, Ash yelled as they ran, realizing there must be over 100 Magnemites. If a battle ensued, they could easily be overwhelmed by a sneaky Magnemite in the chaos. Run more steadily, Shaman complained from Dawn's embrace, expressing discomfort with Ash's frantic pace. It's impossible to be steady in this situation, Ash shouted back, turning to lead Dawn and Brock into the entrance of the train station. As the three of them boarded a train heading to an unknown destination, Ash exhaled with relief, watching as the bewildered Magneton lost its target. Finally safe, he sighed. But we still haven't bought our tickets. Dawn wiped the sweat from her forehead, reminding him that one must pay to ride a train. Shaman, however, was never one to disappoint Ash when it came to its priorities. It leapt from Dawn's arms, perching on Ash's shoulder and tugging at his ear. I'm hungry, it exclaimed. Ash pushed Shaman away, exclaiming, what are you doing? Get your priorities straight. Now that they were safe, Shaman rubbed against Ash's neck, recalling the delicious meal from that morning. Those pancakes were delightful. Pancakes. Brock stroked his chin thoughtfully. But we can't make any right now. Yet, with a gentle smile, Dawn produced some muffins from her pocket. I have muffins. Here, eat. Shaman devoured it in one bite, beaming with joy as it jumped back into Dawn's arms. Dawn is so kind, it remarked, so different from Ash. Hey, why do you have to make a comparison? Why does my tone sound so dire? Ash gritted his teeth at Shaman, questioning its apparent bias against him. But Shaman retaliated by spitting out a cloud of black mist right into Ash's face, causing him to cough incessantly. I can't take it anymore. Don't be like that. Dawn softly leaned closer to Ash, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. All right, calm down. Besides, it wasn't intentional. She tugged at Ash's arm affectionately. Let's sit for a moment. We've been running for so long. You're so carefree, Brock shrugged. Aren't you concerned about where this train is headed? I checked the route map. Ash pointed to the screen hanging on the wall, which displayed the train's trajectory. If we keep going like this, we can get off at the final stop and take a boat to Flower Fields. The Glacidia Flower Fields? Brock unfolded the map in his hands, pinpointing the location Ash described. Is it this spot? Exactly. Ash nodded. As a token of gratitude, it aligns perfectly with the type of appreciation Shaman represents. Meanwhile, Dawn held Shaman nestled among a group of passengers, recognized as the Gratitude Pokémon. It was no surprise that those around her recognized its presence. They took turns cradling the little creature, savoring the softness it exuded. However, when a passenger produced a Glacidia flower, a golden radiance began to emanate from Shaman, one that was distinctly different from evolution. Is it evolving? Dawn's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the diminutive creature transform, its form elongating gracefully, its once cute expression now sharpened with intensity. No, this should be called a form change. Ash observed Shaman soaring within the train compartment, a slight smile gracing his lips. This must be its purpose for heading to the flower fields. As a flower courier, it must take flight from there to join the main group. You're right. Shaman settled firmly on the armrest, noting that, despite taking a detour due to Giratina, it was now ready for takeoff. I reluctantly allow you to witness the flower courier. Remarkable. Ash teased Shaman about its newfound confidence in speech, feeling that it had indeed become more reliable. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, The sound of shattering glass echoed through the carriage as a swarm of Magnemites crashed through the broken window, their magnetic chaos surging closer. What is happening? Uninformed passengers were taken aback by the sudden upheaval. "They're after Shaman," Dawn warned, her expression alert as she observed the mass of Magnemites. "Brock, please help protect them." "Got it." Although Dawn's tone momentarily echoed Ash's assertiveness, the urgency of the situation left no room for jest. Brock immediately waved his arms, guiding the passengers to the back of the carriage for safety. "Ash, understood." The two shared a silent understanding and simultaneously raised their right hands. Pikachu, Bogeman, Thunderbolt, Bubble Beam. The Magnemites aiming for Shaman were caught off guard by the sudden lightning and bubbles, the extraordinary power of their attacks effectively halting a considerable number of Magnemites in their tracks. More accurately, the Magnemites were too low in level and easily incapacitated. Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Bogeman's Bubble Beam, and Shaman's Energy Ball combined in a swift moment, clearing the Magnemites from the carriage. "Well done." Seeing that the carriage was devoid of Magnemites, Dawn high-fived Ash in celebration. However, in the next instant, while the Magnemites had vanished, a self-destructing magneton took their place. With a fierce glare, it wedged itself at the window, desperately trying to squeeze into the train. "Let us give it a hand." Recognizing the perfect opportunity to strike, Ash commanded, "Pikachu, Iron Tail, Bogeman, Peck." Their close-range attacks sent the self-destructing magneton flying, crashing clumsily against the mountainside as the train entered the tunnel, causing it to vanish from sight. "We chased it off." Confidently, Shaman perched upon the railing, filled with pride for its actions. Its demeanor had indeed transformed. Brock had returned the dispersed passengers, lending a sense of reliability to the group. Yet, in the next moment, he was swiftly met with unexpected irony. "So you all ought to thank Shaman," it declared, scratching its head with its diminutive legs, delivering an utterly nonsensical statement with a serene expression. Clearly, nothing had changed. A moment later, Ash and his companions finally arrived at the train's terminal station, promptly hurrying to board the vessel bound for the Glasticha flower fields. The ship, accompanied by a resonant hum, slowly departed the harbor, gliding across a lake that interconnected with ethereal mountains and cascading waterfalls, journeying towards the fields of blossoms. "Is this considered sea?" Dawn marveled at the breathtaking vista of the ocean-like expanse formed within the valley. Legend spoke of ancient glaciers that had shifted, cleaving the mountains and giving rise to this valley. Brock perused the Sinnoh map compilation in his hands, exclaiming, "Look, thousands of years ago, thick ice completely sealed this place." He continued, "And deep within our flower fields, there are indeed ice veins." Ash, contemplatively accepting Brock's atlas, slowly turned the pages, overlaying the scenic illustrations with his past memories. Indeed, the ice veins were right here. His expression grew grave as he gazed upon the imminent ice mountain. Should Getsis seize this power, granting him free access to the reverse world, it would be entirely feasible for him to disrupt reality, causing the icebergs to recede and the town to shatter. Just as Ash was lost in thought, Shaman playfully emerged from the waterfall, splashing a deluge of water upon Ash from head to toe. Cough, cough. He desperately expelled the water that had caught in his throat, removing his cap to shake out the excess moisture. "Now I'm completely soaked. How infuriating. I merely got splashed on the head before, and now I'm drenched. Why not take it off?" Dawn chuckled, accepting the jacket Ash offered her. "It's not too cold. I'll wring it out for you to dry." Witnessing the tender moment shared between the young couple, Shaman could no longer contain itself. It soared in front of Ash, exclaiming, "Ash, you should fly too." With that, it grasped Ash's ear in its mouth, preparing to lift him upwards. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Ash exclaimed, feeling as though his ear might detach. He forcefully pushed Shaman away, wiping away a few tears that had escaped due to the pain. "Seems like you can be easily bullied," Dawn observed, swallowing hard as she found herself inexplicably excited by Ash's damp hair and tearful, delicate demeanor. No, it's still too early." The young girl shook her head, casting aside impure thoughts. "This little rascal is quite mischievous, isn't it? But having it along certainly brings joy to our journey, does it not?" Dawn patted Ash's shoulder, though she felt a twinge of regret knowing Shaman would soon depart. The ship was drawing closer to the final ice mountain before the flower fields, and it wouldn't be long before they would disembark to bid farewell to Shaman. "Perhaps," Ash mused, but our Giratina was truly restless. Just as they approached their destination, it finally struck. A swirling black vortex materialized upon the lake's surface, so clear it resembled a mirror. Alongside it came an overwhelming gravitational pull. In an instant, the terrifying force drew Ash and his companions, along with Shaman, entirely into its depths. Following their entrapment, Getsis piloted his craft, leading a throng of Magnemite and Electrode in pursuit. This is the entrance to the reverse world, he declared confidently, gesturing for the Pokémon behind him to keep up. Dawn, caught in the whirlwind of the reverse world, found herself hurtling down the mountainside at breakneck speed. Ash, utilizing his own feet to brace against the ground, managed to steady himself at the edge of a cliff. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and caught Dawn just before she tumbled down. "Are you all right?" he asked gently, setting her down as she nodded shyly. "Where are we?" Dawn exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain as she patted her backside, glancing nervously around the dim surroundings. The reverse world. Ash peered over the cliff's edge. Recalling their earlier discussions, Giratina held dominion over the entryway to this realm, and the black hole must have been summoned by it. Wait, does that mean? Dawn felt a chill creep up her spine, suddenly realizing, is Giratina nearby? Roar. As if to answer, a colossal dragon emerged from the depths below the cliff. Its immense form, adorned in shades of gray, black, and red, resembled a western dragon, exuding both power and majesty. In the reverse world, Giratina's legs had transformed into a tail, giving it an even more agile appearance. Giratina. Ash's eyes lit up. This was the key to resolving their dilemma. Why do you say that? Dawn asked, slightly taken aback, as Shaman boldly soared toward Giratina's face. Transforming its form makes a difference, Ash remarked, noting how Shaman had previously appeared timid around Giratina. Wait, don't attack, Ash shouted as he noticed Shaman gathering energy in its mouth, pleading for calm. Although unsure of the reason for Ash's intervention, Shaman, trusting him, ceased its assault and returned to Dawn's embrace. Giratina, relieved by Shaman's halt, found itself in a predicament. Having been misunderstood, it merely wished to clarify its intentions. Just as it prepared to approach Shaman for reconciliation, its gaze fell upon Ash, igniting an unmistakable spark of recognition. Roar. It's been a while. Do you remember me? Ash, silently tapping into his aura, felt his expression shift to one of confusion at Giratina's casual demeanor. You are the deity of the reverse world. Could you not exhibit such simplicity? Indeed. Ash chuckled, scratching his head. Though I've never quite understood why I've returned to this timeline. Roar. It must be Arceus's command. Roar. Though I'm not entirely sure. Your essence carries a sense of the future, yet I have yet to emerge from the reverse world in this timeline. I see, Ash sighed, relieved that Giratina still remembered him, which would certainly facilitate matters. Roar. Cough. That day when I confronted Dialga, it informed me about your return. I have also learned quite a bit about future events, yet in the current timeline, we still cannot act against the theories of time and space. All significant occurrences must proceed in an orderly fashion. Giratina, with a somewhat foolish demeanor, shook its head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment regarding its grievances with the deities of time and space. Is this endeavor once again about the seed flare? Indeed. Goodness. You are a dragon of the abyss. Could you not appear so simple-minded? This exchange seemed entirely normal to Ash, but for the onlookers, Dawn, Brock, and Shaman, they were left wide-eyed in astonishment. What is he saying? I don't know, but it appears their relationship is quite amicable, doesn't it? Dawn, in disbelief, found herself unable to blink, recalling Ash's ability to communicate with Pokémon through his aura. It seems he could assist Shaman with Giratina, and perhaps Shaman would reluctantly express gratitude. Shaman still maintained its proud demeanor, shaking its head defiantly. No, upon closer inspection, it appears Giratina seeks to harness Shaman's power. A voice emerged from beside the cliff, instantly capturing the attention of Dawn and her companions. A man clad in red, carrying a machine-filled backpack, was documenting this astonishing scene with a camera. It seemed Giratina intended to utilize Shaman's seed flare to return to the material world. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Dawn and Brock's faces, the man sheepishly nodded in apology. Excuse me for the intrusion. My name is Dr. Mu Xian, a researcher of Pokémon. Greetings. As Ash's conversation with Giratina was entirely incomprehensible to them, the trio decided to sit down and engage in casual conversation. I apologize for the trouble. Please, Shaman, allow me to exit. Giratina rarely squinted its eyes, as this creature always assumed it wanted to consume it. To this, Ash could only respond with an awkward smile. So where's Shaman? He instinctively glanced upwards, yet he did not spot the little green deer. Right here. Dawn held her tea in one hand while waving to Ash with the other, for as night fell, Shaman had to revert to its original form. However, at that very moment, a swarm of Magnemites swiftly paired up, ensnaring Shaman and lifting it into the air. Ash and the others were also immobilized by the sudden appearance of the Magnemite. They were firmly linked together, hoisting everyone into the air. Chapter 161. A bouquet of ice and air. 6. Shaman is now mine. The late arriving Jello stood atop a flying machine, wearing a triumphant grin. Do not attempt to struggle. You will not be able to break free. Truly, I cannot move. Dawn flailed desperately, but the binding force of the Magnemite was too great. No matter how hard she struggled, it was futile. Moreover, long time no see, Dr. Mu Xian, Jello laughed increasingly wickedly. It seems your thoughts are ultimately confined here. Do you know each other? Brock immediately turned to the now stiff-faced Mu Xian, wondering why he would say such a thing. Sigh. Mu Xian sighed heavily. He was my former assistant. Why are you here? You must have known all along. Jello piloted the flying machine closer to Mu Xian. All for the purpose of reversing the world, to transform this place into my own domain. Giratina? But this is the crucial fulcrum that supports the real world. Dawn invoked the knowledge Ash had shared with her. Your actions will only lead to the destruction of the real world. I certainly understand that, Jello replied nonchalantly, flying toward a mass of black miasma. But isn't the real world even filthier? People claim to be fighting for a better world, yet they are actually polluting this beautiful realm. No, that is the true mission of this world. Mu Xian roared. And do you realize the impact our inventions will have on Giratina? I am fully aware. Jello smirked. Isn't it merely sacrificing Giratina? But so what? The reverse world should rightfully belong to me. You truly are. Mu Xian clenched his teeth in despair. It should have been obliterated thoroughly from the very beginning. Teacher, it is far too late for such words now. Jello waved his hand, signaling the Magnemite to toss Shaman into the miasma. Watch closely. For now, I am the one who will save Giratina. As Shaman absorbed the miasma completely, Jello lured it toward Giratina, attempting to compel Shaman to unleash Seed Flare. However, 3 seconds passed. Shaman, looking at Giratina, displayed no signs of fear, let alone using Seed Flare for self-preservation. How is this possible? Jello wore a look of disbelief. Isn't it terrified? Uffed. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a powerful fist collide with his cheek. How could you? Jello clutched his injured face, astonished as he gazed at Ash, who was perched on the back of Gyarados. The Magnemite should have already restrained your movement. Are you referring to those on the ground? Ash smiled amicably, pointing at the defeated Magnemite below. Did you ever consider that even if I cannot move, my hand can still reach the Pokeball? Jello stared blankly at the agile Lucario in the air, which was currently joyfully using the Magnemite as practice fodder. As for the self-destructing Magnemite, Alex's aura sphere had already rendered it unconscious. Additionally, Shaman had comprehended Giratina's intent, and it was no longer afraid of being consumed. How could it possibly consider using Seed Flare for self-defense? Nevertheless, Giratina must return to the real world. Ash called out to Shaman beside him. Shaman, Seed Flare. Humph. I detest being ordered around. Shaman haughtily flicked its head, but its body obediently emitted a vibrant green light. As the green glow dissipated, a massive aperture began to coalesce in the sky above the reverse world, its terrifying gravitational pull once again drawing Ash and the others towards it. Gyarados. Catch Dawn and Brock. Patting Gyarados on the head, Ash leaped into the void. Giratina's elongated form swiftly positioned itself to catch Ash, using its great head to support him before soaring towards the entrance leading back to the original world. Shaman, nearly at the brink of life and death. Upon returning to the real world, Dawn gently revealed Shaman from her embrace, caressing its trembling body. Well, thankfully, thanks to Ash, you were able to resolve the misunderstanding with Giratina, weren't you? Dawn affectionately ruffled Shaman's head. Otherwise, you might have thought it would consume you. Meanwhile, Giratina struggled to emerge from the entrance. As it returned to the original world, its form underwent a transformation, its elongated tail shifting into upright legs to adapt to the gravity of the primary world. Roar, I have finally returned. Thank you. Giratina slightly bent its body, allowing Ash to dismount from its head. It was merely a trivial matter. Ash pinched his nostrils, then turned his gaze toward the obscured area shrouded in mist. And one must not celebrate too soon, for at that moment, a colossal machine had parted the clouds, revealing its truly immense form. Simultaneously, it emitted a strange red light, aimed directly at Giratina's location. Alongside it, a vast cage began to materialize above Giratina's head. Here it comes. Gazing at the sudden appearance of the high-tech cage, Ash immediately released all his Pokémon. Lucario, Alex, Aura Sphere, Mismagius, unleash mystical fire on the Magnemite and self-destructing Magnemite. Gyarados, Hydro Pump, Infernape, Flamethrower. Pikachu, restrain the descent of the cage with Iron Tail. Each Pokémon was assigned a specific role. Mismagius would intercept the interference from the self-destructing Magnemite and its counterparts, allowing the remaining 5 Pokémon to assist Giratina in avoiding being ensnared by the cage. Even if you are high-tech, if my firepower is sufficiently fierce, I will force you back. How can you claim invulnerability to internal attacks? The scene grew increasingly chaotic as Pikachu's iron tail struck the cage with relentless ferocity, and alongside the firepower from its companions, the cage's descent gradually slowed. We're joining in. Dawn and Brock likewise released all their Pokeballs, urging their Pokémon to assist. Shaman. Ash waved his hand towards the back, signaling it was time for action. However, Shaman, unable to transform at this moment, looked at Ash with a complex expression. It wished to help, yet without the flower field, it could not metamorphose. Look behind you. As Shaman turned its head, the previously shadowy area illuminated by the rising sun revealed a vast expanse of Gracidia flowers. Chapter 162, The Bouquet of Ice and Air, 7. Is this enough for you to transform? Ash called out anxiously, don't dawdle, hurry and assist. If you don't act soon, I want to be able to halt this rusty cage's descent, and if Giratina gets trapped, it will spell disaster. Just watch what I can do. Shaman began to emanate a golden light, its form shifting to the sky for me, its combat prowess surging dramatically. What do you need me for? The little green deer hovered before Ash, inquiring about its role. Help Mr. Muxian. Ash pointed towards the interior of the ship, explaining to Muxian that while they could only delay the cage's descent from the outside, the only way to completely dismantle it was to address it from within. Indeed. You are correct. Muxian nodded in agreement. I still recall the programming of the machine. Leave it to me. That Gyarados. Ash gestured for Muxian to ascend. Shaman. Keep an eye on that Jello fellow. Let Miss Smagius hold off the Magnemite. We must hurry. We may not last much longer. Watching Muxian board the Gyarados as it soared towards the colossal machine, Ash wiped the sweat from his brow. They needed to act swiftly. If the enemy absorbed Giratina's power, it would become truly problematic. He still remembered how, in his previous life, the enemy had siphoned off 99 of Giratina's power, nearly causing its demise in the distortion world. Had it not been for Shaman's last-ditch seed flare to return them to reality, destroying the machine by crashing it into an iceberg, Giratina might have truly met its end there. Therefore, now that they had a second chance, he must ensure everything was executed flawlessly. Not a single ounce of Giratina's power could be allowed to be absorbed. This high-tech prison must not ensnare Giratina. However, the opponent commanded the power of technology, while Ash had only the assistance of his Pokémon. The strength of the cage intensified, while the Pokémon's abilities steadily waned from continuous usage. Was achieving perfection truly impossible? Ash clenched his teeth, despite their tremendous efforts. Would they have to resolve this as they did in the past? Deep within the Ice Mountain, in an ancient palace ruins, a large Pokémon, seated upon a grand throne, perhaps stirred by the commotion at the mountain's base. Several orifices on its body began to emit a crimson glow. Boom! Shaking off the dust accumulated from years of slumber. It stepped forward, dragging its massive form towards the base of the mountain. The scene returned to the base of the cliff, disturbed by Ash and his companions. The wild Pokémon in the forest, on the lawn, and upon the ice mountain recognized Giratina's identity, charging towards the cage's base. The Vanillite unleashed an ice beam, forming an ice pillar to brace against the cage, striving to prolong its descent. Meanwhile, ordinary-type Pokémon on the ground summoned all their strength to unleash their signature moves, aiding Pikachu in holding the iron cage steady. In that moment, the synergy between Pokémon and trainers reached its zenith. All beings shared a singular objective, to halt the cage's descent and protect Giratina. TCH, are you all trying to stop me? Stand down. Jello gritted his teeth, turning to face Muxian, who had entered the control room. Teacher, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Do you think I would easily concede with just a shaman? Jello roared almost maniacally. Look at Giratina's predicament. No matter how fiercely that brat resists, he cannot possibly reverse the cage. This is your design. Sometimes, your thinking is far too simplistic. Muxian sighed. I was wrong from the very beginning for not properly educating you on your true nature. It is too late to say anything now. Jello sneered, pointing at the artificial intelligence. Once the cage envelopes Giratina, my machine will immediately absorb its energy. In less than 10 seconds, I will replicate all of Giratina's abilities. Too bad you will ultimately fail. Muxian gestured towards the screen. A sudden turn of events froze the smirk on Jello's face. At that moment, a massive Pokémon was firmly bracing against the cage with its sturdy arms, and with each grunt, it seemed to be suppressing the cage. Jello's voice began to tremble. Regigigas? Boom. As Shaman unleashed a relentless energy ball, the control room was thoroughly thrown into disarray, alarms blaring from the artificial intelligence. Sherelden, Electro Ball. Pointing towards the central console, Muxian coldly commanded Shereldon to put an end to this farce. Meanwhile, Jello's self-destructing Magnemite, trapped in Miss Magius's dream, could only watch helplessly as his proud achievement was dismantled, shattered by his former teacher's hands. Reggie, it's been ages, you've slimmed down. Regigigas emitted a strange cry, retaining some energy as it glanced at Ash. Reggie, I never expected to see you at this moment. Rather, I should be thanking you all. Ash sincerely bowed to all the Pokémon who had lent their aid. Truly, thank you so much. Reggie, what are you saying? Your matters are naturally our concern. With a collective roar from all the Pokémon, the cage was forcefully pushed back by their combined efforts. With the control room's oversight removed, this high-tech prison was now little more than scrap metal. Boom. The internal and external systems malfunctioned simultaneously through the collective effort of Ash and his companions. The high-tech flying vessel was rendered completely inoperative in an instant. Within mere seconds, it twitched a few times, blue arcs flashing around the vessel. Then, a massive explosion ensued, turning Jello's prideful invention into ruins. Roar. The liberated Giratina immediately activated its protective shield, safeguarding everyone, including Mu Xian, who was dragging a weary Jello. This fellow must not be allowed to end here without consequence. He must face legal repercussions. Reggie, it barely started up, and didn't he even exert its full strength before it ended? Regigigas shook its hand in dissatisfaction, then cast a deep glance at Ash and Giratina. Reggie, I'm going back to sleep. Farewell. Roar. Thank you, Ash. Slightly bowing towards Ash, Giratina shyly turned its head away. Roar. Safe travels. I'm off. With a powerful flap of its great wings, it propelled itself into the distance. Is it really leaving now? Xiao Wang opened her mouth, pondering the urgency of their actions. Suddenly, a surge of energy from Dialga pulsated through the air. Mu Xian's instruments resonated aptly with the moment. It was likely that they were off to confront those two foolish dragon twins once more. The commotion in Baiyang Town had disturbed Giratina's slumber, nearly costing it its life. If it didn't deliver a thorough thrashing to the deities of time and space, Giratina would surely feel it had been overly lenient. Alas, were it not for the sight of Ash that lifted its spirits, it would have surely skinned those two foolish dragons alive today. Chapter 163, The One. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a magnificent starry sky emerged, enveloped by misty mountains, creating an ethereal ambience. With the moon once again descending, the starlit night sky gently revealed hints of warmth. In this early morning hour, the flower fields behind Ash and his companions began to rustle softly. Me. Numerous shaman appeared from the grass, adorably greeting one another with delightful sounds. Those must be your companions, Xiao Wang remarked, gazing at the shaman in her arms, which had transformed into its hedgehog form, her eyes filled with reluctance. It's wonderful that we made it in time, Ash said with a gentle smile. Although shaman had exhibited a bit too much exuberance in recent days, it had undeniably brought immense joy and amusement to their otherwise monotonous journey. Indeed, it's all thanks to everyone. Shaman's eyes sparkled as it looked at the trio, and then it shyly lowered its head with a slight smile. Pikachu. Hooray. Pachima. You can still talk, huh? The sun gradually rose between the mountains, its dazzling rays illuminating the flower fields, prompting Ash and the others to shield their eyes from the blinding light. The once cowering Gracidia flowers, now basking in the sunlight, unfurled like sunflowers greeting the dawn, each blossom revealing its unique beauty. Under the first light of day, shadows dissipated, revealing a vibrant expanse of blooming flowers within their sight. How beautiful! Xiao Wang gazed dreamily at the floral sea, reminiscent of a world-renowned painting, her eyes filled with awe. Shaman. Ash affectionately patted the shaman nestled in Xiao Wang's arms. Thank you for bringing us here. We feel the same. Xiao Wang and Brock nodded in agreement, echoing Ash's sentiment. Is that a note of gratitude? Shaman leapt from Xiao Wang's embrace, perching on a stone before the trio. Actually, I really like you all. A gentle breeze caressed the flower buds, and in this tender moment, the shaman in the flower field transformed into their aerial forms, beginning to soar into the sky. Xiao Wang, Ash, Brock, shaman, facing away from them, spoke with a quiver in its voice. Thank you all so very much. It turned its head, tears streaming down its cheeks, trembling with emotion as it gazed longingly at the trio. Thank you for everything. Upon witnessing this, a bittersweet smile graced the trio's faces. Are we parting ways again? Ah, it's all right. We've been through this so many times. It's just a farewell. Indeed, just a farewell. It doesn't mean we won't meet again. We will definitely meet again. Absolutely. As they prepared to part, Shaman's tone softened, a stark contrast to the previous day's turbulence. Indeed, Ash rubbed his eyes with his arm, his voice unintentionally heavy. Take care of yourself. As Shaman's little legs trotted into the flower patch, it began to emanate a golden glow once more, transforming into its aerial form and ascending into the heavens. The wind picked up again, this time a more robust warm breeze scattering the petals of the Gracidia flowers, the pale pink petals dancing gracefully in the air, rising and falling like delicate confetti. Amidst this floral ballet, Ash and Xiaoguang gazed in awe at the shaman twirling in the sky. The petals floated gently, occasionally brushing against the youthful faces of the boy and girl. Is this the bouquet of the icy sky? Huh. Ash turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with the youthful visage of Xiaoguang amidst the swirling pink ocean. Returning to his senses, he nodded, a smile playing on his lips alongside Xiaoguang's. Everyone, farewell. Shaman. Watching as Shaman led its companions far into the distance, Ash lowered the brim of his hat. A few crystalline tears slipped down his cheeks. Gently, he pulled Xiaoguang closer to him, while she silently patted his back, reassuring him, it's all right, it's all right. Pika-Pai, don't be sad. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder, gently patting his hat in comfort. However, how unexpected. Ash can cry too. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. And as Ash lifted his head, he found Shaman, resembling a fawn, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Seeing Ash so emotional, Shaman decided it would stay by their side. With a haughty toss of its head, Shaman added, don't get me wrong. I didn't want to follow you. Therefore, I've decided to follow Xiaoguang. Shaman approached Xiaoguang, and with a hint of surprise on her face, it opened her empty pokeball. Brock spread his hands. The atmosphere was so touching before, wasn't it? But this works too. There's no sadness in parting, and that's the perfect story. Turning to gaze at the drifting petals, Brock nodded, satisfied with the events that had transpired. You are the one, friend, existing above. In Xiaoguang's clear and sweet voice, she officially concluded the theme song she had recently performed for the Sinnoh region. In such a beautiful ambience, the MV she personally sang and acted in was extraordinarily perfect, akin to a sweet dream. What sugary lyrics! Brock's eyelids twitched. Could they possibly be written especially for Ash? After checking the lyrics on the sheet, he looked up at the couple frolicking in the flower fields. But that's youth for you. Pika, Pachima. Hello, is this Miss Hanako from Masera Town? Here is a bouquet of Gracidia flowers signed by Ash. Hello, is this the gym in Nibi City? Mr. Brock has sent you a bouquet of Gracidia flowers. Good evening. Miss Keiko, your daughter has sent you a basket of Gracidia flowers. In Masera Town, Nibi City, and Futaba Town. The parents of the three companions received the flower baskets sent by their children, each displaying expressions of pride and joy. However, our trio had completely departed from Tenkai Mountain, taking their first steps toward the City of Destiny. Their journey was far from over. Chapter 164, The Fierce Rival, Asun. Wait, Ash. In preparation for the challenge at the Yuan Gym, Ash rushed back to Yuan City early in the morning, unable to contain his eagerness for battle as he sprinted towards the gym. This is the third time already. I've been to Yuan City 3 times now. Including my past life, that makes 6. I could recite the route to Yuan City by heart. Thus, Xiaoguang and Brock were naturally left behind as Ash dashed ahead with incredible speed. Finally, I can challenge the gym. Ash sprinted to the gym's entrance, feeling an unbearable itch for battle. Wait, why do I remember barging through the door and causing trouble before? Just as he was about to charge into the gym, Ash recalled the reckless consequences of past actions, and he hesitated, standing slightly aside from the entrance. And then, as anticipated, the door was forcefully flung open from within. However, the individual who emerged appeared to be merely a naive youth, tumbling down the staircase in a rather undignified manner. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This young lad with tousled blonde hair clutched his backside and head in pain, clearly disgruntled by his tumble down the stairs. Consequently, he directed his frustration towards Ash and Pikachu, who were merely spectators. You owe me a fine. A fine, the blonde boy exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Ash. It's your fault for obstructing my view. You have 10 seconds. His impatience was palpable as he glanced at the timer on his wrist, noting there were still 8 seconds left. 7, 6. Ash, shaking his head in resignation, mused, I should have known. The only one who would knock me over like this, aside from that guy Shiro, would be Arjun. Indeed, the clumsy youth before him was none other than his rival. Arjun, do you hear me? You have 3. Arjun looked up, scrutinizing Ash's face closely, and then took a step back in disbelief, stuttering, why you re? He trembled, pointing at Ash, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, Dawn and Brock arrived on the scene. You get so excited when it comes to Pokemon battles. Dawn panted, playfully punching Ash's shoulder. I'm exhausted. We haven't even stopped at the Pokemon Center in Yonder City, and you've already dashed off to the gym. You're killing me." Upon seeing the unexpected girl, Arjun's suspicions were further confirmed. "You're Ash. You and her are Sinnoh's best partners, and a couple." "I knew you'd say that," Ash sighed, rubbing his face wearily. "It seems everyone who meets us has to mention it. Are we really that famous?" Dawn inquired, entwining her arm with Ash's, casting a puzzled glance at Arjun. But all she received in response was a twitch from his cheek. "Just take a look," he said, gesturing towards a promotional poster plastered around Yonder City. It showcased a plethora of images of the two of them battling together. Dubbed the Ash and Dawn duo, the poster boasted their undefeated record in bold letters. "Wow, I didn't see this coming," Dawn admitted, sticking out her tongue sheepishly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. After all, their fame was concentrated in Yonder City, making the promotional efforts here far more extravagant than in other locales. "Oh, by the way, are you here to challenge the gym?" Arjun suddenly recalled something. "Let me tell you, Miss Melissa is quite formidable." My Empoleon was swiftly rendered unable to battle. He was about to suggest Ash reconsider the challenge when Melissa, having just exited the gym, immediately recognized Ash and Dawn. "Oh, Ash and Dawn, and Brock. I'm so glad you've come," Melissa exclaimed, her face lighting up as she approached the group. "Finally, you've arrived." Indeed, unlike their previous encounter where Dawn introduced herself, Ash was now free to speak naturally. "But didn't TU just finish battling with Arjun?" "Ah, yes, that's true," Melissa replied with a hint of embarrassment. "So, could you please come back tomorrow?" Sighing, Ash adjusted his cap, realizing the situation was unavoidable. It wouldn't be fair for Melissa to engage in another battle immediately after her last match. Winning a badge under such circumstances would feel unjust. "Shall we return to the Pokemon Center then?" Ash suggested, glancing at Dawn, who was engaged in conversation with Arjun. He waved to indicate they could go back and freshen up. "Hey, how about a battle with me instead?" Arjun interjected, preventing Ash from leaving. "That way, I can overlook your fine." This caused a bead of cold sweat to form on Ash's forehead. It was perplexing how someone from Twin Leaf Town could be so different in personality. Both he and May were known for their carefree yet gentle natures, while Arjun seemed to be solely brash. Ultimately, Ash consented to Arjun's challenge, though the match turned out to be somewhat brutal. Arjun's first Pokemon was a Staraptor, which fell victim to two swift flamethrowers from Ash's Infernape. His second Pokemon, Roserade, faced the same fate, unable to withstand the onslaught. The final Pokemon, Empoleon, was no match for Pikachu's Volt Tackle, leaving it utterly defeated. It was a comprehensive victory, a veritable rout. This wasn't to say Arjun's Pokemon were of inferior level. Rather, he was simply more reckless than Ash. If it had been the impulsive Ash of his past, a semblance of suspense might have lingered. But time had allowed Ash to grow in experience and skill, teaching him that mindless aggression only led to swifter defeat. Thus, he now charged forward with calculated bravado. "What? A fine? How could this happen?" As Ash congratulated himself, Arjun sat in dismay, scratching his head in frustration before a smile suddenly brightened his face. "You're just lucky. No, in 3 matches, you've been chasing me down. How can you call that luck? Then come tomorrow and witness our gym battle." Ash shrugged, declaring, "Come see the synergy between my Pokemon and me. I will surely defeat the unbeatable Melissa." "Well, if you say so," Arjun feigned indifference, propping his head up. "I suppose I'll take a look, even though I'm rather busy." Chapter 165, The Marvelous Use of the Rebound Shield. The following day, in the heart of Yonder City, within the gym adorned with wind turbines, Ash stood resolutely on the Challenger's side of the battlefield, his gaze fixed determinately on the entrance where the gym trainer would emerge. "Let us summon the gym leader," the referee announced, waving his arms toward the door. "The captivating and passionate dancer, Lady Melissa. Welcome to Yonder Gym." As the doors swung open, Melissa stepped into the spotlight, gracefully moving to her side of the battlefield. "I have eagerly awaited this day. Ash, let us give our all." With fingers clenched in determination, Ash confidently shouted back, "I will claim the Yonder Gym badge." In the audience, Arjun and Brock sat attentively, ready to witness the match, while Dawn donned her cheerleading outfit once more, energetically rallying support for Ash alongside Piplup. "Go, go! Ash! Fight, fight, Ash! Oh, your girlfriend is quite the spirited cheerleader," Melissa remarked, chuckling as she watched Dawn's enthusiastic support. "When I battled her, I was often taken by surprise by her unexpected tactics. Now, I am eager to witness your prowess as her boyfriend." With a playful smile, Melissa produced her first Pokeball. "My lead, Jengar, go!" The purple specter of Jengar floated into the arena, sporting the peculiar expressions characteristic of ghost-type Pokemon, fixating its gaze upon Ash. "Ah, last time I was so excited I nearly defeated Melissa using Dawn's body." Ash chuckled, So it's Jengar, is it? He squinted, recalling his past strategies, and threw forth his own Pokeball. Piplup, it's your moment. Hydro Pump. With a burst of speed, Piplup shook its head, channeling a torrent of water directly at Jengar. The advantage of Ghost-type Pokemon lies in their ability to float. Gung-Gui adeptly evaded the jet of water with a mere sidestep. This is it. Asun immediately sprang to his feet, exhilarated. All of Miss Melissa's Pokemon can float. My skills are utterly ineffective against her. However, the only responses he received were Xiao Guang's continuous cheers and Xiao Gang's silent nods. Ah, this is so infuriating. Why is everyone ignoring me? Back at the battlefield, upon seeing the jet of water miss its target, Xiaoji displayed no signs of panic. He simply shook his head. In sync with the force of the jet, he commanded, Ice Punch. Wei Wei. The jet of water directly above Gung-Gui was instantly encased in ice by the ice punch of Shui, Qi, and as the frozen jet formed, the ice column crashed down onto the overconfident Gung-Gui's forehead. Jinjie, wincing in pain and clutching its head, Gung-Gui looked disgruntled at the Shui, Qi that was teasing it. How can it still play like this? Oh, what an excellent maneuver, Miss Melissa exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. This move would be absolutely wonderful in a dazzling contest. But with a swift change of tone, Melissa struck a pose and asked, how will you respond to this? Shadow Punch. Ice Punch. Faced with an unavoidable, guaranteed attack, Xiao Ji could not allow Shui, Qi to evade. This move was inherently tracking. Therefore, upon seeing Gung-Gui's arm change color, Shui Qi's hand began to emit a blue glow, and the Ice Punch clashed fiercely with the Shadow Punch in midair. Water Gun. Shadow Ball. With its limbs immobilized, Gung-Gui resorted to using its mouth to unleash attacks, resulting in another explosive collision between their moves, both Pokemon flipping in midair before landing steadily on the ground. Such potent skills. Acknowledging Shui Qi's strength, Melissa nodded. Xiaoji, you are quite impressive. But, how will you deal with this? Melissa twirled in circles as she issued her command. Gung-Gui, Hypnosis. Here it comes. A smile crept across Xiaoji's face. Shui Qi. Counter Shield. Wei Wei. Shui Qi responded confidently, its body beginning to spin on the ground, simultaneously launching a water gun. This iteration of the counter shield was significantly more powerful than before, evidenced by the robust water column. The water prison formed once more on the battlefield, and Gung-Gui's hypnosis was instantly shattered by the water prison, leaving even Gung-Gui ensnared and unable to escape. While floating may offer an advantage in typical battles, at that moment, the water prison firmly confined the aerial space. Gung-Gui's ability to float became a liability, as any slight movement would subject it to continuous damage from the water gun. This is the strategy we needed, Xiaoji exclaimed confidently, his eyes ablaze with passion and excitement. Attack is always the best defense. It's over. Deliver the final wave pulse. As Shui Qi's counter shield dissipated, Gung-Gui, drained of energy, fell straight to the ground, where it was met by a wave pulse as powerful as a torpedo. Boom. Gung-Gui lost its fighting ability, and Shui Qi emerged victorious. Following the explosion, the referee noted Gung-Gui's dazed state and promptly announced the match's outcome. Oh, how could he resort to such a trick? Xiao Ji is too cunning. We need to impose a fine. Asun could no longer contain himself. Witnessing Xiao Ji's strategy ignited his excitement, causing him to leap from his seat. Hey, calm down, will you? Xiao Guang, exasperated, pressed him back into his seat. After all, they were from Twin Leaf Town and shouldn't he be shouting so loudly? Nonetheless, Xiao Gang nodded appreciatively, arms crossed as he analyzed, strengthening the water gun's power. The counter shield is now too sturdy to breach easily. To break through from within, using a special move requires enduring an attack, thus completely allowing Xiao Ji to dictate the pace. Therefore, Xiao Ji is the strongest. Xiao Guang proudly thumped her chest, feeling a swell of pride for her boyfriend's exceptional performance. Chapter 166, 1 against 2. Oh, using offense as defense. What a remarkable approach, Melissa remarked with a smile. The name counter shield is quite clever. I am truly looking forward to the subsequent battles. Now for the next combat form, Reem. Dream. As the white light dissipated, a hat-wearing Reem floated into the air. This sight caused Xiao Ji, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Gang to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Having been previously rattled by Mreem's soul exchange, they now perceived a strange filter whenever they glanced at Mreem. Xiao Ji, let me preface this, Melissa kindly informed him. Mreem cannot learn hypnosis, so how will you utilize your counter shield next? This was indeed the case. The peculiar beam from Mreem had ensnared Xiao Ji and the others in a dream, but Mreem itself could not learn hypnosis or Dream Eater. Setting aside Xiao Ji's Mreem, Xiao Guang furrowed her brow, noting that Xiao Wang's Marine possessed formidable skills like Magical Leaf and Psychic, which were quite troublesome. Even without hypnosis, Marine's strength was undoubted. Xiao Gang nodded, pondering where Xiao Ji would apply the counter shield. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji had already thrown his Pokeball to counter that powerful Magical Leaf. I entrust you with this task. Monferno, it's your time to shine. Go. Flame Wheel. Seeing Melissa relinquish the initiative to him once more, Xiao Ji immediately launched a Flame Wheel to seize the first strike. However, much like Gung Gue, Mreem evaded Monferno's Flame Wheel in an instant by floating into the air. Nevertheless, Yijie, Monferno roared, utilizing the ground to leap high into the air, the Flame Wheel hurtling towards the floating Mreem. Monferno can fly too. Asun was momentarily dumbfounded. How could it perform such a maneuver? Are Pokemon of the flying type joking with you? Oh, what astonishing jumping ability. Melissa's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of Xiao Guang's Piplup's leaps. But use Psychic. The Flame Wheel was abruptly interrupted mid-air by the powerful Psychic, exposing Monferno's true form before Mreem. Use Psychic again. I want to give you a chance. Xiao Ji waved his hand, spinning to unleash Flamethrower. The magnificent flames rampaged as Monferno spun, the dazzling red light enveloping the entire battlefield. Mreem's Psychic could not penetrate the cover of the fire cage. At the moment its attack was interrupted, it too became ensnared in the fiery prison, suffering continuous damage. I never expected the counter shield could withstand Psychic. Xiao Guang gasped. What a terrifying strategy. Both glamorous and immensely powerful. Xiao Gang added, providing Miss Melissa with a lesson on the intricacies of dazzling contests. Now, Mreem, unleash Magical Leaf. Seemingly recognizing the flaw in the counter shield, Melissa launched another attack. This time, the attack proved effective, shattering the counter shield entirely. Although its type was weak against fire, Magical Leaf, as a powerful damage-dealing skill, certainly had its advantages. Violently breaking through the flames from within, this was indeed the adaptability one would expect from a gym leader. Very well, Ash, Melissa said with a smile, pointing at the smoke from the explosion. I have seen through your counterpunch shield. What will you do next? There's nothing I can do then, Ash replied, though a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Amid the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a fiery wheel suddenly rolled out of the smoke, crashing directly into the Dream Demon, causing it to emit mournful cries. Only the counterpunch shield was shattered. Ash calmly directed his Pokemon, asserting that even when the outer shell was destroyed, the core within would remain intact. Infernape, deliver your final flame burst. The Dream Demon, knocked down by the fiery wheel, was once again subjected to a close-range flame burst. As the flames subsided, the Dream Demon lay defeated on the ground, unable to continue fighting. With the Dream Demon incapacitated, Infernape emerged victorious. I never expected you to see through my tactics, Melissa sighed, recalling her incapacitated Pokemon. Now, for my third, prepare for battle mode, Drifloon. Ah, it has evolved. Ash's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he was now faced with Drifloon. Oh, it evolved shortly after battling with Xiaoguang. Melissa waved at Xiaoguang in the stands, and I owe thanks to Xiaoguang for that. Hee. Xiaoguang awkwardly scratched his cheek, feeling uneasy about Melissa's praise. As it was Ash who had fought with Pachima. Pachima. Puff. Well, it seems Ash has indeed left a deep impression on Melissa with her prowess. Yaga. Infernape, filled with vigor, waved a fist at Ash, indicating that it was ready to continue the battle. Then let us press on. Ash waved his arm. Flame burst. Psychic disruption. Once again, Infernape executed the counterpunch shield, but this time, it felt different from when it faced the Dream Demon. The fiery cage was shattered almost instantaneously by the psychic disruption. How could this be? Xiaoguang gasped, astonished that Melissa had managed to counter it. The counterpunch shield is indeed powerful, Melissa smiled confidently, but its lack of sufficient power is its fatal weakness. With a strong enough internal strike, shattering it becomes a simple task. Now allow me to enhance it. With a wave of her hand, Melissa controlled the will-o-wisp with psychic disruption. The ethereal blue flames formed a sturdy shield, resembling a hexagonal blue barrier that persistently coiled around Drifloon, exuding immense pressure. With the control of psychic disruption, the will-o-wisp ring will last longer than your counterpunch shield. Melissa bent slightly, declaring, I shall name it the counterpunch shield. What a convoluted name, I must say. Let us take the stage. As Drifloon cast the will-o-wisp ring, Infernape found itself completely surrounded by the ghostly flames, rendering it immobile. At that moment, the elusive Drifloon had already arrived before Infernape, its tether slapping against the sides of Infernape's face. Hypnosis. Oh no. This means Infernape cannot use the counterpunch shield. Brock clenched his teeth, realizing that if hit by hypnosis, it would be at the mercy of its opponent. A splendid idea. Yet Ash's mind was solely focused on executing intricate maneuvers. Use Sonic Punch on yourself. What? Chapter 167, Ruins Badge. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Infernape utilized Sonic Punch to strike its own face, forcibly resisting the effects of hypnosis. Meanwhile, Drifloon, having failed to cast hypnosis, was already right in front of Infernape. In this case, Drifloon was now on the defensive. Ash shouted, "Flame Burst." The close-range flame burst struck Drifloon squarely in the face, causing it to retreat in distress. Truly a tactic resolved through sheer force. Melissa was equally taken aback by Ash's command. Akin to Xiaowang allowing Pachima to hit itself with Bubble Beam to wake up, your strategy has never failed to impress me. The bewildered Xiaowang interjected. Please don't attribute that to me. I didn't do it. But, no matter how many times you try, it will be futile. Melissa waved her hand, Will-O-Wisp. The Will-O-Wisp ring reappeared beside Drifloon. Once Drifloon stabilized itself in the air, it once again threw the Will-O-Wisp ring, attempting to restrict Infernape's movements. Fire against fire? Gazing at the seemingly insolvable Will-O-Wisp ring, Ash's expression grew resolute, and a broad smile graced his lips. What kind of smile is that? Asun was taken aback. Unable to comprehend why Ash could smile in the face of such an insurmountable move, the Will-O-Wisp was not so easily dealt with. No. Xiaowang, familiar with her boyfriend's style, shook her head. Whenever he wore such an expression, it meant Ash had devised a countermeasure. Moreover, it was often a flawless solution. Brock nodded, supplementing Xiaowang's observation. Go. Show them the might of your flames. Ash smiled confidently. Flame Burst. The Flame Burst collided with the Will-O-Wisp ring in the air. Yet the skills of the same attribute did not result in an explosion. Surprisingly, the Flame Burst appeared to absorb the flames of the Will-O-Wisp ring, rebounding it back with greater intensity. Unlike the pale purple of the Will-O-Wisp, the flame-infused ring now radiated a deep purple akin to the underworld. And this rebounded flame struck Drifloon, who was completely unprepared. No. Melissa was stunned, astonished that Ash had quickly devised a way to break through the Will-O-Wisp. Not merely breaking it. Ash shook his finger. The flame burst infused within the Will-O-Wisp has actually amplified its power. This is what I call the counter-counterpunch shield. What a ridiculous name. It's far less appealing than the old reflecting shield. It seems I have underestimated you. Melissa chuckled lightly, but don't think you can continue. Drifloon, use Icy Wind. Dig to evade. The fierce wind that swept across the battlefield was swiftly avoided as Infernape dug underground, and in an instant, it appeared behind Drifloon. Ash's clear voice rang out. Grab its tether. Throw it away. Drifloon could never have imagined that the very tether meant to ensnare its foes would be turned against it. After seizing Drifloon's lower tether, Infernape slammed it down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hypnosis. Don't give it a chance. Ash immediately interrupted Melissa's thoughts. Flame Burst. As Drifloon turned to ensnare Infernape once more with its tether, the opposing face was already nearly touching its own. The zero-distance Flame Burst unleashed a relentless assault, and amidst the sounds of explosions, Drifloon was sent crashing to the ground with a wail. Wah! Drifloon lost its ability to battle. Infernape triumphed. Upon witnessing Drifloon's helpless state, the referee announced the result, declaring the victor to be the challenger, Ash. 2 against 3. And Ash had yet to send out his final Pokémon. Pika. Pikachu gazed at Ash with a look of utter disappointment. That was amazing. Seeing Ash's flawless performance, Xiaowang immediately tossed her pom-pom into the air and leaped from the stands to embrace Ash. We really won. Asun murmured in disbelief, astonished by the total victory. Indeed, an outstanding performance. Brock smiled with satisfaction, noting how Ash had unexpectedly outmaneuvered Miss Melissa in the end. But you must also strive harder. Brock patted Asun's shoulder, challenging Miss Melissa will be even more difficult. Why do you say that? Just breaking hypnosis is already a tall order. And now Miss Melissa has devised the counter-counterpunch shield with the Will-O-Wisp ring. Feeling a profound sorrow for Asun and the aspiring trainers challenging him, Melissa gently cradled the head of her Swablu, bemused by its antics. Nonetheless, it is indeed commendable that such a formidable tactical arrangement could elicit praise from Wusong and the others. Observing Ash being embraced by Dawn, Melissa shook her head, casting aside the melancholy of their recent defeat. However, the couple's battling style seemed somewhat reminiscent, or was it merely an illusion? I told you not to mention that again. Dawn exclaimed. Beneath the setting sun, Ash, having completed his tasks in the city of Celestic, stood before the gym, receiving a badge from Melissa. Congratulations. Your Pokémon are truly impressive, she proclaimed, extending the relic badge towards him. Take it. This is the relic badge. With familiar celebratory poses and faces, Ash claimed his 5th badge, drawing him ever closer to the Sinnoh League of this life. Steel Island, sitting on the balcony sipping juice. Dawn pondered the location proposed by Ah-sun. Training there helped us win at the Waterworks gym before. Ah-sun gazed at the moon above, contemplating a similar endeavor. Steel Island is right here. Dawn flipped through her map, pointing to the island's location, easily accessible by boat from Waterworks City. All right, then our next gym will be there. If you can triumph over the Waterworks gym, how about I acknowledge you as my rival? Ah-sun teased Ash, though he knew such a feat was unlikely. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Noticing Ash's twitching lips, Ah-sun impatiently gestured towards him. It's an honor to be my rival. Yes, Ash replied, exasperated. What a pest. It seemed this journey ahead would be quite lively, thought Brock, shaking his head with a smile. What a thrilling adventure, ahaha. Dawn awkwardly chuckled in agreement. Chapter 168, The Desolate Waterworks City. On a fine and sunny morning, a colossal airship soared above the Sinnoh region, gradually making its way to Waterworks City. Unlike the swift pace of an airplane, the airship moved at a more leisurely speed. Yet its spacious interior and ship-like structure made it a popular choice among trainers. They could enjoy the aerial scenery while freely moving about in comfort. However, the impatient Ah-sun did not share this sentiment. This airship is so slow. I can't sit still. What a fine, he grumbled, tapping his watch and shaking his legs restlessly. Ah-sun, Brock, relishing the view, turned his head. Enjoy the scenery. It's a chance to relax. Exactly, Ash chimed in. A little leisure is quite pleasant. Ash placed a hand on Dawn's backrest, silently standing behind her. Is that Waterworks City? He asked, pointing at the island's emerging outline visible through the window. Below the airship, several islands came into view, interconnected by grand bridges, forming a web-like structure. These bridges and islands together constituted the city known as Waterworks City, referred to as a port city by the people of Sinnoh due to its coastal surroundings and abundance of water-type Pokémon. After a brief wait, the airship finally came to a steady halt. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's capture a commemorative photo with the airship as our backdrop. As they descended the final steps, Ash and his companions were immediately surrounded by the fiery enthusiasm of Team Rocket. Why can't I ever recognize them? Ash mused bitterly, realizing that despite their disguises, Jesse's and James's expressions were unmistakable. This time, Team Rocket aimed to ensnare Pokémon by luring them into traps. However, Ash quickly recognized them, commanding Pikachu to send them flying. What an annoying feeling. With a streak of a meteor flashing across the daytime sky, Team Rocket exited without further ado. Back to your own homes, and find your mothers. Ah-sun boarded a ship to Steel Island, while Ash and the others traversed the bridge to the heart of Waterworks City. Is anyone there? Ash knocked on the firmly shut gym doors, calling out. Yet, the response was a chilling scream. Dawn immediately recoiled behind Ash, fearing something dreadful had occurred. Don't jump to conclusions, Ash replied, his eyes twitching as memories stirred. Waterworks City, chaos, nightmares. Wasn't this the realm of Darkrai and Cresselia? Due to Darkrai's premature arrival while Cresselia was on vacation, the residents of Waterworks City fell into nightmares upon slumber. Conversely, the true deity capable of dispelling these nightmares had yet to arrive. Hence, the city now appeared so desolate and forlorn. So this is all because of Darkrai? Dawn realized, recalling the previous incident in White Birch Town. Indeed, Darkrai is often referred to as the god of nightmares, Brock mused, his gaze drifting towards the police station in a love-struck daze. We should definitely consult Miss Junsha about this. Miss Junsha, can your mood not shift so drastically? Meanwhile, within the police station, Miss Junsha, donning large dark circles under her eyes, was utterly disinterested in her cases. You are correct in your analysis, she lethargically acknowledged Brock's explanation. It's precisely why I purchased the crescent feather, but I still suffer from nightmares. She pressed her temples, recalling the long stretch of sleepless nights that caused her to doze off at the slightest closing of her eyes. Dawn, startled, pulled out the crescent feather she had bought in White Birch Town. I have this charm too, and it does seem effective. But wait. Brock quickly observed the differences between their crescent feathers. Miss Junsha, your crescent feather has a significant flaw. He retrieved a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the patterns. This is clearly a Pidgey feather, poorly dyed with glowing paint. What? Miss Junsha's eyes flared with indignation. That is far from cheap. Those three who sold me the feathers are in for it. With that, she dashed out in a frenzy, wiping the sweat from his brow. Dawn turned to Brock. Should we follow her? Could it be Team Rocket? Brock nodded, having already guessed their involvement. Sure enough, in front of a bustling shop, Miss Junsha ripped open the facade of Team Rocket's counterfeit store. They were still sporting dark circles, tirelessly dyeing feathers. Such dedication. If only they applied this creativity to business. They wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. I'll detain you for selling counterfeit goods. Miss Junsha scowled. Because of this fake crescent feather, I once glimpsed hope, only to find despair instead. I heard someone say they would detain you. Team Rocket arrived at lightning speed. Oh dear, even in such a state of exhaustion, they still recite their lines. Ash remarked with a peculiar expression, acknowledging their unyielding determination. Have you finished your lines yet? Dawn supported her head, clearly uninterested in hearing them again. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated as the contraptions crafted by Team Rocket, along with all the counterfeit crescent feathers, were utterly shattered by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Accompanying this chaos were the comedic trio, who found themselves airborne yet again today. What an annoying sensation, sighed Miss Junsha, stretching her limbs in relief. At last, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Thank you all. If you wouldn't mind, please stay in the lounge for the night. Sure, responded Ash's friends, Koharu and Brock, with smiles. We appreciate it. However, Ash's furrowed brow suggested that matters were far from simple. Chapter 169, The God of Nightmares and the God of Sweet Dreams. Thank you for your hospitality. We are quite full. In the police station, Miss Junsha had personally prepared a sumptuous meal to express her gratitude for Ash and his companion's assistance. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to drowsiness. With their bellies full and concerns momentarily set aside, fatigue quickly enveloped the group, aside from Ash, who remained alert. Feeling sleepy after a hearty meal, Koharu yawned, wiping the tears that had escaped her eyes from her yawning. It's fine, everyone. Why not stay here for the night? Miss Junsha cheerfully opened the door to the lounge, inviting Koharu to rest. Ash. Koharu, still yawning and heading toward the lounge, noticed Ash's unusually vigilant state and asked in confusion, Aren't you going to rest? Oh. Ash waved his hand lightly with a smile. Someone has to keep watch, right? I'm not tired. Leave it to me. Speaking openly about Darkrai at this moment felt somewhat inappropriate and abrupt, so he decided to postpone that discussion for a while. Is that all right? You are the guest. After all, Miss Junsha said apologetically. Shall I take over your watch later? No, it's fine. Ash shook his head. It's just a small task. Seeing Ash's resolute determination to remain in the lobby, the others refrained from pressing further, merely advising him to take care and then retired to their respective beds. Noticing a fluctuation in his shadow, Ash nodded slightly. Is there a scent of your companion? Indeed, Darkrai emerged slowly from Ash's shadow, lingering not far from them. It simply struggles to control its power. Darkrai shook its head, unable to harness the ability to plunge others into nightmares and lacking the strength to be deemed powerful. It realized it must strive harder. Hey, don't be so harsh on yourself. Ash replied, bemused. How can you compare yourself to it? One can withstand the might of the space-time dragons, while you are merely among the weaker members of the Darkrai species. There is simply no basis for comparison. Thus, it is I who shall safeguard your safety. Darkrai nodded. Leave it to those unreliable fellows. They have caused you considerable trouble. There is little to worry about in Bayong Town now. Anthony, Alice, and the Baron, their strengths are continually rising. And there is nothing that threatens to the point of requiring my intervention. I see. Ash nodded thoughtfully. You've had a tough time too. Pikachu also nodded in agreement. Darkrai wanted to say something further, but, sensing something amiss in the lounge, quickly retreated back into Ash's shadow. Three piercing screams echoed from two different lounges, startling Ash. Pika, that scared me too. Pikachu patted its chest, still shaken by the sudden screams. Let us go check it out. With Pikachu jumping onto his shoulder, Ash adjusted his clothes and hat before opening the door to Koharu and Brock's room. As soon as he opened the door, he felt something burrowing into his embrace. Recovering slightly, Ash discovered Koharu, trembling with fright, nestling against him, her flowing blue hair brushing against his neck. What's wrong? He gently patted her back, trying to soften his tone. Did you have a nightmare? Yes. The girl in his arms nodded, trembling. I encountered a strange Pokémon. Me too. Same here. Miss Junsha and Brock, sporting dark circles under their eyes, nodded in agreement with Koharu's description. It seems a trip to Full Moon Island is necessary, Miss Junsha said with a serious expression. Even though the nightmare machine was destroyed, nightmares still persist, which means Darkrai has truly arrived. As Miss Junsha led Brock and Koharu toward the port for the speedboat to Full Moon Island, Ash turned to Darkrai in his shadow and inquired, Can you sense where your companion is specifically located? No, Darkrai replied calmly. Such matters are best left to Cresselia and her ilk. We can only detect the scent of our companions nearby, not pinpoint their exact location. Ash, hurry up. Hearing Koharu's urging voice, Ash set aside his questions and began running toward the port. With the speedboat slicing through the waves, they finally arrived at Full Moon Island. Under Miss Junsh's guidance, Koharu successfully found a genuine crescent feather wedged between the rocks. Both its luster and patterns are flawless, Brock remarked, examining it through a magnifying glass, ultimately concluding that this feather had belonged to Cresselia. Let us go, Swinub, to track Cresselia's whereabouts. Koharu sent out her keen-nosed Swinub to help them locate the shrine. Indeed, upon reaching the cliff's summit, a massive rock resembling the moon came into view. As colorful lights emanated from within the dark clouds, an elegant Pokémon adorned in yellow, blue, and pink hues gracefully descended onto the shrine's rock beneath the holy light. How beautiful! Koharu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she took out her Pokédex to record Cresselia's information. And then, it was captured. Team Rocket's trio emerged from the depths below in their nostalgically familiar Magikarp submarine, their expressions brimming with pride as they tugged on the net that ensnared Cresselia, desperately preparing to haul her into their machine. You shall not succeed. Koharu thought of the torment of nightmares, instantly summoning her strength. Swinub, Meowth, let us go. Use Tackle. The two small Pokémon charged fiercely toward Team Rocket's submarine. However, how could Team Rocket, who had mastered core technology, be so easily defeated? Meowth confidently brandished a remote control, maneuvering two arms that emerged from the submarine to swat them away. In an instant, both Meowth and Swinub were sent flying. Yet the two Pokémon merely shook their heads, their expressions growing more furious as they fixated on Meowth. Why are you looking at me like that? Meowth's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Unbeknownst to it, due to Darkrai's influence, neither Pokémon had slept well that night and were now brimming with pent-up frustration. As the two enraged Pokémon charged back toward the Magikarp submarine, they radiated a brilliant white light. Chapter 170, Nightmares Disperse. What is this? Koharu's eyes widened in astonishment. Are they evolving simultaneously? On the cliff, the white light surrounding the two Pokémon faded, revealing that the formerly petite duo had grown significantly in size. Longhair Pig and Litten had both entered their respective second stages. The two Pokémon, having undergone a significant transformation in size, now exhibited a remarkable surge in power. With a forceful collision, they struck the submarine of Magikarp, causing the superior metallic structure to begin fracturing. Boom! The submarine was sent soaring into the air, only to be promptly struck by a bolt of electricity from Lurantis, resulting in a spectacular explosion mid-flight. Could this be a nightmare? Mused Jessie, as she touched her chin while suspended in the air. Are we still asleep, Meowth? Pinch me. Both Jessie and Meowth reached out to grasp each other's faces, their expressions contorting in pain as they exclaimed, ouch. This isn't a dream. What an unpleasant sensation. Fantastic. You've evolved. After dispatching Team Rocket, Dawn joyfully embraced her two Pokémon. We must strive diligently from now on. Ash and his companions merely exchanged smiles before turning their attention to lifting the net that ensnared Cresselia. Upon noticing the four compassionate individuals, Cresselia nodded, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors as it gracefully floated above the shrine. Please, Cresselia, pleaded Junsha, her gaze imploring. Rescue the people of Watervane City from this nightmare. Cresselia gently closed its eyes, perhaps sensing the presence of Darkrai in Watervane City. Upon reopening them, it began its ascent towards the city. A brilliantly colored streak illuminated the dark night sky, embodying a redemptive force amidst the nightmare, ethereal and resplendent. Following closely behind Cresselia, Ash and his friends finally reached the heart of Watervane City. As Cresselia hovered in midair, it radiated a blinding white light. This dazzling luminescence shimmered across the shadowy streets, startling Darkrai, who emerged from the shadow of a tree. It slowly ascended to match Cresselia's altitude, locking eyes with it. Well, are you the Eye of Miracles? It's always me cleaning up your mess. Darkrai circled silently above the shattered nightmare machine, gesturing towards the inoperable components and emitting a series of peculiar sounds. I told you, I was drawn here by this device. If I weren't worried you'd misunderstand, I wouldn't have come. Not my concern, just finish this and leave. The two Pokémon collided once more in the air, leaving Ash below momentarily stunned. Hey, does this feel like playing house to anyone else? Ash remarked, pulling a face. Shouldn't the impact be less intense? Nevertheless, the aerial battle ceased. Cresselia clearly held a slight advantage over Darkrai. With its mere presence and radiant glow, Darkrai retreated underground in silence. Remarkable. I always thought it might struggle against Darkrai. Dawn exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Back in White Birch Town, Ash, your Darkrai could withstand so many of Dialga's attacks. Well, that's just an individual case. Please don't generalize to the entire species. Besides, it must protect our Ash's Pokémon. How could a mere level 5 Pokémon take advantage of that? Pikachu interjected. Who is insulting me? At that moment, Ash's Darkrai cautiously peeked out from the shadows, observing its retreating companion and shaking its head in disbelief at being driven away by Cresselia. I don't trust it to follow you. It can't even manage a black hole. What does it do all day? Darkrai sighed. Your ghost-type Pokemon. I need to help them train properly as well. Chuckling softly, Ash silently connected with Darkrai through his aura. So, is there no corresponding Cresselia to confront you? There is. Darkrai replied calmly, but it's far too weak. A single black hole would put it to sleep. Ever since then, no one has dared to confront me, especially since it can't even manage the nightmare system. How could that be considered strong? Unintentionally, Darkrai referenced Water Vein City's Darkrai. Having followed Alice's grandmother for so many years, I have guarded until now, controlling my abilities. Otherwise, if they fell into tormenting dreams, I would no longer deserve to protect them. Indeed, Ash nodded. You truly work hard. It must be quite burdensome to bear such pressure. So now, White Birch Town doesn't require my assistance for the time being. Darkrai gazed into Ash's amber eyes, asserting, ensuring your safety is my primary objective at present. Oh, it's nothing serious. I won't encounter any trouble. Ash scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by Darkrai's concern. Deep down, he considered himself an ordinary person, unworthy of such attention from them. You're a sibling of the Creator. Who are you calling ordinary? During their conversation, Cresselia had already begun to perform the dance of the new moon, flawlessly liberating the townsfolk from their nightmares. With a melodious call, Cresselia disappeared beneath the full moon, leaving a trace of mystique in the sky. Thus, in this lifetime, with an explanation from Water Vein City's Darkrai, Ash gradually grasped the complexities of the intertwined love and hatred between them and Cresselia. More importantly, they had once again rescued the residents trapped in a nightmare. It could be considered a good deed. Time to head back and rest, Ash noted, glancing at his Pokemon watch, which indicated 4 o'clock. He waved goodbye. Tomorrow, training must resume, and we need to prepare for the gym battle the day after. Pika. Yes, I must also prepare for the upcoming grand contest with Mamoswine and Lurantis. Dawn affirmed, her determination evident as she clenched her fist. The four of them leisurely strolled back to the police station's lounge under the beautifully enchanting moonlight. Chapter 171, The Rebellious Mamoswine. Infernape, Flame Wheel, Torterra, Leaf Storm. On an otherwise unremarkable morning, Ash stood in the Pokemon Center's battle arena, bathed in the golden rays of dawn, diligently training. Recently, he had captured an increasing number of Pokemon, leading to more frequent substitutions in battles. Galayo. Watching Infernape and Torterra train earnestly, Scizor eagerly lifted its pincers, signaling Ash that it wished to join the fray. Pika Pika. Don't rush, wait your turn. As Ash's assistant, Pikachu responsibly took on the role of a little teacher, urging Scizor to be patient. Its time would come. It's so early. Dawn yawned as she emerged from the Pokemon Center. It was just past 6, and she had risen to train despite having hardly slept the previous night. Brock, brewing coffee nearby, had been hastily drafting training plans until he realized the dawn had arrived. Well, becoming a world champion doesn't happen without reason. Talent combined with extraordinary effort leads to ultimate victory. Care for a sip? Raising his coffee cup, Brock suddenly remembered, retracting it promptly. At your age, you shouldn't be drinking coffee. Tea will suffice. Hey, you speak as if you're an adult, Dawn retorted, rolling her eyes before joining Ash in the battle arena to commence her training. Mamoswine, Lurantis, full of enthusiasm for her newly evolved Pokemon, Dawn was determined to nurture them well for the upcoming ribbon contest. However, an unexpected turn of events did occur. Although the long-haired pig still exhibited the obedient demeanor of a kitten, it seemed to have entered a rebellious phase, completely disregarding Xiaoguang's commands. Standing there like a wooden statue, Bojia? Bojia Man curiously tugged at the long-haired pig's ear. It could hear, Bojia. Bojia Man then parted the long strands of hair in front of the long-haired pig, and it could see as well. Could it be hungry? Xiaoguang, plagued by existential doubts, retrieved some rice cakes from her pocket, saying, Here, long-haired pig, I have some rice cakes for you. Upon catching a whiff of the rice cake's aroma, the long-haired pig sprang forward to Xiaoguang, devouring the treats in her hand voraciously. It then energetically snatched the rice cakes that Xiaoguang tossed, consuming them one by one. Once the food was gone, the naive girl assumed the long-haired pig would be ready to work. Little did she know, upon realizing the absence of rice cakes, it charged towards Xiaoguang like a wild creature. Watch out, Scorpion King. Be mindful of the force in your cross-scissors punch. Xiaoji advised the Scorpion King midair. But as his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Xiaoguang, he was taken aback. Careful. Our rookie hero swiftly grabbed Xiaoguang, guiding her to safety. The long-haired pig, unable to stop itself, crashed into the large tree at the entrance. Then, undeterred by pain, it continued to charge towards Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang. Hey, hey, hey! Long-haired pig, stop! Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang, frightened, turned and ran, while the long-haired pig, heedless of their plight, conjured a shard of ice to hurl at them. Duck! Realizing he couldn't evade the impending attack, Xiao Ji immediately pressed Xiao Guang down, and they both crouched to avoid the terrifying ice shard. We can't use such a desperate move. Xiao Guang trembled, rising with Xiao Ji's support. Listen to my commands. Yet, to the long-haired pig, this sounded like mere whispers in one ear and out the other. It continued to launch ice shards at Xiao Ji. Scorpion King, cleave it apart with your cross-scissors punch. Xiao Ji adjusted his cap, resigned to let the Scorpion King handle the situation. Soaring through the air, the Scorpion King struck the ice shard fiercely with its pincers, its mouth gradually igniting with red flames. Galayo! It bit down on the ice shard, melting it instantly, and then unleashed its cross-scissors punch before the long-haired pig, finally thwarting its assault. Well done. Xiao Ji gently patted the descending Scorpion King, smiling warmly. You've even learned Flamethrower, truly impressive. Galayo! Of course. Amidst the joy, Xiao Guang felt disheartened by the long-haired pig's disobedience. It had been so well-behaved when it was still a small mountain pig. Haven't I heard someone say something like that before? Xiao Gang remarked. It resembles the previous little fire dragon, Xiao Ji mused, tilting his head, acknowledging that a Pokemon's personality often changes post-evolution. Is it that Charizard from White Poplar Town? Xiao Guang recalled Xiao Ji's past, noting that the little fire dragon became unruly after evolving. In that regard, it does bear a striking resemblance. Xiao Ji nodded, yet insisted that Pokemon must feel the trainer's love to gain their acknowledgement. Due to Charizard's temper, he had lost his chance to reach the top 8. Was he regretful? Absolutely. Yet, Xiao Ji had never blamed Charizard, attributing all failures to himself. If only he had been stronger then, perhaps Charizard would have understood his heart. Thus, Charizard's eventual acknowledgement during the Orange Archipelago was a culmination of patience. So, take your time, it will work out. He reassured Xiao Guang, softly patting her shoulder. I will help you think of solutions, so do not fret. Gripping Xiao Ji's hand tightly, Xiao Guang rubbed her eyes, her gaze resolute as she nodded. No problem. No problem. Meanwhile, outside the window, the Rocket Trio had quietly concocted a scheme. The long-haired pig is disobedient, Meow? Meowth stood atop a cardboard box, tiptoeing. This makes things much easier, Meow. That little brat's Charizard had a similar situation before. As the trio was intimately familiar with Xiao Ji's past, they could recite his experiences like a well-rehearsed play. But none of that mattered. Musashi clenched her fists, determined to capture all of the little brat's Pokemon this time. So, let us commence our plan, Meow. Chapter 172, The Rapidly Evolving Long-Haired Pig. The poster seemed quite enticing. Pokemon Affection School. At the Pokemon Center's front desk, Musashi, clad in a punk-style jacket and sporting slicked-back hair, dramatically recited the advertisement they had posted. Impressive. It claims to enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokemon. Noticing Xiao Guang passing by, Musashi intentionally raised her voice. How intriguing. Let us go take a look, Meow? Kojiro chimed in with a playful tone. Upon realizing that Xiao Guang was utterly captivated by the poster, they exchanged grins and dashed away. Could this help improve my bond with the long-haired pig? Xiao Guang scrutinized the address and details on the poster. I want to check it out. Xiao Ji. This group of miscreants. Xiao Ji, feeling exasperated, adjusted his cap, thinking, they really go to great lengths. Too. Sure. Ah, yes. When he heard Xiao Guang whispering in his ear, he jolted. What is it? I want to go check it out. Xiao Guang pointed at the poster orchestrated by the Rocket Trio. It might help me and the long-haired pig. Well, let's go then. Clapping his hands, Xiao Ji decided to accompany her. Although he knew it was likely a ploy by Team Rocket, they had been kind enough to assist on this journey. So it was only fair to indulge them a little. Otherwise, they would be quite pitiful. Besides, he recalled that the long-haired pig had evolved again because of this. Watching Xiao Guang bounce with excitement, Xiao Ji stood in place, reminiscing. Soon, the three arrived at the precise location mentioned on the poster. It was a structure resembling a circus tent, adorned with colorful balloons, and prominently displayed a large sign for Pokemon Affection School. It appeared far from a temporary setup. Rather, it resembled a genuine training institution. Is this for real? Xiao Ji was momentarily stunned. Did they really manage to set this up in just a few hours? That seemed excessively industrious. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang had already reached the tent's entrance, calling out, Is anyone there? The Rocket Trio's swift costume changes never failed to impress Xiao Ji. In a split second, the punk-styled Musashi transformed into an outfit reminiscent of a volunteer's attire, tying her hair into a ponytail and donning a hat and glasses. She looked just like a real teacher. Come join us. Participating in our classes can significantly enhance your bond with Pokemon that are not very affectionate. Musashi continuously lured Xiaoguang, adding, moreover, it can make well-bonded Pokemon even closer. Oh, Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled. I'm in. Then we'll accompany you. Xiaoji and Xiao Gang exchanged knowing glances, both opting to join. It would be somewhat risky to let a girl like Xiaoguang go in alone. Even if they were not Team Rocket, having two boys along would ensure greater safety for this first-time endeavor. All right, let us go together. Musashi was quite exhilarated, as she had been pondering how to deceive both Ash and Brock into joining them, only to find that these two fools had wandered in on their own. How naive. In the end, it will still be you two soaring into the skies. However, unlike in her previous life when Ash had participated with his Turtwig, this time he merely stood by, quietly observing Koharu. Brock, on the other hand, had opted for his trusty Frogadier as his partner. Come, come. Musashi waved her arms, leading the duo toward the slope and the pool, intending for them to acclimatize to these obstacles alongside their Pokemon. Naturally, Brock and Frogadier did not disappoint. With just Frogadier's toxic spikes, Brock was nearly overwhelmed. Their synergy was clearly commendable. As for Koharu, her Munchlax was exceedingly uncooperative, only budging when she dangled a snack in front of it. Thus, relying on rewards to motivate it hardly qualified as synergy, did it? Upon reaching the floating platform by the pool, Munchlax, in its impatience, accidentally sent both Koharu and Poplio tumbling into the water, leaving them drenched. Koharu, with a resigned sigh, withdrew her head, blowing bubbles in the water, lamenting how adorable Munchlax was when it was a little Snorlax. Come on. Ash, ever timely, extended his hand from the shore. Get up here before you catch a chill. He swiftly pulled the disgruntled girl from the water, shaking out a towel to dry her hair. Although it was clear that no problem was not an adequate description of the situation, watching Poplio push the floating platform beneath Munchlax with its flippers, Ash couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. As was customary, Jessie led the trio and their Pokemon in a series of calisthenics. However, Ash remained outside the trap's perimeter, watching Jessie's expressions morph from one second to the next as if he were witnessing a performance. Then, as Meowth and Musashi pressed the button to trigger the trap, Ash's commanding voice rang out, Turtwig, Leaf Blade. The sharp and swift leaf blade effortlessly sliced through Team Rocket's hot air balloon, causing the cage containing Koharu and Brock's Pokemon to plummet from the sky. I told you not to leave that little brat unattended. Jessie shook her head, realizing that the core of the problem was indeed that little brat. Bang! Musashi promptly delivered a thwack to Jessie's head. Are you still thinking about praising him? Hurry up and retrieve the cage. Mega Audino, Boom Burst. Fangrowth, Seed Bomb. Musashi and Jessie immediately unleashed their Pokeballs, preparing to attack Turtwig. However, due to their lack of accuracy, all their attacks struck the cage, and since Munchlax was the largest Pokemon inside it, it absorbed all the damage. Goodness, how can it endure this? Immediately, Munchlax radiated a familiar white light. Koharu struggled to crawl out of the trap, astonished as she beheld Munchlax's transformation. Had it evolved? Just as I thought, Ash covered his face, exasperated by the evolution. Not only was its rebellious nature akin to that of Charmeleon, but even the speed and manner of its evolution mirrored that. As the white light dissipated, the now larger Mamoswine burst through the cage, glaring displeasedly at Team Rocket before charging towards Fangrowth and Mega Audino. What on earth? Musashi's voice trembled with disbelief. Munchlax was troublesome enough, and now a larger Mamoswine had emerged. So that's what Mamoswine looks like, Jessie exclaimed, flipping through her Pokemon cards to answer Musashi's question. That's not the point. Musashi shouted, we need to run now. Before she could finish her sentence, Mamoswine unleashed a powerful ice shard that struck the three of them. As the icy chill began to envelop Team Rocket, Mamoswine recklessly barreled into them, leading to the all-too-familiar sensation of how bothersome. Chapter 173, The Water Pulse Gym Battle. Sigh. The following morning, amidst Koharu's sighs, Ash and the others returned to the Water Pulse Gym. However, the girl had not ceased her lament since the previous night. Despite evolving into Mamoswine, it remained obstinate. Koharu shook her head in resignation. At this rate, I'll have to rely on Litten for the grand festival. Don't worry. There will always be a way before the festival, Ash smiled. And besides, I'm here, right? If soft measures fail, we can resort to tougher tactics. Perhaps let it battle Pikachu, or have Ash give that inflated Mamoswine a good thrashing with Poplio. If all else fails, let Dream Eater swap them again. However, such an approach was already a last resort, not to be considered lightly. All right. Koharu shook her head, casting away her negative feelings. and pulled out that highly visible pink cheerleading outfit from her bag. Today, she was determined to cheer Ash on. In truth, it hadn't been necessary to go to such lengths. From her past life in Sinnoh to the final match, Koharu had always been there to support Ash. While he had hardly done anything for her, it felt somewhat embarrassing to admit. No. Koharu firmly waved her hands. As your girlfriend, I will be there for every significant match you have. After a brief pause, she leaned in closer to Ash, declaring, you can only have me as your cheerleader. Was this her possessiveness? How strangely domineering. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the interior of the Water Pulse gym. However, within the battle arena, a fierce argument was erupting. I love fossils more. TCH, what could a little brat possibly know about passion? I've experienced far more than you. Father, I've worked hard to get to where I am from Black City. How can you deny my efforts? The discordant shouts echoed from behind the tightly shut doors, and it sounded as if the two were on the brink of a physical altercation. Once the assistant of the Water Pulse gym opened the door, the trio finally beheld the true identities of those embroiled in the argument. One was a man with long red hair and stubble, exuding a somewhat roguish charm. The other was a familiar face, Mr. Pio, the gym leader of Black City, sporting red hair and a cap, looking quite refined. So, the father and son are at odds? Recalling the assistant's explanation, Koharu couldn't help but believe in the blood ties before her. Could they truly be father and son? They bore an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Ray-Eyes and Shinji. Brock, equally incredulous, pondered what they were quarreling about. Noticing a soft sound behind him, Pio slowly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Ash's rather exasperated expression. Ash. Pio approached Ash with palpable excitement, patting him on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to travel so swiftly. How have you been lately? Quite well. Thank you for your kindness, Ash replied politely, inclining his head slightly. Were you arguing about fossils? Not exactly. Pio nodded towards his father. This is the young man I mentioned to you. Oh, you must be Ash. The Water Pulse gym leader, Mr. Tugu, laughed heartily. You are now a focal point of observation. Every gym leader who has battled you has spoken highly of you. Observing the calm demeanor radiating from the young man before him, Mr. Tugu nodded in satisfaction. The last gym leader you challenged, Ms. Melissa, even remarked on your exceptional creativity and battle strategies. But father, Pio insisted earnestly, you cannot deny my efforts. You brat. Donggang let out a sigh, acknowledging the progress he had observed in you during our previous battle. However, as the first gym leader to witness Ash's prowess, I am eager to assess whether your appraisal is indeed accurate. Thus, let's proceed. Donggang gestured towards the referee's position, indicating that you would serve as the arbiter. I wish to first behold this remarkable youth. Indeed, the challenge presented by the contender takes precedence. Piao Tai nodded in agreement and promptly made his way to the referee's seat. Now for the first Pokémon, Donggang bellowed, sending forth his first creature, exclaiming, Go, Copper Mirror. Lucario, you shall be the one. The match commenced. As Piao Tai's hand fell, the inaugural battle at the Water Pulse gym officially began. A flash of electricity. Propel it with a spiral ball. Both participants, brimming with bravado, eschewed long-range tactics in favor of close-quarters assaults to bolster their spirits. The electric flash collided with the spiral ball midair, the two Pokémon clashing with equal force, neither willing to yield an inch. Such formidable power. Observing Lucario's petite frame unleashing such strength, Donggang nodded. Yet he understood that raw power alone is insufficient. Use Psychic to hurl it away. A blue light emanated from the Copper Mirror's eyes, expertly ensnaring Lucario midair with Psychic and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Execute Vacuum Wave upon impact. As Lucario was about to crash to the ground, Ash swiftly commanded it to utilize its skill to mitigate the damage from the fall. The Vacuum Wave struck the earth, allowing Lucario to stabilize its position, and once more, it conjured a blue aura sphere, launching it fiercely towards the Copper Mirror. The unexpected turn of events caught the Copper Mirror off guard, sending it reeling from the impact of the aura sphere. Aura sphere? Donggang's expression froze. Could Lucario have mastered the aura sphere at such a stage, a skill typically reserved for Lucario? No wonder they speak of this boy as a miracle. A faint smile graced his lips, for it is this element of surprise that renders Pokémon battles exhilarating and tense. Steady yourself and continue with Spiral Ball, Ash urged as he observed the Copper Mirror swiftly altering its trajectory towards Lucario. Hang in there. Lucario, comprehending its trainer's strategy, nodded and began to gather energy. Subsequently, the Copper Mirror's Spiral Ball collided with Lucario, continuously inflicting damage that caused Lucario to grimace in pain. Why endure such an attack at close range? Donggang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the decision to withstand this skill. Finish it. Psychic. As the power of the spiral ball waned against Lucario, the copper mirror's visage came into focus before Lucario, its eyes glowing blue as it prepared to deliver the final blow. But wait. Ash's clear, resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears, double return. The corners of Lucario's mouth curled upwards, having braced itself to withstand the explosive force of the copper mirror's spiral ball. Then, the double return struck the copper mirror squarely in the face. The damage inflicted by the spiral ball would be doubled. What you dealt to me, I shall return to you in kind. As long as I retain my fighting capabilities, you shall face your demise. This is the seamless connection between withstanding and doubling the return. Deliver the final aura sphere. Witnessing the copper mirror being sent flying by the double return, Ash prepared to deliver the finishing blow. The copper mirror crashed to the ground, succumbing to the explosive output of the aura sphere, now rendered powerless. The copper mirror is unable to continue fighting. Lucario emerges victorious. Chapter 174, Infernape vs. Steelix. It is truly impossible to predict your strategy until the very last moment. Dongang slowly recalled the fallen copper mirror, exclaiming, "You fought valiantly. You were defeated, Dad," Piaotai chuckled. Thus, Ash is indeed a formidable opponent. Indeed, Dongang nodded, a hint of agreement in his demeanor. However, the long-awaited gym battle has rekindled the fire within my soul. Come forth, Steelix. Ah, the evolution of Onix. Upon seeing the familiar Pokémon, Brock's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. The sheen and radiance of this Steelix reveal it has been meticulously nurtured. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Dongang replied with a hearty laugh. Now, Ash, let me see how you handle this. On the other side, Ash, having silently recalled Lucario, readied a new Pokeball. Then, Infernape, you shall be the one. Facing an opponent with dual steel and ground attributes, Ash recognized that none of his Pokemon could secure an absolute type advantage. Thus, dispatching the spirited Infernape was indeed a prudent choice. Flame burst. The cacophony. The searing flames expelled from Infernape's mouth were instantly dispersed by Steelix's deafening noise. Simultaneously, the piercing sound waves forced Infernape to cover its ears, desperate to shield its mind from the excruciating din. This familiar strategy instantly evoked memories for Dawn. Previously, Shinji's Marill had its water gun interrupted by Steelix's noise during its challenge against Piaotai. In a past life, Ash's Pikachu had been suppressed in speed by Steelix's noise. And now, in this life, under Shinji's initial challenge, he had attempted to leverage Marill's type advantage to subdue his opponent, only to find his water-type skills perfectly countered by Steelix's noise. The legacy of Piaotai's strategy was evident, a testament to the bond between father and son, Dawn reflected. Excellent, bind it tightly. Observing the effectiveness of his noise assault, Dongang was ready to employ Bind to restrain Infernape. Use Dig to evade. But just as Steelix's tail extended, Infernape had already burrowed into the ground at an astonishing speed. You shan't have the chance. Seemingly anticipating Ash's use of Dig, Dongang snapped his fingers, commanding Steelix, use Iron Tail on the ground. Since Earthquake is not an option, let's create our own seismic wave. Concentrate the force with Iron Tail. Such powerful techniques can create substantial disturbances in the earth. However, this tactic may succeed against inexperienced newcomers. Yet our foolish creature has faced Pikachu's artificial earthquakes countless times. Thus, the moment Steelix's tail glimmered with white light, Ash's voice resonated. Unleash full power with flame burst from below. As the surface of the rocky terrain began to heat dramatically, Steelix could distinctly feel the ground beneath it becoming unbearably hot. The intensity of the heat escalated alarmingly. Under such extreme temperatures, it was impossible for Steelix to concentrate and execute Iron Tail, and mere seconds after its tail glimmered, the attack was interrupted. Flame burst. Infernape swiftly collapsed the ground beneath Steelix, causing its massive form to sink as the earth crumbled away. While the flame burst engulfed it entirely, Dongong's expression grew grave as he realized that Ash had completely countered the Iron Tail attack. Evidently, he had not anticipated the depth of Ash's experience. Do not allow it to escape. Use Bind to ensnare it. Despite its body sinking, Steelix's tail remained agile, and it twisted its form to attempt to ensnare Infernape once more. Spin around. Piaotai mused. Why does this skill sound so familiar? Indeed, as Piaotai suspected, it was Ash who evaded Steelix's binding tail using the spinning technique he had learned from Dawn, just as he had during his challenge against the Black Gold Gym. When Turtwig had successfully evaded Onix's bind, this time, the roles had shifted to Infernape and Steelix. The Monferno executed a flawless spin in midair, narrowly evading the tail of the Steelix, and promptly positioned itself directly in front of the Onix. Go. Flame Wheel. Shield it with Iron Tail. Realizing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Donggang immediately prepared to defend. However, the jet flame enveloped the flame wheel. It is a little-known fact that the counter shield can still be utilized after dealing with Melissa. It has not been lost to time. Thus, at this moment, the jet flame, forming yet another counter shield, seared the Steelix, which cried out in agony as its iron tail, meant to protect its face, was forcefully pushed back. Subsequently, the flame will struck the Steelix squarely in the face. Boom. The heavy body collapsed helplessly onto the ground, and by the time Monferno completed its ultimate move, the Steelix was already displaying a glazed look in its eyes. The Steelix had lost its fighting capability, and Monferno emerged victorious. Excellent. That makes it 3-1. Xiao Wang exclaimed, excitedly waving her cheer pom-poms. No problem, no problem. SA to sure. Charge forth, SA to sure. Piao Tai remarked. Not only do they spin in the same way, but even the cheerleaders remain unchanged. Wiping the sweat that had beaded on his forehead, Donggang exhaled softly, feeling the weight of formidable pressure. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such overwhelming dominance. Father, have I ever told you that I felt the same way when battling against Ash? Piao Tai stared at Donggang, who was mopping his brow in disbelief. You even said I was the one lacking skill back then. Take it easy, you're not alone in this. If Cynthia were to battle Ash, I imagine her brain would be on fire as well. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Donggang's expression turned serious once more. Now, how will you breach its defenses? Go, my Bastiodon. Chapter 175, Scorpius vs. Bastiodon. Indeed, it is Bastiodon. Observing the square-faced Bastiodon, Ash recalled Monferno and silently retrieved the Pokeball containing Scorpius. Indeed, this battle is best entrusted to you. He murmured to the Pokeball, his gaze resolute as he tossed it into the air. Scorpius, it's you. Galayo. Bay 11. Balancing itself on its tail, Scorpius gazed intently at Bastiodon's large face, its eyes brimming with excitement and eagerness. At last, it had another chance to compete in a gym battle. The last time had been against the Floatzel. Huh. Xiao Wang expressed surprise at Ash's choice. I thought Ash would send out Staraptor. After all, for an aerial assault, a Pokemon capable of flight like Staraptor would certainly have an advantage over Scorpius, which required the wind to soar. Perhaps he considered the move's attributes, Brock speculated, resting his hands on his knees. Moreover, as he mentioned, Staraptor should be learning from Swellow. What a tough trainer. One Swellow is sufficient, yet he has Staraptor training with it. It's a wonder he hasn't exhausted it already. Oh, it does seem that way, Xiao Wang nodded, then continued to cheer with fervor. Go, go, SA to sure. No problem, Scorpius. Soar with the wind. Pointing at the breeze that was flowing toward the battlefield, Ash directed Scorpius to initiate an aerial assault. Steel Wing. Block it with Iron Defense. Riding the wind. Scorpius's speed increased significantly, and in an instant, it was upon Bastiodon. However, given the experience of a gym trainer, Donggang understood that it was folly to expect Bastiodon to evade Scorpius's accelerated attack. Thus, he wisely chose to reinforce its defenses with Iron Defense, enhancing his Pokemon's resilience. Furthermore, Donggang was renowned for his extreme defensive tactics. The strongest shield aptly described his Pokemon. Galayo. Bang. Scorpius's steel wing collided with Bastiodon's face, eliciting a muffled grunt as the fully fortified Bastiodon absorbed the impact without a hint of emotion. Use Iron Head. Observing how Scorpius was pushed back by the Iron Defense, Donggang seized the opportunity to counterattack. With Bastiodon glowing with a radiant white light, it unleashed a powerful Iron Head, charging towards Scorpius. Jump up with your tail. As Bastiodon's formidable Iron Head closed in, Ash immediately opted for evasive maneuvers in the air. Go. Flamethrower. Bastiodon, right above you. Electro Ball. Flames ignited within Scorpius's mouth, while Bastiodon began to channel a brilliant white light. In any scenario, the advantage of Electro Ball would surpass that of Flamethrower. For as long as the long-range attack remained unbroken, the Pokemon itself would be unharmed. However, in close quarters, if Flamethrower penetrated, Scorpius would suffer significant damage. Yet, this was merely the standard expectation. With Ash present, the dynamics of battle could never be deemed ordinary. Scorpius, break through with Steel Wing. What? Before Donggang could voice his astonishment, the situation on the battlefield had shifted. The once advantaged Bastiodon found its Electro Ball being continuously disrupted by Scorpius's Steel Wing, while the Flamethrower remained poised to unleash its fury. Spin and unleash the Fury Cutter. But that was not the end. After executing Steel Wing, Scorpius spun and unleashed a perfectly timed Fury Cutter, slicing through the Electro Ball layer by layer. As Scorpius spun faster, the Fury Cutter ultimately dismantled Bastiodon's ultimate move. Then boom. The Fury Cutter struck Bastiodon's back, causing it to arch in pain, while the flamethrower bit down fiercely upon Bastiodon's body. Shake it off. Seeing Scorpius clinging stubbornly to Bastiodon, Dongang was instantly alarmed. Goodness, Bastiodon can only take hits to the front. If it continues to endure blows elsewhere, it won't be long before it loses its fighting capability. Thus, upon hearing Dongang's command, Bastiodon began to thrash about restlessly, attempting to dislodge the Scorpius from its face. Yet, our adorable Scorpius firmly grasped the two needles on Bastiodon's face, refusing to let go no matter how much it was shaken. Once more, Flamethrower. With a whoosh. This time, Flamethrower triggered a passive burn, engulfing Bastiodon in flames. Excellent, let go. Realizing that the strategy had succeeded, Ash shouted confidently, throw it away. Thrown to the ground. Bastiodon endured the dual onslaught of Flamethrower and Fury Cutter. Though it could still stand, it was panting heavily. It's time to settle this. Noticing Bastiodon's condition, Dongang knew that prolonging the battle would only lead to defeat. Go all out. Iron Head. Seeing his opponent resolve to make a final counterattack, Ash likewise chose to charge forward, Steel Wing. The two Pokémon surged toward each other with tremendous force. One S-Wing radiated white light, while the other S-Head glimmered brightly. As they drew closer, everyone anticipated a fierce collision. However, Ash's voice shattered Dongang's hopes once more. Spin in circles. Merely 3 words, and Dongang foresaw his impending defeat. He could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Who would have thought he would once again be felled by this tactic? On the battlefield, the Scorpion King deftly maneuvered past the Iron Head, simultaneously positioning itself behind the City Guard Dragon. Shortly thereafter, the final Ember Fang struck fiercely against its body, accompanied by the anguished cry of the City Guard Dragon. The searing effect from Ember Fang was triggered once more. As the flames subsided, it collapsed weakly onto the ground. With the City Guard Dragon rendered incapable of battle, the Scorpion King emerged victorious. Qiao Tai raised the hand of challenger Xiaoji in celebration, proclaiming him the victor of this contest. Previously, his father had been skeptical about Xiaoji's prowess, dismissing it as mere luck that allowed him to toy with his opponents. Now, however, Dongang found himself unwittingly swept along by Xiaoji's rhythm. Qiao Tai felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Chapter 176, The Lost Warlord. To reach Tongqiao Town, one should presumably take a boat, right? After obtaining the steel badge, Xiaoji and his companions prepared to journey to Tongqiao Town, coinciding with the next grand competition for Xiaoguang. Thus, on that fateful morning, Xiaoji tilted his head, examining the route on the map as he inquired of Xiaojiang. We should head to the dock first. A 2-hour boat ride should suffice, correct? Indeed, there is a direct boat. Xiaojiang replied, taking the map from Xiaoji. Moreover, if you wish to visit Steel Island, that is also feasible. Steel Island lies conveniently between Tongqiao Town and Waterpole City, and you can take a direct boat there as well. He pointed to the cruise routes on the map, indicating their future travel direction. Ah, how convenient! Xiao Guang exclaimed, marveling at the well-developed transport of Waterpole City, reminiscing how they had previously traversed each segment painstakingly. After all, Waterpole City serves as a vital link connecting various cities. Xiaoji gestured towards the nearby dock, declaring, all right, let us go buy our tickets. Wait. Xiao Guang abruptly grasped the collar of Xiaoji, urging him to read the sign posted nearby. Upon her prompt, Xiaoji finally noticed a sign erected at the dock. Due to unforeseen circumstances, all boats are suspended today. We appreciate your understanding. There is nothing we can do, Xiaojing sighed. It seems luck is not on our side. We can only return tomorrow. But what is the reason? Xiao Guang inquired, glancing curiously at the clear sky. The weather seems just fine. What could it possibly be? It must be that. Xiaoji pointed towards the congestion of blue Pokémon in front of the dock. It's the Warlords. The Warlords? Xiao Guang pulled out her Pokédex to record the creature's data. Are they the largest Pokémon? Yes, that is correct. They must be blocking the way, preventing the boats from departing. Thus, they found themselves unable to proceed to Tongqiao Town, and the trio was reluctantly compelled to retrace their steps. After all, journeys are seldom devoid of obstacles. Merely avoiding getting lost is already a significant achievement, and waiting an extra day is hardly a grave inconvenience. However, today could hardly be expected to proceed without further complications. Soon, as Xiaoji navigated the city streets, he encountered his task for the day. Why, it's those rascals from Team Rocket, disguised as road construction workers. The trio was laboriously toiling away on the highway in a bid to earn their wages. By sheer coincidence, Meowth, taking a break, spotted Xiaoji heading back to the Pokémon Center. Oh, look who is coming. It's our treasure. James exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. We can earn money and catch Pikachu at the same time. Meowth, hurry up, Jessie urged, a smirk playing at her lips. Understood, Meow. Meowth retrieved a remote control from seemingly nowhere, declaring, I've had the transformation machine ready for ages. As he pressed the button, the excavator that had been digging in the dirt abruptly halted, and then transformed into a medium-sized robot amidst a cacophony of bizarre sound effects. Charge! Capture Pikachu! The trio, seated within the cockpit, shouted as they rushed towards Xiaoji. Xiaoguang was momentarily stunned, pulling Xiaoji aside while expressing her astonishment. How can you build everything? Of course, Meow. Meowth nodded sagely. We are the ultimate villains, after all. If you put your effort into something else, you wouldn't need to work like this. Xiaoji rolled his eyes, retorting, why bother trying to catch me? Before he could finish his sentence, he inadvertently stepped on an uncovered manhole cover that Team Rocket had carelessly left ajar, plunging downwards. As fortune would have it, after Xiaoji fell, the manhole cover was knocked back into place by the arm of the Team Rocket robot, sealing him inside. Great. It's closed now, but it's also stuck. What? What have you done? Xiaoguang glared at Team Rocket, her eyes blazing with fury. What are you up to? What? It was his own fault for falling in. James stammered, trembling under Xiaoguang's furious gaze. Shut up, she shouted. If anything happens to him, I want to forgive you. Pachima, Water Pulse. Lekcat, Thunderbolt. The wrathful young girl was a force to be reckoned with, adeptly employing electric principles to unleash her attacks. Following a barrage of thunder and whirlpools, Team Rocket's robot was rendered useless, culminating in a massive explosion. Well, back to work, Meow. Clearly, they had underestimated her. Ugh, this is such an unpleasant feeling. Xiaoji, are you all right? After dispatching Team Rocket, Xiaoguang called out anxiously to the manhole. Soon, a pained voice emerged from below. I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. Xiaoji rubbed his sore rear, noting the manhole cover had warped from the impact, rendering it impossible to open. Pika. Hey, should Xiaojing and I go find Miss Junsha for help? No need. Xiaoji shook his head, observing the layout of the sewer. It shouldn't be too complicated here. I'll look for another exit. True to the nature of Water Pulse City, as he walked along the edge of the sewer, Xiaoji marveled at the intricate structure, noting the presence of canals. Pika, this is quite grand. However, just as the boy and his Pokémon enjoyed their solitude, 3 wild Pokémon suddenly emerged from a bend in the sewer, eyeing Xiaoji with suspicion and a hint of wariness toward strangers. Lekcat, Gunnyuniu Nidalino? Xiaoji recalled the Wylords he had seen at the dock. Could these be the lost Wylords? Seeing the boy stand his ground, the wild Lekcat bared its teeth, preparing to unleash a thunderbolt attack. Pika, try coming any closer. Wait, Pikachu. Xiaoji halted his Pokémon from leaping off his shoulder. Let us not act rashly. Slowly, he approached Lekcat, activating his aura amidst its threatening growl. You're searching for your companion, aren't you? Meow? You can understand me? Rest assured, I mean no harm. Xiaoji smiled gently. You're seeking food to help the Wylords, right? Could you guide us there? Perhaps I can assist you. Lekcat regarded the boy with a complex expression. Though it was unclear why he could comprehend its words, he certainly did not appear to be a villain. Meow? This way. After studying Xiaoji and Pikachu for a moment, Lekcat relaxed its stance and began to lead Xiaoji towards the Wylords. Chapter 177. The Giant Swampert in the Sewers. It seems more like they're stranded. Under Lekcat's guidance, Xiaoji and Pikachu finally came upon the listless Wylords. At this moment, it lay pitifully by the shore, with a few droplets of small pearls glistening at the corners of its eyes, exuding an air of vulnerability. Without water, it was naturally devoid of strength. Xiaoji closed his eyes and nodded. Swimmer Weasel, I'm counting on you. He instructed the whale wave to utilize a water gun, opting for a gentler approach. He feared that if the child lost control, it might incapacitate the whale wave in one fell swoop. That would surely earn him a scolding from Lekcat. Wei. The swimmer Weasel nodded in response, and a slender jet of water erupted, enveloping the whale wave. Oi! Indeed, that was the sound it made. As the parched sensation dissipated, the whale wave instantly perked up, bouncing with joy, squinting its eyes, and then leaping into the canal of the sewer. The splashing water drenched Xiaoji's hair anew. Ahahaha, it doesn't matter now, success is what counts. Xiaoji chuckled awkwardly as he sat on the ground. So, did you get separated from the whale wave king? Oi! The whale wave nodded, confirming Xiaoji's speculation with a whimper. Meow, follow me. Lekcat called out to the whale wave, and then set off to lead the way toward the junction of the harbor and the sewer. Behind them, Nidorino and Gunyun followed obediently like little brothers. Let us be thorough in our good deeds. We shall lend a hand. Xiaoji casually wiped his damp hair with his sleeve and raised his fist, proposing to Pikachu, if any danger arises, we'll assist them in a flat push. Pika. Wei. The scene returned to the land. In an effort to forcefully pry open the manhole cover, Brock dispatched his pink demon, Happiny, hoping to leverage its strength. However, after only a few seconds of lifting, Happiny tumbled to the ground, unable to maintain its grip. We can't keep Xiaoji waiting. Determined, Xiao Guang threw out a pokeball. Then it's up to you, Ivory Pig. Open the manhole cover. 3 seconds passed. The Ivory Pig scratched its rear. It seemed disinclined to engage. Please, at least listen to me, Xiao Guang shouted, her eyes brimming with despair. And can you not scratch yourself with such a nonchalant expression? Moo. The Ivory Pig wagged its little tail, indicating its disinterest. Alas, it seems I must resort to this method. I wanted to save some for Xiaoji, Xiao Guang lamented, closing her eyes as she retrieved a basket of muffins from her bag. Before she could utter a word, the Ivory Pig's eyes sparkled with delight as it lunged for the muffins. With just a couple of stomps, it sent the cover flying off. Before Xiao Guang and Brock could celebrate for even a moment, the Ivory Pig, in a frenzy, sent the basket of muffins soaring. You could at least leave a few for Xiaoji. Xiao Guang sighed as she watched the Ivory Pig devour every last muffin. Xiaoji, slowly descending the ladder. Xiao Guang and Brock called out his name within the sewer, but only the hollow echo responded. This is a job for me. Just as the two were at a loss, Shaman jumped out of its pokeball. At that moment, devoid of flowers, it had no choice but to appear in its adorable hedgehog form, nestled in Xiao Guang's arms. Aren't you only able to sense the location of flower fields? Don't underestimate me. Shaman haughtily shook its head. It's right there. It pointed ahead with its tiny finger. Really? The two exchanged skeptical glances at Shaman. Yet with no alternatives available, they decided to follow its direction. This is where we fell. Xiaoji furrowed his brow at the waterfall before him. Why is there something like this in the sewer? Oi, I have no idea. Climbing up would not be an easy feat. Xiaoji rubbed his slightly aching head. Can't you use waterfall climbing skills? Oi, there's such a skill. The whale wave was taken aback, nodding affirmatively to indicate its proficiency. Whoa. Its adorably dazed expression caused both Xiaoji and Pikachu to stumble. Well then, if you can climb waterfalls, what is there to fear? A few ascents and you'll be up there. Meow. Lek Cat shook its head in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless towards the whale wave. Oi, joking aside, witnessing the whale wave ascend on its own brought joy to Xiaoji and the surrounding Pokémon. Thus, a remarkably harmonious scene unfolded. The whale wave strived diligently to utilize its climbing technique, while Xiaoji and the array of Pokémon watched in amusement from below, perhaps due to the whale wave's youthful inexperience. Its mastery of the climbing technique was not entirely refined, causing it to take a considerable amount of time to reach the summit of the waterfall. Hooray, we did it! After the swimmer weasel had exerted so much effort below to stabilize the whale wave's balance, preventing it from falling, Xiaoji finally breathed a sigh of relief. The exit must be just ahead. Having traversed 2 waterfalls and navigated numerous alleys, they should soon catch sight of the light of the exit. At that moment, an unsettling noise echoed from the final corner before the exit. This time, it won't be wrong. Boga. Indeed. I'm certain of it. Forget it, Bagamon, Shaman. A girl's voice came through, filled with resignation and despair. I'm so tired. You've led us astray 5 times already. Initially, Shaman had taken a wrong turn, leading them to a dead end. Then Bagamon volunteered to guide them, only to find themselves at a waterfall. After that, the 2 Pokémon teamed up, nearly traversing the entire sewer. Upon hearing the familiar voice of Xiao Guang, Xiaoji called out, I'm here. Xiaoji, Boga. I told you me led us correctly this time. Bagamon and Shaman exchanged glances, their camaraderie evident as they proudly shook their heads. One with hands on its hips and the other closing its eyes in a haughty manner, anticipating Xiao Guang's praise. All right, thank you both. Gently patting Bagamon and Shaman on their heads, Xiao Guang praised them warmly. I see. Upon hearing Xiaoji's explanation, Brock felt relieved, finally understanding why the Whale Wave King had gathered there. How wonderful, the exit is right ahead. No problem now, Whale Wave. However, at that moment, the wild Lek Cat clutched Xiaoji's clothing, the faint blue arcs of electricity seemingly warning him of impending trouble ahead. What is that? Noticing the colossal creature in the river, Xiao Guang exclaimed. A giant blue reptilian Pokémon crawled onto the shore, glaring at the trio with displeasure, its mouth spewing mud attacks to hinder their progress. What is this? Brock quickly sent out his Turtwig to retaliate. It's a Swampert. Chapter 178, The Call of Asun. Swampert, the mudfish Pokémon, possesses the strength to drag large ships through the water. With a mere swing of its robust arms, it can topple its adversaries. Upon encountering the unfamiliar Pokémon, Xiao Guang swiftly pulled out her Pokédex to record its data. I've never seen this Pokemon in Sinnoh. Well, more accurately, it is more commonly found in the Hoenn region. Xiaoji shielded Xiao Guang behind him, just like Bagomon, noting that it was a water-type starter Pokemon for novice trainers in the Hoenn region. Meanwhile, Brock had already engaged his Turtwig in battle with Swampert. Ga. Observing Turtwig's relentless assault, seemingly without cooldown, Swampert furiously gathered blue waves of water to retaliate against Turtwig. Turtwig sent it back. Even though Brock had not actively battled for quite some time, his experience was ingrained in him. Moreover, he had once tamed a Swampert and possessed a considerable understanding of the creature known as the Great Marsh Monster. Ga. Observing that his opponent was unimpressed by his tactics, the Great Marsh Monster let out a furious roar, subsequently unleashing a terrifying torrent of water from its maw. However, the target of this assault was not the talking tree, but rather Brock. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Noticing that Brock was caught off guard, Ash quickly extended his arm to allow Pikachu to dismount from his shoulder. The Iron Tail executed flawlessly, dispersing the Great Marsh Monster's water cannon and thwarting its surprise attack. Thanks, Ash. Brock expressed his gratitude with a nod, then continued to command. Talking Tree Mimic. Having accompanied Brock for such a duration, the Talking Tree had achieved a commendable level, and its imitation of the water cannon proved to be significantly more potent than that of the Great Marsh Monster, inflicting a mournful cry from the creature. Soon after, a powerful arm hammer struck the Great Marsh Monster, rendering it unconscious. Capture it, Brock. With the Great Marsh Monster now defeated and in a disheveled state, Ash approached and patted Brock on the shoulder. But if you hadn't had Pikachu save me, that's trivial. Ash smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Besides, it was you who defeated it, so naturally, it is you who should capture it. Well, thank you. With a grateful pat on Ash's back, Brock tossed out an empty Pokeball. As the red light flickered momentarily, the Great Marsh Monster was successfully captured by Brock. Following the lucky egg, this marked Brock's third companion captured in the Sinnoh region. Alright, let us go, Wylord. With the situation resolved, Ash waved goodbye to Lecky and Wylord, indicating it was time to return home. Upon exiting the sewer, the long-forgotten sunlight bathed the trio, prompting Wylord to excitedly call out as it prepared to swim beneath the bridge to reunite with its family. However, excessive excitement can lead to unforeseen circumstances, such as evolution. Snap! A white light enveloped Wylord, causing its body to undergo a massive transformation. Moments later, the evolved Wylord King emerged onto the surface of the sea. Oi! This! Ash exclaimed with a mix of amusement and exasperation, pointing at the now significantly larger Wylord King. How could it evolve at this moment? Now it won't fit. Dawn also covered her face. What were you so excited about? As the largest known creature in the Pokémon world, Wylord King's size had completely surpassed that of the bridge, making it utterly impossible for it to pass through. Wait, there is still a chance. Spotting a rupture in the middle of the bridge, Brock pointed towards a nearby control room. This bridge is a drawbridge. If we can sever the connection, we can resolve this. Upon opening the control room door, Brock discovered that due to the absence of personnel, the power switch had been pulled down. Without a key, there was no way to generate sufficient power to release the bridge's connection. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lecky, Pachirisu, emit electricity. Seeing this, Ash and Dawn send out their electric-type Pokemon to forcibly power the generator. Meow. The wild Lecky growled at its companions behind it and joined Pikachu and the others in a concerted effort to generate electricity rapidly. The Nidorino and Rattata groups that Ash had encountered in the sewer also received Lecky's orders, clinging to their leader and unleashing Thunderbolts to assist. This is true. Those two can indeed learn Thunderbolt. With the Great Marsh Monster now captured by Brock, there were no further obstacles. Soon, with the help of the gathered Pokemon, the middle section of the drawbridge began to separate, allowing Wylord King to successfully cross the bridge and reunite with its family. Thus, perhaps the greatest acquisition from this ordeal was indeed Brock's Great Marsh Monster, which had already learned the advanced skill of Water Cannon, indicating a high level. The following day, with Wylord King no longer causing disruptions, the port of Waterflow City resumed normal operations, and the crew schedules were proceeding smoothly. Have you decided on your next gym? During a break in boarding, Dawn curiously glanced at the map in Ash's hands. The closest to Route 210 is Ketchum City. Ash pointed to the northernmost area of Sinnoh, the very location where May-S Glacian had evolved. Oh, I see. Drawing out her words mischievously. As Ash was deeply focused on the map, Dawn slowly leaned closer to Ash's face. When Ash finally noticed her presence, Dawn was nearly nose-to-nose with him. You seem to care a lot about May-S words, huh? Dawn teased, her expression tinged with jealousy. Do you still remember where her Glacian evolved? No. It's just because. Oh dear, How did her demeanor shift so suddenly? Because why? Dawn beamed brightly, her smile so radiant that Ash couldn't help but shiver. Is it because you can't forget her? Or, is Mr. Ash there? A call from Iron Island S.A. Sun. Please come to the phone upon hearing this announcement. Thankfully, the timely broadcast from the Pokemon Center saved Ash from an awkward predicament. He pointed towards the adjacent phone as if it were a lifeline. That phone. Humph. Nodding slightly, Dawn relinquished her opportunity to tease Ash. Go ahead, then. Whoosh. Ash activated his teleportation ability and made a hasty retreat. Goodness, if he didn't run, he would have been skinned alive by Dawn. Chapter 179, Asian. So, how did the challenge at the Steel Gym go? As soon as the call connected, Asun's slightly irritating voice came through. Naturally, at this moment, eager to escape Dawn's relentless questioning, Ash had little interest in Asun's irritating demeanor. He retrieved the steel badge from his badge case. Look. Oh, that's more like it. Asun nodded in satisfaction. Now you have the qualifications to be my rival. Ash was rendered speechless by Asun's audacity and continued to inquire. So, why did you call? Surely it's not just to check on me? Hey, come on now. That is not fair. Cut the chatter. Did something happen with the Empoleon and the others? Ash adjusted his cap. Moreover, have the Steel-type Pokemon on Iron Island faced issues? Asun was taken aback by Ash's inquiry. How did you know? Just heard some rumors. After all, he couldn't just claim to be a reincarnate. So, let us go help. Leaning against the wall and eavesdropping on Ash's conversation, Dawn waved at the camera. You're at Iron Island, right? We'll head over right away. The grand contest is still several days away, so I'd like to visit Iron Island too. Logically, such high emotional intelligence should have moved anyone who heard it. However, Asun found it absurd. What do you mean by that? Asun shouted in disbelief. Do you think I would cause a huge problem going alone? Ash and Dawn exchanged silent glances, their eyes reflecting their shared exasperation. They truly believed so. No. A group working together is always faster than one person. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ash desperately sought justification. And besides, we're friends, so we should help each other. Exactly. Dawn chimed in. The boat to Iron Island is about to depart, so we'll talk later. See you soon. Then let us go? After hearing Dawn hang up, Brock swiftly shouldered his backpack and pointed to the already sounding cruise ship. It's about to set sail. The anomalies of Iron Island. Once aboard the ship, Ash stood alone on the deck, gazing at the faint outline of the island emerging in the distance. The galactic team must be behind this. He had a vivid recollection of every encounter with the galactic team. Each time they appeared, they invariably orchestrated significant events. Whether it be the destruction of an island or the annihilation of the world, it had ingrained a reflexive response in him. This time, I have successfully safeguarded the White Jade Orb. Is it possible that their next target is located within the ruins of Iron Island? Ash pondered the trajectory of their actions, reasoning that since they failed to steal the White Jade Orb, Dialga and the others should also be unable to summon it. How could they so easily relinquish their ambitions? Nonetheless, Miss Cynthia had yet to inform me about the museum heist, so I suppose it's best to take things one step at a time. Buzz. As the silhouette of Iron Island materialized before his eyes, the cruise ship signaled its approach with a horn. When the vessel made contact with the dock, several sailors swiftly secured the ropes to moor the ship. Given the proximity of the island, the boat ride from Waterflow City took merely a few minutes. Should we first head to the Pokemon Center to find Aishun? Observing the rocky terrain of Iron Island, Dawn curiously scanned her surroundings, or perhaps, no, should we explore first? That doesn't seem right either. What should we do then? Dawn pouted, feeling dissatisfied with Ash's indecisive response. We ought to prioritize our own predicament. Ash's lips twitched as he pointed towards the approaching Kecleon and a swarm of fleeing sandshrews, indicating that they must first decide whether to flee or fight. Are you joking? Dawn exclaimed, astonished at Ash's calm demeanor. It's practically barreling right towards us. Is there still time to escape? Pikachu, Irontail. Seeing Kecleon charging fiercely at the trio, Ash patted the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Yet, even as Irontail sent Kecleon soaring, it appeared unfazed by the pain and continued its relentless charge towards them. Hiss. Witnessing this, Ash couldn't help but gasp. It seemed as though they were impervious to pain. Darkrai. Calling out to his shadow, Ash pointed at the rampaging Kecleon, commanding it to put it to sleep with a dark void. As Darkrai's head emerged slightly from Ash's shadow, it retaliated with a dark void that swiftly lulled Kecleon into slumber before retracting its entire form back into the shadows. It seems you are in quite a predicament. Darkrai observed the frenzied Steel-type Pokemon of Iron Island with an air of calm. Steelix, Kecleon, Metagross. They relentlessly hurled their bodies against the rocks as if they were oblivious to pain. A few appeared to have noticed Ash and the others, altering their course towards them. Darkrai calmly unleashed several dark voids, instantly putting all the enraged Pokémon in its line of sight into a peaceful slumber. Their strength may be lacking, but their tempers are quite formidable. This was Darkrai's soul assessment. How fitting. This resonated well with its character. Ahaha. As Darkrai re-entered its shadow, Ash waved to his companions behind him. Let us go. It's time to find Ashun. MHM. Dawn nodded, observing the nearly all-asleep Steel-type Pokémon, her eyelids fluttering slightly. But it seems you have already resolved the issue. She was indeed correct. As they advanced, they encountered no further enraged Pokémon, without exception. They had all succumbed to Darkrai's hypnosis. Thus, they proceeded with great ease in their search for assistance. A gentleman clad in deep blue aristocratic attire, adorned with a blue top hat, appeared, accompanied by a Lucario. The Aura Guardian, Ashun. Excuse me. Noticing the sudden appearance of Ash, Ashun paused. Did you handle them? MHM. Though somewhat embarrassed, Ash nodded. Impressive. Ashun extended his hand in admiration towards Ash. I was quite concerned about how to ensure their safety. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ashun, a wandering Aura Guardian. He gestured towards his Lucario. This is my partner, Lucario. I look forward to working with you. MHM likewise. Sensing the faint blue aura radiating from Ashun, Ash activated his own aura power in response and grasped Ashun's hand. Upon the moment their hands met, Ashun's body quivered slightly. He gazed at Ash with surprise. You can also use aura? Chapter 180, A Guide to Utilizing Aura. How astonishing. Ashun mused, looking skyward. I once thought I would never encounter another like myself in this lifetime. You have truly taken me by surprise. Ashun gradually sensed the aura emanating from Ash. Both its shape and waves reminded him of a long-lost acquaintance. Is it Mr. Aran? Astonished by Ash's understanding, Ashun opened his mouth. You know his story? MHM. The Lucario of the World Tree is an indelible memory for him. Indeed, you are an extraordinary youth. After casting a glance of admiration at Ash, Ashun shifted his focus back to Lucario. Let us discuss those matters later. For now, identifying the issues on this island is paramount. Lucario, have you detected anything? Lucario nodded, having pinpointed the source of the fluctuations in aura nearby. I recall that Lucario possesses steel-type attributes as well, right? Dawn whispered curiously to Ash. Why hasn't he fallen into a frenzy? It's probably due to the aura protection. Ash shrugged, explaining that as a force capable of transformation, aura can form a protective shield, distancing one from negative influences. Oh, that is impressive. Ash, would you mind joining us? Unlike his previous approach of driving them away, Ashun now requested assistance from Ash and his companions. And besides, your control over aura is still somewhat unrefined, right? I can provide guidance along the way. Really? I feel rather embarrassed. It's one thing to let Lucario lead the way, but asking someone to teach me to use aura feels like I'm taking advantage without having much to offer in return. No need for formalities. As fellow inheritors of aura, I am genuinely pleased to meet someone like you, a boy whose aura resembles that of the esteemed Aran. Ashun felt a strong fondness for him. Those capable of wielding aura are invariably gentle and upright individuals, and he felt assured in sharing his insights with Ash. On the other hand, upon encountering Team Rocket's Ashun, the four of them found themselves in a rather humorous situation. The Steel-type Pokémon are misbehaving because of you. You're going to be fined. Heracross. With a master of such a foolish demeanor, Ashun's Heracross was no better off. The two of them gawked at Team Rocket, convinced that the issues on Iron Island stemmed from this group of miscreants. We're broke, Musashi declared with a face of righteous indignation, as if lacking money in their pockets were a matter of pride. That is not the point. Acting on your own accord is unacceptable. Meow. Sanansu. I saw it with my own eyes. That broken machine over there was your doing, right? Ashun pointed towards the nearby temporary base of Team Galactic. Come look. Although the trio of Team Rocket were rather dim-witted, they could not afford to be careless when it came to anything that could tarnish their reputation. Soon, they scrambled up the steep cliff after Ashun, gazing down at Team Galactic's bizarre machinery from above. Fashion icons, Musashi said somewhat dazedly. What are you talking about, Meow? Nyasu kicked a stone at his feet in exasperation. That's Team Galactic, Meow. Unfortunately, the stone fortuitously struck Mars on the head. Behind them, a Steelix conveniently sent them tumbling down. Huh, it's Team Rocket. Although being struck by a stone was quite unpleasant, upon seeing these powerless individuals, Mars couldn't help but smirk. But I have no intention of acknowledging you. She waved her hand, summoning a multitude of Zubat. Deal with them, commanded Heracross. Just as Ash was preparing to face his opponents alone, he was taken aback by the Pokémon unleashed by Team Rocket. Servine, use Poison Tail. Fanglock, Seed Bomb, Desert Naya, Drain Punch. The trio of Pokémon swiftly repelled the first wave of Zubat, their health and abilities far surpassing those of ordinary Pokémon. Aren't you guys on the same side? Ash questioned, perplexed by Team Rocket's assistance. Don't be ridiculous, you little brat. We have our pride, meow. Today, we're going to settle things with this bunch. The proud trio declared, you are the true protagonists. Should I say you are exceptionally gifted? Or? Yashwan sighed, observing Ash's godlike rate of progress. It took me nearly a week to master this, yet you grasp it in mere minutes. The young lad before him could effortlessly manipulate the aura he emitted, altering its form and structure at will. Let him practice a bit more. One day, at the Pokémon League, he might even unleash an aura sphere himself. The youth of this era are truly formidable. Yashwan couldn't help but sigh once more. All right, I've imparted all I know. That should suffice. Huh. Ash slowly lowered his hands, which had been gathering energy for the aura sphere. Thank you so much. What more could he possibly lack? Dawn was disheartened, covering her face. Top tier in Pokémon battles. Top tier in Pokémon contests, and with a learning ability that's off the charts. What kind of boyfriend did I end up with? It was truly enviable to the point of tears, sobbing. Don't cry, Dawn. You've already captured his heart. Your family now. What's his is yours. Lucario. The Lucario at the forefront called back, signaling that they were close to the aura of others. Are there people? And quite a few? Yashwan's expression grew serious as he followed. Ash, let's go? Meanwhile, not long after the battle commenced, Team Rocket had already been sent tumbling into the ruins by Meowth. Their morale was indeed high, but the fact remained that they were losing swiftly. Without Team Rocket's interference, Mars smoothly placed the key of the gun into the subsonic device's interior. As the subsonic threshold was breached, a tremendous beam of light erupted from beneath the ruins. The four observing from the cliff could no longer remain still. This is bad. The subsonic threshold is about to be reached. Ash extended his hand to halt the precariously swaying trio. Step back. Don't get hit by the light beam. Lucario. With the subsonic threshold breached, Lucario's aura shield could no longer completely safeguard its safety. It clasped its ears in pain, exuding a faint black mist. Come back, Lucario. Faced with the now frenzied Lucario, Yashwan planned to recall it into its Pokeball. However, bang! Lucario retaliated with a bone rush, forcefully knocking the Pokeball from Yashwan's grasp. Chapter 181, Telepathy. Darkrai. Seeing this, Ash had no choice but to summon Darkrai to subdue the rampaging Lucario. It was incredibly challenging to prevent Steel-type Pokémon from attacking indiscriminately. Once they lost their sense of pain, they would feel invincible. Unless they were injured to the point of collapse, they would become increasingly difficult to manage in the face of Ash and his companions' retreat. Emerging silently from Ash's shadow, Darkrai casually unleashed two dark holes, perfectly enveloping Lucario and other approaching Steel-type Pokémon. Better to let them fall into a dream than to let them sustain injuries. Ash. Yashwan steadied himself on the cliff with his aura. The source of the subsonic wave is over there. At that moment, the machine into which the key of the gun was embedded was continuously emitting a massive beam of light, the dazzling white light shooting toward Mount Crown. So, I'm counting on you. Ash pointed to the ruins below the cliff and turned to Dawn. I just scanned with my aura. Arjun is right beneath this gap. I'm going with Mr. Yashwan and Brock to sabotage the machine. Dawn, it's up to you to look after Arjun. No problem, no problem. Producing a bundle of rope from who knows where, Dawn confidently reassured Ash. Well, it would be fine if only Arjun were down there. But the reality was that Team Rocket's trio was also below. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to impose a fine? Although our enemy is Team Galactic, we should be the first to go up. Exactly, meow. Their bickering over who should ascend the rope was all too typical of them. Someone hurry up. Dawn, both amused and exasperated, watched the four clowns below, pulling on the rope to test its strength. If you don't come up soon, you might just stay down there. However, her words failed to serve as a deterrent. Team Rocket and Arjun were not like Ash. They were not going to heed Dawn's words. They soon began to quarrel over who would ascend first. At that moment, Dawn felt a sudden urge to cut the rope. Just then, a massive shadow loomed behind her, its enormous form suddenly obstructing her view. Thud! A Steelix smashed through the surrounding rocks, toppling the stone pile beneath Dawn's feet with its tail. As the support crumbled, Dawn's body began to uncontrollably tumble downwards. Meanwhile, Ash, commanding Pikachu against the Zubat, felt an ominous premonition creeping over him. Thump! His heart raced, accompanied by occasional pangs of pain. This sensation, hadn't he felt it when he worried about Dawn? Realizing something, Ash turned towards Dawn's direction, his eyes landing on the figure of the girl about to fall. Hi, Kari! Ash shouted as he sprinted towards Dawn, propelled by the power of aura, moving as if teleporting, reaching her side in an instant. He then leaped, using his foot as leverage to firmly brace himself against the cliff wall, securely catching Dawn as she began to descend. Don't move. Gritting his teeth, Ash slowly embraced Dawn and began to climb upward. However, the girl was blushing furiously, clinging tightly to Ash's neck, her mind swirling with who knows what thoughts. Meanwhile, Brock and Yashwan were also embroiled in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Swampert and Krogunk were valiant fighters. Their combination alone cut through a horde of Zubat, while the Trico carrying Pikachu charged toward the subsonic machine with unrelenting force. Pikachu. Mars seemed to recall something terrifying, retreating several steps as her hands trembled uncontrollably around the communicator. This is G2. We have intruders. Just drive them back. From far away at Team Galactic's base, Jinxing replied calmly, if your Meowth is in trouble, it's likely that no Pokemon can handle it. Yes, it's Pikachu. What? Jinxing's poker face shattered in an instant. It's that little brat's Pikachu. Simultaneously, Chiri's expression froze as he enlarged the live feed. What met his eyes was a crazed Pikachu. Good heavens, its thunderbolt was unleashed like a madman. A swarm of Zubat was being electrocuted to the core. Even Mars Meowth had been knocked out cold by its iron tail. Damn, it's that kid again. Chiri clenched his teeth, feeling utterly at a loss in the face of Ash's inexplicable strength. Notify G2, retreat. What on earth is the gun key doing? Retreat. Let them retreat. The furious Chiri slammed his fist on the table. With that brat around, how do you expect to defeat him? Listen closely. Instruct them to set the explosives and ensure Steel Island is obliterated even in retreat. Understood, replied Jinxing, nodding silently. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed the boss so enraged. It was no wonder that insufferable brat seemed utterly insurmountable. Telepathy, perhaps? Observing the scene where Team Rocket and Ah Sun, utilizing the newly learned Vine Whip from the Fawn Cage, were climbing up, Xiaowang curiously tilted her head towards Ash. Is that why you can sense my danger? Yes, it must be, Ash said, pulling Ah Sun up. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, and in that moment, he felt as if all the blood in his body had congealed. It must have been a result of that body swap. Gazing into Ash's twinkling eyes, Xiaowang felt her cheeks flush with a soft hue. So, can we say we're closely connected? That would be a fair assessment, Ash replied, furrowing his brow but unable to refute Xiaowang's statement. Hey, go smash that machine. Ah Sun stomped his foot in frustration. How can you still be here flirting? Find them. Huh. Ash confidently pointed at the already shattered machine. I've sent Pikachu to handle it. Team Galactic should be incapacitated by now, right? Even without his experience, Pikachu's autonomous combat skills are more than sufficient. Just Team Galactic? Its capabilities are enough to leave them in ruins. Chapter 182, Guardians of Steel Island. Hovering directly above Steel Island, the Team Galactic helicopter emblazoned with the G insignia accelerated, preparing to flee from the impending explosion. Farewell, Mars sneered, glancing back at Ash's infuriating visage. You shall remain on this island forever. As her thumb pressed the detonation button, the entire Steel Island began to tremble violently. Mr. Yuxian, Ash murmured, then dashed toward the ruins below. I'm going to help Mr. Yuxian, don't worry about me. He recalled the precise location of the bomb and remembered how Yuxian had nearly exhausted his aura trying to prevent the explosion. This time, he had truly grasped the power of aura. There was no way he would allow Yuxian and his Lucario to bear the risk of the explosion alone. Hold on. Lucario. Below the ruins, the detonated bomb unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Yet this terrifying force was firmly contained by Yuxian and Lucario, using their aura. Is it still too much? Yuxian bit down hard on his molars. The bombs buried by Team Galactic exceeded his expectations. If there were only a few, he and Lucario could manage to stabilize the situation. But, perhaps in a bid to forcibly eliminate Ash, Chiri had ordered Mars to bury double the number of bombs compared to before. The scope and impact of this explosion were far beyond what they had faced in the past. It's hopeless. Yuxian seemed to foresee the outcome, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Senior Yulong, I may finally understand your feelings. Lucario, give it your all, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. We must prevent this explosion. Lucario, just as they prepared to expend all their aura to quell the shockwave, Ash finally arrived on the scene. Mr. Yuxian. As Ash fully unleashed his aura, the pressure on Yuxian and Lucario was significantly alleviated. What had once been an impossible task now seemed manageable with Ash's assistance, allowing them to maintain their strength to stabilize the situation. This place is too dangerous. You should head back. But Ash shook his head resolutely. We can move forward together and resolve this crisis. Protecting Steel Island is my duty. At that moment, the pale blue aura radiating from Ash resembled an endless stream of magic, illuminating the boy's determined face and steadfast gaze. momentarily stunning Yashin and Lucario. He looks just like, so much like Senior Yulong. Whether it was the gaze or the aura he exuded, it was as if they were witnessing the figure of their predecessor. Is it you? Yashin, momentarily lost in thought, shook his head. I understand now. Let us go. The power of aura lies within my heart. As the three of them combined their strengths with Lucario, the explosion's shockwave was entirely propelled into the sky. At that moment, Mars, reveling in the air, was taken aback upon noticing Steel Island's lack of movement. How is this possible? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she frantically pressed the activation button. Yet, silence was her only reply. It was supposed to have exploded? Mars snatched the detection device from her subordinate, realizing that the explosion's initiation sequence had been completed and the shockwave had been emitted. But why? Boom. Before she could finish her thought, she felt the helicopter she was in lurch violently. Lady Mars. Her subordinate trembled, pointing at the malfunctioning screen. The helicopter's engine had been utterly destroyed by an unknown explosion. Peering cautiously outside, she finally saw a massive explosion emanating from directly above Steel Island. The terrifying aftershock giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Damn that kid. Recalling Ash's dash toward the ruins, even Mars, in her folly, began to understand. The destruction of the helicopter's engine was a result of his actions using the bombs. Their proud demolition efforts had inadvertently become a hindrance to their own escape. G2 personnel, respond. Deploy parachutes. Jinxing's voice crackled through the intercom. The new team dispatched by the boss is on their way to retrieve you. Furthermore, due to the catastrophic failure of this operation, the boss has ordered all personnel to return for punishment. G2 received. Find them. Find them. As Ash helped Yashin and Lucario back to the others, before Xiaoguang could rush forward with concern for Ash, Asun had already detained him. You're so cool. You're making us look bad. Find them. Though he said this, Asun was genuinely checking to ensure Ash was unharmed. Honestly, I was terrified, Xiaoguang lamented, pushing Asun's hand away. As his girlfriend, she should be the one to approach him first, not Asun. For a moment, it felt like my heart was being tightly squeezed, Xiaoguang said softly, placing her hand over her heart. But in an instant, that suffocating feeling vanished. So I believe you must be fine. Watching the girl leap into his embrace, Ash could only respond with a gentle smile. He slowly placed his hand on her silky hair. I'm truly sorry for worrying you every time. Find them. Find them. You all are so. Asun attempted to disrupt the tender atmosphere, but before he could say much, he was pulled away by Yashin and Xiaogang. What was he doing interrupting a couple-less moment? Later, Dr. Mustard arrived at Steel Island via helicopter, explaining the machine's structure and origin to the group. However, such high-tech discussions were beyond Ash and the others' comprehension. Yashin also joined Mustard's team, preparing to delve into the secrets of Steel Island. Thus, the following morning, it was time for Ash and the others to bid farewell to Asun. Well, every time you encounter such major troubles, huh? Asun shrugged helplessly, feeling perplexed by Ash's knack for attracting significant events. Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? Why not go save the world from now on? Ahaha. Embarrassed. Ash scratched his head and extended his fist towards Shun, but my ultimate ambition remains to become a Pokémon master, and perhaps save the world along the way. Let's strive for it. They exchanged a knowing fist bump, and Shun waved goodbye to the trio, reminding Ash to tell Shinji about the exceptional trainer named Shun next time they meet. Otherwise, there would be a hefty fine. Ahaha. Thus, the incident on Iron Island was resolved splendidly, truly a cause for celebration, indeed. However, the atmosphere within the Galactic team's base was chillingly tense. I deeply apologize, Mr. Chi-Ri, regarding the relic demolition mission. Before Mars could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Chi-Ri's furious banging on the table. That little brat, it's always him. The town star. Yes, that boy named Ash. I want a thorough investigation into his origins and background. Chi-Ri rose with a grave expression. What could a mere 10-year-old possess that provided such confidence? Chapter 183. The Prince of the Ocean? Sugrass Town. As one of the more populous towns in the Sinnoh region, Sugrass Town's shopping district was considerably more bustling than previous towns. Thus, upon disembarking, Ash and his companions immediately noticed the throngs of people gathered at the dock. Shun was entirely correct. Dawn tugged at Ash's shirt, realizing that following him truly led to a myriad of adventures. Indeed, prior to arriving at Sugrass Town, their cruise passed by an island. Coincidentally, Dialga was summoned at that very moment. Although it merely nodded at Ash before departing, this brief encounter left Dawn utterly astonished. Galactic Team, the deities of time and space. Darkrai, Shaman, and now even Dialga. Dawn counted the extraordinary events Ash had experienced on her fingers. Are you truly the child of destiny? How can you say that? It wasn't his fault. Perhaps the legendary Pokémon sensed his connection to Arceus, which compelled them to seek his presence. Aren't you looking for stickers for your Pokeballs? Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Ash gestured towards a shop before them, undoubtedly filled with such items, especially with the grand festival approaching in a couple of days. Exactly. Dawn suddenly recalled something, tugging Ash's hand as she dashed towards the store. Youthful exuberance indeed. Ash could only shake his head in response, quickening his pace to keep up with the two. Delicious takoyaki, fresh milk ice cream, lucky Phione trinkets. The merchants' shouts echoed along the street, and Ash was momentarily taken aback by their fervent enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Dawn was irresistibly drawn to a Phione pendant. So cute. Her eyes sparkled as she embraced the Phione doll, admiring its craftsmanship. Isn't it? The shopkeeper smiled, pointing to the television displaying Phione. This is the original of that child. Ash furrowed his brow slightly. He had almost forgotten that Sioux Grass Town was home to Phione. Indeed, Brock nodded. The last time we encountered such a Pokémon was in Hoenn. The Prince of the Ocean, wouldn't you agree? Oh, come now, those are just fanciful titles, Ash waved dismissively. Besides, that child seems to prefer May more. However, they certainly did not belong to the same evolutionary line. Brock scrutinized the Pokémon on the screen. Manaphy hatching from an egg produces Phione, yet they are not evolutionary relatives. It's quite odd, he remarked, to resemble each other so closely yet not be part of an evolutionary chain. It defies scientific logic. Oh, you plan to participate in the Sioux Grass Town Grand Festival? Upon hearing Dawn's explanation, the shopkeeper eagerly promoted the local celebration, claiming that those who witnessed Phione would be incredibly fortunate. Ash and Brock exchanged skeptical glances. A joke, surely. They've encountered not only Phione but also Jirachi and Manaphy. Yet, the Hoenn League did not crown a champion, right? The unscrupulous merchant's deception is truly excessive. Honestly, having Ash is more than enough for me. Dawn whispered as she linked her arm with his. You are my lucky star. However, she insisted on attending the festival's competition, asking, will you accompany me? The sweet tone of her voice, combined with her charming smile, evoked envy from both the shopkeeper and Brock. Those wretched lovebirds. Shall we go then? Ash nodded. Have you decided who you'll use? Of course. Dawn tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Katani, Pachirisu, I entrust you with this. Boga, so unfair. Hey, why don't you cheer them on, Ash? Dawn beamed as she affectionately ruffled Boge's head. As their senior. Boga. Absolutely. It was remarkably easy to placate it. That evening, aboard Team Rocket's submarine, the trio unexpectedly encountered Phione. However, it seemed that the creature had taken a liking to Dawn's Katani, gazing at it with a joyful expression and emitting melodious sounds. Thus, after Ash and the others departed, Phione lingered, watching them leave with an expression of longing in its eyes. Then, just like Cresselia, it was captured by Team Rocket. Such a pity, love lost, and freedom vanished. The following morning, Ash roused Dawn and Brock early, and they diligently followed him in their morning exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. As the trio completed their stretches, Ash extended his fist towards Pikachu. All right. For the challenge at the Sharp Edge Gym, let us give it our all today. Pika. The boy and his mouse enthusiastically bumped fists, ready to commence their training. If it weren't for Dawn's interjection, today would likely have been consumed by training. Ash, can you delay a bit? Dawn sweetly pleaded. I forgot to buy stickers for my Pokeballs yesterday. Watching the girl with her hands clasped in earnest, Ash felt a pang of sympathy and glanced at Pikachu. But training. Ash, what is a girlfriend compared to a Pokemon battle? Just a moment, let us go. Seeing Ash's reluctance, Dawn took his hand and led him towards a nearby shop. To be fair, there's a subtle detail in the original text here. When Dawn pulls Ash, she is holding his hand. But when pulling Brock, she holds his wrist. Meanwhile, Team Rocket sat on a park bench, currently equipped with a pressure cooker. Naturally, the cooker contained the captured Phione from the previous day. To prevent Phione from becoming distressed due to lack of water, they had thoughtfully prepared water inside the pressure cooker. However, these fools had no understanding of Phione's nature. With a graceful leap, Phione merged into the water. When Team Rocket opened the lid of the pressure cooker, Phione had already vanished into the depths. Mina, Phione reappeared in the river of Sioux Grass Town, keenly spotting Ash and his friends. More accurately, it was the Katani in Dawn's arms that caught its attention. After the trio boarded a bus heading to town, Phione once again submerged, in search of its beloved. Chapter 184, Chaotic Relationships. How about this Katani sticker? Inside a street-side shop, Dawn pointed at a sticker hanging on the wall, suggesting it to Katani and Pachirisu. Aren't they all so adorable? Jima, I want this. Oh, you really like this one, don't you? This harmonious scene would typically elicit appreciative glances from Ash and Brock. However, The condition was that they weren't burdened with an excessive number of shopping bags. It was clear that they weren't merely buying stickers. With a face full of despair, Ash hoisted the exceptionally heavy shopping bag in his hand, wishing he could purchase the entire store. We came here to move our luggage, after all. Brock nodded in agreement. Hee. Observing this, Dawn felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided not to trouble the two boys any further. Shall we call it a day and return to training? Absolutely. The mere mention of training invigorated him. However, just minutes into their session, the emergence of Fiona from the depths of the ocean interrupted Ash's training plans yet again. At that moment, Fiona was excitedly racing toward Buniri. Pachama, are you here for me? The naive Piplup mistook her arrival for a romantic gesture, tightly grasping her hand, only to be met with the frigid and merciless ice beam. Mina, satisfied with her handiwork, Fiona turned to glance at Buniri. However, what she beheld was utterly disheartening. Buniri, trembling in fear, had nestled behind Pikachu, clutching its tail, and the two Pokémon appeared remarkably compatible. Mina, let go of her. In a fit of jealousy upon witnessing her beloved entangled with another Pokémon, Fiona's temper flared. She hopped in front of Pikachu, pointing an accusatory finger at its nose and shouting vehemently. Pika? Huh? Mina, you coward. Let us duel. Pika, what do you intend to do? Mina, I want to compete to see who is a better match for Buniri. Ash exclaimed, what is she saying? I can't comprehend. Yet, Brock immediately grasped the convoluted dynamics of the situation and raised his arm dramatically. Indeed, Fiona is challenging Pikachu for love, a valiant heart in pursuit of affection. I understand you well. Ash responded, huh? Seeing Ash's utter confusion, Dawn could only facepalm in exasperation. He needn't understand this at all. Mimi, stop. Spotting the impending conflict between Fiona and Pikachu, Buniri instinctively showcased her protective instincts, leaping into the fray. Mimi, if you wish to fight Pikachu, you must first contend with me. Buniri regarded Fiona earnestly. Mimi, defeat me, and you may take me on a date in the sea. Although the logistics of such a date were questionable, Fiona could breathe underwater, while Buniri could not. Dawn and Brock quickly identified a spacious beach for the Pokémon to battle, providing ample room for their contest. From their expressions, it was evident that both Buniri and Fiona were serious about this duel. Ash, Brock said, thumping Ash on the shoulder with righteous fervor. It seems Fiona and Buniri are quite earnest. Let us watch this match intently. It's akin to Dawn's battles with Kenji. Ash replied, huh? I'm lost. What are you all talking about? Dawn could only shrug in resignation. Even in love, his emotional intelligence remained in the negatives. Meanwhile, Buniri had seized the upper hand with her superior level and signature moves. It must be said, despite being a Pokémon hatched from Manafi, Fiona's strength was rather lackluster, unable to evolve and not particularly powerful, which was quite a predicament. Thus, when she faced off against Buniri's ice beam, she succumbed within mere seconds, her face contorting in pain. Then, in a moment of distraction, Buniri struck her down with a drowsy punch, rendering her incapable of further combat. Mina. After Brock administered some medicine for her wounds, Fiona, feeling dejected, approached Buniri. Mina, I'm sorry for interrupting you, goodbye. And with that, she swam away into the ocean, her silhouette a poignant sight that tugged at Brock's heartstrings. I understand your feelings. I know what you're going through. He lamented. Woe is me, having to witness such a couple every day. Mimi. In response, Buniri leaped from Dawn's embrace, calling out to Fiona. Mimi, you're a good person. Take care of yourself. Mina, you too. Fiona smiled, nodded, and waved farewell to Buniri before vanishing into the depths of the sea. Pikachu remarked, Pika, what on earth? Are you not going to battle me anymore? Ash pondered, what does being a good person even mean? Aren't we all good people? Oh no, his CPU was overheating from confusion. Since morning, he had been utterly lost, having witnessed a battle that culminated in an inexplicable farewell to Fiona. What were they truly discussing? Ash, Dawn gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. Do you understand what Buniri said? It was something like, you re a good person? Take care, and let us battle again next time, right? Huh, that sounds about right. Ash nodded while contemplating the warmth of her embrace. Then, he voiced the question that had plagued him all day. So, what were they arguing about? It's something you don't need to know, she replied playfully. Even if a tree sprouts leaves, it remains a mere tree. As night fell, a conspicuous ice sculpture floated upon the ocean, encasing Team Rocket within it. Frozen by Fiona's ice beam. Fiona brings happiness, surely. Never trust her, meow. Chapter 185, The Sharp-Tongued Olala. Pachirisu, let us unleash an electric attack. Jima. As the blue arcs of electricity were flawlessly released, Pachirisu's electric prowess had reached an impressive mastery. Compared to when Ash first captured this little creature, it had improved immensely. Thanks to Pikachu's guidance. Ash nodded in satisfaction, affectionately patting Pikachu's head to commend its efforts. However, he mused, but have you been slacking off lately? You seem not to be very tired these days. Pika, not at all. Ash smirked mischievously. Tomorrow, we'll double the training. Pika, no what? It's over. Your good days have come to an end. Snack time. Observing Pachirisu, who was slightly out of breath, Dawn suggested a break. Line up, everyone. We have muffins and pancakes. But I want to eat the pancakes. Meanwhile, the sunbathing shaman scratched its head, though muffins are quite delightful too. There are no pancakes left, Brock chuckled, covering his face in amusement. Do you remember how you blew up the pancake maker? You can buy another. That thing is expensive. Ash grumbled, ruffling shaman's head. Do you think money grows on trees? Otherwise, I wouldn't be broke from compensating for Haruka and Kasumi's bicycles. Pikachu, it's time to train. After finishing with shaman, Ash called for Pikachu to outline their training plan for the coming days. However, at that moment, the yellow rodent had vanished from sight. All right, Pikachu, here is your special tomato ketchup muffin and pancake. Slowly turning his head, Ash realized Pikachu had scampered over to Dawn, demanding snacks. Hey, do you think being with Dawn is better than being with me? His voice was laced with profound melancholy, causing Pikachu to shudder mid-bite. Enough already, Ash. Dawn quickly embraced him, poking his cheek playfully. You're just too strict with Pikachu. Sometimes, you need to let it have some fun. Pika, indeed. Training need not be so excessive. I truly concede to you all. In response, Ash could only shrug his shoulders, leaving one to wonder if he were actually the trainer. Jima. However, at that moment, the furious cry of Pachirisu pierced the air, drawing the attention of the three individuals. Upon closer inspection, the little squirrel was glaring intensely at a Sharpedo, its teeth clenched in palpable discontent towards the menacing shark before it. What's wrong, Sharpedo? A girl adorned with a purple headband, her red hair styled in wavy twin tails, dressed in a blue skirt complemented by a white jacket, furrowed her brow in confusion at Sharpedo's sudden halt. Who is that? Not far away, Musashi seemed to connect the dots, pondering why this girl appeared so familiar. Pachirisu, don't act rashly. Observing the intensity in Pachirisu's eyes, Koharu understood the gravity of the situation. Although the other party was somewhat at fault, it was essential to communicate calmly and avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet, Pachirisu harbored no such thoughts. Its muffin had been trampled by that insufferable shark. And how could it remain calm without food? Strike it. Take it down. It was adamant that it would not rest until it avenged its lost muffin. As its teeth elongated, the gleaming fangs clamped down fiercely on Sharpedo, sending it staggering backward several steps. Angry fangs. Brock was taken aback, knowing that such a move was typically challenging to master. Had a new technique awakened from its resentment towards food? Ash smirked. What did you provoke it for? You can't do this, Pachirisu. Koharu gently scooped up the seething Pachirisu. You mustn't recklessly use your abilities to attack others. Before she could finish her admonition, Koharu was zapped into a daze by Pachirisu's electric shock. The red-haired girl frowned in bewilderment, her gaze shifting to the Piplup at Koharu's feet. Wait a moment, that Piplup. She seemed to recognize the identity of the girl before her. You're Koharu, right? You know me. It would be strange if I didn't. Brock interjected dryly. Isn't it common knowledge that you two are the most beloved couple? TCH, is that really the reason? The red-haired girl scoffed. A coordinator like you. Wasting time singing love songs? If you adore your boyfriend so much, why not retire and get married? With her sharp tongue, she relentlessly attacked Koharu, concluding that her victory in the Macaulay Cup was merely a stroke of luck, leaving her bewildered as to why Master Macaulay valued her so highly. That remark is rather inappropriate, Ash interjected, pulling Koharu protectively behind him. Koharu earned her victory in the Macaulay Cup through her own strength. Her recognition by Master Macaulay is a testament to her hard work. Oh, I remember now. Musashi, who had been deep in thought atop the building, finally recalled the identity of the red-haired girl. Her name is Urara. She was eliminated in the first round of the Macaulay Cup. Observing Ash's protectiveness towards Koharu, Urara raised an eyebrow. Yes, she's quite strong, but thanks to her, Sharpedo and I can become even more beautiful. Hia. Watching Urara's villainous laughter, Brock quietly remarked to Ash, why do they all seem so troublesome? Your rival Shinji, and now Koharu's rival Urara, they're all so sharp-tongued. Now that you mention it. Ash nodded thoughtfully. They do share a certain Sundra quality. I can't be bothered to converse with you. I'm leaving, Sharpedo. Urara waved dismissively at Sharpedo. Just watch your little girlfriend get defeated by me. You. Enough, Ash. Seeing Ash prepare to respond, Koharu grasped his arm, shaking her head. We should settle this through the competition. Isn't that what you taught me? Are you dressed like that again? In the backstage of the Grand Festival, Ash gently combed Koharu's hair. It resembles the outfit you wore during the Mystic Conference. Hee. Koharu shyly nodded. With my twin tails and the curly-eared outfit. I was aiming for a cute look. I wanted to see how it appeared from an outsider's perspective. However, she sighed softly. But I didn't expect you to give my outfit such a cool vibe. It's supposed to be cute. Ahem. Ash could only cough to mask his embarrassment. After all, he had been overly excited during battles, especially when facing Miss Lily. He had thought it would be an exhilarating match, but in his enthusiasm, he had inadvertently revealed his true self. Perhaps Anayako recognized him as someone other than Koharu because of this? While Koharu was carefree, she consistently exuded a gentle and elegant aura during daily life and competitions. Instead, he had bestowed upon Koharu a dashing title. Maybe I could try a more chic style later, she teased, poking Ash's cheek playfully as she stood and adjusted her dress. Please, let Ivory Pig see our performance later. I hope it piques its interest. All right. Extending his hand, Ash completed a high five with Koharu. Once I escort you to the entrance, I should go find Brock and Ivory Pig. Sure. As the two exchanged playful banter, Urara, donned in her elegant black gown, gradually entered the preparation room. Chapter 186, Koharu versus Urara. No matter what you have to say, before Urara could launch another volley of sharp remarks at the affectionate pair, Ash stepped in front of Koharu, firmly asserting, she is the one who deserves to win. Do not attempt to disrupt her mindset before the match. She is the first to compete. I won't allow you to interfere in any way, Ash declared sternly, his expression devoid of any willingness to relent. TCH, she's just lucky. What skill do I have to target her? Urara retorted, her face pale with anger. Moreover, I would never resort to such base tactics. Silently observing Urara, Ash ruffled the hair of the girl behind him. It's time for you to go. Do your best. Okay, perhaps to calm her nerves, or perhaps to provoke Urara. Koharu gave Ash a quick peck on the cheek before bouncing towards the contestant entrance. However, Ash paid no mind to Urara's increasingly dark expression, choosing instead to seek out Brock and Ivory Pig. Back already? Spotting Ash emerge from the backstage area, Brock waved from a corner near the battle arena. This viewing spot was rather peculiar, not part of the audience seating. Rather, it was situated between two sections of seating, allowing both Koharu and Ash to clearly see one another. Is Ivory Pig still uninterested? Observing the closed-eyed Ivory Pig, Ash sighed. Koharu asked me to keep an eye on its condition. Well, perhaps it'll get excited once the match begins. On the stage, as the first to appear, Koharu had already begun to lift her skirt slightly as she stepped into the arena. Indeed, this is the true Koharu. At home, anxiously glued to the television screen, Ayako finally revealed a relieved smile. This somewhat stiff expression and her skirt-lifting gesture were details that were hard to change. I mentioned previously at the Sorcerer's Conference. How could that child possibly smile with such confidence? If it were on Ash's face, it would have been much more vibrant. Kaizi nodded. As a mother, she understood her daughter best. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang had splendidly completed her performance. Aerial leaps, ice beam. She had cleverly referenced and improved upon Ash's presentation at the Sorcerer's Conference, intentionally thinning the ice beam to ensure that the resulting ice slide would not be overly slippery, preventing any loss of balance. With a graceful display, she slid down the slide, shimmering with radiant colors. Xiao Guang's performance excellently showcased the cuteness and vigor of her beloved Pokémon, the Flebaby. However, the backstage presence of Urara scoffed at the display, unwilling to offer any praise. This drew a bemused glance from Musashi. After the first round of evaluations concluded, Xiao Guang bounced over to where Ash was. The confident smile on her face indicated her satisfaction with her performance. She had made considerable progress. Brock clapped enthusiastically, remarking that, unlike Ash's style, she had fully captured the most adorable aspects of Flebaby. Since Ash follows a powerful aesthetic, I still have much to learn from that style. Speaking of which, Ash patted the Ivory Pig beside him, acknowledging Urara as a formidable opponent. In the second round, she would likely send out her Sharpedo. So, regarding the recap I provided earlier about Pikachu and Sharpedo's battle, I trust you will remember it well, Ash smiled, confident in her abilities. In this exceptionally joyful atmosphere, the screen began to rotate, revealing the list of the 8 competitors advancing to the next round. Urara, Musashi, and Xiao Guang, all qualified. Ash, all right, I understand. Seeing Xiao Guang's pleading eyes, Ash reluctantly waved goodbye to Brock. I'm going to help Xiao Guang with her hair. I'll be back soon. It was a familiar routine for him. Brock sighed, watching Ash depart from his line of sight. Wait, you opened your eyes? Brock was astonished as the Ivory Pig opened one eye, quietly observing Xiao Guang's departure. What? So you're a bit sundry yourself? Brock chuckled, patting the Ivory Pig's body. Shall we cheer for Xiaoguang together? Moo. The ivory pig haughtily closed its eyes again, opting to continue its feigned slumber. The second round of evaluations proceeded smoothly, with Xiaoguang and her peers demonstrating exceptional skill, making the championship essentially a contest among the three of them. Thus, when faced with the common competitors in the second round, the three ladies overwhelmingly triumphed. Meanwhile, Musashi faced off against Urara in the third round, where both competitors fought evenly. However, a few mismanaged details ultimately led to Musashi receiving slightly lower scores than Urara. Consequently, even though Kojiro and Meowth felt they had performed commendably, they regrettably had to exit the competition. Alright, let's give it a shake and see if it falls. As Ash pulled his index finger from the final loop of hair ties, he nodded at Xiaoguang, signaling her to check if her hair was secure. It won't. Ash ties it best. With a playful toss of her hair, Xiaoguang stood up beaming. Well then, I'm off. Good luck. After exchanging a final high-five with Xiaoguang before the finals, Ash turned and jogged towards the viewing area. Today was undoubtedly the busiest yet most splendid day of the competition. He had been darting back and forth from backstage to the audience seats, and the staff guarding the area were likely memorizing his appearance. It seems you do care about Xiaoguang after all. Noticing the ivory pig's open eye, Ash pointed towards the competitors who had already dispatched their Pokémon, suggesting they cheer for Xiaoguang together. Moo. Back to sleep, are we? You can never wake a pig that pretends to slumber. Pachirisu against Sharpedo? Brock furrowed his brow, questioning the type disadvantage. Yet, witnessing Ash fervently cheering for Xiaoguang, Brock's tension eased. With Ash as her mentor, employing such a reverse-type strategy, it wasn't surprising that Xiaoguang could perform so well. After traveling for so long, didn't anyone tell you that electric-type moves are ineffective against ground types? Urara scoffed. Sharpedo, use Dragon Claw? No problem, no problem. Ash has reviewed his battles with Miss Cynthia with me countless times. It's merely a type disadvantage. As Sharpedo charged forward, Xiaoguang silently reassured herself and then resolutely issued her command. Dodge. Do you really think you can evade Sharpedo's speed? Just as Pachirisu spun past Sharpedo, the latter swiftly reappeared before Pachirisu. The green glow of Dragon Claw was about to strike Pachirisu. Pachirisu, use your tail to harness its Dragon Claw's force. Chapter 187, Dragon Slayer Warrior Pachirisu. In the instant the green light of Dragon Claw flared, Pachirisu adeptly utilized its tail to dissipate the attack's power, then performed a backflip, launching itself into the air. Go. Fury Swipes. With a spectacular evasion of Dragon Claw's onslaught, Pachirisu charged towards Sharpedo with tremendous force. Fury Swipes was executed in a split second, and with the momentum from its aerial descent, this terrifying attack landed squarely on Sharpedo's face, causing it to cry out in pain. This is, Brock exclaimed, finally understanding. It's the technique you taught to Magikarp to counter moves with Water Splash. Exactly. Ash's lips curled into a smile. Since strength was not on their side, they would rely on Pachirisu's supple body and exceptional resilience to cleverly neutralize the opponent's power while launching a surprise attack. Indeed, couples tend to grow more alike over time. Brock shook his head in resignation after noticing Ash's smirk. I can barely distinguish your tones anymore. Resorting to such childish tricks. Gazing at Sharpedo, which was firmly gripped by Pachirisu, Urara bit her lip and commanded, use Stone Edge to knock it away. Don't let it succeed. Xiaoguang's timely command followed. Bounce off with your tail. Jima. Both sides unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. The rocks from Stone Edge locked onto Pachirisu's position, homing in on it as if guided by a tracker. However, Pachirisu seized this very moment. As Stone Edge came perilously close to both Pokémon, Pachirisu used its tail to bounce away from Sharpedo, resulting in the unfortunate consequence of all the Stone Edge strikes hitting Sharpedo. One more time. Fury Swipes. Clearly affected by their own attack, both Urara and Sharpedo found their mental states shaken, causing their decision-making and battle responses to lag significantly behind Xiaoguang's. The outcome was inevitable. Jima. With resentment over the unavailability of pancakes, Pachirisu channeled all its grievances into this Fury Swipes attack, gripping Sharpedo with unwavering strength, leaving it no chance to shake free. Do you think that will thwart me? Urara frowned, waving her hand. Get it down. Sharpedo roared, enduring the pain as it forcefully grasped Pachirisu, which was clinging to its fin, then firmly restrained Pachirisu's movements with its claws. Now your tail is of no use to you. Feeling triumphant in her assessment, Urara lifted her chin. All right, the game is over. Use Stone Edge to finish it. Stone Edge? As if struck by a sudden realization, Xiaoguang's mind began to conjure images of Ash's Pikachu and his training with Sizer. Indeed, it was merely a Stone Edge attack. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she commanded, Pachirisu, discharge electricity. Uncertain of Xiao Wang's intentions, Alala could only regard her directive with confusion. After all, with Garchomp's ground-type advantage at play, what good would a discharge do? Yet the unfolding events provided her with an answer. In an instant, Pachirisu unleashed its electric discharge, shattering the stones summoned by Stone Edge one by one. As the last remnants of the Stone Edge attack crumbled to dust, Pachirisu bit fiercely onto Garchomp's claw. With a mournful cry, Garchomp instinctively loosened its grip on Pachirisu's hand. "Great job, Pachirisu!" Xiao Wang exclaimed. At that moment, the synergy between Xiao Wang and Pachirisu was nothing short of perfect, their rapport firmly suppressing Alala's efforts. The score displayed on the screen was equally impressive. Alala, completely at the mercy of Xiao Wang's rhythm, saw her score plummet by more than half. While Xiao Wang had only suffered a minor deduction for a small misstep when Garchomp had caught her. Dragon Rage. Spark. The two powerful moves collided in midair. Yet it was evident that Pachirisu's spark was firmly overpowering the flames of Dragon Rage, closing in on Garchomp. Bring it down with Dragon Claw. Channel your discharge into your tail. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide with Garchomp's speed and strength, Xiao Wang had long prepared for Dragon Claw. Electric-type Pokemon can store or redirect electricity to specific locations, a lesson Pikachu had imparted to Pachirisu. By concentrating the electricity in its tail, Pachirisu could unleash considerable control and damage. Thus, the green glow of Dragon Claw was effectively countered by the blue arcs of electricity, and with a mischievous grin, Pachirisu sent Garchomp flying. Finish it off. Furious Fangs. Xiao Guang, now thoroughly enchanted by the battle, excitedly waved her arms in anticipation of concluding the match. Yet Alala was not one to concede without a fight. Enough. I won't let you score again. Grinding her teeth, Alala commanded, Dragon Rage. Here it comes. At that moment, a smile began to form at the corners of the girl's mouth. From a side angle, her smile and gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to Ash's. Is it real? Brock was momentarily stunned, slowly shifting his gaze to Ash beside him. Ash's profile, too, revealed a nearly identical smile to Xiao Guang's. How can they be so alike? Well, it seems that under Ash's influence, Xiao Guang has truly evolved. Spin and unleash Furious Fangs. Pachirisu began to rotate like a spinning top, absorbing the flames of Dragon Rage. Its body charged with the fiery energy as it surged towards Garchomp at an astonishing speed. Bam! The flames of Dragon Rage and the ferocious bite of Furious Fangs collided, inflicting maximum damage upon Garchomp. Meanwhile, the countdown on the large screen still showed 30 seconds remaining. However, Alala's hopes of a comeback were dashed. Because Garchomp was rendered unable to battle, Lillian announced the outcome of the match, declaring Alala's score null and void, and thus, the winner of this tournament was Xiao Guang. As Alala's card was pushed off the screen, a photograph of Xiao Guang and Pachirisu graced the winner's board, signifying that Xiao Guang had secured her fourth ribbon, triumphantly achieved through her remarkable prowess. Chapter 188, The Winter of Masera Town. It is cold. This is the sentiment shared by all the residents of Masera Town today. For reasons unknown, the town, which had recently basked in the warmth of summer, has abruptly transitioned into the depths of winter. The morning sun appears less warm than anticipated, as remnants of yesterday's snowfall cling to the trees lining the streets. The passers-by, clad uniformly in thick winter coats, provide ample evidence that winter has indeed arrived. Is it truly winter already? At this moment, clad in a red coat, Ash slowly opened the window of his bedroom, exhaling warm breath against the now fogged glass. Gently extending his hand, he wiped away the snowflakes that had settled on the window frame. The morning sunlight streamed in brightly, reminiscent of the day he embarked on his journey, bringing with it a fresh yet slightly chilly breeze, accompanied by rays of golden light. Under this illumination, the several golden trophies on his desk sparkled with remarkable brilliance. Champion of the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference. Champion of the Unova League Stridon Conference. Champion of the Kalos League Lumiose Conference. Champion of the Alola League Conference. Champion of the Kanto Indigo League. Champion of the Johto Silver Conference. Champion of the Galar League. Champion of the Paldea League. World Champion of the Pokémon World Championships. In every region, whether in Ultimate League Championships or in the challenges against the Elite Four and the final battles against the gym leaders, he emerged victorious, achieving an unprecedented Grand Slam with an unblemished record. He even shattered world records, becoming the fastest reigning champion, maintaining dominance for the longest duration. Unbeknownst to him, his long-held dream of becoming a Pokémon master had now materialized into reality. Ding! The doorbell interrupted Ash's reverie. Perhaps accustomed to this carefree life, free from the hustle and bustle, he now bore no burdens or regrets. I remember today is when Shigeru is coming to visit me, right? Now on the cusp of adulthood, he slightly rose from his seat. Having grown substantially, his stature and proportions surpassed those of the child he once was. Long time no see. Have you given up on research lately? Seeing Shigeru comfortably pull out a chair in the living room, Ash quietly poured tea from the cup on the table. You've been immersed in the ruins of Tinkin Mountain and the legends of time and space in Sinnoh for quite some time now, haven't you? Please, don't tease me. Shigeru playfully punched Ash's chest. I could never compare to you, the world champion. Research doesn't resolve itself overnight. That's why the professor graciously granted me several days off to return and spend time with my child. Indeed. Ash nodded. You and your wife haven't seen each other in a while, have you? Exactly. That's why I wanted to ask you a favor. Could you show my child your accolades? Shigeru waved at the petite figure outside the door. I need to accompany my wife for grocery shopping. Please take care of this child. He has always admired you and aspires to challenge you in the future. The child at the door had hair just like Shigeru's, and his bright, sparkling eyes reminded Ash of his younger self. All right, go ahead. Waving goodbye, Ash smiled as he ushered the child inside. The boy, brimming with vibrant energy, bounced eagerly into Ash's bedroom, his demeanor and spirit perfectly embodying a child full of aspirations for the future. Wow. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a row of trophies, which made his smile broaden even further. Uncle Ash, can you tell me the stories behind these trophies? Of course. Ash felt an instant affinity for this boy, so reminiscent of his own past. This one is from Kanto, specifically the Orange League. Until the very last partition of blue and pink, Ash's voice finally came to a halt. The grand trophy displayed in the adjacent row did not belong to him. To be more precise, it was not a trophy he had earned. Upon noticing the splendid trophies, the boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that also Uncle Ash's? He wondered aloud. Or am I merely holding it for a while? Perhaps these trophies belong to my father? Ash smiled gently. No, they belong to my wife. Seeing the boy deep in thought, Ash crouched down slightly and affectionately ruffled his hair. She is a remarkable coordinator, you know. Champion of the Sinnoh Grand Festival, Hoenn Grand Festival, Johto Grand Festival, and Kanto Grand Festival. Ash proudly showcased one ribbon trophy after another, including the title of the world's top coordinating champion. The boy's eyes brightened even more. What kind of person is Uncle Ash's wife? If you are so outstanding and powerful, then she must be gentle like my mother. Ash chuckled softly. Yes, your father often praises her kindness. She has long, flowing hair, and her eyes shine just like yours. She always says, no problem, no problem. Yet somehow, there's always a little trouble that follows. What happened to her? The boy inquired. Just as Ash was about to respond, the doorbell rang, interrupting his words. It might be your father returning. We can discuss this later, Ash said as he propped himself up on his knees and slowly stood up. He walked toward the entrance, smoothing out his wrinkled clothes from his earlier crouch, and opened the door. However, the words he intended to speak were caught in his throat when he was suddenly embraced by a woman with long, flowing blue hair, adorned with a white round hat. She instinctively nuzzled her hair against Ash's neck. You. Ash's eyes widened in disbelief as the longing of many days reached its peak. What's the matter? She teased, poking Ash's cheek with her finger. Is it because I took too long to return home after serving as a judge at the Grand Festival that you've forgotten me? Before she could finish her playful banter, she found herself pulled tightly into Ash's embrace. I really missed you. Welcome home, Ash said, inhaling her familiar scent as he held her close. Koharu. No problem, Koharu said, her carefree spirit shining through even in adulthood. I missed you too. Every day at Lake Valor, I couldn't help but picture your face. But the league approved my 6-month vacation. Koharu beamed as she pulled out 2 tickets from her pocket. So, how about we go on a honeymoon? Does Xiaomao's kid still eat his parents' dog food, and now he wants to eat his uncle's too? Chapter 189. Team Rocket disbanded? This must be the 4th ribbon, Ayako exclaimed excitedly over the phone, congratulating the enthusiastic girl. Keep it up. You only need 1 more to participate in the Grand Festival. However, she quickly shifted the conversation, highlighting Koharu's growth. You truly surprised your mother. You've only fallen twice along the way, and you've transformed those experiences into motivation for growth. So it's all good. Koharu confidently puffed out her chest. Mom's earlier worries were unnecessary. Thank you so much, Ash, Koharu said. What's with that look? Ayako sighed, rubbing her temples. Without Ash, you might have floated up into the sky by now. If it weren't for him stabilizing your mindset, your progress wouldn't have been so swift. That's true, Koharu admitted. Whenever she felt like she was soaring, she'd eagerly challenge Ash, only to find herself mercilessly defeated by his strategies and techniques. She hardly had time to float. Merely not being overwhelmed was an accomplishment in itself. All right, your mother knows you're working hard, Ayako said, noticing Koharu's slightly jealous expression. Why not accompany Ash to Chiefing City, and then return to Shuanya Town? Okay, by the way, what did Urara say to you? Ash asked curiously as Koharu hung up the phone. Did she declare war or something? Although I don't agree with your battle style, I can somewhat understand it. I'll challenge you properly next time. Koharu chuckled, quoting Urara's words. Ah, a true tsundere, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. It was yet another tranquil morning. After departing from Tonchao Town, Ash and his companions continued their trek toward Chiefing City. Are we close to the town? Koharu asked, clutching her growling stomach. I'm so hungry. Yes, we'll be there soon. Brock nodded. The signposts and routes all match. We can't possibly get lost this time. Perfect. Let's have a good meal there, Ash said with renewed enthusiasm. A full stomach gives us the energy to train. Pika. Just then, Team Rocket appeared as usual before them. What? Koharu waved her hand, brushing away the annoying dust. I heard something. Before Musashi could begin her opening lines, she was interrupted by Brock. What? So it's Team Rocket. The trio wore their familiar expressions. Sorry, we're in a hurry, Ash replied, his expression unchanged as he called out to Pikachu on his shoulder. My apologies, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. The familiar sound of electricity crackled. And this time, Team Rocket was sent flying before they could even finish their introduction. Unbeknownst to them, their failure to deliver their usual lines had dampened their spirits, nearly leading to their disbandment. Meowth, having spotted a ramen shop opened by Team Rocket's juniors, decided to abandon capturing Pikachu and instead focus on working hard to earn money with his exceptional ramen skills. Musashi, too, after days of failing to catch Pikachu and being zapped in return, felt mentally and physically exhausted. Following Meowth's departure, she resolved to dedicate herself to the grand festival instead of continuing her pursuit of Pikachu. In the end, only Kojiru remained, sitting alone in the dark, clinging to the memories of their trio, sorrowfully nibbling on berries in the forest as he pondered how to continue serving Boss Giovanni. This is too much. Kojiru wiped away a tear. How could they forget their original intentions of capturing Pikachu? He mused. If only I could capture a rare Pokémon and present it to Boss Giovanni. As these thoughts filled his mind, he overheard Ash and the others chatting nearby. Have you heard? There's a shiny Metagross in the valley nearby, Koharu said, extending her hand toward the fire to warm herself. It's truly a rare Pokémon. Metagross is already rare enough, and now there's a shiny one? Brock exclaimed, nodding in surprise. Ash, should we go check it out? It would be perfect to catch it. Sure, we can give it a try, Ash replied with a smile. Let us head to the valley nearby tomorrow morning. Shiny Metagross. Kojiru became excited at once. If I could present it to Boss Giovanni, it would solve all his accounting troubles. He would surely say, Kojiru, you brought such an excellent Pokémon. I must reward you. Even without Meowth, Kojiru's imagination ran wild with thoughts of the boss's praise, and the more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Yes, everything is for Boss Giovanni. What a wonderful feeling. Strongwind Town is a diminutive locale, and as such, it lacks both a Pokémon gym and grand tournaments, serving merely as a transitional haven for trainers. Consequently, the valley of Strongwind Town is rather easy to locate, given that there exists but a single one. On the following morn, Kojiro arrived early at the valley, casting a glance at the warning sign regarding the shiny Metagross before resolutely ascending the mountain without a backward glance. Just watch. I am determined to capture it, he declared with unwavering conviction as he climbed higher, envisioning a triumphant return to Boss Yamato, proclaiming, this is a catch for the three of us. Surely, with Meowth and Musashi by his side once more, they would all ascend the ranks swiftly, sharing in the exhilarating sensation of camaraderie. Is that Kojiro? Shoko pointed at the blue-haired figure clad in Team Rocket attire not far away. What is he doing here? Satoshi tilted his head, noting Musashi and Meowth's absence as well. Could they be in a disagreement? After all, even in his past life, he was unaware that Team Rocket was on the brink of disbandment. Had it not been for Kojiro's heartfelt appeal to Musashi and Meowth, Satoshi might have never seen them again. However, given his current abilities, facing off against this Metagross posed a considerable risk. Satoshi's expression grew grave as he ascended the steps. Even if they are Team Rocket, we cannot stand idly by in the face of danger. Let us follow him. We cannot allow him to be in peril. With Shoko and Brock nodding in agreement, Satoshi waved his hand and began climbing towards the valley's peak. By the lakeside of Strongwind Town, Musashi remarked, impossible. That blue-haired boy stands no chance against the Metagross. Indeed, she continued, still donning the R-emblazoned uniform. He may very well be an overconfident fool, likely to end up incapacitated by the Metagross. Exactly. He even spoke of how capturing it would elevate the three of them. She scoffed. What a delusional daydream. Upon overhearing the passers-by's chatter, Musashi's expression shifted dramatically. Kojiro. She immediately abandoned her training for the grand tournament and dashed towards the valley, exclaiming, "You fool! Why must you be so reckless? We may not be together any longer. Yet you still strive to capture a rare Pokémon for my sake. When I find you, I shall give you a piece of my mind." Chapter 190, Capturing Metagross. Meow? Say that again. In a ramen shop, Meowth sat proudly observing the patrons enjoying their meals, reveling in a sense of satisfaction it had long been deprived of. However, at that moment, several diners happened to discuss Kojiro's solo challenge against the Metagross. Meowth could no longer remain seated, and its claw fell from its grasp as it exclaimed, He is challenging the shiny Metagross. Is he? He even mentioned capturing it would allow the three of them to rise in rank. Meow. I can't just sit here. Meowth exclaimed as it disregarded the owner's pleas and bolted out of the shop. Kojiro, you mustn't come to harm. If something were to happen to you because of us, we would live in eternal guilt. At the summit of Strong Wind Valley, Kojiro was now intensely focused on the Metagross before him. Unlike the typical coloration of a Metagross, this one bore a silvery hue, its eyes harboring a fierceness greater than that of its counterparts. Its oppressive crimson gaze indicated a deep disdain for intruders in its territory. Indeed, a shiny one, Kojiro mused, comparing it to the Pokémon card in his hand. Come forth. I shall capture you. Monini, I beseech you. The Metagross glared menacingly at Monini, its cross-like markings beginning to emanate a blue glow as it levitated stones from the ground with telekinesis, hurling them violently towards Monini. Telekinesis? Kojiro urged himself to remain calm. Let us use Confuse Ray, demonstrating a considerable aptitude for battle. Kojiro understood the importance of applying debuffs rather than recklessly engaging in a direct confrontation with the Metagross's telekinesis. After all, facing a Pokémon of such high level in a battle of telekinesis would likely result in disaster. Mita. The Metagross was abruptly confused, its telekinetically controlled stones now careening chaotically, rendering it nearly as ineffective as if it had not been confused at all. Run, Monini. Recognizing the dire situation, Kojiro quickly shielded Monini in his arms and began to flee. However, the valley's terrain was treacherous, not flat and simple. After just a few steps, Kojiro found his feet ensnared by the precipice. To run forward would mean certain death, yet remaining still would invite a merciless assault from the Metagross. Was there no escape? Despair deepened in Kojiro's expression. Meowth, Musashi, you must realize your dreams. Just as he closed his eyes in resignation, preparing to accept his fate, a series of familiar commands pierced through the air. Snivy, Poison Tail. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Piplup, Peck. The trio of Pokémon surged forward, their respective abilities striking the Metagross with force, eliciting anguished cries as it was propelled towards the cliff's edge. Musashi. Kojiro's expression lit up with relief as he beheld his companions approaching, along with Meowth. Wait, how did you end up running with those kids? We'll discuss that later. Satoshi tightened his cap. This Metagross is too dangerous. We must momentarily retreat. You all hurry away. Shoko and I will cover you. How can we do that? Shoko replied, glancing back at the retreating Team Rocket. If you don't escape, we might actually believe you. How about this? You take on the Metagross while Satoshi and I make our exit. In a flash, the trio vanished from sight. What? I thought they had changed. Shoko sighed. Do you need my help, Satoshi? Yes, just keep an eye on Brock. Satoshi smiled back, noting his own fatigue from the climb. At that moment, Brock was laboriously making his way up from the base of the mountain, pondering why Satoshi and Shoko seemed to possess boundless energy. During the summer seminar, they had run a half marathon without breaking a sweat, while he had struggled and felt utterly exhausted. Climbing the mountain was no different. They ascended as if sprinting, leaving him in the dust. Watch out. Don't fall. Shoko urgently grasped Brock's arm as he nearly collapsed. Satoshi, focus on capturing it. You can do it. Thanks. With his companions seemingly unharmed, Satoshi finally turned his attention back to the iridescent Metagross, which appeared even more enraged following the surprise attack. Its crimson eyes brimmed with fury. Pikachu, aware of the formidable Metagross before him, Satoshi remained vigilant. I entrust this to you. Pika. Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, bounding forward to meet the Metagross's menacing gaze. Thunderbolt. Mita. The Metagross roared in defiance at the audacity of the diminutive yellow rodent, its body beginning to rotate as it unleashed a spiral ball, slowly tearing through Pikachu's Thunderbolt. However, the process was absurdly sluggish. Mita. Something feels off. This electricity is rather painful. Go. Iron Tail. Seizing the opportunity as the Metagross's movements faltered, Satoshi commanded Pikachu to deliver a powerful blow. The Iron Tail struck the Metagross's head with tremendous force. And before it could comprehend why the Thunderbolt had been so excruciating, it was sent flying by the more fearsome Iron Tail. Isn't it said that Metagross's brain is a supercomputer? Little Dawn, who was cheering for Ash, tilted her head in confusion, wondering why it seemed rather dim-witted. Innocent. Do you think the moniker Metagross Slayer came about for no reason? Go for it. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Just as Metagross had regained its senses from the terrifying impact of Iron Tail, it was met with Pikachu's wild and rampant Thunderbolt. Perhaps Ash had overestimated it. He had even instructed Pikachu to unleash a Thunderbolt followed by an Iron Tail. The consequence of this was that Metagross was left dazed. What a predicament. A combination of Thunderbolt and Thundershock followed by two tail whips, and it couldn't even land a hit. How was one supposed to play like this? As the final Iron Tail knocked Metagross over, the unusually colored giant slumped to the ground, looking quite pitiful. Its eyes were already swirling in a daze. Had they gone a bit overboard? In response, Ash awkwardly scratched his cheek, wondering what would happen if he made it question its existence. Pikachu. Pikachu, if you don't go all out, you'll just make me practice more. Do you think I'm foolish? Then go. Pokeball. The Pokeball shook 3 times symbolically before coming to a halt. I've captured Metagross. Pika. With a click. Observing Ash and Pikachu celebrating, Dawn quietly took out her camera to capture this beautiful moment. Huh, you say Brock? Exhausted to the bone. Well, it might take a while for him to recover. Chapter 191, Together. On a bright morning, as Ash and his companions continued their journey towards the northernmost part of Sinnoh, they had already departed from Windy Town. The city they arrived at today was aptly named Breeze Town. This was a town where strong winds occasionally swept through, and the air carried none of the pollutants typical of a bustling metropolis, hence the name Breeze. As for how Ash and his friends knew so much, Dawn had practically demonstrated it with her actions. What is this? Just as she peeked out to observe the city, a gust of wind forced Dawn to clutch her short skirt. Come here. Seeing this, Ash kindly removed his jacket and discreetly wrapped it around the girl's waist, hoping it would provide some warmth. Though the gesture was indeed heartwarming, Brock shrugged helplessly, recognizing that she was clearly more concerned about her skirt being blown up. Let us not be too harsh on him. Dawn nodded with satisfaction at Ash's action. He had learned to offer clothing to a girl in such situations, which was commendable. At least he wasn't standing there foolishly saying, "Wow, I'm not cold at all." Well, enlightenment comes gradually. I actually find it hard to understand. Ash scratched his cheek in confusion. Why does Dawn always wear such short skirts? Doesn't she feel cold? Ouch. The two stumbled over this emotionally clueless question. Just when he praised her for making progress, the next moment, he could leave one speechless. However, what was that? Ruffling Ash's hair with an exasperated sigh, Dawn felt a bit better. She pointed to a nearby hoop suspended by a hot air balloon, where 2 Pokemon were vying for it. Upon seeing this familiar scene, Ash and Brock exchanged nostalgic glances. Indeed, it was the magical hoop. Oh, does this mean Ash participated in it during Hoenn? Along the way, listening to Ash and Brock share their knowledge, Dawn nodded thoughtfully. And he won the championship on his first try? Well, it seems like he rarely faltered as the roadside champion. Brock chuckled incredulously. So shouldn't you reflect on that? Ash, huh? Is it that he won too many times as the roadside champion, and having encountered many legendary Pokemon along the way, he exhausted his luck by the time of the league competition? Ash. All right, don't make such an unpleasant face. Dawn shook Ash's arm. Go ahead and participate. I will continue cheering for you from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Here is a special program from Sinnoh now, the Pokemon Hoop Competition. Our familiar face, one of the heads of the CP fandom, Yuka, is here at the scene. Today, we will be live streaming the entire competition. However, the comments seem indifferent to that. What? I thought the best partners had a new update. Indeed, I can never get enough of the one Dawn released previously. Exactly. In the MV for the Ice Sky Bouquet, Ash's gaze at Dawn was utterly captivating. We want to see the best couple. Seeing the comments still buzzing about when Ash and Dawn's program would update, Yuka could only chuckle ruefully and cover her face. It's too popular, really too popular. Every time they release a video, the viewership skyrockets, absolutely crushing other shows in comparison. However, conversely, the viewership for other programs following the Ash and Dawn videos plummets. Dawn only just finished recording the audio and video for her songs and MVs this month. Yuka glanced at the schedule for Ash and Dawn's next video. It seems the earliest we could expect a love song would be next month. Thud. When someone is having a particularly bad day, even drinking water can lead to mishaps. Just like Yuka now, Not only was she being urged by fans for more content, but she was also getting hit on the head by a microphone from a colleague behind her. "I told you not to hit me," Yuka shouted angrily over her shoulder. "You? What's wrong?" The man holding the microphone was oblivious to what had transpired. He only noticed Yuka's expression shifting from anger to surprise, then suddenly turning to pure joy. "Hand me that small microphone. Quick." Yuka immediately dragged her colleague holding the camera aside. "I just spotted something amazing." Meanwhile, Ash and Dawn, who were engrossed in each other, also noticed the sound of something rushing by, reminiscent of a Kenta running. "Is it a new Pokémon?" Ash gazed ahead in bewilderment. "What incredible speed." Dawn shook her head. "It seems to be Miss Yuka." "You might be right," Brock smirked. "You two are definitely the face of Sinnoh now." In just a few seconds, Yuka arrived before the trio, panting heavily as she aimed her microphone at Ash. "Long time no see." "Uh-huh." Ash and Dawn forced smiles. "It's been quite a journey." "Pikachu, what terrifying speed." "It's all right. Just thinking about how the viewership for this live broadcast will explode puts Yuka in a fantastic mood. Let us greet everyone. Your fans have missed you so much." "Well, it's been a while. How is everyone doing?" In response, Dawn could only hold Ash's hand and wave to the viewers in the live chat. "That's great. Seeing you is wonderful. Wah, so sweet, so sweet. Where have you traveled to, our treasure couple?" "Well, we're in Breezetown." Ash chose a few comments to respond to. "I'm preparing to participate in this hoop competition." "Yay. With Ash participating, I'll definitely watch. Looking forward to it. It's a pity we won TC a doubles match with Sister Dawn." "Alright, that's enough greetings for now." Seeing the excitement rising quickly, Yuka decided to save the rest for the competition and asked everyone to stay tuned for today's magical hoop. "Alright, I'm really sorry for the interruption. I'll pause the broadcast for now." Yuka put down her microphone. "Sorry everyone. They just miss you too much." "No worries." Dawn smiled gently. "Humph. How could this girl not be happy? The whole of Sinnoh knows about her romance with Ash, which is simply delightful. Now, no girl can snatch Ash away from her. By the way, let us confirm next month's song and MV with you." Yuka pondered for a moment before rummaging through her bag to produce a stack of lyrics. The song penned by Xiaoguang during their last encounter had garnered quite a bit of acclaim, yet the audience was yearning to hear their heartfelt duet. Consequently, the lyrics that Xiaoji had previously sent to them underwent a slight refinement. Yuka handed the lyrics to the two of them, requesting that they send it back to her next month. Oh, upon encountering these lyrics that resonate so profoundly with their travel experiences, Xiaoguang gasped in astonishment. "Is this written by Xiaoji?" "Indeed, we merely polished a few phrases. The overall meaning and structure remain fundamentally aligned with what Mr. Xiaoji sent us." A gentle breeze lifted a corner of the lyrics, revealing words that strikingly echoed their shared journey. "Bitter? Spicy? Sour? Is it spicy? Is it bitter? Is it astringent? Is it sour? Life, since we are alive, let us experience it wholeheartedly. Together. Yay, 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 yay." At the very top, the title boldly proclaimed, "Together." Chapter 192, Bugbird. Has Xiaoji taken the stage yet? It seems to be the first round. Ah, I see Xiaoguang cheering for him. How sweet. With the completion of the registration for the competition, Xiaoji sat quietly in the waiting room, polishing his Murkrow's Pokeball. At this moment, Yuka had already opened the livestream channel. Due to the deep ties between Qingfeng Town and Sinnoh Now, nearly all Pokemon Ring tournaments held here were broadcasted by Sinnoh Now. Thus, Yuka had taken charge of this event as well. Consequently, the barrage of comments began to explode. Most of the audience's attention was fixated on Xiaoji, along with Xiaoguang in the stands, fervently cheering him on. Why aren't you wearing a cheerleader uniform?" Xiaoguang remarked. "If I wore it, others would see. Such attire is reserved for Xiaoji and his close friends." It remained uncertain whether she feared Xiaoji feeling jealous. The Pokemon Ring Tournament, Qingfeng Conference, commenced with the first match of the competitors. Yuka glanced at the battle roster in her hand, pausing slightly before announcing, "The Iron Man team faces off against Xiaoji's team." Shaking her head in resignation, she added, as expected. Xiaoji patted Pikachu at his feet. "Let's go. It's showtime." After Pikachu deftly leaped onto Xiaoji's left shoulder, the hot air balloon began to ascend slowly after he found his balance. It reached a relatively stable altitude before coming to a halt, accompanied by a small balloon adorned with rings. And so, the first round begins. With Yuka declaring the match officially underway, Xiaoji and his opponent each released their Pokeballs. Murkrow versus Fiero. However, this battle proved rather unexciting, as it was a one-sided thrashing by Xiaoji. Having endured the formidable blows from Swellow, Murkrow had undergone a remarkable transformation. The feeble and ineffective quick attack from his opponent was effortlessly dismantled with a single aerial ace. Then, before the opponent could react, Murkrow swiftly seized the ring and scored a point at the finish pole. I didn't even get to cheer enough, Xiao Wang lamented. Feeling somewhat dejected at how quickly Murkrow reached the finish line, she had anticipated a formidable opponent. After all, it's just a small competition, Xiaojing nodded, suggesting that Xiaoji should go all out, though it seemed a tad unfair. Meanwhile, as Xiaoji descended from the hot air balloon, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Shinji. Xiaoji greeted with a smile and a wave. You came too? Shinji, however, appeared disinterested. Ah, haha, that's definitely his style, Xiaoji thought, observing Shinji coldly adjusting the hot air balloon's propulsion system, prompting him to head towards the stands. Pika Pika. Just as Xiaoji's match unfolded without a hint of suspense, Shinji faced off against the previous ring tournament champion. Despite the odds, his Honchkrow's level and prowess far surpassed that of his opponent's Dragonite. After a series of exchanges, aided by the wind, a single brave bird sent Dragonite crashing out of the fight. How did it end so quickly? Xiao Wang stared in shock at the expressionless Shinji, who had barely engaged in a few rounds of battle. It's the ability, super luck. As Xiaoji returned to the audience, he adjusted his cap, realizing that a precise strike could exploit the weakness. You're back. Although he grasped the reason, Xiao Wang still found the instant knockout perplexing. However, with Xiaoji now back, there was no need to dwell on such oddities. Shall we take a break and review the lyrics? Xiao Wang thoughtfully vacated her spot, gently pressing Xiaoji's shoulder to encourage him to sit. Actually, I'm not tired. Stay focused, stay focused. Xiao Wang continued her usual mantra, rest well, you have several rounds ahead. The matches progressed rapidly. On the other side, Kojiro dispatched Musashi's Meowth. As someone who tracked Xiaoji daily from a hot air balloon, Kojiro exhibited an uncanny ability to gauge the wind's direction, skillfully evading every attack from his opponent. Ultimately, he triumphed flawlessly. However, post-match, Team Rocket inexplicably found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. The cause? The champion's reward was merely a thin certificate of honor, while the runner-up received a bounty of Pokémon food. Goodness, one is a lifetime of glory, while the other is an endless feast. Who wouldn't be torn over such a decision? Semi-final, first match. Please have competitors Xiaoji and Shinji report to the registration area. After several rounds of competition, Xiaoji and Shinji finally crossed paths in the semifinals. Unlike his previous aloof demeanor, Shinji surprisingly nodded at Xiaoji. Let us have a good match. Pika. This starkly contrasting attitude startled both Xiaoji and Pikachu, though perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Xiaoji had previously assisted Monferno in mastering its blaze ability, altering Shinji's perspective considerably. Murkrow, Honchkrow. The two competitors almost simultaneously released their Pokeballs, Brave Bird, Sky Attack. The two Pokemon shimmered in the air, Honchkrow radiating white light, while Murkrow emitted a dazzling blue glow as their flying-type moves clashed. With an explosive sound, Murkrow emerged first from the smoke, delivering a kick to Honchkrow's head and snatching the ring from the balloon. Don't let it escape. Counter with Thunderbolt. The white light emanating from Honchkrow's wings collided with the white aura surrounding Murkrow, both attacks evenly matched in an aerial standoff. Dark Pulse. Shadow Clone. Observing the black energy wave coalescing in Honchkrow's beak, Murkrow immediately released a flurry of shadows, all darting toward the finish line. Don't let it get away. Realizing the precarious situation, Shinji prepared to unleash Dark Pulse against all the shadow clones of Murkrow. However, in a surprising twist, all the shadow clones vanished as if they were mere illusions. What? Shinji swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Shadow Clone and Thunderbolt. He had suffered this very fate during their initial battle. The speed of using Thunderbolt alongside Shadow Clone would surpass that of Quick Attack. Xiaoji's past words echoed in his mind. Realizing where the true Murkrow was, Shinji shouted to Honchkrow, behind you. Aerial Ace. Too late. Xiaoji clenched his fists. Go, Brave Bird. As the cerulean light illuminated the surroundings, the formidable Muckbird suddenly manifested behind the crow leader, striking its body with a terrifying force and velocity. Simultaneously, as the azure aura of Muckbird dissipated, it was replaced by a more resplendent white radiance. Chapter 193, Little Kojiro's Wish. The audience gasped in astonishment. With Little Light covering her mouth in disbelief, had it begun to evolve? The successive advantages had undoubtedly bolstered Muckbird's morale, leading to this evolutionary transformation. Brock smiled in satisfaction. Perhaps the grievances endured at the hands of the King Swallow had finally found an outlet. As the intensifying white light began to fade, a cascade of long bangs sprouted from Muckbird's forehead, and its form gradually expanded. At this moment, standing defiantly before the crow leader, baring its teeth, was the newly evolved Muckhawk. Despite facing an opponent larger than itself, Muckhawk remained undaunted. Such was its innate nature, especially considering the crow leader was now comparatively smaller. Do not fear. Seeing the crow leader retreat in despair, Shinji gritted his teeth. Strike now. Excellent. Let it witness the power you possess after your training and evolution. As the crow leader charged towards Muckbird once more, Ash waved his arm. Go. Engage in close combat. With a mere flap of its wings, Muckhawk effortlessly interrupted the crow leader's attack. In the midst of the opponent's fearful gaze, it unleashed a barrage of blows, a wing and a foot delivering punishing strikes that elicited pained cries from the crow leader. The final blow, a powerful slap, landed squarely on the crow leader's face, leaving it weakened and staggering towards the ground. Return. Using the swift speed of the brave bird, Ash commanded Muckhawk to toss the ring into the finish line. Seizing the opportunity before Shinji could retaliate, Ash ordered Muckhawk to swiftly conclude the battle. Indeed, after sustaining numerous hits, the crow leader had long since exhausted its strength, its speed merely enough to trail behind Muckhawk's wake. As Muckhawk, enveloped in blue light, faded from view, the ring settled securely on the finish line's railing. Victory is achieved. Advancing to the finals is Ash. With a sigh of resignation, Shinji silently shook his head, feeling dissatisfied with both his command skills and the crow leader's performance. Not enough. Still unable to defeat him. Both of us, our reactions were simply too slow, leading to our defeat. After descending from the hot air balloon, Shinji expressionlessly recalled the crow leader, which had bowed its head in apology and locked eyes with Ash's amber pupils. After a brief glance at Ash, Shinji silently walked away with his hands in his pockets. Perhaps for him, the defeated had no right to speak. The finals, Ash versus Kojiro. Notably, prior to the finals, Ash had discreetly approached Kojiro, quickly discerning his attire. The two amicably agreed to reenact the ring finals from Hoenn and Sinnoh, promising an exhilarating performance for all spectators. Muckhawk faced off against Mechionma. Under normal circumstances, Ash's commanding prowess and Muckhawk's level and strength would have easily overpowered Kojiro. However, the winds of Breeze Town changed the equation. Kojiro, accustomed to the hot air balloon, possessed an acute ability to forecast wind directions and had trained under the tutelage of the Pokémon Ring for several years. His experience far surpassed that of Ash. Had it not been for the peculiar maneuver Ash executed back in Hoenn, forcing the King Swallow to attack with its wings to breach the ring, victory might have already belonged to Kojiro. Thus, it was evident that Kojiro had become considerably more composed. Both competitors struggled for dominance over the ring, neither able to gain the upper hand. We can no longer remain at a standstill. Recognizing the dwindling stamina of Mechionma, Kojiro extended his hand to gauge the wind direction. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to bring the battle to a close. Mechionma, ascend with the wind. Sonic boom. Wing attack. Their respective abilities clashed violently in the air, creating a series of explosive bursts as the ring began to drift towards the finish line. I cannot allow that little brat to prevail. Realizing he might be outmaneuvered again, Kojiro abandoned his previous tactics. Mechionma, Muckhawk, use your tail and wings to drive the ring into the finish. Their synchronized shouts resonated as both Pokémon struck the ring from either side. With a forceful impact, they propelled the ring against the finish line's railing. Victory is achieved. Yuka gazed incredulously at the slow-motion replay, observing that both competitors had struck the ring simultaneously. Thus, the champion of the Breeze Town Ring Tournament was declared. As the screen revealed the images of Ash and Kojiro, Yuka excitedly announced the results. A tie. Both competitors were crowned champions. Wow, Little Light remarked, somewhat astonished. A shared championship? This is the first time I've witnessed such a scenario. After all, Kojiro was also a seasoned competitor in the Pokémon Ring. Brock nodded knowingly. For amateur competitors, facing adverse conditions without understanding wind speed and direction, achieving a tie with an experienced opponent is quite impressive. Thank you, little brat. Not at all. You have showcased the true allure of the Pokémon Ring, Kojiro replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Others may not understand your Pokémon, but I know them well. Muckbird's speed undoubtedly surpasses that of Musashi's Mechionma, especially now that it has evolved into Muckhawk. Kojiro ruffled his hair. So, Muckhawk must have held back quite a bit. Pika, I didn't follow you around for nothing, you know? Ash merely smiled in silence. So then, Pokémon food or honor certificates, what shall you choose? Kojiro graciously allowed Ash and the others to make the first selection, recognizing that the little brat had the greater chance of winning, thus granting them the privilege of choosing first. What do you think? Ash smiled, turning to Brock and Little Light, who both thoughtfully offered the Pokémon food to Team Rocket. Having followed us for so long, you've worked hard too. Little Light compassionately gestured to the disguised Team Rocket trio. This Pokémon food is for you. We don't need it right now. Indeed, Brock affirmed confidently. Managing this food would be quite a burden for us. You truly are the best. We will forever remember your kindness. The Team Rocket trio was moved to tears, nearly bowing in gratitude to Ash and his friends. What a wonderful feeling. The trio dashed off, clutching their bounty as though they had never eaten before. So, am I considered half a Sinnoh resident now? Ash lifted the honor certificate of the Breeze Town Pokemon ring, teasing Little Light, a distinguished citizen of Breeze Town. Humph, even so, you can only be from Twinleaf Town. The girl playfully tapped Ash on the head. With a warm atmosphere enveloping the scene, Yuka slowly raised her camera, capturing a beautiful photograph of the Ashlight duo. The boy, looking disheveled, covered his head, while the triumphant girl proudly tilted her chin, turning her face away with a smug expression. Ah, such is the essence of youth. Chapter 194, Striving. For the 5th ribbon. Ah, it's all Team Rocket's fault. Xiaowang gently caressed the swollen thigh of the Ivysaur, whispering, "Be good. I will fetch some ice to soothe your injury." Not long ago, during their continued journey, Ash and his companions encountered Team Rocket once more. However, Team Rocket was not their greatest concern. Rather, it was the fact that they had provoked a particularly irate Bufflet. The creature's explosive temper led it to rampage, scattering Ash and the others in its wake. This chaos resulted in Ivysaur tumbling off a cliff, injuring its thigh in the process. "It won't hurt too much, I promise." Xiaowang tenderly stroked Ivysaur's head, commanding, "Pachima, use water gun. Jijir, freeze the water with ice beam." Through the collective efforts of Xiaowang's Pokemon, a whole barrel of ice was swiftly produced. As she gently applied the ice to Ivysaur's swollen area, she thoughtfully draped leaves over it to provide comfort. "There. Now it won't be too cold." Noticing the pitiful look in Ivysaur's eyes, Xiaowang smiled softly. "Rest here. I, along with everyone else, will ensure you are safe from any further attacks by Bufflet." Xiaowang's tenderness shone through her words. Shaman nuzzled against Xiaowang's leg, expressing a desire for a hug. All right. She relented, gathering Shaman in her embrace. "Do not fear. Ash will surely find us soon." Indeed, Ash had honed his mastery of aura, allowing him to pinpoint Xiaowang's precise location. Pikachu. Pikachu handed Ash a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Pika? Oh, is this Ivysaur's Pokeball?" Brock examined the exterior closely. "Let us go. We cannot keep her waiting." With the assistance of Bufflet and Team Rocket, the barrier between Xiaowang and Ivysaur was perfectly dissolved. Much like how Ash had meticulously cared for Charizard in the past, Xiaowang's gentle and considerate demeanor touched Ivysaur's heart. Thus, this minor setback turned out to be a blessing in disguise. "Have you made your decision?" On the road to Rado Town, Ash looked at Xiaowang with mild astonishment. "You chose not to let Pachima evolve?" "Yes." Xiaowang nodded earnestly. "I respect and understand every choice Pachima makes." At Lake Shinji, it had rescued both Ash and Xiaowang from an awkward predicament, desiring to remain by their side in its Pachima form. Xiaowang embraced Pachima tightly, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "Thank you so much for choosing me. We must always stay together. Pachima, forever." "Ah, what a beautiful bond," Ash remarked, affectionately patting Pikachu's head. "We have come this far together too, haven't we? Pika, I will always be by your side." "Yes, not just Pikachu and me, but also Xiaowang and Pachima, as well as Brock. Our friendship will never fade." Thus, amidst their journey, they resolved the matter of Pachima's evolution, and the bonds among the three grew ever stronger. Challenges would only serve to catalyze the enhancement of their friendship. Despite the many obstacles they faced along the way, Ash and his companions ultimately arrived safely at Rado Town. Xiaowang was now poised to face the final challenge for her 5th ribbon badge in the grand celebration. However, within the Pokemon Center of Rado Town, they encountered two familiar faces, Kenji and Ayumi. One was there to challenge the Rado Conference for his 4th ribbon badge, while the other was preparing for the upcoming Pokemon Ping Pong tournament. "Long time no see." Kenji called out to Xiaowang, lacking any subtlety. "I can't believe you've surpassed me by so much." "Ha. Call me whatever you like," Xiaowang responded nonchalantly, having long since learned to confront her past insecurities with Ash's warmth. "Are you looking down on me? What do you mean I've surpassed you?" "No offense intended." Kenji shook his head. "So, who will you be using this time?" "It should be Leki and Pachirisu," Xiaowang replied with a smile, gently patting their heads. "Considering it's for my 5th ribbon badge, and they've been in great form lately, I'm counting on them." She then turned to Ash. "Pikachu has been teaching them the tricks of electric attacks as well. For Ash's sake, we must win today." "Ah, you're truly fortunate." Brock sighed, observing Xiaowang's adoration for Ash. "It's quite enviable." "What are you doing?" Xiaowang giggled, wrapping her arms around Ash's. "Besides, my victory is Ash's victory too." Thump. The sound of Kenji's heart breaking. "Well, Back in the glamorous competition backstage, the staff already greet me as soon as they see me. In the dressing room, Ash was tying Xiao Guang's hair into a high ponytail. At this rate, I'm almost developing muscle memory for this. All right, how does this look? With a smile, he secured the final band, admiring the charming girl in the mirror. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like our usual practice matches. Xiao Guang nodded. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I've grown accustomed to the way you style my hair. Without you by my side to do my hair, I might feel even more uncomfortable. She sighed, pondering whether her reliance on Ash was good or bad. We can worry about the future later. Gently lifting her hand, Ash helped her to her feet. Besides, even if I'm not right by your side, we can always video chat privately. Reflecting on their past travels in Unova and elsewhere, he realized he had often kept in touch with Xiao Guang through calls. Chapter 195, Life Without Her. Unova region. The cotton Pokémon are all pairing up. What a youthful sensation, Iris exclaimed, taking a bite of the green apple that Sinnoh had offered her. Her eyes wide with amazement as she watched the groups of cotton Pokémon flying in unison. The sunny days in Unova were unlike those in Sinnoh. This was a realization Ash had come to after spending considerable time traveling in Unova. The sunny days in Sinnoh were warm yet infused with a hint of sweetness, creating an uplifting aroma, whereas Unova's sunny days, while warm, lacked that familiar sweetness. This was a shift that Ash struggled to adapt to upon his arrival. Perhaps it was akin to how Pikachu felt targeted by Zekrom upon its initial arrival, without understanding why. He felt as though something was missing, devoid of that invigorating feeling of daily encouragement. This left Ash somewhat troubled. Thus, even on a splendid day in Unova, he could not quite grasp the essence of youth that Iris and Sinnoh spoke of. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of longing and melancholy. What is the reason behind this? Unable to comprehend his own feelings, he could only attribute it to the difficulty of adjusting to his surroundings. Encouraged by Pikachu, he decided to join Iris and the others in observing the cotton Pokemon's courtship. So this is the essence of love. Sinnoh agreed with Iris. Soon, the meadow will be filled with couples. Couples? The concept seemed unfamiliar to Ash. Yet, he found himself drawing parallels between the cotton Pokemon's interactions and his relationship with Xiao Guang. Their bond is quite profound, he mused, observing the harmonious and affectionate pairs of cotton Pokémon, much like the unspoken understanding he shared with Xiao Guang. So, is this what it means to be a couple? Lacking an understanding of love, he could only liken the cotton Pokémon's behavior to his feelings for Xiao Guang, because it truly resembled him so closely. Whether it was the blissful smiles of the cotton creatures or the unspoken understanding they shared, it was strikingly similar to the bond between him and that young lady. Out of sheer curiosity, he suppressed the surge of emotions and longing within him, turning to reveal a radiant smile as he approached Alice and Tian Tong. Hey, when you refer to a couple, do you mean kindred spirits? In response to the astonished expressions of Alice and Tian Tong, Ash voiced his conjecture, pondering if this was what love truly entailed. Faced with the adorable musings of the young boy, Alice could only chuckle helplessly. Isn't it? Seeing the two of them burst into laughter, Ash was left to contemplate once more, bowing his head in thought. Yet, this connection, this profound understanding, where a single gesture could sway another's emotions, was undeniable. Ash furrowed his brow tightly, seemingly attempting to grasp a pivotal keyword. Was it not strikingly similar to his relationship with Dawn? Thus, he wondered if he could also refer to her as his girlfriend. However, at that moment, he was unable to delve deeper into the true meaning of love, as Tian Tong and Alice were already urging him to go see the cotton creatures. Pika Pika? Pikachu perched on his shoulder had sensed the boy's tumultuous emotions. It gently patted Ash's cap and then its own chest, signifying that it would always stand by him. I actually miss her a bit too. The amber hue of his eyes reflected the vast, cloudless blue sky. A little less was acceptable, but a little more was problematic. It's all right. We'll meet again in the days to come. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika. The journey through Unova was far from the light-hearted adventure Ash had envisioned. His strength and experience seemed to regress uncontrollably, and Pikachu's power fluctuated erratically as well. The protective shield and evasive maneuvers they had crafted together with that young lady were gradually forgotten amid his daily struggles and frustrations. Even though he had secured all 8 gym badges in Unova, making it appear seamless, only Ash understood how absurdly he had regressed. He had not only failed to defeat a rookie trainer, but had nearly lost all 6 of his Pokémon in the final Poison-type gym battle against just 3 of his opponent's Pokémon. Unova lacked grand contests. Perhaps the speed of battling in the league would be swifter, allowing him to challenge the champion sooner. This phrase became a mantra of self-comfort, suppressing the incessant memories of Dawn that plagued him. Yet, Upon finally receiving the 8th badge, he belatedly realized that without the shared growth with Dawn, he had indeed regressed significantly compared to his time in Sinnoh. Each night following that, Ash tirelessly reviewed his performances. Every mistake and issue was meticulously noted in his notebook. It seemed that only through this method could he find solace and calm the restless turmoil within him. This sleeplessness persisted until that day, her return. He had not anticipated encountering Cynthia once more in Unova. In that fleeting moment, his joy reached its zenith, as he reunited with a familiar face in this unfamiliar place. Huh, someone I know? Upon hearing Cynthia's words from the helicopter, Ash was momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. Is it really her? This question echoed within him, igniting a sense of longing. As soon as they arrived at Cynthia's villa, Ash dashed inside, eager to uncover the identity of the familiar person she had mentioned. Despite their frequent private communications, nothing could compare to the dreamlike and tangible experience of meeting face-to-face. Long time no see, Ash. As usual, she teased him, her charming smile bringing back a flood of memories. The sight of her face, which he had missed dearly, made his lips curl upwards uncontrollably. Yes, long time no see. Their high-five felt like a long-awaited promise, both wearing exceptionally radiant smiles. How wonderful it is to see you again. Chapter 196, The Power Gap with Dawn. In the dressing room, the two were hand in hand, captivated by the live broadcast of the event. At that moment, Musashi had just completed her performance, utilizing Kojiro's Monin. She executed an exceptionally captivating swaying dance, captivating not only the audience, but also commanding the atmosphere entirely. Meanwhile, Kenji had taken to the stage with his newly captured Gyarados. Unlike the dazzling skills he previously showcased with his Prinplup and Shroomish, Kenji opted for a starkly contrasting approach this time. He had the stage machinery lift a barbell weighing over 3 times that of Gyarados, and to the astonishment of the audience, Gyarados effortlessly hoisted the immense weight. How impressive! Dawn marveled at Kenji's performance, recognizing precisely which aspect of Gyarados to highlight. Ash merely nodded in silence, his tone unusually subdued. Although Pokemon contests often conjured images of cuteness, the display of sheer strength was undeniably impressive. Are you feeling jealous? Noticing Ash's slightly displeased tone, Dawn playfully poked his cheek. Don't be upset. What does being jealous even mean? Is it a new Pokemon? Ash inquired. Dawn, though exasperated by his lack of understanding, felt it necessary to clarify for him. I believe if it were you, you could lift the barbell all by yourself. Pika Pika. Pikachu eagerly nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Ash shatter Mewtwo's shield with a single punch, he could easily win the Pokemon P1 fighting tournament barehanded. Oh, really? Ash, unusually pouting, turned his face away, not wanting to look at Dawn. All right. What should we do if my boyfriend feels jealous? We must pamper him. Gently, Dawn grasped his face, positioning it before her eyes, and softly kissed him. You're back? At the edge of the arena, Ashen and Brock were anxiously pondering how to pry open the eyes of the ivory pig, just as they spotted Ash approaching with his hat pulled low. What are you doing? Wearing your hat so low to look cool? Having a girlfriend is already cool enough. You owe a fine. Cough cough. Gaining his composure, Ash finally emerged from the flustered state induced by Dawn's teasing. Is the ivory pig still unwilling to cooperate? It clearly missed several moves during training today. Perhaps things will change once Dawn takes the stage. Brock chuckled with resignation, reminiscing about the Tohoku conference. As the 3 boys chatted, Dawn had already stepped onto the stage to the announcer Lillian's voice. Pachirisu, charm up. Under the shimmering allure of glimmering stickers, Pachirisu sparkled on stage. Following that was the customary performance of skills. The combination of Angel's Kiss and Furious Fangs, culminating in a perfect discharge, showcased Pachirisu's charm in every aspect: affection, strength, and speed. Moo. The languid ivory pig finally stirred, captivated by Dawn's graceful commands and dazzling tactics, forgetting its previous reluctance to open its eyes. It knew that if it didn't pay attention now, the performance would soon conclude. Indeed, you are quite the tsundere, Ash chuckled, patting its body. Since you're interested now, you must cooperate with Dawn's training. The ivory pig, unconcerned with Xiaoji's words, merely let out a squeal before resuming its wide-eyed admiration of Xiaowang's performance. Despite having undergone this numerous times, the tension never seemed to dissipate. After the performance concluded, Xiaowang took a deep breath and leaned against the stands, reflecting on how remarkable her display had been, so impressive that even the ivory pig was intrigued. Xiaoji patted her back, encouraging her to be confident, assuring her that everything would be just fine. During this interval, although Jinwoo had vowed to surpass and defeat her as she entered the contestants' passage, after witnessing her performance alongside Xiaoji, he silently shook his head and departed. The outcome was clear. Xiao Wang's captivating performance secured her the first place among all contestants, while Musashi and Jinwu claimed 5th and 6th positions, respectively. As per usual, Xiao Wang and Jinwu swiftly overcame their opponents, ultimately facing each other in the finals. Lek Cat. Charm up. Alright, go, Prince Bo. Both sides sent forth their Pokémon, Prince Bo and Lek Cat, with Xiao Wang holding a distinct advantage in attributes. What do you think? Ah Sun nudged Xiaoji playfully, noting the attribute advantage, suggesting it would be an exhilarating match. No. Xiaoji shook his head, aware that Lek Cat's level and strength were already formidable, meaning it could likely lead to a one-sided dominance by Xiao Wang. Hey, fines. Ah Sun, frustrated, turned to Xiaoji, yelling, you just love to undermine me, don't you? Pay up in 10 seconds. 10-9. Xiaoji, accustomed to Ah Sun's boisterous nature, kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield, not willing to divert his attention. Perhaps in a past life, the double-tailed monster lacked sufficient level, resulting in it being defeated by Prince Bo. Xiaoji murmured, yet facing Lek Cat now, he found no avenue for breakthrough. As Xiaoji predicted, Prince Bo's signature moves were limited: Drill Rush, Tidal Spin, Metal Claw, and Bubble Beam, none of which could inflict tangible harm upon Lek Cat. Conversely, every move from Lek Cat was lethal. Thus, when Prince Bo executed Drill Rush, it was effortlessly countered by Lek Cat's Thunder Fang. This was infuriating. If this continued, he would soon be rendered incapable of battle. Jinwu never imagined Xiao Wang's strength had escalated to such terrifying heights. Yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and attempt to find a breakthrough through the splendor of skills. Prince Bo, use Bubble Beam. Strike it back with Iron Tail. Upon witnessing the launch of Bubble Beam, Xiao Wang recalled Ah Sun's training methods with Pokemon Ping Pong, swiftly adjusting her strategy to counter with Iron Tail. Bubble Beam was, as expected, returned by Iron Tail. Jinwu, unwilling to yield, countered with Metal Claw. The exchange resembled a fervent game of ping pong. Fines. How can you copy my idea? Ah Sun erupted. You both owe me fines after this. Prince Bo, continue using Bubble Beam. As the battle reached a stalemate, Jinwu sought to catch Xiao Wang off guard with 2 successive Bubble Beam attacks to chip away at her score. However, reality did not align with his wishes. Lek Cat. Thunderbolt. The ferocious Thunderbolt pierced through the Bubble Beam attack, surging towards Prince Bo pierced through it with Metal Claw. Don't let it prevail. In this moment, Xiao Wang radiated an aura reminiscent of Xiaoji, commanding, bite it. With a thud, as Metal Claw slightly breached the Thunderbolt attack, Lek Cat's bite clamped down fiercely on it. As Lek Cat exerted more pressure, it began to emanate a dazzling white light. Chapter 197, The City of Chiefeng. Evolution. Jinwu fell into utter despair. Relying solely on brute strength was futile against Lek Cat, and now it had evolved. His score being wiped clean felt like a merciful outcome. As the radiance intensified, Lek Cat's form grew larger. Meow. When the white light dissipated, the imposing Rincon cat materialized on the field, roaring loudly, its bite power escalating, effortlessly shattering Prince Bo's Metal Claw. Had the bite turned into a shatter? Xiaoji waved his hand in excitement. Excellent. Xiao Wang, secure the victory now. Rincon cat, Thunder Fang. With the situation favoring her, Xiao Wang maintained her composure, methodically employing skills to counter her opponent, pushing Jinwu toward a dead end. Just as Jinwu intended to retaliate, he found himself utterly powerless. Originally outmatched by Lek Cat, he was now at an even greater disadvantage against the evolved Rincon cat. He could only watch helplessly as Thunder Fang mercilessly sank into Prince Bo, culminating in a painful, dramatic conclusion to the match. With Jinwu's score completely depleted, the victor of this grand tournament was clear. As the countdown reached half a minute, Jinwu's score had been entirely wiped by Xiao Wang, prompting Lillian to take the microphone early to announce the winner of this glamorous contest. Xiao Wang, the triumphant champion of the 3 consecutive victories from Lily Town, Macaulay Cup. This marked her 4th consecutive victory. Xiaoji, beaming with joy, applauded from the sidelines. Congratulations, Xiao Wang. Perhaps due to the volume of his exuberant cheer or their unique telepathic connection, Xiao Wang turned to smile at Xiaoji, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. I've lost utterly, Jinwu chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he had faltered not only in his battle with Xiaoji, but also in his aspirations to surpass Xiao Wang. Nonetheless, our best couple was no longer concerned with such matters, for Xiaoji had already leaped over the edge of the battlefield, rushing to celebrate with Xiao Wang. Humph, I knew it. No problems at all. Xiao Wang gleefully boasted to Xiao Zhang and Ah Sun. I've secured the 5th ribbon and earned my place in the grand celebration. Whereas Xiaoji? Just as Xiao Wang intended to boast further about her achievements, she realized his absence, He had just been celebrating with her. Ah, Xiaojing shrugged, covering his face with one hand while pointing to Xiaoji, who was on the phone behind him. The screen displayed none other than Aunt Kaizi. Really? She wins and then drifts off to who knows where. Kaizi complained about Xiao Wang's behavior, adding, Xiaoji is much more composed than my daughter, who is full of issues. Oh, haha. After all, it's her first time qualifying for the grand celebration, and everything has gone exceptionally smoothly, so it's perfectly fine for her to be a little happy. Xiaoji chuckled, coming to Xiao Wang's defense. Should I fetch her? You spoil her too much. Hearing Xiaoji continuously speak up for Xiao Wang, Kaizi sighed. Entrusting her to you is truly the wisest decision I've made. What are you saying, Mom? As Xiaoji and Kaizi's conversation grew increasingly absurd, Xiao Wang snatched the phone from Xiaoji, shyly blocking Kaizi's face on the screen. Why not talk to me directly? Why the secrecy with Xiaoji? Hey, I've called the Pokemon Center in Lilytown nearly 5 times. If it weren't for Xiaoji answering, I would have had to pay the phone bill today. All right. I'm sorry, Mom. As the mother and daughter engaged in conversation, Xiaoji shrugged and departed. The following day, under the reluctant wave of farewell from Ah Sun, Ash and his companions departed from Rylong Town, resuming their journey toward Chefeng City. Due to the transformation of the double-tailed monster in this life, Ash had specifically inquired about its opinion, only to receive a resolute shake of the head, indicating a complete disinterest in the Pokemon ping-pong. It was now diligently training with the Dragonite in Professor Oak's backyard, making it entirely reasonable that it no longer favored these trivial competitions. Thus, they hastened their pace and swiftly arrived at Chefeng City. Just 5 seconds left. They wouldn't really cut it that close, would they? Standing atop a cliff overlooking Chefeng City, Xiao Wang gazed helplessly at the time on his watch, though this was indeed their style, wasn't it, Meowth? Meow? As the second hand ticked forward 5 seconds, Xiao Wang's call finally resonated in Xiao Wang's ears. Long time no see. Well, you all remain as punctual as ever, Xiao Wang chuckled, waving his hand at Xiao Wang and pointing to the precise time on his watch, feeling exasperated at the trio's tardiness. Because Mom said, girls must never be late for their dates. What a ridiculous remark, Ash interjected, playfully revealing the actual situation. Just moments ago, he had been shouting, I'm going to be late. Hurry up, Ash. It took me ages just to put on this coat. It hurts. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Wang had already punched him lightly in the arm. Indeed, given that Chefeng City is situated at the northernmost part of Sinnoh, the local weather could only be described as frightfully cold. Without a warm coat, one would likely freeze into an ice cube in no time. Consequently, Ash and Brock donned blue winter coats, while Xiao Wang wore the pink one that Kaizi had sent a few days prior. The red scarf around her neck had been replaced with a white, fluffy one, making her look both sharp and adorable. That infuriating expression, puffed. Unable to contain her laughter at the couple's playful antics, Xiao Wang realized how long it had been since they last met. The last time was when Xiao Wang challenged Miss Melissa. Ash and Xiao Wang exchanged a few awkward chuckles. So, Ash, you've no issues, right? You've got your badge? Indeed, Ash exclaimed, pulling out the badge box from his coat pocket and displaying the 6th badge. Just 2 more to challenge the Sinnoh League. As expected, Ash remains as consistent as ever. But you must still put in more effort. Xiao Wang already has 5 ribbons, right? Have you forgotten what Aunt Kaizi said yesterday? Shut up. Chapter 198, The Awakening of Youth. Restless. Insomnia had become a constant companion. This state of unrest had persisted for far too long. He had never imagined he would suffer from sleepless nights for such an extended period. With a slight sigh, the young man grasped a black ink pen and inscribed the date of a new day into his notebook. He exhaled deeply, gently flipping through the pages of past entries. It had been nearly a month since he last enjoyed a good night's sleep, having endured countless sleepless nights. The Unova region, a place he had longed for, where he could capture new companions and once again challenge the league championship, now felt distant. However, the fervor and zeal he once possessed during his time in Sinnoh seemed to be fading away. He should have realized this sooner. Ever since Pikachu lost its first match against the Snivy, and particularly after the second gym battle where he fell victim to the opponent's roar tactic, followed by his inability to hold his own in a 5v5 against a novice trainer, he understood just how far he had fallen. It was not merely a regression in strategy, it was a decline in his enthusiasm and the tactical prowess that once filled his mind. In the past, he could effortlessly devise counters to hypnosis and adeptly employ them to overcome psychic interference. He could instantly comprehend the venomous tactics of the Sizer, directing his Infernape to unleash a flamethrower to clear the field. Yet now, in the heat of battle, his mind was utterly blank. He could not fathom what had transpired. Pikachu was bewildered, and so was he. Why had it come to this? Since the night he began to earnestly reflect on the matter, He had not once slept soundly. He wiped the sweat from his brow, quietly retrieving the coat and pants hanging by the curtain, dressing silently before stepping out of his room. Thankfully, his actions had never disturbed his companions. Alice and Tiantong had never noticed anything amiss, nor had they inquired about his well-being. Therefore, as long as he maintained a radiant smile, everything would be fine. No problem, no problem. But was it really? Surely not. He found himself at the edge of Miss Sharona's villa, quietly leaning against the railing by the lakeside. The Snivy-esque captivating tactics were effective, but reliance on them was unwise. One must consider type advantages while also believing in the strength of one's companions. During battles, one should not charge recklessly but remain vigilant to the opponent's every move. He silently supplemented his notebook with these insights, meticulously reciting each of his past reviews. A person trapped in despair is akin to one ensnared in quicksand. The more they struggle, the more swiftly despair engulfs them. He understood that the defeats were not the fault of his Pokémon. The issue lay solely with him. His skills as a trainer were regressing. But what exactly had he lost? He pressed down the brim of his cap, his unkempt bangs falling haphazardly over his eyes. Clenching his jaw, he tightened his grip on the railing. "Is that you, Ash?" Ash was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet the gentle, soft gaze of Xiaoguang, her long blue hair cascading gracefully. "Why are you here?" "The sea breeze of Unova feels distinctly different from that of Sinnoh," she remarked, not answering his question. With a smile, she descended the steps to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, an unusual and refreshing presence that felt both cool and pleasant. "Smile a little. This is not the Ash I know," she teased, gently tugging at his cheek with her delicate hand. "You seem quite burdened, don't you?" "Aye. You haven't been sleeping well for quite some time, have you?" She pinched his cheek with a hint of concern. "Did you think I wouldn't notice? I recognized it the moment I first saw you." Her voice carried an unusual tenderness, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, with dark circles forming beneath them, giving her an air of despondency akin to a Darkrai's black hole. "Did you think you were hiding it well?" It had truly been far too long since he had heard words of concern directed at him. For the past month, he had shouldered an overwhelming amount of pressure and despair on his own. He had forced a smile, not wanting his new companions to perceive his struggles, while absorbing all their negative energy. Yet, who was there to share in his burdens? The long-awaited expressions of care felt like a warm sun in the midst of a frigid winter, and the young man's nose tinged with emotion as tears welled in his eyes. He hurriedly attempted to wipe them away. "Oh dear, are you crying?" Xiaoguang chuckled helplessly, using her hand to brush away the tears that had fallen on his cheek. "Did sin get in your eyes?" "Ah, yes it did." Her familiar words elicited a laugh from Ash, a rare moment of joy breaking through his demeanor. "The evening wind is far too piercing, it stings my eyes." "So you really think I wouldn't understand the meaning behind that statement?" The evening breeze gently tousled their hair, Xiaoguang's azure locks dancing in the wind. "Back when I faced my losses in the first round of the Grand Festival, you consoled me in the very same manner, didn't you? I am aware that many say, Ash, your emotional intelligence is lacking. However, quite the contrary, you truly are a gentle and warm-hearted young man. The notion that sand merely entered your eyes is perhaps a guise to shield my self-esteem, is it not?" Xiaoguang's tone was calm, yet the tenderness concealed in her gaze betrayed the affections she held at that moment. "I understand that you must have endured significant blows and setbacks, which led to your current despondency. But please, never forget." Xiaoguang lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his amber orbs. "Regardless of the circumstances, you still have me. I am ever willing to listen to your sentiments, and I can share the weight of your negativity. We shall always be the best of partners." Her words were akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples upon ripples in Ash's heart. "Failure shall never vanquish us, Ash. Your new companions may not comprehend you, but I do. You are kind, brave, optimistic, and proactive, forever respecting the choices and desires of your comrades." The girl's voice rang clear and melodious in the stillness of the night. "For it was you who salvaged me from the depths of despair, bestowing upon me the resolve to persevere in the Pokémon Showcase. You are more exceptional than anyone else. You strive harder than anyone else. And you are more deserving of love than anyone else." Xiaoguang gently placed her hand upon his shoulder, declaring, "You are eternally cherished by me." Cherished? Perhaps apprehensive of the deeper implications behind her words, a faint blush crept onto Xiaoguang's cheeks. "But if you continue like this, it shall be difficult for me as well. Upon our first encounter today, my heart felt as though it had been pierced, and should you persist in this manner, Pikachu and the others will undoubtedly worry about you. Won't they? Do you remember this?" She retrieved a bell from her pocket, recalling how during the double battle, you had given me yours when Shinsuke refused his. "I inscribed my name upon it. Take it with you." Xiaoguang gently placed the soothing spirit into his palm, then silently enveloped his hand. In the days when I am absent, I can only see your face through the phone, so let this soothing spirit accompany you on your travels to every place thereafter. I truly appreciate you. No problem, none at all. The girl beamed with an exceptionally radiant smile, her azure eyes sparkling with joy. We are the best of friends. Are we not? Indeed, we are the best of partners. What? Ash recalled the cotton Pokemon's affectionate demeanor, pondering whether partners were not simply kindred spirits. I see how Alice and Tiantong refer to the affectionately intertwined cotton Pokemon. Ash tilted his head, and our bond seems to surpass that of those purportedly in love. Ah! The girl chuckled helplessly, then with a hint of joy, she continued, then we can indeed call ourselves partners. But only in private, mind you. Why is that? Ash need not concern himself with such matters. The girl playfully hopped up the stairs, urging him, now, off to bed with you. If you do not sleep, do you believe I won't call Aunt Huazi to reprimand you? All right, Miss Xiaoguang speaks wisely. Let us go. Their playful banter and laughter gradually transformed into the characters of youth, carried away by the gentle breeze. Chapter 199, The Class Journey of Ash and Xiaoguang. One of the defining characteristics of Qifeng City is its tranquility, is it not? Ash surveyed his surroundings, admiring the rare sight of snow. Indeed, Xiaoguang's hometown is remarkably peaceful. It is only like this, Xiaoguang chuckled, patting his back. It is precisely because it is so cold here that everyone rarely ventures outside. Speaking of which, are you not cold at all? She pointed to the bundled Xiaoguang and Brock, then glanced at Ash, whose jacket was unzipped, revealing a plain and thin coat underneath. Clearly, the visiting tourists were reluctant to unzip their jackets. Ash scratched his head. I actually feel quite comfortable. I think I could do without this jacket. Pikachu, do you really need to state the obvious? Ash's outfit has never let me down. As expected of Ash, Xiaoguang chuckled helplessly. People's physical resilience truly cannot be compared. Just as Xiaoguang was about to continue introducing her hometown to Ash and the others, she was abruptly interrupted by Ash's sudden command. Something's amiss. Pikachu, above us, Irontail. A nagging sensation warned Ash that something sinister lurked in the trees, and he pointed upward with a serious expression. Sure enough, a Glacian suddenly leapt down, clutching a chunk of ice, ready to hurl it at the four of them. Pikachu, Irontail. Pikachu expertly sliced through the ice, scattering glimmering shards that twinkled upon the ground. This is precisely why I have always said you are well suited for the Pokemon showcase. Xiaoguang ruffled her hair, letting out a regretful sigh. With such effortless strength, if you participated in the showcase, victory would be assured. Is this truly your focus right now? Xiaoguang exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the shattered ice. Shouldn't you first be concerned about why a Glacian is attacking us? That. Xiaoguang scratched her head sheepishly. Your welcome method does not require my intervention this time, senior. She cupped her hands to her mouth, calling up to the tree. The response was a remarkably confident female voice. Indeed, it is quite frightening. You anticipated my movements. The girl, whom Xiaoguang referred to as her senior. Upon seeing Xiaoguang's adorable attire, her eyes sparkled with delight. So cute. Where did you buy that? Her eyes shimmered as she playfully tapped Xiaoguang on the shoulder. Was it from Qifeng City or Zhuqing City? Yes, my mother made it. Xiaoguang smiled wryly, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the enthusiastic senior before her. What kind of packaging did you use? The quality of the jacket is remarkable. This, you must ask Ash. Xiaoguang gestured awkwardly toward Ash, who was observing the scene. Ever since my mother met Ash, she has sent all my outfits to him, and he then passes them to me. Your little boyfriend is quite remarkable. Seeing her senior preparing to pester Ash, Xiaoguang quickly grabbed her hand. Senior, that is rather rude. They are a lovely couple. Why disturb them? Moreover, you have yet to introduce yourself. Oh, right. She suddenly realized, then patted the Glacian's arm. My name is Lingnai, the gym leader of Qifeng City. You must be Ash. I have been waiting for you. What a vibrant gym leader. Cold sweat trickled down Xiaoguang's forehead. It was her first time seeing a gym leader so excited about a challenger. Indeed, due to the extreme cold in Qifeng City, most trainers do not venture here. My senior has nearly been bored to death due to the lack of competitions lately. Xiaoguang nodded, agreeing with her senior's enthusiastic demeanor. You want me to help teach a class? Ash looked incredulously at his own face. I know nothing. Xiaoguang and Brock. Young man, could you refrain from being so ostentatious? I, too, have been troubled by my students' battle lessons lately. Lingnai smiled at Ash. Besides, you already possess 6 badges, which is more than sufficient to demonstrate your prowess to them. Wrong. He has 30 badges. Seeing Ash's intent to retort, Xiaowang unhesitatingly revealed his true accomplishments. Thus, Ash is more than capable of teaching battle lessons. That is his honor. Why are you so proud? Xiaowang poked Xiaowang in the side, bemused by the unexpected pride she displayed. They have all become a family, so why bother distinguishing who belongs to whom? Xiaojing curled his lip, as he was already accustomed to it. Thus, under the fervent invitation of Lingnai, Ash found himself reluctantly dragged into the Pokémon school of Chefing City, compelled to commence his studies alongside Dawn. As for Xiaojing, he is a gym leader, well-versed in all matters. What need does he have for school? He just wanted to sleep. Unlike Dawn, who was passionate about learning, Ash wore a face of utter despair as he gazed at the Pokémon trivia Lingnai was presenting. Utterly uninterested. What use is theoretical knowledge? There is nothing as exhilarating and thrilling as battling directly. Don't sleep, Dawn exclaimed as she pinched his waist, urging him to stay awake for her sake. I was dozing through Professor Yamazaki's summer lecture. Although he was internally resistant to attending class, for Dawn's sake, he steeled himself to listen to Lingnai's questions. However, after hearing several answers from others, his eyelids grew heavy. Not for any other reason, but because that knowledge was fundamentally useless when it came to battling. Who cares if a Kadabra sleeps for 16 hours a day, or that the gas Pokemon was discovered in a bathroom? Had it not been for his past examinations on Guiron Island, he might have been genuinely alarmed by such strange responses. Teacher, at last, someone posed a question. We are here to learn about battling. How does this theoretical knowledge relate to what we are studying? Of course. Lingnai began to speak earnestly. Rapid answering can greatly enhance your reflexes, and the anticipation gained from trivia can provide you with an advantage in battles. Ash. Pikachu, that makes sense. Yet it doesn't. Well, after all, Ash was never one to be considered entirely normal. His battling prowess was unparalleled, something that could not be exhibited at a desk. Once the class concluded, as had been the case in the past, Team Rocket restlessly attempted to steal Pokemon balls. The outcome was predictably disastrous. Lingnai's Abomasnow unleashed a blizzard, combining with Ash's Bizel's water gun to create a frozen water jet. This powerful move sent Team Rocket flying, leaving them no chance to escape with the Pokemon balls. You should really consider participating in the Grand Festival. Xiaowang persisted in his exhortation. Are you sure you want to think about it? Absolutely not, Ash replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, especially since this tactic was inspired by Dawn. He gently patted Dawn on the shoulder, acknowledging that it was she who first suggested using Ice Beam in conjunction with Water Gun, which could yield unexpected results. She had even demonstrated it at the Macaulay Cup with her Ice-type move. Oh, another dose of dog food. The best DP trio. Chapter 200, The Master of Opposing Attributes, the Evolved Torterra. Very well, let's give it our all. Pikachu. At the entrance of the Pokemon Center in Chefing City, Ash, basking in the winter morning sun, had already begun his morning jog. With the rhythmic sound of their footsteps, Dawn and the others finally woke up, reluctantly donning their winter coats as they emerged from their warm beds to prepare for the day's itinerary. However, upon opening the door to the Pokemon Center, they were greeted by the sight of Ash clad in nothing but a short-sleeved shirt. He.s. truly terrifying. Xiaowang shivered, clutching his vest. I'm already shaking from wearing so many layers. According to Ash, Dawn calmly stated the facts. He.s. getting even hotter, unaware of the chill. Ash was currently instructing the 4 Pokemon that would be battling today. Infernape, Torterra, Scizor, Lucario, I'm counting on you. As they stepped into the Chefing gym, Ash had already adjusted his mindset, shedding his heavy winter coat, eager and ready for battle. Let us go, SA to sure. No problem, SA to sure. As always, Dawn donned her cheerleader outfit to cheer for Ash, but unlike her previous attire, she had specifically put on Ash's coat to prevent catching a cold. Is it always like this? Xiaowang nudged Xiaojing's arm. He really puts in a lot of effort. Well, one gets used to it, Xiaojing shrugged. Dawn said she would cheer for him at every match in Sinnoh until he becomes a world champion. They really are a loving couple. The atmosphere in the audience was electric as Ash's match against Lingnai was finally set to commence after the referee announced the rules. Like Ash, Lingnai was a spirited girl who became fervent in battle, both standing in their respective arenas clad in minimal clothing. Let us go, Snorunt. I'm counting on you. Lingnai tied her jacket around her waist and threw out her first Pokemon ball. As expected, she led with Snorunt. Ash smirked subtly. Then it's you, Torterra. Energy Ball. As customary, he initiated with a ranged attack, and Torterra's Energy Ball surged forth with formidable momentum towards Snorunt. However, the opponent's speed was impressive. With just a swift sidestep, Snorunt evaded the Energy Ball. The Emerald Sphere shattered the ice pillars of the icy battlefield, sending shards flying. while Snorunt took advantage of its ice-type prowess to glide gracefully across the ice. What incredible speed! Xiaojing furrowed his brow, realizing that this would be a challenging battle for Torterra, which relied on counterattacks. What will you do next? Lingnai confidently raised her chin, feeling assured of Snorunt's speed. Icy wind. As the icy gust struck Torterra at close range, a layer of frost began to envelop its body. If you don't attack soon, it will be over. Lingnai prepared to finish the fight decisively. Go, Fury swipes. As Snorunt halted its rapid skating, it leaped into the air, its sharp claws poised to strike at Torterra. At that moment, Ash finally seized the opportunity to give his command. Use Leech Seed to catch it. Suddenly, vines erupted from the ground. Shattering the ice layer that covered Torterra, the Leech Seed ensnared Snorunt, lifting it firmly into the air. Excellent. Ash's eyes gleamed with determination. Now, rock climb. With Snorunt firmly captured by the vines, it was unable to resist the rock climb move. Torterra roared, its claws sharpening, and the stones erupted from below, pinning Snorunt down. Not only could it not move its hands, but Snorunt was also unable to shift its feet. In such a prime condition, rock climb perfectly struck Snorunt, sending it flying. Finish it with Leaf Blade. With a swift motion, the Leaf Blade struck Snorunt, which fell helplessly onto the icy surface. The powerful Leaf Blade left a significant dent in the ice. Snorunt lay pitifully in the indentation, its eyes rolling back as it lost the ability to battle. That was impressively quick. Xiaowang gasped in astonishment as the first match concluded in such a flash. Just moments ago, the situation seemed dire, and in an instant, Ash turned it around. Indeed, transforming a fast-paced style into a tank-like approach. That is Torterra's battle strategy. Xiaojing nodded, pleased with Ash's extensive combat tactics. He has not only perfected the speed strategy, but has even mastered techniques he once struggled with to this extent. On the battlefield, the forest tortoise, basking in the euphoria of victory, let out a triumphant roar, and soon radiated a shimmering light of evolution. Puma. The sparse trees upon its back began to flourish, becoming increasingly lush, while its body gradually expanded in size, finally reaching its ultimate evolutionary form, the Terra tortoise. Terra tortoise stomped its feet, reveling in the unrelenting surge of power bestowed by its evolution. Although its speed had further deteriorated, the ceaseless flow of energy and strength within it unmistakably signified its burgeoning might. Indeed, the pressure it exuded was formidable. Reluctantly, Renai recalled the swiftly defeated Snorlax, realizing that victory was imperative for her next Pokémon, Charm. Thank you for your hard work. Rest well. Observing this, Ash also chose to switch his Pokémon. Undoubtedly, Charm was a creature embodying both speed and strength, yet the recently evolved Terra Tortoise was still acclimating to its newfound powers. Thus, a cautious exchange was the wisest course of action. Ash was steadfast in his belief that he must not allow his Pokémon to suffer unnecessary harm. Riolu, you shall take the stage. Chapter 201, The Passion of Fighting Types. This is the Riolu that can unleash Aura Spheres, isn't it? Renai, with an unwavering spirit, gazed at the petite Riolu before her, daring not to slacken her resolve, for she had heard tales from prior gym trainers. Let us commence. The fervor of fighting types is upon us. I share your sentiment. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and simultaneously, they launched their first wave of offense. Charm Riolu. Fire Punch, Force Palm. The initial onslaught erupted, Fire Punch and Force Palm clashing fiercely, Charm's fiery punches meeting Riolu's glowing white arms with resounding impact. Bang! After delivering a blow, neither Pokémon relented, swiftly retaliating with their other limbs. Thud! Each strike resonated with raw power. This was the allure of fighting-type Pokémon. Quite impressive strength. Renai nodded in satisfaction. This is the essence of fighting types. Yet, isn't she the Ice-type gym leader? Hearing Renai's comment, which starkly contrasted her own identity, Kohara scratched her cheek and glanced at her companion, Satoshi, wondering why it sounded as though Renai were more akin to a fighting-type trainer. Well, that's just how the senior is. Small Hope could only offer a resigned smile. Renai's candid approach to fighting resonated with her vibrant personality. Meanwhile, the battlefield had reached a stalemate, with Fire Punch and Force Palm intensifying in their confrontation, both Pokémon gritting their teeth as they unleashed their utmost efforts. With a powerful clash, Riolu and Charm were both forced back several steps, panting as they locked eyes with each other. Meditate, realizing that Riolu's strength could match her Charm. Renai understood the formidable prowess of her opponent. She promptly resolved to enhance her power with Meditate before seeking an opportunity for a surprise victory. Do not grant it the chance. Ash reacted instantly, shouting out as soon as Renai announced her move, charging forward to unleash Aura Sphere. Not so easily, Renai smiled faintly. Charm, use Protect whilst meditating. A green barrier slowly materialized, and as Charam's eyes glimmered with blue light, it summoned Protect to shield itself. This way, provided the opponent refrained from any trickery, Meditate would surely succeed. However, Ash had always been an exception. Upon hearing the command for Protect, a smirk crept across his face. Riolu. Faint. What? Riolu's paw began to emanate white light. After launching the final aura sphere, it swiftly darted ahead of the attack. Then bang. The feint aggressively pierced through the Protect barrier, and the glowing claws struck Charam, who was in the midst of meditation, sending it flying. Using Charam as a springboard, Riolu deftly leaped onto Charam's back, springing into the air with remarkable agility. The previously launched aura sphere followed closely behind. Bang! Just as Charam was sent soaring, the aura sphere struck again, and at that moment, it began to question its very existence. How could a mere Riolu be so formidable? What a flawless combination of skills. Despite having witnessed Ash's rapid assault numerous times, Small Hope could not suppress her astonishment at his overwhelming tactics. No wonder the previously favored tank strategy was deemed imperfect. It turned out that rapid assaults were even more terrifying. Indeed, Brock nodded, noting that while Ash's tactics in Kanto leaned heavily towards offense, in Johto and Hoenn, his understanding of quick strikes had deepened significantly. So you undergo such training every day? Small Hope sympathetically patted Koharu, who was enthusiastically cheering for Ash. It was no surprise that his progress was so rapid. Maintaining a positive mindset amidst adversity was already commendable. Ahaha. Koharu could only chuckle awkwardly. She couldn't possibly reveal to Small Hope that after every training session, she insisted on spending a few hours alone with Ash to relieve their emotions. Alas, the topics during their time together invariably revolved around analyzing their recent training. How utterly lacking in romance. Charam, stabilize your center of gravity with yoga. I want to let you succeed. Ash's reaction time was evidently several times faster than Renai's. He had anticipated that she would employ a power-enhancing move to maintain her state. The combination of Meditate and Protect was now mirrored by the yoga technique. His mind was racing at 100 times the speed, and he had already issued the command to Riolu to attack. Riolu, Force Palm. At that moment, as Charam prepared to strike a yoga pose while flipping in the air, it lifted its face only to lock eyes with the glowing paw of Riolu. The Force Palm landed squarely on Charam's abdomen, and with a helpless groan, it plummeted heavily to the icy ground below. The ice pillars shattered under Charam's weight, and as the smoke cleared, the opponent lay unconscious, devoid of any will to fight. Charam lost the ability to battle, and Riolu emerged victorious. Hooray, hooray, Satoshi. No problem, Riolu. The overwhelming nature of the consecutive victories thrilled Koharu, who waved her pom-pom vigorously to celebrate Ash. Just 2 more wins, and victory would be theirs. No problem. Phew. Indeed, his reaction speed surpasses mine. Renai sighed in resignation. Having sensed her Abomasno's presence so readily yesterday, she should have recognized the formidable nature of this young boy. Thank you for your efforts. Rest well. What a powerful adversary. No wonder Small Hope holds you in such high regard across the board. Renai smiled, retrieving her next pokeball. But the path ahead would not be so simple. I will prevail, and I shall continue to triumph. Once engaged in battle, the aura emanating from Ash was perpetually one of dominance and aggression, just as his words conveyed. I will secure the badge in one fell swoop. Chapter 202. The Threads of a Young Girl's Affection. Ah, dear mother. The atmosphere of Twin Leaf Town was exceptionally harmonious, reminiscent of every novice trainer's birthplace. The surroundings and scenery were profoundly tranquil. Every trainer, having traversed the paths of adventure and relentlessly pursued their dreams, often finds solace in this place, settling down to nurture their offspring, ultimately sending them back out into the world. Thus, at this moment, the young and spirited Shoko, having been hastily dispatched from home by her mother, is no exception as she daydreams about the tales that await her after obtaining her very own Pokémon. But it's just an electricity bill. Why must I embark on this errand alone? The girl pouted in reluctance, already envisioning the glamorous stage of the upcoming contest, eagerly preparing for her own performance. However, despite her grievances, she knew she must heed her mother's words. Tomorrow marks the beginning of her journey. Shoko's azure eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed up at the clear, cerulean sky, pondering if traveling alone would truly present any challenges. Well, it's fine. Resolving to dismiss her worries about the journey, she donned a radiant smile and began to sprint towards the nearby convenience store. After all, Twin Leaf Town is but a quaint little settlement, and the distance to the store was not far. She could already glimpse its outline after just a couple of strides. Oh, After paying the bill, I can also check out the contest stickers. Tightening the straps of her yellow backpack, she reassured herself that she still had ample time to explore. Yet, things rarely unfold so seamlessly. Just as she often cheerfully proclaimed, "No problem," she found that the more she asserted it, the more complications seemed to arise. "This is your electricity bill for the month. If everything is in order, please sign here." The clerk at the convenience store maintained his professional smile, gently sliding the receipt toward Shoko. Once signed, she could proceed with the payment. Yes, no problem. With confidence, the girl picked up the pen and inscribed her name, only to then reach into her bag. Something's amiss. It's so empty in here. She rummaged further. Wait, I really didn't bring any money. Stunned, she recalled that in her haste to escape the house, burdened by her lingering frustrations, she had dashed out with her backpack without checking its contents. Now, not only could she not browse the store or admire the contest stickers, but she also had to make a trip back home to retrieve her funds. No problem. It's merely a matter of forgetting my money. I can hurry back and still make it in time. Shoko continued to pat herself on the back, dismissing her minor dilemma. But was it truly no problem? Returning home for cash would undoubtedly earn her a scolding from her mother, perhaps even a lengthy reprimand for her carelessness. What a bother. Nevertheless, at this moment, heading back for the money seemed to be the most sensible choice. She consoled herself as she prepared to reorganize her backpack for the return trip, when suddenly, a voice as clear as a bell resonated behind her. "Did you forget your money? I can cover it for you." The boy's voice rang out with a clarity that felt both unfamiliar and yet strangely nostalgic, as if she had heard it many times before. Shoko lifted her gaze, meeting the sight of a boy with a remarkably gentle smile. What a handsome, radiant young man, she thought, and in that instant, an inexplicable flutter coursed through her. Why did she feel such nervous excitement for someone she had never met? The boy seemed to possess a unique charm, exuding an aroma reminiscent of something she had longed for yet had never encountered, strange yet familiar. "Is that really okay? We barely know each other." "It's fine. I've been traveling for quite a while. I can front you this small sum. So you want to have to make a round trip." The boy's casual words sent ripples through Shoko's heart, leaving her unable to quell the surging tide of emotion. But I truly don't know him, she thought, feeling her heart race as she covered her flushed cheeks. Yet, what was the source of this peculiar sensation? Do you believe in love at first sight? This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, as she struggled to comprehend the overwhelming fondness and curiosity she felt towards this boy. After that, she and the boy engaged in a lengthy conversation, sharing stories from his journey that began in Kanto until the moment he met her. Each captivating tale fueled her yearning for the adventures awaiting her on the morrow, slowly dissipating her anxiety about the unknown. She discerned that the boy before her was undeniably gentle and deeply passionate about Pokémon. Just from observing the profound bond between him and his Pikachu, she sensed he was a trustworthy companion. The thought of traveling together with him filled her with joy and excitement. "Well, it's getting late. Let Pikachu and me walk you home, shall we?" Shoko suddenly realized how long they had been engrossed in conversation. Yet, the mere thought of parting from him ignited an overwhelming sense of reluctance and sorrow within her heart. Unwilling to settle for just a fleeting encounter, Shoko cast aside her shyness, inhaling deeply before bowing to the boy, imploring, "Please, allow me to travel with you." "No. Wait. Please let me accompany you on your journey. I beg you." "Absolutely." The boy's smile was enchanting, a pure and sunny expression that seemed capable of melting all icy barriers. In that moment, Shoko felt her heart thawing alongside it. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Perhaps, indeed, she was experiencing the enchantment of love at first sight. During the subsequent travels, she finally mustered the courage to confront her bashful heart. Yes, she had genuinely developed profound feelings for the boy before her, feelings that were anything but ordinary. Perhaps without the enchantment of dreamlike magic, she would never have believed in the concept of past lives. Yet, after dreaming of scenes that felt all too real, she began to understand. In her dream, she journeyed alongside Ash through Sinnoh. The Ash in her dreams was not the mature, composed figure she knew. He faltered and even faced despair after a brutal defeat by Paul. They comforted each other, growing together, their synergy allowing them to overcome countless setbacks. In her dreams, he never became the Sinnoh champion. He fought valiantly, but fell in the semifinals, leaving her absent from his subsequent journey. Their reunion occurred on the grand stage of the World Championships. Ash truly excelled in her dreams, defeating the world champion with Pikachu to claim the title of #1, while she silently supported him, watching him flourish. It was truly her. Is your relationship with him merely platonic? This was the question that echoed as her dream came to an end. "No, but I understand what I must do." Shoko's response was resolute. At this moment, she finally grasped her path forward. The connection between them transcended mere friendship. To be precise, it was far more than just ordinary love. Is a romantic bond truly that feeling of wanting to be with someone forever, even in dreams? Thus, when her friend Tao posed this question, she felt a deep turmoil within. She feared that the boy would be unable to provide an answer. Yet, he affirmed her inquiry with newfound clarity. I like you. These words emerged from the mutual understanding of their feelings after a shared moment in the hot springs. In this life, we are not confined to friendship. The film projected was not merely romance. They were the embodiment of it. Chapter 203, The Unstoppable Battle. What a commendable spirit. Witnessing Ash's unwavering momentum, Renai tossed forth her next Pokeball, declaring resolutely, You must win, Snover. As the dazzling white light from the released Pokeball dissipated, a creature emerged that was half the size of the imposing Abomasnow. Unlike the serious demeanor of its predecessor, this adorable Snover exuded an endearing charm. It was hard to fathom that such a delightful Pokemon would evolve into the fearsome Abomasnow. Now, who shall you send into battle? Ah, of course. It tugged at its own hat brim. Ash gently tossed out his third Pokeball, declaring, Sizer, it's your turn. Galayo. Hey. Don't smother my face. In stark contrast to the previous Pokemon, Sizer immediately reverted to its old antics, playfully clinging to Ash's face with its tongue. This instantly shattered the cool atmosphere that had been building. Even after evolving, its personality remained unchanged. Kohara chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. Sizer was indeed still a child at heart. All right, time to battle seriously. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Ash lifted Sizer off his face and swiftly tossed it onto the battlefield. Galayo, remember, while it's all fun and games, we must approach this battle with utmost seriousness. Once airborne, Sizer tucked its tongue away and adopted a serious expression as it faced Snover. Such an adorable disposition. Renai, it's time to attack. Snover, use Leaf Blade. Sizer, extinguish it with Flamethrower. Sizer adeptly flipped off the ice pillar, gliding towards Snover with the aid of its wings. Simultaneously, the fiery energy of Flamethrower surged forth from Sizer's mouth, charging directly into the Leaf Blade attack and incinerating it with ferocity. Galayo, the 4 times effective Flamethrower clamped down on Snover's arm, eliciting a desperate scream. Don't let it escape. Use Ice Beam to immobilize it. Seeing the bluish light emanating from Snover's hand, Ash swiftly waved his hand sideways, using Sizer's tail to knock it away. Before the Ice Beam could fully coalesce, Sizer's tail had already struck Snover, sending it flying with tremendous force. How naive. Ice Beam. Yet, as a gym trainer's Pokemon, how could it be that weak? Snover merely adjusted its balance with a nimble roll. The fully charged Ice Beam locked onto Sizer and launched forward. Use Swords Dance to deflect it. Galayo. As Sizer began to spin, the icy blue light of Ice Beam was gradually deflected by the Swords Dance, and the rebound formed a low-grade counter shield that hurtled back towards Snover. Attack is always the best defense. Ash smiled subtly. Go. Bullet Punch. Seed Bomb. Use Flamethrower to break through. Renai's strategy was simple. If she could momentarily halt Sizer, it would allow Ice Beam to strike its target once more. Even if the quadruple effective Ice Beam couldn't deliver a fatal blow, it would suffice to nullify Sizer's advantage. Yet, Ash had anticipated all of this. Thus, Flamethrower surged through the barrage of Seed Bombs, and Bullet Punch sent Snover flying. At the same time, Flamethrower delivered a timely final assault, enhanced by Swords Dance. Its power had become formidable. As Flamethrower ruthlessly clamped down on Snover, it let out a feeble cry before collapsing, unable to continue the battle. With Snover incapacitated, Sizer claimed victory. 3 o'clock. One more win, and the Ice Badge would be in hand. Could it be that battling against the type disadvantage could proceed so smoothly? Koharu gazed intently at Sizer returning to Ash's side, realizing that Swords Dance not only disrupted the opposing skill, but also amplified its own signature move. Of course. Let us go, Ash. Secure the final round. Was the climax finally upon them? Having grown accustomed to the couple's affectionate displays, Koharu was keen to focus on the final match. Renai's Abomasnow was no pushover. With bated breath, Koharu glanced at Ash as he prepared to switch Pokemon. Who would he choose to face it? With a slow exhale, Ash reflected on the formidable Abomasnow that was finally making its appearance. He recalled his Super Abomasnow from Kalos. Indeed, I must trust in the bond we share. Weighing the Pokeball in his hand, he revealed a knowing smile. Infernape, you're up. UGA. As the white light flashed, Infernape materialized before Abomasnow. Though not as large, the fierce determination in its eyes held no fear as it met Abomasnow's gaze. Blizzard. Flamethrower. The searing flames clashed instantaneously with the frigid blizzard, neither yielding to the other, creating a thick haze of mist between them. Hey, the flames aren't melting the snow. Koharu watched in astonishment as the mist expanded, pondering if Renai's Abomasnow was of a higher level than Ash's Infernape. Renai's Abomasnow was indeed a true ace. Koharu nodded knowingly. The ice that flames couldn't melt exemplified Abomasnow's true strength. Meanwhile, the mist had enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the forms of both Pokémon. All right, Ash, how will you attack now? Renai's lips curled into a sly smile. Unlike Infernape, Abomasnow has spent its life in blizzards. It can discern your Infernape's location through sound and footsteps. Well, it seems we have no choice then. Hey, could you not smile so brightly while saying that? Koharu chuckled helplessly. It was always like this with Renai. Straightforwardness would suffice without the theatrics. Yes, it's the same with battling Wusong, Mikoli, Melissa, and even Lily. Whenever everyone assumes he's in a predicament, he wears that confident smile. Chapter 204, The Ice Badge, a Reunion with Shinji. That overly confident smile felt so out of place. Renai increasingly suspected she had fallen into Ash's trap. Abomasnow would hammer. No sooner had the words left her lips than the sudden shift within the mist revealed Ash's strategy. UGA, Infernape charged with a fiery wheel, colliding fiercely with Abomasnow's abdomen, sending it hurtling backward alongside the flamethrower that erupted at close range. In an instant, the mist dissipated under the onslaught of searing flames, leaving Abomasnow to crash to the ground in a chorus of pained cries. How could this be? Renai stared in disbelief at Infernape, which now bore an expression of utmost confidence, entirely unfazed by the mist's interference. It can even see through smoke from a fire. Ash pinched his nose. Satisfied with Infernape's training, he had employed this tactic long ago during the finals of the doubles tournament against Shinji and Kohei, instructing Cyndaquil to utilize the smoke-piercing vision it had learned from Squirtle to break the stalemate. In a similar vein, the fiery monkey, too, engaged in daily sparring with the fire rock mouse in the backyard, often finding its eyes stinging from the smoke. Over time, it had no choice but to humbly seek guidance from the fire rock mouse. Thus, it was only natural that it would eventually grasp the skill to see through the haze. Go forth. Let it witness the bond we share. Ash clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, unleashing the sonic punch. Quickly evade. Though somewhat clumsy, the Blizzard King wobbled down to the ground, narrowly avoiding the sonic punch, which instead struck the ice pillar behind it with tremendous force. In an instant, ice shards exploded, scattering numerous small ice fragments across the icy arena. Blizzard, fiery monkey, stand upon those shattered pieces of ice. An utterly unexpected command from Ash abruptly disrupted Renai's next move, for she could not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Yet, the fiery monkey had already provided her with an answer through its actions. UGA, the fiery monkey adeptly leaped onto the fragmented ice, using its slippery surface to glide gracefully, executing a figure-skating maneuver. Such a technique exists. Xiaowang's expression morphed into one of perplexity. Was this the drifting technique of the swirling ears Piao Piao fist on ice? She glanced at the overly excited Xiaoguang, recognizing that this battle was indeed suited for a grand competition, truly a testament to Ash's prowess. Flame burst, with its feet planted on the shards of ice. The fiery monkey's speed surged, reversing the disadvantage posed by the icy terrain's slickness. UGA, the Blizzard King's every attack failed to touch the agile fiery monkey, while the latter's strikes seemed to lock onto the target, perfectly hitting the Blizzard King from every angle. Bow. This nimble little monkey incensed the Blizzard King, which stomped its feet in fury, charging straight at the fiery monkey, utterly disregarding Renai's words behind it. Wait, Blizzard King, remain calm. However, it was too late to rein in the enraged Blizzard King. It was solely intent on delivering a few slaps to that monkey. Here it comes. Observing the Blizzard King's rage, Ash waved his hand. Sonic punch. Bang. The fiery monkey leaped from the shattered ice, suddenly appearing atop the Blizzard King's head, the white light of the sonic punch emanating from its fist. As this powerful punch landed squarely on the Blizzard King's head, the fiery monkey, fearing its opponent would not lose its fighting capability, followed up with a close-range flame burst. Bow. An endless wail reverberated throughout the icy arena, causing the 3 spectators in the stands to shudder. Goodness, how terrifying that flame must be, so ruthless. The Blizzard King lost the ability to battle, and the fiery monkey emerged victorious. Thus, the victor is the challenger Ash. A clean sweep, Xiaowang murmured, and every match was a complete victory? Well, it could be considered friendly. Brock patted her shoulder, recalling that in the previous battle at the Yuan Gym, he hadn't even sent out a third Pokemon. relying solely on the fiery monkey and the swimming weasel to defeat Melissa's 3 Pokémon. Increasingly, it seemed as though his intellect was not that of an ordinary person. "Oh, I have completely lost to you." Renai, with a face full of resignation, helped the fallen Blizzard King up and slowly approached Ash, exclaiming, "You truly are as impressive as Xiaowang often praises. Moreover, it seems your little girlfriend is eagerly waiting to celebrate your victory." Renai teasingly pointed at Xiaowang, who was hurriedly descending the stairs from the stands. "What an exhilarating battle. Congratulations. This is the emblem of victory, the Ice Badge." "Excellent. The Ice Badge. I have obtained it. Pikachu." "UGA." Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, while the fiery monkey hung onto his thigh, creating a remarkably harmonious scene that Xiaowang captured perfectly with her camera. "BRR, it's a bit chilly." During the match, the adrenaline had coursed through him, rendering him oblivious to the cold. Yet, now that the battle was over and the sun had set, Ash finally succumbed to a shiver. "Come here." Xiaowang, donned in her pink cotton jacket, handed Ash's coat, saying, "Honestly, even if you have a strong constitution, you should take care of your health. What if you fall ill? To endure such frigid weather in short sleeves for so long outside, Ash's constitution is truly terrifying. If you don't start feeling cold now, you might as well have an ice-type affinity." "Ahaha, I truly apologize." The 3 individuals behind them instinctively took 2 steps back, granting the 2 a moment of privacy. However, such a favorable situation was soon interrupted by an outsider. "Are you Miss Renai, the gym leader?" A voice devoid of any emotional inflection emerged from nearby. "Please, accompany me." "Shinji, I understand. I shall return tomorrow to challenge you." He immediately deduced that Ash had just battled Renai, bowed slightly to her, and turned to leave. He hasn't changed at all. Xiaowang awkwardly forced a smile, recalling Ash's earlier remarks about Shinji inquiring about him. She had thought he had genuinely changed. "He is? You could say that he is Ash's formidable rival, though they tend to bicker upon meeting." "Huh, they are rivals, yet their relationship differs from that of Xiaowang and Xiaowang." Renai pondered, observing the purple-clad youth walking away in the distance. How had Ash fared against him? "Well, thus far, I have managed to secure all victories." "Is that so? Xiaowang, why don't you take them to the Pokémon Center for some rest?" In response, Renai thoughtfully nodded, suggesting that if she had time tomorrow, she would come to witness their battle. "I certainly will. I must capture a handsome photo of Ash. He is simply stunning." Chapter 205, Battle at the Pyramid. So, was Ash's fiery monkey originally trained by him? That night, within the Pokémon Center of Chiefing City, Xiaowang was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xiaowang and Brock about Shinji. The Pokémon Center in Chiefing City not only provided warmth for the trainers, but also offered a bonfire at the center for them to warm their hands and bodies. Thus, indoors, the 3 had already shed their winter coats, donning short sleeves as they chatted. "I've heard that he and Ash have completely opposite personalities. Is that correct?" Xiaowang furrowed her brow, glancing at Xiaowang. If Ash could be described as warm, sunny, and gentle, then Shinji would be? Xiaowang nodded, replying, "He could be described as cold and ruthless. It is precisely because of this that they cannot overlook one another." Brock added, "Their philosophies on raising Pokémon differ. Yet their strengths are formidable. The inevitable clashes arising from contrasting viewpoints are to be expected. We should really ask Ash for his perspective on this." Xiaowang's brow remained furrowed, perplexed by Shinji's character. "Hey, where did Ash go?" "No." Xiaowang, accustomed to Xiaowang's inquiries, pointed outside to where Ash, wrapped in his coat, was likely off to chat with Shinji. "Well, that seems reasonable." On this frigid night, Shinji was methodically conducting special training with his Charizard and Electabuzz. Yet, surprisingly, he offered praise regarding Charizard's flamethrower. "What brings you here again?" Emotionlessly recalling Charizard, Shinji slightly closed his eyes. "You used Scorpius and Turtwig today, didn't you?" "Huh." Ash was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Oh yes, why?" Upon Ash's acknowledgement of his actions, Shinji silently shook his head and turned to exit the Pokémon Center. To use grass and ground types while battling an ice-type gym. Could this be what they call the power of trust? Though phrased as a question, Shinji's tone carried an unmistakable hint of sarcasm. The irksome remarks were overheard by the indignant Xiaowang, who had come searching for Ash. With a face full of fury, she pointed at Shinji and exclaimed, "Hey, who do you think you are? You can't speak like that, regardless of the circumstances." Had it not been for Xiaowang grasping her wrist, she might have charged at Shinji in a fit of rage. Ash, leaning against his Scorpius and Torterra, had unexpectedly triumphed over the senior with a strategy that defied elemental expectations. "On what grounds do you dare to speak of him like that?" With a resigned sigh, Shinji disregarded Xiaowang's words entirely, striding resolutely towards his room. How infuriating it was to discover that his character was indeed so loathsome. Gritting her teeth, Xiaowang declared, "Tomorrow at the gym battle, I will surely support the senior in defeating him. Thank you. I have received the Pokeballs for both of them." The following morning, after completing his morning exercises, Ash waved to Professor Okido on the other end of the phone. "Professor, you must take care of your health too." Haha, you've already arrived in Chiefing City, haven't you? Are you planning to accompany Xiaowang back to Shuanya Town? Yes, I suppose I will accompany Xiaowang back home. That's right. The mayor of Shuanya Town recently invited me to participate in the Shuanya Festival. Professor Okido nodded. Your mother has been incessantly mentioning wanting to meet Xiaowang ever since she saw your and Xiaowang's show, along with the 2 love songs you released. Oh dear. Every time she visits me, she complains about how you haven't called her lately, saying you must have forgotten about your old mother. Professor Okido crossed his arms, pausing to adjust his tone before continuing. So, this month, I will visit Shuanya Town to meet both of you on your mother's behalf. Everyone in Shinshin Town is following your show. You have truly become a global sensation. Ahaha. Pikachu and Ash exchanged a resigned glance, then shook their heads before ending the call. From Chiefing City to the Lake of Wisdom, and then, to confirm his subsequent journey, Ash gazed at the Sinnoh map projected on the wall. Magina Town? He had nearly forgotten about that place. Memories flooded back, and he helplessly covered his face. After Regigigas, Arceus would eventually come, as was destined. If Dialga and Palkia could forget his identity in their rage, could the furious Arceus still recognize him? This truly was a thought-provoking question. Ah, you're up early, Ash. Just as he pondered this, a small hand rested on his shoulder. Turning slightly, he discovered Xiaowang yawning behind him. Yes, my body has grown accustomed to waking up at this hour. Gently grasping the girl's slightly restless hand, Ash scratched his cheek. Have Xiaowang and the others gotten up? Yes, they are already preparing to head downstairs. As the two conversed, a commotion arose at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. A car honked as it approached Shinji, who was about to head to the Chiefing Gym, before coming to a halt at the Pokemon Center door. Brother? It's been a while. Descending from the car was Raichi, Shinji's elder brother, whose temperament was the complete opposite of his own. Oh, Mr. Raichi has come to Chiefing City as well? Xiaowang gently opened the window, shaking off the snow that had accumulated overnight. However, Ash paid no heed to such matters. He dashed outside without even donning a winter coat. Hey wait, you'll be cold without your coat. Xiaowang sighed helplessly as she picked up her pink coat and Ash's blue one, following closely behind him. As always, their conversation revolved around nostalgic topics. Raichi inquired about Ash's badge count and recent news, briefly touching upon the Pokemon League matches being broadcasted on Sinnoh now. Yet Shinji remained indifferent, seeming utterly disinterested in the conversation. It was evident that while one brother engaged warmly with others, the other wore a stern expression, lost in thought. This hardly resembled the bond of siblings. As Xiaowang and Xiaojing emerged, dressed and ready, the group exchanged a few more pleasantries before preparing to head to Chiefing Gym to witness Shinji's match against Suzuna. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the group's gaze was eclipsed by a colossal shadow in the sky. A pyramid-like structure, equipped with 4 engines, was soaring through the air. That's... Xiaojing pointed in astonishment at the eerily familiar edifice. He patted Ash on the shoulder. What a nostalgic sight. Indeed, Ash replied, his eyes gleaming with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the flying pyramid. The battle pyramid, it's been a while. In the past, he had triumphed using only a Regice. But this time, he was determined to win with honor. Chapter 206, 3 vs 3, Battle against Regirock. Oh, it's the boy. Upon seeing the battle pyramid, Ash and his companions promptly relayed a signal to the battle pyramid via the Pokemon Center in Chiefing City. Thus, when Ash's face appeared on the screen inside the pyramid, a hint of a smile broke through the serious demeanor of the Battle Frontier's leader, Jendai. Near the border of Chiefing City, the battle pyramid began its descent. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions, riding in Raichi's car toward the battle pyramid, reminisced about past events. I remember Ash telling me. Xiaowang tilted her head, recalling their first day together and the travel experiences they had discussed. Though he faced 2 failures, Ash eventually managed to win, right? The previously expressionless Shinji could no longer contain himself upon hearing this. He turned around in shock to look at the source of this revelation, who was calmly admiring the scenery of Chiefing City. You won. Then, until they reached the foot of the battle pyramid, Shinji remained silent. It was evident he was questioning his very existence. Long time no see, Mr. Jendai. Having previously battled, Raichi and Ash enjoyed a significantly friendlier relationship with Jendai, so upon exiting the car, they greeted him with a slight bow. Ah, such familiar faces. Jendai crossed his arms, a rare smile gracing his serious countenance. I've been following the news. Young man, your growth is remarkable. Jindai patted Ash's shoulder, recalling Ash's brave actions in calming Dialga and Palkia in Bayong Town, risking his life to save the future of others. You are truly impressive, Shinji. Goodness. I was merely questioning life, and now I'm doubting it. Not at all. I simply did what was necessary. Indeed, you have matured considerably. Jindai reflected on the reckless boy from the past, now transformed into a composed young man. Oh, by the way, your name is Shinji, correct? Jindai turned his gaze to the advancing Shinji. You are Reichi's younger brother, aren't you? Do you remember me? Despite being taken aback by Ash's past, Shinji remained calm and issued a challenge. I wish to engage you in a full 6 versus 6 battle here. Oh, observing the resolute determination in Shinji's eyes, Jindai nodded. I understand. Taro, you may accompany Miss Mikoto to the shrine. Such earnest eyes make it impossible for me to decline your challenge. While it may not be polite to say, this match was nothing short of brutal, exceedingly cruel. Jindai held nothing back. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel took turns battling. Even with Shinji employing Pokemon that held type advantages, his Pokemon were nearly trampled underfoot. The first 4 managed to unleash some moves. But by the time it came to his last 2 Pokemon, a Kadabra and a Charizard, they were utterly defeated without even managing to launch a single attack. The spectators, including the young Ko, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Shinji. Despite his somewhat disagreeable demeanor, his plight was undeniably tragic. Ko watched with a wry smile as Shinji recalled his last Pokemon. One couldn't help but wonder if such a mindset would lead to further complications. Brock nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Mr. Shindai was exerting his utmost effort to assess Shinji's capabilities. Young man, is this how you approach battle? Shindai chastised the mentally overwhelmed Shinji, his expression grave. While you have indeed nurtured them to be formidable, once you step onto the battlefield, you must maintain your composure. Is this not your responsibility? I hope to engage in a rematch with the composed version of you one day. In response to Shindai's counsel, Shinji straightened up and bowed respectfully, then fell into a contemplative silence as he prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, Shindai's voice halted him once more. He slowly shifted his gaze to the young Satoshi in the audience, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why not stay and witness another battle? Young man, do you have any objections? Shindai called out to Satoshi. Come on, I wish to see the progress and growth you've made during this time. Was the moment finally upon them? The Shindai of the past had lost to himself. He had always understood that as long as his opponent was willing, his next match would be far worse than today's Shinji. Thus, even if he ultimately stood in the finals of the World Championship, he occasionally reminisced about this match in which he had not given his all. In this instance, Shindai was granting himself another opportunity. Perhaps it was the news he had seen that spurred him to test his current progress and abilities, prompting him to propose a battle that had never been suggested in his previous life. Of course, Satoshi replied with a smile as he rose, gently stretching his limbs after sitting for too long. There was no reason to refuse the invitation to battle. The 2 young men exchanged fierce, determined glances, each able to perceive the fervor and excitement within the other's eyes. The allure of Pokemon battles lay precisely in such moments. However, while their enthusiasm and passion were palpable, the other onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Is everything really all right? Ko asked, his expression grave as he watched Satoshi leap down from the stands. Regirock, Registeel, Regice. Even facing just one of them is a daunting challenge. Everything will be fine. Unlike the trepidation of others, Ko maintained unwavering faith in Satoshi. I believe he will undoubtedly triumph over Mr. Shindai. However, due to the presence of so many outsiders and the lack of appropriate facilities to change clothes, Ko merely retrieved a pom-pom from his bag to cheer for Satoshi, following the usual rules of the battle arena. As Satoshi reached the opposite end of the battlefield, Shindai nodded slightly. 3 against 3. The match concludes once one side's Pokemon can no longer battle. How does that sound? Yes, no problem. Satoshi waved to Brock, signaling him to assume the role of referee. With a deep breath, Satoshi wiped his slightly flushed palms. This was likely to be the most intense match since returning to Sinnoh. He weighed the first Pokeball in his hand and then gripped it tightly. Go, Regirock. It should be noted that Shinji had just battled Shindai, so his Pokemon must have sustained some injuries, though they were likely not severe. Everyone could simply consider that the match had allowed for a brief rest, waiting for the 3 legendary Pokemon to recover before continuing. Lizard King, it shall be you. The final showdown in the battle arena was about to commence, marking the conclusion of the journey in Sinnoh. Chapter 207, Lizard King vs. Regirock. Is that the Lizard King from the Macaulay Cup? Upon seeing the green figure with a branch in its mouth, Ko focused intently. Satoshi had an advantage in terms of type, Indeed, that was the case before as well, Brock nodded. In the past, during Satoshi's first challenge at the Battle Pyramid, his body had been taken over by the king of Pokelantis, forcing him to send forth the Lizard King to challenge Regirock. The king of Pokelantis employed truly underhanded tactics, even using the referee as a human shield, perfectly embodying the image of a brutal ruler. Fortunately, Shindai remained composed and thwarted the king of Pokelantis' schemes with his own powerful move. Everything will be fine. Ko shook the pom-pom in his hand. During the battle against Mr. Macaulay, Satoshi's Lizard King displayed remarkable speed and strength, so there should be no issues. What a nostalgic face. A smile graced Shindai's features as he declared, I grant you the first move. Come forth, Lizard King, Leaf Blade. A flash of green light erupted as Lizard King's arm glowed with a vibrant emerald hue, the leaf blade slicing through the air towards Regirock in an instant. Flash. The double strike of the leaf blade landed squarely on Regirock, forcing it to stagger backward. Both speed and strength have improved since then. Shindai acknowledged with a slow nod. Regirock lock on. As Regirock's eyes glowed a fierce red, the lock-on attack fixated on the Lizard King's chest. This is problematic. It's the same tactic again, Brock furrowed his brow. If this continues, the next use of Hyper Beam will undoubtedly hit. Yet, despite the eerily similar strategy, Satoshi remained remarkably calm, issuing commands with confidence. Leaf Storm. The swirling tempest of leaves erupted from Lizard King's back, engulfing Regirock in a flurry of double-effective grass-type damage, causing it to emit cries of distress. Hyper Beam. Get ready, Lizard King. Faced with the certainty of the Hyper Beam hitting its mark, Satoshi calmly adjusted the brim of his cap, waving his hand with poise as he commanded, Quick Attack. In an instant, Lizard King propelled itself towards the battlefield floor, speeding forth with terrifying velocity, closely followed by the lock-on Hyper Beam. Despite the overwhelming force and momentum of the Hyper Beam, Lizard King's speed was evidently superior, and it swiftly reached Regirock's side. Protect. Use Seed Bomb on the ground beneath Regirock. Shindai momentarily believed that Satoshi intended to use Regirock as a shield, pulling it into the fray. This way, even if Lizard King were struck by the Hyper Beam, Regirock would also suffer considerable damage. However, it was clear, he was Satoshi, not the king of Pokelantis. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never allow his Pokemon to be harmed to achieve his goals. The Seed Bomb burst forth like a rain of bullets upon Regirock's feet, raising clouds of dust that perfectly obscured the scene, including Lizard King and Regirock. At that moment, no one could discern who the Hyper Beam would strike. Boom. But as the white beam erupted from the haze, it unveiled Satoshi's answer. Lizard King had used Quick Attack to emerge from the smoke just in time. As the mist dissipated, a battle-scarred Regirock stood revealed. So it was Solar Flare. Ko, who had been dragged along by Satoshi to learn battle techniques, suddenly grasped the cleverness of Satoshi's strategy. Approaching Regirock was merely a distraction, aimed at concealing the glow building up on Lizard King's back. With an epiphany, Ko slapped his hand in realization. Thus, the Solar Flare shattered the Hyper Beam, and the ensuing explosion could not be perfectly avoided due to Regirock's lack of speed and visibility. I understand the principle, but Xiaoguang gently massaged his temples, indicating that he was struggling to keep pace with Xiaoguang's thoughts. How many minds do they possess? I can't even conceive the most superficial strategy. Indeed, in a clash of masters, the trainer's role becomes exceedingly vital. Lei Ci crossed his arms, marveling at Ash's flawless strategy, methodically enumerating all possible outcomes and then discerning the optimal solution. This is the hallmark of a top-tier trainer's strategic acumen. You're absolutely right. Ash replied with a smile directed at Xiaoguang. However, Regirock was unable to evade the impending explosion due to its recent use of Hyper Beam. You have indeed grown remarkably, Shindai observed, a grin spreading across his face. Compared to the young boy who only charged forward, unrestrained by anyone, you truly seem to have endured the test of time. He recognized that Ash's commanding abilities had seemingly surpassed his own. At that moment, Regirock found itself immobilized, unable to retaliate due to the aftermath of Hyper Beam. The ensuing time would likely transform into a personal showcase for the opposing trainer. Regirock was now utterly incapable of keeping pace with the speed of Lizard King. Ash's voice rang out with a pristine confidence that echoed throughout the battle pyramid. Lizard King. Leaf Blade. Jala. The first Leaf Blade struck Regirock, sending it flying, and as Lizard King turned, it unleashed a second Leaf Blade. Bang. Regirock, succumbing to the dual assault of its own type vulnerability, found itself momentarily incapacitated, barely managing to prop itself up with its arms to avoid collapsing. Hyper Beam. Don't give it a chance, Ash urged, clenching his fists in excitement as he unleashed the most potent leaf blade. As the orange light coalesced in Regirock's grasp, Lizard King had already ghosted to its front. The leaf blade struck once more, dealing devastating damage. Thud! Regirock crashed onto the stands, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Regirock was rendered unable to battle. Victory belonged to Lizard King. Chapter 208. Coal Turtle vs. Registeel. Clap. Xiao Guang and Xiao Wang exchanged applause, delighting in Ash's triumphant debut. Hooray! We've won the first round. It was reminiscent of the scene where Xiao Guang and Xiao Chun celebrated their victory in the finals against Master Ba. You've done well. Shindai gently retracted Regirock, offering soft words of consolation. You've performed admirably. Young man, you've truly surprised me, Shindai thought silently as he retrieved a new Pokeball from behind. Your next opponent is here. Go forth, Registeel. Coal Turtle, you shall be my choice. As the white light dissipated, two familiar Pokemon stood on the field. Perhaps recognizing their previous encounters, both Pokemon paused momentarily before locking eyes with fervor and passion. Lizard King, Coal Turtle, Xiao Gang mused, his frown gradually easing. So that's it. This is indeed Ash's style. Oh, is that so? Shindai nodded, eyes closed. Very well, the initiative is yours. Flamethrower. Ho! The shell and head of Coal Turtle erupted in thick black smoke, scorching flames enveloping Registeel. Shake it off. Surprisingly, Registeel merely waved its hand, dispelling the flames that had engulfed it. Despite the fire being super effective against Steel-type, it posed no threat. Xiao Guang regarded the invigorated Registeel with concern. Noticing no signs of injury, Registeel's defensive capabilities could only be described as extraordinary. Lacy Eye rested his hands on the stance, acknowledging that even a double effective flame merely caused it ordinary discomfort. Lock on. Heavy slam. Much like Regirock's technique, the red light on Registeel's face brightened as it fixed its gaze on Coal Turtle's extended head, pinpointing its next attack location. Meanwhile, Coal Turtle had leaped into action, executing heavy slam directly onto Registeel's face, causing it to topple unsteadily to the ground. Zap Cannon. From the ground, Registeel unleashed a Zap Cannon, albeit with a trajectory that was rather off-mark. Yet, bolstered by the lock-on, it still hurtled towards Coal Turtle with an outrageous path. Really? Xiao Wang was taken aback. Is this the advantage of combining lock-on with a low-accuracy move? Indeed, for Registeel, with its high defense. Enduring the opponent's attack while unleashing a powerful strike through lock-on seems like an unassailable strategy. However, Ash was well-versed in counteracting seemingly insurmountable tactics. Coal Turtle, after heavy slam. Use Iron Defense. As the floating Zap Cannon was about to hit, Ash swiftly formulated his strategy. Coal Turtle soared high once more, landing squarely on Registeel's face before retreating into its shell to activate Iron Defense, bracing against the Zap Cannon. Although Iron Defense mitigated part of the damage, the ensuing paralysis effect was unavoidable. Shake it off, Registeel. Use Sandstorm. Shindai stated calmly, yet his demeanor abruptly shifted. Registeel appeared to stall, its movements becoming sluggish as it struggled to throw Coal Turtle off. Paralyzed? Shindai immediately scrutinized Registeel's arm. As suspected, the paralysis from the Zap Cannon had taken effect, and with heavy slam pinning it down, Registeel found itself afflicted by Coal Turtle's paralysis as well. It was now unable to shake off Coal Turtle. A slight smile crept onto Ash's lips. Burn everything to ashes. Ho! The close-range burn everything engulfed Registeel, accompanied by arcs of electricity from the paralysis, fully searing Registeel. Registeel. The electric arcs flickered as the additional burn from burn everything manifested, searing Registeel and eliciting a pained cry. Excellent. Shindai smiled in satisfaction. Young man, unleash your full potential. Registeel, envelop yourself in Sandstorm. A swirling vortex of sand encircled Registeel, forming a barrier that prevented Coal Turtle's flames from penetrating. It's just that it can't use fire. Ash's enthusiasm surged as he commanded, ride the momentum of the sandstorm to execute heavy slam. Coal Turtle leaped into the sandstorm, landing once more on Registeel's face, both Pokemon swirling within the tempest. Zap Cannon. Shell Smash. Shell Smash. A technique that sacrifices defense for enhanced offense and speed. Coal Turtle deftly evaded the Zap Cannon by leaping from its shell, landing back on Registeel's face. Go. Unleash your most powerful burn everything. Bang. Despite being the second burn everything, the damage, amplified by Shell Smash, rivaled that of the first. The accompanying burn effect consumed Registeel. As the sandstorm dissipated, Registeel, scorched and struggling to support itself, was visibly weakened. while Cold Turtle slowly emerged from its shell. Iron defense. Noticing that Cold Turtle seemed to have endured the explosion with minimal damage, Shindai shook his head. You've outwitted me. Come on, deliver the final blow. Shindai smiled faintly, urging Registeel to strike. Observing the occasional arcs of electricity flickering across the Colossus's shell, Ash realized that they could no longer afford to delay. Although his clever strategies had thwarted Registeel multiple times, the Colossus's defenses were far inferior to those of its opponent. After enduring 2 devastating hits and the additional damage from burns over 2 rounds, it had also been battered repeatedly by the Colossus's weighty assaults. Despite all this, the opponent had not yet lost its fighting spirit, a testament to Registeel's formidable defenses. Charge in. What was Shinji thinking? He was completely mesmerized by the fierce clash between the 2 Pokémon, a passionate encounter rarely witnessed during his extensive travels. The dazzling white light of Registeel's attack was about to collide with the Colossus, but in that fleeting moment, the Colossus withdrew into its protective shell. Registeel's attack swiped through the air, missing its target entirely. Now's your chance. Use Flamethrower. Ho! The vent atop the Colossus erupted with a fierce blaze, and Registeel, positioned directly above, was rendered unable to evade. The explosion of flames sent Registeel soaring through the air, accompanied by its continuous, anguished cries. It seemed that victory had tilted in Ash's favor. Thud! As Registeel crashed down, the lingering burn damage ignited once more, and with one final wail, it collapsed, succumbing to the flames. Registeel had lost its fighting capacity, and Colossus emerged triumphant. Chapter 209, Pikachu vs. Regice. All grievances have been avenged, Brock declared, lowering his hand that signaled the outcome. He nodded approvingly at Ash, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The failures of the past had finally been redeemed. This was also thanks to their relentless efforts. Ash affectionately patted the Colossus on its back, praising, "You've done wonderfully." The Colossus, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, expressing its joy. All right, I know you're touched," Ash chuckled helplessly. "Now get some rest." "Excellent. This is the momentum I wish to see." Shindai observed Ash with satisfaction. "Your state, potential, and abilities have all shown brilliantly in this battle. Young man, carry this vigor into the final match." He tossed out his last Pokeball, entrusting, "I rely on you, Regice." "Pikachu!" Ash shouted at the Pikachu nestled in Xiao Guang's arms in the stands. "It's your turn." "Pika!" it exclaimed, springing to life. "Boga!" it cheered, exchanging a high five with the nearby Boj man, before agilely leaping over the railing to land before Ash. "Pika, Pika!" After witnessing the intense battles between Lizard King and Colossus, Pikachu was brimming with eagerness. Had Ash not insisted it conserve energy in the stands, it likely would have rushed into battle long ago. Regice, upon seeing this electric rodent before it, momentarily froze, emitting a peculiar sound. Then, to the astonishment of the spectators, it took a slight step back. "Isn't this the Pikachu that took me out in an instant?" Regice pondered. "Let us greet it with your signature move." Ash initiated the assault. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. The powerful bolt of lightning struck Regice in an instant. With speed far inferior to Pikachu's, Regice could only brace itself for the impact. Blizzard. Don't let it prevail. As Regice began to cast its Blizzard, Pikachu had already darted in front of it at a terrifying speed. Thud. The electric attack struck true, forcing Regice to stagger back a few steps. What incredible speed. Observing the near blur that was Pikachu, Xiao Wang patted Xiao Guang on the shoulder. "How do you train it?" "Well," Xiao Guang tilted her head. "Pikachu's training regimen is double that of other Pokemon. While others might sprint 10 laps, Pikachu does 20. So, it sneaks into my place every night to practice." What does it come to you for?" "To make it noodles." Xiao Guang chuckled brightly. "It absolutely loves noodles and muffins. I have to be ready every evening for its knock on the door." "Ah, I see. It knows flattering Ash 1T reduce its training load. So it comes to you for some pampering." "But Ash is indeed quite strict," Xiao Guang observed, her eyes fixed on Ash, who was intensely focused on the battle. He was serious about training, yet gentle after rigorous sessions. It was no wonder everyone adored him and was willing to exert their utmost for him. Blizzard. Regice lifted its hand, unleashing the icy attack, but a keen observer would note that its target was not Pikachu, but the ground beneath it. It aimed to create an icy terrain to gain an advantage. Realizing Shundai's intent, Ash shook his head. "Pikachu jump. Iron Tail. Pika." Pikachu soared high, spinning its body as the thunderbolt enveloped the battlefield like an electric field. Regice's Blizzard collided with the ground below, only to be thwarted by the thunderbolt, extinguishing Shundai's plans for an icy advantage. Iron Tail. With a glimmering white tail, Pikachu struck Regice fiercely, similar to Lizard King's Leaf Blade. Pikachu spun and delivered a second Iron Tail. Bang! Regice could not withstand the sheer force, and with the second tail strike, it succumbed to gravity, crashing heavily to the ground. Regice, Blizzard. The situation had grown dire. Without the icy terrain, Regice would be at the mercy of Pikachu's relentless assaults. Its agile form could deliver devastating blows, yet it could never land a hit on Pikachu. Thus, the best course of action was to attempt to immobilize Pikachu with a blizzard and then restore its health with sleep. And indeed, Regice executed this strategy flawlessly, targeting Pikachu's landing spot with precision. Use sleep. Noticing the blizzard had momentarily restrained Pikachu, Shundai commanded Regice to recover its strength. I want to fall for the same trick again. Observing the familiar maneuver, Ash adjusted his cap, his voice calm and composed. Break the ice with Iron Tail. With a flash of white, Pikachu's Iron Tail shattered the icy barrier. Simultaneously, a golden light enveloped it as it launched a thunderbolt at the slumbering Regice. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat, Regice awakened before fully regaining its strength, taking a small step back in bewilderment as it faced the familiar thunderbolt. Don't hesitate. Use Blizzard. Thunderbolt. Unlike before, Pikachu's speed and reflexes had improved significantly since the Hoenn region. The thunderbolt enveloped the thunderbolt attack, dispersing the icy blue light of the blizzard. Then boom, Pikachu sent Regice flying once more. Go. Deliver the final Iron Tail. Pikachu. The final double strike of Iron Tail propelled Regice directly into the audience stands, creating a terrifying impact that left the board significantly dented. Regice let out a desperate scream, crashing heavily onto the ground, its weight resonating throughout the entire battle pyramid. With Regice rendered incapable of battle, Pikachu emerged victorious. Observing that Regice had fallen silent, Brock slowly raised his hand on behalf of Ash, declaring victory for Ash as Mr. Shindai's 3 Pokémon had all lost their fighting ability. Chapter 210, The Promise. Lake Wisdom. Pikachu. With the outcome decided, Pikachu swiftly leaped onto Ash's shoulder, nuzzling its cheeks affectionately against Ash's face. Well done. You were magnificent. Ash gently scratched its head, adding, how about we ask Dawn to make you some special treats tonight? Pika. Of course. I want extra ketchup. Pikachu enthusiastically agreed, but soon realized something was amiss. Pika, you know I secretly want to see Dawn, don't you? Pikachu awkwardly wiped away a cold sweat, realizing that its efforts to keep this a secret from Ash had been in vain. Indeed, sneaking off to visit Dawn every day and returning with a full belly, Ash chuckled resignedly, but considering how hard you train, it's understandable. Pikachu sighed in relief upon realizing that Ash had no intention of increasing its training load. All right, Ash. In response, Dawn gently cradled Pikachu in her arms. Tenderly stroking its head, you should give Pikachu a break. It performed splendidly today, and you were truly remarkable, defeating all 3 of Mr. Shindai's Pokémon in one go. It's the result of their hard work. Ash waved his hands dismissively, attributing all the credit to his Pokémon. I merely played a supporting role. However, this makes you the only one to have defeated Mr. Shindai at full strength, Brock remarked as he descended from the judge's stand, placing a comforting hand on Ash's shoulder. Others may one day achieve dominance in the battle frontier, but none shall surpass you. Congratulations, young man. Mr. Shindai, having recalled Regice, approached Ash, applauding him. Your exceptional command and formidable Pokémon skills have truly instilled hope for the future in me. Keep up the hard work, young man. No longer referring to him as merely young man, Mr. Shindai had fully recognized Ash's prowess and would undoubtedly remember this extraordinarily talented boy forever. The intensity of these 3 matches could easily be regarded as a century battle in the Sinnoh League's recent history. Regirock, Registeel, Regice, legendary Pokémon that the ordinary could scarcely hope to overcome, had been defeated by this miraculous youth through the trust he placed in his partners and his superb tactical acumen. If only every annual league conference could be this thrilling, Renai mused, shaking her head. No wonder Ms. Cynthia and Mr. Mikuri have been singing Ash's praises. All right, Senpai, Xiao Wang said with a hint of exasperation, nudging Renai. I know you're not done, but it's time to head back to the gym. You've already skipped your shift to watch the match. What if challengers report you to the league for being absent? Shinji, having contemplated for quite some time, ultimately decided to postpone his challenge at the Sharpedo gym. He needed to reflect on his future changes. Wait, Shinji. Seeing him prepare to leave Sharpedo City, Raichi called out. After watching Ash's match, you must be quite excited, right? How about a full battle with Ash? An intriguing proposition. Mr. Shindai clapped his hands. A scheduled battle between trainers and their companions, filled with clashing strategies, would undoubtedly enhance their skills. I accept. Their gazes locked. The determination and excitement in their eyes were unmistakable. For Shinji, witnessing Ash's formidable strength was enlightening. Battling such a top-tier trainer would yield immense benefits. As for Ash, the tragic events at Lake Wisdom remained etched in his memory. Even after successfully avenging himself at the Lily of the Valley Conference, he often recalled that battle that had transformed his life. It was at Lake Wisdom that he learned the virtues of composure and contemplation, no longer charging headlong into battle recklessly. It was this very determination and motivation that allowed him to reflect and ultimately grow, breaking through to the top 8 in the league. Excellent. Let us set the time for noon 10 days from now. Feeling the heat of their mutual determination, Raichi joyfully announced the date and venue, which would be at the Pokémon Center in Lake Wisdom. After the climactic battle at the pyramid, Shinji returned in Raichi's vehicle, needing to thoroughly analyze his shortcomings to face Ash in peak condition. Well then, we shall take our leave. Dawn smiled and waved to everyone. Now, let's head off. However, at that moment, Mr. Shindai's assistant, Taro, hurriedly arrived with Mikuri in tow. Oh no, Mr. Shindai, there's been an incident at the temple. Chapter 211, The Awakening of Regigigas. Have you heard the legend? Due to the incident at the temple, Ash and his companions immediately altered their plans to depart, opting instead to ride in Mr. Shindai's battle pyramid towards the nearby Sharpedo Temple. The pyramid soared swiftly over a landscape blanketed in snow. At that moment, Mr. Shindai posed a question to the trio. According to legend, in ancient times, a violent volcanic eruption transformed the once bounteous Sharpedo forest into a sea of lava. Mikuri supplemented the tale with details, and suddenly, amidst a blue light, Regigigas appeared, alongside Regirock, Registeel, and Regice, quelling the volcanic eruption to protect Sharpedo City. Following this, Regigigas fell into a deep slumber within the Sharpedo Temple. Wait. Dawn quickly grasped the crux of the conversation. Regigigas, we've encountered it before. Mr. Shindai was taken aback. So, this legend is indeed true? Yes, and the exact location should be. Ash took the map Brock handed him, flipping to the area previously marked for sending Shamey to the flower fields. His finger traced upward from the flower fields to a corresponding point above the icy mountain range. It precisely marked the Sharpedo Temple. It seems those individuals are intent on resurrecting Regigigas, Mr. Shindai said gravely, nodding. Regardless, we must ensure the safety of the temple. I feel the same way, Shamey exclaimed, bursting forth from Dawn's pokeball. I want to help too. We don't have flowers to transform you. Ash covered his face, then gently picked up the little hedgehog and placed it into Dawn's arms. Just stay close to Dawn. What if the bad guys have their eyes on you? I really dislike that. Ash grumbled. I don't trust Shamey at all. Shamey burrowed deeper into Dawn's embrace, clearly feeling safer with her. Master, Taro called out to Mr. Shindai, activating the large screen displaying a live broadcast. This is the appearance of those individuals at the entrance of the temple, dressed in black trench coats, sporting dark goggles, and equipped with standard petrification devices on their arms. They were easily recognizable. No need to guess. Ash clenched his teeth, feeling indignant at her presence. It's Hunter J? It's no surprise that her appearances never bring good news. Prepare for landing. We cannot allow them to resurrect Regigigas. He could only be deemed a troublesome individual. The Hunter J calmly responded to the reports from his subordinates through the earpiece as he stepped into the temple's interior. Surely, your metallic creatures and armored birds are sufficient to handle the situation? No, it isn't just Shinda, he continued. So what? Just eliminate them all. On the pyramid's flanks, there were 2 Pokemon. One was Pachima, and the other was. What a joke. Are you afraid of just a Pachima? Hunter J barked angrily. Don't tell me it can single-handedly take down all your Pokemon. Boss, the other one is Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. At that moment, Ash, stabilizing himself with the aura, stood alongside Pikachu on the pyramid side, shielding his hat from the gusts of wind. Pachima, Bubble Beam. Darkrai, Dark Void. Initially, Xiaowang intended to join Ash at the side to launch an attack, but Ash firmly stopped her. Despite being grounded by the aura, he found it challenging to withstand the high winds at such altitude, making it too perilous for a girl like Xiaowang to accompany him. Don't worry. We share a psychic bond, don't we? Ash reassured her. If I'm ever in danger, you'll definitely be the first to know. These words alleviated some of the girl's worries, though she still remained inside the pyramid, gazing up at the skylight and observing Ash's situation. Pachima, Pikachu, and Darkrai were performing admirably. Their attacks were highly effective. The numerous metallic creatures and armored birds in the sky were either incapacitated by electric shocks or blinded by Bubble Beam, while the most unfortunate ones were knocked out by Dark Void right after charging in. Thus, despite the opposing Pokemon's numbers, They were swiftly subdued under Ash's dominance. Phew. Thankfully nothing went wrong. At the instant the pyramid landed, Xiaowang quickly supported Ash as he jumped down from the engine, exclaiming, "You always make me worry." "Well, since the psychic bond didn't trigger, that means I'm perfectly fine," Ash replied, ruffling the girl's hair before following Shinda deeper into the temple. Meanwhile, upon learning of Pikachu's presence, Hunter J was momentarily taken aback. She would never forget the boy who resembled a devil. Pikachu had once rendered her Porygon Z powerless, and his two-tailed Pokémon had broken several of her bones. The petrification device had even been shattered by his Murkrow in the past. I must quickly revive Regigigas and make my escape. She promptly released her Porygon ZS Pokeball and swiftly shattered the 3 pillars sealing Regigigas. As the azure orb appeared in the center, the slumbering Regigigas was finally on the verge of awakening, having been disturbed by Porygon's destruction. Damn it. I'm a step too late. Shinda gritted his teeth, watching the red light emanating from the triangular pillar as Regigigas prepared to revive. The crimson glow gradually faded, revealing the mighty Pokémon capable of shifting the very earth, Regigigas. Thunderbolt. Awakened abruptly from its slumber, Regigigas was in a foul mood. Upon its emergence, it unleashed a devastating beam of destruction, mercilessly obliterating the temple's interior. "Thank me for allowing your soul to return to eternity," Hunter J sneered. Performing a backflip onto Porygon ZS back, she slowly extended her petrification device, aiming to lock onto Regigigas. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Darkrai Shadow Ball. Just as Porygon Z was about to counter Regigigas' beam of destruction with Dragon Pulse, Ash's commanding voice, akin to that of a demon, reached her ears. Boom. The terrifying electricity and Shadow Ball pierced through Dragon Pulse, forcefully launching the opponent against the wall. "It's him again, how infuriating." Despite her inner resentment, Hunter J understood that life was more valuable than pride. She swiftly patted Porygon ZS wings, signaling a retreat. Meanwhile, the furious Regigigas was wreaking havoc, unleashing beams of destruction in all directions, intent on annihilating the entire temple. "Regigigas, stop, Reggie." Just as Regigigas was prepared to teach this human a lesson, it caught sight of Ash's figure reflected in its eyes. Chapter 212. The Reason for Rebirth? Journey to Lake Wisdom. Is it similar to Dialga and Palkia? Noticing that Regigigas showed no intention of halting, Ash clenched his teeth and waved to Darkrai behind him, ready to use Dark Void to send the opponent back to sleep. "Reggie." Just as Ash contemplated this, Regigigas' furious emotions began to stabilize, and the erratic beams of destruction gradually ceased from its control. "Reggie, you startled me. Thankfully, I didn't get hit." Seeing Ash standing unharmed before it, Regigigas finally exhaled in relief and silently nodded at him. "Ahem, long time no see. Did your journey go smoothly?" Ash cooperatively activated his aura. "I'm fine," he replied with an awkward smile. "However, I'm truly sorry for not stopping Hunter J, which caused you to wake up prematurely." "What are you saying?" Regigigas immediately grew displeased, taking a heavy step forward. "Since the journey has restarted, we must naturally ensure your safety. This is the consensus we reached." "What about the Tower of Time?" Ash pouted, casting a sheepish glance at the oddly gazing Darkrai. "Moreover, Dialga didn't provide me with a specific reason for my return." Ahem. Mentioning those 2 foolish dragons inexplicably irked Regigigas. Good heavens. It was a task that Arceus and they worked hard on together, yet they ended up fighting among themselves and nearly caused your demise. If Xiaowang hadn't promptly sent the Olakian into the Tower of Time, they wouldn't have needed to worry. They could have just awaited Arceus to destroy the world. "Will we head to Machina Town afterward?" "Yes, I suppose so." "Well then, believe me, this journey will be different from the past. In the end, may your journey be smooth, and all your wishes come true." What does that mean?" Ash questioned, looking puzzled at Regigigas, who was patting its rear and preparing to leave. "Would the tale of the life gem undergo any changes?" "The gods will reveal the answer to you." Leaving behind this enigmatic statement, Regigigas once again fell into slumber. "The gods will tell me the answer." Ash murmured this phrase, furrowing his brow, pondering what the reason could be. Indeed, this world harbors countless mysteries. Even though Ash had already experienced much, including traversing dimensions, it echoed the sentiments he had expressed on his first return to Sinnoh. There is always a reason for crossing over. It cannot occur without purpose. Dialga aimed to send him back to save the world, while Celebi sought to fulfill the dreams of those 2 young men. Presently, he still had not unraveled the true reason for his return. In this lifetime, he accomplished many things he had previously left undone. He captured new Pokémon and nurtured his former companions to become even stronger, even fulfilling the dream of overcoming Shinda that he had failed to achieve in the past. Simultaneously, he and Xiaowang solidified their relationship, coming to understand his feelings for the blue-haired girl, resulting in their romance becoming known throughout Sinnoh, or perhaps even the entire world. High fives, embraces, kisses, custom love songs, and the techniques they created together. These are all testaments to Ash and Xiaowang's love. In this life, he fulfilled many regrets he had previously left unaddressed. However, according to Regigigas, these should only be considered a part of the objective. What does the restart of the journey signify? Regardless of how perplexing it may seem, this question can only be resolved in the not-so-distant town of Menina. In the aftermath, the deity remained unchanged from his previous life. He resolved to contribute to the serene slumber of Regigigas. To prevent Regigigas from being disturbed in its sleep once more, I shall reconstruct this temple. As I returned Regigigas, transformed into a cerulean orb, to its resting place, the deity extended his hand towards Mikoto. My Regirock, Regice, and Registeel shall serve as the three divine pillars safeguarding Regigigas. Miss Mikoto, let us endeavor together. I am truly grateful, Mr. Deity. Gratefully grasping the deity's outstretched hand, Mikoto was poised to join him in their efforts for the temple. Thus, 10 days passed, one by one. The trio boarded the train, departing from Qianfeng City, en route to the full-scale battle at Lake Wisdom. Qianfeng City, being situated at the northernmost point, boasted a climate akin to the Arctic. Upon leaving the city, the temperature soared, prompting Ash and his companions to promptly shed their winter coats. Dawn also reverted to her usual attire, swapping her pink down jacket for a pink-black short skirt, and replacing her white thermal stockings with black ones. Indeed, compared to the boys who merely removed a layer, Dawn's transformation was strikingly pronounced. During their journey, they encountered a handsome Interpol agent, though a few minor issues arose along the way, with the combined assistance of Ash and the charming agent. The troubles were resolved more swiftly than in his previous life. Consequently, just over an hour later, the halted train resumed its journey, smoothly heading towards Lake Wisdom. This is Operation Hansen 0312 report. Under the twilight, the handsome agent stood alone at the rear of the carriage, engaged in a phone call. The galactic team is on the move, transporting something toward Lake Wisdom via the railway. Headquarters received this. Is there any new intelligence? Indeed. The agent slowly retrieved a piece of paper emblazoned with the galactic team's insignia from his pocket. I have also encountered that boy. He is classified as an S-rank threat by the galactic team, and it was he who thwarted the crisis at Steel Island. The agent glanced at Ash, who was playfully bantering with Dawn in the carriage. The incident we resolved together showcased his formidable strength. Understood. Continue monitoring. Yes, I will persist in my investigation. Chapter 213. Torture Lake? Torment Lake. Lake Wisdom. A place Ash can never forget. The day of their first full-scale battle in this life is finally approaching. Gazing at the lake, which is almost crystal clear, Ash adjusted the brim of his cap, reflecting, today is a day I have long awaited. I entrust this to you. He slowly unfastened 5 Pokeballs from his belt, convinced that this time, he would not repeat the mistakes of the past. In his previous life, he had only managed to defeat 2 of Shinji's Pokemon, and due to his overly naive strategy, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, leading to a devastating loss for his companions. In truth, he owed a great deal of gratitude to Dawn. It was she who granted him the time to compose himself, and after his spirits lifted, she provided him with the warmest comfort and guidance. Moreover, she sacrificed her training for the grand competition to perform a dance for his distraction. He truly felt indebted to her. Huh, what's wrong? Noticing Ash's gaze fixed upon her, Dawn smiled and took his hand, asking if he was tired from the long train ride. I made some muffins. Let's go to the Pokemon Center and try them out later. Pika Pika. I want some too. Of course, there will be a portion for Pikachu. Dawn gently ruffled Pikachu's fur resting on Ash's shoulder, reminding him that after their break, they must muster their strength to secure victory today. Alright, let's go. Pikachu, Empoleon, Staraptor, Sizer, Torterra, Infernape. Inside the Pokemon Center, Dawn counted each Pokemon Ash released, entrusting them for this upcoming battle. Is it alright to rely on these 6? Yes. Ash nodded, his eyes brimming with determination and seriousness. After the previous devastating defeat at Lake Wisdom, he was resolute in ensuring that his Pokemon would reclaim their honor, which is why he chose the same Pokemon as for the Lily of the Valley Conference. Defeating him will compel Shinji to acknowledge our strength and the bond we share. Observing his 6 battle-ready Pokemon, Ash clenched his fists, urging them to unleash their full power. UGA. Among them, Infernape exhibited the most intense reaction. It had awaited this day for far too long, yearning to demonstrate its strength before Shinji. Since joining Ash, it had experienced warmth never before felt and understood the true meaning of companionship. Thus, For Ash's sake, it was determined to defeat Shinji, showcasing Ash's growth to its former trainer. All right, I understand your fervor. Ash gently patted Infernape's head, encouraging it to channel this energy into the battle. Let Shinji witness your transformation. Due to the battleground at the entrance of the Pokémon Center being destroyed, Raichi and Shinji specifically selected an open space directly in front of Lake Wisdom for their duel, valuing this match highly. They even invited an official Pokémon League referee and formal battle equipment. Every Pokémon thrown into battle would be recorded on screens, much like in League tournaments. When a Pokémon was knocked out, its avatar would darken, while replacing Pokémon would retain the image of the previous one. I have always believed that Ash and Shinji were destined to cross paths. As the referee adjusted the equipment, Raichi approached the four and engaged in conversation. Each sought to grow stronger, albeit through entirely different philosophies. Thus, the battle became the most effective means of understanding one another, allowing both parties to progress. Indeed, for Ash, his composure and critical thinking would significantly improve following this match. As the Team Rocket trio, disguised as referee assistants, activated the machines, Ash and Shinji's avatars illuminated, heralding the commencement of this full-scale battle. The initiative was determined by a coin toss, and Ash, having guessed heads correctly, earned the right to attack first. As both trainers released their initial Pokémon, the heartbeats of everyone present quickened in anticipation. Pikachu, you've been chosen. Torterra, prepare for battle. The lineups were strikingly similar, each fielding their starter Pokémon alongside 5 others from the new region, and, with the momentum of the first match at stake, they instinctively deployed their respective starters. With a flash of lightning, Pika, as the embodiment of swift strikes, Pikachu darted toward Torterra, delivering a fierce thunderbolt directly to its face. Despite Torterra's substantial weight, it was forced to recoil several steps from the impact of the attack. Giga Drain, jump to evade. Confronted with Pikachu's agility, Shinji opted for a psychological tactic. He forced the use of Giga Drain, fully aware that it would not easily hit the elusive opponent. His intention was to induce complacency in Ash, seizing the opportunity to exploit Torterra's tank-like nature for a counterattack. However, the Ash before him had endured far too much. His focus and mindset had evolved through every match with the Elite Four, remaining sharply attentive. He would not allow himself to falter unless absolutely necessary. Volt Tackle. The raging electricity struck Torterra once more, eliciting a cry of anguish from the Pokémon. Frenzy Plant. Evade and counter with Volt Tackle. Around the tortoise-like creature, lush vegetation began to flourish, with an abundance of thorns aiming to ensnare Pikachu. However, the agile Pikachu, with its remarkable flexibility and swift reflexes, deftly navigated through the thorns, evading each attack with impeccable precision. Subsequently, the Volt Tackle erupted in a golden radiance, delivering a powerful blow to the tortoise's back. Iron Tail. Pikachu, having endured a Volt Tackle and then struck by Iron Tail, found the tortoise's immense weight pressing down upon it, overwhelmed by the ferocity of Pikachu's assault. Don't let it escape. Crunch. Just as it prepared to retract its tail from the tortoise's grasp, Pikachu was astonished to find its tail ensnared in the tortoise's mouth. Chapter 214. The Miscalculation of Shinji. Ultimate Absorb. Observing Pikachu completely under the tortoise's control, Shinji issued his first offensive command. In response, the tortoise began to emit green vines, binding Pikachu tightly, thus executing Shinji's strategy. He was acutely aware that Ash understood the tortoise's mode of attack, prompting him to suddenly alter his strategy to catch his opponent off guard. But wait. Shinji gradually turned his gaze towards Ash, only to meet the unwavering confidence reflected in Ash's eyes. Why was he so calm? The next moment, Ash demonstrated the answer through action. Use Iron Tail. The tortoise, still clenching Pikachu's tail, sensed something was amiss as its grip began to shimmer with a blinding white light. Suddenly, it was propelled skyward. Thunderbolt. Ingeniously utilizing Iron Tail, Pikachu not only extricated itself from the tortoise's grasp, but also unleashed a devastating close-range attack. Unfortunately for the tortoise, the Ultimate Absorb not only failed to siphon much energy from Pikachu, but also resulted in a significant amount of damage from the Iron Tail. Use Rock Tomb to defend. Realizing Thunderbolt was about to strike, Shinji had no choice but to command the tortoise to use Rock Tomb for defense. Initially, he had intended to employ this move preemptively, speculating that Ash would substitute Pikachu with Staraptor to exploit the tortoise's weakness. However, before he could execute this plan, the tortoise's state had already deteriorated beyond his expectations. As the tortoise descended, it successfully utilized Rock Tomb to negate Pikachu's Thunderbolt. The collision of the two moves produced a violent explosion, enveloping the area in thick smoke. As it emerged, it prepared to use Crunch. Just as Shinji contemplated his next move, Ash's voice rang out first. Lightning flash. Out of the smoke, Pikachu's silhouette suddenly darted forth, delivering another electrifying strike to the tortoise's face. At this point, despite its bulk and stamina, the tortoise was panting heavily. In other words, managing to withstand so many of Pikachu's attacks was already quite remarkable. Come back. Sensing the situation was increasingly dire, Shinji decisively opted for a switch. He could no longer afford to exhaust himself against Pikachu. Not only could he not capture it, but he would also risk being outmaneuvered. Mismagius, prepare for battle. As Pikachu returned upon Shinji's substitution, Ash decided to conserve Pikachu's energy, commending its efforts. You did well, Pikachu. Hi, Pika. Now, observing the scratching Mismagius, Ash released a Pokeball, declaring, Staraptor, you're up. Brave bird. Staraptor ignited with a brilliant white light, hurtling towards Mismagius with incredible speed. Bring it down. Noticing Staraptor's rapid approach, Shinji furrowed his brow. Swords Dance. Indeed, Shinji's strategy was one of the few that Ash could comprehend. Had Ash not commanded Staraptor for a swift victory against Mismagius, Shinji might have had a chance to build momentum with Swords Dance. Mismagius, wielding its shimmering purple claws, danced gracefully to amplify its power. I cannot let it execute a second Swords Dance. Observing Mismagius gaining strength, Ash adjusted his cap. Staraptor. Lightning flash. As Staraptor materialized before Mismagius, the latter leapt gracefully to evade the attack. Just as it aimed to leap onto Staraptor, it prepared to unleash its own claws. Yet, what awaited it was, whoosh. Staraptor vanished in an instant, causing Mismagius to miss its target entirely. Shinji quickly reacted, above you, Blizzard. It was too late for that now. Ash smiled and shook his finger. Staraptor, engage in close combat. Suddenly appearing directly above Mismagius, Staraptor cleverly employed its double team to create a diversion. The moment Mismagius conjured a flurry of snowflakes, Staraptor struck down with a wing. Thwack! The 4 times effective close combat attack struck Mismagius without mercy, sending it reeling backwards as Staraptor delivered a final kick. Use Swords Dance to stabilize. Let us finish it. Noting Shinji's intent to bolster Mismagius, Ash immediately intervened. Go, brave bird. Just as Mismagius prepared to initiate Swords Dance, a dazzling blue light surged forth. Whoosh! The flying-type ultimate move, Brave Bird, sent Mismagius soaring away, unable to even execute Swords Dance before collapsing to the ground. Mismagius was rendered unable to battle, granting victory to Staraptor. As Mismagius lay still, the referee promptly approached to assess the situation and declared the result. Hooray! First point to us. With a bright smile, Dawn waved her hands excitedly. No problem, let us keep winning, Ash. That little brat is getting stronger. Observing the swift defeat of the opponent, Meowth nodded approvingly. Truly, they are our target. Hey, there's nothing to be proud of here. Musashi, exasperated, playfully punched Meowth, then adjusted the screen to reflect Shinji's Mismagius as having lost its fighting capability. Shinji silently recalled Mismagius and swiftly released his next Pokémon, Electabuzz, preparing for battle. Thank you for your hard work. Take a good rest. Ash also opted to switch out his Pokémon, declaring, Tortuga, you're up. Leaf Blade. Electabuzz's arms spread wide, enveloped in a golden barrier, as Leaf Blade struck against the light screen, inflicting minimal damage upon Electabuzz. In response, Electabuzz smirked, seemingly unimpressed by the power of Leaf Blade. This is where I faltered in the past. Observing Shinji's familiar tactics, Ash subtly adjusted his cap. Electabuzz's role was merely to deploy Light Screen. Upon fulfilling its purpose, it would switch to Honchkrow. Shinji had anticipated utilizing Light Screen to counter Tortuga's flying-type moves, thereby disrupting Ash's rhythm. However, upon calm analysis, it appeared less formidable than he had thought. As Shinji recalled Electabuzz and threw the Pokeball for Honchkrow, Ash smiled faintly. Yes, as long as we remain calm, everything will be just fine. Trusting in his own abilities and those of his Pokemon, he felt assured of victory. This time, I shall not be so impatient. I will ensure that you reclaim your victory against Corviknight. Chapter 215, The Foundation Turtle's Counterattack Techniques. Test Strike. Observing that Ash made no effort to substitute the Foundation Turtle, Shinji instinctively believed his prediction had succeeded and promptly commanded Corviknight to launch an attack. GA. A violet glow enveloped Corviknight's wings as it swooped down to strike the Foundation Turtle, the test strike landing squarely upon its visage. Leaf Blade. The Foundation Turtle roared as Corviknight resumed its flight. Enormous leaves began to launch from the forest on its back, relentlessly pursuing the airborne Corviknight. Thud! The barrage of leaf blades struck Corviknight mid-air, But at that moment, a radiant golden barrier materialized around it, once again deflecting the assault thanks to the wall generated by the Electivire. Test strike. Next, the same violet glow reappeared as Corviknight instantly closed the distance to the Foundation Turtle, ready to unleash its test strike upon its face. Crunch. With Ash's command echoing, the Foundation Turtle clamped down on the test strike, engulfing the violet glow emitted from Corviknight's wings. Even though this skill inflicted considerable damage upon the Foundation Turtle, the ability to consume the opponent's attack while firmly securing Corviknight's aerial dominance was more than sufficient. Fear not, unleash Black Fog. As the trainer of the Foundation Turtle, Shinji understood Ash's strategy well. Locking down the opponent's position and countering with powerful skills is the hallmark of a tank-type Pokemon's tactics. Thus, he was acutely aware of the key to breaking the stalemate, employing a decisive attack to forcibly disrupt the Foundation Turtle's control. The Black Fog enveloped the Foundation Turtle in an instant, shrouding the battlefield in obscurity, rendering the situation nearly inscrutable. Test strike. As the sounds of an attack emerged from within the Black Fog, onlookers comprehended the predicament of both the Foundation Turtle and Corviknight. In this obscured visibility, Corviknight, a Pokemon accustomed to prowling in the nocturnal hours, was better equipped to discern its opponent's every move. Apart from Dawn and Brock, everyone else anticipated that Corviknight would soon emerge from the fog, breaking free from the Foundation Turtle's grasp. However, as the Black Fog dissipated, what appeared before the crowd was the Foundation Turtle, resolutely clinging to Corviknight's wings. Such formidable tenacity. Witnessing the already injured Foundation Turtle maintain its grip on Corviknight, Raichu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly withstand so much damage from the repeated test strikes? Indeed, we often see Ash training the Foundation Turtle. Dawn chimed in with a smile. The Foundation Turtle consistently endures assaults from both Infernape and Staraptor, with Ash steadfastly by its side, healing and encouraging it. Thus, they believed that merely 2 test strikes would not suffice to shatter the Foundation Turtle's willpower. Meanwhile, Corviknight's expression was particularly striking, its eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at its opponent's refusal to release its wings. Lift it with ultimate absorption. The Foundation Turtle tilted its head towards Ash and nodded, as familiar branches began to sprout from the forest on its back. As the branches ensnared Corviknight's wings, the Foundation Turtle slowly raised it above its head. Constantly siphoned of energy by the ultimate absorption, and with its few remaining offensive options, its wings, firmly grasped by the opponent, Corviknight found itself increasingly fatigued. Even in a non-type advantage situation, its dwindling energy began to accumulate. Go. Rock climb. Observing that his opponent had lost all avenues of escape, Ash swiftly commanded the use of his cherished signature move. Undoubtedly, rock climb was quite effective, provided the opponent was not launched away. The towering rocks firmly pinned Corviknight's lower body, while the branches of ultimate absorption relentlessly clutched its wings, leaving Corviknight in a state of despair as it gazed up at the Foundation Turtle's sharp claws. Then thud. It was launched away. Finish it. Deliver the final leaf blade. Using Brave Bird? Realizing that his opponent had yet to retract the branches, Shinji understood the outcome of this battle. It was over. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. The branches of ultimate absorption, still unyielding, ensnared Corviknight once more as leaf blade struck true. With the branches retracting, the helpless Corviknight crashed heavily to the ground. Corviknight was rendered incapable of battle, and the Foundation Turtle emerged victorious. Shinji furrowed his brow and shook his head, silently recalling Corviknight. There was no alternative. This was his predicament. He had been completely led by Ash's tactics. The disparity in trainer skill was simply too vast. Floatzel, prepare to battle. As the white light faded, the Floatzel that had previously faced the deity had undergone its final evolution, its arms replaced by robust flame launchers, its form now exceeding that of the former Floatzel by more than double. The fiery-bodied Floatzel. Ash adjusted his cap and recalled the Foundation Turtle, subsequently tossing out a new Pokeball. You're the one, Bizel. Weiwei. Aqua Jet. Seizing the initiative, Floatzel's speed, unlike Ash's earlier Pokemon, was evident as it radiated water and struck the chest of the fiery Floatzel with remarkable swiftness. The water-type move, effective against its opponent, forced it to retreat while gasping for breath. Water Pulse. Block it with Rock Tomb. The water pulse that struck the ground was swiftly obstructed by the rocks launched by the fiery Floatzel. Shinji was waiting. He anticipated that Ash would command Floatzel to break the Rock Tomb with Aqua Jet, allowing the fiery Floatzel to use mist to poison its opponent. However, Ash's next command extinguished his hopes, akin to Aqua Jet's impact on the fiery Floatzel. Counter Shield. As the water barrier materialized instantly, the fiery Floatzel, poised to ambush from above Floatzel, found itself ensnared within. The incessant collisions of water jets assaulted its searing body, evoking cries of despair. What? A flicker of surprise graced Shinji's otherwise stoic face. Attacking while defending? Excellent. Go. Water Pulse. Seeing that the fiery Floatzel had completely lost its capacity for action, Ash immediately commanded Floatzel to unleash the more potent Water Pulse. The splash of Water Pulse upon the ground enveloped the fiery Floatzel, the cascading water effectively countering its flames. At that moment, the Pokeball's red light flickered once more. Shinji opted to substitute again. Pachirisu, prepare to battle. Chapter 216, the score reversed. Bulk up. The moment Pachirisu entered the fray, Shinji commanded it to enhance both its attack and defense. This already formidable wild Pokemon, known for its exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities, radiated an even more imposing aura under the influence of Bulk Up. With its ability and self-enhancing moves, Brock's expression turned serious. Overcoming this formidable creature would require considerable effort. Ash has always favored speed attacks, hasn't he? Raichu remarked. What kind of sparks will arise from a clash of speed and pure power? Floatzel, Sonic Boom. Block it with Arm Thrust. As the aquatic weasel unleashed a series of sonic booms from its tail, the bear-like creature countered each blow with its powerful arm thrusts. With the sonic blast being redirected back towards the aquatic weasel, Shinji seized the opportunity to command a water pulse attack. The aquatic weasel began to spin in place, conjuring a torrent of water that formed a perfect defensive barrier, absorbing the damage from both the water pulse and the sonic booms. Simultaneously, the absorbed energy was transformed into a forceful counterattack against the bear, as Ash smirked slightly, remarking, the protective shield is not solely reliant on water gun, you know. Aquatic Weasel, Rain Dance. With a resounding call to the skies, the aquatic weasel summoned dark clouds that swiftly gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour. This rain dance, being a combat skill, did not significantly affect those outside the battlefield, such as Xiaowang and others, who were basking in the sunlight while Ash and Shinji battled in the rain. The scene was indeed peculiar. Arm thrust. Dodge it. At that moment, the aquatic weasel's nimble nature flourished in the rain, its already swift movements becoming almost ghost-like as it left only an afterimage behind, causing the bear to realize that the aquatic weasel had vanished from its sight. Ice Punch. Above you. Just as Shinji was ready to command the bear to strike, the aquatic weasel had already reached its peak speed, landing a punch on the bear's head before Shinji could utter the name of the attack. With the aquatic weasel nimbly returning to the battlefield, the bear bellowed in pain as it began to feel the effects of the ice punch. Was this a stroke of luck or misfortune? Xiaowang observed every detail on the field with keen interest, recalling that Shinji's bear would trigger its determination ability upon being afflicted by a status condition. No, the freezing effect does not count towards boosting attack power. Brock clarified Xiaowang's confusion, explaining that the frozen state and contact with ice are among the few conditions that do not activate the determination ability. Oh, so, it's Shinji's turn to strategize now, Lacey remarked with a grin, eyeing the furrowed brow of Shinji. Well, your plan has failed. What will you do next? Water Pulse. Follow up. As the rain intensified, the aquatic weasel's speed and morale surged, forcefully driving the water pulse into the bear's abdomen, causing it to stagger backward. Despite having enhanced its strength, the bear roared in defiance and managed to press down on the aquatic weasel within the water pulse. Launch it with Water Pulse. Sonic Boom. At that moment, the bear suddenly contorted in pain, its frozen hand experiencing a biting cold that rendered it incapable of gathering strength for a water pulse. It could only watch helplessly as the aquatic weasel struck back with a sonic boom to its face, followed by a water gun that created distance between them. As several rounds concluded, the duration of the rain dance came to an end. The dark clouds over the battlefield began to dissipate, and the sun re-emerged, casting its scorching rays upon the arena. The recent rain and overcast conditions had obscured the bear's condition from the viewers, but now, under the bright sunlight, the numerous wounds on the bear's body became painfully apparent. Return. With no other options left, the aquatic weasel, having sustained minimal damage and bolstered in spirit, faced an opponent that bore the burden of ice status effects, making the outcome of the battle increasingly evident. As Shinji tossed out the Pokeball for Electabuzz, he had it once again deploy Light Screen. Then, he switched out to his next Pokemon. Torterra, prepare to battle. Shinji's strategy appeared remarkably cautious, as Brock noted, observing Shinji's continuous substitutions. By sending in Electabuzz, even if Ash attacked, it could defend itself, subsequently providing cover with Light Screen for the next Pokemon to enter. In this manner, Electabuzz not only remained largely unscathed, but also shielded Shinji's forthcoming Pokémon. However, as Ash swiftly defeated his Mismagius and Honchkrow, Shinji found himself in disarray. Lei Ci calmly analyzed the situation, suggesting that Shinji likely had anticipated Honchkrow's defeat at the hands of Torterra, which was why he had chosen the bear to apply pressure, only to be dismantled by Ash's speed tactics once more. Xiaoguang promptly echoed Lei Ci's thoughts, noting that under Ash's training, she was increasingly attuned to the dynamics of battle. Shinji had deployed all 6 of his Pokémon, while Ash had only used 4. Not only has he failed to force out all of the opponent's Pokémon, but Shinji's Pokémon, aside from Electabuzz, have also sustained considerable damage. On the battlefield, Ash had already switched out his Pokémon. Scizor, you're up. He revealed his 5th Pokémon, the charming and playful Scizor. Leaf Storm, spin, and use Swords Dance. At that moment, Torterra had been significantly drained of energy by Pikachu, prompting Shinji to attempt to ensnare his opponent with Leaf Storm while gradually restoring Torterra's health with Giga Drain. It was a splendid idea, but Scizor had undergone a transformation. Simply by spinning its body, Scizor forcefully deflected the encroaching Leaf Storm. Let us settle this in one go. Flame Charge. With a determined glint in its eye, Scizor pushed aside the vines of Leaf Storm, revealing its fierce gaze. It effortlessly cleared the vines and unleashed a fiery bite upon Torterra's back. The golden light screen flickered briefly, only to be shattered by the subsequent Flame Charge. Deliver the final blow with Bullet Punch. Thud. As Flame Charge relentlessly pummeled Torterra's back, Scizor's arm glistened as it struck with Bullet Punch to its head. With Torterra collapsing to the ground, it closed its eyes. When it opened them again, a swirling pattern of incense appeared. Torterra had lost the will to fight, and Scizor emerged victorious. Chapter 217, Torturing Ash Lake? Non-existent. At present, Ash had 5 Pokémon in nearly perfect condition among his 6. Observing Shinji, who was deeply dissatisfied with his performance, Lei Ci smiled, realizing that Shinji's strategy had been thoroughly disrupted, leaving him with no hidden cards. Indeed, Brock concurred, nodding in agreement. After Torterra's fall, Shinji's bear and Porygon Z had suffered excessive energy depletion due to the aquatic Weasel's attacks. Currently, Shinji had only one fully energized Electabuzz, while Ash's 6th Pokémon had yet to make an appearance. On the battlefield, Shinji sighed heavily. It was challenging. Ash seemed capable of predicting every one of his strategies, disrupting his rhythm while simultaneously elevating the momentum of his Pokémon. Porygon Z, prepare to battle. Ash, too, recalled his Scizor, which had completed its task flawlessly. He glanced down at Pikachu, smiling. All right, it's your time to shine. Pika. Pikachu excitedly dashed forward to face Porygon Z, its cheeks sparking with arcs of electricity, reflecting its exhilaration. At this moment, Porygon Z had already endured the aquatic Weasel's water pulse and the spiraling assault of Watergun, leaving it gasping for breath as it struggled to recover from the previous battle. Thunderbolt. Rock Slide. In an instant, Pikachu darted forward, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as it charged directly towards the Ducklet Dragon. In response, the Ducklet Dragon unleashed a barrage of rocks from its cannon, each one striking Pikachu's trajectory, impeding its ability to unleash a quick attack. As Pikachu halted its advance, it found itself entirely encased in a rock barrier. Flame Burst. Disperse it with Thunderbolt. The two forces clashed, with Thunderbolt and Flame Burst vying for supremacy, neither side willing to concede. Rock Barrier. Repel it with Iron Tail. Realizing the standoff, Shinji resolved to employ another rock barrier to counter Pikachu's Thunderbolt. However, the moment the rocks were expelled from the Ducklet Dragon's cannon, Pikachu's Iron Tail struck back, perfectly sealing the cannon's opening. The Ducklet Dragon's expression shifted to one of disbelief as it gazed at its now inoperative cannon, its eyes nearly bulging out of its sockets. Go, Iron Tail. Pikachu. Without affording it a moment's hesitation, Pikachu's Iron Tail struck fiercely against the Ducklet Dragon's head, forcefully bringing it crashing to the ground. Deliver the final Thunderbolt. Golden bolts of electricity began to gather around Pikachu, unleashing a torrent of Thunderbolt's devastating power upon the Ducklet Dragon. With the Ducklet Dragon's anguished cries coming to an end, it collapsed helplessly to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to continue battling. The Ducklet Dragon was rendered unable to fight, and Pikachu emerged victorious. With the defeat of the Ducklet Dragon, Shinji's Pokémon, one after the other, fell like dominoes, each succumbing to Pikachu's prowess. At this moment, he was left with only Electabuzz and a battered Teddiursa. Teddiursa, prepare for battle. Without uttering a word, Shinji repeated the motion of tossing a Pokeball. As the white light shimmered, Teddiursa reappeared on the battlefield. However, unlike its initial grand entrance. Teddiursa now bore a mask of pain, cradling its frostbitten arm, glaring defiantly at Pikachu. Quick attack. Follow up with arm thrust. In an instant, Pikachu collided with Teddiursa's chest, forcing it to stagger backward. Yet, even in its weakened state, Teddiursa possessed remarkable strength. It withstood the impact and pinned Pikachu down with an arm thrust. Astonishingly, it managed to suppress Pikachu's quick attack. Nevertheless, for Teddiursa, this effort was futile. Thunderbolt. At this juncture, it could no longer match Pikachu's destructive power. Thunderbolt erupted within the arena, causing Teddiursa to loosen its grip on Pikachu slightly. Iron Tail. Observing the momentary relaxation of Teddiursa's hold, Ash seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Pikachu, demonstrating remarkable resolve, broke free from Teddiursa's control and leaped onto its head. Pikachu. Iron Tail. The strike landed brutally upon Teddiursa's skull. It was a merciless blow, having endured several attacks from the previous opponent, only to be further chastised by Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Iron Tail. With that final Iron Tail, Teddiursa could muster no more strength and collapsed with a resounding thud. Teddiursa was rendered unable to fight, and Pikachu triumphed once again. How swift! As Shinjiai's Pokémon fell one after the other at Ash's hands, Dawn couldn't help but express her astonishment. Once Teddiursa was incapacitated, the dynamics of the match shifted entirely. Anxiety began to creep in. Reiji shook his head. The loss of Corviknight had disrupted his strategy. He had hoped Teddiursa would turn the tide, even if it meant eliminating Ash's previous Pokémon. Yet, Ash saw through Shinjiai's impatience. He was lured into the traps Ash had meticulously laid, step by step. Just as Reiji had noted in a past encounter, Ash's haste had led him into one of Shinjiai's traps. This time, however, Ash executed a nearly unanswerable combination of rapid assaults and tank-like tactics, first debilitating Shinjiai's lead Pokémon, Torterra, and then relentlessly bombarding the remaining contenders. Thus, despite Shinjiai's frequent substitutions, his Pokémon were ultimately worn down by Ash's relentless onslaught. Electabuzz, prepare for battle. The electronic battle machine illuminated, revealing Shinjiai's final Pokémon, while Ash's panel still displayed 6 Pokémon. The odds appeared insurmountable. Setting aside the identity of Ash's final Pokémon, there remained a Torterra and a Scizor yet to be dealt with. Well done, Pikachu. Return and rest. Ash called out to Pikachu as he crouched down to affectionately stroke its head before retrieving his final Pokeball. Since we are rivals, let us see this through to the end. He tossed forth the Pokeball, declaring, Infernape, it is you. Chapter 218, The Transforming Shinjiai. Greet it with one of your signature moves. Witnessing this all-too-familiar confrontation, Ash clenched his fists. Go. Mach Punch. Yaga. A brilliant light enveloped Infernape's fist as it executed Mach Punch, appearing instantaneously before Electabuzz, which was momentarily engulfed in darkness. Infernape's Mach Punch landed mercilessly on Electabuzz's rotund belly, sending it flying across the battlefield. Thud. Electabuzz struggled to rise from the rubble, shaking its head in disbelief at Infernape's newfound strength. It recalled a time when it, as a small Chimchar, had been dominated by its own electric attacks. How was it that so little time had passed, yet the opponent's power had surged so dramatically? Thunderbolt. Flame Burst. Don't let it prevail. The searing flames and electricity converged in the air, but as anticipated, Infernape's flames firmly overpowered Electabuzz's Thunderbolt, relentlessly advancing upon the beleaguered electric type. Defend. A green barrier materialized, successfully absorbing the fiery assault. Now unleash Flame Wheel. Dodge and follow up with Thunder Punch. The flame will surge toward Electabuzz, which, having anticipated Shinjiai's command, leapt into the air to narrowly evade the near-instantaneous Flame Wheel. Subsequently, Electabuzz's hand began to glow with a golden light as it swung its arm towards the airborne Infernape. However, Infernape, demonstrating remarkable agility, executed a flip mid-air, evading the Thunder Punch and landing gracefully on the ground. Now use Dig. Infernape seamlessly transitioned into the Dig maneuver, perfectly timing its strike as Electabuzz touched down. The ground-type attack landed squarely, causing Electabuzz to grimace in pain as it clutched its chin. Flame Wheel. Thunderbolt. Don't let it succeed. Ash executed a flawless display of rapid offense. Counter Shield. Attempting to interrupt Infernape's Flame Wheel with Thunderbolt, Electabuzz's attack was engulfed by the flames of the counter shield, dissipating into nothingness. Yaga. The flame will surged forward, striking Electabuzz and forcing it to stagger back, gasping for breath. Such swift tactics. Reiji marveled at Shinjiai, who could only resort to defensive maneuvers. The speed and strength displayed were the epitome of textbook rapid assault strategies. Mach Punch. Defend. The figure of Infernape vanished once more from its original position, only to reappear within Electivire's line of sight, delivering a devastating sonic punch against the resilient green barrier. Flamethrower. Without granting Shinji a moment to transition from defense to offense, Ash seized the opportunity to fully exploit Infernape's speed advantage as the flames engulfed the verdant shield, causing its radiant glow to wane. As the brilliance of the barrier faded entirely, Infernape's sonic punch capitalized on the fleeting moment of vulnerability, striking Electivire squarely in the face with a flash of white light. Strike. Finish it. Fire spin. Completely relegated to a defensive stance, Shinji's reaction time lagged far behind Ash's. And just as he attempted to call for thunder, Ash's command to conclude the battle had already reached him. Just like their initial 3-on-3 encounter, Electivire was unable to deploy its protective barrier before being toppled by Pikachu's assault. Once again, the disparity in trainers' reaction times cost him dearly, leading to despair. UGA, Infernape, now brimming with exuberance, had reached the pinnacle of its potential as the scorching flames of fire spin enveloped its form, searing through the air towards the beleaguered Electivire. Eli. The desperate wail of Electivire echoed amidst the deadly flames, a stark reminder that its former prowess was now but a relic of the past. For in this moment, Infernape had unequivocally surpassed it. Thud. As Electivire collapsed, charred and defeated upon the ground, the final suspense dissipated. Electivire had lost its fighting capability, and Infernape emerged victorious. The referee promptly raised Ash's hand in triumph, declaring him the victor of this match, as all 6 of Shinji's Pokémon were rendered unable to continue. A perfect culmination of revenge. A resounding 6-0 shutout, a testament to the absolute superiority of their levels and training. Unsurprisingly, the initial minutes had offered a semblance of parity, but as the battle progressed, the chasm in Ash's skill became increasingly evident. I truly appreciate all of you. As Infernape leaped into his embrace, Ash tenderly held it close, praising, "You did wonderfully. You were all incredible." He celebrated this victory alongside his Pokémon. For onlookers, it was a triumph. Yet for Ash, it was a long-awaited victory. The tragic events at Lake Wisdom remained an indelible scar upon his heart, a reminder of the trust he had betrayed among his Pokémon, which had led to his comprehensive defeat at the hands of Shinji. But now, he had decisively triumphed over his opponent. "You too, what a splendid match," Raichi exclaimed, leading the crowd towards them, expressing gratitude for the exhilarating contest they had witnessed. However, in contrast to the prevailing sentiment, Shinji wore a relieved smile, acknowledging the truth. He was not disheartened or withdrawn by Ash's overwhelming victory. Rather, he recognized his own shortcomings. Defeat is not to be feared. What truly fosters growth is the willingness to reflect and rectify. A fine battle. Shinji quietly closed his eyes, extending his hand towards Ash, uttering, "Thank you." The words were softly spoken, yet resonated with clarity for all present. "Not at all. Let us have another thrilling battle next time," Ash replied with a comforting smile. Gently grasping Shinji's outstretched hand, "We all must strive to improve." Indeed. Nodding politely, Shinji greeted the referee before preparing to leave. Ash's heart swelled with satisfaction. It seemed that in this lifetime, Shinji had indeed softened. How wonderful. Chapter 219, The Origin of Ultra Space-Time. Truly remarkable. A complete shutout. Inside the Pokémon Center that night, Dawn excitedly embraced Ash, her eyes brimming with pride and admiration for her boyfriend, exclaiming, "And you even managed to change Shinji's demeanor." However, Ash remained focused, silently feeling the increasing pressure of Dawn's embrace, wishing she would ease up a little. "Hey, you're holding on a bit too tightly. It's somewhat uncomfortable." "Well, our mom has grown accustomed to it. She has already taken a stroll by Lake Wisdom while we enjoy our affectionate moments." Just like in their previous lives, he encountered the Pokémon that symbolizes wisdom at the center of the lake, Uxie. Thus, the 3 of them had now encountered the 3 legendary mushrooms, and the machinations of Team Galactic were poised to unfold. Above Jubilife Town, Palkia and Dialga found themselves in an isolated realm of their own creation, bowing their heads in silence, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a more formidable Pokémon. The late-arriving Giratina floated serenely between the 2 deities of time and space, gazing intently at the undulating dimensions. As the dimensional fluctuations intensified, the space began to radiate with light, and a Pokémon, predominantly silver with an appearance reminiscent of a llama, emerged from the void. It nodded in acknowledgement to the 2 bowed spirits. "Boss 2, is it coming?" Arceus observed the town of Jubilife below. "Aware of your mission this time?" "Indeed." Both Dialga and Palkia nodded affirmatively. "Should I discover that you have harmed this young man due to personal grievances, you shall face the consequences." Arceus closed his eyes, delivering the coldest of warnings in the calmest of tones. What Giratina experienced in the past will pale in comparison to what awaits you. Giratina? As the guardians of time and space slowly departed to wait for the young man, Giratina drifted closer to Arceus. Let us refrain from discussing past grievances today. Arceus gently shook his head. I have summoned you, the world's guardians, to mend the regrets of the past, to exert our full power in controlling the flow of time and space, thus returning him to the place where his dreams began. Curious, Giratina also gazed down at the town, pondering why, since departing this land, he had deviated from the intended path. What could be the cause? Arceus shook his head in uncertainty. However, this time, we must ensure he returns, for his life should not be marred by such regret. Have you retrieved the life gem? Giratina silently produced a green orb from its claws. Here, take it. This time, your actions will directly alter the past, without him needing to reclaim the life gem for you. To this, Arceus merely shook his head. Why are there such tall cornstalks? Dawn gently pushed aside the green foliage obstructing her view, realizing that the route from Chiefing City to Twin Leaf Town had such a peculiar locale. Indeed, the map does indicate so. Well then, that's a relief. Dawn sighed, continuing to hold Ash's hand while using her other hand to part the dense branches, fearing they might lose their way if the map proved inaccurate. Although this was not their first time getting lost, Ash scratched his cheek with his free hand. We must be nearing it, right? No sooner had he spoken than they reached the edge of the cornfield, and as the trio parted the last few leaves, they beheld a breathtaking vista reminiscent of White Poplar Town, majestic mountains and flowing waters, with a village not far off, and even a stone bridge arching over the crystal-clear river before them. In such a beautiful place, it would be remiss not to linger and indulge in the aesthetic pleasures. Thus, the three of them promptly released all their Pokeballs, embracing the delightful day ahead. Due to their desire to frolic in the river, Ash and Brock donned their swim trunks, while Dawn adorned herself in her charming pink swimsuit. On the riverbank, Ash, clad in his baggy shorts, expertly tied Dawn's hair up to facilitate her swimming, assuring her that it would remain secure. All right, thank you, Ash, Dawn exclaimed, playfully adjusting her vibrant blue locks before bounding into the water. However, just as she prepared to leisurely swim toward the center of the river, Ash leaped into the water with a flourish, splashing a cascade of droplets that drenched Dawn's face. Sauta sure, Dawn exclaimed, instantly irked, retaliating by splashing water back at Ash with her hands, coughing slightly as he expelled the water he had inhaled. Ash wore a broad grin as he retaliated with his own splashes. How dare you splash me? Ha ha ha, slow down, don't run away. I will get you. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Buniri floated nearby, exchanging knowing smiles akin to that of amused parents, quietly observing the playful antics of the couple. Pika Pika, such a delightful sight, Pikachu remarked. Mimi, we could join in too, Buniri chimed in. Pika, Brock, witnessing this scene, chose to remain an uninvolved observer, recognizing that it would be inappropriate to disturb the couple's playful banter. What's that? A watermelon? Brock exclaimed as he noticed a watermelon drifting nearby. He quietly gathered the floating fruits into his arms, wondering if they had floated down from upstream. Just then, Ash and Dawn, still engaged in their playful splashing, wiped their eyes and began to collect the watermelons approaching them. We should probably find the owner of these, right? Dawn suggested, holding up a watermelon for inspection. After all, we can't just take someone else's belongings. Indeed, Ash nodded in agreement, expressing his intent to collect the watermelons before returning them to their rightful owner. However, it soon became apparent that the owner had found them. Thanks for the effort. It's our oversight that these watermelons ended up here, a blue-haired boy said as he reached for the watermelons handed over by the trio. When he caught sight of Ash and Dawn's faces, he froze in surprise. Wait, aren't they? He nudged the girl beside him. Aren't they the couple you often fangirl over? Yes, the girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You must be Ash and Dawn. Oh my gosh, you're so cute together. Hey, how about a battle? If you win, you can have all these watermelons. The blue-haired boy enthusiastically produced a Pokeball, eager to witness the dynamic duo's prowess in battle. Ash and Dawn exchanged a knowing glance, their resolve evident, and nodded in unison. Of course, accepting a challenge is the most courteous gesture. Brock, observing their synchronized response, couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. It seems you two have developed quite a similar way of speaking, he remarked before climbing onto the shore, deciding to take on the role of referee. Analyzing Ash's feelings for Dawn reveals a complex interplay. Initially, Ash may seem emotionally stunted, often portrayed as a simpleton devoid of romantic understanding. However, to label him as lacking emotional intelligence would be misguided. His emotional acumen is far from negligible. Many may recall how, In the early stages of the series, Ash exhibited a more conventional grasp of love, which seemed to dissipate as the series progressed, only to resurface during the Kalos arc, reflecting on my own childhood perception. I once thought similarly. Yet, upon further contemplation, I argue that Ash's emotional intelligence peaks during the Diamond and Pearl series, while the Black and White and Kalos arcs diminish it. In Diamond and Pearl, Ash embodies a mature and composed persona, shedding his previous blue jacket and hoodie for a more sophisticated black ensemble. His evolution is not limited to his combat skills and tactics. It also marks the ascent of his emotional intelligence. After Dawn's elimination in the first round of the contest, Ash's reaction speaks volumes. He clenches his fists, his expression cast in melancholy. Is this the demeanor of a mere wooden figure devoid of emotion? The pivotal moment arrives when, recognizing that Dawn's rival possesses a deeper understanding of contests, Ash and Brock assign the task of comforting her to her friend. Meanwhile, Ash reaches out to his mother, expressing Dawn's feelings and circumstances, effectively aiding her in addressing the challenges she couldn't articulate. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that Dawn's emotional state is fragile after her second setback. Though she refrains from shedding tears in public, her body language betrays her distress as she clenches her hands tightly. What is particularly striking is Ash's perceptiveness. He notices her turmoil, and his expression reflects genuine concern and empathy. When have you ever displayed such tenderness beyond your own defeats? This subtlety is crucial, as both Ash and Dawn share a profound understanding of one another. In moments of defeat, they require space and time to process rather than superficial consolation. Their personalities align closely. Both recognize the necessity of calmness over hollow reassurances. After their respective defeats, they retreat into solitude to grapple with their emotions. This mutual understanding is beautifully illustrated through their interactions, revealing a delicate care that transcends grand gestures, an embodiment of the finest expressions of love. Next, we encounter the scene at the Maid Cafe, a source of Ash's wooden reputation. Dawn, why are you still crying? He asks, concern etched on his face. Did sin get in your eyes? Remarkably, this question demonstrates a high emotional intelligence that even I might struggle to replicate. Understanding Dawn's pride, Ash cleverly shifts the focus and alleviates her embarrassment. Did sin get in your eyes? This simple inquiry lightens the mood and redirects the conversation. He then adds, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Together, they skip off to enjoy ice cream. Had Ash not intervened, Dawn could have spiraled into despair, losing interest in the contest entirely. Thus, his words exemplify an emotional astuteness that is truly commendable. Oh, my dear Ash, what is it that compels you to be so deeply concerned about Dawn? Exhibiting such emotional intelligence. When compared to protagonists from various eras, it is indeed evident that Ash shows the most care for Dawn. Even when she encounters difficulties during their journey, a mere phone call to Ash prompts him to rush to her side without hesitation. He even takes the time to purchase croquettes to share with her. Goodness, is your emotional intelligence truly lacking? It seems all of it has been bestowed upon Pokémon and Dawn. Thus, rather than labeling Ash as emotionally inept, it would be more accurate to say that he simply does not grasp the concept of romantic love. He is aware of the feelings and emotions associated with liking someone, yet he remains oblivious to what those feelings are termed. Finally, let us reflect on episode 191 of Diamond and Pearl. As Dawn gazes at the departing ship, the bitterness within her heart is unable to remain concealed, surfacing upon her countenance. Meanwhile, Ash's emotional intelligence begins to soar. Dawn, no worries. The young boy leans against the railing of the deck, calling out her familiar catchphrase. He is remarkably perceptive, instantly recognizing the sorrow in Dawn's heart, which prompts him to shout reassuringly and wave at her from the deck. In all scenes of parting, this instance stands out as Ash's singular, profound concern for a girl. Serena merely pecked him on the cheek, receiving only a farewell in return, while Dawn simply closed her eyes in reluctance, receiving Ash's extraordinarily gentle farewell. Therefore, it is undeniable that Dawn harbors feelings for Ash, yet her affections are certainly reciprocated. There is no doubt that Ash's fondness for Dawn is equally profound. Chapter 220, The Journey Past. In the city of Orange in the Hoenn region, this is the 5th ribbon, you know. Dawn gently wipes the ribbon in her hand. Speaking to Pachirisu, thank you, Pachirisu, we can once again stand on the grand stage of the festival. Pachiri. The girl slowly removes the hair tie from her long azure hair, gently placing it around her left wrist. The blue and pink hair tie appears particularly playful and charming. She has carried this little hair tie with her throughout every corner of Hoenn. Moreover, she has used it to bind her hair at every grand contest. Her hair has grown significantly long since her time in Sinnoh, now softly resting against her back, unlike the shoulder-length style she sported before. It has been quite a while since I last had a trim, she muses. Ever since meeting him, she has not cut her hair. Since their farewell, she has not used any other hair tie. The sorrow of parting has not diminished her courage to travel. Instead, it has motivated her to train even harder. She understands that he is also quite busy, and they must part for a time in pursuit of their dreams. However, they are fortunate to connect daily through phone calls. Already so soon? The boy in blue on the other end of the line expresses surprise at the ribbon in her hand. I just earned my 6th badge. See? You can't do without me. The girl's tone is particularly playful. While her words may seem self-praising, the hint of affection in her voice cannot be masked. All right. I've already purchased the ticket for the Hoenn Festival. The boy waves the ticket in his hand. I will definitely be there to watch the grand contest. If you win, you will be the reigning champion. He playfully rubs his nose with his finger, and a consecutive champion at that. Since Dawn resolved her psychological issues, she has won every grand contest, starting from the one in Sinnoh, maintaining an undefeated streak. This has led to widespread acclaim in the press from both Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. Yes, you must come. I will. In the upcoming Hoenn Grand Contest, the girl advances to the finals with an overwhelming performance. Excitement and exhilaration do not manifest on her face. Instead, her expression remains remarkably calm. She occasionally glances towards the front row of the audience. However, the only response she receives is an empty seat. Isn't it promised that you'd come cheer for me at the finals? As the preparations for the finals commence, Dawn lets out a wistful sigh. Am I really left to do my hair alone again? Indeed, since their parting, she has been managing her hair by herself for quite some time. That boy, who used to be there backstage, tenderly styling her hair, has not been seen for quite a while. Just as she prepares to remove the hair tie from her wrist to manage her hair, she feels a hand grasp hers. She slightly opens her eyes to behold a familiar, long-awaited smile. Since it's the finals, why not forego your hair tie? The boy's sunny and gentle face appears before her. With a beaming smile, he removes his own matching hair tie from his left wrist. Here you go, no worries. Ash. The boy gently gathers her long hair, skillfully binding her azure locks with his hair tie, wrapping it around with tender precision. I apologize for the delay. I was blocked by reporters at the entrance, the boy admits, awkwardly pinching his nose. It's impossible to enter such a large venue without sunglasses and a mask these days. Good thing you have the identity of a contestant, allowing you to enter with security, he adds, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy as fans outside shout her name. The boy wishes to continue speaking, but the girl in his arms has already turned and kissed him. It is as if the longing of their separation erupts in an instant, and they silently reciprocate each other's affection. Congratulations to contestant Dawn for successfully defending her title. In just 6 months, she has claimed 2 championships consecutively. Incredible. An absolute show of dominance. Undefeated this season. Truly deserving. The reigning champion of the grand contests. The Hoenn Grand Contest Weekly is filled with Dawn's photographs, and every magazine cover features this girl who embodies both beauty and talent. Yet, none of these are the most popular. The highest-selling album prominently features the two embracing in celebration at the awards ceremony. Ash, quietly holding the ribbon trophy, with Dawn nestled against him, thinks to himself, how wonderful it is to have your company. She gazes into his gentle eyes, her azure eyes sparkling. I truly like you. Ding ding ding. Huh, what is this? The scene before her begins to blur, and the applause around her is overtaken by a series of ringing sounds. Ding ding ding. Who set this alarm? The girl, roused from her beautiful dream, glares at the offending alarm clock. What a lovely dream that was. Indeed, it was merely a dream. It has been quite some time since she last expressed her feelings to him. The days of their journey in Hoenn are now stories from several years ago. The girl, feeling a pang of melancholy, rubs her head and gently slips into her slippers. She quietly smooths her wrinkled clothing and makes her way to the kitchen downstairs. The male figure of the household has already tidied up the pots and pans and is currently engaged in a battle with a yellow rat over a bottle of ketchup. Before she can speak, the boy has already noticed her. Good morning, my light. Pikachu. Good morning, Ash. The girl smiles brightly, but she cannot help but wonder why the alarm was set so early. The boy scratches his head in confusion. Didn't you say? Today is our wedding anniversary, so we should wake up early to prepare a grand meal for Keiko and the others. Oh right. The memories flood back, and she instinctively kisses the boy before her. I truly love you. Yes, ever since we got married, we haven't said like anymore. Instead, it has become, I love you. Chapter 221, The Time-Space Beyond. Pachirisu. At this moment in the battle, due to a minor misjudgment in command, Xiaowang inadvertently caused Bojamin to linger in midair, thereby falling victim to the attack of the opposing Huntail butterfly. The Huntail butterfly began to gather a shadow ball, poised to eliminate Bojamin. However, if things proceed smoothly, let us give a high five. Pikachu, save it. Ash immediately waved his left hand to assist Xiaoguang, commanding Pikachu to unleash Iron Tail upon the Huntail butterfly. Choopy. The coalescing Shadow Ball was abruptly deflected by the unexpectedly appearing Iron Tail, causing the Huntail butterfly to be ensnared by its own scheme. Thank you, Ash. No problem. The duo shared a synchronized high five as they initiated their final assault. Bojamin, Aqua Jet. In perfect harmony, they combined Bojamin's Aqua Jet with Pikachu's Thunderbolt, executing a spectacular combination attack emblematic of the water and electric types, completely engulfing their opponent's Pokémon. With a resounding explosion, both the Huntail butterfly and Heracross succumbed to unconsciousness. As long as we're together. Hooray. No problem. With Brock announcing their victory, Ash and Xiaoguang once again celebrated with a high five in the air. We can advance further, Geo go. Ah, we really lost. The girl in pink sighed regretfully. You two are truly the best partners. Your strength is remarkable. Thus, the trio successfully indulged in complimentary, chilled watermelon. Ash and Pikachu then engaged in another round of a seed-spitting contest. Hey, eat properly while you're at it. Noticing that they had barely consumed any watermelon, Xiaoguang immediately tugged at Ash's face, insisting, be good and eat. No more seed-spitting contests. But, no buts. Observing Ash's intent to protest, Xiaoguang promptly stuffed a piece of watermelon into his mouth, commanding, finish it, and if I see you spitting seeds again, you'll face my Stone Edge attack tonight. I believe Scorpius wouldn't mind. With that, Xiaoguang looked at Scorpius, who was happily munching on watermelon, wearing a broad smile. The Pokémon stuck out its tongue and nodded adorably. It's really unfair. You use food to win over my Pokémon, Ash lamented, observing how his Pokémon eagerly obeyed Xiaoguang. Hey, you all like Xiaoguang that much, don't you? Galayo, Pika. The Pokémon could only smile silently. After all, the silly ones belonged to Xiaoguang. They were always right to listen to her. After finishing the watermelon, the siblings amiably suggested that the trio visit the ruins of the temple in Machina Town. Therefore, after joyfully spending the afternoon, they tidied up and prepared to head towards the temple ruins. Boss, he has arrived. Above the temple ruins, Dialga and Palkia respectfully knelt before Arceus, simultaneously pointing at the figure of Ash, who had reached the ruins below. Is the power of space ready? Upon finally spotting Ash, Arceus' tone bore an unusual hint of excitement. This time, there could be no mistakes. Yes, but... Palkia looked up and inquired this time. You do not need to let Ash save the day. No. Arceus shook its head. That would be too dangerous. We cannot allow this young man to take a second risk. It was all so fearful. It truly dreaded that one miscalculated move could erase Ash from existence. If such a scenario were to occur, Arceus would no longer be a deity, but merely a being reflecting on its failures in a reversed world. Mew Regigigas. And the likes would certainly not spare it. Go now. It's time to atone for past regrets. It stamped its foot, causing the space beneath to ripple, signaling Dialga and Palkia to descend. Meanwhile, Ash and Xiaoguang remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. At that moment, intense spatial fluctuations began to manifest above the lake. Numerous dimensional fragments slowly drifted into view, accompanied by the presence of Dialga and Palkia. Ash gazed in bewilderment at the two deities of time and space, perplexed by their sudden appearance. Something feels off. Wasn't he at Giratina who previously had a grudge against Dialga and came to confront it? Why have the time deities come together this time? Exercising caution and prudence, Ash silently grasped Xiaoguang's hand while keeping Brock behind him, cautioning, if they attack, we'll flee at once. Roar, look at you, you scared him like this. Roar, that S you're doing, go explain it to him. Palkia silently inclined its body, preparing to engage Ash in conversation, perhaps sensing their lack of malice. Ash activated his aura powers, ready to communicate with them. What is it that you need? Palkia nodded vigorously. Lord Arceus specifically instructed us to seek your assistance with a matter. Oh, Ash tilted his head in surprise. Is it concerning the life gem? No worries. This time I will be timely. No. Palkia immediately waved its hands. Lord Arceus has already retrieved the life gem, so this time, we merely need your help with something else. Upon hearing this, Ash was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Regigigas had been correct. This time, due to the knowledge of his reincarnation, Arceus had already resolved the matter of the life gem, causing the Machina Town incident to take a different turn. What is it that you need? Ash inquired earnestly, gazing at Palkia, who bore a pleading expression. If I can do it, I will certainly assist you with all my might. Upon hearing this, Dialga and Palkia breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried that Ash might refuse, which would mean that Arceus would truly be displeased with them upon returning. You will know soon. Palkia floated back to Dialga's side, instructing, "Stand with your companions and close your eyes. We will transport you." Transport? Though confused, Ash silently took hold of Xiaoguang's hand, standing shoulder to shoulder with Brock. Once he confirmed their willingness to assist, he nodded at the time-space deities. As both deities exerted their powers simultaneously, monumental spatial fluctuations began to manifest above the lake, with dimensions shifting, causing the space to tear apart. Under this immense gravitational pull, Palkia and Dialga simultaneously cast a blue-pink protective shield around the three, securely sending them into the dimensional and spatial teleportation array. Before long, the sensations of dimensional shifts and spatial rifts began to dissipate. The lake's surface once again became exceptionally tranquil. Have they been transported to that world? Arceus' voice resonated in the ears of the time-space deities, stating that this time, not only must he alter the deviated trajectory of Ash's life, but also set him and that young lady's relationship back on the right path. Yes, boss. Seeing that the space had returned to normalcy, Arceus exhaled in relief. You really care, don't you? Giratina teased from the side. Even though I have high hopes for those two, but when Ash truly competes in the World Championship, won't their fates revert to their predicted trajectories? This means they will ultimately progress along the path we anticipated. Arceus shook its head. Since the past should be perfect, why delay it until the future? Chapter 222, The Parallel World of Overcoming Time. Ouch, that hurts. Uncertain how much time had passed, Ash finally regained consciousness. Abruptly blinded by a glaring light that made his eyes ache, prompting him to raise a hand to shield himself from the sun. It really hurts a bit. The protective barrier of Dialga and Palkia shattered upon their entrance into this world, causing him to fall directly to the ground, inevitably experiencing a slight ache from the impact. But where exactly is this place? Pikachu skillfully leapt back onto Ash's shoulder, and together, the duo surveyed their surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. The atmosphere bore a resemblance to Sinnoh, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Wait, where's Dawn? Realizing the unnerving silence, Ash immediately noticed the absence of Dawn and Brock. His expression grew serious as he scanned the surrounding forest. Dawn, Brock? He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out loudly into the woods, desperately searching for his lost companions. Well, this presents a problem. After receiving no response for an extended period, Ash furrowed his brow, realizing he would have to rely on his aura to locate them. However, pinpointing someone's location through aura is an immensely taxing endeavor. And even if he could temporarily activate this ability, prolonged use could lead to him collapsing from exhaustion. Just as Ash silently closed his eyes, preparing to unleash his aura powers, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Ash, huh? He opened his eyes in surprise and turned to see who had called his name. Dawn. Before him stood a girl with flowing azure hair adorned with a light yellow hairpin, her large blue eyes gazing at him with a mix of discontent. What are you yelling about? We were the ones looking for you. Dawn's tone was particularly plaintive as she pulled Ash into her embrace. All right. I promise not to call you a crybaby anymore, okay? Despite the girl before him unmistakably resembling Dawn, the term crybaby? Was she referring to him? Wait a moment. He struggled to break free from Dawn's grasp. Crybaby, are you talking about me? Huh. The girl blinked in confusion, pouting as she touched Ash's forehead with her small hand. You're not feverish. Why don't you remember your nickname? Hold on. Startled by Dawn's overly forward behavior, Ash took a couple of cautious steps back. Your tone seems a bit different. This Dawn was far more assertive and direct than the one he knew. She had drawn him into her embrace without hesitation and spoke with an authoritative tone. Was this truly the same gentle and adorable girl he remembered? Hey, did you find Ash? Brock's sudden appearance from the bushes interrupted their conversation. It's okay, Ash. Being a crybaby isn't so bad. Dawn will take good care of you, right? Not that I'm a crybaby. Ash was taken aback, shouting to assert his point. What are you talking about? I've hardly cried at all in my life. Perhaps sensing Ash's peculiar demeanor, both Dawn and Brock exchanged puzzled glances. Now that you mention it, Dawn pinched Ash's cheek, her piercing blue eyes seemingly trying to see through him. You speak without a tremor in your voice. Your tone is commanding, and you aren't blushing from anxiety. You don't seem to be the crybaby Ash we know. Wait, I'm definitely Ash, but Ash chuckled awkwardly as he slightly raised his gaze to meet Dawn's eyes. By the way, why is your hat patterned in purple? Dawn immediately reacted with a strange look. Since we met and started dating, my hat has always looked like this, hasn't he? If it weren't for Brock's penchant for flirting with girls, we would have gotten lost so many times along the way. Wait, Brock flirts with girls? Ash felt as if his mind was on fire. Hadn't Brock always been flirting with older girls? You really are different, Dawn narrowed her eyes slightly, gripping Ash's face. You are indeed Ash, but where did our crybaby Ash go? The boy before her seemed utterly unfamiliar, despite sharing the same face and physique. The confidence, assertiveness, seriousness, and composure radiating from him were qualities that the crybaby simply could not possess. He was the kind of boy who would blush furiously just from making eye contact. You can't be our Ash from this world, can you? Brock pondered aloud, tapping his hand thoughtfully. We just lost consciousness for a while after riding on Giratina and Palkia. When we woke up, Ash cried out in fear, which led Dawn to tease him about being a crybaby, causing us to get separated. Regardless of the world, Brock's intelligence has always been sharp, so it stands to reason that the space-time powers wielded by Palkia, Dialga, and Giratina must have transported you from another world. That certainly makes sense. Ash nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of Brock's deduction. In our world, we were also transported due to Dialga and Palkia. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious, Brock said with a knowing smile, patting Ash on the shoulder. You just said that in that world, I like older girls, right? So what are your personalities like in your world, you and Dawn? What? You mean I'm that kind, considerate, understanding, and adorable girl? Dawn shouted incredulously at Ash. How could such a strange personality possibly belong to me? And I was your cheerleader? She pointed at her own face, incredulous. Every grand competition. You were the one holding pom-poms, cheering for me. The assertive Dawn made Ash wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. That wasn't the point. Why was he the one portrayed as the delicate one? Isn't that quite normal? She nodded calmly. If I didn't cradle you in my arms every day, your tears would be falling like they were worthless. I've told you, I cry very rarely. Pika, honestly, why is there so much to say? The thought of the version of herself from that world snuggling in Ash's embrace made her lose patience. A straightforward approach would be best. She gently raised her hand, a soft pink energy wave forming within it. The familiar energy caused Ash's pupils to contract in surprise. He slowly raised his hand, unleashing a pale blue energy wave to counter Dawn's. How is this possible? You can use Aura too. Chapter 223, The Time-Traveling Crybaby Ash. Brock, serving as the referee, gradually announced the results of the match between Ash and Dawn. Just moments ago, both had simultaneously unleashed their aura powers, and under the perception of their auras, both their energies resonated perfectly with their respective counterparts. Hence, the straightforward Dawn promptly challenged Ash to a duel. For Ash, who cherished battle, this was exhilarating. Without any suspense, Pikachu obliterated Dawn's Piplup. Thus, Ash slowly extended his hand to the seated Dawn, who reached out to him. Do you believe Brock in my deduction now? Indeed. Dawn smiled brightly as she grasped Ash's hand, playfully closing her eyes and feigning stubbornness. The crybaby, Ash would never have been able to defeat me. So you really are Ash from another world. Actually, I'm quite curious, Ash said, fiddling with the brim of his hat. Since they say I'm a crybaby in this world, what is his personality like? Ha ha ha, Brock chuckled helplessly. Let Dawn explain. As Xiaoguang tilted her head, counting Xiaoji's traits on her fingers. He was prone to tears, soft and tender, easily embarrassed, often blushing, and occasionally stuttering while speaking. He resembled a dutiful little wife. Pikachu and Xiaoji were perplexed, yet profoundly astonished. It was truly hard to fathom how such a version of Xiaoji could journey to Sinnoh. Could it be that pure-hearted Xiaogang was the one guiding him on his travels? Well, in truth, Xiao Miao had also looked after him. Xiaogang patted Xiaoji's shoulder, and ultimately, he felt reassured as he observed Xiaoguang perfectly safeguarding him. Therefore, witnessing such a confident, assertive, and composed Xiaoji felt like a dream come true. Indeed, and your Pikachu is also remarkably obedient and well-behaved. Xiaoguang reached out to gently rub Pikachu's head, noting the trainer's impressive command skills. In that world, you must be an undefeated champion, right? Not quite so exaggerated, he replied. Pikachu, however, on the other hand, Xiaoguang, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her temples, pondering where the weeping little Xiaoji they once knew had disappeared to. Just as their thoughts became tangled, a notably feeble voice emerged from behind a tree. I am here. Turning their gaze towards the tree's rear, a boy identical to Xiaoji emerged. Shoulders slumped and demeanor timid. Although his face and physique mirrored Xiaoji's perfectly, he exuded an aura that was, simply put, adorably delicate. Compared to Xiaoji's slightly darker complexion, this boy's skin was fairer than that of many girls, and coupled with his innocent, tearful eyes, it was undeniably reminiscent of a little darling spouse. Where have you been running off to? Upon seeing her Xiaoji finally appear, Xiaoguang rushed forward, embracing him tightly and tousling his hair. Oh dear, it's just a bit of crying, no big deal. I don't cry. Xiaoji pouted, looking quite displeased as he declared to Xiaoguang, you must call me a manly man from now on. Otherwise, I really want to come looking for you. I'll travel alone. Humph. Just wait and regret it. As he spoke, an inexplicable flush crept onto his cheeks. All right. Our Xiao Ji is the epitome of masculinity. Xiao Guang's tone was laced with affection, her words brimming with mirth and tenderness that she could not conceal. Is that for real? For this soft and delicate fellow? Xiao Ji felt as if the sky was about to fall. It was his face, yet why did it appear so peculiar? Pikachu. The expressions of both boy and mouse were utterly despondent, failing to grasp why this fellow was so soft-hearted. This world's Ji could truly be described as Ji. Ahem. Noticing that the couple was on the verge of a kiss, Xiao Gang promptly cleared his throat, asserting, now we should assist this Xiao Ji instead. Ah yes. Realizing their behavior was somewhat inappropriate, Xiao Guang awkwardly scratched her cheek and pinched Xiao Ji's face, saying, come, greet the other world SU. Hello Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji shyly smiled at him, extending his hand. Please take care of me. Yes, let us take care of each other. Observing the stark contrast in personalities, Xiao Ji's lips curled into a significant grin. Meanwhile, the two Pikachus greeted each other amicably. The Pikachu from this world was notably more mischievous than Xiao Ji's. It often wore a devilish grin and occasionally indulged in small pranks. So when it grasped Pikachu's paw, it mischievously discharged a slight current. Fortunately, Pikachu's strength and level far surpassed that of this Pikachu, and thus, the jolt was effortlessly absorbed. Well, this is quite similar to when you traveled with me before. Xiao Ji teased with a chuckle. You had that same cheeky grin when you were being disobedient. Pikachu, let us not mention that. On another note, Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang had begun to fret over Xiao Ji's absence. I'm not overly concerned about his safety, Xiao Guang sighed. After all, I share a psychic bond with Xiao Ji. The absence of any unsettling feelings indicates he should be safe for now. However, it's best to find him soon. I genuinely fear he might have gotten entangled in something again. Analyzing the terrain, Xiao Gang concluded, given the landscape, this should indeed be Sinnoh. We're not far from Machina town. We can reach it by traversing the forest. But how do we contact Xiao Ji? Xiao Guang waved her now signal-less Pokewatch, lamenting that they could not reach him. They could only hope he would use his aura to pinpoint their precise location. However, excessive use of aura could strain his body. Concern filled Xiao Guang's azure eyes. They had all been together during the teleportation. Why had they dispersed? Just as the two pondered their next move, a familiar voice slowly resonated in Xiao Guang's mind. Xiao Guang, can you hear me?